Family. Tang San is really not fair. When he was sparring with Chao Kuan, just when it seemed like he was going to lose, he pulled out a hidden weapon. This all started with the awakening of martial souls. Chao Kuan originally thought he would have a sword martial soul, but it turned out to be his whole body. After practicing hard for 3 months, his soul power went from rank 4 to rank 6, but just when he was about to win the spar, he was ambushed by a hidden weapon. So frustrating. Let me tell you, Tang San is really unbearable. Does anyone understand? I was so close, just a tiny bit away from being able to pin him to the ground and rub him in. And guess what? He actually pulled out a hidden weapon. Something shot out from his sleeve with a whoosh, and I was completely confused by this operation. Can't win. So you resort to props, huh? Incredible. This all dates back to 3 months ago, on the day of our village's martial soul awakening. That morning, I specifically stewed the soul beast meat that I had saved for a special occasion. It was the first time in my life I had eaten soul beast meat. After eating my fill, I confidently went to the martial soul hall in the center of the village. After waiting for a while, the village chief, Old Jack, finally brought in Tang San, who arrived late. Inside the hall stood a guy who called himself Su-Yun, looking quite decent. Without saying a word, he set up the stage and started the awakening. I, relying on my experience as a time traveler and knowing the process, quietly squeezed to the front. Early death, early reincarnation, right? That guy shouted, "Wolf spirit possess," and instantly transformed into a werewolf. The little kids around were trembling in fear, but I was calm as a seasoned dog, having seen the world. Then he skillfully injected soul power into the stone, and in an instant, there was a burst of golden light in front of me, and I felt something in my body about to explode. Countless light spots crazily drilled into my body, feeling fantastic. But just after 2 seconds of enjoyment, those light spots wanted to escape. I felt a tightness in my heart, and quickly activated the broken breathing technique I had exchanged from Tang San, treating a dead horse as a live horse. Hey, guess what? It actually worked a bit, and the speed of the light spots escaping slowed down. When the golden light dissipated, Su-Yun asked me to extend my right hand. I was so excited. After 3 years of hard practice with my sword technique, my handsome and cool sword martial soul should finally appear, right? I stretched out my hand, but in the end, there was nothing on my right hand. Just air, absolute silence. Wow, I dare say these 2 words echoed for the first time across the Douluo continent. Su-Yun was also stunned, circling around me and mumbling, "Where's your martial soul? Where's your martial soul? This is not scientific." I was dumbfounded too. Where's my sword? Where's my huge sword martial soul? Just then, a piece of information slammed into my brain. Goodness, it turned out my martial soul was myself. Not my arms, not my legs, but my entire body. I was stunned. I had worked hard for 3 years on swordsmanship, and now you tell me my martial soul is myself? What kind of nonsense is this? However, complaints aside, my life was more important. This world is strange. If I told someone that my martial soul is my whole body, who knows what they would do? Maybe dissect me for research. I quickly turned and told Su-Yun, "Master, my martial soul should be a body martial soul, just my right hand." Su-Yun suddenly realized, a body martial soul. I've heard of that. It's a mutation of the martial soul. Come, let's measure your soul power. I placed my hand on the crystal ball, and it hummed to life. Although it wasn't blinding, it was quite bright. Rank 4. Su-Yun was a bit excited, but also somewhat disappointed. Not bad, but it's a shame it didn't reach rank 5. Otherwise, you could go to the academy in the martial soul hall. I thought, having something is already great. Who needs a bicycle? After that, I had nothing to do, just like in the original story. All the other kids had useless martial souls, and when it was Tang San's turn, had blue silver grass and full innate soul power. Su-Yun expression was like he had seen a ghost. His jaw almost dropped. After everything was done, I saw Su-Yun was about to leave, so I hurriedly ran up to stop him. "Master, wait. There's still 3 months until the academy starts. How am I supposed to train?" He thought for a moment and agreed, pulling out a thin book from his bag and tossing it to me. Guess what happened next? That little brat Tang San stretched out his hand, and with controlling cranes and capturing dragons, he swooped in and intercepted the book halfway. He even said, "Let me take a look first." My anger flared up instantly, but what could I do? I couldn't beat him, so I had to hold it in. He casually flipped through a couple of pages, found out it was a common meditation method, far inferior to his Xiantian skill, and then disdainfully tossed it back to me. I silently kept a mental note of this debt. "Just wait, Tang San, I need power." After getting the book, I rushed home to start studying. For these 3 months, I was all about intense internal competition. You wouldn't believe it, my body martial soul is truly impressive. After awakening, my physical fitness skyrocketed, tripling. I could lift that 400 or 500 pounds big rock in the yard with one hand. My eyesight improved dramatically. I could clearly see the patterns on leaves 50 meters away. The most ridiculous part was when I activated my soul power in my eyes. The whole world seemed to be in slow motion. It was like bullet time. Relying on this insane control of my body, my training became incredibly efficient. In 3 months, my soul power shot up from rank 4 to rank 6. One day, old Jack came to notify us to register. I heard this and thought, an opportunity has come. As soon as old Jack left, I immediately smiled and found Tang-san. Little San, it's been months since we sparred. I feel like I'm ready again. Want to have another match? Tang-san probably didn't take me seriously and casually agreed. We ran to the small hill we usually went to, and I took off running. Little San, let's see who gets there first. As soon as I finished speaking, I shot off like an arrow. When we got there, without saying a word, we started fighting. I accelerated towards him, and Tang-san's eyes instantly turned purple. He was using the purple extreme demon eye, but my speed and strength were off the charts. With a whip kick, he tried to block with his hand, but bang, I kicked him flying. After he landed, his expression changed. He no longer underestimated me and used control cranes and capturing dragons and ghost shadow misty steps. I activated bullet time, and although his movements were strange, I could barely make out his actions, and we exchanged blows back and forth. As the fight progressed, Tang-san's stamina and soul power began to fall behind. I seized a flaw and landed a punch right on his chest, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. I yelled and was about to press my advantage and finish him off when the scene at the beginning happened. I saw a cold smile on Tang-san's face, and he raised his arm. Whoosh! A cold light shot straight toward my face. My hair stood on end, and in a split second, I managed to perform a bridge with my insane core strength to barely dodge that sleeve arrow. But I hadn't steadied myself yet, and Tang-san had already approached like a ghost, grabbing my neck. I win, he said. I was furious. In my heart, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped by. You use a hidden weapon in a formal duel? Have you no shame? He pulled me up and with a righteous expression said, "This is a weapon I just invented technically. It counts as part of my strength." I spat. I was cursing in my heart, but I had a smile on my face. After all, having lost, I had to gain something back, right? I immediately changed to an admiring expression. Little San, you're amazing. This thing is so powerful. Can you make one for me too? Tang-san thought for a moment and actually nodded in agreement. Did you think this was the end of the story? The more outrageous part is yet to come. After that fight, Tang-san suddenly changed like a different person, becoming overly enthusiastic towards me. He kept inviting me to train together and proactively teaching me techniques to channel my energy. This was clearly a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, with ill intentions. Later, I found out that his father, Tang Hao, had been watching us fight and thought I had great potential, so he wanted Tang-san to build a good relationship with me. 2 days later, village chief old Jack took us both to set off for Notting City. I didn't have much with me, just a few ragged clothes, my iron sword that I'd trained with for 3 years, and a few gold soul coins left by my parents. On the way, old Jack excitedly told us various legendary stories about soul masters. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, it was still quite interesting. Listening to the stories as we swayed along, we finally arrived at Notting City. Let me tell you, the entrance to Notting Academy looked quite impressive, but there was a guard at the gate who looked down on us with a disdainful attitude. He took a look at the admission certificates for Tang-san and me, and when he saw that Tang-san had innate full soul power with his blue silvergrass, his eyes almost popped out, and he sarcastically accused us of forging the documents. I got angry right then, snatched the certificate back, and pointed at the Spirit Hall seal on it, saying, "Buddy, take a good look at this. Do you think we could forge something like this? Sure, we're just kids now, but we'll be soul masters sooner or later. Today, you might ignore me, but tomorrow, you won't be able to reach me. You better think about it." Goodness, the guard turned pale and seemed like he wanted to back down right there. But just then, a stiff-looking guy with a stone-like expression approached. The guard, upon seeing him, looked like a mouse that had seen a cat and hurriedly called him master. Without saying a word, the master took a look at Tang-san's certificate and said he would personally take us to register. When village chief old Jack saw someone take over, he was relieved, waved at us, and quickly returned to the village. After we finished the paperwork, the master kept Tang-san behind for individual guidance and told me to head to the dormitory by myself. I thought, fine, and made my way to dormitory 7. As soon as I entered, I was stunned. A group of kids was surrounding a girl with scorpion braids, all calling her boss. When the girl turned to see me, she came over with a big smile and said, "New work-study student?" I nodded, "Im Chao Cohen." She immediately put her hands on her hips and said, "Im Chao Wu," as in the dance. "I'm the boss here. If you don't want to call me boss, that's fine too, you can just fight me." At that moment, I pondered the nature of her approach. Hardly had I finished my thought when she charged towards me. I must tell you, this young lady possessed a remarkable agility. As I launched a punch, she deftly stepped on my arm and, in a graceful flip, landed on my back, her long, slender legs resembling a pair of scissors that ensnare my head. Before I knew it, she lifted me as if I were a mere radish and tossed me aside. My dear friends, who could comprehend my bewilderment? I was at a fight back. It was impossible to even touch her. As I faced the ground, I hurriedly twisted my waist in midair, pushing off the ground with my hands, executing a backflip to regain my balance, and quickly gestured, "Stop, stop, stop." I concede. She insisted I call her big sister, but I found it too cliché and suggested Xiao Wujie instead. To my delight, she seemed quite pleased with this. Noticing her empty hands, devoid of any luggage, I deduced she must not have brought any bedding. A clever idea struck me, and I approached her, proposing, "Xiao Wujie, how about this? I will buy you bedding and provide your meals if you teach me the techniques you just demonstrated. What do you say?" Her large eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, she nodded, "Deal, but you must treat me to a meal." Thus, a mutually beneficial arrangement was formed. Trading a single quilt for a decade-long soul beast as a personal trainer was indeed a lucrative investment. After we joyfully returned from purchasing the bedding, we encountered Tang, who stood at the dormitory entrance, bewildered, clutching a blue quilt. Xiao Wu, with an air of authority, pointed at him and declared, "You just wait. We'll have a rematch tonight." With that, she took my hand, and we dashed off, leaving Tang in utter confusion. That evening, as we made our way to the cafeteria, we found Tang surrounded by 7 or 8 upperclassmen. The leader, Xiao Chunyu, was covered in food, a quintessential bully of the campus. Our dorm mate, Wang Sheng, immediately shouted, "Xiao Wujie, someone is picking on our work-study students." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu charged forward. I thought it prudent to target the leader first. I swiftly maneuvered around the lackeys and delivered a decisive kick to Xiao Chunyu. The scene was strikingly clean and efficient, as he was sent flying, crashing onto a dining table. The remaining group was quickly subdued by Tang and Xiao Wu. Later, Tang engaged Xiao Wu in a duel, and unsurprisingly, he found himself thoroughly outmatched, yielding to her as big sister. Throughout that semester, I diligently trained under Xiao Wu's tutelage, and our bond grew incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Tang was preoccupied with his master's esoteric theories, and whenever he caught sight of Xiao Wu and me playfully interacting, his expression reflected a hint of jealousy, akin to that of a sour lemon. Before long, both Tang and Xiao Wu acquired their first soul rings, significantly enhancing their abilities. Xiao Wu maintained her dominant position over both of us, while I, by the end of the semester, finally reached the 10th level of soul power. To celebrate, I challenged Tang to another match. This time, I must say, it was a complete domination. His treasured hidden weapons were effortlessly caught by me, akin to swatting flies. His elusive footwork appeared to me as if played in slow motion, and I countered each of his movements with precision. Ultimately, I halted my hand just before his neck as he gasped for breath and, in a state of frustration, admitted, "I lost." He lamented that I hadn't given my all. I thought to myself, "My friend, I was merely holding back 7 parts of my strength for your sake. No matter how impressive your master's theories may be, they cannot withstand my physical prowess." After our match, I reminded him, "Don't forget to borrow the command token from your master. In a few days, accompany me to the soul-hunting forest." When Tang sought his master for the token, the master, upon hearing that I had bested his precious disciple once again, could hardly contain himself and insisted on accompanying us, under the pretext of ensuring our safety, though in reality, he wished to observe me closely. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of being treated like a lab rat. However, having an additional free guide would certainly be beneficial. Fearing recognition from such a prominent figure, Xiao Wu chose not to accompany us. Thus, the following day, it was just Tang his master, and I who set off in a carriage. Along the way, the master fervently educated us on soul beast knowledge, even summoning his purple pet pig, named Luo Sanpao. This creature's attack method was to release gas, which, after consuming a sack of white radishes, proved to be quite potent. Throughout the journey, the master bombarded me with questions. striving to fully comprehend my martial spirit, while I remained blissfully ignorant, leaving him perplexed. After a 2-day journey, we finally arrived at the soul-hunting forest, a place heavily guarded, resembling a military base. Upon entering, the master inquired what type of soul beast I sought. After some contemplation, I replied that I preferred a humanoid beast with immense strength. He pondered for a moment before suggesting a creature known as the fire ape, albeit a bit distant. With our target established, we ventured into the forest. Shortly after, the master released Luo San Pao to serve as a lookout. Surprisingly, the pig proved quite useful, scattering several soul beasts with its gaseous defenses. As we continued, a 3-meter-long mandala snake suddenly descended from the trees, mouth agape, lunging at the master. I assure you, I didn't even blink. Watching the snake approach, Tang San reacted swiftly, ensnaring it with blue silver grass, while the master, a formidable figure, swiftly severed its head. We subsequently encountered several bothersome wind baboon, which hurled fruit at us, only to be neutralized by Tang San's precise hidden projectiles, sending the rest fleeing. As darkness fell, we sought a suitable spot to set up camp. The master scattered a circle of white powder around our campsite, likely a means to ward off pests and soul beasts. Demonstrating his professionalism, he then began a pre-battle briefing, stating that our objective for the next day was to capture a fire ape, known for its pack mentality, great strength, and fiery combat style. He specified that we should aim for one aged 3 to 400 years, as his theory suggested the limit for the first soul ring was 423 years. The master continued his lecture, delving into the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, which was quite the headache for me, requiring me to feign admiration and applause at the appropriate moments. My friends, those under the eaves must bow their heads, as the saying goes. After what felt like an eternity, he concluded his lecture and organized the night watch schedule, finally granting us a moment of peace. The following morning, we set out once more, and indeed, we refrained from engaging in battle, adhering to the master's advice to conserve our strength for the task at hand. By midday, we encountered a solitary wolf that had been following us. Despite Luo San Pao's attempts to intimidate it with gas, it proved ineffective. Frustrated, I approached and delivered a punch that broke its spine, resulting in its immediate demise. The master's gaze toward me shifted, likely contemplating the implications of my martial spirit. Before long, we reached our destination, a valley teeming with fire apes. Our plan was straightforward, to employ a fishing strategy. Tang San fashioned a type of fruit called the red blood fruit, tying it to blue silver grass and tossing it to lure a solitary fire ape. The master informed us that this fruit was their favorite and would enhance their flames, making it an irresistible temptation. We concealed ourselves in a strategic position, waiting for nearly 2 hours until a colossal fire ape, standing over 4 meters tall, took the bait. Observing its size, I was certain it met our age requirement. Tang San executed his plan with precision, tossing fruit further and further from the fire ape's territory. Realizing something was amiss, the fire ape attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The master bellowed a command, released the thunderous gas of Luo San Pao. Having donned the mask he provided earlier, I witnessed Luo San Pao leap 3 feet high and unleash an earth-shattering fart directed at the fire ape. The fire ape was caught off guard, and, seizing the opportunity, I charged in and landed a punch on it. To my astonishment, we both staggered back several steps, having fought to a standstill. The master behind us was agape, clearly not expecting my strength to be so formidable. The fire ape, now furious, erupted in flames, conjuring a fireball and hurling it at me. I swiftly dodged, and the fireball struck the ground, creating a crater. At that moment, the master shouted, "Get back." Rosan Pao, another thunderous release. And guess what? This time, Rosan Pao's release turned out to be combustible gas. Upon contact with the flames of the fire ape, it exploded with a deafening roar, leaving me dumbfounded by what seemed to be a chemical weapon. The fire ape howled in agony from the blast, and seizing the opportunity, I dashed forward, kicked it down, and drew my short sword to stab it in the abdomen, using my martial arts skills to incapacitate one of its legs. Tang San's blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared it, binding it tightly like a zongzi. I denied it any chance to recover and delivered a lethal strike to its throat. The yellow soul ring materialized before me. Just as I prepared to absorb it, a gust of malevolent wind struck from behind. I instinctively blocked with my sword, but with a resounding snap, it shattered, sending me hurtling like a cannonball. I rose to find myself in shock. A nearly 7-meter-tall golden gorilla, its muscles bulging, surrounded by dark red flames, wielding a flaming bone club, stood before me like a final boss. The master's voice trembled. "Fire, Ape King." I coughed up blood, cursing internally for the lack of martial ethics in this sneak attack. Without hesitation, the Fire Ape King charged at me with its club. Quick-thinking Tang sent ensnare my waist with a strand of blue silvergrass, yanking me up into a large tree and pulling the master along as well. It seemed that the Fire Ape King had set its sights on me, relentlessly pursuing me. I darted around the tree, playing a game of cat and mouse, while the master seized a moment to toss me a new short sword that looked far superior to my own. The master shouted for me to lure it away, and I understood instantly. There was a trap. I leaped down, wielding the new weapon, and engaged the Fire Ape King, occasionally marking it with cuts to provoke its fury. Once sufficiently enraged, I bolted in the direction indicated by the master, with the Fire Ape King in hot pursuit. As I ran, Tang's San suddenly appeared, shouting, "First soul skill, blue silver bind." Countless strands of blue silver grass instantly ensnared the Fire Ape King. However, it proved futile. The flames surged, incinerating the blue silver grass on the spot. But the master awaited this very moment. As the Fire Ape King broke free, he roared now. Ro Sanpao. This was the third and most powerful release of Ro Sanpao that day. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, magnitudes greater than before. When the smoke cleared, the once mighty Fire Ape King lay charred and mangled, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. I approached, swiftly delivering a merciful strike. A deep yellow soul ring emerged from its form. The master examined it with a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "What a pity, this one is nearly 700 years old. You cannot absorb it." I chuckled and replied, "Master, I wish to try." Before he could object, I continued, "I believe the age of the soul ring correlates with one's physical prowess. My body is stronger than that of a typical great soul master. Why shouldn't I be able to absorb it? Moreover, master, if I succeed, wouldn't that add to your list of 10 core competencies? It could be featured in the top 10 discoveries of 2025. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes gleamed with excitement. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, "Then go ahead and try." I promptly sat cross-legged and began the absorption process. It went remarkably smoothly, and my soul power surged. When I opened my eyes, the master rushed over to inquire about my success. I stood, moved my body, and smiled. It worked. "Ha! It seems I've discovered yet another core competency." The master was even more exhilarated than I, eagerly asking about my first soul skill. I raised my hand, conjuring a fireball. The master assumed it was merely fire control, but I shook my head. "No, that is just an addition. My first soul skill is Fire Ape Transformation." No sooner had I spoken than I exploded in size, my clothes tearing apart, golden fur sprouting all over, and dark red flames enveloping me, transforming me into a towering Fire Ape King nearly 3 meters tall. The master's eyes nearly bulged out in shock as he staggered back several steps, muttering about the unprecedented sight before him. His gaze was not that of a teacher observing a student. It was akin to watching a laboratory specimen. Then, with fervor, he implored, "Kneel and become my disciple, Xiaokuan." I thought to myself, become your disciple? Surely, I'd just be a subject for your experiments. Quickly changing the topic, I suggested we test the soul skill. To my surprise, I discovered that this transformation could be maintained for 3 minutes, enhancing my strength and defense by 150, with other attributes doubling. Tang San's darts felt like mere tickles against me. When my soul power was depleted and I reverted to my original form, the entire scene fell silent. My embarrassment was palpable, akin to an awkward moment of vulnerability. Ultimately, I could only grab some scraps from the ground to cover myself, utterly stripping away my image. That evening, gathered around the campfire, the master again broached the subject of apprenticeship. I could only deflect, saying, "I have always regarded you as my teacher. Upon hearing this, his expression fell. I quickly retreated to my tent, overhearing Tang defending him, claiming I looked down on his teacher. Consequently, the master began to manipulate him, both whispering to each other about extracting my secrets. Goodness, this duo was akin to actors in a drama. I felt fortunate to have escaped this ordeal. Such a teacher was not one I desired. Upon returning to the academy, the master feigned farewell. As I turned, I spotted Xiao Wu hiding behind a pillar, watching us. Upon inquiry, I realized she was intimidated by the master, fearing her identity would be revealed. I jokingly remarked that the master was only at level 29, which instantly bolstered her confidence. 2 weeks later, the academy broke for vacation. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and I waited at the entrance for old Jack, the village chief, to bring the ox cart home. I had even bought him a new cane as a gift, while Tang San, unprepared, pulled out a bottle of wine from his cherished belt, amusing me. The cart swayed as it first arrived at Tang San's home. He eagerly leapt off and rushed inside, only to reappear moments later, looking as though he had lost his spirit, clutching a letter. My keen eyes caught the opening words. Xiao San, by the time you read this letter. Tang San, trembling, asked old Jack, village chief, where has my father gone? Old Jack, equally bewildered, shook his head, saying, I don't know. Just days ago, I saw him at home forging iron. How could he have just left? He returned the letter to Tang San, attempting to offer comfort with words not to grieve over such a father, suggesting he come stay at his home. However, at that moment, Tang San was not in the mood for such reassurances, brushing him aside and retreating to his room, radiating an unmistakable aura of do not disturb. Seeing the situation, I decided not to interfere, saying farewell to old Jack and Xiao Wu as I departed. Glancing back, I caught sight of Tang San watching us from the house, his expression akin to someone who had just realized they were the only single person after finishing a romantic anime, purely sour. Meanwhile, within the noting City Junior Soul Master Academy, our theoretical master, Yu Xiaojing, was fervently scribbling away in his modest room. What was he writing? His self-proclaimed groundbreaking thesis, the impact of a soul master's physical quality on soul ring absorption. Oh dear, he was so engrossed that it seemed he was on the brink of winning the Nobel Prize for Soul Masters, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Just as inspiration struck him, there came a series of knocks at the door. The master, growing impatient, called out for the intruder to enter. Upon the door opening, a disheveled middle-aged man with lifeless eyes shuffled in, clad in a tattered gray robe. The master stared at him for a long moment, failing to recognize him, and with a furrowed brow, asked, Who are you? The elder did not waste any words and got straight to the point. I am Tang Hao. The master, still wearing a puzzled expression, added, I am Tang San's father. I need to embark on a journey, and I entrust my son to you from now on. Upon hearing that he was the father of Tang San, the master's attitude immediately became much more respectful. For Tang San was indeed his sole designated experimental subject for his theories, which necessitated careful attention. After giving his instructions, Tang Hao casually took out a token from his pocket and tossed it to the master before turning to leave. However, just as he was about to step out, he caught sight of a groundbreaking paper on the master's desk. He paused, turned around, and coldly remarked, Those matters should not be published. It is common sense in the world of soul masters. Who understands that among family members? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's face turned green with anger. He retorted, Common sense? How come I am unaware of it? What Tang Hao was truly thinking was undoubtedly, because you are incompetent, my friend. Yet, maintaining his composure, he merely replied, coolly, Suit yourself, and walked away, leaving Yu Xiaojing fuming alone in the room, picking up his pen and writing with even greater fervor, determined to prove himself right. Before long, it was New Year's, and Xiao Wu and I celebrated in the village. Xiao Wu insisted on showcasing her culinary skills and prepared a stir-fried dish of carrots and meat. I must say, the amount of salt she used could have seasoned an entire ocean. I had a feigned delight while she tasted it, only to spit out with a loud phew. She pointed at me, accusing me of deceiving her, which nearly had me in stitches. Later that evening, we carried fireworks to an open area, and as they exploded in the sky, they were nothing short of spectacular. Lying on the grass, gazing at the stars, Xiao Wu suddenly asked me with a poetic flair, Xiao Cohen, what would you do if one day a group of people you couldn't defeat sought to harm me? At that moment, I nearly uttered the cliché, even if it means going against the entire world, I would stand before you. However, for some reason, looking into her sparkling eyes rendered me speechless, as if my mouth were glued shut. After a long pause, I could only muster 3 words: I don't know. To my surprise, Xiaowu exploded in frustration, pushed me hard, called me a fool, and ran off without a trace. Left alone, I found my thoughts in disarray. I realized I truly regarded her as a friend, which was why I did not want to deceive her with falsehoods. I searched everywhere for her, assuming she had stormed back to the academy in a huff. However, upon returning home, I discovered her sitting at my doorstep, visibly upset while waiting for me. As soon as she saw me return, she confronted me, demanding to know why I hadn't said anything nice to appease her. I replied, I did not wish to deceive you. To my astonishment, upon hearing this, she was no longer angry and proudly presented to me an item she had brought from behind her back, a hidden weapon, Tang San's. I was taken aback and asked her where she had acquired it. She explained that she had encountered a disheveled Tang San on a small hill, who insisted on recognizing her as his little sister, promising to gift her the hidden weapon if she agreed. Xiaowu, being astute, replied that she would accept, but only if Tang San could defeat her without using any hidden weapons. To my surprise, Tang San directly handed the hidden weapon over to her, stating they could have a rematch once school resumed. What truly caught me off guard was when Xiaowu, with a proud smile, said, I thought you might need this since you lack a weapon for your second soul ring. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat, and I gently patted her head, silently vowing that if anyone dared to harm her, I would undoubtedly protect her with all my might. As for Tang San, I thought you truly are something else, learning to entice children at such a young age. As the holiday came to an end and we returned to the academy dormitory, Tang San was there like a gatekeeper, blocking the entrance. Upon seeing Xiaowu enter, he immediately exclaimed, Xiaowu, do you remember our agreement? I promptly intervened. Wait. Tang San's gaze turned icy. What do you want? I confronted him directly. Is it appropriate for a soul of 20 or 30 years to deceive a 6-year-old girl into calling you brother? How about this? Consider that hidden weapon a gift to me, and let us cancel the wager. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, but you must compete with me. If I win, Xiaowu will recognize me as her brother. If I lose, the hidden weapon is yours. Of course, I can use hidden weapons. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaowu chimed in for me. Sure, it's a deal. Just like that, I was thrust into the challenge. On the playground, at Xiaowu's command, Tang San swiftly retreated while simultaneously launching the hidden weapon towards me. I sidestepped and dashed toward him. Immediately, he employed his ghost shadow perplexing track, creating a multitude of illusions before me. Yet to my eyes, it all unfolded in slow motion. I locked onto his true self and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying several meters away, despite his attempts to use his techniques to absorb the force. From the sidelines, Xiaowu was cheering me on, Xiaokou go. Tang San's expression darkened even further. In a fit of desperation, he threw himself to the ground, releasing a smoke bomb that obscured my vision. Suddenly, I felt blue-silver grass entwining my feet, followed by the whistling noise of numerous hidden weapons flying through the air. I thought this kid is truly going all out. No more pretense. Time to reveal my trump card. First soul skill, Fire Ape Transformation. I transformed into a 3-meter-tall Fire Ape King, my clothes bursting apart, but luckily, my shorts were of high quality, having been purchased with premium currency. I broke free from the blue-silver grass and retaliated with a massive fireball that incinerated his hidden weapons. I leaped from the smoke, and before he could react, I dashed forward and pressed his head firmly into the ground. I had won. As soon as I let him go, Xiaowu rushed over, her eyes sparkling with excitement, asking, Xiaokou, what just happened? How did you turn into a soul beast? Tang San, witnessing the situation, looked utterly defeated and fled in despair. Meanwhile, Tang San, resembling a defeated rooster, sought out the master to lament his misfortune. Upon entering, he found the master in a state of collapse as well. His paper had been published, only to be ridiculed throughout the Soul Master community as the biggest joke of 2025, with critics claiming he mistook first-grade knowledge for a doctoral thesis. 2 of them, one having just been knocked down and the other facing social ruin, made for a perfect pairing. After recounting my victory, Tang San found the master scratching his head in frustration, finally exclaiming, "If only I knew his weak point." This remark sparked a realization in Tang San. That very evening, he transformed into a different person, blocking the dormitory entrance, beaming with a smile as he called out to me, "Kuan Ge." I remembered our agreement. He apologized profusely, presenting me with a new set of hidden weapons, admitting his previous wrongs. At that moment, I couldn't help but think this kid must have something up his sleeve. For the next half semester, he treated me with unmatched enthusiasm. Until one fateful day when my soul power broke through to level 13, he finally revealed his true intentions. He barged into the dormitory, holding a book with a sincere expression, and said, "Kuan Ge, I've come across a cultivation method perfect for you. Take a look." As I glanced at the cover, 3 bold characters read, "Iron cloth shirt." I was taken aback, thinking to myself, "Tang San, do you truly believe I'm a fool?" He was eager for me to master this technique, so he could exploit my weaknesses for his gain. Would I allow him to succeed? Absolutely not. Thus, for the next 2 weeks, I activated my acting skills. After each herbal bath, I would emerge with a face devoid of hope, lamenting to Tang San, "Xiao San, I can't do this. I'm not cut out for it. Let us give up." Just as I voiced my intention to quit, he would immediately exclaim, "No way," with an urgency that surpassed anyone else's. My family, who understands, this was pure acting, and I nearly laughed at how easily he fell for it, believing he genuinely wanted to help me. While he proclaimed his commitment to my success, I was inwardly amused. Seeing him take the bait, I added theatrics, sighing, "Alas, it's mainly because I lack the rare materials to assist me. This skill is too difficult." I must tell you, with just this one sentence, I managed to lure out Tang San's bait. He pretended to ponder for a moment and said, "Indeed, there's a mystical herb known as Qirong Tantianju, which, when consumed, can cultivate an indestructible body." He then recited the description from his ancient tome. Remarkably, he narrated it with such vivid detail, only to dismiss it himself, claiming it was merely a fabrication of the book, that it did not exist in this world. I chuckled inwardly, wondering if that ancient tome of his was called Xintian Baobao Bashi. In the days that followed, I played my part to perfection. During my training, I feigned distraction, exhibiting an appearance as if I were enchanted by the mystical herb. I focused on a psychological manipulation, making him believe that unless he shared the secrets of the herb with me, I would become utterly worthless, rendering all his previous investments futile. That little brat, Tang San, must have cursed me 1,000 times in his thoughts, yet he could not contain himself. He reasoned that since he possessed the entirety of mystical herbs in his Xintian Dalu, it would be harmless to show me, especially as it could earn him 3 weaknesses in return, a veritable electronic trap for him. That evening, while I was in the dormitory contemplating how to escalate matters further, Tang San approached me with a stack of papers, wearing a smile that conveyed just how generous he was being. "Kuan Ge, I see you thinking about this every day, so I meticulously transcribed it from memory for you." At that moment, I thought to myself, fortune has finally smiled upon me. I feigned overwhelming excitement as I accepted the papers, only to find a complete set of mystical herbs, including Youxiang Chilua, Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and Bajiao Xianbing Chao. I immediately flipped to the page for Xiangxi Duanchang Hong and read that one must think of their beloved while harvesting it. And upon spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, I knew it was genuine. I stood up, embracing Tang San's shoulders, and lavished him with praises. "Little San, you truly are my good brother." He, with a righteous demeanor, replied, "It's merely a trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning." At that moment, our acting prowess could have earned us an Oscar for Best Duo. Having obtained the secrets, the act must continue. For the next week, I made remarkable progress, ultimately mastering the iron cloth technique. Tang San's eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to a farmer gazing at his well-fed pig. Did he think that because I had succeeded, he could control me? Dream on. That very night, amidst a tempest, I miscalculated my energy flow, spewing out a mouthful of old blood and rendering that technique useless. Want to control me? Not in this lifetime. Time flew by, and 4 years passed in a blink. I had grown to over 1 meter 80 and finally reached level 20 in soul power. Yet, the second soul ring seemed to harbor a grudge against me. I had traversed the soul-hunting forest thrice without finding a suitable one. What is this? The epitome of bad luck. One day, upon returning from the forest, Xiao Wu hopped out like a lively rabbit. Little Kuan, you're back. Did you manage to secure your second soul ring? For years had transformed Xiao Wu into a graceful young woman, standing at over 1.70 meters, with a figure that was simply stunning. I shook my head, wearing a pained expression. Not yet. It seems I must venture into the Duelwith Great Forest for luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu became anxious, insisting on accompanying me. Could I take her with me? If she went, wouldn't the Titan giant ape come out to recognize her? I quickly made excuses. No, if you go, I won't be able to escape fast enough. Furious, she chased me for quite some time. With no other choice, I sought guidance from Master Yu Shaojiang. When I arrived, Tang was already there. I explained my intent to find a pure water attribute soul beast. The master pondered for a moment, retrieved a book from the shelf, and pointed to a page stating, "In the Duelwith Great Forest, the magic snake fish is most suitable for you." I leaned closer to examine it, nearly spitting out my drink. It read, "Magic snake fish, relatively weak, with exceptionally delicious flesh, highly sought after by nobility, and priced exorbitantly." Master, are you serious? Are you recommending a soul beast or a recipe? I looked at him skeptically, while he earnestly explained that pure water attribute beasts were scarce. And though this one was weak, a 1,000-year-old specimen would suffice for a great soul master. Inside, I couldn't help but scoff. You're only at level 29 yourself, so everything seems strong to you. Though I received no reliable advice. I learned there was a place called San'sHidden Lake in the Duelwith Great Forest abundant with water soul beasts. That evening, Tang shamelessly followed Xiao Wu and me for a meal, gifting me a map to San'sHidden Lake. Before I knew it, the day of departure arrived. Early in the morning, Xiao Wu insisted on seeing me off, and naturally, Tang trailed behind like a shadow. Upon reaching the academy gates, Xiao Wu pulled me aside and whispered urgently in my ear, "Little Kuan, if you encounter danger, run deep into the forest and shout that you know Xiao Wu Jia." I nodded with a smile, but she, fearing I might not believe her, repeated it solemnly. Just as I was about to board the carriage, she suddenly grabbed me, planted a kiss on my cheek, her face turning as red as an apple, and softly said, "Kuan go, be careful." I tell you, I was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, why did I feel a flicker of excitement? I coughed awkwardly to mask my embarrassment and hurriedly waved as I boarded the carriage. At that moment, unbeknownst to me, as I departed, Tang San's expression darkened significantly, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes almost ablaze. Seeing Xiao Wu ignore him, he stormed back to the dormitory. Seething, "Xiao Kuan, I truly want to end you right now." What was even more explosive was that his father, Tang Hao, the legendary title Douluo, was lurking in the shadows, witnessing the entire scene. He too had just discovered that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast transformed. Now, I had unwittingly become a rival, an obstacle in his son's eyes. Days later, I arrived at a bustling town on the outskirts of the Duelwith Great Forest. It was lively, filled with soul masters forming teams to hunt souls and vendors selling various soul beast meats. I found a shop and devoured 3 large bowls of spicy beef noodle soup. The flavor was exquisite. After satisfying my hunger, I strapped on my gear, securing a newly purchased dagger at my waist, and prepared to enter the forest. As someone with a penchant for paranoia, teaming up with strangers was simply out of the question. I had no desire to defend against a knife in the back while hunting soul beasts. I navigated around the crowd and ventured deeper into the forest when I was stopped by a towering man over 2 meters tall, who asked if I wanted to team up, even providing a price. I casually inquired about beasts over 1,000 years old, which made him awkwardly admit they did not take on such requests. Having declined the giant, I had barely stepped into the forest when I sensed 2 tails following me. I intentionally walked to a secluded area, suddenly turned around, and in a low voice delivered a classic line. "Come out. I've known about you for a long time." Silence ensued. Well, they weren't playing by the rules. My lips curled in amusement as I shot a hidden dart into the nearby bushes. A scream pierced the air, and 2 sneaky figures tumbled out, one chubby fellow with my dart lodged in his waist. With such meager skills, they dared to attempt robbery? I felt a tinge of disappointment. In a matter of moments, I knocked the other thin one unconscious, approached the chubby one, and swiftly yanked the dart from his waist, causing him to howl in pain. I casually flicked the blood from the dart and coldly uttered a single word. Scram. The chubby one scrambled away, dragging his companion along. Watching their retreating figures, I thought to myself, I am truly magnificent. After equipping myself, I pulled out the map, oriented myself, and officially stepped into the treacherous expanse of the Star-Do Great Forest. This place truly lives up to its name. Upon entering, the very atmosphere felt different. Following the map's directions with numerous twists and turns, I finally located the place known as San'sHidden Lake. Honestly, the scenery was quite splendid, with sunlight reflecting off the lake in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a painter's palette. However, the humidity was overwhelming. I felt as though my new gear would sprout mushrooms at any moment. Just as I set down my pack and prepared to begin my work, I heard rustling from the grass behind me. I turned around, only to be utterly bewildered. Two individuals emerged from the forest, and how should I describe this combination? It was simply too abstract. A man clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, his face adorned with makeup and lips painted a shade redder than blood, could easily be mistaken for someone preparing to perform in a village theater. He referred to himself as Mei Guei. Another individual, dressed more conventionally, boasted chest muscles akin to two slabs of granite, unbuttoning his shirt to flaunt his physique, seemingly eager for others to recognize the value of his gym membership. At that moment, my instincts warned me. Encountering such peculiar characters in this desolate wilderness could only spell trouble. The muscular fellow, known as a C, approached me with a semblance of politeness, inquiring, "Young brother, are you here to hunt soul rings? Shall we form a team? The soul rings are yours, and the bodies are ours." With my aloof persona freshly established, I could not acquiesce. I firmly shook my head, declaring, "No need," before turning to leave, embodying a sense of superiority, as if to say, "You are not worthy." However, the effeminate one, Mei Guei, snickered sarcastically, "TCH, ungrateful." Though his voice was barely audible, I heard him perfectly. My temper flared, and without hesitation, I lunged forward, delivering a swift punch. Mei Guei's face turned pale with fear, unable to react in time. A C, quick on his feet, stepped in and intercepted my blow with crossed arms. The impact echoed as a C stumbled back several paces, a large red mark appearing on his arm, and his gaze shifted towards me with newfound wariness. I glared at them, asserting, "Watch your mouths, or next time. It won't be so simple. Now leave." The two, now entirely subdued, scrambled away. I straightened my attire, hands on my hips, reveling in the moment. I felt magnificent for having driven them away. With the nuisance gone, I retrieved a large bottle of specially formulated fish feed from my bag, tossing a generous handful into the lake. My plan was straightforward: catch a moshi to hone my skills and assess my abilities. If all went well, I might find one of a higher age to serve as my second soul ring. As the bait sank, I quickly stripped down to my shorts, brandishing my prized short blade, ready to engage in a real-life fishing adventure. However, before my feet even touched the water, I heard a thunderous explosion from the direction where the two oddities had fled. I froze, scrambling up the bank for a better view. To my astonishment, Asi had activated his martial spirit, 3 dazzling soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, illuminating the area. He unleashed a 1,000-year soul skill, sending beams of light into the water, resulting in an underwater explosion. The water erupted, sending countless fish soaring into the air like rain. Soon after, Mei Guei joined the fray, his yellow soul ring glowing as he unleashed several rose vines that deftly swept up the dazed fish. Their seamless cooperation resembled an industrial-grade fishing operation, while I stood there, clutching my short blade, feeling like a primitive man amidst their advanced tactics. Resolute in my determination, I dove into the water and spent the entire afternoon fishing. While I managed to catch a few fish, their ages were disappointingly low, unworthy of my attention. As the sun began to set, frustration crept in. Just as I prepared for one final attempt, a colossal serpentine head emerged before me. I gasped, nearly choking on water. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the Mo Shiyu I had been searching for all afternoon. My heart soared with joy. This creature was nearly 3 meters long, adorned with snake-like patterns. Upon noticing me, it opened its massive mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, exuding a menacing demeanor more terrifying than any real snake. Not daring to underestimate the situation, I summoned my first soul ring, transforming into the towering fire Ape King. The Mo-Shi-Yu, startled by my sudden transformation, attempted to flee, but it was too late. I lunged, managing to grasp the rear half of its body. In retaliation, it shot a jet of water directly at me. I raised my arm to block it, feeling a sharp sting. This creature had the advantage in its aquatic domain, moving with incredible speed. As I prepared to stab it with my blade, it unleashed another barrage of water jets, leaving me in disarray, locked in a standoff. I realized I could not allow this to continue. I would drown if I remained here. Resolute, I braced myself against the water jets striking my face, seizing a moment of opportunity to slash my blade across its body, creating a deep wound. The Mo-Shi-Yu writhed in agony. Seizing the moment, I thrust my blade through the wound, channeling all my strength to twist and tear. I felt its resistance weaken, and finally, I emerged from the water, dragging the nearly lifeless creature with me. Panting heavily on the shore, I examined my swollen face, relieved it had not been permanently damaged. At last, I had succeeded. I stood up and delivered a final blow to the Mo-Shi-Yu. A faint yellow soul ring began to rise, but to my astonishment, I noticed a flickering blue light emanating from its corpse. I hurried over to investigate, only to discover a soul bone, and, remarkably, it was the coveted trunk bone. An exhilarating thought raced through my mind. I was about to strike it rich. Yet, before I could revel in my triumph, the familiar rustling sound returned. Turning around, I was met with the sight of the two peculiar individuals once again. They had witnessed me holding the soul bone, and their expressions transformed into one agreed. A sea tossed aside the fish bag, and both summoned their martial spirits, glaring at me with ominous intent. I secured the soul bone and retorted with a cold laugh. Planning to kill for treasure? You'd best ensure you possess the capability. Mei Gui, with a delicate flourish of his hands, let out a high-pitched laugh. Little brother, while perhaps other soul masters may falter against you, a sea and I are not the same. As soon as he finished speaking, they embraced each other, a formidable aura erupting from their combined presence. Their martial spirit fusion was upon me. With the heart of a fierce tiger, we sent the rose. I nearly cursed in disbelief. How could I encounter two flamboyant individuals who possessed a martial spirit fusion technique? Was this some sort of divine jest? Following an intense flash of light, a colossal rose appeared before me, accompanied by 4 lengthy vines. Coiling around the largest rose was a 6-meter-long, pure black tiger, its purple eyes exuding an eerie yet fierce aura. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the vines lashed out at me like whips, and the roses even emitted laser beams. I was taken aback. This was akin to a scene from a mecha anime. I hastily transformed into the Fire Ape King, narrowly dodging a laser, but a mere graze left a painful wound across my face. I summoned fireballs to counter the lasers, but they were obliterated instantly. I found myself leaping through the trees, desperately evading the onslaught. The vines, equipped with thorns, pierced my palm as I attempted to set one ablaze, causing me to howl in pain. Give up. We have killed Soul Kings with this martial spirit fusion technique, taunted the voice from the enormous rose, reminiscent of a tree spirit. The relentless assault left me covered in welts, and my soul power was depleting rapidly. I felt as if I were on the verge of collapse. What was I to do? Jump into the water? No, without soul power, I would be a sitting duck. In a moment of desperation, I decided to set the forest ablaze. Gritting my teeth, I summoned the last of my soul power to conjure a flame, not aimed at them, but rather at the grass beside them. Their mocking laughter echoed. Out of strength already? Can't even aim properly. Ignoring their taunts, I directed the flames to spread, quickly engulfing the area in a roaring inferno, encircling them entirely. The black tiger swiftly unleashed a defensive white light to shield against the flames, and seizing the opportunity, I grasped 2 vines, expending my last vestiges of soul power to incinerate them. Upon completing this arduous task, I found myself utterly drained of soul power, reverting to my original form, bloodied and staggering as I attempted to flee into the woods. However, my adversaries were no mere novices. They quickly extinguished the flames, and a new, more robust vine emerged, lunging towards me once again. Ha ha ha, out of tricks, are you? Prepare to meet your end. At that critical moment, a peculiar sound echoed from the lake. Instinctively, we all turned to gaze. Rising from the water was a soul beast, the size of a grinding stone, entirely transparent and resembling a jellyfish, slowly drifting upwards. Within its body, some of the bait I had previously scattered was entangled. The battlefield fell silent. The two oddities were momentarily taken aback, likely never having encountered such a creature. Yet, they evidently deemed the soul bone more significant, snapping back to reality. They guided the new vine to deliver a vicious lash against me. With a resounding crack, I was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground, unable to move. Damn! They even dared to deliver a finishing blow. After incapacitating me, they redirected the vine to strike the jellyfish. Gritting my teeth against the searing pain, I witnessed the vine slice the jellyfish in half. A chill ran through me. It was over. Yet, to my astonishment, the severed lower half transformed into water, while the upper half flowed down, instantly restoring itself. What in the world was this monstrous creature? Subsequently, the jellyfish quivered, unleashing several water arrows. Despite being mere ordinary water arrows, the two were still laughing, only to be met with a series of explosive sounds as their so-called impenetrable defensive white light shattered like glass. The black tiger disintegrated into motes of light, and a terrified scream erupted from the large rows. How is this possible? They were utterly terrified, promptly dispelling their martial soul fusion technique and attempting to flee, abandoning their soul bones. Unfortunately, it was too late. The jellyfish shot forth another water arrow, and with a swift sound, it skewered both of them like candied hawthorn, pinning them to the ground, rendering them unable to survive. After neutralizing the adversaries, the jellyfish leisurely floated over, retrieving the bait from beside their lifeless forms. I lay on the ground, witnessing this scene, feeling a sense of relief, grateful I had not carried any bait on me. However, just as I prepared to rise and escape, the jellyfish, having consumed the bait, slowly turned around, its indistinct eyes fixated upon me. At that moment, every hair on my body stood on end, and 3 words flashed through my mind. Crap. Damn it. This creature was treating those two as mere appetizers. Now was my turn. In that instant, my mind buzzed as I realized the imminent danger, my heart racing like a motor. What to do? Kneel and beg for mercy? I mused, considering its abstract form. It hardly seemed capable of communication. This was it. I was truly going to meet my end here. The massive jellyfish drifted closer, its digestive process ongoing, not rushing to act, merely floating with an expression that bore 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance. Suddenly, I had an epiphany. My friends, who could understand, it did not wish to kill me. It was toying with me. A surge of indignation ignited within me. An unquenchable rage flared as I raised my hand and aimed my newly prepared sleeve arrows at it, releasing 3 shots in rapid succession. After firing, I collapsed to the ground, bitterly smiling as I closed my eyes, thinking that if I were to die today, I would do so with dignity. Yet, to my astonishment, a sharp sound rang out. I abruptly opened my eyes, bewildered. The last arrow had struck true, hitting a sky-blue orb concealed within the jellyfish's body. With a cracking sound, the orb shattered, causing a domino effect as it splintered into countless pieces. Consequently, the once formidable jellyfish collapsed like a malfunctioning robot, dispersing into a puddle, from which a deep purple soul ring emerged. Stunned, I rubbed my eyes, filled with questions. Was this creature merely a fraud? Before I could process the situation, the wound on my abdomen began to throb painfully, prompting me to grimace. I couldn't let myself bleed out. That would be far too embarrassing. Turning my gaze, I spotted the purple soul ring, and my eyes lit up. A pure water attribute, perfectly aged, it was as if it had been custom-made for me. I promptly bestowed upon it the title of Express Delivery Hero. Clutching my wound, I crawled towards it cross-legged, preparing to absorb its power. Let me tell you, the sensation was sublime. A refreshing current surged through my body, visibly healing the wound on my abdomen, an indescribable relief. Before long, I had absorbed it completely, and 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated around me. With a mere thought, the purple soul ring shimmered, and instantly, I transformed into a miniature jellyfish. floating into the lake for a refreshing bath. When I returned, a flash of light restored me to human form. And guess what? All my wounds had healed. Not even a scar remained, though my soul power was nearly depleted. This skill was simply extraordinary. It underscored my immense recovery potential. So long as there was water and soul power, I was effectively immortal. But that was not all. I mimicked a scene from an anime, forming a gun with my right hand, and with a whoosh, a water arrow shot forth from my fingertips, piercing through two large trees before finally halting. This power could easily take down a soul master. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. After relishing the moment, I suddenly remembered the two corpses lying nearby. With a snap of my fingers, I summoned flames, incinerating them on the spot. True to my word, I had them thoroughly disposed of. Then, rummaging through my tattered shorts, I found the soul bone they had dropped. To my surprise, it was the most valuable torso bone. Alas, my martial soul is myself. I cannot absorb it, so I would have to keep it for future sale. After addressing these matters, a new problem arose. I had no clothes, no money, and most importantly, no map. As a hopeless navigator, being lost in the Qingdao Great Forest was akin to wandering through a labyrinth. Initially, I stubbornly refused to concede defeat, randomly choosing a direction to walk. What was the result? 2 hours later, I found myself back at the same spot, staring at my own markings, utterly exasperated. Left with no choice, I sought refuge in a tree hollow, meditating throughout the night. The next morning, while I was washing up, distant sounds of battle reached my ears. A savior. I quickly crouched and crept closer. To my astonishment, a man and woman were being pursued by a massive green serpent over 10 meters long. The man had already been poisoned and was on the verge of collapse. Just as the serpent opened its gaping maw, ready to claim its victim, I intervened. With a swift Bayu, I fired 2 water arrows. The first missed, but successfully drew the serpent's attention, allowing the woman to retreat with the man. The second arrow struck true, smashing the 1,000-year-soul beast in half with a resounding bang. The pair were left dumbfounded, especially by my appearance clad in nothing but tattered shorts, likely thinking I was some wild man from the mountains. The man, still clinging to consciousness, introduced himself as Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, with the woman beside him being the granddaughter of the poisoned Duelwith, Duelwith. Before he could finish his introduction, he collapsed. Great, yet another opportunist. Duelwith, in a panic, implored me to watch over her man while she absorbed the serpent's soul ring, claiming that the new soul skill should help dispel the poison. I thought to myself, this was a long-term strategy. Cultivating a good relationship with Duelwith could bring me closer to her grandfather's celestial herbs. Sure enough, after absorbing the soul ring, she returned and extracted the poison from Yu Qianheng. At that moment, a piece of equipment dropped from the serpent's corpse, a green, glistening poison orb. She generously tossed it to me as a token of gratitude. I immediately threw it back, saying that it was of no use to me and that she should keep it, considering it a gesture of friendship. Her gaze towards me instantly transformed. She insisted on purchasing it, promising to express her gratitude later. The plan was successful. I stealthily followed Duelwith, leaving that dreadful place behind. Upon reaching the town's medical hall, Yu Qianheng gradually regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he spotted me engrossed in conversation with Duelwith, and he learned that I was merely 11 years old. Goodness, the jealousy emanating from him was palpable even from 800 miles away. He immediately exclaimed about his grave injuries and insisted on returning home swiftly. Before he departed, he handed me a token, instructing me to seek him at the Londian Ba Wang Long sect, if needed. I thought to myself, what would I need him for? I was after his companion. As I watched their carriage fade into the distance, I disregarded his jealousy. After all, I had successfully established a connection with Duelwith. I spent a few days in a hotel in town, and soon, as I rode in a carriage toward Nodding City, I felt a surge of delight at my recent gains. Suddenly, a deafening crash occurred, and I was hurled out along with the shattered remnants of the carriage, crashing violently against a tree, causing me to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a mysterious figure clad in a gray robe appeared before me like a specter. The pressure he exuded was suffocating. At that moment, I realized this was undoubtedly a crushing scenario. I desperately counterattacked, launching a hidden projectile, only for him to effortlessly reduce it to dust with a mere gesture. With no other options, I reverted to my jellyfish form, gulped from my water flask to forcibly mend my internal injuries. Then, I combined water and fire to create a cloud of steam and activated my first soul skill, Fire Ape King, desperately fleeing. Yet it was futile. His speed surpassed mine. Just as he was about to catch up, a wide river appeared ahead. This was my final chance. I leaped into the air and plunged into the river. Just as I soared, the gray-robed man erupted with a resounding blast, illuminating the surroundings with 9 dazzling soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and crimson. A colossal hammer, entwined with red lightning, materialized in his grasp. At that moment, my mind crystallized to 2 words. Oh no, the Hao-Ian hammer. Tang Hao, the father of Tang's San, a titled Duelwith, personally descending to eliminate me. A mere soul master? How shameless could he be? The immense hammer, imbued with apocalyptic force, came crashing down. In midair, I executed a maximum maneuver, transforming from fire ape back into jellyfish. With a thunderous impact, I was shattered into countless droplets, scattering into the river. Fortunately, I managed to submerge just in time. I squeezed out the last vestiges of my soul power, transforming into a stream of water carried away by the rushing current. With only one thought in my mind, Tang Hao, you old rascal, I will remember you. Then, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness completely. I have no idea how long I drifted, but I eventually regained consciousness on the riverbank. Just as I opened my eyes to catch my breath, an agonizing pain surged through my dantian, and my vision faded, nearly causing me to faint again. Let me tell you, I had barely caught my breath when I heard rustling in the grass. Suddenly, a handsome man emerged from within. Upon seeing his spirit hall uniform, my heart sank. At this critical moment, he had to be a good person. That thought was all that occupied my mind before darkness reclaimed me, and I fell into a deep slumber. When I awoke again, I shot up from a rickety wooden bed, gasping for air. Looking around, the room was in such disrepair that it rivaled my old straw hut, damp and adorned with cobwebs. Yet, the blanket draped over me was surprisingly dry, evidently just placed there. I felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed I had been rescued. What a miraculous escape, dear friends. Who could understand this feeling? Just then, with a creak, the dilapidated door swung open. I immediately became alert. Even if he were my savior, one must always remain cautious. To my surprise, it was the same handsome man with striking features, wearing the Spear Hall uniform. I was taken aback and exclaimed, "Su Yuntao, you saved me?" He looked at me in bewilderment. You know me? No wonder. I had changed so much over the years, and aside from collecting subsidies, I rarely visited the Spear Hall, making recognition difficult. I quickly explained, "Master, it's me. 5 years ago, you helped me awaken my martial soul, the one with the original form." I must say, addressing him as master was entirely sincere. A person who traverses mountains each year to awaken the martial souls of underprivileged children. Ah, no, a good person deserves to be called master. He stroked his chin, contemplating for a long while, and finally exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. I even gave you a meditation technique. What was your name again?" Goodness, he had forgotten my name. I didn't mind and smiled. "I am Chao Cohen. Master, I will forever be indebted to you for saving my life. Don't mention it." He waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, "Didn't you possess innate soul power of levels 3 or 4? Have you become a soul master now? And how did you end up unconscious by the river?" I nodded vigorously, expressing my gratitude while informing him that I had indeed become a soul master. He seemed quite pleased and repeatedly congratulated me. Just as I pondered how to concoct a reason for my dire state, a gurgling sound emanated from outside. Oh dear, I had forgotten I was cooking porridge. Su Yuntao slapped his thigh in realization and hurried out, instructing me to rest well. Once he left, I lay down, my mind racing. That gray-robed figure was undoubtedly Tang Hao, the hammer entwined with red lightning, the 9th soul ring of a deep crimson hue. I would recognize him even in ashes. But why did he attempt to kill me? Recently, I had been playing the role of a good brother with Tang San. Could it be that Tang San had flubbed his performance and revealed the truth? Or did he realize that Xiao Wu was a soul beast and had affections for me, prompting him to eliminate me so his son could take over? Goodness, could it be both? The more I thought, the angrier I became, and pain throbbed in my dantian. This injury would take at least 10 to 15 days to heal. No, I could not swallow this anger. I must take action against him. How should I proceed? Should I report him directly to the Spirit Hall? Expose Tang Hao's whereabouts and conveniently sell out Tang San as well? No, I immediately dismissed that thought. What if the Spirit Hall went to Notting City first to capture Tang San, intending to use him to bait Tang Hao? Wouldn't that expose Xiao Wu? She must not come to harm. Then I would only report Tang Hao. Moreover, I absolutely must not say that I encountered him near Notting City. I need to place the location much farther away, the farther the better. My mind raced with calculations, and suddenly a brilliant plan formed. I recalled Tang Hao's wife, the Blue-Silver Emperor, currently residing near San'sHidden village. I would claim I discovered him there. San'sHidden village is half a day's journey from Notting City, neither too far nor too close. Perfect. While I was deep in thought, Su Yuntao returned with the porridge. He handed me a bowl and served himself one as well, inquiring, "Xiao Kun, what exactly happened? How did you faint by the river?" Here it was. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately composed myself, adopting a look of terror, my voice trembling. I encountered the number 1 wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's expression turned grave, and he lowered his voice, asking, "Who?" I replied slowly, "The one who killed the former pope, Tang Hao." "You mean that Hao Duelwith?" His eyes nearly bulged out, disbelief etched across his face. I nodded emphatically, feigning terror. "That's right. I merely glanced at him, and he knocked me unconscious, tossing me into the river. Had it not been for my unique martial soul, I would have perished." "Are you certain?" His expression was dead serious. I nodded vigorously once more. Now he could no longer remain seated. He immediately began gathering his belongings, muttering, "We've discovered the whereabouts of Hao Duelwith. We must return to Notting City to report to the Spirit Hall immediately." "No," I urgently stopped him. "I encountered him near Notting City. If we return now, won't we be walking into a trap?" Upon hearing this, he considered my point and grew anxious. "Then what should we do? Let him escape?" "No," I declared decisively. "We will report him in the neighboring city. The essence lies in the disparity of information." Su Yuntao pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement with my plan. We swiftly finished our porridge, and he supported me as we hastily made our way to Aba City, adjacent to Notting City, under the cover of night. The following morning, we burst into the Martial Soul Division of Aba City. Upon hearing our report, the Hall Master turned pale, immediately penning an encrypted letter, which he sent via the highest grade messenger bird to Martial Soul City with great urgency. 2 days later, within the Pope's Hall of Martial Soul City, I must tell you, the place was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Sitting on the steps was a woman, radiating a golden aura. Adorned with a crown of purple gold and wielding a scepter, her beauty was beyond compare, imbued with a divine quality that instinctively compelled one to kneel in reverence. This was the current Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong. Leaning against her throne, she furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Suddenly, a small bird flew in and landed directly on her hand. This was the most elite messenger bird of the Martial Soul Hall, designated for urgent communications. She extracted a small note from the bird's belly, unfolded it, and read a single line. "Tang Hao's trace has been discovered near Aba City." Tang Hao. Bibi Dong bit her lip in contemplation, her gaze shifting instantly. Her mind raced. Aba City? Wasn't that adjacent to Notting City? A few years prior, her incompetent predecessor, Xiao Gang, seemed to have taken on a disciple named Tang San in Notting City. Tang San, Tang Hao Blue Silvergrass, innate full soul power, Xiao Gang. All the clues rapidly interlinked in her mind. She rose and coldly addressed the empty hall, summoned Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. No sooner had she spoken than a shadow appeared out of thin air, kneeling to accept the command before vanishing once more. Moments later, a swirl of black mist and a beam of golden light surged into the hall, transforming into the figures of Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo. We pay our respects to your holiness. BB Dong gestured for them to rise, getting straight to the point. I called you here to deal with Tang Hao. I have received an urgent message indicating that someone has sighted a figure resembling Tang Hao near ABA City. Resembling? Ghost Douluo questioned with a hint of skepticism in his raspy voice. Indeed, merely resembling, BB Dong stated with an undeniable tone. But given that Tang Hao has killed the former pope, we must investigate regardless. Chrysanthemum Douluo, standing by, voiced her concern. Your Holiness, if we do encounter Tang Hao, I fear we may not be able to contain him. He could not forget the terror he had experienced at Tang Hao's hands years ago. You're right, BB Dong acknowledged, nodding as she retrieved a token from her waist and tossed it to them. Then we shall seek assistance from the Grand Elder. Remember to clarify to the Grand Elder that it is merely a resemblance. A quarter of an hour later, in the Hall of Worship, Grand Elder Qian Dalu stroked the Pope's token, murmuring, merely a resemblance? Yes, that is what Her Holiness said. Ghost and Chrysanthemum responded respectfully. Very well, Qian Dalu smirked. Magic Bear, you shall accompany them. With your spirit fusion skill and your strength, it should suffice. A towering man, as robust as an iron tower, stepped forward, laughing heartily. No problem, big brother. If I encounter Tang Hao, I will surely take his head. With a formidable lineup of the 95th level Magic Bear, Douluo, alongside the seasoned Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo, Qian Dalu thought to himself, a few years ago, Tang Hao had just broken through to level 90. How much stronger could he have become in such a short time? Days later, outside ABA City, Chao Kun, an unremarkable little soul master, was leading 3 titled Douluo through the desolate wilderness. The aura emanating from them made my legs tremble. Initially, they had intended to bring Su Yuntao along, but I had persuaded them otherwise. It would be folly to have a mere great soul master nearby during a celestial battle. He would be nothing but fodder. Notably, my injuries had healed remarkably. I had expected to be bettered in for half a month, but on the 3rd day, a surge of soul power emerged from my dantian, prompting me to transform into a jellyfish and perform a comprehensive self-healing, restoring me completely. My martial spirit is indeed a divine technique. Child, did you see Tang Hao in this vicinity? Chrysanthemum Douluo inquired, her voice a bit strained. I nodded, feigning deep recollection. Yes. That day I passed by and saw a man in a gray robe, and he seemed to be holding a blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass? Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up in unison. Hee hee. Ghost Douluo cackled, unleashing his martial spirit, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist. 9 soul rings rising around him, the pressure nearly overwhelming me. This was a titled Douluo? How terrifying. Ghostly shadows erupted as he unleashed a soul skill, the black mist dispersing in countless directions. After a moment, the mist coalesced once more, and Ghost Douluo returned to his form, excitedly stating in his raspy voice, Hee hee, I found it. Over there, there's a faint life force. Though weak, it resembles the blue-silver emperor from over a decade ago. Moreover, there is currently no sign of Tang Hao, making this an opportune moment. With that, he surged forward. The group followed him to the entrance of a cave, the scenery breathtaking with a lake nearby. My heart sank. This had to be a Yin's hiding place. I needed to escape quickly, if Tang Hao returned. The clash between gods would spell disaster for mere mortals like me. The residual shockwaves alone could turn me to dust. I quickly addressed them. Esteemed Douluo, since you have found it, I shall take my leave. I cannot be of any assistance here. The usually taciturn Magic Bear, Douluo waved his hand. You should leave quickly. Tang Hao is likely on his way. Upon hearing this, I felt as if I had been granted a pardon. I thanked them and sprinted away at full speed. At that moment, outside Nodding City, Tang Hao was concealed at a high vantage point, fixated on the city gate, eager to ascertain whether I had truly perished. Suddenly, his eyes widened, 9 soul rings materializing around him, the crimson rings pulsating violently. Tang Hao's face contorted into a fearsome snarl as he unleashed a thunderous roar. Ain! Just as I reached the lake's edge, I heard a series of sonic booms approaching rapidly from afar. My expression changed drastically, without hesitation. I summoned flames to engulf myself completely, transforming into a massive jellyfish and plunging into the depths of the lake. This technique of merging with water is my ultimate life-saving skill. As soon as I concealed myself, Tang Hao descended like a meteor, the shockwave lifting the lake's surface by 3 feet. His aura was saturated with murderous intent, palpable enough to coalesce in his substance, causing the fish in the lake to perish instantly, floating lifelessly. Hiding beneath the water's surface, I could only think one thing. This is the true embodiment of a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, within the cave, the 3 Douluo had completely surrounded Ayin. A green light shield enveloped her, sustained by the life force of countless blue silvergrass. But the magic bear Douluo was unconcerned. He transformed into a massive bear the size of a small mountain, unleashing a laser beam towards the shield. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered, and Ayin collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Ghost Douluo darted forward, intending to uproot her entirely. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed. "You dare, little ghost!" Tang Hao descended from the sky, a soul ring bursting with energy as the Haotian hammer in his hand expanded to block out the sun, crashing down upon Ghost Douluo. With a deafening sound, Ghost Douluo was sent flying, the blue-silver emperor slipping from his grasp. Tang Hao landed, swiftly scooping up Ayin. Relieved to see she still had some semblance of life, he carefully set her aside and straightened up, now left with only 5 soul rings. Good heavens, in his haste, he had already detonated 3. 9th soul skill, Hell's Wraith. 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemum withered, wounds abound. Simultaneously, Ghost, Chrysanthemum, and Magic Bear Douluo unleashed their 9th soul skills. 3 earth-shattering attacks, hurtling toward Tang Hao. He snorted coldly, detonating another soul ring to break free from his restraints, swinging his hammer with the chaotic cloak hammer method, engaging the 3 mighty Douluo in a fierce confrontation. I concealed myself at the bottom of the lake, gazing at the cataclysmic scene in the distance, akin to witnessing a Hollywood blockbuster laden with special effects. Suddenly, Gui Zhu and his companion leaped into the air, unleashing their martial soul fusion skill. Air Yi Jing Ji Lingyu. In an instant, that expanse of space was suspended in time, trapping Tang Hao in midair, rendered immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the Mo Xiong Douluo roared with his martial soul in its true form and unleashed a lethal beam towards Tang Hao. Just as doom seemed imminent for Tang Hao, a sudden green light emanated from the Ayin in his arms, liberating him from the stasis. However, Ayin succumbed to exhaustion as a result. Ayin! Tang Hao cried out in profound anguish, and then, consumed by madness, all his soul rings detonated in that moment. All his might coalesced into a single strike, painting the sky a blood-red hue. Daksumichui. With a deafening roar, Tang Hao was blasted by the Mo Xiong's light, creating a gaping hole, and his arm, clutching Ayin, was severed. Meanwhile, the 3 Douluo were directly crushed into a nearby hill by his self-destructive blow, with Mo Xiong and Gui Hua losing consciousness on the spot. Only Gui Douluo, thanks to his ghostly form, managed to withstand most of the physical damage and remained conscious. Without hesitation, he grabbed his 2 companions and hastily fled the battlefield. Tang Hao did not pursue. He stood still, gasping for breath. Coincidentally, the severed hand flew to the lake's edge, landing just a few meters before my hiding spot. My heart raced as if it might explode, though I currently possessed the form of a water mother, devoid of a heart. Who could comprehend this overwhelming fortune that had suddenly been thrust upon me? I steeled my resolve, gritted my teeth, and a water-made tentacle shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the severed hand, which bore the Lanin Huang, and completed an extreme exchange with a common Lan Yin Chao I had prepared. The entire process took less than a second, so swift that I scarcely had time to react. I concealed the genuine Lan Yin Huang within my core, sinking it to the deepest part of the lake. On the other side, Tang Hao, witnessing Gui Douluo's escape, could no longer hold on and coughed up blood. His face turned pale as he limped to the site of the severed hand, picked up the swapped Lan Yin Chao, glanced at it with relief, and then departed without a backward glance. Throughout this, The lake's surface remained tranquil, without a ripple. Yet on the other side, I must tell you, Tang Hao was engulfed in a tempestuous storm of emotions. He was drenched in blood, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from hell, and kept muttering like a broken record. I will take revenge. I will take revenge. This fellow had truly lost his mind. He retrieved a shimmering blue soul bone from a box. I must tell you, this item was known as the Lan Yin Huang right leg bone, originally intended as a coming-of-age gift for his son, Tang San. However, the urgency of the moment took precedence. His eyes blazed with fury as he summoned his soul power, and with a swift motion, he severed his own right leg. Who could comprehend such brutality towards oneself, all for the sake of acquiring a new power-up? With unwavering composure, he extracted the old soul bone from his leg and affixed the new Lan Yin Huang soul bone in its place with a decisive motion. Can you believe it? Such a hardcore, physical installation. Even more astonishing, this Lan Yin Huang soul bone possessed a full revival effect, and soon his leg regrew, as good as new. Without a scar in sight, Tang Hao stood, and his eyes were no longer red. They were now an abyssal black, uttering two words, Wuhun Dian. The scene shifted back to my side. I was leisurely watering my new potted plant, humming a little tune. Wuhun Dian, truly my internet spokesperson, offering exceptional value. In my hand was a bottle of verdant potion known as Bai Chao Yi, selling for 10 gold soul coins externally, but an internal price of 8 with a discount. I had poured half of it, and my prized possession, the Lan Yin that belonged to Tang Hao's wife, a Yin, seemed to come alive, extending its vines to snatch the bottle. I swiftly slapped it back, admonishing, "Don't be greedy. The landlord has no extra rations left. I'll give you the rest in a couple of days." You asked where my money came from? Previously, when Tang Hao pursued me, I lost all my possessions, but now, I am a second-ring soul master. A visit to Wuhun Dian for registration granted me 10 gold soul coins as a subsidy. I merely spent 8. Seeing it could not seize the potion, Yin reluctantly retreated obediently. I pondered, where should I venture next? I certainly could not return to Nuoding City. What if that madman Tang Hao staged a surprise attack? Where to go, I wondered. Suddenly, the striking visage of Du Gu Yin flashed in my mind, cool and captivating. Very well, it is settled. Let us go. Yin, I shall take you to Tiando City to see the world and find you a fateful locale, I proclaimed, patting the flower pot, which responded with a slight wriggle. Strangely, despite my daily mentions of Tang Hao and Tang San before it, it had shown no reaction. Likely drained of energy, its spirit dormant, now merely exhibiting instinctual plant behavior. But who cares? Tiando City, here I come. What happened next? 3 days later, I sat atop a large tree in the wilderness, staring at the map in my hands, utterly bewildered. I should have reached Douluo City, yet there was not a soul in sight. Was my navigation malfunctioning? Nearby, the potted plant, oblivious to my plight, poked me with its leaves, craving its nutrient solution. I was speechless, finished. I had emptied the bottle just yesterday, discarding it before its eyes. What more could it want? It promptly recoiled, feigning death, remaining utterly still. To be honest, at times I truly questioned my sanity. Why steal this item that could not yield gold coins and was exorbitantly priced? But then I thought, Tang Hao must believe his wife is dead, lamenting over a pot of fake grass. Chuckling at the thought, my heart instantly felt at ease. Worth it. Just as I relished this moment of schadenfreude, the distant sounds of battle suddenly erupted. A spectacle. I quickly climbed higher to take a look. Lo and behold, a young woman clad in a black bodysuit was being pursued by a group, her figure and long legs utterly mesmerizing. She stumbled to the base of my tree, bracing herself against it, and coughed up blood. My heart ached for her. I was about to play the hero, but then paused. What if this was Wuhun Dian capturing an evil soul master? I, after all, prided myself on being cautious. In a flash, a large net flew from the nearby bushes, ensnaring the young woman. She gasped, but reacted swiftly, summoning her martial soul. Behold, cat ears sprang up, and a tail emerged behind her. With 2 yellow soul rings flashing, she manifested claws and swiftly tore through the net with 2 strikes. A cat girl. My heart skipped a beat. Yet just as she escaped, 3 figures in black robes surrounded her. 1 Soul Zong and 2 Soul Zun, a formidable assembly. The leading Soul Zong spoke with a sinister tone. "Miss, come with us. You cannot escape." The young woman tossed her hair, revealing a cold yet charming doll-like face, scoffing. "Return? Is that a path to death? Goodness! With that appearance, that figure, those words, wasn't this Zhu Zhuqing? But wait, the timeline didn't align. How did she end up in the Tiando Empire?" As I pondered, the 2 Soul Zun charged forth. Zhu Zhuqing was no pushover either. Her second soul ring glimmered, and she vanished, reappearing right before one of the Soul Zun, unleashing a barrage of claws that left him bloodied and reeling. As expected, the protagonist could indeed tackle foes beyond their level. Unfortunately, after unleashing her skill, she was nearly out of energy, panting heavily, yet her gaze remained defiant, ready to fight to the bitter end. Enough! I could not watch any longer. From my perch in the tree, I aimed at another Soul Zun and released a water arrow, striking him squarely in the thigh. He howled and fell to his knees. Then, clutching my precious flower pot, I executed a leap of faith from the tree, landing with a flourish that I believed deserved a perfect score. The leading Soul Zong turned to me, demanding, "Who are you?" "We are from the Xing Luo Zhu family. I advise you not to meddle." I couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity in front of me. I elegantly tossed the flower pot skyward, my hands swiftly shooting out several streams of water arrows to obstruct his movement. Then, with a surge of power from my legs, I darted behind him like a phantom, seizing one of his arms and employing a jujitsu technique to dislocate it with a decisive twist, followed by a kick that sent him crashing into a tree. In the Tiando Empire, is your Zhu family this arrogant as well? I securely caught the falling flower pot and inquired with amusement. To my surprise, he maintained his defiance, intending to retort, but then I noticed flickering flames in the distance. Accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, reinforcements were on their way. I quickly turned to Zhu Zhuqing and urged, "They're coming. We must flee." I leapt onto a tree, glancing back only to find her still rooted in place. It turned out that she had sustained injuries during the fight and was unable to jump up. For the first time, her typically icy countenance betrayed a hint of panic. I immediately pivoted and jumped down, swiftly appearing at her side. I softly breathed next to her ear and chuckled, "Little kitty, don't let your expression falter." I then placed the flower pot in her arms, firmly instructing her, "Hold this." Before she could react, I scooped her up in a princess carry, causing her to emit a startled gasp. Oh, the sensation, the sound, simply exquisite. As I held her, I unleashed a barrage of fireballs behind us, momentarily halting our pursuers, and then propelled myself forward, sprinting through the moonlit woods with the cat girl in my embrace. Who could understand this feeling? Zhu Zhuqing, still under the influence of her martial spirit, anxiously flicked her tail in the air, curling up closer to me. After running for a while, she quietly asked, "Where are we heading now?" I countered her question with another, "Where do you wish to go?" After a brief silence, she replied, "I want to go to the Tiando Empire to ask someone a question." I inwardly scoffed, realizing it was that good-for-nothing Dai Mubai. However, I casually remarked, "Aren't we already in the Tiando Empire?" The air fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head slightly and meekly responded, "This is the border of the Xing Luo Empire." Goodness, I felt so embarrassed that I could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes right there. My navigational incompetence was utterly exposed. I forced a chuckle, gently set her down, and retrieved a map from my pocket, saying, "Well, how about we head to the city of Aba, where the 2 empires intersect?" She took the map, nodded, and pointed in a direction, but as she took a step, she winced in pain from her injury. Well, what else was there to say? Without hesitation, I scooped her up again and continued on. Carrying her was hardly a burden. 2 days later, we entered the city of Aba, one after the other. Gazing upon the familiar streets, I felt a wave of nostalgia. Originally intending to go to Tiando City, I had inadvertently veered into the Xing Luo Empire. Nevertheless, I had acquired a magnificent cat girl, so it wasn't a total loss. By the time we entered the city, night had fallen, and we rented 2 rooms. Although I wished to share one, patience was essential when wooing a girl, right? I reasoned that with someone like Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared cold but was warm inside, it would be a matter of time before she witnessed Dai Mubai's decline and succumbed to my charm. Upon returning to my room, my first task was to write a letter to Xiao Wu. The madman Tang how had turned to darkness, and I feared for Xiao Wu's safety. I implored her to be extremely cautious and suggested that if worse came to worst, she should forge a good relationship with Tang San to deter his father. At the end of the letter, I felt compelled to add, "Wait for me. I shall return to take you away soon. Yours, Kun." I needed to exude that domineering CEO vibe. After all, just as I finished the letter, there was a loud knock at the door. When I opened it, I was met with a seismic shock to my pupils. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the threshold, wrapped in a hotel bath towel so small that a mere gust of wind could carry it away, her long legs exposed. Her face was flushed as she stared down. Speechless. Suddenly, her stomach let out a loud growl. I instantly understood. She was hungry, but her tight-fitting clothes were in need of washing, leaving her without anything to wear. My heart melted at that moment. I said, "Wait here, I will have someone bring you food." Watching her shyly retreat to her room filled me with delight. What did this signify? It indicated that she was beginning to trust me. The plan to win over the magnificent cat girl was steadily progressing. The next day, we bid farewell at the post station. She expressed her desire to seek out that person first for an answer. I took her hand and pointed her toward a clear path. Go to Sitawa City in the Bala Kingdom, to a place called the Rose Hotel. The answers you seek are there. After hearing this, her gaze toward me transformed. As I watched her board the carriage to Sitawa City, I silently vowed, "Little kitty, if you do not come looking for me within a month, I shall pursue you to Shrek Academy." With that, I cradled my flower pot and boarded another carriage, this time bound for Tiando City, certain I would not stray off course again. Meanwhile, in the 7th dormitory of Notting Academy, Xiao Wu received my letter. Upon reading it, she was utterly stunned. Tang San's father was a titled Douluo, and he was hunting Kun? Her first reaction was to flee back to the Stardew Forest. But who was she? 100,000-year soul beast, clever as ever. She quickly deduced that Tang Hao's failure to capture her directly meant he intended for her to willingly sacrifice herself to Tang San as a soul ring. Goodness, the cunning of this father-son duo was astonishing. Tang San had been flattering her for years, and it turned out to be all part of a scheme. Xiao was so infuriated that she scoffed coldly, thinking, "Oh, so you want me to be a soul ring, do you? Then I shall engage with you both properly." A week later, I finally arrived in Tiando City. Gazing at the magnificent city walls before me, I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Truly impressive." As I strolled through the streets, pondering whether to seek compensation from Yu Tianheng and the others first or to register at the Tiando Royal Academy, chaos erupted in front of me. A luxurious carriage, adorned with the royal emblem, barreled recklessly through the streets, sending pedestrians scrambling in all directions. Just as I sidestepped to the curb, I heard a shrill scream. A little girl with horned braids had fallen into the road, oblivious to the oncoming carriage that was about to trample her. The carriage showed no signs of slowing down. My brow furrowed at the injustice of it all. In the blink of an eye, I propelled myself forward, shattering the cobblestones beneath my feet. In an instant, I appeared across the street, one hand securely cradling my flower pot, while the other swiftly pulled the terrified little girl from the path of the horse's hooves. The girl's mother rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she thanked me profusely. At that moment, the reckless carriage finally came to a halt, and the curtain was flung open to reveal a man dressed in opulent clothing who peered out. Let me tell you, this man was utterly unremarkable in appearance, save for his strikingly red-brown hair, and he bore an expression that seemed to declare, "I am the greatest." He glanced at me with the same disdain one might reserve for a stray dog, and then, with a swift motion, the curtain fell shut. My temper flared. I turned to the sobbing woman beside me and asked, "Who is this? Isn't it forbidden to race horses in Tiando City? How brazen can one be?" The woman glanced around nervously and leaned in close to whisper, "My little hero, keep your voice down. Who else could it be but the current 4th prince, Shuebong? Who dares act so lawlessly?" Ah, Shuebong. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. It was him, the character from the original story who played the fool only to ascend to the throne. Goodness, his acting was so refined that he deserved an Oscar. His portrayal of a spoiled rich kid was nothing short of a masterclass. Yet, I still felt a twinge of discomfort. How could one disregard the lives of others simply to preserve their own? Had I not intervened, that little girl would surely have perished. Never mind. I decided it was unwise to engage further. I waved goodbye to the woman, clutching my flower pot as I walked away, seeking a place to stay. Not far down the road, I spotted a grand hotel that exuded opulence. Perfect, this will do. Approaching the front desk, I politely inquired, "Excuse me, how much for a night's stay?" The receptionist, without lifting her eyelids, merely glanced at my travel-worn appearance from the corner of her eye and, with an air of indifference, handed me a price list. I felt no anger. After several days of travel, my appearance indeed left much to be desired. However, when I lowered my gaze to the price list, my eyes nearly popped out. A first-class suite cost 5 Jinhun coins. The second class was 10. The third class soared to 50. I dare not look further. Who could comprehend this? This was no hotel. It was akin to a money-printing factory. To put it into perspective, a single Jinhun coin could sustain an ordinary family for several months. Were these prices a misguided attempt to offer me an exclusive VIP passageway to financial ruin? The receptionist, noticing my naivete, finally spoke, her smile a mask of professionalism. "Sir, our hotel is adjacent to the Tiando Grand Seoul Arena, primarily catering to esteemed Seoul masters, hence the pricing." Upon hearing this, my mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Oh, does this imply that as long as I participate in the Seoul battle, I can enjoy complimentary lodging? "Indeed, sir," she nodded. "As long as you engage in today's battle and secure a victory, you may stay in our first-class suite free of charge." Well, that settled it. I grinned, cradling the flower pot, and promptly made my way next door. This was clearly a nudge towards financial gain. After all, during my time in this world, I had yet to engage in a proper bout. Upon entering the Grand Seoul Arena, the grandeur was palpable. Immediately, a staff member in uniform approached with utmost respect. I got straight to the point. I wished to participate in the Seoul battle. What must I do? Upon learning I was a Seoul master, her demeanor brightened further as she guided me to the front desk to fill out a form. The form was simple, requiring my name, age, and martial soul level. However, by the end, I was dumbfounded. The registration fee was 10 Jinhun coins. I turned my pockets inside out, revealing only a single Jinhun coin and a handful of silver coins. I was at a loss, unable to even pay the registration fee. My embarrassment was monumental. As I stood there, awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes, the receptionist, sharp-eyed, caught sight of my level, 24, and my youthful face, and immediately understood. With a smile, she said, "Esteemed Soul Master, you may defer the registration fee. Allow me to assist you in registering." I was taken aback. Was there such generosity? I nodded vigorously in gratitude. "Thank you so much." She swiftly completed my registration, producing an Iron Soul Battle badge and inquiring, "Shall I inscribe your true name on the badge?" After a moment's thought, I replied, "No, just engrave One Punch Man. That is my title." Precisely, I thought, simple yet striking. The young lady did not press further and efficiently finalized the process. She handed me the badge, stating that I would soon be matched with an opponent. Just as I was about to leave, I heard a clink behind me. She had discreetly placed 10 Jinhun coins into the cash box from her own pocket. I turned back to her with a smile. This young lady was an angel investor with exceptional insight. Noticing that I had discovered her act of kindness, she blushed slightly and hurried to catch up with me. As we walked together, observing the lively matches taking place, I inquired about her name and her motivation for helping me. She introduced herself as Yen Hong, explaining that upon seeing my youth coupled with the status of a great soul master, she perceived me as a potential investment should I rise to prominence. She hoped to become my dedicated assistant. I found her reasoning delightful and took a moment to appreciate her beauty, her figure accentuated by a smart uniform that exuded an air of sophistication. I nodded in approval. "Your judgment is commendable." Before long, it was my turn to step into the ring. The announcer was fervent, extolling my opponent, Blood Tiger, who had achieved 4 consecutive victories. When it was time to introduce me, the announcer proclaimed my name, One Punch Man. The crowd erupted in cheers for Blood Tiger. "Blood Tiger, Yen Hong appeared nervous, her palms sweating. I handed her the flower pot and retrieved my solitary Jin Hun coin, saying, "Here, take this and look after it for me. Also, wager this money and everything you have on my victory. Today, I shall ensure you recoup your earlier 10 Jin Hun coins with interest." With that, I strode confidently onto the stage. Blood Tiger, a towering figure brimming with muscles, regarded me as if I were merely a piece of meat. The onlookers joined in with jeers and hisses. I remained unfazed, instead smiling and addressing the crowd. Do you know what One Punch Man signifies? My opponent, momentarily taken aback, growled, "It means you will be obliterated by my fist." At the referee's command, as soon as Blood Tiger made a move, I had already vanished from sight. In the next instant, a dull thud echoed as he received a solid punch to the abdomen, his body launching backward like a rag doll. Unconscious before he hit the ground, the arena fell silent. I raised my head, surveying the crowd, and declared, "One Punch Man is someone who resolves battles with a single blow." Instantly, the arena erupted into a frenzy, the cheers for One Punch Man nearly lifting the roof off. I descended from the stage amidst the roaring applause, approaching the ecstatic Yen Hong with a smile. "I told you, your judgment is commendable." For the following week, I became the talk of the Grand Seoul Arena. Day after day, I engaged in match after match, achieving 21 consecutive victories, each concluded with a single punch. I rapidly ascended from Iron Soul Master to Silver Soul Master, not only securing a top-tier suite costing 50 Jin Hun coins per night, but also acquiring a private VIP box. Yen Hong naturally became my dedicated assistant. During this time, I contemplated visiting the Tiando Royal Academy to seek out Du Guyen, but she was away competing, leaving me no choice but to continue my lucrative endeavors at the arena. One day, while in my box, watching matches and tending to my beloved Ayin, Yen Hong approached with news of a match on the central stage featuring a significant individual. I was intrigued. "Oh, a powerful figure's bodyguard? How formidable." Yen Hong chuckled at my jest. "Not quite. He is also a second ring, but I have heard he once defeated a soul sage in a higher class." I waved my hand dismissively. Within the same rank, I was invincible. Soon, it was my turn to face the arena again. My opponent was a young man with white hair named Tuo Ba Hong, wielding the martial soul of a white armored earth dragon at level 30. He appeared no older than 14 or 15, yet his features bore the weight of a 30-year-old. As the match commenced, he approached with trepidation, activating his martial soul and employing 2 defensive techniques, encasing himself like an iron turtle, evidently well prepared for a potential one-punch defeat. Misinterpreting my stillness as disdain, he bellowed and charged at me, spinning like a high-speed top. I found amusement in his antics. My intention was not to show off, but to calculate my strength, fearing I might inadvertently obliterate him and be left liable for damages. As he neared, I leisurely raised my fist, concentrating my soul power, flames igniting around my knuckles. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 successive explosive sounds, my fist shattered his beast claw, then demolished his protective armor, ultimately landing squarely on his chest. He was sent flying off the stage, crashing into a pillar and losing consciousness. The arena erupted once more. The commentator shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's fire. One Punch Man's fist can ignite flames. Is this the flame punch?" The audience joined in a fervent chant. "Flame punch. Flame punch." I retracted my fist and strolled down from the stage amidst the thunderous applause. Just as I returned to my box, a knock sounded at the door. Yen Hong opened it, her expression turning to one of shock as she stammered, "Your Highness." Upon hearing this, I realized the main character had arrived. It was none other than Qian Renshua, disguised as Xue Qinghe, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. I feigned a focused gaze upon her, provoking the elder behind her to appear ready to confront me. Qian Renshua remained composed, smiling as she queried, "Is there something on my face?" "Ishuklad, legally, no. I merely find your highness familiar, as if we have met before." She likely pondered whether I was associated with the Spirit Hall, but played along, responding, "It seems there is a connection between us, Brother Chow." What ensued was a mutual display of flattery and subtle probing. She inquired about my lineage, to which I revealed that I was merely a self-taught prodigy, having graduated from a junior college. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as I embodied the very potential she sought. Seizing the moment, I expressed my aspiration to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy, lamenting my lack of noble status. Without hesitation, she declared that this was a trivial matter, promising to facilitate my admission. Once I reached level 30, she would bestow upon me a title of nobility. Such an olive branch was extended. It was as if she were inviting me to join her. Naturally, I readily agreed. Thus, our arrangement was solidified. I instructed Yin Hong to escort Aim back to the hotel, while I accompanied Qian Rinxue and the elderly gentleman, boarding the carriage destined for the Tiando Royal Academy. Inside the carriage, it was just the two of us. Throughout the journey, she subtly probed, brimming with curiosity about me. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and fixed her sharp gaze upon me. Brother Chow, earlier you mentioned that in a few years, the Wuhun Hall would undoubtedly establish an empire. What do you mean by that? This implied that the Wuhun Hall was playing an extensive game. I explained that 70% of the soul masters across the continent were already under their control, even reaching into our remote village with their branches. The newly appointed Pope, Bibi Dong, had ambitions that were almost palpable. Unifying the continent was merely a matter of time. Upon my revelation, she was momentarily taken aback, likely surprised by my keen insight. She pressed further. What do you think their course of action will be? I found this amusing, for the standard answer lay right before me. I cleared my throat and, lowering my voice, replied, they will certainly employ infiltration. Consider the succession methods of the Xinglua Empire, which are as impenetrable as a fortress. Yet in our Tiando Empire, there may very well be high-ranking infiltrators within the court already. As these words left my lips, I distinctly noticed her pupils constrict and her expression shift to one of intrigue. She was indeed that infiltrator. How exhilarating it was to analyze the principle in front of them. She feigned composure and cautioned me against speaking of this outside. I promptly pledged my loyalty. Of course not. It was merely because I found His Highness the Crown Prince so remarkable that I bared my heart. Just as I spoke, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from outside the carriage, accompanied by shouts for the Crown Prince. Qian Rinxue frowned and ordered the carriage to stop. I jumped out in tow. I then observed a royal guard urgently whispering something into her ear. My keen ears caught two words, Xueshing. Immediately, her complexion darkened. Without further ado, she handed me a token and said in a hurried tone, Brother Chow, I have urgent business. Take this and report to the academy. I will find you later. Without allowing me a moment to respond, she leapt back into the carriage, turning it towards Tiando City. Clutching the token in my hand, I gazed at the departing carriage, my mind swirling with questions. What was happening? I decided to proceed on my own, with the token in hand. I trudged for over 2 hours and finally arrived at the gates of the Tiando Royal Academy. From a distance, I spotted a boy with reddish-brown hair, clad in a school uniform, nonchalantly blocking the entrance like a gatekeeper. I recognized him immediately. He was none other than the Avalanche Prince. What was he doing here? Upon noticing me, he scrutinized me from head to toe and adopted an insufferable expression. Tilting his head as he questioned, Hey, who are you? Do you not know that this place is off-limits to idlers? You certainly do not appear to belong to our academy. I furrowed my brow, disinterested in engaging with him, and attempted to bypass him. Yet, he persisted, reaching out to grab me. Hey, do you understand manners? I'm talking to you. I swung my arm, causing him to stumble backward, nearly falling. I glared at him coldly. Avalanche Prince, do you have a matter to discuss? Realizing that I recognized him, he grew emboldened, placing his hands on his hips and leaning closer. Oh, you know me? Then why do you ignore me? Speak, what brings you here? Surely you are not here to register? His expression practically screamed for a confrontation. At that moment, I felt a jolt. I was familiar with this script. Wasn't he merely pretending to be a rogue? Why was he provoking me? Just when Qian Rinxue was called away by Prince Xueshing, Avalanche was here causing trouble. This was clearly a trap laid for me. They intended to incite me to retaliate, providing them with a justification to expel me from the academy. What an Oscar-worthy display of provocation. Understanding this, my anger dissipated, replaced by amusement. I waved the token in my hand and said with a mocking tone, The illustrious Avalanche Prince, who wouldn't he recognize you? I have indeed come to report Do you have any guidance? Seeing that I refused to take the bait, he grew anxious, reaching out to snatch the token from me. His speed was so lackluster that I didn't even need to evade. With a simple twist of my wrist, he found nothing but air. I continued to smile. Your Highness wishes to see the token? Just say the word. I am not unwilling to show it to you. This infuriated him to the point of nearly grinding his teeth. His fury apparent as he was on the verge of striking. Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. Stop. What are you two doing? I looked up to see a familiar face. Teacher Qiming had returned with the Tiando Royal Battle Team. The moment Dugu Yin spotted me, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Ah, Kuan, what brings you here? Previously, she had referred to me as Brother Chao, but now she called me Ah Kuan. Aware of my age of merely 12, she grasped my hand, inquiring with genuine concern. Beside her, Yu Tianheng observed the scene, his face turning green as he quickly explained to his teammates. This is the soul master who previously saved me and Yan. Smiling, I informed Dugu Yin of my recent arrival to register. Her delight was palpable. That's wonderful. I will take you to register. We will be able to see each other every day. She reached to pull me along. Teacher Qiming approached, frowning at Avalanche. Why aren't you practicing? And what are you doing here? As a soul emperor, Qiming held considerable authority within the academy and was unperturbed by Avalanche. Sensing the crowd, Avalanche feigned innocence. Teacher Qiming, I noticed him acting suspiciously, so I came to inquire. Dugu Yin erupted in anger. You are the one who is acting suspiciously. Being the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, she was not intimidated by anyone. I quickly added my explanation. I had to even reach the gate when I saw the Avalanche Prince waiting here, unsure of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Qiming's expression hardened as he glared at Avalanche. Embarrassed, Avalanche chuckled awkwardly and retreated to the side, muttering curses under his breath. Dugu Yin huffed and, taking my hand, led me into the academy, with Qiming following suit. We proceeded directly to the principal's office, where an elder named Meng Xinji was present. I presented my token and stated my purpose. The elder smiled and inquired about my age. I responded that I was 11. He then examined my bone age with satisfaction and asked my level. 24, I replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji's eyes sparkled, while Avalanche's face grew dark. Finally, Meng Xinji asked, one last question, what is your noble title? I produced the token given to me by Qian Renshua. I do not yet hold a title, but His Highness the Crown Prince mentioned that I would be granted one upon reaching level 30. Meng Xinji nodded, with the Crown Princess endorsement. That is acceptable. Suddenly, Avalanche, who had been playing dead, sprang forth, feigning righteousness. Principal, this cannot be allowed. Our Tiando Royal Academy has rules. We only accept nobles with titles. Rules cannot be discarded. Since this young brother has not yet reached level 30, he should return in a year or two. He raised his brow at me, his expression utterly contemptible. With a resounding slap, I restrained myself, but Dugu Yin could not hold back and delivered a resounding slap to Avalanche's face. How impressive it was to have a title Dalu as a grandfather. She stood with her hands on her hips, scolding him. What are you barking about? If the Crown Princess token is insufficient, then surely my grandfather Dugu Bo's recommendation will suffice? Avalanche covered his face, still stubbornly retorting, these are the rules. He turned to Meng Xinji, the chief, stating emphatically that this was the Academy's ironclad rule. He added with a sharp edge to his voice that even if you were to recruit him now, my imperial uncle would ensure he was expelled. Dugu Yan, visibly angered, was about to retaliate, but I restrained her. Grasping her delicate hand, I suggested we let it go. It was clear that Prince Xuesheng was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, and forcing our way through would be futile. After all, Dugu Yin had returned. I could see Dugu Bo whenever I wished, couldn't I? I shook my head at her, saying, Sister Yin, since this is the rule, let it be. I am currently in Tiando City, so a meeting is hardly difficult. Meng Xinji wore a look of disappointment and shot a fierce glare at Shui Bong. With an air of arrogance, huffed at me. Dugu Yin also gave a cold snort, and in the next moment, she summoned her martial spirit. Her legs transforming into a serpentine tail of deep green, striking Shui Bong with a resounding slap. He was sent flying, crashing against a pillar with a thud. Who among my family understands? That tail whip was truly cathartic. Inside, I was nearly bursting with laughter. Xue Beng, in his attempt to obstruct me, had offended not only me, but also Du Guyan, Du Gu Bo, and inadvertently Qin Ming as well. Truly foolish indeed. I took hold of Du Guyan and headed outside, followed by a scowling Qin Ming. Once outside, Du Guyan looped her arm through mine and inquired where we were heading. I suggested we return to the Great Soul Arena for now. Qin Ming, curious, asked about my recent accomplishments. With pride, I shared 22 consecutive victories. I just earned the Silver Soul badge yesterday. Qin Ming was taken aback, smiling wryly as he remarked, "The Academy has truly let a monster slip through its fingers." After pondering, he mentioned a school named Shrek Academy in Soto City, known for taking in extraordinary talents. I dismissed the idea, considering the distance too great. At that moment, Yu Qianheng, who had been silent, spoke up. He mentioned that there was also a Blue Tyrant Academy in Tiando City, run by his aunt, which only accepted commoners, asking if I would be interested in attending. Just as Du Guyan was about to agree, Yu Qianheng shifted his gaze toward me with intensity, stating, "You saved my life, so I should not impose any requests. However, I wish to propose a condition. Let's engage in a duel. Regardless of the outcome, I will recommend you for admission. I will repay this debt of gratitude in due time." Upon seeing the fervor in his eyes, it was clear this was not merely about gratitude, but rather a challenge laced with competitive spirit and jealousy. I halted Du Guyan, who was about to interject, and decisively replied, "Very well." Now it was Du Guyan who grew anxious, whispering in my ear, "Why did you agree?" He is a level 35 soul master with a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial spirit. Feeling the warmth of her breath, I chuckled softly. If I do not face him, he will always carry this burden in his heart. The sooner it is resolved, the better, wouldn't you agree? Her cheeks flushed, and she feigned pride. "Humph, who told you to save me?" I teased her, "Then I am at a great loss. If you only see me as a younger brother, why should I even fight?" As I leaned closer, her face reddened further, and she turned her head away. Seizing the moment, I intertwined our fingers, whispering, "That will not do. We must duel, for I do not regard you as just an ordinary friend." She did not pull away. Instead, she leaned closer, blowing softly into my ear. "Then little brother should be cautious. If you win, there will be a reward from your sister." Upon arriving at the duel venue, Yu Qianheng turned around and saw us holding hands, his pupils dilating in shock. Qin Ming called for the duel to begin, and Yu Qianheng immediately exploded with energy. Thunder rumbled as his right arm transformed, enveloped in blue and purple scales, with 3 soul rings swirling around his dragon-like claw. He launched into an attack, unleashing his 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Rage, augmenting his entire being, and became a streak of lightning hurtling toward me, surrounded by numerous electric serpents, a move called Thunderous Might. This was no feigned attack. He was utterly serious. I merely opened my arms, silently uttering a thought. Show him some respect. With a beastly roar, I vanished, replaced by a towering 3-meter-tall fire ape king. Flames engulfed my form, with my right arm encased in a fiery gauntlet. The clash of lightning and fire was nothing short of spectacular. As the smoke cleared, one lay on the ground while the other stood tall. Qin Ming, alarmed, rushed over to help Yu Tianheng up. Yu Qianheng gazed at me, his eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment, finally uttering 4 words. "I concede, I am convinced." I returned to my normal state, shaking my slightly numbed and darkened right hand, chuckling. "You're not too shabby yourself." Just then, a young lady descended from above. What a beauty! She was on an entirely different level from Du Guyan, while Du Guyan was like a thorny rose. This girl exuded a serene, ethereal quality, unmistakably the kind of goddess who seemed untouched by the mundane world. She was the legendary wielder of the 9 hearts Si Tang martial spirit, Yi Lingling. First, she approached Yu Qianheng, healing him with a burst of green light, visibly mending his injuries. Then she floated to me, offering the same treatment. I must say, the sensation was akin to sipping an ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. A wave of comfort washing over me, instantly alleviating my wounds. I quickly shook my hand, casually calling out, "Thanks, Lingling." To my surprise, she shot me a puzzled glance without saying a word, merely greeting Qin Ming before departing. It seemed I had overstepped. As Yu Qianheng regained his composure, he looked at me and Du Guyan with an expression so complex it could inspire an essay of 800 words. He sighed, stating he would take me to Blue Tyrant Academy. Noticing the time, Qin Ming suggested we stay the night at their academy and head out the next day. I thought it reasonable. A day's wait was inconsequential. Qin Ming took Yu Qianheng, who seemed eager to speak, along with him. Du Guyan stood beside me and quietly remarked, "Our captain is quite a decent fellow." I turned to her, feigning a stern expression, and said, "Humph, a femme fatale?" She was taken aback, her big eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you saying?" "I mean you femme fatale," I reiterated loudly, before bursting into laughter. She soon caught on, laughing too, though her laughter seemed oddly mischievous as she approached me step by step. "Oh, really? Then this sister shall bring mischief to her little brother. How about that?" I was no fool. I bolted, and she chased after me. After some playful antics, she eventually caught up and playfully punched me several times. To be honest, it felt quite pleasant. That evening, Du Guyan escorted me to my dorm room. As she turned to leave, I grasped her wrist firmly. "What about my reward?" Her face flushed instantly, and she stammered, "No, I already gave it to you. That doesn't count." I laughed, pulling her closer, just as she was about to protest. I kissed her. The next day at noon, Yu Qianheng and I stood at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. I must say, the grandeur of the academy's gates surpassed even that of the Tiando city gates. The journey was silent. The atmosphere so awkward that I could have used my toes to carve out a 3-room apartment. The absence of Du Guyan felt significant. I thought it inappropriate to act affectionately in front of her ex-boyfriend, so I allowed her to rest for a couple of days. Yu Qianheng guided me effortlessly to the door of an office, knocking gently. When the door swung open, lo and behold, a stunning woman in her 30s stood there. Her appearance and figure simply breathtaking, mature, voluptuous, and undeniably the renowned Lu Erlong. Upon seeing Yu Qianheng, her tone softened as she inquired about his business. Once inside the office, I was taken aback by the opulent decor, far more lavish than Meng Xinji's office. It was evident that dragons had a penchant for all things shiny, and this female dragon was no exception. Yu Qianheng explained the purpose of our visit, stating I was his friend seeking to enroll. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, crossing her legs in a manner that made her long limbs almost mesmerizing. She scrutinized me, her gaze implying I was nothing more than a privileged fool trying to sneak in, bluntly stating, "We do not accept nobles here." Yu Qianheng quickly clarified, insisting that I was not a noble and had even saved his life. Only then did her expression soften slightly as she turned to me, asking, "What is your strength like?" At that moment, I thought to myself, an opportunity to flaunt my prowess had arrived. With the most nonchalant tone, I uttered the most ostentatious words. "Oh, it's nothing much, just a mere 22 consecutive victories at the Tiando Great Soul Arena." 22 consecutive victories. She was clearly taken aback, inquiring about my soul power level. 24, I replied, maintaining an air of indifference. The next instant, she sprang from her chair, darting towards me and grabbing my hand with an intensity that startled me. "What is this? Am I not allowed to show off in front of you? But how could I possibly break free from a soul sage? Hold on, let me check your bone age," she declared with fervor. "Oh, so it's a matter of examining my bones that startled me." After a brief examination, her eyes lit up. 11 years old, level 24, 22 consecutive victories. Impressive. Young man, with such prowess, you must be on par with the Soul Zone, right? She began to chatter to herself, speculating about how our academy could reach the top 4 in the upcoming competitions. I silently added, "My current strength should surpass that of a Soul Zone. Who among my family understands? Without any background here, one must showcase their strength. Pretending to be weak is the protagonist's role." Lu Erlong paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Confidence is a virtue, but arrogance can be perilous." Just then, Yu Qianheng interjected, confirming my claim. "Annie, he isn't lying. I fought him yesterday, and I lost." This piqued Lu Erlong's interest further, and she sat back down, smiling as she asked, "So, how strong do you believe you are?" I admitted my uncertainty, stating that in the arena, I could defeat anyone with a single punch. They even nicknamed me One Punch Man. She burst into laughter, her mirth creating quite a tempest before me. I found myself feeling unexpectedly awkward. After a couple of chuckles, she cleared her throat, remarking, "Not knowing your strength makes teaching you quite difficult. How about we have a little spar?" I was taken aback. A soul sage wants to fight me? Have I offended you? Noticing my change in expression, she reassured me with a smile. "Don't worry, I will suppress my strength." What could I say? I had no choice but to accept. All right, I too wish to discover my limits. Yu Qianheng departed first. Leaning in a whisper in my ear, "Take good care of Yanzi." His voice was barely audible, but could a soul sage like Lu Erlong not hear it? Just as Yu Qianheng left, she approached me, delivering a sharp slap to the back of my head, demanding fiercely, "Kid, what is going on?" I rubbed my head and replied defiantly, "In such matters, one cannot retreat." Upon hearing this, she fell silent for a moment, then retaliated with another slap. This time, however, I was prepared and swiftly crouched down to evade her strike. Her palm struck the door with a resounding crash. Good heavens, I had truly provoked her. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth and said, "Let us go and test your strength." I had no choice but to follow her, somewhat crestfallen. Upon arriving at an outdoor battlefield, I quietly asked if there were any indoor options. She mistakenly thought I was shy and insisted that other students should witness my abilities to foster community. I could only explain softly, "My soul skill causes me to transform, and after the transformation, my attire becomes rather inadequate." I wondered if she would mind such a spectacle. She scoffed, "What do I care, you little brat?" I internally scoffed as my strength was hardly that of a mere child. She then inquired about my martial spirit, to which I responded, "My primary martial spirit is my right hand." She mumbled something about it being rare and led me to a vast indoor battlefield. Upon entering, I noticed she had already begun to clench her fists, prompting me to say, "Director, let us just test our strengths. Please don't knock me out immediately." "Of course," she bellowed, "I'm a dignified director. Why would I get angry with a little brat like you?" I thought to myself, "I believe you might." With a sigh, I ignited my fist with flames and charged forward. She, seemingly unfazed by the heat, caught my fiery fist with her hands, taunting, playing with fire in front of me. While grappling with her, I retorted, "Director, your self-proclaimed title is hardly ladylike." Meanwhile, dozens of water arrows shot forth from behind me. She had no choice but to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, I engaged her in close combat, demonstrating the skills I had honed over several years. I must say, the scene was quite chaotic. One moment, I was grabbing her legs, and the next, I was hanging from her neck, employing an unpredictable strategy to keep her from utilizing her strength effectively. Frustrated, she finally managed to create some distance between us and exclaimed, "You little rascal, your physical condition rivals that of a soul king. Are you done playing?" No sooner had she spoken than flames erupted from her body as she unleashed a punch towards me, a speed I could not evade. With no other option, I instantly transformed into a massive jellyfish. Her fiery fist passed through my form, encountering no resistance. Taking advantage of her momentary confusion, I quickly reverted to my human form, seized her arm, and clamped my legs around her torso, applying a sudden force that sent her crashing to the ground. I swiftly transitioned to a dominant position, locking her throat with one hand while pinning her arm with the other, effectively keeping her pinned beneath me. Looking down at Lu Erlong, I smiled and asked, "Director, does this count as a victory for me?" She let out a cold huff, unleashing a tremendous force that sent me flying. Rising to her feet, her teeth clenched, she remarked, "So, that's your soul skill that alters your form, huh? Quite impressive, I must say." As she expressed her admiration, her fists were clenched, clearly indicating her intention to retaliate. However, just as she was about to strike, she suddenly turned her head away and shouted, "Put your pants on." I looked down to find that, due to my brief transformation, I was still wearing only a pair of shorts, which were not properly secured. I hurriedly adjusted them, sensing her displeasure, and quickly added, "Director, the strength test is complete. Shall we call it a day?" "Oh no, that one T do," she said with a smile that sent chills down my spine. "I want T let a little brat pin me down and leave it at that." With that, she charged at me like a ball of fire. Realizing I could not evade her, I transformed into the Fire Ape King, enhancing my defenses to withstand her assault. What followed was a relentless barrage of strikes. Once she was satisfied, she looked down at my prone form and smiled, coming over to help me up. I immediately feigned a near-death state, groaning, "Oh dear, director." She scoffed but allowed me to lean against her, muttering, "Humph, you little rascal, still asking if you've won." I sighed in relief and took advantage of the moment to find the most comfortable position against her. "What do you think you're leaning?" She barked. I instantly played the part of the weakling. "I have no strength left. I can't control myself." She didn't T-press further, gently shifting my head from her chest to her shoulder as she assisted me out of the battlefield. Upon reaching a pool, I requested to be set down. With a flash of light, I transformed back into a jellyfish and leaped into the water. Not long after, I returned to my human form, my injuries healed, though my soul power was depleted. Just as I emerged from the water, I heard Lu Erlong's voice. "Put your pants on." I was momentarily stunned, noticing a slight flush on her cheeks. Looking down, I realized with alarm that I had grown. Hastily, I jumped back into the water to retrieve my shorts and put them on. Afterward, she escorted me to the dormitory. Along the way, I showered her with compliments, successfully changing her title from director to Erlong Jia. Upon arriving at the dormitory, as she was introducing my room, a chorus of laughter erupted from next door. "Brothers, did you see the martial spirit core competitiveness that Master posted years ago? It's absolutely hilarious." The conclusion? Good physical condition means the first soul ring can absorb for 700 years? Ha ha. Isn't that obvious? This theory, I tell you, in 2025, even AI would shake its head in disbelief, saying, "What nonsense." Exactly. It's written as if he discovered it himself. Upon hearing this, dread washed over me. The ridicule was directed at the very theory I had once debated with Yu Xiaojiang regarding the absorption of soul rings beyond their limits. Lu Erlong's expression darkened instantly. My dear friends, love-struck minds truly seem beyond redemption. She wasted no time and rushed next door, kicking the door open with a resounding thud. Without hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of anger upon the bewildered students inside, snatching away their possessions before departing without a backward glance. Just as she left, a burly figure descended from the upper floor, resembling an ox. Noticing my unfamiliar face, he approached and blocked my path. "Hey, you must be a newcomer. I am Taerong, the boss of this academy. What's your name?" I smiled at him and replied, "I am Chao Cohen." "Why do you consider yourself the boss?" "Because I'm the strongest. Level 34 Soul Master. Don't you think that makes me the boss?" He declared with pride. Turning to him, I said, "Indeed, the strongest is the boss. But I believe I'm stronger than you." Tyrone burst into laughter. "Wow, quite the bold claim. What level are you?" "Why does it matter? Let's shake hands. This space is too cramped for anything else." "Are you afraid?" Tyrone, without a moment's hesitation, grasped my wrist with a grip like a vice, intent on asserting his dominance. The other students, recently chastised by Lu Erlong, gathered around, eager to witness my impending humiliation. But guess what? Instead of a joke, they were left agape in disbelief. Tyrone's iron grip was exerted with all his might, attempting to crush my wrist. Yet, I stood there, smiling serenely, my expression more tranquil than that of a bodhisattva. As his face shifted from red to purple, veins bulging, I remained utterly unyielding. I casually inquired, "Is that all you've got?" Then, with a slight exertion, I heard the sound of his bones cracking. Tyrone yelped, pulling his hand back as if shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. "Are you convinced now?" I asked. He stubbornly replied, "Not convinced. Let's arm wrestle." "All right, let's do it." You can guess what happened next. We went through various strength challenges, from arm wrestling to squats, until the dead of night. Exhausted, Tyrone lay there gasping for breath, gazing at me with a newfound respect. "Brother, what level are you? You don't look like a powerhouse." Calmly, I stated, "Level 24, born with divine strength." His eyes nearly popped out. "Only level 24? I shrugged, replying with 2 words, "Call me boss." He muttered the title reluctantly before fleeing in embarrassment. Though he protested verbally, his body conveyed the truth. The following day, I headed straight to the Tiando Grand Soul Arena, eager to retrieve my precious Ain. I also took a moment to greet the charming Miss Yen Hong, informing her that I might not visit frequently anymore, as my financial situation had improved since entering Lamba Academy. My mind was racing with plans for the next step, intending to pursue the route of marrying into the family through Duelwith. By meeting her grandfather, Duelwith, and displaying my skills, I could establish myself as a potential grandson-in-law. Then I could legitimately access his backyard, the ice and fire Yin well, and undoubtedly find the celestial herbs necessary for a Yin's revival. However, I pondered the dilemma. If a Yin were revived and recovered her memories, what would happen if she sought out Tang Hao? Would I merely become a substitute for the husband? No, I must devise a strategy to imprint her thoughts in advance. Cradling a Yin's flower pot, I was preparing to concoct a scandalous story about Tang Hao when I glanced up and spotted an imposing castle nearby, named Yuxian. Yuxian? Isn't that the territory of Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua? It's a place dedicated to teaching noble etiquette. I recall from the original work that Tang San was sent here for a year of transformation after emerging from the Slaughter City, unable to control his murderous aura. I thought to myself, let's go take a look. No rush on tarnishing Tang Hao's name. First, I'll meet his noble sister. I strolled towards the castle, but upon reaching the entrance, I was stopped by a guard who requested an invitation. I felt a bit awkward. I couldn't just barge in, could I? Suddenly, an idea struck me. I pulled out my Silver Soul Master badge and waved it, saying, I'm a Silver Soul Master, and forgot my invitation. Could you make an exception? Surprisingly, it worked. The guard immediately bowed deeply. Please come in. Upon entering Yuxian, I was greeted by a dazzling interior, akin to a royal palace. I took a seat, pretending to be someone well-versed in high society. Just as I settled in, a noble woman approached. Her qipao slit nearly to her waist. The scent of her perfume overwhelming. She kept leaning against me, and my family, you understand, her thigh was almost in my pocket. I couldn't take it anymore and made an excuse to use the restroom, making my escape. Once in the restroom, I placed it on the sink, finally exhaling in relief, when I noticed a maid hurriedly rushing past the door. Something felt off. Shouldn't everyone in Yuxian be gliding gracefully? But I decided to avoid trouble and let it go. Later, I learned that the maid was an undercover agent for Qianrenshua, who had just been exposed and dealt with. I lingered in the restroom for quite a while, estimating that the noble woman had likely shifted her attention elsewhere before I returned with Ain. Just as the performance began, the lights dimmed, and a stunning beauty clad in a silver palace gown, exuding an extraordinary elegance, took center stage. Without a doubt, this was Tang Yuehua. Her presence was simply captivating. Although her attire concealed her figure, her graceful movements and noble air struck a chord with my aesthetic sensibilities. As the performance concluded, she radiated a shimmering phantom ring, the domain of nobility. I felt my scattered thoughts instantly purified, akin to a spiritual rejuvenation. Even more astonishingly, I exhaled a breath of turbid air and discovered that my soul power had inexplicably risen by a level. I was now at level 25. One incredible experience. A truly free upgrade. After the performance, everyone prepared for the ball. I had no intention of participating in such frivolities, so I was about to slip away when Tang Yuehua's voice called out from behind, "Esteemed guest, are you not planning to join the ball?" I turned around to find her fixated on Ain in my arms. My heart skipped a beat. Surely she wouldn't recognize it, would she? This was a 10,000-year soul beast. I feigned calmness and said, I must leave. I left the gas on at home. Fortunately, she only associated the blue silvergrass with her brother Tang Hao and did not inquire further, allowing me to depart. Just as I sighed in relief and reached the entrance of Yuxian, another familiar voice called out, "Ciao, brother." I turned to see none other than Prince Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianrenshua. She was here as well. We exchanged polite remarks, and she expressed her regret for not having brought me to the Tiando Royal Academy, taking the blame upon herself. I thought to myself that it had nothing to do with her. It was the avalanche that had been acting on my behalf. I returned her token, and she insisted I keep it, stating that I could always visit her at the prince's mansion if needed. After a brief conversation, we parted ways. I knew she still didn't take me seriously, as I had yet to reveal my true strength in front of her. Upon returning to Lamba Academy, I settled Ain in and began contemplating Lu Erlong's situation. She was probably still wallowing in nostalgia over Yu Xiaojiang's token. I decided to wait a couple of days, using cultivation as an excuse to interrupt her reminiscence. I had to shatter the illusion she held of you, Xiao Jiang. While I was deep in thought, I headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Just as I was halfway through, a little brother rushed in with news, saying that Tyrong's father had come looking for me. Apparently, he couldn't believe that his son had been overwhelmed in strength and insisted on witnessing it for himself. I was taken aback. Was this really happening? The little one had brought the elder. Was Tyrone not able to handle the situation? The little brother quickly clarified that Tyrone couldn't stop his father, who was in a foul mood and insisted on coming. No sooner had he finished speaking than two towering figures entered the cafeteria, one of them bellowing. Who says I'm unreasonable? I am merely curious as to which esteemed soul master possesses the strength to overshadow our Li Zhu. The individual in question is none other than Tai Long's father, Tai Nuo. I swiftly finished my meal and stood up. Tai Nuo approached me and inquired about my martial soul. Astonished by my remarkable strength, I promptly revealed my right hand, informing him that I possessed a mutated body martial soul. Upon hearing this, he relaxed, reassured by the fact that it was not some newly emerged power-type sect, and his demeanor became exceedingly amiable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed, likely contemplating how to recruit me into their Li Zhu. After bidding farewell to this inquisitive parent, Tai Long incessantly apologized to me. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, as we bantered on our way back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the ground floor, I spotted a familiar figure, Du Guyan. To my surprise, she had come to find me so soon. I instructed Tai Long and the others to head upstairs while I hurried to greet her. The young lady playfully pouted, claiming that my remark about her arrival being so swift sounded as though she was unwelcome. I quickly took her hand and showered her with compliments, successfully appeasing her. We wandered aimlessly around the academy, akin to ordinary young couples, reveling in the delightful experience. With my arm around her waist, I admired her emerald green nails and eyes, pondering the urgent need to resolve the toxin issue. I must meet Dugubo promptly to acquire the celestial herb. As our conversation flowed, the atmosphere became charged with emotion. Unable to resist, I leaned in and kissed her. Just as our lips were about to meet, she suddenly stiffened, clutching me tightly, her body going limp in my embrace, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, her teeth chattering. Startled, I quickly inquired about her condition. Leaning against me, she weakly managed to utter, "Akuin, my head hurts." My heart raced. She was experiencing a toxic reaction. How could it have occurred so soon? Without hesitation, I lifted her into my arms and dashed toward the academy infirmary. Bursting in, I called out to the attending physician, "Teacher, quickly, my girlfriend is suffering from severe headaches." An elderly soul master approached, glancing at Du Guyan with indifference, extending his hand to reveal a small white mushroom, instructing me to give it to her for pain relief. I hastily fed the mushroom to Du Guyan. As it entered her system, the pained expression on her face vanished, and she promptly fell asleep. The old soul master then ambled over to conduct a thorough examination. After a lengthy assessment, he leaned closer and informed me, "There are no external injuries. It appears she has been poisoned." I nearly punched him in frustration. Was that not already evident? He continued his analysis. "The toxin is not fatal, but its potency will increase until she can no longer withstand it. We will need to wait until your girlfriend awakens to ascertain the specifics of the toxin." I was infuriated by his nonchalance. Waiting for her to wake? The opportunity would be lost. I realized the issue stemmed from the soul ring she had recently absorbed. When I first met her, her eyes were not so vividly green, and the toxin was manageable. However, after acquiring the soul ring from that venomous serpent, the toxicity surged exponentially, resulting in this early reaction. Here, Kanfo, Dugubu must have been aware of this, hence why he had assigned her 2 supportive soul rings to buy time. Yet now, my mere fluttering of butterfly wings had propelled the plot into chaos. As darkness enveloped the sky, the old soul master's healing techniques seemed ineffective, and Du Guyan remained unconscious. I contemplated the futility of lingering in the infirmary, bid the teacher farewell, and carried Du Guyan back to my room. Gazing at her still form on the bed, my heart raced with urgency. I needed to expedite our plans. Once she awoke, we would head straight to the sunset forest, where Du Gubo was surely lurking. The ice and fire yin-yang I awaited me. That place was a treasure trove, abundant with celestial herbs that could not only eradicate Du Guyan's toxin, but also elevate my own strength to new heights. Such boundless fortune must not fall into the hands of others. As I mused, the girl in my arms stirred and murmured, her fingers twitching slightly. I leaned closer and gently called out, Yanzi, Yanzi. Drowsily, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing me, her cheeks flushed as she softly asked, Kohen, what happened to me just now? I only remember we were about to kiss, and then everything went blank. Observing her delicate and bashful demeanor melted my heart, and I embraced her tightly. It's all right. You suddenly fainted. I took you to the infirmary, and the teacher said you were poisoned. Poisoned? Du Guyan's expression turned incredulous, as if unable to fathom how the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo could be poisoned without anyone noticing. She looked at me in disbelief. That can't be true. I was extremely cautious while absorbing the poison pearl. How could I have been poisoned? Did that teacher make an error? I shook my head, cradling her face in my hands, compelling her to meet my gaze. He did not err. Do you remember your eyes? When I first encountered you, they were merely a pale green. Look at them now. They are nearly glowing. My eyes have always been this way. She protested, attempting to defend herself. I interrupted her. I understand it is due to your martial soul. But therein lies the crux of the problem. Your Bailin Shi martial soul is indeed powerful, but it also bears the risk of backlash. The more potent the poison attribute soul beast you absorb, the swifter and more severe the backlash will be. Your grandfather assigned you supportive soul techniques to suppress this effect. Yet you absorbed the soul ring of that highly toxic serpent and recklessly consumed that poison pearl, effectively accelerating your own predicament. Consequently, this early reaction has occurred. After my explanation, Du Guyan fell silent, lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, she managed a bitter smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as her voice wavered. So, that's it. I always wonder how my father could have. In that moment, she connected the dots. Her father, a powerful soul master in the prime of his life, could not have simply succumbed to illness. Du Gubo had deceived her for years, and today, I, an outsider, had unveiled the truth. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed against me, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Kohen, what should I do? Am I also nearing death? I have only just begun my relationship with you. It's all right. I'm here for you. I comforted her, my tone gentle yet resolute, assuring her that I had a plan. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching mine, filled with disbelief. Really? This poison even stumps my grandfather. Listen to me, I said, wiping her tears away. Your grandfather is unharmed because he discovered a sacred place that helps suppress the toxins. It is called the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. I read about it in an ancient text. She immediately queried, if such a place exists, why did my father still die? Because that location is perilous in its own right, I continued to elucidate. While the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, I can suppress toxins. It emanates its own ice and fire toxins that can be deadly. Low-ranking soul masters cannot withstand it for long. Your father surely could not endure it either. Her face fell despondent. But my soul power is even lower than my father's. I would be of no use there. Do not fret, I said, pinching her cheek playfully. Listen to me completely. Besides its capacity to suppress toxins, the most critical aspect is that it gives rise to a treasure known as celestial herbs. Those wondrous items are the essence of the world. As long as we find a celestial herb suitable for you to consume, not only can it completely resolve the toxin backlash, but your martial soul may even evolve. Really? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Can the ancient text be false? Fear not. I will not let you perish. I still wish for you to bear my child, I declared, lifting her in a princess carry and playfully depositing her onto the bed. The following morning, we set off for the edge of the sunset forest. As I surveyed the dark expanse of the woods ahead, I felt a twinge of concern. Yanzi, how do we traverse the core area of the forest filled with 10,000-year soul beasts? After a prolonged silence, I turned around to find her blushing and lost in thought once more. I shook her gently. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You've been distracted all along the way. She snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched me. It's all your fault. I chuckled, realizing she was reminiscing about our previous night together. I teased her a bit before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. How do we find your grandfather? It was then that she untied a small green pouch from her waist and pulled out a tiny green snake. This is the messenger my grandfather gave me. If I release it into the forest, it will find him on its own. We just need to wait. I glanced at the little snake. Yet my gaze was captivated by the green pouch. Wasn't this the Rui Baobao now? The kind that can hold living things. Noticing my curiosity, she explained that it was a gift from her grandfather, who possessed a blue one as well. How fortuitous, I thought, as I retrieved the blue-silver grass-shaped een from my backpack. Here, please help me keep this treasure safe. What is this? She asked, intrigued. It's a great treasure, I replied with a smile. I certainly couldn't tell her it belonged to Tang's San. How could I explain that? While we were waiting outside the forest, deep within the ice and fire yin-yang eye of the sunset forest, an old man sat cross-legged, his expression one of intense agony. It was Duelwith. He had just endured another bout of poison, lamenting his inability to last much longer while worrying that his granddaughter, Yin Yin, might soon suffer the same fate. Suddenly, he sensed something and dashed through the poison barrier, grabbing the little green messenger. Recognizing it was his granddaughter reaching out to him, he vanished without a word. The speed of a tidal Douluo is indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, I leaned against Yanzi, watching the setting sun, the atmosphere charged with tension as our lips nearly brushed. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted. Ahem. We both startled and turned to see a tall, thin old man with hair, eyebrows, and beard all of vibrant green. His eyes a striking shade, even greener than Yanzi's, resembling two emeralds, staring at us with a stiff expression. Goodness, it was a scene of being caught in the act. Yanzi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Grandfather, you arrived so quickly? Duelwith completely ignored her, snorted coldly, and swiftly pulled Yanzi behind him, his green eyes fixated on me. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure bore down on me, as if compelling me to kneel. I must say, despite being known as the weakest titled Dalu, his aura was formidable. Only due to my exceptional physical constitution and strong mental fortitude could I withstand it. Even a soul king would have to bow. I gritted my teeth and took 2 steps forward, bowing to him. Greetings, grandfather, I'm Yanzi's boyfriend. And my name is San'sHidden. The word grandfather rendered Duelwith momentarily speechless. How long have I been in seclusion, and my granddaughter has already found a suitor? He huffed, and the pressure intensified. Yet, I stood tall. I knew this old man would not favor a weak-willed grandson-in-law. Grandfather, Yanzi, unable to bear it any longer, tugged at his sleeve. Only then did Duelwith withdraw his oppressive aura. I sighed in relief and leaned in with a cheeky grin. Greetings, grandfather. His expression remained rigid, but his tone softened. You little rascal, not bad. What level are you? He likely assumed I was a soul master due to my young age. I smiled slightly. I am currently at level 25. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, perhaps believing my talent insufficient. Yanzi quickly interjected. Akuin is not even 12 years old yet. Oh, Duelwith finally regarded me with interest. Realizing a level 25 soul master at under 12 years of age was quite extraordinary. He turned to Yanzi. Did you come to find me just to introduce this boy? Yanzi nodded and recounted the events of her recent poisoning. What? So soon? Duelwith was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. He sighed, preparing to explain the flaws of their family's martial spirit, but Yanzi interrupted him. Grandfather, I already know. Moreover, Akuin says he has a solution. In an instant, Duelwith turned to me, unleashing a pressure tenfold more terrifying than before, causing my heart to skip a beat. His voice was icy. Do you truly know how to resolve this? Bearing the suffocating pressure, I replied, word by word, Senior Duelwith. How could I joke with Yanzi's life? Yanzi rushed over, taking my hand and glaring defiantly at her grandfather. Observing our stance, Duelwith finally retracted his imposing aura, managing a strained smile. It is my fault for being overly excited. Young man, if you can indeed resolve our family's flaw, I, Duelwith, owe you an enormous favor. From now on, we are family. There is no need for favors between us. I responded with a smile. Speak. What do you need my assistance with? Duelwith now regarded me with increasing fondness. I then recounted the matter of the celestial herb from beginning to end, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stroked his beard. Celestial herb? I do have a few in my domain, but they're either useless or highly toxic. I dare not touch them. I chuckled. The harvesting and utilization of celestial herbs require careful methods. If done incorrectly, even the finest herbs can turn poisonous. Fortunately, I know the proper techniques. Martial Spirit Manifestation by Lin Shihuang. Without hesitation, Duelwith summoned a colossal emerald green serpent, carrying us deeper into the forest. We navigated through layers of poison barriers and soon arrived at a valley. I immediately spotted the legendary yin-yang Eye of Ice and Fire. One side was frigid ice, while the other was molten lava, surrounded by an array of exotic flowers and herbs. Just as Duelwith was about to warn us not to approach the spring, I paid him no mind, my gaze firmly locked on a large pale pink flower beside where he usually meditated. Yoxiang Qilua Xinpin, the nemesis of all poisons. Indeed, it was the celestial herb. I pointed to the flower and explained. This is Yoxiang Qilua Xinpin, capable of countering all toxins. If I eat it, will I be cured? Yin Zi asked excitedly. I smiled, holding her back. Haha, it cannot be eaten. It only serves as a poison prevention, not a cure. Do not fret. There are plenty of other treasures here. I instructed Yin Zi to bring forth the multitude of golden shovels, jade boxes, and various tools I had prepared in advance. And then I entered into a fervent harvesting frenzy. This is the 8-petal celestial orchid, a celestial-grade herb. Use golden tools to harvest, and jade tools to contain it. Its effects are gentle, capable of strengthening one's roots and enhancing their essence. Even the most mediocre talent can become a titled Douluo by age 30 after consuming it. As I dug, I explained to the awestruck grandfather and granddaughter beside me. One herb can forge a titled Douluo? Duelwith's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Ha, grandfather, do not be too surprised. Auxiliary cultivation celestial herbs generally possess such qualities. I shouted casually. Duelwith, overjoyed by my calling him grandfather, patted my shoulder. Good. Good. That is how it should be. Next, I explored as if in my own backyard, pointing out the various herbs. That is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, an artifact for fire attribute martial spirits. That is the water immortal jade skin bone, which can transform one's very being. And that is the rare fungus heavenly chrysanthemum, which grants an indestructible body. Duelwith listened with his mouth agape, transitioning from shock to numbness, ultimately culminating in sheer ecstasy. After several hours of tireless effort, having completely cleared the area of all mature herbs that could be taken, I stretched and remarked, I never imagined that one day I would find herb gathering so exhausting. Ha ha ha, Chow kid, is there more? Duelwith, now flushed with excitement, inquired eagerly. There are some that require more time to mature or must be consumed immediately, I said, leading them to a snow-white herb shaped like a swan's neck. Grandfather, this is the celestial herb I believe is best suited for you. Shuese Tian Yuan. Upon hearing the effects of this herb, the excitement on the old man's face vanished in an instant, as if he had been struck by lightning, leaping back in alarm. His eyes wide with terror. He glared at me, his voice elevated. Chow kid, are you trying to kill me? The poison from my martial spirit backlash is barely held in check by this ice and fiery yin-yang eye. Do you want to amplify it 100-fold? If it increases even a little more, I might just drop dead right here. I couldn't help but chuckle at that moment, saying, Grandfather, do not be anxious. Allow me to finish my words. Before indulging in this treasure, we must first resolve the long-standing poison afflicting you. Upon hearing this, the old man became even more despondent, shaking his head with a bitter smile and lamenting, Alas, my condition is unlike yin-yang's. This poison has seeped in my marrow for over 70 years, merging my very being with it. There is no hope left, none at all. I raised 2 fingers to reassure him. Fear not, for I have 2 plans. Plan A involves completely dispelling your poison, but you would lose your cultivation in the process, which you would certainly refuse. He nodded vigorously, as it was evident that all his abilities were interwoven with this poison. Without it, he would be no more capable than a mere shell of his former self, which is tantamount to death. Hence, I continued, I have discovered Plan B in that ancient tome. A clever maneuver that not only will resolve your backlash, but also leave your poison unscathed. With the addition of this San'sHidden, I assure you, your strength will soar. The old man's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. What method is this? Speak quickly. It's simple. Compress all the poison within you, package it, and force it into a single soul bone. This way, the poison remains, yet it is separated from your body, thereby preventing any backlash. The old man pondered for a moment, realizing the feasibility of this plan. However, he soon grew anxious again, expressing concern. What if I make a mistake? A single misstep could lead to my demise. I gestured towards a nearby fragrant and exquisite flower, smiling. What is there to fear? You can expel the poison beside it. It will serve as your ultimate safeguard, ensuring your absolute safety. Once you have succeeded, remain close while absorbing the San'sHidden, providing you with double protection. At this, Duelwith was utterly elated, laughing like a child weighing 200 pounds, repeatedly exclaiming his approval, his gaze towards me radiating warmth. Yet, in the midst of his mirth, he suddenly shifted his focus towards Duelwith, stating, since this method can also be employed by me, I shall bestow this herb upon Yin. At my age, further advancement is limited. I immediately took Duelwith's hand, exclaiming, Grandfather, what are you thinking? The ground is littered with treasures. How could I possibly forget Yin? Her opportunities far exceed this. Duelwith looked taken aback. Oh, are there other miraculous herbs here? Indeed, I replied mysteriously, some herbs possess sentience and tend to conceal themselves. Now, I must trouble you, Grandfather, to assist us in luring them out. The old man perked up at the prospect of being useful, asking, what do you require from this old bones of mine? This herb is called Hua Long Chao, capable of directly evolving Yin-Yan's martial soul, transforming a snake into a dragon. However, it typically hides underground. The only way to coax it out is to irrigate its hiding place with dragon's blood. Hua Long. Duelwith gasped in astonishment. Such a grand undertaking. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial spirit, the colossal Bai Lin Shi Huang, soaring into the air. Before departing, he tossed me a small blue pouch from his waist, saying, this is a Rui Bai Bao Nong, a spatial soul guide. Store the herbs within. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, racing through the poison barrier to hunt dragon, attribute soul beasts. I took the pouch and collected all the herbs, including Ain within. Duelwith, her eyes sparkling with excitement, leaned in and kissed me. I embraced her, proudly proclaiming, see, I told you I could resolve your troubles. I was not boasting. In her embrace, she whispered, now that we have the herbs, what about yours? I turned and pointed towards the two plants on either side of the Bing Huoliang Yin, one exuding extreme cold and the other intense heat, saying, mine has long been prepared. Duelwith was astonished. Those two? Didn't Grandfather say that even a titled Douluo cannot withstand their power? Correct. I replied, my gaze fervent. They are exceedingly poisonous, yet they are also extraordinary medicinal herbs. If I consume both and then plunge into this Bing Huoliang Yin, I shall attain a divine body impervious to water and fire and immune to all poisons. Who among my family understands? The mere thought of that scoundrel Tang using poison against me keeps me awake at night. I must acquire this ability. Without further ado, I bid farewell to Duelwith, instructing her to remain in a safe zone before launching myself like a cannonball. I first employed an iron dagger to slice off the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao. The frigid energy instantly transformed the dagger into a popsicle. I then switched to a jade dagger to cut the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu. This meticulous preparation left me awestruck. The right tools are essential, for using the wrong ones would ruin the efficacy of the herbs. With both herbs secured, I transformed into my Hydro Mother form, swiftly wrapping my tentacles around them before reverting to my human shape, gripping one in each hand. The sensation was overwhelming. My left hand held a piece of millennia-old ice, while my right clutched a scalding iron, an exhilarating juxtaposition that distorted my expression. There was no time for contemplation. I swiftly stuffed both herbs into my mouth and gulped them down. In that instant, the agony was beyond human endurance. I felt as though my very being was being torn apart. one half freezing into shards of ice while the other half was incinerated to ashes. The pain rendered me unable to cry out. Yin, witnessing the scene, was frightened to tears, attempting to rush towards me, but I summoned my remaining strength to shout, "Do not come over. Remain where you are." This is a normal reaction. Enduring the excruciating torment, I watched as my skin oscillated between blue and red, then discarded all my belongings before plunging into the Binghuoliang Yin with a splash. Yin paced anxiously on the shore, helplessly watching as I sank. Shortly after, Bo returned, his serpent tail coiling around two massive dragon beasts. Upon noticing my absence and seeing Yin in distress, he turned pale and exclaimed, "What?" Falling in there, even I would be reduced to nothing. However, they were unaware that upon entering the water, the intense pain dissipated, and darkness enveloped me as I lost consciousness. When I finally regained consciousness, it was the following evening. With a splash, I emerged from the water, successfully achieving my goal. Now, this water capable of melting a tidal Douluo felt as soothing as a hot spring to me. On the shore, both Yin and Bo stared at me in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Bo, astonished, shouted, "You actually succeeded?" I smiled and stretched my body, a series of crackling sounds echoing as my joints flexed. I could feel an explosive power surging through my limbs. Looking down, I realized, to my astonishment, that my clothes had shrunk by a size, my height soaring from around 1.8 meters to over 1.9 meters. My muscles chiseled like a sculptor's finest work. Bo circled around me, marveling, "Young man, can you now match a soul king in a contest of strength just with your physical prowess?" I grinned. Before consuming the miraculous herbs, I was nearly there. I sensed my soul power. I am now at level 26. My physical attributes have improved immensely. No sooner had I spoken than I darted in front of Yin, lifting her into my arms. Startled and delighted, she playfully punched my chest, exclaiming, "You had me so worried." As we reveled in our affectionate moment, Bo cleared his throat awkwardly, reminding me that we had an elder observing. Next came the serious matter. We sprinkled dragon's blood around the Binghuoliang Yin. The three of us held our breath, waiting for over 2 hours. Suddenly, the soil began to shift, and soon after, a small creature radiating green light, resembling an eastern dragon, emerged from the earth, heading directly for the dragon's blood. I quickly signaled to Bo. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying presence descended, and Bo appeared before me, clutching the little dragon, which had transformed back into a bare, tender branch. "This is Hua Long Chao." I presented the herb to Yin, who did not hesitate to swallow a whole. Soon, green light emanated from her body, her legs gradually merging into a colossal serpentine tail, which enveloped her entirely, ultimately forming a massive green egg that pulsated rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Having succeeded, I exhaled in relief, now awaiting her emergence from the shell. Bo observed this miraculous scene, glancing at me with an increasingly complex expression, muttering something about a chosen one. He suddenly inquired whether I wished to learn his poisonous arts. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "No, Grandpa, I'm already immune to all poisons." Upon hearing this, Bo appeared quite disheartened. After dedicating a lifetime to mastering poisons, he found himself outdone by my newfound immunity, which was indeed a significant blow to his pride. He fell silent for a while, retreating to a corner to expel the toxins from his body. Meanwhile, Yin was busy incubating her egg, Bo was detoxifying, and I found myself idly waiting, my stomach growling with hunger. The meat of the two dragon beasts had been contaminated by the icy fire toxins, rendering it inedible. I decided to edge closer to the poison barrier, hoping to hunt for some wild game. Just then, two unexpected guests arrived outside the poison barrier. A man clad in gold and green armor, resembling a bodyguard, accompanied by a woman whose beauty was ethereal, radiating an aura of sanctity and inviolability. She gazed quietly at the toxic mist and asked, "Is this the domain of Bo?" The armored man responded respectfully, "Indeed, my lady. This poison barrier harbors the lethal venom of the Bailin Snake Emperor. Even a soul saint would perish upon contact." As soon as he finished, The woman chuckled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of magnetism, clearly embodying a regal demeanor. She remarked, quite impressive. Then, with a dismissive tone, added, however, it pales in comparison to that fellow, C.I. Shui. As they contemplated their next move, Chao Kun, made a grand entrance, striding confidently out of the toxic mist in search of a late-night snack. Their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. For anyone who understands, this was a substance capable of killing a soul saint, and yet I strolled through it as if it were my own backyard. Upon recognizing me, the woman froze, hastily retreating with her armored companion to conceal themselves. The armored man, known as the title Duo, Shi Miao, leaned in to whisper, "My lady, isn't this the young man you met a few days ago?" He then made a gesture across his throat, suggesting whether they should eliminate me right then, for associating with Duelwith would render me a half-enemy in the eyes of the Wuhun Temple. However, the woman, Qian Rinxue, hesitated. It seemed she had opened her mind, recognizing my potential and wishing to recruit me. Unbeknownst to me, 2 spectators were lurking in the bushes while I simply felt famished, crouching there as I prepared to catch an unsuspecting victim for dinner. Before long, a limping, battle-scarred blue wolf wandered into view, appearing as a pitiful sight. I thought to myself, what a stroke of luck, a late-night snack delivered right to my doorstep. Yet in the shadows, Shi Miao was frantically educating Qian Rinxue, "My lady, do not be deceived by its condition. This is a 20,000-year-old Qing Xia wolf, a formidable opponent." While I was eagerly awaiting my meal, the wolf suddenly shot a scorpion tail from its mouth at lightning speed, heading straight for my face. I was taken aback, realizing I was not the only one prepared for surprise. In a split second, I activated my second soul skill, transforming into a massive jellyfish. The scorpion tail pierced through harmlessly, but I lost a third of my soul power in the process. This skill provided immunity to physical attacks, yet it was incredibly taxing on my energy reserves. The wolf, realizing it had not defeated me, let out a howl and charged at me, its body swelling to the size of a small car. Seeing no escape, I decided to fight back. With a flash of light, I transformed back into the Fire Ape King. We collided with a resounding crash. I delivered a fiery punch to its forehead, followed by a barrage of water arrows. The wolf attempted to block with a shield, which shattered effortlessly, leaving it howling in pain. It tried to feign further injury, launching another icy arrow at me. Did it truly think the same trick would work twice? I swiftly switched back to jellyfish form, rendering the attack useless. With dozens of tendrils, I overwhelmed the wolf, effectively dismembering it. After the fight, I claimed the tastiest piece of meat and slipped back into the toxic mist, reflecting on my actions and reminding myself that I was indeed a powerful soul master who needed to maintain composure. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue and Shi Miao were utterly petrified. Qian Rinxue stammered, Does he only have 2 soul rings?" Shi Miao nodded. "Is the second ring purple?" Shi Miao confirmed again. "The wolf is 20,000 years old, correct?" Shi Miao nodded vigorously. Qian Rinxue gasped, a great soul master single-handedly slaying a 20,000-year-old soul beast. The way she looked at me was as if I were wielding a cheat code to victory. Shi Miao attempted to persuade her to eliminate me, but Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? Such a prodigious talent must be recruited. We must acquire him." While Qian Rinxue was plotting to win me over, I was already hosting a barbecue party near the Eye of Ice and Fire the following night. Just as I was enjoying my meal, a crack echoed, and Duguyan's egg had hatched. Hastily, I approached, and to my astonishment, as the shell crumbled, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged. Calmly, I retrieved a dress from her bracelet and draped it over her, unfazed by the situation. I must say, the evolved Duguyan was absolutely breathtaking, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with long legs and a figure that could rival any model. Her face appeared as though it had been enhanced to perfection. Her martial spirit had transformed from a snake into the Bailin Jiao, and her soul power surged to level 40. She demonstrated her new skills, showcasing both buffs and debuffs that had significantly improved. Most importantly, the deadly backlash from her toxins had vanished. Now, all her poison was concentrated in the small horn on her forehead. Curiously, I reached out to touch the horn, only to have her shudder and flush red. Ah, so it was a sensitive spot. Duelwith, observing this, had an epiphany. He exclaimed, "I see. The reason we suffered from toxic backlash was that our martial spirit lacked a storage for poison. If I can force the toxins into the soul bones, wouldn't that resolve the issue?" Once their excitement settled, I interjected, "Grandpa, I intend to investigate beneath this spring." I certainly could not reveal that I had foreseen this scenario. Instead, I fabricated a tale about sensing treasures while absorbing the celestial herb. Initially, Duelwith was apprehensive, but after my assurances, he consented. Without delay, I stripped down and dove into the water with a splash. After swimming for a while, the pressure increased, prompting me to transform into a jellyfish, merging with the water. Pressure? It was non-existent. I had no idea how long I swam, but my soul power was nearly depleted when I finally reached the bottom. There, I discovered a massive light barrier, and upon entering, I found myself in an empty, waterless, independent space. It was then that I witnessed a scene I would never forget. 2 dragon bones, each hundreds of meters long, coiled within this space. Their imposing presence left me momentarily frozen. The dragon heads faced each other, with 2 orbs floating between them, one blue and one red, unmistakably dragon orbs. I thought, fortune favors the bold, and extended my tendrils to grasp the 2 orbs. However, upon contact, 2 resounding dragon roars erupted in my mind. In the next moment, my consciousness was yanked into a pure white space, where 2 miniature dragons lunged at me. I was startled and instinctively waved my hand, and to my astonishment, I caught both of them. Then an overwhelming hunger surged within me, compelling me to consume the 2 dragons. As I swallowed them, the 2 dragon orbs from the outside swiftly entered my body. The explosive energy instantly erupted, forcibly reverting me from jellyfish form back to human shape, sending me plummeting from midair. With a loud thud, my legs hit the ground first, fracturing upon impact. Yet, the energy from the dragon orbs rapidly healed me. Before I could catch my breath, the small world collapsed instantly, and water gushed in like a tidal wave. In an instant, I was crushed into a pulp by the immense pressure. My bones and organs shattered beyond recognition. The pain was indescribable. Yet the energy from the dragon balls kept me conscious, rendering me unable to faint even in death. However, the remarkable part was that just as I was crushed, the energy from the dragon balls swiftly restored me. This cycle of being crushed and revived continued, oscillating between life and death, driving me to the brink of madness. With sheer willpower, I began to swim upwards. On the shore, Duelwith and the others had been waiting for 2 hours, growing increasingly anxious, when suddenly they felt the water was about to explode. With a deafening roar, I emerged from the water, a completely transformed version of myself. My long hair cascaded down to my waist, my physique sculpted to perfection, and my face was so striking it seemed almost inhuman. Most notably, my eyes shone a pale, golden hue, devoid of any emotion. Duelwith was momentarily stunned, finally exclaiming, "Grandfather, it's a Wuhun." I turned my head to look in her direction, my pale golden eyes appearing remarkably tranquil. As I released my aura, the surrounding celestial herbs bowed to me as if in the presence of a strict teacher. While my power was not yet formidable, the elder Duelwith beside me looked as if his eyes might pop out, muttering, "Is this power?" I exhaled deeply, waving my right hand to conjure a barrier of blue and red energy that enveloped me. I needed to stabilize the situation first, so I called out through the barrier, "Don't worry, it's done. I just need to process it." Processing? I nearly perished on the spot. Upon entering the barrier, I half knelt, my teeth nearly grinding to dust, cold sweat pouring down my face. The 2 dragon balls within me acted like perpetual motion machines, crazily outputting energy, and I felt as though I might explode at any moment. Control? It was utterly beyond my grasp. They were having a wild party inside my body, with destruction as the main theme. I had to find a way to vent this energy, or I would cease to exist. I sat cross-legged and began to cultivate forcefully. Miraculously, once the energy found an outlet, my soul power level soared, as if propelled by a rocket, 27, 28, 29, and then it hit a wall at 30. Yet the energy continued to surge, threatening to turn my dantian into a pressure cooker. If this continued, I would truly explode. My mind raced until I suddenly noticed the barrier I had created. A flash of inspiration struck. Wasn't there a small world beneath the ice and fire two-headed serpent? If it could exist, why couldn't I create one myself? With determination, I gathered the two streams of energy in my palm, compressing and rotating them into a single point. Instantly, the energy within me found its escape route, rushing out like a flood. As I consumed energy rapidly, the Dragon Balls responded with even greater vigor, replenishing my reserves. My body became a construction site. As soon as a fissure appeared, the power from the Dragon Balls instantly repaired it, creating a cycle of extreme tension. I had no idea how much time had passed when I heard a loud explosion. The point in my hand detonated, and I felt a connection form with another realm. With a mere thought, I vanished from my original location. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a new place, a gray, misty space roughly the size of a basketball court. I couldn't believe it. I had truly created a small world. Excited, I noticed that the two Dragon Balls had followed me inside, though they had shrunk considerably. They orbited the center of the small world for a couple of turns before plunging straight down, breaking through the ground. Then, two beams of light erupted, giving birth to a miniature version of the ice and fire two-headed serpent. Who would understand the thrill of carrying the ice and fire two-headed serpent with me? Fortune had finally smiled upon me, just as I was reveling in my success. A sudden cramp in my stomach caused me to kneel again. There was still energy that hadn't been expelled. The world had been opened too quickly, and the last wave of energy was still trapped within me. I quickly focused my thoughts and returned to the outside, grabbing my Rui Baobao bag. And with a swift motion, I reappeared. From a bag, I retrieved a Yin's physical form, the blue-silver emperor, and, without hesitation, I began to pour the excess energy into her. I refused to believe that a 10,000-year-old beast could not absorb this much energy. Sure enough, as the energy flowed into her, golden patterns began to emerge on her vines. It seemed she regained some memories, yet her body's instincts were more honest. As her vines clung to me, demanding more, how could I refuse? I continued to feed her. Before long, the excess energy was depleted, just as I sighed in relief. Ain tightened her grip even more. I was about to declare that I had nothing left, but then the new ice and fire two-headed serpent in my dantian began to generate energy continuously, flowing through my body and into Ain. Remarkably, my small world was bound to my dantian. This was the fabled realm of abundance. While I was in shock, Ain, who was intertwined with me, suddenly emitted a flash of white light. The vines disappeared, transforming into a fully formed human, hanging onto me. Although she manifested a bit of clothing, let me remind you, I was completely unclothed. Her long legs wrapped around my waist, her skin pressed against mine. My breath quickened as I leaned towards her ear and whispered, my voice hoarse. You've regained your memories, right? You know that I am an enemy of Tang Hao, yet you still cling to me? Ain finally reacted, her eyes widening in realization as she looked around, noticing she had transformed back into human form. Her face flushed crimson, and she frantically attempted to detach from me. Could I allow her to escape? I tightened my embrace. What do you think you're doing? Her voice trembled with emotion. The more she struggled, the brighter my pale, golden eyes shone, and I grinned. I'm just helping you absorb energy faster, and perhaps collecting a bit of interest. As I reveled in my newfound pleasures, Tang Hao was in a frenzy on the other end. He stood among the ruins of a city, gazing at the wreckage of the Wuhuan Hall branch he had just demolished, a smile spreading across his face. This was already the third one. The next day, in the Pope's palace of Wuhuan City, an elderly cardinal clad in red stood in the center of the Grand Hall, weeping profusely as he recounted to Bibi Dong the calamities Tang Hao had wreaked over the past fortnight. Your Holiness, Tang Hao has completely lost his mind. He has turned into a fallen one. He has slaughtered everyone in the Wuhuan Hall. Not a single soul was spared, whether they were bishops, clergy, or ordinary soul masters seeking to test their powers. He killed them all, then destroyed the hall and set it ablaze. He must be stopped. Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's throne, her brows furrowed and her expression grim. Internally, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Initially, she had deliberately withheld some information from Dalu, allowing Tang how to escape with his life, as a token of gratitude for injuring Shuanji and giving her an opportunity. Yet here he was, after years of silence, emerging like a mad dog, biting indiscriminately. It was one thing to seek revenge by killing a few bishops or destroying a few branch halls, but what was the meaning of slaughtering everyone inside? With such a lack of emotional control, how could he be the youngest title Douluo on the continent? Absurd. Just then, a messenger bird flew in. Bibi Dong took the letter, and her pupils constricted. The Wuhun Hall branch in Fengye City had been massacred by Tang Hao. Tang Hao. In a flash, she stood up, nearly crushing her staff in her grip, a chilling, killing intent enveloping the entire hall. She harbored hatred for the Qian family, but not for the Wuhun Hall. It was the Wuhun Hall that had taken her in, while her parents had perished at the hands of the fallen ones. Tang Hao had destroyed another branch? A calm voice suddenly resonated from behind Bibi Dong, instantly extinguishing her murderous intent. She turned to see a man in his 30s or 40s, nodding slightly. Dalu. He was dressed in simple clothing, his tone devoid of emotion, yet he exuded an air of authority over the world. It seemed all the elders would have to be mobilized. I have already sent Genie and his men. You should follow them and bring him back as soon as possible. Understood. Bai lowered her head, concealing the hatred in her eyes. She harbored animosity towards Dalu as well, for he had been aware of that incident years ago, yet had chosen not to intervene. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the Xingdou Great Forest, the Silver Dragon King Na, who had been meditating, suddenly opened her eyes, her brow furrowed. Water, the aura of the Fire Dragon King. She was taken aback. Were those two fools not supposed to have perished in the divine war, even if they retained a fragment of their souls? It was inconceivable that they could now recover to the extent of emitting such an aura, even if they had regained their strength. Did they not fear that the denizens of the divine realm would discover them with such blatant displays? What were they thinking? Had they been rendered foolish by the God King back then? Na mentally scoffed, yet she still sent out a wisp of divine thought, disguised it, and flew towards the source of the aura. The divine thought swiftly reached the ice and fire yin-yang eye, circling around my protective barrier. Just as I was pondering, I suddenly appeared in the center of the barrier. A small world? The Silver Dragon King's divine thought paused for a moment. How could a mere soul master create a small world? Without a second thought, that wisp of divine thought rushed in my body, directly entering my spiritual sea. In the external world, I had just emerged from my small cave abode when my body stiffened, and I froze in place. In my spiritual sea, the Silver Dragon King's divine thought gazed at the diminutive figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to me, which was my true spirit, and after sensing it, coldly commanded, "Human, open your eyes." Time rewinds 3 hours. After an intense clash, I lay in the small cave with Ain, exhaling deeply. I must say it felt utterly refreshing. From the moment I entered the ice and fire yin-yang eye, my nerves had been taut, my body shattered and mended repeatedly. That sensation was indescribable. Thankfully, love had prevailed in the end. Otherwise, I would have emerged with a touch of madness. Ain gradually awoke, pushing me away and standing up, conjuring a set of clothes with a wave of her hand. She looked at me, her mouth opening slightly, her expression complex. She had regained her memories and realized that I was her husband's enemy, who had now insulted her. Logically, she should have fought me fiercely. However, despite her guilt and shame towards Tang Hao, it seemed she did not harbor as much hatred for me. "What are you staring at?" I asked with a smile. "Let me out." She glanced around and shouted at me. I chuckled, sitting up and saying, "Let you out? To find Tang Hao, so that you can bring him back to kill me?" I added, "Sister, are you still half asleep?" I looked at her, my smile fading. "Moreover, you do not genuinely believe that Tang Hao loves you, do you?" "What do you mean?" "Brother Hao loves me, of course. Don't you dare fabricate stories to tarnish his name." Ain retorted immediately. This time I'm not fabricating a story. I will ask you a few questions." I stepped closer to her, leaning in. "First, why did he insist on parading you right under the nose of the Spirit Hall, just before your delivery? Second, why was it so coincidental that the Spirit Hall, discovered you were a soul beast precisely when you were about to give birth? Third, when you were being hunted, why did you not flee to the Qingdou Great Forest? Fourth, why did all of this transpire just when he reached level 90? At a time when he was in desperate need of a 100,000-year soul ring, I stared into her eyes, articulating each word. Think carefully. Does he love you? Or does he covet your soul ring? Ain still attempted to argue. Fine. Even if all of that is mere coincidence, I interrupted. Do you know who Tang Hao's grandfather is? She was taken aback. His grandfather is Tang Chun, the unparalleled 99th level Douluo. If Tang Hao had mentioned his grandfather's name back then, do you believe Qian Xuanji would have dared to act recklessly? Of course, this was a fabrication. Qian Xuanji's father was also an unparalleled Douluo, and he had nothing to fear. But Ain was unaware of that. Indeed, Ain fell silent. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will germinate rapidly. She recalled being sacrificed and then left in that dark cave by Tang Hao, and that he had never brought their child to see her. Observing her expression, I knew the moment was ripe, and I added more fuel to the fire. Moreover, do you know why he wants to kill me? Because I uncovered his secret. He conspired with the Haotian sect to send your son Tang San to approach another 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu, and then reenact the scheme from your past. Tell me, why would a penniless, powerless soul master, who is merely a titled Doa, wish to kill me? Is it not solely because I have learned this secret? At this point, Ain was utterly speechless, her head bowed, trembling all over. I slowly approached her and embraced her. She stiffened momentarily, attempting to push me away, but her strength was lacking. This is promising. I tightened my hold on her, whispering in her ear, I'm different from Tang Hao. I have no interest in your soul rings or bones, but rather in you as a person. From now on, you will remain in this small cave, assisting me in tending to these celestial herbs. All of these herbs shall be entrusted to you. This is my sincerity. I gestured towards a nearby Rui Baobao pouch. Yin's struggles weakened further. I continued, You are now my woman. I shall not allow you to seek Tang Hao again. Stay at ease. Time will reveal everything. As I spoke, I once again pushed her down. This time, her resistance was significantly less than before. Eventually, countless blue silver grasses sprouted wildly from the small cave, instantly forming a soft bed under the influence of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After yet another intense battle, I rose from the blue silver grass bed and took out the celestial herbs from the Rui Baobao pouch, planting them in the small world. Once I had finished these tasks, I realized my hair had grown quite long. With a wave of my hand, I summoned a mirror formed from spring water. However, I did not rush to inspect my face. Instead, I first tested my current strength. With a thought, a flame ignited in my hand, morphing into a bird and then a wolf, all under my command, the temperature reaching terrifying heights. Then, with a flash of white light, I transformed. To my astonishment, a 3-meter-tall, golden-haired giant ape materialized, adorned with fiery red armor and flame-like stripes along its back. How magnificent! This was not merely a transformation into a fire ape. It was a transformation into a dragon ape. All attributes had directly increased by 150. I continued to channel my soul power, my body expanding further, instantly growing to over 5 meters tall. In this form, all attributes were augmented by 200. This was not even the limit. I could grow even larger. After reverting to my original form, I tested my second soul skill. I took a dagger from the Baobao pouch and plunged it into my palm. The dagger passed cleanly through my hand as it transformed into water. Moreover, I even made a cut on my hand, and with a thought, the wound healed instantly. Ha ha! Invincible! I could not help but let out a roar of triumph. After testing my skills, I contentedly approached the water mirror, eager to see my current appearance. The person in the mirror resembled me from before, yet was at least 10 times more handsome, with long, lustrous black hair and an extraordinarily beautiful face. I exuded an indescribable air of nobility. I have transformed into a little dragon now. I gazed into the mirror, admiring my light golden eyes, speaking to myself with a smile. After indulging in this moment for a while, I dismissed the water mirror and sat by the bed. Watching Ain, who still pretended to be asleep, I grinned mischievously and picked her up. Instantly, the little girl in my arms stiffened, then opened her eyes. her small hands pushing against my chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Don't. I told her at this moment, one must seize the opportunity. I swiftly restrained both of her wrists with one hand, whispering fervently in her ear, Darling, I am nothing like Tang Hao. I cherish you. While he views you as a mere asset, he desires your soul, ring, and bones, whereas I desire you as a person, understand? When I had merely 10 gold coins, I was willing to spend 8 to buy you nourishment, the energy to assist you in taking form. I have waited so long for, and I gave it all to you without a moment's hesitation. Can you honestly say that he has ever treated you this well? With my cunning combination of half-truths and deception, I could see that her push against me had noticeably weakened. Who among our family understands? It was not that she was convinced by my words, but rather that Tang Hao's actions over the years had indeed been somewhat disheartening. Sensing an opportunity, I gently rubbed my chin against her head and gestured toward my precious medicinal garden. Do you see this? From now on, this land, filled with miraculous herbs, will be yours to oversee. You shall be the queen of this realm. Each of these plants has the potential to forge a title, Duelwith, and now, they all belong to you. I said, as the blue-silver empress. How could she not comprehend the value of these treasures? The aura, the energy, each plant is equivalent to a soul ring of 100,000 years. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she stood completely still. The moment had arrived. I boldly leaned in for a passionate kiss. She feigned resistance, but her strength was akin to a gentle massage. As my hands began to wander, she quickly reacted, using all her might to push me away. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, No. All right then, my friend. It's all about the playful tug-of-war. I immediately withdrew, embracing her and saying, Well, if you're unwilling, so be it. I promise I will never force you. Emphasizing respect, of course. I held her for a moment, and seeing her unresponsive, I placed a kiss on her forehead and prepared to leave. Naturally, while professing trust, I discreetly set the 2 Dragon Balls as surveillance. Should she dare to tamper with my herbs, they would promptly subdue her. Alas, my actions were akin to those of a notorious scoundrel. Just as I emerged from that small pocket realm, my mind buzzed. Someone was convening a meeting in my consciousness. A chillingly elegant voice echoed in my mental realm. Human, open your eyes. What on earth? This wasn't T in the original text. Who dares invade my mind? My consciousness immediately dove deep, and upon opening my eyes, lo and behold, a magnificent silver oriental dragon coiled before me, a sight of unmatched splendor. It was far more striking than those 2 ancient beings below. At that moment, my first thought was how impressive it would be to ride it. I quickly dismissed that perilous notion. The silver dragon gazed at me and spoke, Human, why do you possess the power of the water and fire dragon kings? Following her gaze, I noticed that the symbols beside my martial spirit had transformed. The fire ape had morphed into a dragon ape, while the water mother had transformed into a blue orb, with dragon shadows dancing upon its surface. An idea struck me, and I felt a surge of inspiration. I blinked in innocence and asked, Are you referring to the water senior and fire senior? The silver dragon king appeared momentarily stunned, likely pondering the foolishness of these 2 in selecting an heir while engaging in a sacrificial act. She circled around me, confirming my level was indeed only 30, probably concluding that I could not possibly defeat the 2 Dragon Kings. She returned to my front. Indeed, they're the ones. The script was unfolding. I immediately launched into an impassioned performance. A few days ago, while I was training here, I felt something calling to me from beneath the spring, so I descended. I encountered the Water Senior and Fire Senior, who spoke to me extensively before merging into my martial spirit. My words flowed seamlessly. After all, hadn't they merely roared before being consumed by me? Rounded off, it was essentially a form of communication. The Silver Dragon King believed my account, and though she likely cursed inwardly, her tone remained icy. What did they tell you? I feigned deep contemplation. It was rather profound, and I didn't quite grasp it all. They spoke of me being the child of destiny, that they had awaited me, and only I could change the world. Given your demeanor, you must be allied with them, correct? Do you know what they meant? Cultural individuals tend to think deeply. As I conjured this elaborate fabrication, she was lost in her own wild conjectures. The child of destiny, the rebellion against the consciousness of the world. divine conspiracies. She had concocted an entire 80-episode drama in her mind. In the end, she decisively declared, "I understand. If that is the case, you are their heir. I am their sovereign, and from now on, I shall guide you." Wait, is this really happening? I was astonished, yet my face radiated joy. That is wonderful. With a senior to guide me, I shall surely unleash the powers of the water and fire seniors. My heart nearly burst with glee. This was akin to reaping rewards without effort. From now on, you shall call me Guyuna. Upon hearing that name, my heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was she. I quickly nodded. Of course, Senior Guyuna. We agreed that she would come to my spiritual realm each night for lessons, and I exited. Once my consciousness returned, I dismissed the protective barrier. Duguyen swiftly approached, her face filled with concern. "Are you all right?" I took her hand, smiling. "I'm fine." It was a success. The energy was overwhelming, but it's all resolved now. I embraced her tenderly for a moment, and my future father-in-law, Dugubo, approached, inquiring whether my martial spirit had evolved. I shook my head. It hasn't evolved, but it has certainly strengthened, and my soul power has reached level 30. I estimate that acquiring a soul ring will propel me directly to level 40. Dugubo nodded. Perfect timing. Yin Yin has also reached level 40. In a couple of days, I will take you both to the Sunset Forest to seek soul beasts. What type do you wish for? After a moment's thought, I realized that traveling to Tiando City took far too long, so I replied, I would like a wind attribute beast that can fly. Dugubo clapped his hands. There S1. To the west, there S, a bird known for its incredible speed. Leave it to me. Just as we were conversing, Guyuna's voice resonated in my mind again. The water and fire beings left something behind below. Do you not wish to retrieve it? I was taken aback. There was more? Aside from their remains, what else could there be? Guyuna swiftly provided an explanation. They must have feared that your actions would draw attention, which is why they did not inform you. But now that I am here, there is nothing to fear. Very well, if you say so. She taught me how to harness the energy of the dragon orbs, and I turned to Dugubo and the others. There are additional treasures below that I need to retrieve. Please wait for me a moment. Following Guyuna's instructions, I gathered energy in both hands and cast it towards the spring, reciting the incantation to communicate with the dragon bones below. In the next moment, the ground began to tremble, and two massive dragon bones, each 100 meters long, slowly ascended from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. As the two dragon bones soared higher, they gradually shrank, finally hovering within the energy orbs I had cast. I couldn't help but smile in excitement, having successfully taken everything, leaving even the bones intact. Cradling the two energy orbs, I asked Guyuna, what is the purpose of these? These are dragon bones. Infusing them with the power of the dragon orbs allows them to transform into whatever you desire, be it weapons or clothing. However, the primary form can only change once. Afterward, it can only alter its appearance. I instantly understood. This was akin to customizing equipment. As I pondered what to create, Duguyen leaned over. Kun, is this what was below? Why are there two bones? Dugubo also scrutinized. These bones resemble the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex of that old fellow Yuanqing. I hastily provided a half-true explanation. This place formed because these two true dragons were buried here. I have gained the acknowledgement of the two seniors. These are their remains, which can enhance my strength. Duguyen, intrigued, asked, what can they do? Can you throw them at someone during a fight? I chuckled. You could throw them, but that would be a waste. They can transform into whatever I wish. As I spoke, I tossed the blue energy orb containing the Water Dragon King's bones into the sky, infusing it with dragon orb energy. A brilliant light erupted. I had long decided that the first item must be clothing. Otherwise, constantly battling would lead to embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions. This dragon bone armor would surely boast exceptional defensive capabilities. Next, I tossed the red orb containing the Fire Dragon King's essence into the air. This time, I aimed to transform it into a sword. Two orbs of brilliance grew increasingly radiant, leaving Duguyen below utterly mesmerized. After a brief moment, a flash of blue light surged forth and enveloped me entirely. With a mere thought, a familiar brown hunter's attire manifested upon my form. However, this ensemble seemed somewhat incongruous with my striking visage and flowing locks. Before I could ponder further, the crimson orb darted towards me as well. I reached out, and a long sword, entirely crimson and adorned with dragon carvings, materialized in my grasp, the hilt shaped like a dragon's head, truly magnificent. Holding the sword, I summoned a water mirror to gaze upon my reflection. It appeared somewhat peculiar. No matter, a change of appearance was in order. With a thought, my hunter's guard transformed into a flowing gray and white ancient-style sword robe, accentuating my muscular physique and complementing my handsome face and cascading hair, rendering me akin to a celestial being descended to earth. With a flick of my wrist, I performed a beautiful flourish with the sword and, addressing my reflection with a cool demeanor, declared, "This sword is an unparalleled weapon, forged from the bones of the Fire Dragon King, capable of severing hair with a mere breath. Its blade 3 feet and 3 inches long, weighing 6 pounds and 4 ounces. The following day, we ventured directly into the Sunset Forest. I had also named those 2 treasures from yesterday. The attire was dubbed Rui Baibao E, and the sword, in a straightforward manner, was named the Fire Dragon Sword. This sword was not only sharp, but could also unleash fire and poison, proving exceptionally useful. My father-in-law, truly knowledgeable, soon found Yin, a dragon attribute poisonous beast over 5,000 years old, perfectly suited for her. The absorption process went exceptionally smoothly, and when she opened her eyes, she was elated. Success. My 4th soul skill is the soft muscle poison. Moreover, my poison has now become colorless and tasteless, its potency significantly enhanced. She joyfully approached my side, and as I held her hand, I shared in her delight. You have become increasingly formidable, Yin Zi. You are undoubtedly the top expert in your battle team now. She clasped my hand in return, her eyes sparkling seductively, teasing me. You must call me sister. I coughed awkwardly. It was too soon for that. It was the old man who had cleared his throat, just as Yin Zi and I were enjoying our moment. This elder, devoid of any perceptiveness, cleared his throat again and earnestly praised Yin Zi for her increasingly remarkable poison, colorless and tasteless, capable of killing invisibly. The scene was akin to 2 young lovers in an intimate moment, suddenly interrupted by a teacher entering to check on assignments, leaving me so embarrassed that I could dig my toes into the ground. Enough of the sweetness. Let's proceed to find your soul ring. Duelwith waved his hand, summoning his martial spirit's true form, a 30-meter-long Lin Snake King. Yin Zi and I quickly hopped on, feeling as if we were riding in the Rolls-Royce of spirit beasts, racing forward at breakneck speed, with not a single spirit beast daring to approach us. As we sped along, the elder turned to me, saying, "Young man, your physical constitution is sufficient. You can withstand a spirit beast of 10,000 years. However, a 10,000-year spirit beast possesses a soul shock. I cannot gauge your mental strength. How about we play it safe and aim for one around 8 or 9,000 years?" Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of doubt. Indeed, I was uncertain about the level of my mental strength. If things went awry, I could end up as a fool, which would be a significant loss. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, my mental guide, Guyuna, suddenly spoke up. "What are you afraid of? You can easily handle a 10,000-year beast. Absorb it boldly. If the sky falls, I will support you." Such confidence radiated from her. I had intended to enter the sea of consciousness to discuss life with her last night, but she had unceremoniously kicked me out, claiming she was busy and to not disturb her. Initially puzzled, I now understood. She was indeed moving. She had deemed the Star Doe Forest identity nearly useless and transferred her entire essence into my mind. She stated that being near my martial spirit would accelerate her recovery. Incredible. My sea of consciousness had transformed into a 5-star rehabilitation center. She even mentioned that fortune favors the bold, urging me to take the plunge. After all, I was gambling with my life here. With her assurance, I stood taller and declared to Duelwith, "Grandfather, have no worries. I possess special mental defense techniques. I'm ready for a 10,000-year beast." The old man, upon hearing this, chuckled rather than dissuading me. Good. You have guts. Ahead lies the territory of the Jufeng bird. We have arrived. Soon, we reached the edge of a deep cliff, where the wind roared upward, resembling a giant blower. Duelwith indicated that the nest of the Jufeng bird lay below, a place easily defensible yet challenging to attack, also serving to hone their wind control ability. We 3, akin to special forces, found a large tree to conceal ourselves, dusting ourselves with powder to mask our presence. After over an hour of waiting, a bird flew by, but Duelwith shook his head. Not old enough. After a while, Yanzi began to tire, leaning softly against me. Just then, a massive bluebird with a wingspan nearing 5 meters soared out from below the cliff. It has arrived. Duelwith whispered. I had my equipment prepared, with water arrows and fire arrows ready to unleash a dual assault upon its arrival. But guess what happened? The old man swiftly activated his martial spirit's true form. The 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. A smooth series of moves froze the bird midair before the Bailin Snake King swooped down and snapped it with a resounding crack. Breaking its bones, I stood in shock, having prepared my skills for nothing. I had merely come to play a supporting role. Quickly deliver the final blow. The corner of my mouth twitched as I sheathed my skills and leaped down with Yanzi. This was the advantage of being guided by a master. It was all about enjoying the fruits of another's labor. I drew the yin long sword and gently slashed the exhausted Ju-Feng bird's neck, securing the kill. A pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring leisurely floated out. Taking a deep breath, I sat cross-legged, beginning the absorption process. My heart raced in anticipation of the rumored soul shock. What happened next? Where was the soul shock? My mind was taut as a bowstring, yet nothing occurred. It was as if I had connected a Wi-Fi. The process was seamless. When I opened my eyes, Yanzi rushed over to inquire about my experience. I stood up, revealing 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, which was quite impressive. Duelwith's eyes nearly bulged out. Good lad. Your 2nd soul ring is 1,000 years. The 3rd, directly at 10,000 year. Each of your soul rings is beyond the limits of absorption. I nodded nonchalantly, my heart overflowing with joy. Then I activated my 3rd soul skill. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the elder and the young, I transformed into a Ju-Feng bird with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters. Yanzi, hop on. I flapped my wings, my voice altered. Dugian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly climbed onto my back. My Rui Bai Bao, he was exceptionally intelligent, automatically forming a soft cushion on my back. Such thoughtfulness. Let us go, grandfather, and see who is faster. With a powerful flap of my wings, I soared into the sky. Duelwith paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, steering the Bailin Snake King forward. It was ludicrous. A snake could never outrun a bird. With minimal effort, I harnessed the Ju-Feng bird's innate ability to reduce air resistance, instantly leaving him behind. Yanzi cheered joyfully from my back, and the exhilaration was simply electrifying. Within minutes, we returned to the Ice-Fire 2-element eye. Duelwith gazed at me, incredulous, and asked about my soul power level. I am at level 37. I estimate I will reach 40 in 3 months. I proudly proclaimed as I reverted to my human form. Upon hearing this, Yanzi pouted, displeased. No way. I must train hard. I cannot let you surpass me so quickly. Also, you must no longer call me Yanzi. You must call me sister. All right, Yanzi sister. I embraced her warmly. That night, we decided to return to Tiando City the following day, as Yanzi was not comfortable staying here for too long. Once she fell asleep, I stealthily entered the sea of consciousness, preparing to ask Yuna about the soul shock matter. Upon entry, I was nearly blinded by the brilliance. A stunning beauty with silver hair and violet eyes sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of elegance and charm that left me utterly speechless. I must assert that the entertainment industry is at an end. Should she debut, there would be no room left for anyone else. I hastily inquired, Senior, did you erase the disturbance of my soul this afternoon? To my surprise, she gazed curiously at my martial spirit and replied, It was not I. I intended for you to collide with that avian soul to strengthen your mental fortitude. Who would have thought that your martial spirit would so effortlessly encapsulate that bird's essence within the wind emblem? What a revelation. Upon inspection, I discovered not only the soul of the Juefeng bird, but also those of the dragon ape and the jellyfish, all residing within their respective symbols, seemingly thriving. A singular thought crossed my mind. My martial spirit is indeed a champion of cybernetic cultivation. Guyana found my martial spirit perplexing, and after much contemplation without resolution, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, Never mind. Once you grow stronger, You will understand. Now, let me teach you how to convert your soul power into the might of the water and fire dragon king. Eagerly, I leaned in to learn. However, after much effort, the energies of water and fire collided like sworn enemies, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Bewildered, I looked at her, who remained unperturbed, leisurely explaining. I forgot to mention that you must first convert all your soul power into one element, such as fire, and store this energy within your small world. Then, transform your entire soul power into water, and finally, extract the fire energy, allowing it to establish a balance within you akin to the ice and fire duality outside, thus preventing detonation. I nodded in comprehension, but felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Senior, are you aware that I can access that small world? She responded, as if it were a matter of course, with the dragon pearl of the water and fire dragon king. Is it not normal to enter? It dawned on me that she had no inkling that the small world was one I had personally established, connected to my Dantian. All right, now that you understand, go practice. Dawn is approaching. With that, she closed her eyes and resumed her meditation. I withdrew my consciousness, lying there increasingly disturbed. My family, that realm is my consciousness. How could it feel as though I were merely a guest in her domain, summarily dismissed? Was this not a blatant usurpation? For now, you may reside there, but I shall demand rent later. Chao Kuan thought maliciously. At that moment, Duguyen, nestled in Chao Kuan's embrace, groggily opened her eyes. She clung to his neck, her long legs wrapped around his waist like a koala. Kuan, why are you awake so early? Hearing her drowsy voice, a smile crept onto Chao Kuan's lips as he cast aside his previous thoughts. Do you wish to sleep a little longer? He gently inquired, cradling her. No. We must return swiftly, then enjoy some time in Tiando City before I head back to the academy. You still plan to return to the academy today? Chao Kuan's tone revealed his displeasure. Yes, Teacher Qin has summoned us for a gathering tomorrow. Had she been fully awake, Duguyen might have flirted with him, but in her current state, she simply stated the reason. Very well. Though somewhat discontent, Chao Kuan refrained from voicing further objections, understanding that their paths would converge again in due time. The city they were heading to was not far from Tiando City. They could return in a week or two. Duguyen added, lifting her head to kiss him before stepping away to freshen up. If they had taken a carriage, they could have returned in under a week. However, per Qin Ming's request from Shrek Academy, they were required to walk, allowing for physical training along the way. Licking his lips, Chao Kuan summoned a sphere of water to wash up briefly. By the time he finished, Duguyen was still occupied. He turned to his grandfather, Duelwith, who had been meditating all night. Grandfather, Yin and I plan to head back. Hearing this, Duelwith slowly ceased his poison expulsion and opened his eyes. All right, I will escort you out of the Sunset Forest. Chao Kuan did not decline. After all, they were deep within the heart of the Sunset Forest, and encountering trouble on their way out would be undesirable. This time, Chao Kuan did not transform into the Juefeng bird to follow behind, but instead rode alongside Duguyen on the Bai Lin Snake Emperor as they exited the forest. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Duelwith exchanged a few words with them before returning to the ice and fire duality eye. Once he departed, Chao Kuan and Duguyen exchanged glances, and then Chao Kuan transformed into the Juefeng bird, soaring with Duguyen toward Tiando City. Upon their return, guided by Duguyen, they indulged in a day of excitement, with Chao Kuan encountering sights previously unseen, broadening his horizons. As time passed, the sun began to set. Chapter 75. The changes in the small world in the evening at the Tiando Royal Academy. After exiting Duguyen's room, Chao Kuan licked his lips, savoring the lingering warmth in his palms with a smile. Duguyen was quite invested in the affairs of the Royal Combat Team. Despite her reluctance to part with Chao Kuan, the prospect of joining the team the next day ultimately led her to decline his invitation to rest outside for the night. While Chao Kuan felt a twinge of regret, he did not press her, respecting her choice, knowing that their reunion was inevitable. Seizing the opportunity, he feigned a look of grievance to tease Duguyen, recalling her flushed cheeks and smiling broadly. You are a friend of Yin, correct? Have you entered the academy now? Just as Chao Kuan was about to leave the Tiando Royal Academy, a voice called out from behind him, halting his steps. The tone was somewhat cold, yet distinctly different from Gu Yuna's, leaving him perplexed. I do not recognize anyone here at the Tiando Royal Academy. He responded curiously, turning to face the girl who had stopped him. She had short white hair, a slender figure, and deep blue eyes, her beauty rivaling that of Dugi Yin. Ye Lingling. The last time they met, she had treated him. No, I'm currently at Lanba Academy. Today I came to escort Yin back. She continued, somewhat surprised. I did not expect Sister Lingling to recognize me. I must appear somewhat different now. Not only had he grown taller, but his hair had also lengthened. His features subtly altered, and he was clad in attire that was not typical of Douluo continent. To his astonishment, Yi Lingling had indeed recognized him. We were not particularly close, were we? Gao Kun used it invalidly. I saw you exit Yan's room just now. Although you have changed significantly, you still bear a resemblance to your former self, Yi Lingling remarked, her tone unchanged as she scrutinized him. Haha, I did not expect Sister Lingling to remember me. Chao Kuan chuckled awkwardly, sensing that her expression suggested he had done something to offend her. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. After exchanging a few more awkward pleasantries with Yi Lingling, Chao Kuan bid her farewell and leaped into the air, transforming into the Juefeng bird as he soared toward Tiando City. Had their conversation continued, he might have inadvertently created an entire apartment right there. Though she wished to say more, upon witnessing Chao Kuan transform into a magnificent Juefeng bird and ascend into the sky, Yi Lingling closed her slightly parted lips, her eyes glinting with intrigue. I heard Yin refer to you as Chao Kuan. Is that correct? With the incredible speed of the Juefeng Niao, Chao Kuan arrived in just a few minutes, a journey that would typically take half a day. Concerned about potential attacks from soul masters in Tiando City, he descended back to the ground and transformed into his human form just before reaching the city. In that fleeting moment of transformation, the Rui Bai Bao swiftly adorned him with the attire of a swordsman from his previous life. Not bad, Chao Kuan remarked with a smile as he admired his outfit. Upon entering Tiando City, he did not linger for leisure. Instead, he promptly returned to Lanba Academy, making his way directly to his room. After having dinner with Dugi Yin, he was not hungry and intended to return early to complete his soul power conversion. On his way, he encountered several students who gazed at him in astonishment, having never seen such a handsome figure within the academy. Since he was not familiar with them, Chao Kuan ignored their stares and proceeded to his room. Once inside, he tidied up the bed that had remained untouched for several days and settled down in a meditative position. Geuyuna, I plan to enter the small world for cultivation. Will my presence be detected if I go in directly? After preparing, Chao Kuan decided to enter the Xiaodong Tian and conveyed his thoughts to Geuyuna. Rest assured, I shall help you conceal your presence, came her response, her eyes remaining closed within his sea of consciousness. That's good to hear. Chao Kuan acknowledged with a nod before vanishing from his room and entering the Xiaodong Tian. Upon his entrance, a shimmering silver light filled the room, making it appear as though he had never left, as he continued to meditate on his bed. Once inside the Xiaodong Tian, Chao Kuan sealed off his sea of consciousness from external sensations and reinforced it with the power of the Shuihua Longzhu. Believing this change to be a protective measure of the Shuihua Dragon King, Geuyuna paid it no mind and continued her recovery in silence. Phew! Chao Kuan exhaled in relief, not wishing for Geuyuna to discover that he was nurturing a beautiful blue-silver emperor within the Xiaodong Tian. Furthermore, with someone observing, he felt restricted in his abilities. After completing his preparations, Chao Kuan took a moment to examine the Xiaodong Tian, which he had not visited in several days. Wait, did I come to the wrong place? He stared in disbelief at the drastically altered landscape before him. Previously, there had only been a Binghuo Yangi Yin and a dozen or so fairy herbs. Now, aside from the area for cultivating fairy herbs, it was teeming with blue-silver grass, some of which emitted a radiant glow, creating an ethereal dreamlike ambience. Additionally, where the blue-silver grass bed had once been, a charming house made of blue-silver grass had appeared, decorated in a whimsical manner. Did Ain make this? Have I successfully persuaded her? Gao Kun mi used hattili. Scanning the surroundings for Ain's whereabouts. The Xiaodong Tian was not large, and he should have spotted Ain at a glance. Yet she was nowhere to be found. Did she hide inside the house upon sensing my arrival? He wondered as he approached the structure. As he passed the area with the fairy herbs, a pit caught his attention. Why is there one missing? What used to grow here? He muttered in confusion while gazing at the pit. Where's the Mo Yu Shinju? This was a fairy herb that had not appeared in the earlier battles. It had shown up in the later Douluo series. It was immensely beneficial for plant-type soul masters, significantly enhancing resilience and vitality upon absorption. Did Ain take it? Why didn't the Shueihua Longzhu alert me? Chao Kuan frowned at the thought. He did not mind Ain taking the herb, as he had not intended it for anyone in the future, and it would not impact his plans significantly. If Ain had taken it, so be it. She was not going anywhere, and he could always collect some interest later. His frown was due to the Shueihua Longzhu's failure to notify him. What is going on? Could it be that the Shueihua Longzhu is incapable of distinguishing this? After pondering for a while, he could not figure out why it had not informed him. With no other choice, Chao Kuan issued a new command to the Shueihua Longzhu, instructing it to notify him immediately if anyone attempted to pick the fairy herbs, regardless of whether they caused any destruction. After finalizing his instructions, he added one more note. The notification should be discreet, so it does not attract the attention of others. Taking a deep breath, Chao Kuan strode into the house. It was time to check on Ain. He wondered if she had absorbed the Mo Yu Shinju. However, he had only informed her of the specific effects of the fairy herbs, without detailing the methods for harvesting or absorption. If she simply consumed the Mo Yu Shinju, it would be a waste. Though he thought this, his pace remained leisurely as he approached the door. Several days had passed. If she intended to absorb it, she would have done so by now, and there was no point in rushing. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a spacious living room, devoid of furnishings and eerily empty. Opposite the room, a closed door suggested that Ain was likely inside. Moreover, given the room's position, it appeared to be where the bed had been placed previously. Ain, are you in there? Chao Kuan gently inquired as he approached the door. Silence ensued. I'm coming in. After a moment's pause, he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the room, Ain sat on the bed, her long, slender legs draped casually over the edge. Upon sensing the door opening, her body involuntarily trembled. As the blue-silver emperor, all blue-silver grass was within her awareness. The moment Chao Kuan entered the Shao Dong Tian, she had already sensed it. Quickly adhering to her plan, she had taken a fairy herb and hidden herself in the room, controlling the external blue-silver grass to observe Chao Kuan's reaction upon noticing the missing herb. After Chao Kuan had left the Shao Dong Tian, Ain had sat in contemplation for a while before approaching the area where the fairy herbs were cultivated. While she could feel the immense vitality emanating from these herbs, she found it hard to believe in the extraordinary claims Chao Kuan had made. How could there be such miraculous herbs that render one impervious to harm or toxins? As the current ruler of plant-type soul masters, she had never encountered such wonders. If they truly existed, why would he so readily entrust her with them, not fearing that she might destroy them? However, after employing her blue-silver domain to comprehend some of the herb's effects, Ain discovered that Chao Kuan had not deceived her. The efficacy of these herbs exceeded even his exaggerated descriptions. Do these things truly hold more value than my 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones? Ain uttered these words upon realizing that the significance of these fairy herbs far surpassed her own. After a series of inquiries from Chao Kuan, Ain began to harbor doubts about whether Tang Hao truly loved her. Nevertheless, she did not entirely believe that Chao Kuan was uninterested in her soul ring and soul bone. On the continent of Douluo, who could resist the allure of a 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone? Even a mismatched soul beast could significantly enhance a soul master's combat power upon absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. However, after witnessing the celestial herbs presented by Chao Kuan, her skepticism began to wane, as the value of these herbs undeniably surpassed that of her soul ring and soul bone. She extended her hand and uprooted one of the celestial herbs, finding no resistance from her surroundings. Gazing at the herb that would greatly benefit plant life, Ain murmured to herself, "Is this your sincerity?" The absence of any protective measures allowed her to extract the herb effortlessly. After spending a day in contemplation, she filled the area with lawn grass and constructed a shelter, subsequently bringing the Mo Yu Shinju inside. She was eager to observe Chao Kuan's reaction upon discovering the missing herb. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Kun was entirely oblivious to her actions. Though the unintelligent Shui Huolong Zhu had unwittingly aided him, this place appeared far more splendid than before. Truly remarkable. Sitting beside Ain, Chao Kun embraced her slender waist. Aren't you upset that I plucked that celestial herb? Ain remained unresponsive, allowing him to hold her. It's fine, since I entrusted them to you. You may do as you wish. Just remember to inform me before you pick again, as these herbs require a unique method of absorption. Consuming them directly will not yield their full benefits. I notice your aura has not changed significantly. You have not absorbed the essence of the herb. Chao Kun held Ain close, speaking grandly. In truth, if Ain were to extract another celestial herb, he would undoubtedly confine her with the Shui Huolong Zhu, keeping her here until her strength grew. The remaining herbs were still of use to him and could not be wasted. As for the Mo Yushin Zhu, it was inconsequential, merely a form of compensation for the previous encounter. Upon hearing this, Yin's previously tense demeanor relaxed. What is it? Gaokun inkurit, putzlet. Is it true what you said about overhearing Tang Hao's conversation with the Haoyin clan? Yin questioned without answering directly. Indeed, it is true, despite some inner uncertainty. Chao Kuin's tone remained resolute. Why would you entrust all the celestial herbs to me? Are you not afraid I might ruin them? Yin continued her inquiry. What is the situation? Has Yin come to a realization? I have stated that I genuinely care for you. This is my sincerity. Chao Kun maintained his tone, responding earnestly. Thank you. Yin murmured softly, then nestled comfortably in his embrace. Observing Yin in his arms, Chao Kun felt a sudden pang of guilt. I am truly not a good person. This feeling quickly dissipated as he lifted Yin, intending to kiss her. At that moment, Yin gently placed a hand against him while retrieving a small black bamboo from within her garments, offering it to him. Is this the Mo Yushin Zhu? You haven't absorbed it. Chao Kun asked, perplexed as he accepted the bamboo. I believe its value is too significant. I shall return it to you. Please give me some time, and I will gradually forget Tang Hao. As he contemplated the Mo Yushin Zhu, he heard Yin softly speaking from his embrace. Really? You have accepted me? Ignoring the bamboo, Chao Kun exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, I believe in you. Yin nodded affirmatively. With her confirmation, Chao Kun joyfully stood up, declaring, You need not return this celestial herb. Absorb it yourself. Its value pales in comparison to you. I have a request. Yin did not take the Mo Yushin Zhu, but continued speaking. I wish to meet my child, should the opportunity arise. At this moment, her tone was laden with guilt. After a moment's reflection, Chao Kun placed the Mo Yushin Zhu into Yin's hands, his voice steady. Very well. I will find a chance to take you to see Tang San. Before Yin could express her joy, Chao Kun added, However, I have a request as well. What is it? Yin softly inquired. I hope you will bear me a child. He gently lifted Yin's chin and spoke calmly. All right, Yin responded, perhaps having made a genuine decision. Without hesitation, Chao Kun leaned in to kiss her, then laid her down upon the bed. With a swift motion, he tore away her clothing, which had manifested from her essence, and Yin did not resist this time. Rather, she seemed to acquiesce, which brought great joy to Chao Kun, who desired to explore some maneuvers he had witnessed in his previous life. However, Yin, feeling bashful, ceased her cooperation after a few attempts. Chao Kun did not press her, for there would be many days to come. As the night deepened after their exercises, Chao Kun waved his hand, summoning the Mo Yushin Zhu that had fallen to the floor at some point. He carefully removed the outer shell of the bamboo, revealing a glimmering green core. The method of absorption for the Mo Yushin Zhu required the exterior to be discarded before consuming the core energy, as ingesting it whole would hinder the soul master's ability to absorb its essence. He then brought the green core close to Yin's lips, who was resting with her eyes closed and breathing lightly. Absorb this celestial herb. It will assist in your recovery. Yin opened her eyes, initially hesitant at the sight of the glowing core, but before she could refuse, Chao Kun placed it directly into her mouth. Now, simply channel your soul power to absorb it. This will benefit not only your recovery, but also our future child. The stronger we become, the greater potential our child will possess. In this world, would you desire them to be weak? Upon hearing this, Yin swallowed the Mo Yushinju, and with a wave of her arm, her clothing reappeared on her form. I believe that as a soul beast. Before she could finish her thought, Chao Kun swiftly silenced her, reassuring, I do not concern myself with those matters. All I know is that you are now my woman, and in the future, you will be the mother of our child. Okay, Ain replied, momentarily taken aback, then gazed deeply into Chao Kun's eyes before sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin absorbing the medicinal energy of the Mo Yushinju. Watching her partake in the absorption, Chao Kun exhaled a breath of relief and settled himself on the opposite side of the room, also assuming a meditative posture. It appeared he would have to treat her with more kindness in the future. Glancing once more at Ain, who was engrossed in her meditation, he pondered silently. It seemed that Ain had come to believe that Tang Hao's intentions in approaching her were tied to her soul ring and soul bone. After all, Tang Hao's actions did appear somewhat suspicious. Upon further reflection, it was indeed plausible, for otherwise, Chao Kun would not have concocted such fabrications to deceive Ain. As Ain accepted that Tang Hao's motives were ulterior, she began to feel a sense of inferiority regarding her identity as a soul beast. Had it not been for Chao Kun's intervention, she would have likely fled back to the Qingdao Dasen Lin, vowing never to engage with humanity again. Yet, Chao Kun detained her here, exhibiting an unwavering trust by revealing all the celestial herbs to her, prompting her to consider accepting him. However, the memories of her past, where she was merely a soul beast who had once loved Tang Hao and bore a child, filled her with a sense of inferiority in Chao Kun's presence. Thus, she hesitated to absorb the Mo Yushinju. Chao Kun, discerning her reluctance, forcefully placed the Mo Yushinju into her mouth and encouraged her to absorb it, using her child as motivation. In the future, should Ain wish to collect other celestial herbs, she could do so without needing reminders. After pondering for a moment, Chao Kun issued a command to the Shui Hua Longzhu once more. Even if Ain's previous actions were a ruse, and she destroyed the herbs afterwards, he would merely chalk it up to bad luck, adjusting his plans accordingly. Otherwise, failing to take action would render him a scoundrel. With a deep breath, Chao Kun steadied his mind and began to channel his soul power. As night fell, he entered the small cave, having already trained with Ain several times. Yet the dawn was still far off. He resolved to utilize this time for cultivation, which was the very purpose of entering the small cave. After a while of practice, Chao Kun opened his eyes and gazed out at the Shui Hua, a Longzhu residing in the Binghua Liangyin, then rose to approach it. Here, he believed the efficiency of converting his soul power would be heightened. He first aimed to condense a sphere of fire attribute soul power. Chao Kun mused quietly to himself. No sooner had he spoken than he began to circulate his soul power within his palm, and as the energy within him diminished by half, he initiated communication with the Fire Dragon King's orb, extracting a trace of its energy. Gradually, he infused this energy into the soul power sphere he had gathered in his palm, maintaining a steady pace in transferring his soul power while ensuring his own energy remained dominant. Otherwise, the essence of the Fire Dragon King would overpower him, rendering the effort futile. Thanks to his martial spirit, Chao Kun possessed remarkable control over his body, and as he formed the Fire Soul Power Sphere, everything proceeded without incident. Soon, all of his soul power was transferred into the Crimson Sphere resting in his hand. Quite effortless, Chao Kun chuckled softly, casting the Fire Attribute Soul Power Sphere above the Binghua Liangyin, allowing it to hover. He then settled into a meditative position to recover his soul power. This process, however, proved significantly slower than the formation of the Fire Attribute Soul Power Sphere. At this rate, he would not complete the condensation of both spheres until the following evening. The delay was necessary as he intended to venture outside during the day, where he would find it challenging to condense soul power spheres. Dismissing these thoughts, Chao Kun focused intently on restoring his soul power. The emptiness within his body was rather disconcerting. As he cultivated, time seemed to accelerate, and soon it was morning. At that moment, Ain, who had been absorbing the celestial herbs, opened her eyes, emanating a unique aura. Subsequently, distinctive Blueyin Sao sprouted in the room. Its vines adorned with golden patterns, reminiscent of the Huang tribe among the Blueyin Sao. With a whoosh, the newly emerged Blueyin Sao swirled in the air, producing a sound that sliced through the atmosphere. Its tips resembled long, sharp spears. This was the Blueyin Huang after absorbing the Moyu Shinju. Nevertheless, Hein paid little heed to this newfound strength, her expression shifting to one of disappointment as she surveyed her surroundings. How could one appear so discontented after gaining power? Cao Kuan climbed through the window, smiling as he looked at Ayin. I'm very happy. Upon hearing this, Ayin beamed, glancing at Cao Kuan with surprise. Were you so worried about me while I was out? He seated himself beside her, his face radiating joy. At this, Ayin's cheeks flushed red, and after Cao Kuan teased her for a while, he said, Remain here, and I shall return to accompany you tonight. In due time, I will take you out. Very well, I will heed your words. Ayin replied softly. Witnessing this, Cao Kuan's smile grew even more radiant. He kissed Ayin and left the small cave with a thought. Chapter 78. The disappearing Leo Erlong. To what extent has your cultivation progressed? Upon Cao Kuan's exit from the small cave, Guyuana in his consciousness inquired, I have successfully condensed a sphere of one attribute of soul power. Did Elder Guyuana not notice? Cao Kuan feigned puzzlement, for he had sealed his awareness of the outside world upon entering the small cave, bolstered by the power of the Shui Hua Longzhu. However, as a deity, Guyuana was not easily deceived. The moment you entered, I could no longer perceive the external scenes, likely obstructed by the energy set by the Water-Fire Dragon King. Guyuana did not harbor suspicions. She had indeed sensed the power of the Water-Fire Dragon King within the seal of the consciousness, concluding that entering that small world must entail certain limitations. Yet, she was disinterested in such matters, preferring to quietly absorb the mysterious essence emanating from Cao Kuan's martial spirit to restore her own soul. I see, I'm equally puzzled. Cao Kuan internally sighed in relief. No worries, I'm not concerned with what occurs inside. At your current pace, you will successfully convert your soul power by tonight. At that time, the power of water and fire will coalesce within you, granting you an extraordinarily rare and potent ability. That is the domain. Guyuana began to elucidate the steps following the conversion of soul power. Domain? Cao Kuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, the domain of water and fire. It may also be referred to as the ice and fire domain. I can tell you're familiar with the concept of domain. Guyuana explained briefly, observing Cao Kuan's reaction with curiosity. I have heard of it in the past. Cao Kuan steadied himself, pondering. Is it truly as simple as transforming the nature of soul power into water and fire to attain a domain? Would that not be overly simplistic? Guyuana chuckled lightly in response. Perhaps it seems so to you. You have already absorbed the Ba Jiao Xuanbing Cao and Liehua Xing Jiao Shu, resulting in a subtle change in your soul power. Furthermore, the power of the Water-Fire Dragon King has modified your body. Had your soul power not been attributeless at that time, you would have awakened the water and fire domain long ago. Cao Kuan nodded thoughtfully at her words and inquired further. What abilities does this water and fire domain possess? Recalling the descriptions of the Killing God domain, the Blue-Silver domain, and the Angel domain from the original text, Cao Kuan felt a surge of envy. Guyuana replied, I am uncertain, and the abilities upon awakening will not be particularly strong. After all, this domain is cultivated through your own efforts rather than being bestowed upon you, making it inherently weaker. However, rest assured, the capabilities of the domain will enhance alongside your strength, and it will suit you perfectly, surpassing the merits of a directly conferred domain. Cao Kuan remained exuberant, murmuring happily, Indeed, my self-cultivation has improved significantly. Subsequently, Guyuana shared some insights from her field of expertise with Cao Kuan before retreating to continue her own cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, is that you returning? At that moment, while Cao Kuan was in his room attending to his grooming, a series of knocks accompanied by Tai Long's greeting echoed from outside the door. Yes. Wait a moment. Rubbing his face, Cao Kuan approached the door and opened it. Boss, who are you? Tai Long's tone turned peculiar as he gazed at the strikingly handsome man with long, lustrous black hair before him. Who is this? How did he end up in the boss's room? What on earth is happening? Who else could I be but Chao Kuan? With a hearty slap on Tai Long's shoulder. Gao Kun Diaklet. You are Boss Chao. How have you transformed so drastically? Previously, Chao Kuan was slightly shorter than Tai Long, but now they stood almost equal in height. Tai Long brushed Chao Kuan's hand away, scrutinizing him closely, realizing that this man bore a striking resemblance to Boss Chao. I recently visited the esteemed Dugu with Yen Zi and acquired some valuable insights. Hence the change, Chao Kuan vaguely explained, attributing his transformation to Dugubo. Even if someone were to inquire about Dugubo, he was confident that Dugubo would cooperate. So it was the influence of the poison Douluo? Tai Long exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. Although he still lacked clarity on the specifics, he understood that it must be the handiwork of a titled Douluo. With this thought, Tai Long excitedly draped his arm around Chao Kuan's shoulder, curiously inquiring, how did the poisoned Douluo manage this? I wish to know. I'm not sure. My abilities are too feeble to comprehend how the elder Dugu accomplished it, Chao Kuan replied with a laugh. That is true. If it were easy, the Li family would undoubtedly be aware of it, Tai Long said, slightly disheartened. By the way, this situation at the academy hasn't affected him for long. And soon he began recounting the recent happenings at the academy to Chao Kuan. Although Chao Kuan was not particularly interested in such matters, he listened quietly as Tai Long boasted. After confirming that Chao Kuan was well, Tai Long took him to a discreet restaurant near Lanba Academy for a meal. He insisted on treating going, claiming it was a gesture of goodwill following his father's visit to the school to apologize. Chao Kuan did not refuse, and after enjoying a hearty feast, he turned to Tai Long and asked, by the way, have you seen the dean around these days? Tai Long paused, unsure of the reason behind Chao Kuan's inquiry, then shook his head. I haven't seen her since she had a fit in the dormitory last time. Why do you ask? Chao Kuan expressed a hint of exasperation. The dean told me last time to follow her for training. I was worried that she might have looked for me during my absence, hence the question. You actually want to train with that fierce female tyrant? Tai Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Chao Kuan smiled slightly. Although the dean does have a fiery temper, as a soul sage, she is more than capable of providing me with guidance. Tai Long nodded, sitting beside Chao Kuan and whispering, that's indeed the case. Moreover, the dean is incredibly beautiful and has a splendid figure. Chao Kuan pushed him away, exclaiming, you rascal, you were just criticizing others for being tyrants. And now you speak like this? If she hears you, do you still wish to live? Enough of that. Did the dean seek me out these days or not? Tai Long pondered for a moment before replying, no, I haven't seen the dean recently. She must have gone to the back mountain. Now it was Chao Kuan's turn to feel puzzled. Was the matter of Lu Erlong's emo state known throughout the academy? How do you know the dean is at the back mountain? I heard it from the teachers. Due to her formidable strength, the dean often retreats to the back mountain to cultivate, so as not to damage the academy's facilities, Tai Long explained. Chapter 79, The Water and Fire Taiji Diagram. That night, within the confines of the small cave, Chao Kuan sat cross-legged beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, his internal soul power gradually transforming into a serene blue hue, exhibiting a tendency to coalesce. Yin, with her hands resting on the windowsill, gazed at Chao Kuan as the blue-silver grass swayed nearby, seemingly performing for their sovereign. After parting ways with Tai Long during the day, Chao Kuan felt there was nothing entertaining outside and returned to his room to cultivate. It was challenging to convert soul power while outside. Following the physical transformation from the water and fire dragon pearl and the acquisition of his third spirit ring, his soul power had now reached level 37, and it was evident he was far from an ordinary level 37. Based on his estimations, with continued cultivation over the next week or two, he would attain level 38. Just then, Chao Kuan suddenly exhaled softly beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Opening his eyes, it appeared that the water attribute soul power had coalesced into a sphere within him. Turning his gaze toward the fire attribute soul power sphere hovering above the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Chao Kuan extended his right hand, inviting it to glide into his palm. He then connected with the Fire Dragon King's Pearl, allowing the fire attribute soul power sphere to directly enter his body. It is noteworthy that the small cave connects directly to Chao Kuan's dantian. As the fire attribute soul power sphere entered, the newly formed water attribute soul power sphere instinctively gravitated towards it, as if seeking mutual destruction. This sudden change heightened Chao Kuan's alertness, compelling him to exert his exceptional control over soul power to stabilize the two spheres, preventing them from colliding. Guiding the two spheres to opposite sides of his dantian, Chao Kuan spoke in a deep voice. "Ain, toss me the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu." "Huh? All right." Ain was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. She conjured a tendril of blue-silver grass that soared toward an unassuming medicinal herb. The herb, vibrant green in hue, bore 3 snowy white leaves at its center, adorned with droplets of water resembling the morning dew. This was the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu, the third immortal herb that Chao Kuan had prepared for himself. After moving the 2 soul power spheres to their designated spots in his dantian, he merely needed to absorb soul power, allowing it to transform into 2 distinct attributes based on the positions of the spheres, thus solidifying their presence. From that point onward, the soul power cultivated would naturally convert into both water and fire attributes, without requiring deliberate transformation from Chao Kuan. The mechanism behind this was unclear to him, as Guiyana had not elaborated much. This step represented the final hurdle in soul power transformation, necessitating constant vigilance to keep the water and fire power spheres from colliding while simultaneously focusing on soul power absorption. Moreover, the absorption rate could not be hastened, which proved to be quite cumbersome for Chao Kuan. Thus, he devised a strategy to absorb an immortal herb during the step, leveraging the immense energy within it to facilitate his soul power absorption. As the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu descended before Chao Kuan under a yin's guidance, he extended his right hand to receive it, subsequently pouring the dew from the 3 white leaves into his mouth. As the dew departed, the herb rapidly withered, turning to ash. "Is there anything else?" "All in Dalu, including sweetly." "No, just watch from the side now." Chao Kuan smiled gently at Ain, then closed his eyes to absorb the energy of the celestial herb. The term child made Ain blush deeply, leaving her at a loss for words as she murmured softly, before sitting down beside Chao Kuan with a tender gaze. After speaking, Chao Kuan felt a refreshing energy surge into his eyes, with a small portion flowing into his dantian. The energy entering his dantian significantly accelerated his absorption of soul power, causing a rapid influx of soul energy that was transformed into water and fire attributes by 2 soul power orbs. Soon, his dantian brimmed with soul energy, half shimmering a cerulean blue and the other half a fiery crimson. Unlike the distinctly separated ice and fire duality outside, the soul energy within Chao Kuan's dantian seemed on the verge of merging. Observing this, Chao Kuan immediately began to control the soul energy according to Guiyana's instructions and his own understanding, facilitating the exchange of positions between the fire and water attribute soul orbs, while guiding other soul energies to rotate slowly within his dantian. Gradually, a blue and red taiji diagram emerged in his dantian, distinctly separate yet intermingling. This was not achieved through Guiyana's method. As he felt the rotating taiji diagram, a smile graced Chao Kuan's lips as he relaxed his control. Instantly, the rotation slowed slightly yet continued, while external soul energy was gradually absorbed into his dantian. He had succeeded. Had it not been for the significant cool energy still residing in his eyes, he would have jumped for joy. From now on, as long as he lived, this taiji diagram could rotate on its own, perpetually absorbing soul energy. Moreover, whenever he focused on the taiji diagram during his cultivation, his progress would accelerate even further. Possessing such an ability would greatly enhance his cultivation speed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chao Kuan steadied his mind and began to control the absorption of the energy from Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu through his eyes. During this process, he felt increasingly invigorated, likely due to a boost in his mental strength. Then he sensed some changes in his eyes, gaining new abilities. although curiosity stirred within him. He resisted the urge to explore further and completed the absorption of Wangchuan Xiushui Lu's energy. What abilities had he gained? Opening his eyes, Chao Kuan slowly rose and murmured, "Kuan, have you succeeded?" Ain, who had been sitting beside him, asked softly. Her long, slender legs were crossed to one side, and a flicker of concern passed through her eyes. In response, Chao Kuan playfully traced his fingers along her legs, wrapping his arms around her waist and inquiring, "What did you just call me? Kuan, is that okay?" Ain did not refuse, allowing her legs to rest upon him as she spoke softly. "Cool Wen. This must be a habit from Tang Hao. It seems she is gradually accepting me. However, I do not particularly favor this title." After pondering briefly, Chao Kuan replied with a smile, "That's fine, but I would prefer you to call me Chancellor." Chancellor? Ain expressed her confusion. There was no such title as Chancellor in Douluo continent. Well, considered another name of mine, for freedom. Chao Kuan offered a brief explanation. "All right, Chancellor," Ain said, her pearly teeth parting slightly. Hearing this title made Chao Kuan's breath quicken. He grasped Yin's calf and leaned closer, whispering a soft remark that she could still hear. Ain did not respond, her ears reddening as she nodded slightly. Observing this, Chao Kuan gradually leaned over Ain. "Moreover, I would also like you to call me her father." Chapter 8. The Domains of Water and Fire and the Power of X-ray Vision. After their training, Chao Kuan and Ain found themselves lying on the bed without realizing it. "What level of strength have you recovered to now?" After resting for a while, Chao Kuan inquired of Ain, who was nestled in his embrace. Ain lifted her head, took a moment to sense her own power, and replied, "I should now possess the strength of an average Soul King, as absorbing the Mou Shunju has significantly enhanced my offensive capabilities compared to when I was merely a Soul King. Is there anything you need me to do?" She assumed Chao Kuan's inquiry about her strength was to prepare her for some confrontation. "No need, I just wanted to know," Chao Kuan responded softly. "As I have mentioned, all you need to do is take good care of those celestial herbs outside." Upon hearing this, Ain closed her eyes once more, burying her head in Chao Kuan's embrace. She preferred this tranquil life over engaging in battles. For a long time, she had dreamed of such an existence. Although the man had changed, it was largely the same. Perhaps one day, another person would join them. With this thought, Ain gently caressed her flat abdomen. Noticing this, Chao Kuan smiled and grasped her hand, then planted a kiss on her cheek. After lying there for a while, fearing he might lose control, Chao Kuan left the room and stepped outside to experiment with his newfound abilities, the domains of ice and fire, and the power of his eyes. Finding a space devoid of obstacles, Chao Kuan concentrated, causing a blue-red Taiji diagram to materialize around him. Within this phantom, the crimson section radiated intense heat, while the azure section exuded a chill. Perhaps due to having absorbed the Bajiao Xianin Chao and Liehua Xingjiao Shu. Both sections could also release corresponding fire and ice toxins, with the toxins intensifying the longer one remained within. Furthermore, the temperature of both the fiery and icy sections could shift freely according to Chao Kuan's will. "Excellent," Chao Kuan remarked softly as he carefully sensed the temperatures on either side. The contrasting warmth and coldness were indeed remarkable. Maintaining the domain for a while, he observed that the surrounding blue-silver grass wilted and transformed into shattered ice sculptures. Amused, Chao Kuan dispelled the domain. During his recent experiments, he discovered that the maximum size of the domain could reach that of a basketball court, roughly the same size as this small cave. However, the intensity of the heat and cold within would diminish at that scale. To maximize their potency, it was best to maintain the domain within a 10-meter radius of himself. Of course, this was not its limit. It would grow stronger as Chao Kuan's powers increased. After testing the capabilities of the ice and fire domain, Chao Kuan directed his soul power into his eyes, beginning to explore the new abilities he had acquired. However, no matter how he examined it, it appeared no different from his previous bullet time ability, albeit significantly enhanced. This puzzled Chao Kuan, as he had distinctly sensed new capabilities during the absorption of Wangchuan Xiushui Lu. Turning in curiosity, he looked at Ain, who was tidying up the house. Dressed in a garment crafted from blue silvergrass, She walked barefoot across the floor. Fixating on Ain, Chao Kun activated his ability to test whether this newly acquired skill was limited to seeing people. As he activated his power, Yin's figure became ethereal, revealing countless pathways within her body. These are meridians. Chao Kun murmured in surprise. Meanwhile, feeling Chao Kun's intense gaze, Yin sensed as though he had seen right through her, leaving her standing there, flustered and uncertain. Yin, unleash a soul skill, Chao Kun said. All right. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, Yin waved her hand, and several unique strands of lawn, Yin Chao, sprang forth, soaring into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air echoed as the ascending lawn, Yin Chao, resembled long spears, strikingly fierce. As Yin executed her move, Chao Kun noticed several meridians within Yin's body illuminate sequentially. Indeed, those are meridians. It seems the soul skill was manifested where the soul power flowed. Chao Kun remarqued thoughtfully. But what use does this serve? Could it be that by mastering the soft fist, one might disrupt the flow of the enemy's soul power while they are casting their soul skill, thereby interrupting their technique? Though if it has some utility, its practicality is limited. Chao Kun pondered with a furrowed brow. Oh man, shall I demonstrate another soul skill? Yin, having completed her soul skill, observed Chao Kun's frown and assumed she had made an error. Upon hearing her words, Chao Kun snapped back to reality and smiled at Yin, saying, No need. I have already discerned the nature of your new ability. That's a relief. Yin sighed, feeling reassured. Approaching Yin, Chao Kun gazed at the lawn Yin Chao that appeared during her skill activation and asked with some curiosity, I almost forgot. Can you even use soul skills in your current condition? Earlier, upon seeing Yin emerge, Chao Kun had immediately requested her to demonstrate her soul skill. But now he realized that her soul rings and soul bones were still with Tang. How could she have performed a soul skill? When I previously used soul skills, I learned the route of soul power operation. Now, I can simply follow that route to activate a soul skill, Yin explained after some thought. Additionally, since I am inherently Lan Yin Chao, channeling my own soul power is quite effortless. Does that mean the soul skill you just used qualifies as a self-created soul skill? Chao Kun included. Yes, it can be considered a self-created soul skill, Yin nodded. If one can easily manipulate their soul power through their body's meridians and understands the operational route of the soul skill, they can successfully manifest it. Chao Kun contemplated this. Attempting to channel his own soul power along the same route Yin had taken to execute her soul skill. As a result, nothing materialized, and instead, the clash of soul power caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What happened? Yin exclaimed, startled by this sudden change, and quickly supported Chao Kun, inquiring with concern. I'm Fine. Chao Kun utilized his second soul skill, water transformation, to swiftly mend his injuries, then reassured Yin. I almost forgot that to execute a soul skill, one must possess the corresponding martial spirit. Without the Lan, Yin Chao martial spirit, how could I possibly perform a Yin soul skill? Chao Kun's lips twitched, feeling foolish for his impulsiveness. At that moment, a green light emanated from Yin's hands as she pressed it against Chao Kun's chest. Recovery. Following this, the green glow faded, and she looked at Chao Kun, puzzled. Why are there no injuries? Seeing her expression, Chao Kun's lips curled into a smile as he enveloped her in an embrace. It's nothing. I was merely conducting an experiment. This beautiful maiden truly belonged to him now. Subsequently, Chao Kun refrained from further testing his abilities, instead leaping onto the roof with Yin in his arms. Observing the small paradise adorned by Yin, Chao Kun embraced her and declared, from now on, this shall be our home. In due time, I will take you out. All right. Sensing Chao Kun's sincerity, Yin smiled gently, resting her head against his chest. Though she couldn't quite articulate her feelings of love for Chao Kun, he was undoubtedly her best choice. Moreover, with Chao Kun's repeated displays of sincerity, he had begun to hold some weight in Yin's heart. After Chao Kun provided her with a child, Yin believed that as long as he did not cast her aside, she would remain by his side. The two exchanged affectionate moments until dawn broke outside. After sharing a kiss, Chao Kun's thoughts shifted, and he departed from the small paradise. Chapter 81. Ambush. As noon approached, Chao Kuan sat at the outdoor combat arena of Lanba Academy. The arena was modest in size, yet ample, paved with a special material. Surrounded by several colossal stone pillars, seemingly designed for soul masters capable of flight. This unique material could withstand battles involving soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign. As for those above that rank, most would opt to graduate and obtain a noble title, while only a few soul sovereigns engaged in deadly duels here. The area attracted a considerable crowd, with students frequently battling. Thus, many soul masters gathered to observe, seeking to enhance their experience. Second soul skill, Ambush. At this moment, a soul master with a leopard martial spirit, encircled by 2 yellow soul rings, activated his second soul skill, instantaneously vanishing, leaving behind several afterimages as he appeared behind his opponent. Bang! In an instant, a dark light enveloped the feet of the targeted soul master, delivering a heavy kick to the back of another soul master. Cough, cough. The struck soul master was sent flying, landing on the ground and coughing twice. Are you all right? The leopard martial spirit soul master rushed over to assist the fallen soul master. Goof, I'm Fine. By goo, I didn't expect your second soul skill to be so formidable, exclaimed the struck soul master. Haha, just lucky. As they exchanged words, the two supported each other towards the academy's infirmary, indicating a close relationship. Wow, that person is incredible. I didn't even see his figure, and he appeared behind that tall soul master. Indeed, truly impressive. The spectators nearby commented on the departing duo. This was one of the advantages of battling in the outdoor arena, as it allowed one to easily gain fame within the academy. When Lu Erlong intended to bring him here for a match, it was with this very thought in mind. Showcasing his strength before the students would help him integrate into the academy, especially since he was a latecomer in a predominantly commoner soul master academy, like Lanba. Listening to the discussions around him, Chao Kuan's gaze fixated on the retreating figure of the leopard martial spirit soul master. It wasn't that he wished to confront that soul master. Rather, he aimed to memorize the route of his soul power operation he had just witnessed during the execution of his soul skill. Fortunately, his memory was quite good, sparing him the need to provoke someone for another match just to see it again. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chao Kuan's lips curved upward as he exited the combat arena. After waiting here for an entire morning, he had finally encountered a beast martial spirit soul master, and the soul skill was one he could emulate. With the operational route of a soul skill now etched in his memory, he could proceed to test whether his theory held true. If his hypothesis proved correct, as long as he understood the operational route of soul skill, he could create his own soul skills through imitation, rendering his future soul skills inexhaustible and boundless. With this thought, Chao Kuan made his way to the back mountain of the academy. Here, he could experiment with soul skills without worrying about damaging the academy structures. Recalling the operational route of the soul skill from earlier, Chao Kuan focused, directing his soul power towards the meridians in his legs, with slightly more emphasis on the right leg. Ambush. As the soul power flowed, Chao Kuan's speed surged, and several afterimages flickered as he reached a large tree 100 meters away. In that instant, his right leg radiated a fiery red glow, and he delivered a powerful kick to the tree. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the tree was obliterated by Chao Kuan's kick, its trunk splintering and sending sparks flying. This is somewhat different from the soul skill displayed by the previous leopard martial spirit soul master. Observing the flames engulfing the trunk, Chao Kuan waved his hand to summon a stream of water, extinguishing the fire, and then pondered the soul skill he had just executed. It seemed distinct from that soul master, likely due to the nature of the soul power. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Kuan murmured to himself. Having said that, he channeled his soul power to execute the skill once more. Sudden strike. The same figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. The difference this time was that his right leg radiated an icy blue light. Bang! He delivered a powerful kick to a large tree, instantly breaking it in half. The fracture emitted a chilling aura, now blanketed in frost. Indeed, The attributes of soul power genuinely impart various transformations to the soul skills. Chao Kun remarked upon witnessing this. Subsequently, he tested this soul skill again. In no time, several trees in the back mountain were felled, with sparks or frost scattered around. Ultimately, after a series of experiments, he grasped the capabilities of this soul skill. The skill was named Sudden Strike, featuring 2 segments, Sudden and Strike. Sudden referred to the disappearing figure and the appearance of the afterimage, serving as a means of confusion. Strike represented the process of concentrating soul power in the leg to deliver a forceful blow. This soul skill was remarkably powerful. A smile spread across Chao Kun's face. He had not anticipated that his first attempt at replicating a soul skill would yield such a formidable ability. He chuckled as he tidied up the remnants, ensuring no embers remained, then intended to return to the academy for a meal. As he walked, he gazed upon the back mountain, contemplating. Lu Erlong should be somewhere in this mountain. Should I seek her out now? After all, it has nearly been a week. Now would provide a good excuse for a visit. With this thought, Chao Kun leaped into the air, transforming into the Duelwith bird and soaring skyward. The dense trees in the back mountain would make searching from the ground a prolonged endeavor. Flying above would undoubtedly facilitate the search. After all, within the confines of Tiando City, the mountain was not vast, and upon ascending, Chao Kun quickly spotted a small cabin nestled within the woods. He flapped his wings, flying towards it, and, just before arrival, descended to the ground to revert to human form. He feared that if he approached as the Duelwith bird, Lu Erlong might unleash her abilities against him. He walked towards the direction he had seen from above, and soon noticed a sign hanging from a giant tree, which read, Academy Restricted Area, Unauthorized Personnel, Keep Out. Without a second glance, he disregarded the sign and stepped inside. As Chao Kun entered, a lake appeared before him, adjacent to which stood a wooden cabin surrounded by a fence, with a garden blooming with flowers of various hues. After circling around, he found no sign of Lu Erlong outside. She must be inside the cabin. Approaching the door, just as he was about to knock, he heard a song emanating from within, imbued with a haunting quality. To his surprise, Lu Erlong could sing such a song, and quite beautifully at that. Knock, knock, knock. After listening for a while, Chao Kun offered his commentary, and then knocked on the wooden door. Who is it? The singing abruptly ceased, followed by a voice brimming with resentment. Were it not for Chao Kun's knowledge that Lu Erlong was alone inside, one might not discern that these 2 tones belonged to the same individual. It's me, Erlong Jia. I came to find you for training. Gao Kun deeply. Chapter 82. Don't Die. Creak. The wooden door swung open, revealing a face twisted with anger. Who the hell are you? How did you find this place? Didn't you see the sign outside? Unauthorized personnel, keep out. Upon opening the door, Lu Erlong glanced at the transformed Chao Kun, failing to recognize him, and immediately erupted with curses. This resentment stemmed not only from Chao Kun interrupting her emotional moment, but also from the embarrassment of being discovered by a student. After all, the Academy's students believed she was training in the back mountain. If word spread that Lu Erlong was here moping, would she be able to maintain her position as the Academy's head? Observing Lu Erlong tightly clenching her fists, ready to unleash her wrath. A few days ago, you asked me to train with you. Since you hadn't come to find me these past few days, I inquired with Tai Long and the others about your whereabouts. And today, I came to seek you out. Lu Erlong's anger dissipated from her face, replaced by a hint of confusion. Gao Kun. Upon closer inspection, you do bear a resemblance. What happened to you? Chao Kun sighed in relief, explaining the words he had meticulously prepared to Lu Erlong. I can't believe you've even gotten involved with Duelwith. Lu Erlong chuckled after hearing Chao Kun's explanation. You make it sound as though I'm just living off her. My own talent is not lacking, you know? Noticing Lu Erlong seemed to have calmed down, Chao Kun jested. That's true. Your talent is indeed impressive. However, before Chao Kun could revel in his triumph, flames erupted from Lu Erlong's fist, aimed squarely at his face. Calm down? As a member of the Golden Iron Triangle, how could I easily calm down? Now realizing that the person who interrupted her emotional moment was Chao Kun, with his enhanced strength and modifications from the poison Douluo, she assumed his abilities had significantly increased. Hence, she unleashed her full strength in this punch. If she didn't properly teach this bred a lesson today, she would be ashamed to have her name Lu Erlong. Damn, no sense of martial ethics, attacking a soul master and then launching a sneak attack. Chao Kun thought, watching the fist approach with alarm. Fortunately, after absorbing the Wanchuan Qiushui Du last night, his mental acuity had heightened, allowing him to sense Lu Erlong's fiery punch. With a splash, Chao Kun instantly transformed into water, and Lu Erlong's fist passed right through his head, scattering the water that made up part of his face, which did not immediately restore. This was intentional on Chao Kun's part. What if he restored too quickly and Lu Erlong retaliated with another punch? However, upon seeing Chao Kun's face partially missing, although he appeared less intimidating in his water state, it caused Lu Erlong's anger to evaporate instantly. "You little brat, are you all right?" she asked nervously. She had merely intended to teach Chao Kun a lesson. She genuinely appreciated this talented and eloquent student. "Speak, are you okay?" Lu Erlong anxiously leaned closer, her hand resting on Chao Kun's shoulder. Chao Kun wished to respond, but with half his face missing, he needed to restore it before he could speak. Observing Lu Erlong's worried expression, he decided to restore his face. Otherwise, if she discovered he had intentionally frightened her by delaying the restoration, he would surely face her wrath again. Before he could act, Lu Erlong shook him gently and continued, "You better not die on me. What is this soul skill of yours? Why didn't you turn into a water jellyfish when you transformed into water? And why are you turning into water? Do you think my punch could really kill you? But it would hurt." Chao Kun silently retorted as the water gradually restored his missing face. At that moment, Lu Erlong seemed to have an epiphany, scooping Chao Kun up and leaping into the small lake beside the wooden cabin. "Water. You need water. The last time you restored, you had to immerse yourself in water." During this period, she did not cast a glance at Chao Kun. Otherwise, she would have realized that he had already recovered. With a splash, they both plunged into the lake. "Are you all right now?" Lu Erlong inquired, gripping Chao Kun's shoulder while submerged. "I'm fine, thank you." "Erlong Jia," Chao Kun replied, attempting to ease Lu Erlong's embarrassment. Had she known of the earlier misunderstanding, one could only imagine her reaction. "What on earth were you thinking? You nearly frightened me to death." Lu Erlong exclaimed, visibly relieved, as she shouted at Chao Kun. "Next time you use that soul skill in battle, be cautious. If you get hit in a vital spot again and there's no water nearby, you could perish." Recognizing the concern in Lu Erlong's tone, Chao Kun obediently nodded. "As long as you're okay now, let us head back." After the earlier incident, she felt nothing but a momentary scare. With that, she released her grip on Chao Kun and began to swim toward the shore, with Chao Kun following closely behind. Once on the shore, Lu Erlong shook her head, letting her damp hair cascade down her back. The azure fabric of her dress clung to her skin, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Water dripped from the hem, creating an alluring sight that inadvertently drew Chao Kun's gaze. "You little rascal, what are you staring at?" Lu Erlong shouted, hands on her hips. Unbeknownst to her, this very action emphasized her ample bosom even more, though her words were uttered in a tone of anger. The underlying sentiment was less fierce. Perhaps it was due to Chao Kun's newfound handsomeness, or perhaps Lu Erlong still viewed him as a mere child. "What brings you here?" she asked as she entered the wooden cabin, gesturing for Chao Kun to follow. "So, you didn't hear a thing earlier and just thought to punch me, huh?" Chao Kun silently scoffed, then replied earnestly, "Didn't you say I should train with you from now on? I waited in the dorm for several days without seeing you, so I can't find you. I thought it would be better to give you a few days' rest. What is wrong with that? How could I possibly be ready for your rigorous training?" As they entered the cabin, Lu Erlong turned to Chao Kun and said, "You should wait here for a moment. I'm going to change clothes. By the way, do you have a storage soul guide? If not, you can borrow one of my outfits." Observing Chao Kun's long hair and handsome appearance, she made the suggestion. "Are you asking me to wear women as clothing?" "Absolutely not." Chao Kun shook his head in refusal. "I have a storage soul guide, and there are clothes inside." "Very well then. Wait down here. If you dare to come up, you'll be in serious trouble." Lu Erlong initially expressed regret, then spoke sternly before ascending the stairs. Chao Kun refrained from teasing her. After she left, he focused his thoughts, and his outfit magically transformed into a new, dry set. With the help of his magical attire, he questioned the need for additional clothing. After changing, he casually explored the first floor of the cabin, noting the peculiar decorations that seemed inconsistent with Lu Erlong's style. After a while, Lu Erlong had yet to return, so San'sHidden exited the main hall, wandering into what appeared to be a study. Inside, a large bookshelf stood against the wall. Despite its size, it contained only a handful of books with rather unusual titles, such as The Core of Martial Souls, The Core of Soul Masters, and The Influence of Parents' Martial Souls on Their Offspring. Prominent among them was a notable volume titled The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. Not hearing Lu Erlong descend, San'sHidden's eyes caught the title of the book, and he sat down at the desk, intrigued. Was there something tucked inside? He picked up the book and flipped to the page containing an insert, revealing a trimmed manuscript bearing the name of Yu Xiaojiang. Now, the other contents had been excised by Lu Erlong, leaving only Yu Xiaojiang's work titled On the Influence of a Soul Master's Physical Qualities on Absorbing Soul Rings. Is she still so deeply attached to Yu Xiaojiang? San'sHidden mused, furrowing his brow. After all these years, if Lu Erlong still harbors such feelings, how could I ever hope to win her over? With this thought in mind, San'sHidden closed the book, standing up with a frown as he leaned on the table, his fingers brushing its underside. He wondered, lifting his hand in confusion, as he seemed to have touched something. Dust. He paused for a moment before rushing to the bookshelf, pulling out a few volumes and examining the shelf. He soon discovered that dust coated the books, and layers of grime rested on the shelf. So, it seems she hasn't been here in a while, he concluded, remembering the creaking sound of the door when Lu Erlong entered, along with the dust on the books. A smirk crept across San'sHidden's face. These signs indicated that Lu Erlong had likely not visited this place for a considerable time, and even when she did, it was only briefly. Moreover, she had not properly organized the materials related to Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, if she had been here for several days, how could there be dust everywhere except for the surface of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls and the desk? It was understandable. Yu Xiaojiang had left over a decade ago, and he did so in a cowardly fashion, given Lu Erlong's temperament. It was remarkable that she still held feelings for him. The notion that she remained hopelessly in love all these years seemed implausible. In the original narrative, Lu Erlong's demeanor upon reuniting with him suggested that she had received a tip-off from Fuland. This was evident from Fuland's remarks. Yet, one could not fault Fuland for his persistence. He had spent over a decade without making any effort to step into Lu Erlong's life, instead opting to establish an academy in Suatawa City while attempting to unite Lu Erlong with Yu Xiaojiang. Clearly, it was all about ensuring the goddess's happiness, regardless of the cost to himself. After returning the books, San'sHidden settled back at the desk, awaiting Lu Erlong's return. Now that he understood her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang were not so profound, he was determined to make his move. Just as he had previously told Lu Erlong, one must seize opportunities rather than wait for them to fall from the sky. Top, top, top. The sound of high heels striking the wooden floor echoed, followed by Lu Erlong's voice resonating in the hall. Where have you gone, you little rascal? I'm in the study, Erlong Jie. San'sHidden responded. How did you end up there? Lu Erlong approached the study, gazing at San'sHidden seated at the desk. I was worried you might come down unexpectedly while I was changing, and I wouldn't want you to see me in the nude. San'sHidden stood up, smiling at Lu Erlong, now dressed in a new outfit. She was currently adorned in a form-fitting top that accentuated her figure, paired with a pair of leather pants that showcased her long, toned thighs. Just a kid. Furthermore, I have seen much worse. Lu Erlong muttered a few words before striding towards San'sHidden and taking a seat in the chair he had just vacated, crossing her legs. Am I not a loss here? San'sHidden exclaimed, glancing around and asking, Sister Erlong, who is this master? Why are all these books here his? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's previously cheerful demeanor darkened. She lifted her leg as if to kick San'sHidden. Why are you asking so many questions? Lu Erlong's attempt was feeble, but San'sHidden swiftly caught her leg and pushed it aside. Seeing this, Lu Erlong refrained from further kicking, merely crossing her legs again and impatiently stating, a book written by a good friend of mine. His knowledge is quite remarkable. Truly, we are a perfect match. We both enjoy speaking nonsense with our eyes wide open. Chao Kuan chuckled inwardly, but maintained a neutral expression as he inquired, "What kind of knowledge does he possess?" This caused Lu Erlong to pause. Having served as the principal of Lanba Academy for over a decade, she was no longer as naive as in her youth. If she were to mention some common knowledge of the Soul Master world as something Yu Xiaojiang researched, wouldn't that be embarrassing in front of students? Lu Erlong was the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian. Before awakening her martial soul, she had been disregarded by him, leading her to harbor disdain for him from a young age. After her martial soul awakened, Yu Lumian recognized her talent and sought to cultivate her. Unfortunately, at that time, Lu Erlong had already rebelled, as evidenced by her taking her mother's surname. Following several admonishments, Lu Erlong continued to defy him, prompting Yu Lumian to give up on her. This resulted in Lu Erlong's self-study, and given her nature, she was not fond of reading, which left her unfamiliar with many common knowledge aspects of the Soul Master world. During her later adventures, she encountered Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang. At that time, Yu Xiaojiang had just been cast out by Qian Xuanji, exuding a melancholic aura, and he possessed knowledge that Lu Erlong was unaware of, which endeared him to her. Lu Erlong's personality and strength also reminded Yu Xiaojiang of Bibi Dong, leading to a mutual attraction. Subsequently, they planned to marry, but unexpectedly, Yu Lumian intervened, revealing Lu Erlong's lineage. This revelation shattered Yu Xiaojiang, who valued reputation. Marrying his cousin would invite ridicule. Consequently, he fled. This sudden change infuriated the young Lu Erlong, who, unable to overpower Yu Lumian, sought solace in hunting soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. After a period, she was persuaded back by Flandra, only to find that her father, Yu Lumian, had inexplicably decided to open an academy in Tiando City. In her role as principal over the years, she acquired extensive knowledge and realized that Yu Xiaojiang's previous assertions were widely recognized in the Soul Master community and were, in fact, foundational concepts. However, reflecting on those experiences, she still harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, albeit not as fervently as before. Moreover, time had complicated her emotions towards him. To put it simply, she found it hard to let go. "You talk too much. Can't you just read if you want to know?" Lu Erlong retorted, now refraining from physical confrontation. Chao Kuan wiped the smile from his face and asked seriously, "Sister Erlong, is this master your beloved? How do you know that?" Lu Erlong's expression shifted, her voice rising in inquiry. "Tianheng told me," Chao Kuan replied, silently apologizing to Yu Tianheng in his heart. "He wanted me to help you sort things out." Lu Erlong's expression remained grim as she muttered, "How did he say that to you? I'll have a word with him next time we meet. And you little brat, what do you know about this? You think you can help me? Tianheng, your uncle will make it up to you later." After offering another silent apology to Yu Tianheng, Chao Kuan smiled and said, "That's uncertain. The one in the situation may be confused, while the observer sees clearly. Perhaps you will find clarity." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong pondered. The one in the situation may be confused, while the observer sees clearly. There is some truth to that. This phrase was not commonly found on Douluo continent, and Chao Kuan's inadvertent remark made Lu Erlong regard him with newfound respect. Without lingering on the phrase, Chao Kuan continued, "Sister Erlong, I heard that the master is also from the Landian Ba Wang Long zone and has some familial ties with you." Lu Erlong frowned. "What? Do you also believe that just because of this connection, we shouldn't be together?" If Chao Kuan thought that, he would be met with her disapproval. "Of course not. Sister Erlong, please let me finish." He continued, "There are many families across the continent. What binds them together? Isn't it their shared martial spirit? To preserve the purity of the martial spirit, intermarriage within families is quite common." Chao Kuan answered his own question. "Indeed. So what right does that old man Yu Lumian have to prevent us?" Lu Erlong concurred with Chao Kuan's reasoning. "He is just being futile. In truth, Yu Lumian's antiquated views were not entirely unjustified. If Lu Erlong were to marry someone else from the Landian Ba Wang Long zone, he might not intervene. However, marrying Yu Xiaojiang, whom he viewed as a failure, raised concerns about the legacy of their descendants. Given Lu Erlong's potential, she was destined for greatness as a titled Dalu. It made little sense to settle for Yu Xiaojiang. However, as Chao Kun was currently persuading Lu Erlong, he could only echo her sentiments. He continued, "As long as you both remain unfazed, external opinions will have little impact on your relationship. Very few will comment on your connection. Given that Master's extensive knowledge, you must be aware of these circumstances." Lu Erlong remained silent, deep in thought. In that case, the only reason for him to flee at your wedding would be that he is too traditional. Upon learning of your relationship, he may have viewed you solely as a cousin. This would shift his feelings from romantic to familial, making him unable to accept marrying his cousin. Thus he ran away. At this point, Chao Kun hesitated to assert that Yu Xiaojiang was overly concerned with his reputation. In the context of Douluo continent, such matters would significantly tarnish his reputation. Yet even so, he could not accept it. "Cousin? Family ties?" Lu Erlong murmured. Seizing the moment, Chao Kun pressed on. "As for any other scenarios, I cannot think of any. Given that you were on the verge of marriage, your feelings must be profound." He wouldn't simply flee due to a questionable doubt. After uttering this, Chao Kun fell silent. The wooden cabin was enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 84. Letting go. Time passed in this serene atmosphere for an hour or two. During this time, neither spoke. Lu Erlong merely crossed her legs, swaying them gently, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chao Kun stood still, observing her moving thighs. At this moment, Liu Erlong recalled the time when she first met Yu Xiaogong. Remembering his expression that resembled one of heartbreak and his demeanor when she took the initiative to approach him, their shared experiences together, particularly the subtle details of Yu Xiaogong's behavior towards her, flooded back to her mind, culminating in the memory of his resolute departure, leaving her behind. As she reminisced, a soft chuckle escaped her lips, realizing that he was merely a child, claiming to prioritize tradition. It was simply a matter of insufficient love. She felt unworthy of allowing even a trace of blemish to tarnish Yu Xiaogong's being, a blemish that hardly anyone would take note of. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had been someone else's substitute. Before Chao Kun's persuasion, Liu Erlong had harbored such thoughts. After all, it had been over a decade, and such contemplations were not surprising. However, she ultimately regarded this relationship as an impediment to their connection. Following Chao Kun's words, a realization dawned upon her. With numerous families on the continent, all interconnected through their martial souls, intermarriage within clans for the sake of purity was not uncommon. Such an obstacle could hardly hinder two individuals genuinely in love. With this thought, Liu Erlong felt a weight lift off her shoulders, yet inexplicably, a hollow sensation lingered within her. Was it that she could no longer deceive herself? Indeed, she must have been too traditional. Ultimately, she and he were merely cousins. Given this, she resolved to let go. After a couple of hours of silence, Liu Erlong finally spoke, her voice tinged with a raspy quality. "You little rascal. Not bad at all." Truly, the participants are often blinded by their own emotions while the observers see clearly. Sensing something, she rose from her seat and, feigning nonchalance, declared, "Now, without waiting for you to say anything further, I am already aware of your reasons for seeking me. The time is getting late. You should return. I will come to find you tomorrow to instruct you in your cultivation." After pushing Chao Kun out of the wooden cabin, she forcefully shut the door and shouted, "Hurry back, or do you believe I won't smack you?" Chao Kun, indifferent, pondered the absurdity of leaving now, which would waste the preceding conversation. He replied, "Very well. Erlong Jia, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and exited the wooden cabin. 5 minutes later, Liu Erlong opened the door, finding the outside eerily empty, and she let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, her eyes were slightly red. With a bang, she slammed the door shut and returned to her room. Just then, a Jufeng bird appeared on the roof of the cabin, cautiously moving its feet as it slipped in through the second-floor window. This was Chao Kun returning. It was the time when Liu Erlong's emotions were most volatile, and he could not afford to leave now. Once inside the second floor, Chao Kun entered a storage room and was about to descend when he heard muffled sobs from the adjacent room. He paused for a moment and then approached the room. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it swung open. He then saw Liu Erlong, her hair disheveled, her face buried in her pillow, emitting sobs. "Erlong Jie," Cao Kun called out, not lingering too long. The sobs ceased momentarily, and Liu Erlong rose from the bed, turning to face him. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back? Did you think I wouldn't hit you?" Despite her words, her tone lacked conviction. Cao Kun, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "If hitting me would ease your suffering, then by all means, Erlong Jie, do so. I can always heal afterwards with my water transformation. Come here." Liu Erlong commanded loudly, attempting to mask her sobs. "You wouldn't really hit me, would you?" Cao Kun thought. Perhaps it was best to let her vent her emotions first before addressing the matter. With that in mind, he approached her side. "You little rascal. Did you really think I would hit you? You've disregarded the headmaster's words right after entering the academy. What do you plan to do from now on?" As she spoke, she playfully punched him on the shoulder, her hand devoid of flames, indicating she was holding back. The impact hardly registered as pain for Cao Kun. "So, will you listen to the headmaster from now on?" she queried after a playful assault. "Yes, I shall heed whatever the headmaster says from now on," Cao Kun replied. Feigning agony. "Now don't move," Liu Erlong instructed. Just as Cao Kun was puzzled, an aroma distinct from Ain wafted into his nostrils. Suddenly, he felt a gentle impact on his chest and, upon looking down, discovered Liu Erlong had buried her head into his embrace. The sobs resumed. Fortunately, after the enhancement from the water and fire dragon pearl, Cao Kun had grown to nearly 2 meters tall. Otherwise, Liu Erlong, at 183 centimeters in height and wearing heels, would have found it uncomfortable resting against him, gazing at the beauty in his arms. A smile crept upon Cao Kun's lips as he wrapped his arms around Liu Erlong's slender waist, drawing them closer together. Liu Erlong did not react, emboldening Cao Kun to gently guide her head up as he whispered, "Do not suppress your feelings. Let it all out. It is all right to cry here. No one else will come." Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong's cries grew louder as she clung to his waist, exclaiming, Why? What is wrong with me? Liu Erlong. How could he? You Xiaogong." Cao Kun quickly reassured her. "He simply lacks vision. How could he disregard someone as beautiful as you, Erlong?" As the atmosphere thickened with emotion, the day gradually faded into night. With a creak, the wooden cabin door swung open, and Cao Kun stepped outside. Addressing Liu Erlong at the entrance, "Erlong Jie, I am heading back. I will come to find you tomorrow morning." Liu Erlong did not respond, merely nodding in acknowledgement from within the cabin. Seeing this, Cao Kun leaped into the air, transforming into a jufing bird as he soared towards the dormitory building. "This boy has reached the soul master level," Liu Erlong exclaimed in surprise, recalling that just a few days prior, Cao Kun had only been at level 23. It seemed that the gifts from Duelwith had greatly enhanced his abilities. She wondered if it had depleted his potential. She would need to check tomorrow. After closing the door, Liu Erlong returned to her room and lay down on her bed. After the events of the afternoon, she had finally put Yu Xiaogong behind her. Such a person was hardly deserving of her affection. "Ha! This little rascal has truly grown up." She suddenly laughed while lying on the bed. Chapter 85. Initial Thoughts on Iron Training. Upon returning to his room, Cao Kun entered the bathroom for a cold shower to cool down. After spending the afternoon embracing the voluptuous Liu Erlong, it was impossible for him not to feel heated. Soon, he would need to enter the small cave to cultivate, where his progress would be significantly accelerated compared to the outside. However, Ain was still inside. If she saw him in his current heightened state, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. If this desire were born from Ain, it could be resolved by executing her on the spot. But this desire stems from Liu Erlong. If one were to act directly, it would be utterly inhumane. Such callousness cannot be tolerated. After taking a cold shower and meditating on the bed for a while, Cao Kun's thoughts shifted, leading him into the small cave realm. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna within his sea of consciousness conjured an illusion before resuming her meditative recovery, displaying no interest in Cao Kun's personal affairs. "A man, you have returned," Ain greeted with surprise as Cao Kun entered. She had grown somewhat bored lingering in this unconfined small cave realm. "I will come to accompany you every day," Cao Kun replied, taking her hand with a smile. After exchanging a few sweet words with Ain, he settled down next to the ice-fire duality I to cultivate. The environment here significantly accelerated his absorption of the residual medicinal effects of Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and Lai Hui Xing Jiao Shu, thus enhancing his cultivation speed. During the day, beside Lu Erlong's wooden cabin, Chao Kuan transformed into the Jufeng bird and swooped down from the sky, reverting to his human form just before landing beside Lu Erlong. "What happened?" he inquired, observing the wooden cabin engulfed in roaring flames. "I grew tired of it and decided to rebuild," Lu Erlong chuckled. Without uttering a word, Chao Kuan stood beside her, watching the flames consume the cabin until only a charred remnant remained, indicating that Lu Erlong's fire was indeed extraordinary. "Let us go." Once the fire extinguished, Lu Erlong turned and walked toward the exit. Chao Kuan quickly followed, asking, "Where are we going, Erlong Jia? Aren't you eager for me to guide you in cultivation?" "We shall go now. By the way, what level are you now?" "Level 37. 37. It seems the treasures bestowed by the Poisonal are quite valuable," Lu Erlong exclaimed, astonished at his rapid ascent from level 23 to 37 in less than a week. "Just fortunate," Chao Kuan chuckled lightly. Lu Erlong, neither affirming nor denying, laughed as she led the way. "Come, let us enter." Upon reaching the indoor battle arena where Lu Erlong first brought Chao Kuan, she addressed him. "Why are we here? Are we going to fight again?" Chao Kuan asked with a wry smile as he followed her into the arena. "What? Are you afraid?" Lu Erlong turned around, playfully teasing him. "Of course not," Chao Kuan replied, attempting to project fearlessness. "Haha, since you were so obedient yesterday, I shall spare you from punishment today. First, we will gather some items to assist in your training." With that, she opened a side room in the indoor arena and gestured for Chao Kuan to enter. Inside the room, an array of sandbags and iron weights awaited, along with unfamiliar objects. Though your physical condition far surpasses that of a typical soul master at your level, you must continue to refine your body. Bind these to your limbs. Lu Erlong tossed 4 sandbags toward Chao Kuan. "They are rather heavy," he remarked in surprise as he caught them. Though the sandbags were only the size of a fist, they weighed 300 to 400 pounds. Noticing Chao Kuan's astonished expression, Lu Erlong clarified, "These contain black sand, an extraordinarily heavy substance. Each bag weighs 100 pounds. Chao Kuan hesitated to bind the sandbags to his limbs and approached a small iron weight, asking, "This iron piece is not ordinary iron, is it?" "Indeed, this is black iron, equally extraordinarily heavy. Even this small piece weighs 500 pounds. You can normally remove the sandbags when not training. During your training, fill this with iron weights and run 10 laps around the back mountain," Lu Erlong explained, retrieving a basket-like object that appeared to be crafted from some special material. After accepting the basket, Chao Kuan bound the 4 sandbags to his limbs. After a brief movement, he found the weight manageable and added 4 more bags. "This should suffice," he murmured, flexing his arms and legs. Although he was still growing, now standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he was not concerned about his height. Furthermore, he recognized the benefits of weight training. He would embrace the challenge. "What comes after the 10 laps?" Once the sandbags were secured, Chao Kuan inquired. "After running, you meditate and cultivate. Engaging in cultivation right after training can expedite your soul power absorption speed." This statement caused Chao Kuan to furrow his brow, questioning, "Is that all? Is body refinement solely about weighted running? What else would it be?" Lu Erlong appeared puzzled, as she believed body refinement was fundamentally about weight training. While weighted training indeed had its merits, it did not engage the entirety of the body's muscles. With these iron weights, one could construct an entire strength training facility. Is it not a waste to use them solely for weight training? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned, contemplating aloud. Muscles? Strength training facility? Could it be that the Douluo continent is still in such primitive times? Chao Kuan, somewhat surprised, extended his hand towards Lu Erlong, explaining, "Muscles are those parts of our bodies that generate strength. We train to develop them." Chao Kuan elaborated based on knowledge from his past life, demonstrating various muscle-building postures he had observed in some hardcore videos. In a previous life, he had been enamored with weightlifting, thus he was quite familiar with these concepts. As a child, he had relied on this knowledge to build his strength. A strength training facility is a place to enhance physical capacity. For instance, we could thread these iron weights onto a rod, and lifting it would exercise these muscles. Moreover, if we assemble them in such a manner, we could target these muscles as well. As he spoke, Chao Kun grew increasingly animated, and Lu Erlong, listening intently, found her eyes sparkling with interest. Just like that, Erlong Jia, if we construct a strength training facility like this, it will undoubtedly enhance the physical abilities of our students. It is certainly far more beneficial than mere weighted running. Once Chao Kun finished speaking, Lu Erlong gazed at him as if he were something extraordinary. Chao Kun, how do you know all this? Huh? Chao Kun was momentarily taken aback. How do you know these things? Lu Erlong inquired again, thinking he had not heard her clearly. If we were to build a strength training facility based on your idea, it would be tremendously beneficial for the great soul masters and soul elders in our academy. This is far superior to ordinary weighted training. Though Lu Erlong could be somewhat reckless, she was not foolish. Chao Kun's explanation was thorough, and with his demonstrations, she comprehended the potential value of such training facilities. While these training setups might not serve her as a high-level soul master, they would undoubtedly benefit other great soul masters, soul elders, and even some soul sections. During Lu Erlong's next inquiry, Chao Kun had already concocted a response. I came across this information in a book, which also contains some of my own insights. Your own understanding? Lu Erlong inquired. Indeed, my physical prowess is formidable. While this can be attributed to my martial spirit, a considerable portion is also a result of my personal training, he replied. Certainly, it is 90% due to the martial spirit and 10% from my efforts. This was not a reflection of Chao Kun's lack of diligence, but rather the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit. Were those postures and the concept of the power room merely your interpretation? Lu Erlong asked, her tone tinged with astonishment. Although he longed to impress, Chao Kun candidly admitted, some postures are from that book, while others I devised based on its teachings. The concept of the power room is entirely documented in the book. I have yet to encounter it on the continent. Chao Kun possessed remarkable control over his body, allowing him to discern how to best refine it during training, leading him to develop various exercise positions. What about that book? Lu Erlong finally broached the topic that vexed Chao Kun the most. However, he remained composed as he responded. I do not know. I found it in the library. I intended to purchase it, but at that time, I lacked the funds. By the time I had the means to buy it, someone else had already taken it. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow and asked with a hint of regret, have you seen this book elsewhere? No. Chao Kun shook his head. Do you remember the general contents, particularly the equipment in the power room? Chao Kun hesitated, but eventually nodded. Then what are we waiting for? You must write it down, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her smile returning as she approached and patted Chao Kun's shoulder. No, Erlong, you believe me so easily. While the postures for refining the body are indeed correct, I have not tested the items in the power room. What if, after we construct it, it proves ineffective? Chao Kun interjected, attempting to dampen her enthusiasm. What book? If you write it down, won't that just mean you're making it up? He recalled the arduous task of composing a 10,000-word thesis in his past life. And now he was expected to create a book and illustrations of that equipment. He could not draw. What is the matter? You were just so excited about it a moment ago. Lu Erlong retorted. I don't care. You must write down what you just said. She insisted, having discerned his reluctance from his earlier demeanor. Noticing Chao Kun's continued hesitation, she added with a smile, if you write it down, I shall reward you. What reward? Chao Kun immediately inquired. You write it first, and then we shall discuss, Lu Erlong replied, still smiling. Fine, but it will take me a few days to carefully recall the contents of the book. Chao Kun relented after some contemplation, recognizing that his compliance was for the benefit of other soul masters rather than any personal incentive from Lu Erlong. Haha, splendid. Now, let us go run the mountain. Lu Erlong chuckled, kicking the backpack on the ground towards Chao Kun, which he had carelessly discarded during his explanation. We have to run again? Gao Kung Glimassive. Of course. This is part of your training. You've leveled up significantly in less than a week, and it is essential to consolidate that progress and experience the strength of your enhancements. Only then can you effectively utilize every ounce of power in battle. Lu Erlong asserted earnestly. Moreover, I am unsure how much strength you possess now, so gauge your load accordingly. Remember, your training is for your own benefit. I want to cut corners. Chao Kuan nodded, well aware of this principle. If he were to train, he would do so earnestly. Otherwise, the time would be wasted. Estimating the weight, he filled the specially crafted backpack with several iron weights, adding sandbags weighing 800 jin to each limb, resulting in a total load of approximately 7,000 jin. It was not that he could not manage it. After all, he still needed to run with this weight. And exhausting himself completely would defeat the purpose of the training and could even harm his body. However, during the loading process, he tested his current strength and estimated it to be over 10,000 jin, sufficient to lift a fraction of the sea god trident. After your run, remember to return here, Lu Erlong called out as Chao Kuan sprinted out the door. Chao Kuan did not respond, simply raising his hand in acknowledgement. Once Chao Kuan's silhouette vanished, Lu Erlong departed from the indoor battle arena, preparing for the materials needed for her upcoming training session. Did you truly see what you just spoke of in a book? Gu Yuna asked during their run. Indeed, Chao Kuan affirmed with a nod. Gu Yuna fell silent, contemplating within her consciousness before closing her eyes to resume her meditative state. Chao Kuan paid her no mind as he trudged up the mountain with a burden of 7,000 jin, which posed a considerable challenge. Thud! By evening, Chao Kuan returned to the indoor battle arena, placing the backpack on the ground. It emitted a resounding crash, prompting Lu Erlong to exclaim, "Be gentle. You startled me." Ignoring her, Chao Kuan plopped down onto the ground. He had anticipated a mild challenge, yet it proved to be exceedingly arduous. How could the back mountain be so vast? Wasn't he had said that land in Tiando City was precious? How could there be such a large mountain? Was the Landian Ba Wang Long sect truly that affluent? He had begun to feel overwhelmed in the afternoon. Yet fortunately, the water and fire dragon pearl in the small cave had, under the influence of the yin-yang taiji diagram, infused him with a surge of refined energy whenever he approached his limits. This allowed him to persevere, and the energy even enhanced his physique, albeit modestly, but in substantial quantity. Moreover, during his ascent, he gained a better understanding of his current strength. It could only be said that Lu Erlong's training was indeed effective. Are you slacking off? Your clothes aren't even damp, Lu Erlong remarked, emerging from the room filled with sandbags and iron weights, observing that only Chao Kuan's hair was damp with sweat. This outfit is a treasure, Chao Kuan briefly explained. Then with a thought, changed the style of his clothing. How marvelous. Do you have any more? Lu Erlong gazed at him in wonder, genuinely enamored with the garment. Alas, there is but this one in existence, Chao Kuan replied, rising with a smile. Then let us go inside and continue our training. Chao Kuan exhaled a sigh of relief and followed her inside. Upon entering the room, he found the previously haphazardly stacked sandbags and iron weights neatly arranged in a corner, while a steaming furnace stood in the center, filled with various herbs. It seemed they were to prepare for a medicinal bath. Chao Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, having feared further demanding tasks awaited him. Without waiting for Lu Erlong to speak, he leaped into the furnace, and with a thought, his clothes vanished. Utilize your soul power for cultivation. The herbs within are not inexpensive, so absorb them well, Lu Erlong advised. Given that Lu Erlong believed them to be costly, they must indeed hold significant value. Chao Kuan pondered as he activated the water and fire taiji diagram at his danton, accelerating his absorption of the medicinal essence. His current cultivation method was no longer merely simple meditation. As time flows by, 2 hours later, Chao Kuan opens his eyes in the furnace, a smile gracing his face. He has now reached level 38. Chapter 87. Is there something wrong with your mind? Look at you. You seem to have gained quite a lot. Chao Kuan laughs as he emerges from the furnace, his voice awakening Lu Erlong, who is meditating nearby. I've broken through to level 38. He cheerfully walks over to Lu Erlong's side. This training is indeed effective. Had I relied solely on the standard cultivation methods, it would have taken me several more days to reach level 30. Let's go. I'll treat you to something to eat. Prompted by Lu Erlong's remark, Chao Kuan realizes he is indeed hungry, having only had breakfast today. Dean, you're here. Lu Erlong leads Chao Kuan to the cafeteria of Lanba Academy, and then into his secret booth. A sign hangs above the booth, proclaiming it to be exclusive for the dean. Upon entering, a man dressed as a chef walks in. Prepare some food. Make sure there is plenty, and be quick about it. Lu Erlong commands coolly, nodding at the chef. Just a moment. The chef, upon hearing this, respectfully departs. I never expected Sister Erlong to have such an aloof side. After the chef leaves, Chao Kuan smiles at Lu Erlong. After all, I am a dean, Lu Erlong replies, somewhat irritably. Their banter continues, and soon the dishes are served. As Chao Kuan gazes upon the array of fragrant and colorful dishes before him, he swallows hard and eagerly begins to eat. He once thought the delicacies of Dalu were merely average. How short-sighted he had been. He reflects that most exquisite flavors are often reserved for the upper echelons of society. Chao Kuan, where is your home? Lu Erlong inquires during their meal. San'sHidden village, a small village at the border of the two great empires. Chao Kuan responds between bites. San'sHidden village? Lu Erlong murmurs, puzzled, as if trying to recall its location. It's just a small village. No one has awakened their soul power there for over a decade, Chao Kuan explains. Lu Erlong nods thoughtfully before saying, so you must be the hope of your entire village. By the way, are your parents still there? Have you considered bringing them over? The activities of the two empires have intensified in recent years. There could be problems at their border. This statement causes Chao Kuan to pause momentarily before he nonchalantly replies. No need. My parents left when I was 3. He feels little sadness at this. Rather, it evokes an indescribable sense of loneliness from that time. Sorry. I didn't know about your situation, Lu Erlong exclaims, her usual carefree demeanor now replaced with concern. It's all right. Seeing her flustered expression, Chao Kuan chuckles and resumes his meal, genuinely famished. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, having set her utensils down, gazes at Chao Kuan, lost in thought. He was so young when his parents left. I wonder how he grew up. His current strength must have come through much hardship. Sister Erlong, why are you staring at me? After a while, feeling Lu Erlong's gaze, Chao Kuan looks at her with curiosity. Chao Kuan, you are truly pitiful. How about I become your mother? Chao Kuan, Sister Erlong, what are you saying? Am I running today? Has your mind gone awry? He retorts, somewhat exasperated. If she were to act as his mother, how could he engage in certain activities in the future? You little rascal. Bang. Lu Erlong, angered by his words, slams the table, cracking it. Thankfully, they have nearly finished eating. Chao Kuan's lips twitch, and he quickly lowers his head. Whoosh! Lu Erlong suddenly appears beside him, attempting to smack his head. Sister Erlong, while I can't let you be my mother, I can have you play other roles. Grabbing Lu Erlong's leg, Chao Kuan hastily says, What? Lu Erlong frowns, questioning why this boy, who just finished eating, dared to insult her intellect. How about you be the mother of my child? Chao Kuan feigns a cheeky grin. Whoosh! Bang! He is immediately kicked away. What are you saying? I think it's your mind that has gone haywire today. Come early tomorrow and run 20 laps. With that, she swiftly exits the booth. Not much force. There is still a chance. Chao Kuan chuckles as he stands up from the ground, brushing off his clothes. The strength of her kick was much less than when they first fought. He then leaves the booth and heads towards the dormitory. As for this place, it will soon be tidied up by others. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, walking away, is lost in her thoughts. What does this boy mean? Is he interested in me? But I'm over 30. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Besides, he has already met Du Guyan's family. Is it too late for him to flirt with me now? She wonders, unaware that Chao Kuan's intention was merely to suggest that she could be a godmother to his future child. Though, Chao Kuan himself did not mean that either. Back in his room, after a refreshing shower, Chao Kuan enters the small cave of heaven. He plans to start writing the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual, a title he has just conceived. While he could write it outside, he promised Ain he would accompany her every evening, making it inconvenient for him to skip today. Furthermore, even if he does not actively cultivate inside, the speed at which the water and fire Taiji diagram absorbs soul power will accelerate. A man, you're here. Ain welcomes him as she did the previous day. Ain, could you make a writing desk? After chatting with Ain, Chao Kuan inquires. Upon hearing this, Aine waves her hand, and a desk made of blue-silver grass materializes before him, complete with a chair. Is this all right? Perfect. Chao Kun smiles and affectionately pats Aine's head. A man, are you not cultivating today? Aine asks, having grown accustomed to his gestures and even beginning to enjoy them. I need to write something, so I want to be cultivating tonight. Chao Kun nods, placing his manuscript on the desk. Aine remains silent, setting up another chair beside him and watching him gently, observing her demeanor. Chao Kun cannot help but lean in for a kiss. After a passionate kiss, he suppresses the urge to take things further and immerses himself in writing. There's no rush. The night is still young. Let's start drawing those device patterns. Holding a pen, Chao Kun ponders for a moment before murmuring to himself. As he begins to sketch, he exclaims in frustration, "What is this nonsense?" After crumpling yet another failed draft and burning it, he feels a sense of despair. A man, is it like this? At this moment, Aine slid a piece of paper toward Chao Kun, who turned to glance at it. The paper bore an intricate illustration of a device. You can draw as well? Chao Kun exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the draft. I learned a bit back when I first transformed into a human in that small town, Aine replied. Elated, Chao Kun watched as subsequent diagrams of devices materialized on the manuscript through his descriptions and Aine's deft hand. In the following 2 days, Chao Kun engaged in weight training during the day and dedicated his evenings to composing the Soul Master Physical Training Manual, allocating 3 hours each day for meditation and rest. This seems even more arduous than my senior year in my past life. Nevertheless, 3 hours of meditation sufficed for him to regain his energy, and Aine often bestowed additional buffs upon him, making it a more favorable experience compared to his previous high school trials. Erlong Jia, I have completed the book. One morning, Chao Kun retrieved the bound Soul Master Physical Training Manual from his small pocket dimension and tossed it to Lu Erlong. After 3 nights of effort, he had finally finished this work. The content was rather sparse. He struggled to recall certain specialized knowledge and merely provided a rudimentary overview of the relationship between human strength and muscle. The remainder consisted of descriptions of various exercises targeting different muscle groups, along with an introduction to the equipment in the strength room and their usage, all accompanied by Aine's illustrations for clarity. Wow, that was quick. You can draw too? Lu Erlong said, momentarily surprised as she flipped through the pages. The day after that, when they met, both behaved as if the previous conversation had been a mere jest. However, the observant Chao Kun noticed an anomaly. Lu Erlong often gazed at him after his training sessions and herbal baths. As for how Chao Kun discerned this, if you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? This realization filled him with joy, prompting him to tease Lu Erlong playfully after training, gradually drawing their relationship closer. Somewhat knowledgeable, Chao Kun responded modestly with a smile. But Erlong Jia, where's my reward? This caused Lu Erlong to pause momentarily, her expression turning slightly awkward as she replied, in a few days. That's unacceptable. I haven't slept these past few days waiting for your reward. How about some interest? Chao Kun said with a cheeky grin. What interest? Am I to bear your child? Lu Erlong retorted, playfully kicking at him with her long leg wrapped in tight-fitting pants, resembling a little girl acting coy. Chao Kun, taking the moment to his advantage, playfully patted her thigh as if collecting interest. You little rascal. Lu Erlong swatted his hand away, her voice softening. Boss, the Crown Prince is looking for you at the Academy's entrance. Just as Chao Kun was about to speak, Tai Long's voice called from outside. Having encountered him during his mountain runs, Chao Kun had informed him of his training location. Upon hearing this, the expressions on both their faces faded, replaced by calmness. Understood. I will head out immediately, Chao Kun shouted to Lu Erlong before glancing at his weighted backpack. You know the Crown Prince? Lu Erlong asked with a hint of skepticism, dismissing the prince's significance, as strength was paramount in their world. I met him when I first arrived in Tiando City. He even recommended I attend the Tiando Royal Academy, Chao Kun explained. Puffed. That mediocre academy is filled with all sorts. Go on, take a day off. But don't remove the weights on your limbs, Lu Erlong commanded dismissively, expressing her disdain for the Tiando Royal Academy. Very well, thank you, Erlong Jia. Chao Kuan set down his backpack, and as he stood straight, he wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong's waist. See you tomorrow, Erlong Jia. After the embrace, he laughed and dashed outside. The sudden hug left Lu Erlong momentarily stunned, and by the time she regained her senses, Chao Kuan had already sprinted away. That rascal, she muttered through clenched teeth, suddenly recalling something. You little scamp, may I show this book to others? Chao Kuan, just stepping out, paused, pondered, and then replied, Do as you wish, Erlong Jia. Consider it a dowry for you bearing my child. With that, he dashed out without a backward glance. That rascal already has a girlfriend. Lu Erlong was not angered this time, merely lost in thought as she looked at the Soul Master physical training manual in her hands. Boss, what did you discuss with the principal just now? Upon seeing Chao Kuan emerge, Tai Long asked incredulously, as if he had uncovered a great secret. Nothing much. Did you overhear something? Chao Kuan smiled, placing a hand on Tai Long's shoulder with a slight squeeze. It's not yet successful. It's unwise to let too many know. No, I must have misheard. I didn't catch a thing. Tai Long quickly shook his head at the implication. That's good. Chao Kuan released his grip on Tai Long and then asked curiously, By the way, what did the Crown Prince want with me? Tai Long sighed in relief and shook his head, replying, I don't know. He just said to notify you when he came looking. Chao Kuan nodded thoughtfully as they made their way to the academy's entrance. What could Qianren Shui want with me? I haven't done anything recently, have I? As he pondered, the two arrived at the academy gates. A throng of students had gathered around Qianren Shui, who bore a refined demeanor, engaging them with her words. Observing the expressions on their faces, it was evident many had already resolved to ally themselves with this wise and noble prince upon graduation. Make way, make way. Tai Long called to the crowd, and soon a path formed. He held considerable prestige within the Blue Tyrant Academy. Who is this? Why is he behind Tai Long? It seems the Crown Prince has come looking for him. Who is this? Didn't they say our academy doesn't accept nobility? You don't know? He is the new boss who overpowers Tai Long in strength. The gathered students whispered among themselves, some recognizing him but not well acquainted, as Chao Kuan had only recently joined the Blue Tyrant Academy. Those unfamiliar with him, upon seeing his appearance and aura, mistook him for nobility. Chao Kuan ignored their chatter and walked directly toward Qianren Shui. May I inquire what brings the Crown Prince to seek me? Are you Chao, brother? How have you changed so much? Qianren Shui exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing him. The current Chao Kuan was a far cry from the sunny, handsome young man he once was. The aura he now exuded, enhanced by the absorption of Dragon Ball energy, presented him as a quintessential young nobleman, precisely the type to which Qianren Shui was drawn. Chao Kuan offered a subtle smile and recounted his prepared words to Qianren Shui. So that's how it is. Let us depart. I shall take you to a place, Qianren Shui responded thoughtfully, nodding before exchanging a few words with the other students and motioning for Chao Kuan to follow her. Chao Kuan bid farewell to Tai Long, following Qianren Shui with a hint of confusion. When did I become so familiar with her? Chapter 89, Tiando Auction House. Chao Xiong, keep up. Noticing that Chao Kuan was merely trailing behind, Qianren Shui paused and allowed him to walk beside her. As Chao Kuan approached, he observed the several soldiers surrounding them and felt somewhat uneasy. Do not mind them. Qianren Shui smiled, sensing his discomfort. That's more like it. Although a country boy like you may now appear noble in demeanor and grace, certain aspects cannot change overnight. As for those aspects, I shall guide you. After all, as my foremost protector, you represent my image. Clearly, after witnessing Chao Kuan's talent and strength, Qianren Shui had resolved to recruit him at any cost. Moreover, her knowledge of Chao Kuan's humble origins was information she had procured through her connections over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan relaxed a bit. Your Highness, where are we headed? After a brief pause, Qianren Shui replied with a smile, to the Tiando auction house. I have heard there is a precious item being auctioned, and I happen to be quite interested. As we passed by Lanba Academy, I remembered you mentioned you were there, so I thought to invite you to join me. This also serves as a means of recompense for you. Listening attentively, Chao Kuan felt puzzled. Recompense for what? Alas, Qianren Shui sighed, last time, due to my royal brother's actions, you were unable to enter the Tiando Royal Academy. I find this deeply regrettable. and I feel somewhat guilty that you endured the humiliation of the avalanche because of me. Therefore, I thought to make amends. Anything you fancy at the auction, I shall give to you." Qian Rinxue was indeed regretful. Had Chao Kun entered the Tiando Royal Academy, her efforts to recruit him would have been considerably easier. With a cold smile, she thought to herself that the avalanche should indeed be dealt with. One should not presume that with the Snow Star support, she would refrain from taking action. "How can I accept? This matter is not your fault." Upon hearing this, Chao Kun hurriedly shook his head in refusal. "Had I not agreed to help you enter the academy, you would not have suffered the avalanche's humiliation. I bear some responsibility. No need to elaborate. It's merely a gift." Qian Rinxue looked at Chao Kun with a commanding demeanor. "Then I thank you, Your Highness." After contemplating, Chao Kun realized he hadn't done anything recently to offend Qian Rinxue, so he decided not to refuse this generous gift. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded with a smile, and the two continued to walk and converse. Most of the topics were initiated by Qian Rinxue, who possessed a wealth of experience in making others feel at ease. Otherwise, the nobility of Tiando would not have so many supporters. After some casual conversation, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Chao Xiong, after consuming the pill given to you by the poison Douluo, your appearance has changed significantly. Your soul power should have increased as well?" Chao Kun nodded and replied with a smile. "Indeed, my soul power has now reached level 38. Level 38? Qian Rinxue, maintaining her graceful demeanor, widened her eyes in surprise. "I recall that the last time I saw you, you were only at level 23. You increased by 15 levels in just a week. Surely that pill hasn't depleted your potential?" If Chao Kun's potential were indeed exhausted by the pill from Duelwith, her plans to recruit him would require re-evaluation. Chao Kun shook his head with a smile. "Not all. Senior Dugu would not harm me. Moreover, our dean examined me and confirmed that my potential remains intact." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue calmed down and expressed her concern. "That's good to hear. However, just to be cautious, may I check in myself?" Qian Rinxue could indeed assess bones. She was quite knowledgeable. Chao Kun, slightly surprised, nodded and extended his hand. "Strong and robust, no sign of weakness. It appears your potential has truly not been diminished. The pill from the poison Douluo is remarkably wondrous. I must seize the opportunity to ask him for one myself." After examining his bones, Qian Rinxue resumed her elegant demeanor and spoke with a hint of astonishment. As the granddaughter of the 99th level unparalleled Douluo, Qian Dalu, she had encountered countless rare treasures. However, a pill that could instantaneously elevate one's soul power by 15 levels without depleting one's potential was something she had neither seen nor heard of. Alarmed by Qian Rinxue's intention to request a pill from Duelwith, Chao Kun quickly interjected, "The poison Douluo's pill is indeed remarkable, but he expressed that he has not witnessed such a transformation before. It may be related to my martial soul. After consuming that pill, I felt as though my martial soul had undergone a form of evolution, significantly enhancing its strength. Indeed, it has strengthened considerably. Both my first and second soul skills have been enhanced due to the influence of the Water and Fire Dragon King." Qian Rinxue nodded in understanding, contemplating whether she would seek out Duelwith again. Only she would know. "It seems I must have a word with Duelwith, urging him to produce some foundational pills for cultivation and then sell them at exorbitant prices if anyone desires them. As for those who consume them without achieving the expected results, that is merely a matter of bad luck. Their martial soul did not evolve." Chao Kun mused that, at least for the time being, he could transform into the Juefeng bird, allowing him to traverse between the ice and fire 2EI and Tiando City in a matter of hours without much effort. After a while of idle conversation, they arrived at the Tiando auction house. How extravagant! Gazing at the grand and opulent entrance, along with the resplendent decorations, Chao Kun exclaimed. Even the entrance is adorned so lavishly. Under Qian Rinxue's guidance, the two entered, only to be approached by a group of scantily clad receptionists. However, upon seeing Qian Rinxue, they retreated, evidently aware of her aversion to such displays. Chao Kun couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. It was no surprise that this was the largest place of indulgence in Tiando City, as even ordinary receptionists were exceptionally beautiful. "Chao Xiong, if you wish, you may take them inside," Qian Rinxue remarked. No need. They are merely superficial adornments. Let us proceed. I have yet to experience an auction house. Gaokun git lead solemnly. Then let us go. I have a private box here. Qianrenshua chuckled. It seemed that Chao Kuan was indeed fond of beauty. She wondered whether he was equally captivated by wealth and power, and resolved to observe him further in hopes of bringing him into her fold sooner rather than later. Although the scantily clad receptionist had retreated, as they entered the auction house, a woman in uniform, strutting in high-heeled shoes, approached. Your Highness the Crown Prince, she bowed respectfully. Please lead the way. Qianrenshua replied calmly. This way, please. Under the guidance of this attendant, they arrived at a private box. Just before entering, Chao Kuan noticed the number above. This was box number 3. Chapter 90. You resemble my second brother. This is my exclusive attendant at the Tiando auction house. If you desire anything, simply communicate with her, and she will assist you in acquiring it. Upon entering the box, Qianrenshua settled into the central sofa and gestured for Chao Kuan to sit beside her. Hello, sir. My name is Yinji, standing at the back. Yinji smiled respectfully at Chao Kuan. The tone of her voice suggested that the person capable of eliciting such words from the crown prince must possess an extraordinary status. Greetings, Chao Kuan replied with a gentle smile. The thought of his dedicated attendant, Yin Hong, crossed his mind. He hadn't seen her for a week and wondered how she was faring. Chao Xiong, there remains some time before the next auction item is presented. Would you care for something to eat? Qianrenshua inquired, seated comfortably on the sofa. It struck him as peculiar that there were sofas in Douluo Dalu at this time. No, thank you. I just had a meal at the academy. Due to his rigorous training, which required him to run all day, he often skipped lunch, relying on breakfast for sustenance. Although he could maintain his energy for days without food, he saw no reason to decline a meal. Qianrenshua nodded and instructed Yinji. Please prepare some fruits. Certainly. Just a moment, Yinji replied, bowing her head as she departed. Once Yinji was gone, Qianrenshua smiled at Chao Kuan and asked, So, what do you think? Are you interested? Chao Kuan chuckled, feeling somewhat helpless. What are you implying, Your Highness? Am I the sort of person to fall for every woman I see? I wasn't even staring at her. At this, Qianrenshua burst into laughter, a bit embarrassed. Haha, my apologies. It was merely a jest. Chao Xiong, please do not take offense. Chao Kuan nodded in resignation and, seizing the moment now that it was just the two of them, asked earnestly, Your Highness, did you summon me today for a specific purpose? I believe in the principle of no free lunch, and I am quite anxious about receiving such a grand gift without reason. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Qianrenshua's face. She sighed and spoke sincerely, Chao Xiong. When we first met, I noticed you bear a striking resemblance to my second brother. He was always so attached to me, and it was because I failed to accompany him that he met with misfortune. Thus, seeing you reminds me of him, and I wish to make amends. Chao Kuan lowered his head, concealing his expression from Qianrenshua. He was not moved. Rather, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He recalled that all of Qianrenshua's brothers had met their end at her hands. Why was she now feigning such deep sentiment? Moreover, he had transformed significantly. What did her brother even look like? Realizing she indeed had matters to discuss, Chao Kuan composed himself and raised his head, saying regretfully, I did not anticipate this. It is not your fault, Your Highness, so please do not be too sorrowful. After a moment, Qianrenshua seemed to have gathered her emotions and said, Thank you, Kuan. May I call you that? Chao Kuan contemplated for a moment before responding. Your Highness may call me a man. It is my childhood name. Just as Qianrenshua was about to reply, a voice resonated from below. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to auction a truly precious item, particularly for soul masters. Please pay attention if you are interested. It appeared that the next auction item was about to be presented. All right, a man. From now on, I shall call you a man. Let's watch the auction for now. During their conversation, the staff had already brought the item onto the stage, though it remained concealed by cloth, preventing Chao Kuan from seeing what it was. With a snap, the door to their box swung open as Yinji entered, accompanied by attendants who placed a platter of fruit on the table. Your Highness, the fruits have arrived. After arranging the items, Yinji stood behind the sofa. Chao Kuan blinked in surprise at the sight of the fruits on the table. It was not his ignorance of the world that astonished him, but rather the glowing fruits before him. A man, these are fruits from the depths of the Qingdou Great Forest. They are quite beneficial for cultivation. Would you like to try some? Picking up a piece of luminous fruit, Chao Cohen inquired. This must be quite expensive, no? He then took a bite. Indeed, it was more delectable than he had anticipated. He nearly wanted to swallow his tongue along with it. Only a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins each. It's reasonable, Qian Rinxue replied nonchalantly. Chao Cohen grabbed another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Tens of thousands of gold soul coins each. Haha, truly. Poverty has limited my imagination. It dawned on him that this was a piece of soul bone. A man, would you be interested? While Chao Cohen savored the fruit. The auction commenced below. Once the auctioneer unveiled the black cloth, the audience erupted in excitement. It was astonishingly a piece of soul bone. From the auctioneer's introduction, he learned it was the right leg bone of a 3,000-year-old soul beast, suitable for agility-type soul masters. The age is too low, Chao Cohen declined. He couldn't very well admit that he couldn't absorb the soul bone. That would only lead Qian Rinxue to question him further. Indeed, only 3,000 years, a man. Your second soul ring is already a millennium old, so it certainly fits you. Upon hearing this, Chao Cohen, still munching on the fruit, froze momentarily but quickly regained his composure and continued to eat. The fruit was worth quite a bit. He might as well indulge. Though he maintained a calm exterior, Chao Cohen pondered. How did she know that his second soul ring was a millennium? He was certain he hadn't shown it to her. Due to the uniqueness of his martial soul, the presence or absence of soul rings during combat made no difference, which allowed him to conceal them and maintain an air of mystery. Who would have guessed that someone so formidable was merely a soul master? Thus, he found it peculiar that Qian Rinxue was aware of the color of his second soul ring. However, upon reflection, he realized that only Qian Rinxue could know that his second soul ring was a millennium old, making today's events more logical. He wondered why she suddenly treated him so well. It turned out she had discovered his talent and sought to recruit him. There was no longer any need for trepidation. According to his plan, he intended to align himself with her. Now that she was proactively recruiting him, it made things easier. If it was not about seeking her favor, why had he engaged in such frivolous banter during their first meeting? It was merely to capture her attention. With this realization, he felt completely at ease and continued to enjoy the fruit, which was truly delightful. 3 million gold soul coins. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to this guest for acquiring the right leg bone of a 3,000-year-old soul beast. Soon, the soul bone was auctioned off at a price that Chao Cohen could hardly fathom. Following this, several other items were auctioned, none of which piqued Chao Cohen's interest. However, with the weight lifted from his shoulders, he engaged in lively conversation with Qian Rinxue, who was keen on recruiting him. Chao Cohen's knowledge and insights further delighted Qian Rinxue, affirming her belief that he was a talent worth every effort to recruit. Your Highness, I need to use the restroom. After this session of the auction concluded, Chao Cohen announced to Qian Rinxue. The Tindo auction house operated 24 hours a day without interruption, but was divided into sessions, with each session separated by 30 minutes. Now, this particular auction had come to an end. Yinji, please go out and prepare some more fruits, Qian Rinxue instructed suddenly. Certainly, just a moment, Yinji replied. As she spoke, Yinji exited the private room. Miss, that young man was laughing when he lowered his head. He didn't believe your words. A voice suddenly emerged from Qian Rinxue's private chamber. Chapter 91. Do you wish to engage with me? It matters not. I noticed it as well. As long as he understands we bear no ill will towards him. That is sufficient, Qian Rinxue replied calmly. Her earlier seemingly casual revelation regarding her awareness of Chao Cohen's second soul ring was, in fact, deliberate. She aimed to convey that her intentions were to win him over. After all, how could a covert operative who had remained undetected for over a decade be so careless? Fortunately, Chao Cohen was astute, and their subsequent conversation was quite pleasant, further enhancing her satisfaction with him. To be a personal guard, mere strength is insufficient. That room concealed a titled Douluo, and your little antics were likely observed. Furthermore, the prince is actually a woman. On their way to the restroom, Gamingna reminded Chao Cohen through their shared consciousness. I suspected something fell off, so there was indeed someone hidden inside. Nevertheless, my small actions will not hinder her attempt to recruit me. I was already aware that Xue Qinghe is female, Chao Kun responded, momentarily taken aback. Having a powerful ally nearby is indeed advantageous, as they can provide guidance based on one's circumstances and offer warnings in times of peril. However, Gamingna's manner of addressing him felt somewhat uncomfortable. Had her tone been that of an elder, it would have been more acceptable. Yet, her serene and tranquil voice, calling him young man, felt rather peculiar. Gamingna, perhaps you could simply call me by my name instead, he suggested. What is it? Is it improper for someone of my status to refer to you as young man? Gamingna inquired. Of course not. It's just that your voice sounds so youthful. It makes me feel a bit awkward, Chao Kun clarified. Haha. At his words, Gamingna chuckled lightly, her laughter evoking an indescribable feeling in Chao Kun. Shall I call you by your nickname then? Aman, Gamingna said with a hint of mirth. The utterance of Aman nearly made Chao Kun weak-kneed with joy, and he cheerfully replied, that would be perfect. Before he could finish, Gamingna interjected with a playful huff, don't think I'm unaware of what you're contemplating. Having lived for so many years, I'm well acquainted with various matters. Are you perhaps thinking of engaging intimately with me? This directness left Chao Kun momentarily speechless. Is it really that straightforward? How am I to respond? Gamingna, what are you implying? He stammered, feeling the heat of embarrassment. Luckily, their conversation was occurring in the realm of consciousness. Those outside merely wondered why he had suddenly halted, unaware of his awkwardness, where he would have truly faced social ruin. Is it not true? Gamingna teased, her tone imbued with laughter. How was Chao Kun to respond? To deny it would be disingenuous, yet to affirm it felt too brazen. Given your talents and status, as long as you fulfill one of my conditions, this could indeed be possible. What condition? Chao Kun reflexively inquired. Ha! Gamingna laughed again, seemingly mocking his earlier pretense, which only heightened his embarrassment. As her laughter subsided, a silver mirror materialized before Chao Kun, revealing an ordinary-looking white flower, approximately the size of a palm, resembling a peony, with no leaves, connected to a large stone below. This is San'sHidden, Chao Kun murmured to himself, recognizing it as the flower currently residing within the small cave. This is San'sHidden. If you can help me pluck it from the boulder, what you desire may not be unattainable. The method of harvesting it is. Chao Kun sighed internally, but resolutely declared, I will endeavor to try. Gamingna offered a non-committal smile, her tone returning to calm. For the next few days, I will be in seclusion. Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me. I will instruct you on your cultivation once I am finished with my retreat. Should you wish to enter the small world during these days, feel free. I have already concealed your presence. After delivering her instructions, she turned her attention away from Chao Kun, commencing her final phase of recovery. The essence released by Chao Kun's martial spirit had gradually ceased to affect her, suggesting that soon it would be of no further use. Thankfully, it was not entirely ineffective. As Chao Kun's soul power increased, the essence released would improve, providing her with greater assistance. A realization Gamingna had come to when Chao Kun reached level 38. Thus, she planned to absorb the remaining useful essence in the coming days and wait until Chao Kun's soul power increased further before absorbing again. As for her earlier words to Chao Kun, they were indeed genuine. However, Gamingna held no expectations. Through her observations over the past few days, she had discerned the truth about him. He was an exceedingly fickle individual. Expecting him to procure San'sHidden was utterly unrealistic. Should he succeed, given Chao Kun's status as the child of fate and his inherent talents, Gamingna would indeed consider marrying him. Otherwise, it was a moot point. San'sHidden? How could that ever happen? Once Gamingna lapsed into silence, Chao Kun gazed at the unfolding scene and murmured to himself, forget the future, even now. His thoughts were occupied with Xiao Wu, Duelwith, and Lu Erlong. How could he possibly focus solely on Gamingna and her request for San'sHidden? It was simply impossible. With this in mind, Chao Kun continued toward the restroom. Ouch! Are you blind? How could you not watch where you're going? Before he could take a step, a voice collided with him. Given Chao Kun's physical prowess, it was of little consequence. However, the person who bumped into him was sent reeling backward, landing squarely on the ground. Now, she was rising slowly, pointing at Chao Kuan and reprimanding him. Upon hearing her words, Chao Kuan snapped out of his reverie and looked at the girl before him. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a simple azure dress that exuded a sense of cleanliness. Her flaxen hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin appeared tender and delicate, and her features were exquisitely refined. Standing approximately 1.65 meters tall, her figure was harmonious, giving off an ethereal aura, though her physique was rather average, lacking in both prominence and curvature. "Hey, are you mute? You didn't even bother to say sorry after bumping into me," she exclaimed, frowning at him as she stood there, seemingly oblivious to his presence. "Apologies," Chao Kuan replied calmly, glancing at the spoiled young noblewoman before him. It was evident she had been coddled. Reasoning with her would likely lead to further complications. It was simpler to apologize, as it wouldn't cost him anything. Having said that, Chao Kuan attempted to bypass the young lady. "Hey, are you just going to walk away?" She blocked his path, confronting him. Upon witnessing the situation, Chao Kuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of irritation towards the girl. It was she who had collided with him, yet he had offered her an apology. Why was she being so relentless? Was this not an act of bullying against a man of integrity? Chao Kuan halted his steps and spoke in a subdued tone. "I've already apologized. What more do you desire?" The girl, her eyes darting, pointed defiantly at the fruit platter that had fallen to the ground and exclaimed, "Look, because you bumped into me, my fruit has spilled. You ought to compensate me." Chao Kuan turned and indeed observed the scattered fruit, identical to what he had just consumed, and his composure began to waver. Initially, he thought a simple apology would suffice, but now she was demanding a compensation of several thousand gold soul coins. He felt compelled to reason with her. His total assets amounted to little over 10,000 gold soul coins. "No, I was standing still. It was you who failed to watch where you were going and bumped into me. Thus, the fruit is your own doing. Why should I pay?" The girl persisted in her argument. "Had you not been standing there unmoving, would I have collided with you?" This time, it was Chao Kuan who chuckled, albeit in frustration. "This path is quite wide, and I was standing against the wall. It is your own lack of attention that is at fault here. Compensation? Absolutely not. I'm not at fault. I refuse to be the scapegoat." Perhaps sensing Chao Kuan's resolute stance, the girl blinked, her previously defiant demeanor shifting to one of feigned innocence. "What is this? You are now the one feeling wronged? It was clearly your mistake, yet you are acting as if I am the one bullying you." Observing her sudden transformation, Chao Kuan inquired in astonishment. The girl lowered her head in a display of contrition, saying, "I'm sorry, it was indeed my fault." What a bizarre shift. Her change of heart was so rapid it was almost unbelievable. "Since you recognize your mistake, let it be. I do not require your apology. Let us leave it at that." With that, Chao Kuan intended to sidestep her, having no desire to linger with this peculiar young woman. "You cannot leave." Unexpectedly, the girl grasped his hand, preventing his exit. "What now?" Chao Kuan questioned, his brow furrowing further, pondering the peculiarities of this noble girl. "Could we not split the cost? The money I have saved over the years is insufficient to cover the cost of this fruit platter." "Is that platter not yours? Why should I pay?" Chao Kuan, now thoroughly confused, pressed further. "It belongs to my lady. If she discovers I have spilled her fruit, I am certain I will face dire consequences. Thus, I wish to gather some funds to purchase a replacement." She paused, glancing at the conflicted expression on Chao Kuan's face, and continued, considerate. "Would a noble venture out to fetch their own belongings? I implore you, if my lady finds out, I will undoubtedly be dismissed. If you assist me, I shall surely repay you in the future." As she spoke, she shook his hand in a manner that was almost endearing. Indeed, one who could afford such a platter would not typically retrieve it themselves. They would usually summon a servant. Furthermore, it was customary for nobles to adorn themselves with expensive jewelry, and the girl wore none, indicating she was likely a maidservant. A maidservant could hardly afford the several thousand gold soul coins required for the fruit. Chao Kuan contemplated this with a furrowed brow. "Please, I beg you, brother." The girl's voice grew increasingly urgent. Sighing internally, Chao Kuan resolved to perform a good deed. He feigned reaching into his pocket as if to retrieve something. But his true intention was to extract the golden card given to him by the Great Soul Arena. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed the girl's hand gripping his arm. Her sleeve had slipped slightly due to her pleating, revealing a bracelet adorned with peculiar patterns. This is a storage soul guide. Recognizing it from his acquaintance, Duelwith, he realized the implications. Yuyist. A storage soul guide costs at least several 100,000 gold soul coins and requires soul power to operate. Could you truly be a maidservant? Chao Kuan halted his hand, which had been reaching for the card, and firmly grasped the girl's hand, noting its delicate softness. Adopting the demeanor of a spoiled aristocrat, a behavior he had learned from Shuabeng, he remarked, "I am not at fault. Why should I assist in covering your half? Perhaps you could offer me some form of compensation to persuade me to part with my coins." The girl, taken aback by his grip, feigned urgency. "Wait, I've been out for quite a while. My lady may soon grow suspicious. First, you must give me the money. I will return the fruit to her and find you afterward." Chao Kuan found amusement in her plight, pretending to ponder her request. Seizing the opportunity, the girl attempted to wriggle free, but with her strength, it was futile. "Very well, but I must first collect some interest," he asserted with a mischievous smile. Inching closer to her. No, I do not wish for you to compensate," she cried, struggling desperately. "Do you know who I am? If you dare to kiss me, No." The girl's voice rose in panic, her attempts to threaten him faltering as she beheld his approaching face. "Even a handsome face cannot compel me." Chao Kuan burst into laughter, momentarily stunning the frightened girl. "You may insult my character, but you cannot offend my taste. With a figure like yours, you wouldn't even be worth a free meal." He regarded her with disdain before lifting her arm and saying, "Dear sister, remember to remove your soul guide next time you attempt to deceive. You dare to look down on me." The girl, once fearful, now bristled with indignation, never having encountered such treatment before. First, he frightened her, then insulted her physique. "I'm still growing," she protested. Chao Kuan, having finished his mockery, released her, and the girl, freed from his grasp, swung her fist toward his arm. What do you have hidden in there?" she cried in pain, retracting her hand and crouching down, blowing on her bruised knuckles. She had struck the weighted sandbag tied to his wrist. "Be careful. If you impede my way, I might resort to unsavory actions," Chao Kuan retorted, ignoring her further and turning to leave. He had intended to visit the restroom and had lingered far too long. The faucet would soon overflow. The girl, unable to stop him, could only shout after his retreating figure, "You shall soon learn the consequences of crossing me." Chao Kuan paid her no heed. In the Tiando Empire, under the guise of Qianrenshua, it would be quite simple to safeguard himself, especially since he had done no wrong. When he returned from his restroom visit, the girl had vanished. He thought little of it, assuming she had gone to report him, and proceeded directly to box number 3. Just you wait. A head peeked out from behind, glaring fiercely. Chapter 93. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Amon. "Why did you take so long?" Upon returning to the box, Qianrenshua inquired of the seated Chao Kuan. "I encountered a bit of trouble along the way, but it is resolved now," Chao Kuan responded. Yet he had not realized that the young girl had already discovered which box he was in and was on her way to confront him. What a nuisance. Anticipating that the girl would soon approach, he considered relying on Qianrenshua to placate the situation. After a moment's thought, he recounted the earlier events briefly. "Young girl? What does she look like?" Upon hearing Chao Kuan's account, Qianrenshua appeared to recall something, her expression tinged with surprise. "Well, she is quite presentable. Dressed in a long gown of azure blue, with flaxen hair, standing approximately 1 meter 65 tall. Her figure is rather average," Chao Kuan described, reminiscing about the girl's appearance. "Haha, your description brings someone to mind. Given her temperament, it is indeed plausible she would act in such a manner." "Who?" Chao Kuan inquired nonchalantly, harboring little interest in the capricious girl, regardless of her beauty. Qianrenshua did not keep him in suspense and replied directly, "Ning Rongrong, the pride of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Now that Ning Fengji is her teacher, she is somewhat familiar with her. She is a spoiled little minx, headstrong and willful, though her nature is not malicious. Ning Fengji has mentioned that he plans to discipline her in a few years." Reflecting on Ning Rongrong stirred a twinge of envy within her, What girl would not wish to be spoiled? Shaking off her thoughts, Qian Rinxue continued with a smile. Given her disposition, she will not easily let this go and will likely return shortly with others. To think it is Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chao Kuan muttered, his mind recalling information about her. She was a member of the original protagonist group, although initially headstrong. She underwent significant changes and ultimately became a model of virtue in later chapters. Thus, Chao Kuan's regard for her was somewhat elevated. Strangely enough, the female characters in the original narrative seldom exhibited remarkable qualities in the latter stages. They largely transformed into mere supporting figures embodying the role of dutiful wives. Bang! 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 Open the door. Hurry up. I just saw you enter. Stop hiding in there. Let me show you my might. As if summoned, the sound of knocking and Ning Rongrong's indignant voice echoed from the entrance. Rongrong, is it the person inside who just tried to take advantage of you? At that moment, beside Ning Rongrong stood an elderly man clad in a pristine white robe, his hair and beard white as snow, gazing at box number 3 with a piercing intensity. Indeed, Grandpa Jian, he not only frightened me, but also attempted to kiss me. And when he left, he insulted me. Ning Rongrong ceased her knocking, clinging to the hand of Jian Duelwith Qinshin, her tone playful yet earnest. Upon hearing this, Qinshin's gaze sharpened, as if he were ready to burst through the door at any moment. To dare bully my Rongrong is akin to courting death. Jian Duelwith was not a fool. He understood that Ning Rongrong's words were somewhat exaggerated. If she had truly been wronged, her expression would not be so light-hearted. However, the young man inside had indeed upset Rongrong, so perhaps a light reprimand would suffice. Uncle Jian, do not act impulsively. This box is reserved for His Highness the Crown Prince. Ning Fengji, who had followed, swiftly intervened upon sensing Qinshin's intent to force entry. The Crown Prince? What of it? Does that grant him permission to take advantage of Rongrong? Qinshin retorted, though his initial impulse to break through the door subsided. It was not that he feared the Crown Prince's status, but he recognized that Ning Rongrong was merely causing a ruckus, making a forceful entry inappropriate at this moment. Even so, he outwardly supported Ning Rongrong. With 2 titled Douluos accompanying her in mischief, it was no wonder she felt emboldened. It was not my dear brother the Crown Prince who took advantage of me, but someone else, Ning Rongrong clarified. Sighing internally, Ning Fengji could only lament. He had intended to educate Ning Rongrong over the years, but with 2 titled Douluos indulging her, how could he? It seemed time to devise a plan to send Rongrong out for some practical experience. He pondered where to send her. Ning Fengji lightly knocked on the door of the box. "Amon, please open the door. With me here, no harm will come. Besides, Rongrong's nature is good. There is no need for concern." Inside the box, Qian Rinxue remarked. Chao Kuan, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, approached the door. According to the original narrative, he might soon find himself on the receiving end of Jian Duelwith's wrath. How unfortunate to encounter Ning Rongrong. As Chao Kuan turned his back to Qian Rinxue, she casually glanced to the side, finding nothing of interest. "Creak, you finally emerged. I thought you would hide in there forever." As the door swung open, Ning Rongrong pushed past Ning Fengji, grinning with an air of arrogance. "Now you know my prowess. Do you still dare to frighten me?" You certainly look like you need a lesson." Chao Kuan internally scoffed at her demeanor, then bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji and Jian Duelwith. "I indeed frightened Miss Ning just now, but I assure you, I did not engage in any improper conduct." "You lie. You were indeed flirtatious with your words." Ning Rongrong sprang forth to counter, although by the end of her retort, she felt a bit bashful. Did she dare to publicly declare that Chao Kuan found her figure lacking? That was her greatest insecurity. She was still young and would grow, yet Chao Kuan's words stung. His character could be questioned, but not his taste. How could anyone fail to see my worth? Was I truly so lacking? Ning Rongrong exclaimed indignantly. My previous remarks were merely thoughtless banter. Gaokun hastily claudiated. "Teacher, I did not expect to encounter you here today." At that moment, Qian Rinxue interjected, for had she remained silent, Chao Kuan might have struggled to explain himself. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Ning Fengji bowed, adhering strictly to noble etiquette as Ning Rongrong's teacher. Qian Rinxue returned the bow with a smile, inviting, "Please come in." I would like to introduce you. As for Rongrong, I will have Brother Chao apologize to you later. Shall we discuss this afterward? But, just as Ning Rongrong was about to protest, Ning Fengji interrupted her, turning to Qianren Xue. Very well, but I wish to meet the young man who frightened our Rongrong, to be summoned here by the crown prince himself, and dressed in attire that did not suggest noble status. There must be something special about him. Hearing this, Chao Kuan looked toward Ning Fengji, who returned a gentle smile. Seeing this, Chao Kuan quickly reciprocated with a grin. This youth seemed somewhat simple-minded. What unique qualities could he possess? Ning Fengji mused, then grandly stepped inside. Meanwhile, feeling that the situation was resolving, Chao Kuan exhaled in relief and followed suit. However, one individual was left displeased. Ning Rongrong pouted, tugging at Jian Dao's sleeve, murmuring softly. Grandpa Jian Xinshin found himself in a predicament. Having served Ning Fengji for decades, he recognized the interest Ning Fengji held in Chao Kuan. If he were to strike the young man now, it might not end well. Yet, thinking of Rongrong, he could only express his displeasure, unleashing a sharp aura directed at Chao Kuan. This will not harm Cao Kuan, but it will cause him some discomfort, thus serving as an explanation to Rongrong. However, the sword Qi, upon contact with Cao Kuan, was immediately absorbed by the water and fire taiji diagram at his dantian, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This unexpected turn of events left the sword wide-eyed in disbelief. His sword Qi was effortlessly neutralized. Sensing the commotion, Cao Kuan abruptly turned his head, eyes wide as he regarded the sword Douluo, creating an amusing scene of mutual astonishment. In the author's note, after a span of 46 days, I'm finally ready to launch. As a newcomer, I certainly have thoughts to share, yet given that not everyone may be inclined to read them, I shall reserve these reflections for the concluding remarks. Rest assured, I am committed to completing this story. I have a general outline in mind. A brief clarification. This book follows a harem theme, but I do not intend to include every character. Some peripheral figures will be excluded, as it may not be appropriate for them to be involved. If one approaches the narrative solely with the intention of pursuing a harem, it could lead to complications. As for the current critiques regarding the protagonist's martial soul and its transformation skills, I must clarify. First, I have previously stated that I only skimmed the second installment and am aware of the existence of the Benti Zone, but I lack familiarity with the concept of being impervious to poison. My experience with the second installment felt disjointed. While the protagonist is supposed to be Hua Yuhua, the narrative increasingly resembled a diary of Tang San's dog training exploits, which I found difficult to engage with. Hence, I discontinued reading it. Secondly, some might argue this presents a flaw, to which I respond that it does not. From the outset, I established that the protagonist's martial soul differs from those in the Dalu universe. This has been indicated in earlier chapters. Thus, there is no need to draw comparisons to the impervious poison concept. Regarding the transformation aspect, we are still in the early stages. Soon, there will be notable changes, such as the emergence of wings as a third soul skill. This is where Guyue Na will mentor the protagonist. The reason the protagonist does not train independently is that I want Guyue Na to have a sense of involvement. Otherwise, I genuinely would not know what aspects of cultivation in Dalu require instruction. Upon the protagonist's second martial soul awakening, a significant transformation is anticipated. But that is still a ways off. Some have remarked that the protagonist's martial soul skills do not enhance physical attributes. This is a misunderstanding. The protagonist's physical prowess is already formidable. Before absorbing the celestial herb, he was comparable to a soul king, and that was without any enhancements. As for why I do not pursue an extreme path, while it may yield initial strength, lacking a system means relying solely on resources available in the Douluo world, which will ultimately limit options for ascension to godhood in the later stages. While belief could be an alternative route, it is a slow process. I also intend to alter the cultivation rules of the Douluo world. A confrontation with the divine realm is inevitable, as suggested by Guyue Na's involvement. Without her, I would struggle to depict the protagonist's conflict with the divine realm. Given his high aptitude, they would hardly be inclined to contest him. Lastly, regarding updates, currently, there are over 700 collections and about 500 active readers, with a peak of over 800. On the launch day, October 1st at midnight, I will release 5 chapters, with a minimum of 4. The first chapter subscription is crucial. If it reaches 500, I will provide 3 updates daily during the National Day holiday, though we do not take a break, as there are many experimental classes to manage. This will amount to an additional 7 chapters. Subsequently, for every increase of 100 subscriptions, I will add an extra chapter, for each increase of 100 monthly votes. Another chapter will be added. Donations exceeding 10,000 starting coins will also contribute to additional chapters, regardless of whether they are cumulative or one-time contributions. Lastly, I kindly request your support for the initial subscription. Thank you. Chapter 94. I have encountered many like you before. You are quite extraordinary. After observing San'sHidden for a moment, the sword Douluo spoke solemnly. He was well aware of the power he had just unleashed, although it would not harm San'sHidden. Neutralizing it was no simple task. How else could he provide an explanation to Rong? Who could have anticipated that his sword chi would vanish upon contact with this young man? It was indeed peculiar. Rong, cease your nonsense. If this continues, I shall have sword uncle escort you home. Upon hearing the commotion, Ning Fengji turned around, expressing some exasperation. Oof. Ning Rong snorted softly, retreating behind the sword Douluo, casting a regretful glance at San'sHidden. It was unfortunate that he had neutralized Grandfather Jian's sword chi. She could not bear to witness him humiliated. Young brother, are you all right? Observing the situation, Ning Fengji shook his head, looking apologetically at San'sHidden. I'm fine, truly. San'sHidden returned to his senses, shaking his head dismissively. The sword Douluo had evidently intended to teach him a lesson, yet his attack was unexpectedly absorbed by the water and fire taiji diagram. This was beyond his expectations. Not only did it assist in cultivation, but it could also neutralize such attacks. It seemed he would need to delve into this further upon returning home. With these thoughts, San'sHidden awkwardly smiled at the sword Douluo, feeling quite awkward as the two men exchanged wide-eyed glances. Indeed, the sword Douluo was the first to break the silence. Addressing San'sHidden, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." San'sHidden replied with a smile and a respectful bow. The sword Douluo nodded lightly, and alongside Ning Rong, approached Ning Fengji. As they passed by San'sHidden, Ning Rong, hidden behind the sword Douluo, stuck her tongue out at him like a playful child. San'sHidden chuckled softly, shaking his head as he closed the door to the private room. In this setting, his status felt the lowest. No, perhaps that title belonged to Yenji, but she was often overlooked by everyone. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue observed Ning Rong's playful expression and remarked, Rong, it has been months since we last met. Yet you remain unchanged. Qinghe, does Rong still appear as adorable as ever? Seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone in Qianrenxue's words, Ning Rong responded cheerfully. Ha! Indeed, Qianrenxue chuckled lightly. Sitting nearby, Ning Fengji shook his head in resignation as he observed Ning Rong's antics. As the group settled onto the sofa around the central table, the dynamics within the private room shifted slightly. Before Ning Fengji's arrival, San'sHidden and Qianrenxue had been seated across from each other. After their entry, the arrangement transformed to Ning Fengji and Qianrenxue sitting opposite one another, with Ning Rong and San'sHidden seated beside them. The sword Douluo stood behind Ning Fengji. Once everyone was settled, Qianrenxue introduced San'sHidden, saying, "This is my teacher, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Greetings, Master Ning." San'sHidden respectfully greeted Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. "This is Rong. You must have encountered her outside earlier." "Greetings, Miss Ning." San'sHidden responded with a smile. "Oomph." Ning Rong coldly turned her head away. This esteemed individual is known as the Sword Douluo, the first swordsman of the continent. Qinshin. San'sHidden feigned excitement and declared, "It is an honor to finally meet you." Perhaps influenced by Ning Rong's demeanor, the sword Douluo merely acknowledged him with a curt nod. After introducing the 3 members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qianrenxue proceeded to introduce San'sHidden to them. "Teacher, this is my friend. He is named San'sHidden. Currently, he is a student at the Lanba Academy in Tiando City. Although merely 12 years old, he has already attained the rank of a level 38 Soul Master. Moreover, He boasts an impressive record of 22 consecutive victories at the Tiando Grand Seoul Arena, marking him as an extraordinary talent. Qian Rinchua's tone was filled with admiration, clearly holding Chao Kun in high regard. 12 years old and level 38? This must surely break the record for the youngest soul master in Douluo Dalu. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment, even with his composure. He found it difficult to maintain his poise. No wonder the prince sought to meet this young prodigy alone. It was indeed for this reason. Furthermore, a record of 22 consecutive victories in the Grand Seoul Arena indicates his formidable combat prowess, affirming his status as a genius. Actually, I'm not yet 12, Chao Kun said with a modest smile. Indeed, he had yet to reach that age. His birthday was still a few months away. Ning grongrong, lakking ning feng tits komposure. Exclaimed upon hearing this. You are actually a soul master. This person, who is nearly the same age as me, has already reached level 38, while I'm only at level 23. Didn't Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu say I had great talent? Why is there such a vast difference? She gazed at Chao Kun with wide eyes, incredulous. Seeing Ning Rongrong's disbelief, Chao Kun chuckled inwardly, but maintained his humble demeanor. It is merely a slight talent. There is no need for Miss Ning to be so astonished. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, and she retorted with a hint of pride. I'm not surprised at all. I have seen many like you. Perhaps your mind is simply not clear. Your father just mentioned that I broke the record, Chao Kun said, smiling at her changing expressions. Rongrong, Brother Chao has reached level 38 before turning 12, which has indeed shattered the record for the youngest soul master in the continent. Ning Fengji interjected, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Of course, I know that, Ning Rongrong replied, her cheeks flushing, yet she stubbornly maintained her bravado. She looked at Chao Kun's smiling face, feeling as though he was mocking her, and shot him a glare. The sword Douluo behind them also cast a surprised glance at Chao Kun. Although he had recognized the young man's formidable strength earlier, he had not anticipated that he was still under 12. In Douluo Dalu, one's appearance often obscured their true age. Observing the astonished reactions of those around her, Qian Rinchua's smile grew more vibrant. She had begun to view Chao Kun as her personal guardian. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I never expected such prodigious talent from this young brother, Ning Fengji remarked in awe. This time, Chao Kun refrained from further humility, offering only a courteous smile. Having been humble enough, any more would be considered impolite. Where does this young brother hail from? Ning Feng Ti inquired. Shenghun Village, an ordinary little village. It has been over a decade since a soul master emerged from there, Chao Kun responded. Oh, Ning Fengji expressed further astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts. A young man of extraordinary talent without any background would be an excellent fit for their 7-treasure glazed tile school. As for Chao Kun's connection to the prince, being his son-in-law and the prince's mentor are not mutually exclusive, after all. He decided to observe this young man closely. Young brother. The ensuing conversation was primarily led by Ning Fengji and Qian Rinchua, 2 seasoned figures in the political arena, who elegantly endeavored to foster a closer relationship with Chao Kun. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to the atmosphere, her gaze fixed on Chao Kun, her eyes darting as if contemplating something. Ladies and gentlemen, the third auction is about to commence. Please pay attention if you are interested. Let's pause our discussion. The auction is about to begin. Let's see, Qian Rinchua said with a smile. Yet, a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind as she realized Ning Fengji was also keen to recruit Chao Kun. If she were truly Xue Qinghe, it would not be a problem for Ning Fengji to recruit Chao Kun, but she was Qian Rinchua. She desired to bring Chao Kun back to the Spirit Hall to form a foundation for her future as the Pope. How could she allow Ning Fengji to take him? She regretted exposing Chao Kun's talents earlier. In doing so, she had overlooked Ning Fengji's current eagerness to recruit talent. Fortunately, she had not revealed the matter of Chao Kun possessing a Millennium Second Spirit Ring. Otherwise, Ning Fengji would likely have been even more fervent in his pursuit. She glanced at the seemingly bored Ning Rongrong beside Ning Fengji and grew increasingly worried. Given Ning Fengji's character, if he found Chao Kun to be impressive after his assessment, he would surely employ any means necessary to recruit him. With Chao Kuan's unfortunate personality, he might not be able to resist if Ning Fengji offered Ning Rongrong to him. Although Ning Rongrong's figure was average, her beauty and grace were extraordinary. Perhaps with Chao Kuan's talent and appearance, it would not be impossible. However, he already had other women in his life. During her days of gathering information on Chao Kuan, she had discovered his relationship with Dugu Bo's granddaughter. How could Qian Rinxue share a husband with another woman? Her eyes unconsciously hardened with resolve. Haha, well, I have heard that this auction will feature a wondrous spirit beast. Ning Feng Tinotet, Smiding. During their conversation, he had realized that Chao Kuan possessed remarkable insights and a vivid imagination. Moreover, while speaking with him, although he showed respect, he did not overly diminish himself, exuding a confidence that seemed intrinsic. Such a demeanor was rare in Dalu, further endearing him to Ning Fengji, who cherished intriguing souls. After the auction, he planned to have someone investigate him. If all checked out, he would confirm his decision. Handsome, talented, and with a commendable character. Indeed, a promising son-in-law. Ning Feng Timuset. At that moment, Ning Rongrong sat beside him, bored and unaware that her father had already considered selling her off. Equally oblivious to Chao Kuan, she curiously asked, will this auction also feature spirit beasts? Spirit beasts are powerful and wild. Those that can be captured are usually around 100 years old. However, one can hire a team of soul masters to hunt them for just a few hundred gold soul coins. Why auction them off? Haha, not all spirit beasts are aggressive. Some are gentle and quite adorable, making them favorites among noble young ladies. Therefore, auction houses occasionally sell a few, Ning Fengji explained. Country bumpkin. Just as Chao Kuan found this fascinating, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to taunt him. Upon hearing this, he merely smiled, replying, indeed, I'm a country bumpkin, lacking the extensive knowledge of Miss Ning. It is indeed astonishing to encounter numerous soul masters under the age of 12. After engaging in a brief conversation with Ning Fengji, Chao Kuan also relaxed and began playfully mocking Ning Rongrong. In an instant, the previously self-assured Ning Rongrong became visibly incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chao Kuan, her lips parting as if to unleash a torrent of rebuke. However, she was swiftly halted by Ning Fengji. Although Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, she ultimately refrained from uttering any insults. Typically, in the education of Ning Rongrong, it is Jianduo and Gutuo who take on the role of the stern figures, while Ning Fengji assumes the more lenient stance, albeit not overly so. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong harbors a certain apprehension towards Ning Fengji. With him nearby, she felt it inappropriate to seek assistance from Jianduo. Thus, she merely turned her head away, her expression one of displeasure. The young lady has been somewhat spoiled. Please do not take offense, young sir, Ning Fengji remarked apologetically towards Chao Kuan. It is no wonder that Ning Fengji could attract two formidable titled Douluos with his level 79 soul power. His gentle demeanor and lack of arrogance create an atmosphere akin to a refreshing spring breeze during conversation. Otherwise, could mere wealth suffice to allure titled Douluos? If that were the case, why could the Qiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire not achieve the same? Not all. I find Miss Ning's character quite appealing. Chao Kuan responded, though he acknowledged the improbability of such a statement. Who would genuinely admire that temperament? However, with Ning Fengji having provided an opportunity for a graceful exit, Chao Kuan was perceptive enough to comprehend. Who cares if you like it? The mischievous Ning Rongrong retorted. Chao Kuan smiled at her without further provocation. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction of our first item, which I believe most of the ladies present have come for today. Interested parties, please pay attention. The auction is about to begin. As the host's words faded, four robust attendants lifted an object draped in black cloth. The item appeared quite small, yet the expressions of the four strong men suggested it was remarkably heavy. With a resounding thud, the black cloth was pulled away, revealing a cage approximately half a meter in height and width, its surface etched with intricate patterns and surrounded by a swirl of soul energy. Inside was a soul beast resembling Pikachu. It is indeed quite adorable. Gaokun murmureth. This creature is a variant of the golden mouse, aside from its yellow coloration. It possesses a unique ability. Based on its capabilities, our appraiser has given it another name, the Void Mouse, to demonstrate the abilities of the Void Mouse. The host picked up a stick from the table and struck the cage several times. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, the yellow mouse appeared startled, vanishing from its original spot only to reappear on the opposite side of the cage, then vanishing and reappearing again. Is this teleportation or instantaneous movement? Perplexed by the Void Mouse's behavior. It is a soul beast with spatial attributes, but it is rather weak. Its ability to traverse space does not exceed half a meter, and it can only do so a few times within a short period, Ning Fengji clarified. Listening to his words, Chao Kuan continued to observe below, noticing that the Void Mouse had grown fatigued. Indeed, it was quite weak, but even if it were stronger, it would be difficult to capture in an auction setting. The starting bid was set at 100,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 10,000 coins. The host, having showcased the Void Mouse's abilities, initiated the auction. 110,000. A female voice called out from the crowd below after a moment. 120,000. 130,000. Although there were bids, the frequency was not high, as it was merely intended as a pet. After watching for a while, Chao Kuan recalled Een in the Little Heaven. I should buy it. It does look quite charming, and it could keep Een company in the Little Heaven. Just as he intended to ask Yanji for assistance in placing a bid, he glanced at Ning Rongrong in front of him and decided to eliminate any potential distractions. Miss Ning, why do you not intend to bid for such an adorable soul beast? Ning Rongrong's expression soured as she retorted, I am no longer a child. Unexpectedly, Ning Fengji interjected, Rongrong has already purchased many. They are currently being raised on the mountains of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Father. Ning Rongrong shot a glare at Ning Fengji, somewhat irked, before turning her gaze back to Chao Kuan, anticipating mockery from him. However, Chao Kuan was not so childish. Upon hearing that Ning Rongrong would not interfere, he addressed Yanji behind him, Sister Yanji, please assist me in acquiring it. As for any potential debts to Qianrenxue, let them be. He had initially intended to cultivate a close relationship with her. Such debts are merely accumulated through mutual exchanges. Chapter 96. That night, outside the Tiando auction house, Chao Kuan, you must come to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School when the opportunity arises. Rongrong can take you to try the local delicacies. Ning Kinti Rima Dosteko. Within the auction house, he had discerned that Chao Kuan genuinely enjoyed food. Of course. Uncle Ning, Chao Kuan replied cheerfully, lifting the cage containing the Void Mouse. Following this, after exchanging a few more words with Chao Kuan, Ning Fengji departed alongside Duelwith, trailed by a woman with a foxtail, whom Ning Fengji had procured. According to his words, her spirit had not yet submitted, and he sought to liberate her. As for Qianrenxue and Ning Rongrong, they had left early. One was a prince with significant responsibilities and could only spare half a day to accompany Chao Kuan, thus departing the auction house in the afternoon. As for Ning Rongrong, she found the private box exceedingly dull and had ventured out by noon. Ning Fengji and the others were not overly concerned, allowing her go. Perhaps it was due to the presence of guards in the shadows. After parting ways with Ning Fengji and the others, Chao Kuan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fatigued. Initially, all was well. The auction showcased a plethora of intriguing items, keeping Chao Kuan from boredom. However, as he became accustomed to the spectacle, it became rather mundane, and the bids of several hundred to tens of millions of gold soul coins felt surreal. Had his previous life been a facade? A single gold soul coin had once sufficed for he and Xiao Wu to live comfortably for an entire month. Truly, once wealth accumulates to a certain extent, it merely becomes a string of numbers. It appears I still have much to learn. Chao Kuan reflected with a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, after separating from Chao Kuan, Duelwith lowered his voice and said, Fengji, it seems you intend to match Rongrong with that young lad? Ning Fengji replied with calm composure, not necessarily. I must first investigate his background. Isn't Chao Kuan quite good? He possesses exceptional talent, is quite handsome, and his character is acceptable. I fear Rongrong may not be worthy of him. Duelwith grew anxious, looking at Ning Fengji and saying, I mean to say, Rong is still too young. Is there truly a need for haste? While that lad's talent is commendable, there is no need to rush into things. Haha, Uncle Jian. I never said it was to happen immediately. It is merely a thought. Rong is my daughter. Should she be unwilling, I would never force her. There is not even a hint of a connection yet. Besides, it seems the Crown Prince is somewhat displeased with my recruitment of Xiao Cohen. Ning Feng Tira Market. Duelwith inquired, perplexed. Why is he displeased? Ning Fengzhi smiled gently and shook his head. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince was happy or not, if it were discovered that Xiao Cohen's origins were innocent, he would take action. They were aging, and if there was no title Douluo by Rong's side in the future, the Qibao Yuli sect would cease to exist among the upper three sections. Meanwhile, oblivious to all this, Xiao Cohen strolled down a bustling street with a cage in hand. Although he was aware that Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue sought to win him over, he remained unaware that Ning Fengji intended to betroth Ning Rong to him. It was their first meeting after all. Indeed, regardless of the location, the nights in prosperous places are never truly dark. Observing the vibrant surroundings, Xiao Cohen couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and struck his arm with a punch. Xiao Cohen instinctively prepared to block, but upon recognizing the person, he relaxed. Hey, you rascal. It was Ning Rong, who had unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, hitting the spot on Xiao Cohen's arm where the sandbag was tied. Watching the girl crouched on the ground, blowing on her fist, Xiao Cohen helplessly asked, What are you doing here? Uncle Ning and Sword Douluo have gone back. Why haven't you returned? Ning Rong did not answer, but stood up, rubbing her fist and inquiring, What is that tied to your arm? Why is it so hard? Xiao Cohen, feeling exasperated, explained it's a sandbag filled with black sand. Don't change the subject. Why are you here? After a moment of rubbing her fist, Ning Rong huffed, Humph, why should I tell you? This left Xiao Cohen somewhat speechless, and he could only retort, Fine, I want to concern myself with you. Just don't follow me, okay? No way. With her hands on her hips, Ning Rong fixed her gaze on Xiao Cohen. Unless you give it to me. She pointed at the void mouse in Xiao Cohen's cage. This Pikachu-like soul beast was simply too adorable. Didn't you claim you're not a child anymore? Xiao Cohen replied mockingly. I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I'll stick with you. I'll also tell Grandpa Jian that you're bullying me. Ning Rong shook Xiao Cohen's hand, wearing an expression of indifference. Not a chance, give it up. I intended to gift it. Xiao Cohen was not one to indulge her, yanking his hand away with force. With his strength, Ning Rong could not hold on and nearly stumbled. To his surprise, Ning Rong did not give up and continued to trail after him, persistently nagging. This greatly annoyed Xiao Cohen, especially with so many people around, their curious gazes intensifying his irritation. You're really annoying like this. When Ning Rong grasped his hand again, instead of shaking it off immediately, Xiao Cohen wore a dark expression and spoke in a low voice. His tone was not loud, resembling a mere statement of fact. This was far more effective than shouting at Ning Rong, causing her to momentarily pause. I don't want it anyway. It's not like you bought it. Isn't it a gift from Brother Qinghe? You couldn't even produce over 100,000 gold soul coins. Pauper. After a brief, stunned silence, Ning Rong retaliated, releasing Xiao Cohen's hand to scold him. Unable to buy even a plate of fruit, yet you insist on tagging along with Brother Qinghe for food and drink. How about I give you 200,000 gold soul coins, and you sell it to me? Then you could buy a few plates of fruit. You country bumpkin. Her insults were truly harsh, reminiscent of shrew. Fortunately, having lived for 18 years in his past life, Xiao Cohen had heard various insults and was unfazed. He retorted sarcastically, Yes. My dear Miss Ning, why are you out alone on the street at noon? This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Ning Rong, who angrily replied, Is it wrong for me to want to be alone? Xiao Cohen continued his sarcastic tone. Yes. I thought someone with your personality would have no friends. Turns out you just wanted to be alone. His mocking words broke through Ning Rong's defenses, as she truly had few friends in Tiando City. After all, why would a young girl be wandering the streets alone? You country, She pointed at Xiao Cohen, ready to scold him, but he caught her hand and pinched it, causing her to yelp in pain and quickly retract her hand. She looked up. intending to continue berating Chao Kun, convinced he wouldn't dare harm her. However, as she raised her gaze, she found herself staring into a pair of pale, golden eyes. Her words momentarily halted. If it weren't for Uncle Ning, I would have already taught you a lesson. Look at you, acting like a shrew. If it weren't for Uncle Ning, I wouldn't even want to glance at you. Chao Kun leaned closer to Ning Rongrong, his tone dark and foreboding. Besides being the young lady of the Qibao Liuli sect, what else do you have? We are of the same age. You are still the young lady of the Qibao Liuli sect, while I am at level 38. What about you? In my eyes, you are nothing but a waste. Chao Kun spoke these words in a low tone, his pale golden eyes fixed intently on Ning Rongrong, noticing her head lowered and her body slightly trembling. Chao Kun found it puzzling. Shouldn't it be harder to intimidate her? Unbeknownst to him, the aura he exuded now weighed heavily on Ning Rongrong's heart, nearly suffocating her. This was the dragon's might he had acquired from absorbing the remnants of the Water and Fire Dragon King's soul, but Chao Kun was unaware of it. TCH. Chao Kun scoffed disdainfully, turning to leave. After taking only a few steps, he heard Ning Rongrong's sobs behind him. Assuming she was merely trying to play tricks again, he ignored her and continued toward Lamba Academy. To his surprise, her cries grew louder, drawing the attention of passers-by, some of whom called out to him. This embarrassment prompted Chao Kun to turn back and see what trick Ning Rongrong was up to. Is she really crying? No way. Is she that fragile? No. With her personality, she must have offended many. There's no way she hasn't been scolded before. How could she cry over this? Gaokun murmured. She had been scolded, but she had never been scared to the point of nearly suffocating. With the surrounding spectators pointing and whispering, Chao Kun felt increasingly awkward as he approached Ning Rongrong. Could it be that Miss Ning is truly this fragile? He still believed it was all an act, thus maintaining his sarcastic tone. Woo-woo. Ning Rongrong did not refute him. Her cries only grew louder. This left Chao Kun feeling quite at a loss. After a while, he gazed at the Du Kongshu in his hand, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. Impossible, this is for Ain. He then glanced around and noticed a small jewelry stall nearby. Observing that Ning Rongrong was devoid of any adornments, he hurried over and purchased a hairband. It was the most expensive item at the stall, costing 5 gold soul coins. Truly, Tianshou City is remarkable. Even the goods at a small stall command such a price. Chao Kun couldn't help but scoff as he returned to Ning Rongrong's side. Hey, Miss Ning, can you please stop crying? This is a gift for you. Chao Kun gently tapped her hand. Hey, you were the one who scolded me first. How come you are the one crying now? There are so many people around. Aren't you embarrassed? Chao Kun consoled her with a hint of exasperation, wondering what kind of situation this was. After a moment, Ning Rongrong raised her head, her tear-streaked face looking at Chao Kun with a sob. You actually wanted to kill me. This statement startled Chao Kun. How could one speak so recklessly? If Jian Douluo or Gu Douluo were to find out, he would be reduced to ashes. Anxiously, he replied, Don't say such things. When did I ever want to kill you? Woo-woo. Just now, when you glared at me, it felt like I couldn't breathe. I truly thought I was done for. You bad guy. Woo-woo. Ning Rongrong continued to sob intermittently. Hearing this, Chao Kun furrowed his brows in contemplation. Could it be that I possess some ability that I'm unaware of? After reflecting, he couldn't come up with any explanation and decided he would have to ask you now later. I don't understand what happened. I merely wanted to scold you. I never intended to kill you. Chao Kun explained, somewhat at a loss. If it was indeed his unknown ability that frightened Ning Rongrong to tears, then he had indeed gone a bit too far. Based on her description, it seemed he had nearly suffocated her. He set down the cage containing the Du Kongshu and retrieved the hairband he had just purchased. Stop crying, miss. I really don't know what happened. Can I apologize? Here. This is my token of apology. Please don't cry. With that, he waved the hairband in front of her. Perhaps due to regaining her composure, Ning Rongrong's sobs subsided. She glanced at the hairband and then pointed at the Du Kongshu, saying, I want this. This left Chao Kun in a bit of a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, he replied, That won't do. It's a gift from the Crown Prince, not something I purchased, so it cannot express my apology. This hairband, however, I bought with my own money, using 5 gold soul coins, enough for me to live on for 3 years as a country bumpkin. It expresses my apology much better. Indeed, that amount could sustain him for 3 years. He had survived on 5 gold soul coins left by his parents for the same duration, one of which had even been exchanged for a basic sword technique. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Kuan placed the hairband on her head. "It looks beautiful. This is for you." Ning Rongrong touched the hairband, her tears turning to laughter as she exclaimed, "It's hideous." Yet, she did not remove it. Then, after a moment of silence while looking at Chao Kuan, she softly said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you." This made Chao Kuan smile, and he replied, "It's fine. I've heard much worse than what you said. In his past life, playing a game, if one were to betray the group, the genealogy would be criticized multiple times." Ning Rongrong's scolding was relatively civilized. "I don't care. Whether you've heard worse or not is irrelevant to me. You must assure me it's okay." Ning Rongrong insisted playfully once more. However, this time it made Chao Kuan chuckle. All right, it's okay. Is that sufficient?" Ning Rongrong huffed lightly, her cheeks inexplicably tinged with red, then touched the hairband on her head and said, "Then I will accept your apology gift." This essentially meant that all was forgiven. Chao Kuan thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. Then we both accept each other's apologies, but this matter must not be disclosed to Duelwith and the others. If they learned that he had nearly harmed Ning Rongrong, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, then playfully slapped Chao Kuan's arm. The outcome was predictable. She struck the sandbag tied to his arm again. "Hey, you moved your own hand. That's not my fault." Chao Kuan stepped back, distancing himself from the situation. "Fool!" Ning Rongrong shot him a glare and then ran off. Chao Kuan watched her retreating figure, muttering, "So strange." With that, he picked up the cage containing the Dukongshu and departed. As he made his way back to Lanba Academy, he decided not to dwell on Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji and Duelwith were not worried about her wandering off. Why should he be concerned? Along the bustling street, Chao Kuan observed the vibrant signs that reminded him of Earth. "So extravagant, nothing like Nodding City," he murmured. Suddenly, a shoe store caught his eye, lavishly decorated, with a gleaming sign featuring a high heel in the center. After watching for a while, he recalled Ain's frequent barefoot appearances. He surveyed his surroundings, ventured into a narrow alley, and with a thought, entered the small cave heaven. In that moment, a motionless figure of Chao Kuan appeared at the original spot of the alley. This was an illusion crafted by Gu Yuna. "Hey man, you're here." Ain greeted him as she entered the small cave heaven. As usual, upon noticing the cage Chao Kuan was carrying, she inquired with curiosity, "Hey man, what is this?" "A gift for you, a particularly adorable soul beast. I thought you might be bored staying here alone during the day, so I found you a companion." Chao Kuan raised the cage, smiling as he spoke. "A soul beast?" Ain leaned down to peer into the cage, where the Dukongshu blinked its eyes back at her. "So cute." Ain took the cage, marveling at the Dukongshu, which resembled Pikachu, and then smiled joyfully. "Do you like it?" Chao Kuan wrapped his arms around Ain's waist, asking her with a grin. "I love it." Ain's eyes sparkled as she leaned in to kiss Chao Kuan, instantly brightening his mood. Then, Ain conjured a blue silvergrass, preparing to open the cage and let the Dukongshu out. Seeing this, Chao Kuan grasped her hand and, under a puzzled gaze, said, "Wait a moment before releasing it. Let me take you out first." "Ow!" A Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chao Kuan would take her out so soon. "Indeed, I have faith in you," Chao Kuan said, gazing at Yin, and with a thought, the two vanished from the small cave. As for the Kong Dong shoe, it squeaked as its cage toppled over onto the ground. Boom! The pair emerged into the outside world, and a Yin's presence transformed the previously dim alley into a vibrant spectacle. All in, Gaokun murmured softly. Yin did not respond, but nestled her head against Chao Kuan's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist to convey her sentiments. "Let's go. I shall take you for a stroll," he said, feeling a deep breath of relief as he embraced Yin. She nodded gently in agreement. Noticing Yin's bare feet, Chao Kuan crouched down and lifted her onto his back. "First, let us procure you a few pairs of shoes." "All right," a Yin's voice whispered in Chao Kuan's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Haha, he chuckled softly as he carried her out of the alley and approached the high-heeled shoe store he had seen earlier. Sir, madam, a sales associate greeted them promptly upon their entrance. Chao Kun, unsure of what to do, merely glanced at Ain on his back, but to his surprise, she also shook her head. Left with no choice, he addressed the associate. I intend to buy a few pairs of shoes for my wife. Please assist her in choosing. Upon hearing the word wife, a yin smile brightened even more. Certainly, sir. Just a moment. The associate's face lit up with delight upon hearing Chao Kun's words. Madam, you may step down and take a few steps so I can assess your foot shape. Upon hearing this, Ain gracefully descended from Chao Kun's back and walked a few steps with her long, fair legs. That will suffice, madam, the associate remarked after a brief walk and proceeded to select some shoes. Before long, she returned with several pairs of high heels, and Ain tried them on, eagerly asking Chao Kun for his opinion. What could Chao Kun say after seeing Ain in those heels? He could only softly express that she was exceedingly alluring. Had he not been restraining himself, he might have lost composure. Let's go with these 4 pairs. Chao Kun instructed the associate, pointing to 3 pairs nearby and the one Ain was currently wearing. All right, sir. That will be a total of 5,000 gold soul coins. The associate smiled as she quickly packaged the 3 pairs of high heels. The 4th pair remained on a yin's feet. Quite expensive indeed, Chao Kun thought to himself. Yet he resolutely pulled out his gold card and handed it to the associate. After completing the transaction, Ain linked her arm with Chao Kun's and, in her newly acquired high heels, walked out of the store. The sight of them together resembled that of a loving couple. A man, Ain said, standing on her toes and softly whispering in Chao Kun's ear. What is it? Gao Kun inkret, putslet. Thank you, Ain replied, her voice resonating in his ear. A man, I wish to meet our child. Chao Kun was taken aback momentarily before an idea struck him, and he swiftly lifted Ain into his arms. Ain gasped, startled by the sudden embrace. Then let us return to see her. Ain nodded shyly, her hands draping around Chao Kun's neck. Boom! With remarkable speed, Chao Kun raced towards the room at Lanba Academy. No one could discern his figure as he dashed through the streets, and in that exhilarating rush, he returned to their room at Lanba Academy. Together, they collapsed onto the bed. This was their first time engaging in such activities outside, and as their movements grew more fervent, a yin's voice became increasingly difficult to suppress. A man, let us go to the small cave, she suggested, her words strained. With other students residing nearby, she felt constrained. Chao Kun smiled gently, and with a thought, they entered the small cave. Here, Ain could freely express herself, her voice soaring without inhibition. Glancing at the items newly purchased resting on his shoulder, he realized they had become his catalyst for acceleration. Meanwhile, in a deep forest, a man clad in a gray robe gasped for breath, coughing up blood, with numerous wounds marring his body. I never expected all the titled Duelwos from the Spirit Hall to mobilize. Thankfully, I possess flight capabilities, or I would have been caught, he said with great difficulty. It became evident from his words that he was Tang Hao, currently being pursued by the Spirit Hall. Earlier, he had attempted to destroy the Spirit Hall in the nearby city, but was discovered by 2 titled Duelwos. Fortunately, they were not particularly strong, allowing him to escape. In a direct confrontation, he could have triumphed, but the 2 titled Duelwos had signaled for reinforcements. Had he not fled, he would have been captured. I shall undertake one more significant endeavor, and then I will retreat to the city of slaughter, Tang Hao thought, a green glow emanating from his body as his wounds slowly healed. He gazed towards the direction of Tiando City, intent on destroying the largest spirit hall aside from the Spirit City. Chapter 98. The Night Grows Late. Free reading Chapter 99. Lu Erlong. What should I give? Blind old fool. In the deep of night, at the entrance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Lu Erlong held the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual in her hands. Casting a glance back at a certain area within the clan, muttering softly in anger. That morning, after Chao Kun and Qian Renshu had departed, Lu Erlong had come to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan to experiment with some of the concept from the manual written by Chao Kun. She had been utterly intrigued by the methods for refining the body when she had heard Chao Kun explain them. If what he claimed was true, the difficulty of spirit masters breaking through to Soul Sovereign would significantly diminish, and their cultivation speed during the Soul Sovereign period would also increase. Prior to reaching Soul Sovereign, spirit masters faced virtually no bottlenecks in their training. As long as they possessed soul power and diligently practiced, they would undoubtedly break through to Great Soul Master. It was merely a matter of time. The primary reason most spirit masters struggle to break through to Soul Sovereign is that their cultivation speed as Great Soul Masters is too slow, and by the time they reach level 29, they are often too old to progress. This also relates to innate talent. After all, if one lacks talent, their cultivation speed will be hindered. Aside from consuming medicinal pills, the only method to accelerate cultivation speed is to enhance physical fitness, thereby increasing the rate of soul power absorption. This has become common knowledge in the spirit master community. A robust physique not only extends a spirit master's ability to absorb soul rings, but also enhances their cultivation speed. However, the methods for refining the body in Douluo continent are rather primitive. Without complementary medicinal baths, they may damage the body's latent potential, and the improvements yielded are often minimal. Chao Kun articulated that the methods he proposed are not only efficient, but also devoid of any harm to the body, provided the postures are executed correctly. Even in the event of improper form, the adverse effects remain minimal. However, these assertions stem solely from Chao Kun's perspective, leaving Lu Erlong uncertain about their actual efficacy. Upon receiving the Hunshi Tiji Shuyan Shaos, authored by Chao Kun, Lu Erlong endeavored to experiment with the illustrated techniques. To be frank, the illustrations are remarkably vivid. While these postures seemed to hold little value for her, a soul sage, she discovered that when she momentarily withdrew her soul power and relied solely on her physical prowess, certain areas of her body began to radiate warmth. This sensation must indeed pertain to the muscles that Chao Kun had mentioned. She was taken aback. As a soul sage, she pondered how much more effective these exercises might be for other, more powerful soul masters. With this thought in mind, she promptly returned to the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect, eager to exchange this knowledge for a precious item, a left leg bone of 7,000-year-old Lei Yi Jialong. This reward was intended for Chao Kun. In her estimation, this not only would bolster Chao Kun's strength, but would also significantly benefit the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. After all, not all members of the sect are geniuses. Many soul masters find themselves stagnating at the soul Douluo stage. Moreover, even for the talented, refining the body using such methods would undoubtedly accelerate their training. This represents a lucrative opportunity for the sect. However, upon presenting her proposal, the obstinate elders surprisingly opposed her, claiming that a 7,000-year-old soul bone is far too precious and that they would prefer to purchase it for 10 million gold soul coins. Lu Erlong was incredulous. How could they doubt her understanding of the value of soul bones, especially since it was not an ancient one? For the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect was so precious about it. Were it not for the soul bone's abilities being beneficial to Chao Kun, she would have lost interest in the exchange. And to demand 10 million gold soul coins? Was that not an affront? After a heated debate, Lu Erlong stormed out with the book in hand. "Auntie, Erlong, auntie." Just as Lu Erlong was fuming, a young man rushed out from the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect, calling out to her. "What is it?" Lu Erlong turned, her tone sharp as she regarded the young man, still irate. "Erlong, auntie, what troubles you?" The young man stammered, noticing her displeased expression. "Stop with the nonsense," Lu Erlong retorted, her voice heavy with irritation. "Ha, this is from Tianheng, who asked me to give it to someone named Chao Kun. It is meant to repay his life-saving grace." The young man, Yu Tianxin, hastily revealed, sensing Lu Erlong's growing fury. He swiftly produced a blue wristband, a storage soul guide prepared earlier by Yu Tianheng for Chao Kun, but not presented due to his awkwardness at the time. "Is there nothing else?" Lu Erlong inquired, accepting the wristband. "Nothing at all, Erlong auntie. I must take my leave," Yu Tianxin replied, retreating hastily to avoid any potential conflict. Uncertain of the situation, he mentally criticized the irritable dragoness. Lu Erlong, gazing at the wristband in her hand, felt a wave of anguish wash over her. She had promised the young man a reward, But what could she possibly give him now? Perhaps she could offer him this wristband, considering it a gift from her. Meanwhile, within the small cave, the atmosphere shifted. Unbeknownst to them, they had somehow ended up on the bed. "Oh man, shall I release it now?" Ian whispered, observing the void mouse nestled within its cage. Chao Kun readily consented, as it was a gift for Ian. Moreover, the mouse's ability to traverse space was still rather feeble, ensuring it could not escape even if freed. Nodding in agreement, he explained the mouse's capabilities, granting Ian permission to set it free. "Do not worry, it will not escape," Ian reassured softly, as the blue-silver grass surrounding the cage began to quiver and entwine around it. With a resounding bang, the cage was unlatched. Startled by the sudden change, the void mouse vanished from sight, only to reappear half a meter away. Ian merely smiled, emanating a unique aura that calmed the once agitated creature, prompting it to approach her willingly. Cradling the mouse, reminiscent of Pikachu, a yin smile widened. Indeed, whether young or old, everyone is drawn to the charm of adorable beings. "It is dawn. I shall take my leave." After spending some time in the small cave with Ian, Chao Kun embraced her and pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. In the course of their time together, Ian had undergone a transformation, closing her eyes to reciprocate Chao Kun's kiss. Following their embrace, Chao Kun concentrated his thoughts and exited the small cave. In another part of the realm, the atmosphere was tense. Surveying the shattered streets and the ruins of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong murmured darkly, "Your Holiness," after Tang Hao detonated the ring and injured us. He flew off in that direction. At that moment, two titled Duelwith, who had just engaged with Tang Hao and signaled for assistance, approached her, bowing respectfully. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her thoughts interrupted by the sound of rushing air as several powerful titled Douluo approached. Observing the scene before them, an elder-looking soul master among them spoke. "Where's Tang Hao?" The two titled Douluo, who had just reported to Bibi Dong, immediately rushed forward. "We pay our respects. Second offering." Tang Hao flew away after blasting us with the ring. "Which direction did he head?" In response, the elder titled Douluo furrowed his brow. As the second offering of the Spirit Hall, and a formidable 98-level assault-type soul master, he would have preferred to remain in seclusion had it not been for Qian Daoliu's orders to pursue Tang Hao. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. The Spirit Hall had never dispatched multiple titled Douluo to hunt down a fallen one. This was, of course, compounded by the fact that the Spirit Hall had never promoted a fallen individual to the rank of titled Douluo. Frowning, Jean a Duelwith signal for a healing-type soul sage to assist the injured titled Douluo, then turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, "Bibi Dong, you cannot stop him either? When did the remnants of the Haotian sect become so formidable?" His tone was tinged with sarcasm, suggesting he was privy to the details of the past. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu's intervention, he would have taken action against her long ago. "When I arrived, Tang Hao had already departed," Bibi Dong replied, her demeanor unaffected, her voice steady and composed. Upon turning away, her gaze transformed into one of venomous resentment. Jean, he was loyal to the Qian family, making him an enemy to Bai Dong, who sought to annihilate that very lineage. After a brief explanation, Bai Dong channeled her soul power and pursued the direction in which Tang Hao had fled. "Humph." Jean, he scoffed, signaling the titled Douluo behind him to follow suit. He wondered why his elder brother chose to spare this woman. "Ah, how refreshing," Chao Kun exclaimed languidly after emerging from the small cave, having washed up. Feeling invigorated, he secured the weighted sandbags he had removed the previous night onto his limbs and stepped out of the room. He intended to have breakfast before embarking on his mountain run, though he suspected that this training would not last much longer. The purpose of this regimen was not to significantly enhance his physical attributes, but rather to acclimate him to the surging power he had recently gained. For someone like Chao Kun, who possessed a high degree of self-control, he felt he was nearly ready to forego this training after a few more days. Nonetheless, he found the added weight beneficial, yet binding it solely to his limbs proved inadequate for a comprehensive workout. "It seems I must find a soil-type soul beast capable of manipulating gravity for my fourth soul ring. Ideally, it should also have the ability to burrow underground." As he enjoyed his breakfast, Thoughts of Zhao Wuji's soul skill from the original text crossed his mind. He pondered the identity of the soul beast that granted it. Despite having perused several texts on soul beasts, the limited resources in Nodding City offered scant information, primarily concerning the most common species. Such knowledge appeared to be restricted. I wonder what prompted you, Xiaojiang, to write about the 10 core competencies of martial souls. That material is bereft of substance and riddled with logical fallacies. He would have been better off transcribing a few books on soul beasts. That way, he could claim mastery among the common folk. Chao Kuan muttered under his breath. After finishing his meal, he stretched lazily, intending to stroll around the academy while contemplating the type of soul beast he would need for his 4th soul ring. After a considerable mental effort, he could not arrive at a conclusion and ultimately decided to consult Lu Erlong. Even if she was unaware, she would have means to ascertain the information, which was far more efficient than searching alone. This was the advantage of being associated with a powerful faction. With thoughts of Lu Erlong in mind, Chao Kuan circled back to the indoor battlefield, only to find she was absent. A hint of confusion crossed his face, but he shouldered his backpack and proceeded with his mountain run. Something must have come up. He resolved to train first. It had been nearly a week, and he was uncertain if Yan Zi had returned. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had not appeared in Tiando City for almost a month. Had something unfortunate befallen her? Was this world, Esdai, Mubai, different from the one he knew? It seemed prudent to visit Suatawa City soon. He could not allow the little cat to encounter any mishaps. As for Xiao Wu, he worried whether Tang had unfairly targeted her. Perhaps he should write another letter to inquire? After some deliberation, he decided against it. The risks associated with sending a letter were too great. If Tang Hao discovered it, neither he nor Xiao Wu would escape unscathed. However, given his current circumstances, he thought he could survive by reaching Qianrenshua. But Xiao would likely be unable to flee. He needed to devise a method to ascertain her well-being. As he ran, Chao Kuan pondered these matters, unaware that Tang Hao was currently being pursued by the Spirit Hall. Had he not acquired wealth, he would have gone to the Spirit Hall to claim his welfare benefits, thereby gaining insight into Tang Hao's recent endeavors. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong sat in her office, gazing forlornly at the wrist guards in her hand. She had yet to decide what to gift Chao Kuan. It was not a lack of worthy items, but rather an abundance of them that left her uncertain. Everything she considered felt inadequate, especially since Chao Kuan had expressed that the book was at her disposal, though she would not part with it lightly. His sincerity made her reluctant to offer something trivial. Perhaps I should give him that inner armor, Lu Erlong contemplated, but still struggled to find clarity. What should I truly give him? Or perhaps I should just offer him myself, she exclaimed in frustration, quickly dismissing the thought. As time passed, the sky darkened. Near a remote small town, a man clad in tattered gray robes leaned against a large tree, quietly muttering to himself as he gazed at the distant town. According to the traces I left behind, they should follow me here. Given the distance to Tiando City, even a tidal Douluo would require 2 or 3 days to arrive. By the time they receive word, I will already be in the city of slaughter. Ha ha ha! Spirit Hall, you shall pay dearly for this. With those words, Tang Hao turned and soared towards a hidden path he had discovered while traversing the continent with Tang Xiao, a route that would swiftly lead him to a city not far from Tiando City. This was also one of the reasons he had chosen to lure the Spirit Hall's members here. Having traversed the path for some time, Tang Hao arrived at the entrance of a cave. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly recalled something as he prepared to take flight. He returned to inscribe a message above the cave's entrance. Subsequently, he flew swiftly towards Tiando City. 2 days later, in the afternoon at Lamba Academy, Chao Kuan was on his way back to the indoor battlefield, carrying his backpack. This should suffice. From now on, simple weight training will do, he murmured softly, slightly out of breath. After several days of weighted mountain running, his recently acquired strength had stabilized, imparting a novel sensation within him. Most of his time ahead would be devoted to meditation and cultivation, striving to reach level 40 as soon as possible. During the day, he would also utilize his clairvoyant abilities to simulate soul skills in the outdoor battlefield. Ever since he had emulated that ambush soul skill, he had not encountered a suitable soul skill for himself at Lamba Academy. This might be due to the fact that he often visited the battlefield later in the day. After all, he He was required to run nearly 7,000 pounds for 10 laps around the back mountain each day. The back mountain was expansive, necessitating his presence from dawn until sunset. After resting briefly and having dinner, he had little time left. Thankfully, after dining on private dishes with Lu Erlong, the chef had granted him unrestricted access to the kitchen, which allowed him to order meals directly from the director's exclusive booth. This peculiar arrangement had drawn curious glances from the chefs, as he had been visiting alone for the past few days since Lu Erlong had seemingly disappeared. He missed her greatly. Speaking of which, Yanzi should be returning soon. He intended to tease her for vanishing right after they had defined their relationship. Yesterday, Xiaowu was mentioned by Chao Kuan, who entrusted a merchant caravan passing through Nuo Ding City to check on her condition at the Nuo Ding City Primary Soulmaster Academy. This caravan mainly consisted of ordinary people, with only one being a senior soulmaster. Chao Kuan instructed them to be discreet and merely send an ordinary person to take a look. Given Xiao Wu's notoriety at the academy, she would be easily spotted. He hoped nothing was amiss with her. If something were to happen, he would have no choice but to seek vengeance afterward. He also wondered if he could resurrect her after attaining godhood. Chao Kuan's ambitions were grand, and he had never entertained the thought of not becoming a god. With his current capabilities, lacking even this minimal confidence would render his cultivation futile. However, even if he could retaliate and eventually revive Xiao Wu, the prospect left him deeply unsettled. He wished to prevent such a scenario altogether. It seemed he was still somewhat weak, and the cultivation system in this world was rather distorted. He mused softly. With his current connections, he could summon several titled Douluos to bring Xiao Wu to safety. Yet what would be the point? It would merely be a case of escaping from the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair. Who could resist the allure of 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone on Douluo continent? Even if Chao Kuan intervened, they would not understand, merely deeming him mad for sympathizing with a 100,000-year soul beast. In truth, they were not entirely wrong. The world was indeed, as such, a distorted cultivation system. This was the first time he had voiced such thoughts. Suddenly, a cacophony interrupted Chao Kuan's reverie, jolting him back to reality. He realized he was nearing the indoor combat arena. What sounded like renovation work. He pondered, quickening his pace toward the source of the noise. Upon reaching the pool beside the indoor combat arena, he beheld the ruins of the arena, along with heavy sandbags and iron blocks strewn about, his mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth happened? It was perfectly fine this morning. Even if they were to dismantle it, their efficiency was astounding. 1-2 release. A loud crash erupted from behind a still-standing wall, and with a resounding boom, the last wall collapsed. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, revealing several figures surrounded by spirit rings, soul masters. Once the smoke cleared, before Chao Kuan could discern the faces within, a tall figure called out, "Boss, you're back." Chao Kuan turned to see Tai Long among the soul masters who had just toppled the wall, rushing out from the lingering dust. "Tai Long, what on earth are you doing?" he asked, puzzled by the sight. "We don't know. The dean ordered us to tear it down." Tai Long scratched the back of his head, equally confused. "Dean, have you seen her?" Chao Kuan seized upon a critical keyword and inquired urgently. "Yes. We were training over there when the dean summoned us." Tai Long nodded. "Where is she now?" Chao Kuan pressed further. "She should be in the dean's office." Tai Long replied, his tone tinged with uncertainty, then added with frustration, "I don't know what that fierce dragon is thinking. I was just training when I got dragged here to do manual labor. Not only have we been working here all afternoon, but we also have to move those heavy weights to another location later. They're so numerous and heavy. The dean could have brought more people. It seems we'll be at this until nightfall." Initially, Chao Kuan had intended to seek out Lu Erlong upon hearing she was in the office. But looking at the sandbags and iron blocks, he ultimately patted Tai Long's shoulder and said, "I'll help you move them. It's better to finish early. There's no rush to see Lu Erlong now." "That would be great. With your strength, we'll definitely speed things up." Tai Long exclaimed with excitement. "Let's get moving." Chao Kuan urged, shouldering a load and heading toward the pile of heavy equipment. Tai Long and the others had already dismantled the indoor combat arena. They now needed to relocate the weights. This must be for the construction of a strength training facility, Chao Kuan thought to himself while surveying the ruins. With Chao Kuen's assistance, the pace of the relocation quickened significantly, given his ability to carry more and move faster. During this time, he conversed with the other students, who admired his strength as he effortlessly hoisted nearly 10,000 pounds of weight, willingly calling him boss. After loading the last few items into the basket, Chao Kuen exhaled in relief, glancing at the panting Tai Long, and chuckled. Tai Long, you need to work on your endurance. Haha, indeed. I can't compare to you, boss. Your strength seems to surpass even my father's, Tai Long gasped. Speaking of Tai Long's father, Chao Kuen paused to ask, where is your family from? Is it within Tiando City? Tai Long nodded, yes, to the west of Tiando City. Chao Kuen contemplated this, planning to visit the Li family in a few days. Although the Li family still pledged allegiance to Tang Hao, other single attribute families might not, and he intended to win over several sections. This way, when he joined the Wuhun Palace, he would have a solid foundation. As for the conflict between single attribute families and the Wuhun Palace, it would depend on Chao Kuen's tactics. However, he needed to rely on the Li family as a stepping stone, as it would be challenging to gather support otherwise. While Chao Kuen was deep in thought, Tai Long seemed to recall something and said, Boss, a strange person came to my house last night. He was wearing a tattered gray robe, looking like a beggar, but my grandfather treated him with great respect. He must be a peculiar, yet powerful individual. Did you say that strange person wore a tattered gray robe? Upon hearing Tai Long's words, Chao Kuen suddenly had a realization and quickly asked, Yes, Tai Long confirmed. Did your grandfather and the others show him great respect? Tai Long nodded again, looking puzzled. What's the matter? What's the matter? This was a significant issue. From the description, Chao Kuen was nearly certain this person was Tang Hao. What was the situation with the Li family? At this stage, given their temperament, aside from the people from the Haoyan clan, who else would they show respect to? And at this time, if Tang Hao was not at the Haoyan clan and dressed like that, it was likely to be him. But why would he return to the Li family now? This was not mentioned in the original story. Boss, is there a problem? Seeing Chao Kuen lost in thought, TheSelf-Wuhun. He was growing increasingly confused about why his boss was acting this way. Did he know that person? Chao Kuen snapped back to the present. Noticing Tai Long's expression and his previously tense demeanor relaxed instantly. It's all right. Your description reminded me of someone I met with Yin Zi when we visited Senior Duga last time. He bears quite a resemblance to the individual you described. I was just wondering if it could be him. Regardless of whether he is Tang Hao or not, it is preferable that Tai Long remains unaware. Given the current relationship between the Li family and Tang Hao, if Tai Long were to mention anything upon his return, it would spell disaster for Chao Kuen. Therefore, he had no choice but to concoct a lie to deceive Tai Long. Oh, I see. Tai Long readily accepted this, then curiously inquired, who is that formidable individual? It was the first time I witnessed my grandfather showing such respect towards someone. Such respect? All right, the likelihood of it being Tang Hao has just escalated. Chao Kuen silently mused. While outwardly maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, I was just pondering what that person's name was. I wasn't paying attention when Senior Duga mentioned it. As he concluded, Chao Kuen appropriately displayed a hint of frustration. Tai Long nodded, somewhat disappointed, yet he did not question Chao Kuen's words, as he too often let information flow in one ear and out the other while listening to his father. The two continued to engage in casual conversation for a while, and after placing the last of their burdens, Chao Kuen nonchalantly asked, Is that person still at your home? Tai Long, catching his breath, replied in a staggered manner, That person. This morning my grandfather and my father took him out. I'm not sure what for. Chao Kuen nodded thoughtfully, then shifted the conversation, resuming light-hearted banter with Tai Long and a few other students. The group, now thoroughly exhausted, took a moment to rest on the spot. After a brief respite, they began to disperse. Tai Long had initially hoped to gather everyone for a social outing, but Chao Kuen politely declined, learning that Tang Hao might be in Tiando City. He could hardly muster the appetite for food. After bidding farewell to the others, Chao Kuen glanced towards the dean's office before turning and sprinting towards the academy's entrance. Liu Erlong could be pursued at any time, but with uncertainty surrounding Tang Hao's intentions in Tiando City, he felt as though a swarm of ants was crawling all over him. What if something went awry and it affected him? What if they crossed paths on the street? Thus, Chao Kuan resolved to devise a plan to keep Tang Hao occupied, preferably driving him out of Tiando City, or even better, eliminating him altogether. It was not unfounded for him to think this way. After all, he had nearly been killed by Tang Hao, and now that he was not nearby to keep an eye on Tang San, did that not imply that something might have happened to Xiao Wu? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, quickening his pace until he reached the most bustling street in Tiando City, then racing towards a grand edifice. This was the branch of the Wuhun Temple established in Tiando City, the largest and most splendid Wuhun Temple aside from Wuhun City. It was said that much of the funding for this temple came from the Tiando royal family, seeking to maintain a facade of dignity. At that time, the Wuhun Temple had no ambitions of dominating the continent. It was merely a religion, one that hunted down evil soul masters across the globe. As for whether the Tiando royal family regretted their decision now, that remained uncertain. After a cursory glance, Chao Kuan entered the Wuhun Temple in Tiando City. He looked around, intending to seek out the bishop to report Tang Hao, but was immediately drawn to a massive wanted poster featuring Tang Hao's likeness. Beneath the portrait was a detailed account of the reasons for his wanted status. Why was there suddenly more text? Chao Kuan wondered perplexed, and as he leaned in to examine it closely, several figures obstructed his view. Back in Aba City, he had seen Tang Hao's wanted poster too, but at that time, it contained only a single line. Severely injured the Pope of the Wuhun Temple, resulting in his untimely demise. Now, it seemed several lines had been added. Intrigued, Chao Kuan moved closer, eager to discover what Tang Hao had been up to lately. Wow, just a few days ago, Tang Hao actually destroyed another branch of the Wuhun Temple, and just like before, everyone inside was killed. I never expected that the illustrious Hao Yindaw would descend into depravity. I used to admire him. Admire him for what? As he stepped inside, the hushed discussions reached his ears before he could even take a closer look. Destroying the Wuhun Temple and killing everyone inside, Chao Kuan thought in astonishment, swiftly turning back to the wanted poster. 5 branches of the Wuhun Temple, regardless of whether they were affiliated with the Wuhun Temple, all were slain. Gazing at the poster, Chao Kuan found it hard to believe. Although he had sensed that Tang Hao might lose his mind upon discovering that Yin had been swapped, he never anticipated such a complete unraveling. Shouldn't he have sought out the truth after discovering the swap? Why did he only resort to destroying the Wuhun Temple? Chao Kuan found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Tang Hao's thought process. What was his purpose in Tiando City? He pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze to the resplendent Wuhun Temple. No way. A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to exclaim, drawing peculiar glances from those around him. Ignoring their expressions, Chao Kuan hurried to a soul master clad in Wuhun Temple attire, just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of their bishop. The soul master seemed to sense something, turning to glance back at the area where the wanted poster was displayed. A tall, thin figure with snow-white hair, yet a remarkably ruddy complexion, stood there. He had also heard Chao Kuan's exclamation and was now observing him with apparent interest. This made Chao Kuan feel as though he were being scrutinized. "Sir, is there something you need?" The Wuhun Temple Soul Master asked, perplexed by Chao Kuan's silence. In response, Chao Kuan quickly composed himself, feigning an expression of delight. "I believe I just discovered that my soul power has reached a breakthrough, so I wanted to test it out. The testing area for soul power is over there. Allow me to escort you," the Soul Master said, pointing to a location before leading him away. Chao Kuan promptly followed, his gaze steadfastly avoiding the white-haired elder. He couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled the leader of the Min family. After completing the soul power test, Chao Kuan politely declined the Soul Master's invitation, then exited the Wuhun Temple while pretending to be the epitome of a carefree young master. As he passed through the central hall, he stole a glance at the elder, only to find him meticulously inspecting the structure of the Wuhun Temple. Having observed enough, Chao Kuan paid him no further mind, and upon leaving the Wuhun Temple, he adopted the demeanor of a frivolous nobleman as he departed the street. Unbeknownst to him, a group of robust figures lurked in the shadows, the leader clad in a gray robe, his gaze fixated on the Wuhun Temple. If that truly was the leader of the Min family, then Tang Hao's intentions had become clear. He aimed to annihilate the Wuhun Temple in Tiando City. Given the circumstances, He might even bring the 4 major single-attribute families along with him. After leaving the most bustling street in Tiando City, Chao Kun let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he could not entirely relax. Bowing his head and furrowing his brow, he murmured softly, "What should we do now? If that white-haired elder truly is the patriarch of the Min family, then Tang Hao and his companions must be observing the vicinity of the Wuhuan Hall. They likely intend to first ascertain the current situation of the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City, with the aim of swiftly obliterating it. The Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City, being the most magnificent branch hall and located in the capital of the Tiando Empire, naturally differs significantly from the other branch halls. It not only houses 5 soul saints, but also 2 formidable soul Douluos, along with a couple of 100 soul masters. Furthermore, should a battle ensue at the Wuhuan Hall, it would quickly attract other powerful individuals in Tiando City, especially those soul Douluos within the Tiando royal family. Although they may revel in misfortune or even turn a blind eye, they would undoubtedly come to provide support. Otherwise, they would find it difficult to explain themselves when the Wuhuan Hall demands accountability later. Currently, the Wuhuan Hall has not yet fallen out with the 2 great empires. Moreover, the Tiando Empire still requires the Wuhuan Hall to interfere with the Xingluo Empire to prevent a great conflict from arising. If Tang Hao were to charge in recklessly, he might indeed destroy the Wuhuan Hall, but would ultimately be captured by the royal family of Tiando. That is why Tang Hao sought assistance from the 4 singular attributes. It is unclear how he managed to persuade them. How could Yang Wudi be so easily convinced? Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts, Chao Kuin's face showed signs of distress. What should be done now? The Wuhuan Hall may be under the watchful eyes of Tang Hao and his group, making it inconvenient to report. What if they discover any movement and launch a direct attack? I must devise a plan. As Chao Kun wandered aimlessly, various thoughts flashed through his mind. Should I write a letter? No. At this juncture, Tang Hao's group would surely harbor suspicions. Perhaps I should seek someone to report the situation to the bishop of the Wuhuan Hall? That would be even worse. It would be better to go directly to the bishop myself, as that would provide some cover. Just then, a luxurious building caught his attention. He looked up and realized he had unwittingly arrived at the Tiando auction house. The Tiando auction house? Right, I almost forgot. There is someone who can assist. Chao Kun slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling a person, Qianren Xue. In a moment of haste, he nearly overlooked her. Approaching her directly might even be more beneficial than going straight to the bishop of the Wuhuan Hall. With this thought in mind, Chao Kun immediately turned around and dashed toward Qianren Xue's residence. She had already come of age under the identity of Xue Qinghe and had long since moved out of the royal palace. Racing along, Chao Kun arrived at the prince's mansion, an expansive residence adorned with a subtle sense of luxury, fitting for the persona of Xue Qinghe. Halt! Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 soldiers clad in the royal armor of Tiando stopped Chao Kun from proceeding. Not wanting to waste words, he promptly produced the token Qianren Xue had given him from the small cave. Please inform her that a man has urgent business to discuss. Observing the urgency on Chao Kun's face, one soldier took the token and hurried inside. Thanks to Qianren Xue's training, these soldiers possessed no proclivity for accepting bribes. Watching the soldier rush inside, Chao Kun let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, outside Qianren Xue's room, a voice emerged from a previously empty space. Miss, that lad Chao Kun has come to see you. He appears to be in a hurry. Hearing this, a puzzled voice responded from within. What urgent matter could arise at such a late hour? Has he offended some young lady again, needing my intervention? There was silence outside, as the notifying soldier had already departed. Your Highness, there is a person outside holding your token requesting an audience. He claims to be a man. Haha, man. Qianren Xue chuckled lightly, opening the door and accepting the token from the soldier, then commanded, very well, bring him in. Yes. The soldier saluted and quickly exited. Once the soldier had distanced himself, Qianren Xue whispered, a good omen. At that moment, the previous voice reappeared. With the miss's capabilities, winning someone over is a simple task. Qianren Xue smiled in silence. After a moment, Chao Kun was brought in by the soldier. Upon seeing him, Qianren Xue displayed her characteristic smile. A man, why have you come to see me so late? Have you once again offended some young lady? Listening to her words, Chao Kuan felt perplexed, but thinking of Tang Hao, he appropriately revealed a sense of urgency. This reaction piqued Qian Rinchue's curiosity, prompting her to ask seriously, "What has happened?" Chao Kuan glanced around, and Qian Rinchue understood, instructing the nearby soldiers to leave. Once they had departed, Chao Kuan immediately stated, "Qingha, I just saw Tang Hao near the Wuhuan Hall." This address was what Qian Rinchue had requested during their last encounter at the auction house. "Tang Hao!" Qian Rinchue exclaimed in surprise. As a member of the Wuhuan Hall, she was well aware of Tang Hao's recent activities. However, wasn't it reported just days ago that he was far from here? "Are you certain?" Chao Kuan nodded vigorously and recounted the story he had prepared while on the road. While chatting with friends from Lanba Academy, I discovered that Tang Hao had likely come to Tiando City. After parting ways with them, I went to the Wuhuan Hall for a look, and there I saw his figure. Moreover, he was accompanied by others. Upon seeing him, I recalled the events of the past few days and deduced that he might be contemplating the destruction of the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City. If that happens, the city will surely descend into chaos, so I came to inform you. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Based on the information she had previously gathered, Chao Kuan indeed knew Tang Hao and had reported him once before. Thus, he must not have been mistaken. That person was indeed Tang Hao. This meant that Tang Hao had not gone to a distant city, but had come here with the intent to destroy the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City. Realizing this, she immediately inquired, "Do you know who the individuals accompanying Tang Hao are?" Chao Kuan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and relayed the information regarding the Li family and the Min family, noting that he had not seen the other two. Simultaneously, after gathering intelligence, he arrived at the location where Tang Hao and his companions were hiding. Aside from Tang Hao, there were 3 others present, 2 of whom bore evident scars on their faces. Chapter 104, confirming the time old by Niao, what is the situation inside? As soon as Bai He arrived, the impatient Titan eagerly inquired. Hearing this, Bai He cast a glance at him before addressing Tang Hao, who stood at the center, saying, due to a Hao's influence, "The 2 original soul Duelwiths of Tiando City have left with 3 soul saints, while only 2 strong attack-type soul saints and a couple of 100 soul masters remain inside. As for the layout within, I assume everyone is already aware, so I need not elaborate further." After Bai He finished speaking, Tang Hao nodded slightly, and Titan excitedly remarked, "That is splendid. With only those soul masters left, we can swiftly demolish this place with just a few of us. Moreover, with our strength, even if the Tiando royal family's soul Douluo were to come to our aid, we would remain unafraid." As he spoke, Titan cast a glance at the 2 soul masters beside him, who bore evident injuries, Niao Gao and Yang Wudi. When Titan had brought Tang Hao to seek their assistance, they had initially refused. Their reluctance stemmed from their lingering grievances regarding the abrupt abandonment by the Haotian sect. And with Tang Hao now showing signs of becoming a fallen one, they had little desire to involve themselves in such matters. However, with Tang Hao displaying his prowess and the apparent threat of violence should they refuse, they found themselves reluctantly compelled to join. There is no time to waste. We shall act tomorrow night. Ignoring their expressions, Tang Hao folded his arms and spoke in a cold tone. "Understood, master." Titan responded with a servile grin. Observing this, Yang Wudi sighed softly and replied, "I will intervene, but I will not allow those from the Paji clan to participate." Niao Gao shot a glance at Yang Wudi before nodding in agreement. "I feel the same way." At that moment, Tang Hao, who had been preparing to leave, turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi initially flinched but then met his sharp stare. "Agreed." After a brief pause, Tang Hao turned away, murmuring softly before leaping into the air. "Oh dear, old Pachong, old gorilla, you're being foolish. Now the Haotian king has returned. With his unparalleled strength as a soul Douluo, what do we have to fear from the Spirit Hall? With the protection of the Haotian king, our sect will surely thrive. This is the perfect opportunity for us to return to the Haotian sect." Once Tang Hao departed, Titan expressed his frustration, feeling that they were wasting their potential. The Haotian king he referred to was Tang Chun, Tang Hao's grandfather. Tang Hao did not solely rely on brute force to compel their assistance. He had informed several members of the single attribute sects that his grandfather was back and intended to engage the Spirit Hall following the events that had transpired over the years. The destruction of several Spirit Hall branches was not due to his actions, but rather a prelude to the Haotian sect's offensive against the Spirit Hall. He had been sent by Tang to obliterate the largest branch of the Spirit Hall, marking the formal commencement of war. This was indeed the most opportune moment for their return to the Haotian sect, a possibility not entirely unfounded given their understanding of Tang. Upon hearing Titan's words, Yang Wudi remained silent, casting a cold glance in his direction. If not for Titan's guidance, Tang Hao would not have found them so swiftly. He inwardly hoped that the Paji clan would still exist should any complications arise. With that thought, Yang Wudi transformed into a streak of red light and shot away, closely followed by Niu Gao. TCH ungrateful, Titan muttered under his breath. Soon, only by he remained, frowning as he gazed into the distance, hoping for a swift resolution. Before their arrival, he had dispatched a sole emperor from their clan to the Haotian sect to confirm the situation. Given his speed, he should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Qinghe, what shall we do next? In the prince's palace, after Chao Kuan explained the situation to Qian Rinxue, he inquired. Let me think for a moment. Qian Rinxue replied, furrowing her brow in contemplation. It was now confirmed that Tang Hao had indeed arrived in Tiando City and had reassembled 2 of the single attribute sect leaders. It was likely that the other 2 had also been summoned. Given her previous actions, Tang Hao's objective was clear, to annihilate the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. After a while, Qian Rinxue's brow unfurled, and she turned to Chao Kuan, stating, since this concerns the Spirit Hall, it is best left to them. Chao Kuan was taken aback, incredulous as he replied, but Tang Hao and his group are undoubtedly keeping a close watch on the Spirit Hall's movements. It would be unwise to alert them. Moreover, should a battle ensue, many innocent civilians in the Tiando Empire would be affected. He silently added, considering that the Spirit Hall was still under his family's purview, it seemed rather peculiar that he was not more anxious. In truth, Chao Kuan was mistaken. Qian Rinxue was unaware that he knew her identity. Although she felt some urgency, she could not display it. After all, as a prince of the Tiando Empire, how could she revel in the misfortunes of the Spirit Hall while simultaneously expressing concern? A refined smile graced Qian Rinxue's face as she addressed Chao Kuan. Indeed, that is a dilemma. However, if we were to evacuate civilians, it would surely attract Tang Hao's attention. As for how to inform the Spirit Hall, that would be far simpler. In addition to a chief overseeing the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, there is also a holy maiden who can be apprised of the situation. I will simply seek her out. The holy maiden? The Spirit Hall has another holy maiden? Who could it be? Wasn't it just Hulaina and Qian Rinxue? Chao Kuan mused. Curiosity piqued as he asked, who is this holy maiden? I haven't heard of any holy maiden in this generation of the Spirit Hall. Where does she reside? Should I go inform her of the situation? Facing Chao Kuan's barrage of questions, Qian Rinxue maintained her composure, calmly explaining. The Spirit Hall has indeed not made her identity public, but she is real. As for informing her, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. I will handle that personally. After all, this is a matter of diplomacy between 2 factions, and I believe you understand. Chao Kuan reflected on her intent to exclude him from this endeavor, which was reasonable given that his current strength would be of little use. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly and said, since Qinghe already has a plan in mind, I shall take my leave. Realizing he no longer had a role to play, he decided it would be best not to delay Qian Rinxue's discussions with the hidden title Douluo and her communications with the Spirit Hall. Then it is settled. I must go seek out the Spirit Hall's holy maiden, so I won't see you out. A man Qian Rinxue, indeed not wishing for Chao Kuan to linger, bid him farewell without hesitation. Chao Kuan nodded slightly and, after parting ways with Qian Rinxue, returned to Lamba Academy. After his departure, Qian Rinxue's previously serene demeanor darkened considerably. Miss, it is imperative that we inform the grand offering without delay. A voice emerged from beside her. It was the Shimiao Duo who had been by her side. Yes, I will contact grandfather immediately, Qian Rinxue affirmed with a nod. In light of Tang Hao's current condition, even if she notified her grandfather now, it might still be too late. Qian Rinxue retrieved a piece of paper from her desk, tearing off a small note on which she wrote, Tang Hao is in Tiando City, plotting to bring together the 4 major single-attribute sects to destroy the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. She then took the specially trained messenger bird from the Shimiao Douluo and released it into the night. As the bird soared into the darkness, its entire form began to blend with the night, becoming one with the shadows. After releasing the messenger bird, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow and spoke. Given Tang Hao's previous behavior, he must have succumbed to corruption. As a member of the Angel Clan, no one understands the fallen better than them on this continent. In his current state, it would not be long before he acted without hesitation. Alas, Shimao sighed and said, there is nothing we can do, miss. Apart from me and C.I. Shui, all the other title are pursuing Tang Hao. 2 days ago, the news indicated that they discovered Tang Hao in a small town far from here. Yet he has secretly made his way to Tiando City. Even if the Grand Offering received the news and swiftly notified them, it is impossible for them to arrive so quickly. Moreover, Tang Hao has now rallied the 4 major single-attribute sects. With the combined strength of C.I., Shui, and myself, we simply cannot contend against them. Indeed, 2 title law accompanied Qian Renxue, but aside from the initial period of lurking, they took turns staying by her side, as they too needed to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression darkened further. Gritting her teeth, she declared, the 4 major single-attribute sects shall wait. Shimao shook his head in resignation and remarked, there is no choice but to abandon the Spirit Hall here. Qian Renxue, her face brimming with indignation, retorted, this is the largest Spirit Hall aside from Spirit City. There are hundreds of soul masters loyal to the Spirit Hall inside. To simply relinquish it, Shimao lowered his head, for your safety Suddenly, a figure appeared, interrupting his words, causing both to swiftly turn towards the newcomer. It was C.I. Shui, who should have been in seclusion. The arrival of C.I. Shui astonished the two, and Shimao immediately inquired, C.I. Shui, what brings you here? It was not yet time for a shift change. C.I. Shui glanced at him, then pulled out a note from his pocket. I just received a letter from the Grand Offering. He mentioned that the Pope is currently on the way to Tiando City with Duelwith and Duelwith. They are expected to arrive tomorrow evening, and we are to assist them. As for why only Duelwith and Duelwith were brought along, Bibi Dong could only command them at this moment. Other soul saints and soul Douluo could also be called upon, but she chose not to bring them. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue looked astonished at the note in C.I. Shui's hand, then glanced in the direction where she had just released the messenger bird. So soon? Joy surged within her. With the addition of 3 title Douluo, Tang Hao would undoubtedly find it impossible to escape. After relaying the news, C.I. Shui observed their expressions with a hint of confusion and asked, what is it? Time rewinds to the previous night. Your Holiness, second offering, look at the traces here. Tang Hao has headed in that direction. In a secluded mountain area, Duelwith, having employed his ghost shadow, reported after a thorough search to Bibi Dong and Genie. Genie glanced at Bibi Dong beside him, then led most of the soul masters toward that direction. Your Holiness, shall we not follow? Dalu. Observing Bibi Dong's frown as she refrained from pursuing, Duelwith naturally followed Duelwith. Bibi Dong shook her head, her tone cold and detached. It is too strange. We have pursued him for so long and rarely found his traces. Yet in recent days, we have discovered so many, and all just as we were about to lose track of Tang Hao. It is too coincidental. At this moment, Duelwith stepped forward and said, surely not. These traces took us title Douluo quite some time to uncover. They cannot have been intentionally left by Tang Hao. Foolish. Bibi Dong shot him a glance and scolded. But Tang Hao is not as foolish as you. Duelwith seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, then your Holiness, are you suggesting that Tang Hao deliberately left these traces to lead us elsewhere? Bibi Dong nodded and then shook her head, coolly stating, perhaps. But this remains merely a hypothesis. The reasoning behind her speculation stemmed from the fact that, in addition to occasionally finding traces of Tang Hao, all the locations indicated did not include the City of Slaughter. Both she and Tang Hao had traversed the City of Slaughter, and with their identity as the god of slaughter, they could enter and exit freely, utilizing soul techniques within. If he were to hide there, it would only be Bibi Dong who could enter to confront him, thus affording him a slim chance of survival. However, Tang Hao had not taken this course of action. Given the Spirit Hall's relentless pursuit of him, it was evident he could not evade capture for long. Therefore, it was illogical for him to flee to the city of slaughter while also choosing to come to such a small town. Was he traveling such a distance merely to destroy the Spirit Hall here? What purpose would that serve? Unless he aimed to cover something up. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea, and immediately instructed Zhu and Gue Douluo, Tang Hao may not be here. Follow me to Tiando City. He may have gone there. Understood. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo promptly agreed. Just as they were about to set off, Gue Douluo asked, "Shall we not inform the second offering?" Bibi Dong considered this for a moment and replied, "No need. My intuition suggests Tang Hao is headed to Tiando City, and he may not have intended to mislead us. Leaving these traces was likely an accident. Let the second offering continue the pursuit here." With that, she soared into the distance. Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo exchanged glances before immediately following suit. However, along the way, Zhu Douluo penned a letter to inform Dalu of their movements. Bibi Dong made no effort to stop him, coldly observing as he sent word. This resulted in Qianrenxue just having written to inform Dalu that Tang Hao was in Tiando City. Shortly thereafter, C.I. Shui received the news that Bibi Dong, along with Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, were en route to Tiando City. Returning to the present, after leaving Qianrenxue, Chao Kuan returned to Lanba Academy and glanced back toward the Spirit Hall. I am still far too weak to partake in such battles. I wonder how Qianrenxue and the others plan to deal with Tang Hao. Perhaps I should refrain from going out these days to avoid being recognized by Tang Hao? Chao Kuan murmured to himself, but quickly silenced his thoughts as he noticed a figure standing at the entrance of Lanba Academy. A woman with an exquisite visage and an alluring figure. Lu Erlong. By her demeanor, she seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. What brings you here so late, Erlong? Upon seeing Lu Erlong, Chao Kuan pushed aside his swirling thoughts, his face lighting up with a roguish smile as he approached her side. Unexpectedly, the voice of Lu Erlong, filled with resentment, greeted me. I still want to ask you, where'd you been so late? No wonder she was upset. For the past few days, she had been avoiding Chao Kuan, pondering over what to gift him. After much thought, she felt a bit shy to directly call Chao Kuan over. Thus, she decided to invite Tai Long and a few others to dismantle the training arena while Chao Kuan was in training, allowing her to feign a casual encounter and inform him of her whereabouts. She intended to present him with the wristband gifted by Yu Tianheng along with her prepared reward, so there would be no embarrassment involved. This was the reason Lu Erlong did not invite more people. If too many were present, they might finish dismantling the arena before Chao Kuan returned, leaving her in a difficult position. With her current financial situation, she could have easily dismantled the arena herself, but that would defeat the purpose of gathering the students. However, Lu Erlong found herself waiting in the office for quite some time, only to discover that Chao Kuan had yet to arrive. As night fell, she decided to step outside for a look. To her surprise, the arena had already been dismantled. Everything was moved away, and the students had returned, yet Chao Kuan was still nowhere to be seen. She then proceeded to the dormitory to search for him, but found him absent. After making inquiries, she realized he had gone out for so long, causing me to wait endlessly. Chao Kuan scratched his head in confusion, looking at Lu Erlong, then glancing at the seemingly unending nightlife of Tiando City. It's not late at all. It's barely 9, although it was indeed a bit late for Nodding City. For Tiando City, the night was just beginning. Lu Erlong's strong reaction caught him off guard. Did she wait for me all this time? Observing Lu Erlong's increasingly displeased expression, Chao Kuan suddenly remembered something and quickly explained with a smile. After hearing from Tai Long and the others about your whereabouts, I initially planned to help them finish moving the heavy equipment before coming to find you. Then why didn't you come to find me? Lu Erlong interjected. Realizing she was waiting for him to seek her out, Chao Kuan muttered to himself, and then replied with a troubled expression. I said I was going to, but then something unexpected happened. I had to go to Prince Dai first and rushed back. I was worried you might disappear again, like you did these past few days. After hearing his explanation, the anger on Lu Erlong's face began to dissipate. Seeing this, Chao Kuan let out a sigh of relief, and, to prevent Lu Erlong from asking about the urgent matter, he preemptively inquired, by the way, where have you been these past few days? As expected, upon hearing Chao Kuen's question, Lu Erlong no longer focused on his business with the prince. After pondering for a moment, she replied, I returned to the Lan Dianba Wang Long zone for a few days. In truth, she had been back for a while, but couldn't tell Chao Kuen that she had been avoiding him for 2 days. Chao Kuen nodded thoughtfully without pressing her for the reason behind her visit to the Lan Dianba Wang Long zone. After all, the Lanba Academy had ties to the Lan Dianba Wang Long zone, and it was only natural for Lu Erlong, as the principal, to return for matters concerning the sect. Chao Kuen refrained from questioning further, and Lu Erlong, too, was not inclined to share that she had intended to exchange rewards for Chao Kuen. This made her, a typically straightforward woman, feel a bit bashful. Thus, the two engaged in idle chatter. Lu Erlong grew anxious. Something was amiss. Why wasn't this young man asking about his reward? Lu Erlong had envisioned that upon seeing her, Chao Kuen would immediately inquire about his reward, allowing her to feign impatience and casually hand him the carefully prepared gift. This way, she could keep her word without losing face. Unexpectedly, Chao Kuen remained silent on the matter, appearing eager to part ways, which left Lu Erlong, who had prepared for so long, feeling anxious. Was he expecting her to hand him the gift herself? Chao Kuen, however, had no such thoughts. His mind was entirely occupied with matters concerning Tang Hao, leaving him indifferent to the rewards. After chatting for a while, Chao Kuen glanced at the moonlight, preparing to find an excuse to take his leave. Lu Erlong seemed to sense this, her expression shifting. She then pulled out a blue wristband from her waist and handed it to Chao Kuen, speaking somewhat unhappily. Here, this is for you from Tianheng, as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Chao Kuen received it, surprised, saying, I didn't expect Tianheng to remember. I had almost forgotten. Indeed, he had forgotten, as the best reward for him was the favor he gained from Duga Yan. After their last battle, he had not anticipated that Yu Tianheng would gift him anything. Yet, realizing Yu Tianheng's integrity made Chao Kuen feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he quickly donned the wristband on his left arm and pretended to rummage in his pocket, retrieving the token he had taken earlier from the small cave and placing it within the wristband. The token was given to him by Qianren Xue when they last met. Not bad, Chao Kuen remarked as he fiddled with it, smiling. He then looked at Lu Erlong and noticed her peculiar expression, prompting him to ask in confusion, Sister Erlong, what's wrong? You seem a bit off. Did something happen? Hearing his tone of concern, Lu Erlong's expression softened slightly. With what seemed like a sigh, she reached into her storage soul guide and pulled out a fiery red inner armor, handing it to Chao Kuen. Here, this is the reward I promised you. Seeing Lu Erlong's slightly awkward expression, Chao Kuen instantly understood. No wonder Lu Erlong seemed strange today. She was embarrassed. He promptly dismissed any previous thoughts and ignored the storage soul guide he had just received. He took the fiery red inner armor with both hands, surprised to find it still warm. This left him astonished as he looked at Lu Erlong. Could this have just been taken off her? Don't misunderstand. This inner armor is made from the skin of a fire attribute soul beast, which is why it feels warm, Lu Erlong quickly explained, perhaps sensing Chao Kuen's thoughts. This revelation left Chao Kuen feeling a bit disappointed. The allure of the armor diminished. However, although it wasn't freshly removed from me, this inner armor indeed used to belong to me. Lu Erlong continued to explain, her cheeks slightly reddening. It was true that it had not just been taken off, but it had only been less than 2 days since. Fortunately, it was dark, and the gates of Lanba Academy were unlit, so Chao Kuen did not notice. Thank you, Sister Erlong. I will wear it always. Chao Kuen once again found the inner armor appealing. Upon hearing those words, Lu Erlong turned her head and softly spoke a phrase. Observing her demeanor, Chao Kuen chuckled and promptly stored the inner armor in the wrist storage soul guide he had just acquired. He then moved a step closer to Lu Erlong's position. Sister Erlong, have you spent a considerable time selecting a reward for me over these past few days? Chao Kuen's tone carried a hint of amusement. He finally comprehended why Lu Erlong had seemed so agitated upon seeing him earlier. Moreover, he had been unable to locate her for the past few days. It appeared she had been preoccupied with choosing a gift for him, patiently awaiting his arrival today. The oddity in their earlier conversation had stemmed from her contemplation of how to present it to him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chao Kun placed his hands on Lu Erlong's shoulders, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. "You little rascal, what are you trying to do?" she exclaimed sharply. However, Chao Kun disregarded her protest and moved a step closer, testing Lu Erlong's boundaries. He had completely cast aside thoughts of Tang Hao, focusing solely on seizing this opportunity to deepen his relationship with Lu Erlong. It wasn't recklessness. Rather, he believed this was an opportune moment, and he sensed that Lu Erlong harbored feelings for him that transcended mere teacher-student affection. After all, among the myriad of gifts she could have chosen, why select something so intimately personal? Yet, he remained uncertain of the depth of her feelings, prompting him to experiment a little further before determining how close their relationship could become. As Chao Kun approached, Lu Erlong surprisingly did not retaliate. Instead, she nervously retreated a few steps until her back rested against the entrance of Lan Ba Academy. This scenario nearly provoked a laugh from Chao Kun. Indeed, the wisdom of online companions from his past life rang true. When a woman undergoes significant emotional upheaval, simply being present can foster affection. However, the nature of this affection may vary. It need not be romantic, for there could be other dimensions at play. Nevertheless, Chao Kun's playful confessions over the past few days had acted as a clarion call, transforming this fondness into something more romantic. Otherwise, Lu Erlong's feelings towards him might have remained purely platonic. Observing that Lu Erlong had nowhere left to retreat, Chao Kun immediately seized the moment, bracing himself against the wall behind her in a playful manner. "You little rascal, what do you think you are doing?" she shouted, raising her right leg to kick at Chao Kun. From their playful skirmishes over the past few days, he recognized the lack of force in her kick, which resembled more of a playful gesture than an actual threat. In response, Chao Kun smirked, catching her calf with one hand, and, rather than releasing it, he positioned her leg behind him and advanced a step closer, narrowing the distance between them. He looked down at Lu Erlong from his height, which, at nearly 190 centimeters, towered over her, who stood at about 180 centimeters. "You little rascal, let go of me." Lu Erlong's tone suggested she was genuinely upset as she glared at him. Their faces were now uncomfortably close, her breath brushing against his cheek. He hadn't applied any pressure. Escaping was certainly not a simple task. Chao Kun internally scoffed at her reaction, but feigned innocence as he said, "I merely wished to collect some interest. Didn't you promise me a reward once I completed my writing? 3 days have passed, and you still haven't delivered. After waiting so long, shouldn't I receive some interest?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong did not attempt to free herself, but instead retorted, "Do you even realize what you're doing right now? Let me go. I'll find something for you shortly. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to expel you from the academy." Although Chao Kun felt a twinge of fear at the rapid pace of their interaction, he did not sense any real force in Lu Erlong's resistance. If he had felt any real pressure, he would have released her immediately. Gazing into Lu Erlong's eyes, he smiled and said, "Sister Erlong, you must understand my intentions." He had initiated his advance. "And what difference does that make?" She shot back. "You already have the one from the Duga family. How could you abandon her? Besides, I'm in my 40s. We are not suited for one another." Lu Erlong exerted her strength, breaking free from Chao Kun's grip on her calf and delivering a kick that sent him stumbling back a few steps. Though the kick was forceful enough to cause a twinge in his abdomen, Chao Kun remained unfazed, momentarily caught off guard by the realization that a woman like Lu Erlong would not easily engage with him, especially knowing his connection to Duga Yin. He could never forsake Duga Yin, not even under false pretenses. Otherwise, Lu Erlong would deem him no different from Xiao Jiang. As Chao Kun stood there, momentarily dazed, Lu Erlong glanced at him before turning to leave. He quickly regained his senses. He could not allow her to depart, for doing so might worsen their relationship beyond repair. Such is the peril of confession. Success leads to fulfillment, while failure may jeopardize even friendship. He hastily pursued her, grasping her arm. "Let go of me." Lu Erlong certainly would not surrender easily, struggling against his grip. Fortunately, there remained a glimmer of hope. Feeling the strength of her resistance, Chao Kun exhaled with relief. He regretted his earlier impulsive testing of boundaries, but now was not the time, for reflection. Are you truly willing to forsake the one from the Duga family? Aren't you afraid of the poisoned Douluo killing you? Lu Erlong began to mock him. Chao Kun lowered his head and murmured, "If I were to abandon Yan, would you then be with me?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Erlong's eyes, yet she replied, "Why not give it a try?" She exerted her strength, attempting to break free. However, Chao Kun's reflexes were quicker. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his tone resolute as he declared, "I desire a better solution. I want it all. Is that possible?" This proclamation rendered Lu Erlong momentarily speechless, and as she regained her composure, she realized she was fully embraced by Chao Kun. With a tone laced with sarcasm, she retorted, "That is impossible. Who do you think you are? I, Lu Erlong, will never be a third party." Noticing Lu Erlong's lack of resistance, Chao Kun chuckled, "Ha ha, Sister Erlong. Do you remember what I said when we first met?" Lu Erlong appeared contemplative. Chao Kun continued without hesitation, asserting, "No matter how challenging it may be, I wish to give it a try. In matters like these, do we simply concede and run away?" Hee. This time, it was Lu Erlong who laughed. Before she could speak, Chao Kun silenced her with a kiss. Compared to the inner armor, he believed this was his true reward. In the depths of night, a figure of merely 1 meter in height soared through the sky at astonishing speed. Suddenly, another silhouette appeared behind, swiftly closing in on the diminutive figure. The disparity in their powers was overwhelming, and it wasn't long before the pursuer caught up. "Lord Hao Yin, what brings you here?" The individual, standing at approximately 1 meter in height, was abruptly halted and immediately trembled as he addressed his assailant. Simultaneously, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged around him. Hee. The arriving figure clad in gray robes chuckled, seemingly mocking his audacity. "Halt!" The soul master, also around 1 meter tall, activated his 6 soul rings and instantly darted away into the distance. Bang! This time, the gray-robed man refrained from pursuing him. However, a hammer entwined with crimson lightning materialized in his grasp, aimed at the fleeing soul master. And then there was silence. In the scene, Chao Kun emitted a pained scream, as Lu Erlong forcefully pushed him away. "Ha!" Lu Erlong spat aside, blood mixed with saliva staining the ground. He had been bitten. Chao Kun, clutching his mouth, gazed at Lu Erlong, his words cut short as she approached him with a dark expression after expelling the blood from her mouth. "Sister Erlong," he chuckled nervously. Before he could finish, a long leg clad in leather appeared before him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that indicated Lu Erlong was using her full strength. Instinctively, he raised his hand to catch her kick, but upon seeing her grim face, he lowered it, resigning himself. Let her kick, it was no loss. Bang! Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, radiating an air of deep-seated hatred, and instantly struck Chao Kun, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! Crack! He collided with the gates of Lanba Academy, causing cracks to form on the wall where his back had made contact. Fortunately, the materials used for the gate were exceptional. Otherwise, by morning, students would discover that the gates had collapsed. Yet, it was already quite precarious. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Kun struggled to rise from the ground, appearing quite miserable. Cough, cough, Sister Erlong, what should we do about this gate? How will we explain it if someone sees it tomorrow? After 2 coughs, Chao Kun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and inquired with a smile. His pathetic state caused Lu Erlong's frown to ease slightly, yet her expression remained somber. Sister Erlong, not receiving a response, Chao Kun shamelessly called out again. Shut up. Lu Erlong glared at him and took a deep breath, her chest heaving. From now on, you shall cultivate on your own and refrain from seeking me out. If I see you again, I will strike you each time. With that, she shot him another glare and turned to leave hurriedly. All right, Sister Erlong. Chao Kun readily agreed, a smile gracing his face. This made Lu Erlong glance back at him once more, her expression shifting to one of mock annoyance, prompting her to quicken her pace even further. Ha! Chao Kun chuckled softly. Not being expelled from the academy was already a significant success. Cough, cough. Ha! In a twist of fate, Chao Kun coughed again, this time spitting out blood. Lu Erlong's furious strike had inflicted some internal injury. However, he remained unperturbed, channeling his soul power to generate a sound of flowing water from his body. As his energy dissipated, his relatively minor injuries rapidly healed. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Chao Kun glanced at the now precarious gate, contemplating before applying a bit of force to the cracked area. Boom! Crash! The already unstable gate collapsed instantaneously. This way, it wouldn't suddenly fall and injure someone the following day. Dusting off his hands, Chao Kun looked in the direction Lu Erlong had departed, a bittersweet smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he would not be able to seek her out for a while, and her words served as a reminder. After all, he was the boyfriend of Duge Yin, who had even met Duge Bo. Given Lu Erlong's background, it was quite impossible for her to accept him at this moment. Of course, acceptance was not entirely out of the question, but he needed to alleviate some of her concerns first and not worry about future uncertainties. Meanwhile, after leaving, Lu Erlong slumped in her chair in the office, her heart racing wildly. She touched her chest and murmured softly, "That brat." A blush unexpectedly crept onto her face. Sigh after a while, a sigh echoed from the room. Do not misunderstand. It was a lament for not having met Chao Kun sooner. The next day, in the evening. Your Highness, what brings you to Tiando City today? In box number 3 of the Tiando auction house, Meng Xinji took a sip of tea and inquired with a smile. Opposite him sat Qian Rinxue, flanked by 2 other committee members. The 3 of them, Meng Xinji, level 86, Jilin, level 83, and by Baoshan, level 85, were formidable soldats and represented the strongest combat force of the Tiando Empire, aside from the title Douluo. Early that morning, Qian Rinxue had summoned the 3 from the Tiando Royal Academy, anticipating that if Tang Hao and his companions launched an attack on the Spirit Hall before Bibi Dong's arrival, they could assist. Today Qian Rinxue cast a sidelong glance and smiled. The Tiando auction house was not far from the Spirit Hall, should Tang Hao initiate an attack. The ensuing commotion would be audible here, allowing these committee members to respond quickly. If they wished to hold back, Qian Rinxue could incite the commoners of the Tiando Empire to urge them. For now, it sufficed to engage in casual conversation with the 3 committee members. Buying some time. This was a trivial task for Qian Rinxue, who had been a prince for over a decade. Even if Tang Hao did not arrive today, it would have no significant impact. As the group conversed, unbeknownst to them, the streets surrounding the Spirit Hall were unusually crowded with pedestrians that day. Most were notably tall, while others were quite diminutive. They were either intentionally or unintentionally observing the most magnificent structure here, the Spirit Hall. In the shadows, a group of gray-robed soul masters quietly observed the Spirit Hall. Among them, an elderly man with white hair glanced at the towering figure at the forefront and spoke softly. How? Should we wait a little longer and attack tomorrow instead? What old Bai Niao? Are you afraid? A burly man beside him grunted. From their voices and dialogue, one was likely a Titan while the other a white crane. Bai shot a glance at Titan, but chose not to respond, quietly watching Tang Hao ahead, waiting for him to speak. He felt a twinge of anxiety, as the sole emperor he had dispatched yesterday had yet to return. This was unusual, given the speed of the Min family. He should have made it back by this afternoon, yet it was nearly dark, and he still had not returned. This uncertainty gnawed at Bai He's mind. Upon hearing the words, Tang Hao turned his head, revealing his entirely black eyes, and spoke in a deep voice, "No. The variables tomorrow are too great. If the people from the Wuhun temple react, it will be too late for us to think about an attack." After saying this, he quietly observed Bai He, and a distinctly different atmosphere arose. Very well. After a while, Bai nodded. Once Tang Hao turned away, he furrowed his brows, his eyes glinting with a spark of contemplation. A Hao seems to have truly become a fallen one. With this thought, he glanced at Niu Gao and Yang Wudi beside him, their faces equally marked with vigilance. Only the carefree Titan remained quietly beside Tang Hao like a loyal dog. Today, he had brought Talon along, waiting to make a display before Tang Hao. Returning to the Tiando auction house, Qian Rinxue, who was explaining something to the Tiando Royal Academy, paused for a moment. Subsequently, she stood up with a smile and said apologetically, "Director Meng, please wait a moment. I need to visit the restroom." Of course, Meng Xinji would not object. After exiting the box, a voice came from the side. "Miss, numerous soul masters have appeared around the Wuhun temple. It seems Tang Hao truly intends to launch an attack tonight." Qian Rinxue maintained her smile and nodded slightly. Inside the box, Meng Xinji's smile vanished, and he said calmly, "It appears that His Highness the Crown Prince harbors some secrets as well, as a powerful figure lurks in the shadows. Not far from the Wuhuan Temple, atop the tallest building, a bird with its head bowed like a quail observed the Wuhuan Temple intently. It resembled an audience member sitting before a screen, quietly awaiting the grand performance to commence. As for Chao Kuan, who maintained the form of the absolute wind bird, he stood atop a towering structure, gazing at the Wuhuan Temple not far away. He had arrived close to dusk, and now the sky had turned dark. Yet there was no sign of Tang Hao and his companions. Furthermore, he had not seen any trace of them so far. It seems it won't happen today. Gao Kun murmured. Initially, he had not intended to come, considering the likelihood of a battle involving Tidal Douluo in this area. Based on what he observed during the last Tidal Douluo battle, the ensuing attacks could easily affect him. However, we planned to find Talon to gather information. He discovered that Talon was unexpectedly absent from the academy. After inquiring with a student living next door to Talon, he learned that Talon had been called back by Titan the previous night during Chao Kuan's encounter with Lu Erlong. This left Chao Kuan with a foreboding sense of unease. "No way," he quietly murmured. As the heir of the Li family, he should not be involved in such affairs. Not to mention that Talon was merely a soul master of over level 30. Even a soul king could easily perish in a battle against a Tidal Douluo. Moreover, as an 86th level soul Douluo, you should be well aware of this. It was tantamount to sending Talon to his doom. Reflecting on future plans, Chao Kuan gritted his teeth and transformed into the absolute wind bird, soaring through the air. Not attacking today is also beneficial. The longer the time drags on, the better it is for Qian Rinchue's situation. Then, we will surround and eliminate Tang Hao. Observing the still, tranquil Wuhuan Temple, Chao Kuan muttered within himself. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he planned to wait a little longer. Daksumiamir. Boom. Bang. 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 Just as Chao Kuan intended to wait a bit longer, a tremendous sound erupted. Instantly, a colossal Haotian hammer, entwined with crimson lightning, appeared above the Wuhuan Temple and descended with force. Most of the buildings of the Wuhuan Temple collapsed in an instant, and massive falling debris struck those still within the temple. As the Dasumi hammer struck the ground, the shockwave surged, sweeping through the entire street. Crack, crack, crack. My ears. My leg. Help. Save me, my father is. In an instant, the sounds of shattering glass, screams, and pleas for help filled the air, staining the once clean street with blood, transforming it into a hellish scene. Most people rushed to escape in panic, while a small number glanced around and chose not to flee, instead fixating their gaze on the Wuhuan Temple. Daksumiamir. In the sky, Tang Hao, witnessing the chaos below, slightly curled his lips into a smile, raising the colossal hammer in his hand to strike down upon the still-standing remnants of the Wuhuan Temple, bellowing, "Go! Eliminate everyone around the Wuhuan Temple and those inside." 9 soul rings surrounded him, and the crimson ring emitted a terrifying aura, as if the sky itself had turned red. In addition to the imposing presence of the 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao exuded a palpable aura of slaughter. This aura rendered the previously chaotic street silent, as the majority of civilians fainted in fear, with some even succumbing to death from sheer terror. This was the domain of the god of slaughter. Boom! The enormous Haotian hammer slowly descended, poised to strike the remnants of the Wuhuan Temple when a circle of silver light suddenly appeared, blocking the falling hammer. "Run!" shouted one of the 2 soul saints guarding the Wuhuan Temple. He raised his hands, and the 6th soul ring, marked by yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black, illuminated, allowing him to withstand Tang Hao's assault with the Haotian hammer. At the same time, his eyes widened with fury, large beads of sweat rolling down his face, as he shouted towards the remaining soul masters and ordinary people within the Wuhuan Temple. "Quickly, soul masters, take the civilians and run." A few soul masters glanced at the soul saint holding on with all his might, and immediately picked up several ordinary people who had fainted due to the domain of slaughter, making their way to safety. Crack! Observing this, Tang Hao let out a cold laugh, applying slight pressure to the Haotian hammer, instantly shattering the protective barrier. And the hammer continued its descent. Bang! The soul masters inside had not managed to escape before they, along with the Wuhun temple, were reduced to ruins. Tragically, the soul saint had not even had the chance to unleash his martial soul's true form. Tang Hao, I curse you. At that moment, a slightly overweight elder flew in from a distance, surrounded by 7 soul rings and with flaming wings on his back. He must be the other soul saint guarding the Wuhun temple. Fire crane true form. The elder's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. A fire crane, the size of a passenger plane, materialized, spewing forth scorching flames towards Tang Hao. Ha! Tang Hao scoffed coldly, addressing the heads of the 4 single attribute families behind him. Act quickly. Eliminate all the living beings below. He then swung the Haotian hammer towards the fire crane. All right, understood, master. His command briefly caused Titan, who had always obeyed him, to hesitate, but he quickly complied and charged towards the remaining soul masters who had not yet fainted. However, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Bai He exchanged knowing glances, nodded to one another, and charged forth. Tang Hao had truly become a fallen one, having even spared no civilians. Bai He contemplated as he witnessed the innocents collapsing under the influence of the killing god domain. Daxumiaomir. Boom! Inside the 3rd private room of the Tiando auction house, the 4 who had been engaged in lively conversation suddenly fell silent upon hearing the commotion. Jilin, who was nearest to the window, rushed to the front and peered outside in the direction of the sound. He beheld a figure clad in a gray robe, surrounded by 9 soul rings, the 9th being that of a 100,000-year soul master, suspended in the air with a massive hammer crackling with red lightning in his grasp. It was Tang Hao attacking the Wuhun Hall in Tiando City. Jilin immediately recognized Tang Hao and understood what he was doing. He swiftly turned around and succinctly informed the others. Tang Hao is now assaulting the Wuhun Hall. He has unleashed the killing god domain, causing many around him to faint from fear. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave as he glanced at Qian Renxue. Your Highness, should we go quickly? We must at least save some civilians. Qian Renxue interjected urgently before he could finish his sentence. Very well, we shall proceed. Your Highness, be cautious. Meng Xinji nodded, looked at the other 2, and then leapt out of the window, hastening towards the Wuhun Hall. After their departure, the anxious expression on Qian Renxue's face vanished, replaced by tranquility. You should also assist, delay them as much as possible. The Pope should be arriving soon. Understood, miss, came the responses from the shadows. After a moment, Qian Renxue approached the window to glance outside. At that moment, the fiery crane soul saint was seen bleeding from all 7 orifices, its flaming wings extinguished, plummeting from the sky. Before it could reach the ground, a swing of the giant hammer transformed it into a puddle of blood and mangled flesh. Forgive me, fire crane. Qian Renxue, maintaining her guise as Xue Qinghe, murmured through clenched teeth, her hands gripping the windowsill so tightly that her already pale fingers turned an even more ghastly white. Crack! The windowsill, made of an unknown material, shattered under her grip, revealing the fury that surged within her heart. Kill the fleeing soul masters of the Wuhun Hall. A booming voice echoed from the direction of the battle, instantly drawing the attention of the burly men surrounding the Wuhun Hall, who then charged towards the fleeing soul masters. However, one particularly robust man paused in confusion, only to be pulled into the fray by another. It was Tai Long and Tai Nuo. Chao Kuan, observing from a distance, recognized them and muttered in disbelief, "Is that Titan truly mad, bringing his son and grandson into such chaos? If anything goes awry, the Li family shall be no more. I wonder what kind of enchantment Tang Hao has cast upon him." As he grumbled, he flapped his wings, slowly approaching the scene of battle, noting that he was still too far from the Wuhun Hall for effective action. Boom! Back at the battleground, Tai Long watched as Tai Nuo sent a non-Wuhun Hall soul master flying with a single punch, sending him crashing into the ruins. The soul master clutched his chest, spitting blood before losing consciousness. Father, that one doesn't seem to belong to the Wuhun Hall, Tai Long remarked, somewhat surprised. I know, that is why I spared him, Tai Nuo replied, kicking another nearby, Soul Master away before leaning closer to Tai Long's ear. Tai Long, we must find an opportunity to slip away. Tang Hao does not intend to merely confront the Wuhuan Hall. He seeks slaughter. He has completely succumbed to his fallen state. Furthermore, once we escape, we must take these soul-guided devices and flee from Tiando City as far away as possible. After this, the Wuhuan Hall will not spare our 4 single attribute families. You must ensure the continuation of our Leaf family. As Tai Nuo pretended to fight off fleeing soul masters, he discreetly handed several rings to Tai Long. And what of you? What will happen to grandfather? Tai Long asked, hesitating as he received the rings. Worry etched across his face. He had been contently remaining at the academy, only to be forcibly taken back by his grandfather to this chaotic scene. Do not fret. With the strength of my grandfather and I, there will be opportunities to escape later. For now, you must find a chance to leave. They knew what would get, pulling Tai Long towards the outskirts of the battlefield. As they neared the edge, they unexpectedly encountered civilians. Spare us, noble soul master. Have mercy. The terrified individuals pleaded as they immediately knelt before Tai Nuo and Tai Long dad. They longed to get a Taino. Bang, bang, bang. Without regard for Tai Long's plea, Tai Nuo kicked the civilians away, ensuring they were not sent crashing into the ruins, but instead expelled from the battlefield, though they still fainted from the ordeal. This is where we part. Be cautious and leave discreetly. After kicking them away, Tai Nuo pulled Tai Long closer, instructing him as they reached the battlefield's edge. Father, hurry and escape, Tai Nuo urged, giving Tai Long a shove to propel him forward. He then turned to observe the central battlefield, where Tang Hao hovered in the sky above the corpse of the fiery crane soul saint. As he beheld Tang Hao, whose eyes glowed with an ominous aura, Tai Nuo felt a bitter pang of despair. He had once believed this was an opportunity for the Leaf family to reclaim their former glory, but now it seemed this endeavor would lead to their demise. They had packed everything from their family, awaiting the conclusion of the battle to return to the Haotian sect, only to find themselves facing this outcome. Tang Hao had indeed become a fallen one. The youngest titled Douluo on the continent, one of the Haotian twins, had succumbed to darkness. Upon realizing Tang Hao's transformation into a fallen one, Tai Nuo knew there was no hope of reaching the Haotian sect in time. Just as he planned to continue feigning combat, Tang Hao suddenly turned his gaze in his direction. Boom! The very instant sent a shiver down Tai Nuo's spine, prompting him to rush towards the nearby soul masters. Huh! Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk as he observed Tai Long's escape route, swinging the Haotian hammer to strike a nearby building, causing it to collapse, with countless boulders plummeting towards Tai Long and the civilians. Tai Long, be careful! Tai Nuo cried out in alarm at the sudden turn of events. Hearing the shout, Tai Long looked up just in time to see the descending debris and immediately activated his martial soul, causing his soul rings to flare to life. Earth Shield! Demon Ape Golden Body! He shouted vehemently, attempting to obstruct the impending disaster. Naturally, his efforts were futile, just as the structure was about to collapse upon them. Several water ropes suddenly entwined around their feet, swiftly pulling them to safety. Fortunately, due to the debris cloud generated by the building's fall, Tang Hao remained oblivious to the intervention. Tai Long? Tai Nuo bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Tang Hao. This exclamation reached the ears of Tai Tan, who, in disbelief, lowered the severely injured Wuhuan Dian Soul King in his grasp, and cried out, Master, that is my grandson. Why? Tang Hao turned to face him, his tone cold as he stated, unless every member of the Wuhuan Dian is slain, none shall depart today. Tang Hao, you may seek to deal with the Wuhuan Dian, but please do not harm those who are not part of it. They are citizens of my Tiando Empire. Dream God Machine, who had hurried from the Tiando auction house, interjected loudly upon hearing Tang Hao's words. His voice instantly compelled several individuals who had been hiding to step forward. Chief, save me. I am of noble lineage. My father is a duke. Help me. Tang Hao turned to the 3 committee members who had manifested their Wuhuan true forms and indifferently declared, then let it be changed to annihilate everyone in the vicinity. Otherwise, no one shall leave. He then glanced at Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Bai He, who were idly observing. What do you say? The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for action. And you, Tang, what is your opinion? Tang Hao continued. At this moment, Tang was utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom that his grandson had been killed by the very master he revered. Tang Hao, I want you dead. Tainuo roared in rage, his body expanding as dark, hairy hands emerged from his waist. He then leapt from the ground, charging towards Tang Hao in the air. Audachos. Tang Hao swung the Hao Tian hammer, sending Tainuo hurtling away. Bang! Tainuo was flung across the battlefield, his body marred with gory wounds, appearing gravely injured. Thankfully, the three committee members did not allow him to crash to the ground. Jilin manipulated the Wuhuan Tian Qingteng to pull him back. Meanwhile, at the moment Tang Hao struck Tainuo, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. One wielded a Zhang Ba Shimao, accompanied by a massive, multi-meter-long, two-headed serpent. The other stood with arms crossed, a colossal pufferfish looming behind. They were Shimao Douluo and Zixue Douluo. Thunderous, explosive kill. As the two emerged, they launched their assault. The serpent spear in Shimao Douluo's grasp crackled with golden lightning, swiftly thrusting towards Tang Hao. The two-headed serpent followed suit, its cavernous maw gaping to devour him. Puchi! The spear pierced through, and the serpent advanced, inflicting severe injuries upon the seemingly unguarded Tang Hao, blood erupting from his wounds like a fountain. Shortly after, Zixue ascended upon the true form of the red pufferfish and aimed to swallow Tang Hao whole. Chief, observing this development, the three committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy momentarily froze, before Jilin turned to Dream God Machine and inquired, First, evacuate those not affiliated with the Wuhuan Dian. Do not engage in their battle. Dream God Machine pondered for a moment before responding, then looked at the numerous burly men standing there, bewildered. Entreat that individual from the Liji clan. Understood. Jilin nodded, and hundreds of Tian Qingting sprouted forth, swiftly reaching out to rescue the unconscious, injured soul masters and ordinary citizens, pulling them to safety. Subsequently, he emitted a green light to heal the unconscious Tainuo. Father, rest assured, Jilin, as a plant-type soul master, possesses commendable healing abilities. Do not make a sound. Be cautious not to be discovered. A voice emanated from behind the spot where Tai Long had been struck. It was the stealthy Cao Kuan, who had first transformed into the Jufeng Niao, soaring to the vicinity, before becoming a puddle of water to stealthily approach. He had pulled Tai Long back just as the latter was about to be crushed. Nodding in understanding while Cao Kuan covered his mouth, Tai Long whispered, Boss, how did you get here? I came upon hearing the commotion. Cao Kuan explained quietly. Aren't you afraid, boss? Tai Long asked. Cao Kuan shook his head, signaling him to remain silent, and continued to observe the situation unfold. In the arena, following Zixue's Wuhuan true form swallowing Tang Hao, the previously chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent, save for the sounds of Jilin manipulating Tian Qingteng to assist others. Nevertheless, the onlookers remained tense, their gazes fixed on Zixue's formidable true form. In the distance, Qian Renxue, observing the three committee members intent on rescuing only those not affiliated with the Wuhuan Dian, furrowed her brow. She stroked her chin, golden light radiating from her as her physique transformed rapidly. Soon, a woman in her early 20s appeared before them, adorned in a form-fitting sheer dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her straight nose and slightly slender phoenix eyes formed exquisite features. An ethereal aura surrounding her added to her charm. It has been so long since I have seen such a version of myself. Qian Renxue mused softly, sprouting a pair of wings and soaring swiftly towards the battlefield. She intended to leverage her status as the saintess of the Wuhuan Dian to pressure the three committee members into joining forces against Tang Hao. On the other side, Shimao observed the grim expression of Zixue beside him. What is your status? Prepare yourself. I cannot hold on much longer. Zixue gritted his teeth and replied with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Shimao gazed solemnly at the red pufferfish in the sky, gripping the spear tightly. Thankfully, the four major, single-attribute clans were inexplicably absent from attacking them. Otherwise, they would be in grave danger. Chief, all surviving members of the Wuhuan Dian have been brought to safety, Jilin reported to Dream God Machine. Hundreds of Tian Qingteng had been deployed. Had he not been occupied with rescuing those trapped under the rubble, his speed would have been even greater. Good. How is that individual from the Liji clan? Dream God Machine inquired. The external injuries are nearly healed. He should awaken shortly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dream God Machine was about to speak when Qian Renxue arrived. Boss, another person is coming, Tai Long whispered to TheSelf-Wuhun, pointing towards the approaching Qian Renxue. I see, TheSelf-Wuhun replied casually, his gaze fixed intently on her. Although he had never seen Qian Renxue before, he felt certain it was her. Truly beautiful, rivaling Gu Yuan'er, he mused, but questioned why she had come now amidst such peril. Did she not know? Or was she bringing reinforcements? What a rapid arrival. TheSelf-Wuhun pondered, continuing to observe her approach. Director Dream God Machine, will you not rescue our Wuhun Dian members as well? Qian Renxue addressed Dream God Machine, her eyes questioning. Now that Tang Hao has become a fallen one, according to the Continent's Accords, any faction encountering a fallen one must unite to eliminate them. Your current actions are not in accordance with the rules. Meng Xinji gazed at him and inquired, who are you? Qian Renxue remained silent, promptly producing a token emblazoned with an angelic emblem. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Jilin, rescue the injured from the Wuhun Dian as well. Meng Xinji remarked after a brief glance. With the arrival of the Angelic clan, it seemed that Tang Hao was beyond redemption. It was better to rescue him than to provide an inadequate explanation. Observing this, Qian Renxue's lips curled into a smile as she glanced towards the side of Douluo. Miss, we must leave at once. Xue gritted his teeth. Speaking sternly, Tang Hao is about to emerge. After saying this, he swiftly turned to Douluo. Quickly, take the miss away. Meanwhile, on Xiaokuan's side, Tai Long tugged at Xiaokuan's sleeve, pointing in a direction. Boss, there is someone over there. Upon hearing this, Xiaokuan immediately looked over. He spotted an individual armed with a spear stealthily advancing towards Qian Renxue from among the crowd's blind spot. However, not everyone was oblivious. Shamao and Yang Wuti had noticed him. Yang Qian, what are you doing here? Miss, be careful. Yet before he could take action, the pufferfish exploded in midair. Boom! The toxic spray rendered those nearby incapacitated. This left Douluo in a state of agitation, even despair. However, upon hearing Shamao's voice, Qian Renxue swiftly turned around and spotted the spearman. Haha, clan leader. How can you engage in battle without calling me? He raised a spear. 7 soul rings encircling him, transforming into a black light aimed at Qian Renxue. At this moment, Qian Renxue was completely caught off guard, a flicker of despair blossoming within her. Ultimately, it was her lack of combat experience that led to this moment. It's over, this lunatic. To be addressed as Miss by a titled Douluo from the Wuhun Dian is certainly no ordinary matter. The clan is doomed. Yang Wuti felt despair as well. Damn, who is this guy? Simultaneously, alerted by Tai Long, Xiaokuan had also noticed the man, and he internally grumbled. However, upon realizing the man's intent to ambush Qian Renxue, he instantly transformed into a Jue Fengniao, dashing towards her. A whirlwind suddenly materialized, significantly enhancing Jue Fengniao's initial velocity, enabling him to reach her in the blink of an eye. This was the ability of Jue Fengniao. Were it not for Dugu Bo's ambush, capturing it would not have been so simple. I won't die, I can do this. Assessing the spear's offensive power along with his own defensive and recovery capabilities, Xiaokuan thought. Upon arriving beside Qian Renxue, he transformed back into human form before the astonished onlookers, positioning himself in front of her. Puzi, a resounding, piercing noise erupted as Yang Qian, the soul master wielding the spear, forcefully thrust it into Xiaokuan's body, the force propelling him into Qian Renxue's embrace. The spear was then retracted, bringing forth a deluge of blood and fragments of internal organs. Amon, a flawless entrance. Chapter 111. How did you know my nickname? Boom! The explosion of the pufferfish and the toxic spray not only stunned those nearby, but resonated throughout the entirety of Tiando City, drawing countless gazes towards the scene. What could have caused such a tremendous explosion? Liu Erlong emerged from his office, gazing towards the Wuhun Dian and murmuring to himself, contemplating whether to investigate further. Ultimately, he suppressed this impulse and leaped towards the academy's entrance. Observing the collapsed gate, Liu Erlong's lips twitched as he thought, that brat told me not to find him, so I stayed away. Why must I be so obedient, leaving her waiting in the office all day? He then turned to a few reckless students eager to witness the commotion, shouting, Which class are you from? What do you intend to do out there at this hour? Do you think you can stir up trouble in Tiando City? You bunch of great soul masters dare to cause chaos. No one is permitted to go out today. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. Back to your quarters. While Liu Erlong reprimanded the students, not far from Tiando City, three figures approached rapidly like specters. The sound of the pufferfish explosion may have been too distant for them to hear, but the blood-red toxin staining the sky above Tiando City was unmistakable. One of the three, a flamboyant individual, exclaimed, "Your Holiness, that appears to be the true form of TheSelf-Wuhun Duelwith's martial soul. It seems Tang Hao and his group have chosen today to assault the Wuhun Dian in Tiando City." The message Qianren Shue sent to Qiandao Liu had already been relayed, confirming Bibi Dong's premonition that Tang Hao was indeed luring the tiger from its mountain. Maintaining their breakneck speed, Bibi Dong turned to the nearby Duelwith and instructed, "You need to speed up and provide support." "Understood." Duelwith bowed his head, transforming into a mass of black mist, howling through the air towards Tiando City. Amon, returning to the vicinity of the Wuhun Dian in Tiando City. After Chao Kun intercepted Yang Qian's thrust, the momentum caused him to collapse into Qianren Shue's embrace, his head resting against her snowy chest. The pain was genuine. After all, some internal fragments had been torn from him. However, the softness was equally real, and the fragrance was undeniable. Fortunately, having experienced the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he was able to withstand the pain without losing consciousness. "Amon, are you all right?" Qianren Shue's voice reached him as she pressed firmly against his abdominal wound, her expression a mix of urgency and astonishment. She genuinely hadn't anticipated that Chao Kun would appear here so suddenly and save her life, exchanging one life for another. This was unexpected. They had never met before. How could he rush over to block a spear for her? Thoughts raced through her mind as Qianren Shue exerted pressure on Chao Kun's wound. Turning to look for Jilin nearby. "Jilin, please treat him." Regardless of the cost, she was determined to keep this guardian by her side. The black light emanating from the spear in Yang Qian's hand had truly instilled a sense of despair within her. She had been too complacent, daring to intervene without fully grasping the situation. Such naivety. Hearing this, Jilin first glanced at Mingxinji, Laming Bao Suisha, before Mingxinji could respond. The agile Shimao Duelwith unleashed his soul skill, sending a golden lightning bolt spiraling toward Yang Qian. Meanwhile, Si Shue, having spat blood, clutched his chest with a grave expression as he observed Tang Hao, who was battered and bloodied in the sky above. His body was covered in wounds, crimson toxins staining him entirely, his head bowed, emanating only a faint trace of life, appearing as though he had been defeated by the combined strikes of Shimao and Si Shue. Yet, despite his condition, those around dared not act recklessly. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, only the sounds of the battle between Shimao and Yang Qian echoed through the arena. Ultimately, as a sole sage of the clan, even when faced with the enraged Shimao Duelwith, Yang Qian did not perish instantly, despite being at a disadvantage. Boom! After several exchanges, Shimao struck Yang Qian, sending him flying before leaping to Qianren Shue's side. "Miss, we must leave. There is something amiss with Tang Hao." "Patriarch, why do you not assist me?" On the other side, Yang Qian shouted towards Yang Wudi after being thrown aside. "You madman, come here quickly." Yang Wudi roared in response, his frustration with this lunatic reaching its peak. Following him stealthily was one thing, but to act without even grasping the situation was utterly infuriating. "Wait." Qianren Shue pressed firmly on Chao Kun's wound, glancing at Mengxinji. Suddenly, Chao Kun spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with indistinguishable fragments. At last, he was recovering. "Amon, you must hold on." Director Mengxinji, he is a crucial person for our Wuhan. You must think carefully. Qianren Shue urged Mengxinji with intensity. "Cough, cough." "How can you?" Chao Kun coughed a few times, wishing to seize the opportunity to inquire about Qianren Shue being Shueqinghe. But his severe injuries rendered him incapable of speaking. He could no longer feign suffering. If he continued to pretend, he would bleed out. Yang Qian's attacks possessed the characteristic of causing blood loss. Chao Kun thought helplessly, initially intending to portray more misery to gain sympathy, Otherwise, he could have simply pulled Qian Rinxue away earlier. Why did he have to block the attack? He then transformed into a water figure, and as his soul power dwindled, the sound of flowing water echoed, capturing the attention of everyone around, especially Qian Rinxue, who gaped in astonishment at the water figure in her arms. Gudu, perhaps due to severe injuries, this time recovery took a bit longer, albeit only 2 to 3 seconds. It's all right, I can heal myself. Afterward, Chao Kuan continued to lie in Qian Rinxue's embrace, smiling at her. Such remarkable skill. I have never witnessed such miraculous healing soul techniques. At that moment, Jilin, who had rushed over, exclaimed in amazement, "Miss, we must leave quickly." Although Xi Miao was also astonished by Chao Kuan's soul technique, he did not forget the current situation and immediately approached to pull Qian Rinxue away. On, with such capability, why not utilize it? Perhaps still in shock, Qian Rinxue continued to call out Chao Kuan's nickname, looking at the blood staining her hands and the golden palace dress. I was in too much pain to recover and could not use my soul techniques. Chao Kuan explained half-truthfully, then feigned confusion and asked, "How do you know my nickname?" Before he could finish, a boisterous, domineering, and frenzied laughter echoed from the sky. It was Tang Hao, radiating a powerful life force, green light emanating from him, making his previously grievous wounds gradually disappear. Today, no one shall escape. Chapter 112, The Showdown. Go! Seeing this, Xi Miao immediately grabbed Qian Rinxue and shot off. Blood Spike hold him back. Boom! Naturally, Chao Kuan transformed into the Duelwith bird to follow, manipulating the hurricane to accelerate. Poochie cough cough. Upon hearing this, Blood Spike activated his soul power to attempt blocking Tang Hao, but his martial spirit was shattered, leaving him severely injured and unable to counteract the effects of Tang Hao's current killing field. Hee. Bang! Tang Hao glanced at him, and a sonic boom erupted behind him as he raised the Haotian hammer, aiming to strike down the fleeing group. This illustrates the difference between having flight capabilities and lacking them. Kid, take my lady and flee quickly. Witnessing the situation, Xi Miao had no choice but to toss Qian Rinxue onto Chao Kuan's back, who had transformed into the Duelwith bird. Then the two-headed serpent appeared, coiling around him, before transforming into a golden streak of lightning aimed at the pursuing Tang Hao. Where is the support? Receiving Qian Rinxue, Chao Kuan immediately inquired, uncertain of which direction to fly. I don't know, but it should be arriving soon, the news said tonight. Qian Rinxue paused, responding with confidence. You don't know? Then why did you come here so suddenly? Chao Kuan was taken aback. He had assumed Qian Rinxue dared to come because of support, but it turned out she was just a tiger. Who could have guessed that Tang Hao possessed such formidable recovery skills? Qian Rinxue murmured. That is true. Had it not been for that recovery skill, with the combination of Xi Miao and Blood Spike, Tang Hao would likely be on the brink of death. As for the remaining 4 major single attribute families, with the assistance of the 3 educators, they could indeed capture him. Thus, Qian Rinxue had the audacity to approach them in the identity of the saintess of the Martial Soul Hall to exert pressure. However, she never anticipated that a hidden Yangqian would almost gravely injure her. With the items she carried, although she would not die, she would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries. And at that time, she would have to abandon her identity as Xue Qinghe, causing the grand scheme she had planned for over a decade to fall apart, resulting in her feeling a sense of despair. Moreover, what she did not expect was that Tang Hao could recover his injuries in an instant. Just like this young man beneath her, which direction is the support coming from? While Qian Rinxue was vexed, Chao Kuan calmly asked, although under the present circumstances, if Tang Hao were to pursue and recognize him, he would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than Qian Rinxue's, yet he remained unperturbed. He still had an escape route, which was the little cave heaven. No matter how powerful Tang Hao was, he could not enter the little cave heaven. Without the little cave heaven as a foundation, Chao Kuan would never have come. The risk was too great. On his back, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment, recalling previous intelligence, and pointed to the left. This way, they should come from there. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan flapped his wings to change direction, the hurricane descending once more, augmenting his speed. Clinging to Chao Kuan's back, Qian Rinxue, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Are you not afraid? If Tang Hao chases us down, we will both perish. Sensing the flicker of fear within Qian Renshue, Chao Kuan smiled and replied, speaking nonsensically. Rest assured, I will ensure your survival. Do not be afraid. By the way, what is your name? Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue seemed to relax slightly, then grew solemn again. I'm not afraid. You may call me Qian Renshue. Perhaps because Chao Kuan had shielded her from an attack, and she already harbored intentions of befriending him, Qian Renshue did not conceal her name. Qian Renshue. Chao Kuan flapped his wings, murmuring to himself. Still, Tang Hao's figure had yet to appear. After all, Xu Miao was also a title Douluo, and should be able to hold Tang Hao off for a while. At Chao Kuan's speed, even if they did not encounter support, they should still be able to escape. However, it seemed that Xu Miao and Bloodspike might have to sacrifice themselves. You still Haven T answered me. How did you know my nickname? I recall telling only one person outside, and that was Qinghe? Chao Kuan feigned indifference as he asked. I. Qian Renshue was taken aback. It had been so sudden that she blurted out Amon. How should she explain this now? You must not tell me that Qinghe informed you. Even if you share my information with you, you have never seen me. How is it that you suddenly called out my nickname? Chao Kuan interrupted Qian Renshue's attempts to explain. Since we have never met, why did you help me block the attack? Qian Renshue countered with a question, turning offense into defense. As I observed from the rear, I couldn't help but notice that your demeanor and movements closely resembled someone I know. Thus, upon witnessing your ambush, I instinctively intervened to shield you from harm. Hearing your address confirmed my suspicions. You wouldn't dispute it, would you, Qinghe Gij? Qian Rengshu listened to his explanation, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Upon hearing Cao Kuan refer to her as Qinghe Gij, her hands, which had rested on his shoulders, swiftly ascended to grasp the neck of Cao Kuan in his Jifengniu form. You ought not to have said that. With your intelligence, you should comprehend the consequences of revealing that the prince of the Tiando Empire is the holy maiden of the Wuhun Temple. Her countenance turned terrifying as she tightened her grip, seemingly intent on strangling Cao Kuan. However, Cao Kuan remained unfazed. It was evident that a soul master with lethal capabilities would resort to such methods if she were truly intent on murder. Why do you not fear at all? After a brief struggle, Qian Rengshu released her grip and sighed in exasperation. Cao Kuan immediately feigned a look of terror. I am terrified. My heart nearly stopped just now. Please do not kill me, Your Highness. Qian Rengshu snorted coldly, giving him a sharp slap before leaning against him, wrapping her arms around the shoulders of Jifengniu. Enough of the pretense. From now on, you shall remain by my side. As luck would have it, I am in need of maid. Cao Kuan chuckled, grinning as he inquired, could it be that you are willing to take on a wife? Bang! Qian Rengshu slapped him again, and just as she was about to speak, a swirl of black mist appeared ahead. Your Highness, what are you doing here? How was the situation in the city? It was the arriving Douluo. Upon hearing his voice, the smiles on their faces faded instantly, replaced by solemnity. Especially Qian Rengshu, whose expression turned grave once more. The situation in the city is dire. Xishue has sustained severe injuries. Currently, Xu Miao is engaged in combat with Tang Hao. What the Pope and Zhu Douluo? Why are you the only one here? Qian Rengshu quickly explained the circumstances in Tiando City and then questioned Gue Douluo. They're on their way and will arrive shortly. Very well, you must assist Douluo Xu Miao. Understood. Gue Douluo transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist, darting away. Your Highness, we should return as well. After Gue Douluo had departed, Cao Kuan suggested. With Gue Douluo and Douluo Xu Miao holding the line, along with the assistance of the three major teaching committees, they should be able to delay Tang Hao. Moreover, considering the situation with the four major single attribute families, this is the opportune moment to win them over. Earlier, aside from that old Coot Titan, the others did not make any attempts to harm the Wuhun Temple members. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Rengshu responded solemnly. Then let us return. Furthermore, I grant you permission to call me by my name when we are alone. Chapter 112, The Showdown. Chapter 113, Tang Hao's Sister. Ha! Then I shall obey, Xiao Shui. Cao Kuan chuckled twice, flapping his wings as he changed direction, soaring back to Tiando City. Upon hearing Cao Kuan call her Xiao Shui, Qian Ringshu's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she did not retort, as she had been addressing Cao by his nickname, Amon. So Xiao Shui it shall be, as long as he is permitted to call her that when they are alone. Charge forth, return to Tiando City. A li minute dang hao. Perched upon Cao back, Qian Ringshu rose to a seated position, one hand resting on the neck of Jifengniu, while a slender, gleaming sword appeared in her other hand. She pointed forward, resembling a commander leading a charge. Xiao Shui, I am not a mount. Maintaining an exceptionally swift pace, Cao remarked, looking at Qian Ringshu with a hint of exasperation. I know, Qian Ringshu replied, yet her stance remained unchanged. Observing this, Cao mouth twitched, but he ignored her, manipulating the wind to accelerate their speed. One day, you shall realize that I am not a mount but a knight. As a tempest descended, Cao swiftly returned to the vicinity of the battlefield. They did not approach recklessly, instead observing the unfolding events from a distance. Sishue remained incapacitated, having distanced herself from the central conflict, utilizing poison attacks from afar. Additionally, Yang Wudi Bai and Niu Gao were also retreating, their reasons for doing so unclear. Meanwhile, Titan appeared to be in a state of despair, slumped near the edge of the battlefield. In contrast, Tainua, once awakened by Jeline, had led the other members of the Li Ji tribe to take refuge at a distance, where Talon had joined him. The area where Duelwith had engaged Tang was the most fiercely contested part of the battlefield. Little ghost, I never expected you to dare return. Gue Douluo and Cao arrived in succession, though Cao and Qian Ringshu remained at a distance to observe, while Gue Douluo charged ahead. There was no time to hesitate. Duelwith was on the brink of defeat. The moment Gue Douluo joined the fray, Tang immediately ceased his assault on the beleaguered Duelwith, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned to confront Gue Douluo. He remembered well that had it not been for Gue Douluo, Zhu Douluo, and Mo Xiong Douluo capturing Yin, she would not have met her demise. Thus, his animosity towards Gue Douluo far exceeded that toward Qian Ringshu, the holy maiden. Ahem, old ghost, where are the others? And have you seen the young lady? The arrival of Gue Douluo granted Duelwith a moment's respite as he struggled to fend off Tang's increasingly powerful strikes. The Pope and Zhu Douluo are on their way. Hold them off. Gue Douluo transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist, dodging Tang's hammer strikes and continuing to respond. The holy maiden is unharmed. I've seen them. Upon hearing this, Tang remained unfazed, wildly swinging the Haotian hammer in his hands, executing a flurry of techniques, including the chaotic cloak hammering and Haotian 9 absolutes, relentlessly pressuring the two titled Douluos as if they were mere dogs. Great Sumera hammer. Suddenly, Tang's gaze sharpened, and the first 3 soul rings on his body erupted with energy, flooding into him and causing the Haotian hammer in his grasp to swell dramatically, striking both opponents. Before reinforcements arrive, I shall eliminate you. With a single blow, both adversaries were sent tumbling, crashing into the surrounding ruins. Raising his hammer, Tang proclaimed with authority. This won't do, Amon. They are no match for Tang. They may not even be able to hold him off until the Pope arrives. Meanwhile, Qian Ringshu, who had returned to the battlefield and was now observing from a nearby structure, said to Cao, Fear not, the 3 major teaching committees have yet to make their move. Cao reassured her. Qian Ringshu, upon hearing this, prepared to rise, only to be pulled back down by Cao. What are you doing? Qian Ringshu protested. I'm going to call the 3 major teaching committees to action. Cao replied, exasperation evident on his face. If you reveal yourself now, you will only draw Tang's attention. Let us wait until they are entangled in battle. Understanding his reasoning, Qian Ringshu nodded and resumed her focus on the battlefield. The 3 major teaching committees were not idly watching. They were seizing the opportunity to evacuate all the injured amidst Duelwith, Gue Douluo, and Tang's fierce conflict, regardless of their affiliation with the Wuhun Temple or not. After Cao reminded Qian Ringshu, he scanned the surroundings, hoping to see the reinforcements arriving. Suddenly, he spotted a magnificent structure not far away, Yuexian. Within its confines resided Tang's sister, Tang Yuehua. Perhaps she could be summoned to provide Tang with a semblance of solace for his troubled spirit. With this thought in mind, Cao nudged the nearby Qian Ringshu. Xiao Xue, are you familiar with Yue Xian? Taken aback, Qian Rinchue's surprise swiftly transformed into delight as she exclaimed, "You intend for me to bring Tang Hao's sister here and use her to coerce him into submission? That could work. But what if Tang Hao simply ignores her and his fury intensifies instead?" Chao Kuan nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. "We should invite her over, but let's refrain from using her as a threat against Tang Hao initially. After all, he has descended into depravity, and it is uncertain what he might do. We must first allow Tang Yuehua to help temper his murderous impulses with the noble circular ring before we resort to threatening him." Qian Rinchua nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well. You go and fetch Tang Yuehua, while I enlist the aid of the 3 major teaching committees to deal with Tang Hao." Observing the 3-titled Dalu engaged in a fierce struggle once more, Qian Rinchua flared her wings, eager to join the fray. "Wait!" Chao Kuan pulled her back. "How can I persuade Tang Yuehua to cooperate with the noble circular ring? She surely understands the danger Tang Hao poses once he regains his senses. Why would she listen to me? What shall we do then?" Qian Rinchua inquired. Chao Kuan contemplated before suggesting, "You go and convince Tang Yuehua. Transform into your princely form and leverage the safety of the citizens of Tiando City as your argument. Meanwhile, I shall seek assistance from the 3 major teaching committees." "All right. Be cautious." After a moment of thought, Qian Rinchua flapped her wings and soared toward Yue Xian, while Chao Kuan meticulously observed the ongoing battle. At present, Shimiao and Gue Dalu were both severely wounded by Tang Hao's relentless onslaught. Particularly, Shimiao, who had previously engaged Tang Hao alone, had just suffered a brutal blow, leaving his chest caved in and bloodied. Fortunately, Tang Hao's primary target was Gue Dalu. Otherwise, Shimiao would likely have met his demise. Despite sustaining significant injuries due to the nature of his martial soul, Gue Dalu was still managing to hold his ground for a while longer. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chao Kuan transformed into a stream of water, gliding toward the 3 major teaching committees. Simultaneously, his gaze drifted toward Yang Wudi by He and Yogao. He intended to persuade Tang Yuehua, as he found himself struggling to convince her on his own, while also seeking to ally with the single attribute families. Chapter 113. Tang Hao's Sister. Chapter 114. Encirclement Director Meng Xinji, the Jilin Teaching Committee, and the Baibaishan Teaching Committee. I am a guard of the Holy Maiden from the Spear Hall. I now implore you to assist us in stalling Tang Hao, as our Pope will soon arrive with another elder to provide reinforcements." Chao Kuan, shifting like water, stealthily made his way to the rear of the ongoing battle involving Tang Hao. The 3 combatants were no longer in contention. Shimiao had gradually retreated from the battlefield, leaving only Gue Dalu to endure. It was not that he wished to betray Gue Dalu, but rather that he could no longer withstand the onslaught. His chest visibly caved in. Gue Dalu, too, was nearing his limit. If they could not sway the 3 major teaching committees and the members of the single attribute families, the Spirit Hall would be forced to sacrifice 3 Dalu. Observing the hesitance of the 3 major teaching committees, Chao Kuan continued, "Now that Tang Hao has fallen into depravity, you must realize the peril a fallen one poses to the continent. He will not restrict his wrath solely to the Spirit Hall. Should we fail to eliminate him now, allowing him to escape, he will unleash even greater carnage in the future." Meng Xinji chuckled. "According to the continent's agreement, we are indeed obliged to assist. However, Baibaishan must remain here. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the battle will prove fatal to these injured individuals." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan glanced back, spotting a massive furnace's shadow looming over the injured. "No need for that. I have a means to shield against the shockwaves. You must hurry to aid us." Gue Dalu cannot hold on much longer. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the power of water and fire, creating a protective barrier for the injured. This skill he had previously employed at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Perhaps wishing to avoid a genuine feud with the Spirit Hall, Meng Xinji gestured to Jilin and Baibaishan, urging them to support Gue Dalu. He then turned to Chao Kuan and inquired, "Young friend, have we met before?" Chao Kuan felt a jolt of surprise. Could Meng Xinji recognize him despite his current guise? To avoid being identified by Tang Hao, he had donned a white ancient attire from his previous life, his hair cascading loosely. Coupled with his present demeanor and appearance, he bore little resemblance to his former self. To his astonishment, Meng Xinji still found him familiar. Although startled internally, Chao Kun maintained a calm facade, replying, "I have never encountered Director Meng." Meng Xinji smiled, summoning a colossal black demon, which emitted a piercing howl. This sound momentarily halted Tang Hao, who had been wielding his hammer, allowing Douluo, who had been evading attacks, a moment to breathe. As Jilin and Baibation arrived, they activated their martial souls. One manipulated a massive Tianqing vine to ensnare Tang Hao, while the other summoned the Tianqing furnace above him, pressing down with force. The Tianqing furnace was not merely a tool for defense. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao's black soul ring illuminated, causing him to grow slightly larger. With a thunderous roar, he shattered the Tianqing vine that bound him. The collision with the descending Tianqing furnace unleashed a tempest of energy that shattered the surrounding debris, sending stones hurtling in all directions. Tang Hao, having taken the blow head-on, spat out blood in response. Impressive, Chao Kun marveled, reinforcing the protective barrier. The shockwaves had caused it to tremble, eliciting terrified cries from within. Subsequently, he cast his gaze toward Yang Wudi and his companions, who had been idly observing. No, there were 4 of them, including Yang Qian. "What, do you intend to ensnare us all?" Sensing Chao Kun's scrutiny, Yang Qian shot him a defiant glare. The spear in his hand emitted a faint black glow, suggesting he intended to attack. "Do not move." Yang Wudi intervened immediately. Chao Kun disregarded Yang Qian, focusing instead on Bai He with a smile. "You should be aware of the consequences that will follow this incident. Why not flee now? Perhaps you could save 1 or 2 members of your clan, preventing its extinction." He directed his words at Bai He, as he believed him to be the most astute among them. What audacity! Do you believe I cannot eliminate you at this very moment?" Though restrained by Yang Wudi, Yang Qian's tongue was unbound. Chao Kun continued to ignore him, maintaining his gaze on Bai He. The spirit hall's influence permeates the entire continent. Where could your family possibly escape? Bai He chuckled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun's heart surged with joy. Instead of fleeing amidst the chaos, he seized the opportunity to entice them. "I noticed that the 3 of you did not eliminate anyone from the Wuhuan temple earlier. Would you care for an opportunity now?" Bai He, intrigued, immediately bowed and inquired, "What opportunity do you speak of?" Their hesitation earlier was indeed for this chance. Presently, the Wuhuan temple has spread across the entire continent, even reaching villages like Shenghan Village. Though the population is sparse, it underscores the temple's immense power. Where could they escape? As Chao Kun aptly noted, under the relentless pursuit of the Wuhuan, only 1 or 2 of their kin might remain. Wasn't that tantamount to extinction for a single attribute family? "Indeed, you are more astute than that old titan." Chao Kun chuckled lightly, producing a medallion adorned with an angelic emblem from his waist. With solemnity, he declared, "I, as the saintess of the Wuhuan temple, pledge that if you assist us in eliminating Tang Hao and subsequently join our ranks, we shall overlook your past transgressions. What say you?" The medallion was bestowed upon him by Qianren Xue on her return journey, a coveted item indeed. Gazing at the medallion, Bai He pondered before lowering his head. "As you command." He then shrank to about 1 meter in height and, before Chao Kun could fully comprehend, soared into the battlefield. "And you too?" Chao Kun continued, smiling at Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. Alas! Yang Wudi sighed as he looked at the medallion and finally uttered, "As you command." Niu Gao, following closely behind, echoed the sentiment and rushed towards the battlefield. Bai He's true form, giant rhinoceros true form, breaking soul true form. Several voices resonated as Chao Kun turned to behold the 3 soul manifestations of the 3 major committees converging alongside the true forms of Bai He and his companions. "San'sHidden Tang Hao." Good. Tang Hao, enraged yet amused, exclaimed thrice. "Then let us all perish. Tang Hao, you have disregarded the 4 major single attribute families. Do not blame us," Bai He boldly proclaimed, showcasing the intelligence that had earned him Chao Kun's admiration. "Now, let us see how you escape." Nearby, Chao Kun chuckled to himself, oblivious to Yang Qian's fierce gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 114. The Siege. Chapter 115. The Sudden Change. Standing still, Chao Kun activated his soul power through his eyes, employing bullet time and X-ray vision to scrutinize the battlefield. He utilized bullet time because certain movements, especially those of Bai He and Ghost Douluo, were elusive to him, appearing merely as shadowy figures. X-ray vision aimed to glean a few techniques from observing Tang Hao unleash the Haotian 9 absolutes, which was undeniably tantalizing. Alas, after a few glances, he had to concede defeat. The pivotal core of the Haotian 9 absolutes was the Haotian hammer. Without it, even if he grasped the flow of soul power, he would merely acquire some unique techniques. Nevertheless, he diligently noted the soul power's trajectory of the Haotian 9 absolutes. Why not seize the opportunity? Although its immediate utility was limited, it might prove invaluable in the future. Even if it doesn't help later, studying it would undoubtedly simplify dealing with the Haotian sect. Sky Piercer. In the distance, while Tang Hao is occupied with Yang Wudi and Ghost Law, Niu Gao activated his true form, transforming into a massive armored rhinoceros and charging towards Tang Hao with remarkable speed. Observing this, Tang Hao struck Ghost Douluo aside with a hammer before allowing Yang Wudi to inflict a blow, causing him to spew blood. After kicking Yang Wudi away, he enlarged the Haotian hammer in his grip and bellowed as he swung it towards Niu Gao, the force overwhelming enough to topple the armored rhinoceros. This was the might of the Haotian 9 absolutes. With a thud, after sending Niu Gao flying, Tang Hao coughed up another mouthful of blood. Enduring Yang Wudi's strike was no trifling matter, and being hurled by Niu Gao was even worse. Yet, the battlefield was not solely comprised of Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. In the interim, Ji Lin and Meng Xinji swiftly unleashed their soul abilities, momentarily restraining Tang Hao. Haotian shield, Tang Hao shouted once more, causing the red lightning entwined around his Haotian hammer to swell, enveloping his entire form. This rendered Ji Lin's Tianqing Vine ineffective, and likewise, Meng Xinji's Black Demon Cry had diminished effects on him. Consequently, the Tianqing Furnace from Bai Baoshan failed to strike Tang Hao again. This was the protective aspect of the Haotian 9 absolutes. Bai He took advantage of the moment to claw at him several times, but the impact was negligible. It is well known that the Min clan requires speed for both offense and defense. Those claws landed only because Tang Hao was momentarily subdued by Meng Xinji's Black Demon Cry. Otherwise, he would have been unable to approach Tang Hao. Why must you shout it out? Chao Kuan mused, bewildered, as he overheard Tang Hao utter his own name. Ha! A swarm of ants. Despite being pierced by a spear and bleeding profusely, Tang Hao's fury escalated rather than diminished. His aura and the malevolent energy of the killing god domain intensified. As he spoke, a green light emanated from him, and his larger wounds gradually healed. This was the ability of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. Recovery. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The air was soon filled with the sounds of intense clashes, the cacophony of combat, and furious roars. During this fray, Tang Hao continued to unleash powerful techniques. Strength accumulation heavy hammer, heaven-shattering boom, hammer soul-locking, sweeping Thousand June, and Haotian domination, among others from the Haotian 9 absolutes. Each technique was accompanied by a bellow, naming it aloud, which facilitated Chao Kuan's memorization and understanding of the complete Haotian 9 absolutes. After several minutes of combat, Tang Hao's previously soaring momentum began to wane. Even he could not slay 7 opponents simultaneously, especially with Ji Lin, the support-type Soul Master, and Meng Xinji, the control-type Soul Master, in play. Every time he targeted one, Meng Xinji would disrupt him, allowing Ji Lin to pull that individual back. It was utterly vexing. Additionally, Ji Lin possessed healing soul abilities, and the Snake Spear was about to re-enter the fray. Even so, Tang Hao was confident he could take down a few before escaping. However, with Ghost Douluo's arrival, it signified that the Wuhun Temple's reinforcements were imminent. Continuing the fight would spell danger for him. Thus, while engaged in combat, he began to adjust his soul power, making his soul rings tremble, intending to detonate several soul rings to use the Great Sumera Hammer and then blow the rest for a retreat. However, his actions were already observed by Chao Kuan, who had been using X-ray vision. He immediately shouted, "Be cautious. Tang Hao intends to detonate his rings to flee." This warning caused the expressions of those who had been entangled with Tang Hao to shift, and Tang Hao's countenance also changed. Puzzled as to how a low-tier soul master from afar could discern his intentions. Meng Shouxi, I implore you to intercept Tang Hao. We, the three major single-attribute families, shall offer substantial rewards. Bai He, in a state of urgency, thought of the ramifications for their families should Tang Hao escape. Upon hearing this, Meng Shenji discreetly signaled by Baoshan with his eyes. Tianqing Furnace True Form, 8th Soul Skill, Furnace Within the Universe. Bai Baoshan immediately comprehended the situation and unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, the Tianqing Furnace, originally intended for smashing, was inverted, emitting a tremendous suction force as it soared towards Tang Hao, enveloping him within. Why hadn't he utilized it sooner? The serpent spear beside him, witnessing Tang Hao shrouded by the Tianqing Furnace, inquired with confusion. Bai Baoshan, however, remained silent, his expression grave as he focused on the furnace. Daksu Miamir. A voice emanated from within the furnace, albeit sporadically, indicating that the Tianqing Furnace possessed a degree of sound insulation. This revelation deepened Bai Baoshan's seriousness. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated, but fortunately, due to the protective shroud of the Tianqing Furnace, the impact was somewhat mitigated. Cough, cough. Following the echo, Bai Baoshan suddenly spat out blood, prompting Jilin to rush to his side and employ healing soul techniques. Crack! Simultaneously, cracks began to appear on the surface of the Tianqing Furnace, and, as they widened, the furnace transformed into glimmering motes of light, vanishing into the ether. Bai Baoshan's martial soul manifestation was shattered as if pierced by a blade, leaving him gravely injured and unable to rise for the time being. Ha ha ha! After breaking free from the furnace, Tang Hao remained stationary, bursting into laughter. Impressive defense. He lifted his head, revealing a face marred by blood from the recoil, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. At this moment, only 2 soul rings remained on his body, one black and one red. The devastating Dasumi hammer had obliterated 4 of his soul rings. Thank you. Bai He, hovering above, expressed his gratitude to Bai Baoshan. Subsequently, the remaining individuals surged towards Tang Hao. Huh! Tang Hao coldly laughed, lightly swinging the Hao Ian hammer, unleashing a bolt of crimson lightning that swiftly darted towards the source of the previous sound, Chao Koan. He then turned to the approaching assailants, a smile gracing his lips. Gome, let us see how you intend to kill me, Tang Hao. In that moment, his aura soared to new heights. However, Chao Koan could not witness it. As he beheld the incoming lightning, he hastily transformed into a stream of water to evade it. Bang! Even though he avoided the direct hit, the shockwave generated by the lightning striking the ground still assailed Chao Koan. Fortunately, I am immune to such attacks now. After dodging, Chao Koan glanced at the spot where he had stood moments before, now a deep crater several meters wide, astonished by the sheer destructive power of a casual strike. Be careful. Before he could relax, the voice of Tainua reached him from behind. Pooh! Chapter 116. Plea for mercy, be cautious. Upon hearing Tainua's warning, Chao Koan immediately heightened his vigilance, swiftly reverting to his watery form. What is happening? What is the matter? Turning around, Chao Koan beheld Yang Qian charging towards him, wielding a darkly glowing broken soul spear. Meanwhile, Tainua appeared suddenly in front of him. After issuing his warning, Tainua's figure grew significantly, radiating golden light as 2 thick, hairy arms sprouted from his waist. This was his soul skill, Golden Titan and Titan-esque grasp. One enhanced his strength and defense with a soft golden glow, while the other manifested additional arms. Pooh! Because Tainua stood protectively before Chao Koan, Yang Qian's attack naturally struck him instead, the broken soul spear piercing through his body in an instant. He collapsed onto Chao Koan. TCH. Observing this, Yang Qian scoffed, yanking the broken soul spear from Tainua's body. Pooh! This action exacerbated Tainua's injuries. Chao Koan immediately rushed to staunch the wound. Uncle, are you all right? Yang Qian, what are you doing? The latter exclamation came from Yang Wudi, his voice filled with rage and despair. After finally discovering a way to address the family's impending doom, what madness was this lunatic up to? Yang Qian offered no response, instead grinning wickedly as he raised the broken soul spear, continuing his assault on Chao Koan. Do not be reckless. Just as Chao Kun prepared to act, two imposing figures leaped forth, seemingly from the Li family. Upon their arrival, the two men immediately activated their martial souls, their figures growing larger, their hair bristling, surrounded by 5 soul rings, 2 white, 2 purple, and 1 black. Like Tainuo, they were also soul kings. Once empowered, they coordinated their attack against Yang Qian, preventing him from approaching Chao Kun and Tainuo. Cough. Observing these sudden developments, Chao Kun was momentarily stunned, but Tainuo's coughing snapped him back to reality. Are you all right, uncle? Regaining his composure, Chao Kun inquired, applying pressure to Tainuo's wound. Additionally, he transformed the water element in his hands into ice, sealing Tainuo's injury. I'm fine, cough, Tainuo replied, his complexion pale, before expressing regret and confusion. Oh, Kun, it's you, isn't it? I learned of your identity from that brat Tyrone. I never imagined you would be associated with the Spear Hall. Cough, cough, cough. Tainuo spat another mouthful of blood, his pallor worsening. Uncle, please refrain from speaking. After freezing Tainuo's wound, Chao Kun cautiously cradled him, seeking to distance them from Yang Qian. This madman, to prevent further harm. Tainuo, however, disregarded his caution, continuing after a few coughs of blood. Cough, cough. Uncle, I have a request. In light of my connection to Tyrone, could you intercede for the Li family? Upon hearing this, Chao Kun sighed in resignation. I am merely a guardian of the Saintess. My words carry little weight. Just now, that old Titan killed several Spirit Hall soul masters. If the Li family is not dealt with, the Spirit Hall cannot justify their actions to loyal soul masters. Cough, cough, cough. Pooh. Tainuo coughed up more blood, his face now resembling a ghost. Do not worry. I understand the gravity of my father's actions. However, please convey to the Saintess that we of the Li family are willing to offer everything to atone. Do not allow the Li family to be exterminated. Today, any soul master present may perish, and those within the family may also face death. But please spare those without soul power. I beg you. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, he continued to spit blood. Chao Kun, with a furrowed brow, pondered before responding. Rest assured, uncle, the deceased are without price. Chapter 116. Plea for mercy, I will plead on your behalf to the Saintess. Tainuo hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. As long as they do not die, there is a chance for the Li family's legacy to continue, even if it means becoming slaves to the Spirit Hall. This was also Tainuo's reason for stepping in to take the blow. Otherwise, he could have warned Chao Kun about Yang Qian's intentions much earlier. After all, it was far too coincidental. The Li family was not particularly swift, so how could they have reached Yang Qian, who had positioned himself right before Chao Kun? Boss. Upon arriving at the hideout of the Li family, Tyrone sprang forward. Seeing this, Chao Kun entrusted Tainuo to him, instructing, take good care of your father. I will intercede for you. Thank you, master. The words slipped from Tyrone's lips, and the 20 or so men behind him knelt in reverence. Observing this scene, Chao Kun calmly stated, there is no need to call me master. Your true master is the Saintess. Without waiting for their response, he turned his attention back to the battlefield where Yang Qian and the 2 Soul Kings were engaged in combat. The 2 Soul Kings from the clan were evidently no match for Yang Qian. However, they resolutely obstructed his advance, refusing to allow him to step forward even an inch. As a result, their bodies were already marred with numerous wounds, nearly leading them to their demise at the hands of Yang Qian. Boss, let us retreat from here, Talon suggested, his tone more respectful than usual. Gao Wen, sensing this shift, remained unfazed and calmly replied, you all should step back a bit. I wish to test my strength. But boss, Yang Qian is a soul saint. Moreover, he hails from the clan, and his attack power is formidable, Talon promptly cautioned. Chao Kun reassured him, do not worry. My abilities extend beyond mere strength. Noting Talon's intent to continue advising him, Chao Kun added, I am still young. There is no need to court death. Do you understand? Talon paused and nodded in acknowledgement. Retreat with them, Chao Kun instructed, his hand flashing with a sword-shaped emblem, manifesting a seemingly ordinary sword. Since returning from the Icefire Duality Eye, he had yet to unleash his full power, and the newly acquired Yanlong sword had not tasted blood. Most importantly, should any issues arise, He could swiftly enter the small cave heaven. With a powerful leap, Chao Kun vanished from sight. Clang! He reappeared before Yang Qian, parrying a strike aimed at a Soul King with a Yanlong sword. Bang! After blocking, a crimson glow enveloped Chao Kun's right leg, propelling Yang Qian backwards several paces while simultaneously causing an explosion at the point of impact. However, the force was minimal, inflicting no significant harm upon Yang Qian. This was the first soul skill he had replicated. Ambush. You all should leave, Chao Kun stated calmly. Yes, master. The two Soul Kings nodded and promptly retreated. Chao Kun's recent display of power had made them acutely aware that this young man surpassed them in strength. Hee hee. Yang Qian laughed derisively as he staggered back, his gaze filled with contempt as he regarded the two Soul Kings. Turning his attention to Chao Kun, he exclaimed maniacally, I never expected you to possess such prowess. This will certainly make the slaughter all the more entertaining. Noting that Yang Qian did not immediately attack, Chao Kun furrowed his brow and inquired, Why do you wish to do this? Huh? Me? Yang Qian paused momentarily before continuing in his erratic manner. Of course, I want to kill you. Your soul skills pique my curiosity. Truly a madman, Chao Kun mused inwardly, initially believing Yang Qian had sought revenge for his earlier attack on Qian Renqiu. But it appeared his sole desire was to kill him. Chapter 116. Plea for Mercy. Chapter 117. Might, Shatter, and Kill. Madman. Chao Kun raised the Yanlong sword before him, his expression serene as he addressed Yang Qian. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Qian chuckled, the tip of his pistol gun glowing ominously with a dark light. Bang! The floor, composed of an unknown material, shattered beneath him as Yang Qian's figure flickered, appearing before Chao Kun. Clang! Unfortunately for him, this strike had already been detected by Chao Kun, who had been utilizing his perception and bullet time. With a deft motion, he steadied the Yanlong sword, successfully blocking Yang Qian's assault. Their powers were surprisingly well matched. What is the extent of your soul power? Yang Qian asked, licking his lips, a hint of madness in his voice. You will discover it before you meet your end, Chao Kun replied nonchalantly. His eyes sharpened as dozens of ice and fire arrows materialized behind him, swiftly launching towards their positions. These attacks had been significantly enhanced following his experiences with the Ice-Fire Duality Eye. If they struck Yang Qian, given the Paklan's focus solely on offensive training, he would undoubtedly suffer considerable consequences. Yet this madman, having engaged in countless battles and taken numerous lives, understood the stakes. He swung the pistol gun, aiming to strike Chao Kun. Bang! When their weapons clashed, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Instead, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The slender Yanlong sword transformed into a massive shield-like form, effectively blocking Yang Qian's strike. Meanwhile, ice and fire arrows had already reached Chao Kun's back. Remaining unperturbed, he transformed into a watery figure, channeling his soul power to allow the attacks to pass through him and strike Yang Qian. Simultaneously, numerous ice and fire arrows rained down from above like a torrential storm. Clang, clang, clang. It was unclear what this madman was thinking. After having blocked one of Yang Qian's strikes, he did not retreat, but instead continued to engage him. As the ice arrows flew forward, piercing through Chao Kun's watery form and embedding themselves into Yang Qian, the arrows instantly froze the wounds, injecting ice poison into his body. This blow elicited a muffled groan from him, causing a slight delay in his movements. The remaining attacks surged toward him, prompting Yang Qian's expression to sharpen. Should he fail to defend against this onslaught, he would undoubtedly lose his combat effectiveness. Huh! Yang Qian bellowed, the dark light at the tip of the pistol gun multiplying rapidly, enveloping the entire weapon. With a thrust, 3 afterimages emerged, swiftly aiming for Chao Kun. Realizing his current water-formed state, Chao Kun chose not to evade or block the attacks, but instead seized the opportunity to charge at Yang Qian. Clang! To his surprise, the 3 afterimages Yang Qian unleashed were tangible. 2 of them intercepted Chao Kun's incoming strike, while the third pierced through his form. During this exchange, dozens of ice and fire arrows continued to rain down on Yang Qian. The ice arrows would freeze upon impact, hindering his movements, while the fire arrows would explode, causing significant harm. The barrage left sweat beading on his forehead, yet his complexion remained pale. The air he exhaled carrying a chill, evidence of the ice and fire poison coursing through him. The pistol gun penetrated Chao Kuen's body. Initially believing he would be unharmed due to his watery form, he was soon jolted by the searing pain that indicated otherwise. Alarmed, Chao Kuen quickly retreated, allowing the pistol gun to exit his body, and promptly summoned a multitude of ice and fire arrows to rain down upon Yang Qian. Lowering his gaze to the wound, he noticed a dark light writhing around it, impeding its recovery. Fortunately, he had a few remaining ice and fire arrows. Yang Qian was too preoccupied with his own plight, or else he would have faced dire consequences. While Chao Kuen assessed his condition, Yang Qian glanced at the incoming ice and fire arrows from all directions, smirking as he shouted, "Scorpion armor!" A dark light enveloped his back, and a colossal phantom of a scorpion emerged, shielding him. It was a piece of soul bone. Yang Qian possessed a soul bone. Bang, bang, bang. The phantom blocked countless ice and fire arrows, creating a steamy haze that obscured visibility. Observing this, Chao Kuen retreated further back. At this moment, the wound on his chest had significantly diminished, and the dark light was gradually dissipating, yet Chao Kuen remained furrowed in concern. In the past, injuries of even greater magnitude vanished in an instant, healing rapidly. What is going on? Grandfather, why hasn't the wound on the elder's body healed instantaneously? Observing from a distance, Tai Long cast a puzzled glance at Tai Nuo. Furthermore, 3 robust men stood vigilantly ahead, closely monitoring the battle between Chao Kuen and Yang Qian, ready to rush in for assistance at the slightest hint of danger. They feared that Chao Kuen might become complacent. What would become of their clan thereafter? Thus, they remained fixated on the unfolding conflict. From now on, let us refer to him as Master rather than Elder, given his connection with that saintess. If we all call him Master, our chances of being assigned as his servants are considerably high. This would be far superior to being allocated to someone unfamiliar. Leaning on Tai Long for support, Tai Nuo had managed to bandage his wounds. Although his complexion remained pale, he had improved significantly. He must have taken some medicine, for they had brought all their possessions, including remedies. He and Tai Long exchanged admonitions. Tai Nuo understood well that while Titan might spare their clan's lives, servitude was inevitable. As for Titan's whereabouts, he had gotten too close to the battlefield where Tang Hao and the others were engaged and was buried under the massive stones that were dislodged. However, with his strength as a soul Douluo, he would undoubtedly survive. Let him remain buried for now. All right, father, I shall remember. Tai Long nodded in response. Tai Nuo continued to observe the scene, stating, it was due to Yang Qian employing Sure that he was able to inflict harm upon the master, even in his liquid form. Sure? Tai Long inquired, perplexed. Indeed, this is another ability beyond a soul saint's martial soul manifestation. There are 2 applications. One, as Yang Qian demonstrated, is to attach it to the martial soul, allowing him to strike at enemies lacking a physical form. Although much of the attack may be mitigated, it can still land a hit. At this moment, Tai Long interjected, just like how Tang Hao struck Guimei Dalu. He too enveloped his Haotian hammer with Sure, enabling him to injure Guimei in his ethereal state. Nodding in agreement, Tai Nuo continued, precisely. The second application is rather lackluster, as it merely enhances one's own aura, inducing pressure on lower-tier or mentally unstable soul masters, thereby limiting their full potential. This ability is somewhat ineffectual against those with strong mental fortitude and may even provoke their latent capabilities. Moreover, this is not exclusive to soul saints. Certain prodigies can cultivate their own aura through combat and slaughter. As Tai Long listened to Tai Nuo's elucidation, he nodded thoughtfully. Then, Tai Nuo quietly asked Tai Long, is our master truly only a soul Zun? Tai Long initially intended to nod, but hesitated, recalling the fierce battle between Chao Kuen and Yang Qian, responding uncertainly, I am unsure. However, the previous master mentioned he was merely at level 24. After returning from the confrontation with Poison Douluo, I inquired about his current soul power level. He claimed he had just reached Soul Zone. Upon hearing this, Tai Nuo quietly remarked, If he is indeed only a San'sHidden, then aligning ourselves with him presents a brighter future than aligning with the Haotian sect. Ha ha ha. Shifting focus back to the clash between Chao Kuan and Yang Qian, a veil of mist enveloped Yang Qian, obscuring his figure from view. Save for the sudden eruption of his arrogant, manic laughter. Chao Kuan furrowed his brow, fixated on the fog. With his clairvoyance, he could clearly discern Yang Qian's silhouette and continuously monitor the flow of his soul power, anticipating when he would employ soul skills or launch an attack. This skill, aside from learning other soul techniques, was a remarkable asset in battle. Impressive. My desire to eliminate you grows stronger. Yang Qian's maniacal voice resonated from within the mist. But Chao Kuan remained unperturbed, continuing to fixate on him. He noticed no signs of Yang Qian channeling soul power. As the mist dissipated, revealing Yang Qian, the cold sweat on his brow vanished, and the breath he exhaled no longer bore chill. Despite his numerous wounds, they seemed to have little impact on him. His earlier utterances served to draw Chao Kuan's attention, dispelling the fire and ice toxins within him. Yet, since Chao Kuan had not observed any movement of his soul power, it seemed likely that this was due to the effect of his soul bone technique, Scorpion's Guardian. Observing this, Chao Kuan taunted, "You are not nearly as insane as I imagined." Yang Qian did not respond, his gaze fixed intently upon Chao Kuan, his soul power circulating in his legs and arms, but predominantly in several meridians in his abdomen. Sensing this, Chao Kuan did not relax as he had initially. Instead, he became increasingly vigilant. He now understood that the liquid form was not invincible. Contemplating this, a blue-red Taiji diagram materialized around him, bringing forth an intense wave of heat and cold. The ice and fire domain. He had not intended to employ this technique, but given the circumstances, it was prudent to do so. Even a slight reduction in the enemy's strength was advantageous. Domain. Upon witnessing Chao Kuan unleash the ice and fire domain, Tai Nua gasped in astonishment, blood seeping from his wounds, indicating that they had split open. This revealed his excitement. "What is a domain?" Tai Long inquired. Tai Nua did not respond, a glimmer of joy unconsciously appearing in his eyes. If they could truly acknowledge Chao Kuan as their master, this would still signify a pivotal opportunity for the rise of their clan. A domain, indeed, was a domain. This realization came from a distance, spoken by Jilin, whose martial soul, the Tianqing Vine, was somewhat sensitive to the ice and fire domain. As an auxiliary soul master, he typically operated from the periphery. Upon sensing the Tianqing Vine's thoughts, he glanced at Chao Kuan, unexpectedly witnessing the manifestation of the domain. His exclamation caused the previously chaotic combatants to momentarily pause and cast a glance in that direction before resuming their skirmish. This was not a time for curiosity or astonishment. Nonetheless, that fleeting glance instilled a modicum of pressure upon Chao Kuan as the combatants were fiercely engaged. Particularly, Tang Hao's fleeting glance nearly led Chao Kuan to believe he had been exposed. Domain. Yang Qian's voice pierced the air, compelling Chao Kuan to maintain his focus. "Ha! I'm truly curious about your level." During his speech, the circulation of soul power within him reached its zenith, unleashing a powerful black light as he surged toward Chao Kuan. 7th Soul Skill, True Body of Soul Destruction. 6th Soul Skill, Soul Break. With his roar, an expanding illusion of the soul destruction spear emerged, significantly amplifying its attack power, followed by the manifestation of a giant scorpion's shadow behind him. The spear in his hand embodied the scorpion's tail. This technique, Soul Break, was acquired from slaying a nearly 20,000-year-old poisonous scorpion. Simultaneously, this old beast had granted him a skeletal essence. Following protocol, Chao Kuan noted the trajectory of Yang Qian's soul power as he bellowed, his physique instantly enlarging. Dragon Ape Transformation. With a flash of light, a magnificent dragon ape, towering over 5 meters and emanating intense flames, appeared in place. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan's Rui Bai Bao transformed into a suit of armor upon the dragon ape, rendering it even more majestic. D. Yang Qian Roaret. The black light surrounding him and the pressure of his assault fracturing the ground beneath him. As he advanced, shattered boulders and soil surged forward alongside him, launching an attack. Quickly, Go assist the master in fending him off. Duelwith was unable to express his astonishment at Chao Kuen's soul skill and immediately bellowed. With a roar, Chao Kuen unleashed a beastly cry that bore a subtle difference from before, now infused with a hint of draconic might. This momentary distraction caused Yang Qian to falter for an instant, but it was merely a fleeting pause before he surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Chao Kuen, however, did not feel disheartened. His roar was not intended to attack Yang Qian, but rather to hinder the approach of the Li Ji clan members who sought to aid him. With a resounding crash, he thrust the enormous flame dragon sword before him, its size having increased alongside him. It was not that he wished to evade, but the attack had already closed in. The piercing sound of the broken soul spear collided with the flame dragon sword, resonating with a clear chime. And Chao Kuen was pushed back a short distance by the overwhelming force, leaving 3 massive imprints on the ground, 2 from his legs and 1 from the sword. Yang Qian continued to roar, exerting his strength. While his martial soul manifested, the venomous scorpion projection radiated immense power. Once again, Chao Kuen was driven back slightly, but he let out a fierce shout, managing to hold his ground. He was now employing the flame dragon sword as a makeshift shield. Break and kill, second stage. Just as Chao Kuen believed he had withstood the assault, Yang Qian roared once more, and the scorpion's projection retracted its tail, thrusting forward with renewed vigor. Quickly stop that madman, Duelwith shouted from a distance, but alas, the gap was too great for him to intervene in time. In his moment of despair, believing the Li Ji clan was doomed, Chao Kuen suddenly vanished from the spot, disappearing in an instant. He had entered the Shao Dong Tian. Coward, don't run. Come back and let me kill you. Yang Qian was taken aback, then furiously shouted, his voice filled with indignation at being toyed with by Chao Kuen. Upon entering the Shao Dong Tian, the commotion drew the attention of Ain, who was toying with the Kong Kong Shu. Yet, upon seeing Chao Kuen in his dragon ape form, towering at 5 meters high, Ain's tone turned curious. A man? Chao Kuen had never transformed in front of Ain before, so she regarded him with a hint of confusion. Chao Kuen nodded, his form glowing momentarily before reverting to his human shape. Recognizing him, Ain relaxed and approached with the Kong Kong Shu in her arms, her face etched with concern. What was that about? Did something happen? Chao Kuen shook his head. That form is one of my soul skills. There's a fallen title Douluo attacking the martial soul, and I got caught up in it. Upon hearing this, Ain grew even more anxious, placing a hand on Chao Kuen's arm. Are you all right? As she spoke, her palm emitted a green glow, attempting to heal him. I'm fine, but I can't stay long. I need to go back out, Chao Kuen replied. Although he felt no immediate harm, Ain's soul skill alleviated some of the fatigue he had just experienced. Be careful, Ain cautioned, her worry palpable. Chao Kuen, noticing her expression, suddenly recalled Tang outside and smiled as he planted a gentle kiss on Ain's lips. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I can always come back in. With that, he concentrated his thoughts and exited the Shao Dong Tian. Yang Qian, now in his martial soul form, would surely be expending an immense amount of energy. It was the perfect opportunity to confront him. Come out. You'd better show yourself. Let me kill you. As soon as he emerged from the Shao Dong Tian, Chao Kuen was met with Yang Qian's furious roar. The latter was wildly swinging the broken soul spear in the same spot, kicking up debris around him, looking utterly deranged. Suddenly, Yang Qian paused, turned, and grinned at Chao Kuen. You finally emerged. He must have sensed the icy and fiery aura surrounding Chao Kuen, for the drastic shifts in temperature were hard to overlook. Yang Qian saw Chao Kuen and the darkness enveloping the broken soul spear once more, launching it at him with lethal intent. Who is to die remains uncertain. Chao Kuen replied coldly, vanishing from sight. 3 afterimages appeared in the path Yang Qian charged toward. Fallen insect, small technique. Yang Qian laughed maniacally as he continued to thrust forward, piercing through the afterimages with a broken soul spear. Clang! Chao Kuen effortlessly blocked with basic sword techniques, engaging in a fierce duel with Yang Qian. Having trained in basic swordplay for 3 years, while not on par with the prowess of the Li Ji clan spears, he could still hold his ground. Moreover, given that both he and Yang Qian had comparable physical attributes, and with Yang Qian's martial soul form now draining his energy. The battle felt surprisingly even. Clang! The sounds of their weapons clashing grew more frequent, their speeds accelerating. Soon, even Tai Nuo, who was spectating, could barely distinguish their figures. Unbeknownst to them, one was employing a swift assault technique, enhancing his speed, while the other utilized soul skills. However, engrossed in their intense exchange, Yang Qian did not call out the names of his soul skills. How impressive! Tai Nuo exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration as he struggled to follow the now indistinguishable forms of the two combatants. He could hardly believe that Chao Kuan was merely a soul master. To be able to match a soul sage from the Li Ji clan was typically the domain of someone of a higher rank. How could a mere soul master accomplish such a feat? Is the master truly not yet 12? Tai Nuo murmured incredulously, slapping Tai Long on the head in disbelief. Uncertain, though this chapter is not yet complete, Tai Long thought to himself, shaking his head at the unfolding scene. Regardless of whether or not he was a soul master, based on Chao Kuan's current performance, they could hardly believe he had not yet reached the age of 12. As the battle raged on, Yang Qian found that every time he attempted to employ techniques to enhance his attacks, Chao Kuan would anticipate his moves, countering effectively and occasionally even landing a few strikes. This left him feeling increasingly vexed, as he seemed to be imbued with both fire and poison, the potency of which had escalated since the time in the rocket. Moreover, Chao Kuan would sporadically summon ice arrows that struck true, further aggravating Yang Qian, as he had to evade while also facing a barrage of sword strikes. With the influence of the ice and fire domain, Yang Qian's condition deteriorated, and he sought to launch Chao Kuan away to clear the battlefield. But it was as if Chao Kuan had awakened a heightened awareness, evading him effortlessly. This left Yang Qian feeling utterly frustrated. Were Chao Kuan aware of his current thoughts, he would smile and reveal that he indeed had opened his heavenly eye. Yang Qian once again summoned his soul power in an attempt to repel Chao Kuan. But once more, Chao Kuan evaded and he let out a frantic shout. 6 soul, breaking kill. Yang Qian emanated a dark aura, and the ice and fire poison within him weakened momentarily. Subsequently, a black light enveloped him, revealing the phantom of a poisonous scorpion once more. As Yang Qian lunged forward, the scorpion's phantom closely followed, merging its tail with the broken soul spear in his hand. Don't get too cocky, Chao Kuan observed, his eyes fixed intently on the flow of soul power within Yang Qian, mocking him with his words. He discerned that Yang Qian's soul technique was not primarily reliant on the broken soul spear, but instead drew upon the energy housed within his spine and the meridians along his arms. Thus, he contemplated whether he could replicate this technique. This soul technique was indeed impressive, and the ability to conjure a phantom was astonishing. Roar! As the confrontation escalated, Chao Kuan, having recently absorbed a blow, transformed into a dragon ape to enhance his strength. He employed the enlarged fire dragon as a shield, firmly positioning it in front of him. The bones of the Fire Dragon King were exceptionally resilient and could not be easily damaged. Break, second stage, Yang Qian shouted, retracting the tail of the scorpion phantom. Having witnessed this technique before, Chao Kuan would not remain passive. Even if he faced a second stage attack without the enhancement of his martial soul's true form, he could still withstand it, but there was no need for him to endure unnecessary damage. As the scorpion's tail retracted and its power diminished for a moment, Chao Kuan withdrew the fire dragon, inviting Yang Qian to strike. He then swung the fire dragon's sword horizontally at Yang Qian, who was about to attack. Although he would be struck, his resilience and the water transformation ability would mitigate most of the damage, ensuring his survival. However, Yang Qian was not so fortunate. With his own strength combined with the sharpness of the fire dragon's sword, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Yang Qian comprehended this peril and refrained from pressing the attack, instead positioning the broken soul spear defensively in front of him. It seemed he lacked the requisite ferocity. With a resounding impact, although he managed to block the attack, Chao Kuan's current strength sent Yang Qian flying, crashing into the rubble nearby. Powerless rage. In the world of Douluo, where martial souls were intertwined with one's very essence, Lan Ruo Temple reminds you to bookmark this for convenient access to future updates. Anticipate the unfolding of further excitement. Chapter 118. Powerless Rage. Chapter 119. The First Fatal Strike. With a loud thud, Yang Qian was slammed against a massive stone in the ruins, the violent collision causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. He quickly sprang to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and unleashed an enraged roar at Chao Kuan. How can someone so weak be so arrogant? Chao Kuan reverted to his human form, opting not to pursue the attack immediately. Instead, he twirled his sword mockingly before retorting. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Qian, seemingly incensed, spat out more blood, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. Poison Scorpion Shield. He refrained from attacking again. Dark energy radiating from his back as the Scorpion Phantom materialized once more, gradually restoring the pallid hue of his face, which had been sapped by fire and ice poison. He then charged forward once again, wielding the Broken Soul Spear, to which Chao Kuan responded with basic swordplay. During this exchange, Chao Kuan dismissed the ice and fire domain, refraining from summoning ice and fire arrows against Yang Qian, choosing instead to rely solely on fundamental sword techniques. Unfortunately for Yang Qian, his excessive energy expenditure began to take its toll, and he found himself gradually being overwhelmed by Chao Kuan. As for why Chao Kuan, having utilized numerous high-consumption soul techniques and repeatedly restored his energy through water transformation, appeared to suffer minimal depletion. It was due to the 2 dragon pearls replenishing his soul power. After several exchanges, Yang Qian recognized a strike from Chao Kuan that bore a striking resemblance to a technique from the clan. "Are you learning from me?" he exclaimed, agitated. "This is an insult." Chao Kuan executed a similar sweeping motion with his sword, replying nonchalantly, "Indeed, this is all you're worth." His tone dripped with derision. From his experiences in gaming in a previous life, he understood that provoking an opponent often led to victory. Foolish. Without the proper flow of soul power, it is merely superficial. Yang Qian, rather than becoming furious, seemingly offered a friendly reminder. "How do you know I do not understand the flow of soul power?" Chao Kuan chuckled, observing the once ordinary blade of the fire dragon sword now radiating a vibrant crimson light, akin to the broken soul spear in Yang Qian's grasp. Yang Qian was momentarily taken aback by this transformation, at a loss for words. "Look again," Chao Kuan continued, the fire dragon sword gleaming with red light, exuding an unstoppable force as it lunged toward Yang Qian. Yang Qian's eyes widened, yet his extensive combat experience allowed him to react swiftly. He forcefully blocked with the Broken Soul Spear, but even so, it only diverted the fire dragon sword slightly. With a piercing strike, the fire dragon sword pierced his left shoulder, the initial weakened power now surging back, directly penetrating through to expose his white bone. Yang Qian staggered back in shock, disregarding the searing heat and poison from the fire dragon sword that darkened and scorched the wound on his shoulder. He gazed incredulously at Chao Kuan, exclaiming, "This is my break-kill, and it has a second stage." He was intimately familiar with his soul technique, and there was no way he could mistake it. "What do you think?" Chao Kuan replied coolly, though internally he mused, the break-kill without the amplification of a soul bone is somewhat weak, not exceedingly weak, but still lacking. When Yang Qian executed the break-kill, the energy radiating from his spine augmented his attack power significantly, and the phantom of the poisonous scorpion appeared, enhancing the spectacle. However, the version Chao Kuan replicated lacked such enhancements, resulting in a diminished variant. Initially, he had anticipated acquiring a formidable technique, but now Chao Kuan felt a twinge of regret. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I may not possess a soul bone, but I do have dragon pearls. Perhaps I can get a try." Excitement coursed through him as he maintained a calm facade while observing Yang Qian. "Is this all you have? It seems I will not be the one to perish." He began to channel his soul power along the route of the break-kill technique, connecting with the fire dragon King Dragon Pearl within his small pocket realm. You wish to kill me? It won't be that simple." Yang Qian smirked, his aura surging as he prepared for a desperate gamble. 7th Soul Technique, True Body of the Broken Soul. 6th Soul Technique, Break Kill. Once again, he radiated a powerful black light, even more intense than before. Of course, the price was the blood that could not help but trickle from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, it seemed as though Yang Qian vanished entirely, transforming into a scorpion the size of a truck, with its tail morphing into the broken soul spear. Let me show you what true Brakill is. As his words fell, the scorpion surged towards Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan remained silent. The crimson light of the fire dragon sword flared anew, reverting to its original form, a sword entirely red, adorned with dragon patterns, featuring claws and scales. With a roar, the sword vibrated, emitting a dragon's cry, and a fiery red flood dragon materialized behind Chao Kuan. Again, the flood dragon unleashed a roar towards the charging scorpion, but bore no effect on Yang Qian, who was filled with the resolve of death. To die by one's own soul technique is not so bad. Feeling the unparalleled power surging within him, Chao Kuan declared, raising the fire dragon's sword and thrusting it forward. Roar! The Jiaolong roared fiercely, soaring into the air with the movements of Chao Kuan. Just as it was about to strike Yang Qian, it dove back, its dragon head resting beside the tip of the Yamlong sword. The collision between the Duxi and the Jiaolong produced a force that drew the attention of several combatants nearby. Second stage, Yang Qian and Chao Kuan bellowed simultaneously. On Yang Qian's side, the Duxi retracted its tail, diminishing its power. Roar! Meanwhile, on Chao Kuan's side, the Jiaolong unleashed a furious roar, its strength surging instantaneously, piercing through Yang Qian's assault. Duxi shield. Yang Qian, witnessing this, immediately activated the Duxi's protective form. Roar! The Jiaolong continued its fierce roar, crashing through the shield and colliding with Yang Qian. A brief, chilling scream echoed, and the black light vanished along with the Jiaolong, taking Yang Qian's figure with it. In the aftermath of the collision, only a slowly dissipating Duxi spear and a deep green bone remained. The earlier strike had evaporated Yang Qian entirely. Impressive, Gao Kun murmured in astonishment. He had indeed just slain a formidable soul saint. Master is remarkable, Tai Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene. Indeed, Master, Tanua whispered, a glimmer of brilliance flashing his eyes. Although Chao Kuan may not be 12, he was certainly younger than Tai Long. To have killed a soul saint from the Pa family at such a young age foretold boundless potential. This lad is a treasure found by the young lady, remarked the recovering Shi Mao, who had originally intended to eliminate him. Fortunately, the young lady had the foresight to recognize his potential and brought him into the Wuhun temple. Be careful, Tang Hao is trying to escape. As a control-type soul master, Meng Xinji was ever vigilant. Upon seeing Tang Hao attempting to flee, he immediately alerted the others. Tang Hao was covered in numerous wounds, and the healing green light surrounding him was waning. He is in dire straits. We must stop him. He cannot be allowed to escape. Bai He insisted. Tang Hao, observing the approaching figures, felt darkness enveloping his vision, and his remaining 2 soul rings began to tremble. Stop, second brother. Noble round. As the gentle voice rang out, a soothing melody from nearby filled the air. This sound seemed to possess a certain magic, causing Tang Hao, who had been prepared to fight to the death, to suddenly quiet down. The surrounding individuals also paused, refraining from immediate attack, yet their gazes remained fixed on Tang Hao. In comparison to Tang Hao's resistance to the noble round, they seemed somewhat less affected. Logically, Tang Hao should have had better resistance. Leading them to suspect his apparent calmness was an act, hence their hesitation to strike immediately. Second brother. Suddenly, Tang Hao, who had regained some composure, spoke up, his voice hoarse and distant, as if it had been ages since he last uttered a word. It was not the power of the noble round that soothed him, but rather the call of second brother. On the other side, Chao Kuan, wielding the Yamlong sword, observed Tang Hao's lips quiver and, with his keen hearing, caught the 2 murmured words. After expressing his astonishment, he shook his head, redirecting his focus to the Yamlong sword, which had begun to transform since he had slain Yang Qian. Having previously experienced the effects of the noble domain and, after absorbing the essence of the Binghuo Yang Yi, the influence of the noble round on him was minimal. He was not as affected as those from the Pa family, who were half closed-eyed, lost in the melody. He raised the Yamlong sword before him and saw it emitting a faint red light, which extended outward to connect with the slowly dissipating Duxi spear. The points of light emanating from the spear were gradually absorbed by the Yanlong sword. What transformation is this? Gao Kung Gonderith, hastening to the side of the Duxi spear to increase the absorption rate. At this moment, aside from Jeline, who was cautiously approaching Tang Hao, and Meng Shinji, whose shadowy form had mysteriously vanished, the battlefield seemed to fall into silence. In this atmosphere, Chao Kuan pointed the tip of the Yanlong sword at the Duxi spear, accelerating its absorption. With a sudden roar, the Yanlong sword burst forth in a radiant red glow. Fortunately, there was some distance from the ongoing battle, preventing any disruption. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded Chao Kuan's mind. In an instant, a smile appeared on his previously placid face, his lips curving upward. Raising the Yanlong sword, he felt a shift in its texture, the red light flashing, and a weapon, entirely crimson and resembling the Duxi spear, materialized in his hand. Could it truly have transformed into Rui? He mused, swinging the long spear in excitement, unable to contain his voice. This change reminded him of an animated series he had watched in his childhood. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Glancing at a small pouch at his waist, he exclaimed, "This is the Rui Baobao bag." He then patted his clothing. "And this is the Rui Baobao garment." Finally, he looked at the Yanlong sword in his hand. "This is the Rui Baobao sword. Everything is Rui." After the initial exhilaration, Chao Kuan picked up the green glowing Duxi bone resting nearby. This bone was likely obtained when Yang Qian acquired his sixth soul ring, indicating its age of at least 10,000 years. Recalling Yang Qian's dark sixth soul ring, he felt a pang of regret. What a pity I cannot absorb it. Upon wishing to absorb the soul bone, a wave of discomfort surged through his body, confirming that he was indeed unable to accept it, not due to its weakness, but for some other reason. Regretting this, Chao Kuan suddenly noticed the Yanlong sword emitting red light again. A small, fiery dragon emerged from the sword, swiftly devouring the soul bone in his other hand before writhing back into the Yanlong sword. After consuming the bone, another wave of information flooded into Chao Kuan's mind. It truly is Rui. From now on, I shall call you Rui, he whispered in astonishment, having spontaneously renamed the Yanlong sword. After absorbing the soul bone, Rui's power increased, and it gained a soul akin to that of the Duxi. The specifics of its abilities and power were unknown to Chao Kuan, but he imagined they would be similar to Yang Qian's Duxi shield. Eager to experiment, he realized the moment was not right. Suppressing his curiosity and casting a glance at the site of his earlier clash with Yang Qian, chuckling inwardly, "Thank you, kind soul." As Chao Kuan retracted Rui into his right emblem, Tang Yuehua's melody gradually drew to a close. With the final notes of the music, Tang Hao's previously blackened eyes regained a hint of white, and the last flickering soul ring settled into stillness. Now, at that moment, the dream god machine let out a thunderous roar, and the Tianqing tongue, which had already coiled around Tang's feet, instantly thickened and expanded, binding him like a mummy. Before Tang Hao could react, the previously vanished true form of the black demon emerged before him. A fierce cry echoed, halting Tang in his tracks. As the black demon's essence transformed into a wisp of black smoke that infiltrated Tang Hao's body, rendering him motionless in his struggle to break free. The black demon had possessed him. This was the sole skill of the dream god machine, an absolute soul-controlling technique. During this period, Yang Wudi, who was closest, rushed over and pierced Tang Hao's body with a spear. This strike did not elicit a reaction from Tang Hao. Instead, it caused the dream god machine, which was exerting control over him, to emit a muffled grunt and spit out a mouthful of blood. This slight disturbance allowed the controlled Tang Hao to attempt to shake off the dream god machine's grip. Do not engage. The chief is now connected with Tang Hao. We must not disrupt the chief's control. Seeing that the others were eager to continue their assault, Ji Lin hastily cautioned them. This prompted the few who had rushed over to cease their attacks, while still keeping a vigilant eye on Tang Hao, now ensnared like a mummy by Ji Lin's Tianqing tongue. Should anything go amiss, they were prepared to unleash their deadly techniques. Particularly, the Xiao and the ghost Douluo displayed fierce determination in their eyes. prior to the arrival of the three major teaching committees and the single attribute families. They had suffered greatly in battle. Were it not for Ji Lin's healing, the Xiao would not have been able to re-enter the fray, much like a shattered martial spirit desperately mending its wounds. "What shall we do now?" Yang Wudi inquired in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, the three major teaching committees remained silent, diligently attending to their own matters. Niu Gao stoa beside Yang Wudi, equali composet. Hovering nearby, he glanced at the Xiao and the ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo showed no change, but the Xiao involuntarily turned his gaze towards the source of the melodious sound from earlier. There stood an elegant woman, accompanied by an unassuming yet refined gentleman. They were Tang Yuehua and the current crown prince, Xue Qinghe. Chapter 120. All is as it should be. Chapter 121. A desperate struggle. Is the Lord of the Moon Pavilion attempting to threaten Tang Hao? Why, he speculated, following the Xiao's gaze. He was acquainted with Tang Yuehua and held a close relationship with her, for his sister was the mother of both Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao. He was the uncle of Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua. Thus, he initially referred to Tang Hao as Ah Hao, showcasing their familial bond. However, after Tang Hao's descent into darkness and his actions threatening the Min family, he began to address Tang Hao by his name alone. As the leader of the Min family, he had to consider the well-being of the entire clan. The reason he referred to Tang Yuehua as the Lord of the Moon Pavilion was due to misinterpreting the Xiao's intent, believing he sought to use Tang Yuehua to coerce Tang Hao, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Unbeknownst to him, the Xiao was merely looking at Qian Rinxu, who stood beside Tang Yuehua. After separating from Xiao Kuan, Qian Rinxu swiftly flew to a secluded area, transforming into Xue Qinghe, and then immediately sought out Tang Yuehua. "Huh? Yes, indeed." The Xiao, caught off guard by He's question, confirmed with a nod. "That was close. I nearly exposed the lady's identity." The Xiao felt relieved, reflecting on his near slip of the tongue regarding Xue Qinghe. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua, unfazed by the gazes of the powerful individual surrounding her, gently set down the harp in her hands, her expression filled with concern for the bound Tang Hao. As the head of the academy dedicated to teaching noble etiquette, she remained composed, even under scrutiny. While everyone's focus was on Tang Yuehua, Qian Rinxu glanced towards Xiao Kuan, signaling him to understand her intent immediately. He retrieved the command token given by Qian Rinxu from his wrist and, with a flick, appeared beside the site of the earlier skirmish. "By the order of Her Highness, the Saintess, eliminate Tang Hao immediately." This deviated from the original plan, which involved using Tang Yuehua to control Tang Hao before striking him down. However, with Tang Hao already under control, the time to act was now. "No, Your Highness, you promised me that as long as I awaken my brother, you would spare his life." Upon hearing Xiao Kuan's command, Tang Yuehua exclaimed loudly, her gaze fixed intently on Qian Rinxu. Initially reluctant to intervene, she was compelled to act upon witnessing several spirit Douluos and title Douluos surrounding Tang Hao with the intent to kill. Moreover, upon receiving news of impending reinforcement from the spirit hall, she felt it was imperative to act swiftly. Having secured a promise from Qian Rinxu, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, that should Tang Hao awaken, she could leverage the identity of the Tianshou Crown Prince to pressure the spirit hall into sparing his life. Otherwise, even if Qian Rinxu threatened her, she would have refrained from calling for Tang Hao. It was well known that redemption weakens by a third, while descent into darkness strengthens by threefold. After awakening, Tang Hao's abilities may diminish significantly, lacking that frenzied drive. This is the capital of the Tiando Empire. Tang Hao has ravaged numerous structures within our realm. Furthermore, he has slain countless innocent civilians. Tang Yuehua declared. Tang Hao is currently under the control of the chief of the Tiando Royal Academy. Might I request that the esteemed members of the Spirit Hall relinquish him to us for handling? After her statement, Qian Rinxu added with righteous indignation, "Of course, if you fear Tang Hao escaping, you may incapacitate him now, as long as his life remains unharmed." Her tone was resolute and well-reasoned, resembling a plea to the Spirit Hall for Tang Hao's fate. Listening to her words, the Xiao turned his gaze thoughtfully towards Xiao Kuan. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua appeared to have found a glimmer of hope as she looked at the bound Tang Hao. She had anticipated the possibility of incapacitation and was not taken aback. Even if Tang Hao were not incapacitated here, he would face the same fate upon returning to the Haotian sect. He had truly fallen to such depths. Surviving the hands of the spirit hall was already a blessing. Afterward, the Haotian sect would take care of him. Chao Kuan was unperturbed by these considerations. Speaking coolly to the Shi Yao, the ghost Douluo, and the leaders of the three single attribute families. Regardless of Qian Rinshua's current stance, the final step of his original plan was to eliminate Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, the Shi Yao and Yang Wudi activated their weapons, unleashing their most potent attacks aimed at Tang Hao's head. At the same time, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Qian Rinshua's eyes. Still, a man understands me. Stop, Tang Yuehua shouted, turning to Qian Rinshue in an attempt to halt the impending attack. Sighing dramatically, Qian Rinshue feigned a melancholic expression, swiftly striking Tang Yuehua on the neck, subsequently catching the unconscious Tang Yuehua. She had intervened, but alas, it was unsuccessful. She could not be blamed. The fault lay with the one issuing the order, Chao Kuan. Withdraw. Just as the two were about to pierce Tang Hao's head, the dream god machine promptly retracted the black demon's true form. He did not wish to save Tang Hao. If he continued to harbor the true form of the black demon within Tang Hao's body, he would soon sustain severe injuries or even perish. As the dream god machine withdrew the black demon's essence, a deep crimson light instantly enveloped Tang Hao's head, momentarily obstructing the attacks from the serpent spear and Yangwu. This was his head's soul bone ability. Tang Hao was indeed endowed with soul bones throughout his entire body. Be cautious, he is about to detonate the ring. In the instant Tang Hao counterattacked, Cao Li, who had been observing with his piercing vision, recognized his movements and shouted a warning. Unfortunately, it was too late. This detonation was swifter than the previous ones. Tang Hao likely realized that if he did not act quickly, he would perish here. The spear in the hands of the Mao Douluo and Yang Wu's broken gun were momentarily halted by Tang Hao's head soul bone ability. Yet they shattered the protective barrier in an instant. Boom! Just as they aimed to pierce Tang Hao's skull, a colossal explosion erupted beside him. The energy released from a ring would ordinarily surge into the wielder, dramatically amplifying their attack power. However, this time, Tang Hao detonated the energy externally, resulting in an even swifter explosion with a more ferocious impact. Notably, the soul ring that Tang Hao triggered was derived from an 80,000 year and a 100,000 year soul beast, boasting immense energy and explosive strength. The blast hurled Yang Wu and the serpent spear away, rendering their attacks futile, while the nearby Douluo, Niu Gao, and Bai He were also caught in the explosion's aftermath. Even Jilin and the dream god machine, positioned at a distance, were not spared, and Cao Kuan, who had just arrived to issue commands, was affected as well. Fortunately, he had transformed into water, sustaining minimal damage. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, enveloping the entire battlefield. Chapter 121, A Life and Death Struggle. Chapter 122, Tang Hao, It is you. Bang! Boom! Within the haze, a resounding crash echoed as a battered figure emerged from the smoke. His gray robe was tattered, revealing wounds and stark white bones beneath, particularly a gaping wound in his chest that appeared quite grievous. Had it not been for the green light emanating from his right leg, slowly mending his injuries, he would have been incapacitated long ago. Emerging from the thick smoke, Tang Hao coldly regarded the several injured individuals flung by the explosion, then emitted a muffled groan. Blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, trickling from his lips. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, dispersing the smoke and revealing the others who had been thrown by the blast. The nearest, Yang Wu and the serpent spear, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Douluo and Bai He bore the brunt of the injuries. Douluo, being closer, suffered greatly, while Bai He, though farther away, was still significantly harmed due to his inherent fragility. Both were now clad in tattered clothing, half kneeling and clutching their chests, their expressions wary as they eyed Tang Hao. Among the remaining three major educators, Bai Baoshan was still in the process of recovering from the injuries inflicted by his shattered martial soul, while the Dream God Machine and Jilin bore injuries akin to those of Bai He and Gue Douluo. Currently, Niu Gao was the least injured, yet he gazed at Tang Hao with a hint of fear, not daring to advance. The Tempest was summoned by TheSelf-Wuhun, who felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing the scene. Could he not be killed? Bang! Tang Hao paid no heed to TheSelf-Wuhun, still unrecognized due to his deliberate disguise. He glanced at Tang Yuehua, lying in Qian Renshu's embrace, a tender look surfacing in his otherwise normal eyes. Then, with a powerful thrust of air beneath his feet, he propelled himself into the distance. During this, he utilized the healing abilities of his 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor right leg bone to mend some of his injuries, enabling his escape. This was the formidable power of the 100,000-year soul bone, deserving of its title as the greatest treasure of the Douluo continent. Regrettably, after prolonged combat, the capabilities of the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone had reached their limits, as Tang Hao was nearly depleted of soul power. Not everyone possessed Dragon Balls to replenish their soul energy. This was, of course, noticed by TheSelf-Wuhun, who recalled his earlier confrontation with Yang Qian and the small pocket dimension. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind, and a radiant light enveloped him as he transformed into the absolute wind bird to pursue. Now was the optimal moment to eliminate Tang Hao. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The Tempest surged once more, propelling TheSelf-Wuhun to his peak speed as he swiftly approached Tang Hao's figure. "Master, be careful," cried Taina, who had freed himself from Tang Yuehua's melodic grasp, immediately calling out to demonstrate his loyalty. His words caught Qian Renshu's attention, but upon reflecting that TheSelf-Wuhun was merely a soul master, concern etched itself onto her face. "Amon, do not pursue him," Qian Renshu shouted towards TheSelf-Wuhun's retreating form. She wished to say more, but considering her current status, she fell silent. Though TheSelf-Wuhun heard her, he did not halt. He observed Tang Hao's injuries and scant soul power, and temptation stirred within him. Since being attacked by Tang Hao, he had been holding onto a single breath. Seeing this, Qian Renshu gritted her teeth, placing Tang Yuehua gently on the ground before a pair of white swan wings unfurled from her back. This youth, now defiant against her words, would need to be thoroughly disciplined in the future. With a flourish of her wings, Qian Renshu pursued, her thoughts filled with determination. She needed to maintain the martial soul and power of Xue Qinghe, yet her speed was significantly slower than that of Tang Hao and TheSelf-Wuhun. "Your Highness, proceed with caution." Though Tang Hao was severely injured, he was not easily trifled with. "Phew," the Dream God Machine promptly cautioned, but the intensity of his voice exacerbated his internal injuries, causing him to cough up blood. "Fear not, I possess a measure of restraint," Qian Renshu replied, continuing her pursuit of TheSelf-Wuhun. Once they were out of sight, a flash of light enveloped her, restoring her true appearance. Her white wings transformed into 3 pairs of golden wings, instantly accelerating her speed. The swan had metamorphosed into an angel, yet compared to TheSelf-Wuhun and Tang Hao, her pace remained slightly lacking. This made Qian Renshu's expression turn anxious. She had not witnessed TheSelf-Wuhun slay Yang Qian and was unaware of his strength. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Goof! Goof! Goof!" Perhaps due to his injuries or lack of soul power, Tang Hao's speed gradually diminished, allowing TheSelf-Wuhun to close the gap. Observing this, TheSelf-Wuhun immediately summoned ice arrows and fire arrows, launching them toward Tang Hao ahead. Though Tang Hao's soul power was waning, he still possessed some strength, evading the ice and fire arrows in midair while wielding the Haotian hammer to shatter some of the projectiles. This became somewhat amusing. Shattering ice arrows was manageable, but destroying fire arrows caused shockwaves that further hampered Tang Hao's already dwindling speed. Tang Hao soon recognized this and ceased breaking fire arrows. However, this alteration alerted TheSelf-Wuhun, who unleashed a barrage of ice and fire arrows toward Tang Hao. Then, as these projectiles neared, he directly manipulated their energies to explode. Bang! Cough, cough! The frost and flames unleashed by the explosion struck Tang Hao, exacerbating his already severe injuries and causing him to cough violently. Seizing this opportunity, Chao Kun suddenly accelerated, darting to Tang Hao's side to deliver a claw strike. Humph! The Ling Tian strike. Suddenly, Tang Hao's fierce coughing ceased, his swaying body steadied in an instant, and the Haotian hammer in his hand swung towards Chao Kun. Is that all you've got? Gao Kun diakled invardi, transforming into a stream of water in the blink of an eye, evading Tang Hao's Ling Tian strike along the trajectory of the Haotian hammer. Brother, are you using X-ray vision? You think your little moves can deceive me? Without waiting for Tang Hao to retract the Haotian hammer, Chao Kun continued. A flash of brilliance illuminating the scene as a 5-meter-tall dragon ape appeared above him. Roar! Gao Kun Duelwith, his fist clad in flames as he struck down towards Tang Hao's head. Naturally, Tang Hao could not remain passive. Although due to his soul power and injuries, he could not raise the Haotian hammer high enough for defense. He bent his body to avoid Chao Kun's powerful strike aimed at his head. Bang! But that was all he could manage. Chao Kun's fist landed heavily, instantly striking Tang Hao's waist. Bang! Tang Hao let out a wretched scream and spat blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Chao Kun summoned a whirlwind once more, dispersing the dust raised by Tang Hao's fall. Soon after, Tang Hao could be seen pitifully sprawled on the ground, coughing up more blood. He propped himself up, gazing at the figure of Chao Kun, now transformed into the Fire Ape King, and suddenly recalled something. Is it you? Chapter 122. Tang Hao. Is it you? Chapter 123. Tang Hao fallen. It's you. You're still alive. Shock flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. This beast, capable of transforming into a soul beast, one of which was a golden ape that could morph into water, was none other than that boy he had thought he had slain. Not only had he survived, but how had he become so powerful in the city of Tiando? Suddenly, Tang Hao remembered Chao Kun's words. According to the command of the princess, eliminate Tang Hao immediately. This boy had actually joined the spirit hall, and he was in service of that very princess. This was utterly impossible. He had attacked the boy less than a month ago. And how could he have come to know the princess of the spirit hall while remaining in Notting City? Moreover, it appeared he had become a personal guard for that princess, which was beyond belief. Unless, at this thought, Tang Hao's eyes turned crimson, his previously clear gaze now muddied. Unless he made a significant assault. He was the one who reported my information to the spirit hall. He was the one who caused a Yin's demise. It was you who led the spirit hall here. It was you who brought about a Yin's death, wasn't it? Though the process of his deduction was flawed, the conclusion was correct, except that Yin had not perished. Tang Hao seemed to lose all sensation of pain in his body as he rose to his feet. He stared at the now human-formed Chao Kun and roared in fury. He recalled what Chao Kun had looked like before, realizing this figure bore a striking resemblance to that boy from before. It truly is him. Why did you do this? Tang Hao roared again, seemingly forgetting it was he who had first attacked Chao Kun. Humph. In response, Chao Kun merely let out a cold snort, choosing silence. Through his X-ray vision, he discerned that Tang Hao, the stubborn old coin, was striving to restore his soul power. It was not that he had forgotten that he had attacked Chao Kun first. Rather, he aimed to lure a response from Chao Kun with such foolish words to buy himself a moment's delay. Break kill. In an instant, a fiery red spear manifested in Chao Kun's hand, channeling the power of the Fire Dragon King's ore from his small realm, unleashing his most formidable attack. As for why he chose a spear over a sword, it was simply because the break kill was most effective with a spear. Roar! Suddenly, a fiery red flood dragon appeared behind Chao Kun, coiling around the spear as it soared skyward, launching an assault on Tang Hao. Roar! The dragon's roar carried a hint of dragon might, momentarily stunning the weakened Tang Hao, but he quickly regained his composure. Haotian shield. Realizing the situation, Tang Hao immediately expended the last of his soul power to bolster the Haotian 9 Extremes defense. Simultaneously, a red glow emanated from his head, merging with the red shield formed by the Haotian shield, enhancing his defense. Furthermore, the hand gripping the Haotian hammer swelled slightly, augmenting its strength. Ha! He roared, blood gushing from his wounds, his eyes wide open, veins bulging, attempting to withstand Chao Kun's break kill and then escape. He desperately yearned to survive. to recover and exact vengeance on this boy. Roar. Chao Kun gripped the spear tightly, striking Tang Hao's protective light shield, causing a crack to appear with a single blow. Hold it back. Puffed. Tang Hao let out a bellow, a mouthful of blood splattering onto the Haotian hammer, his complexion paling further, stabilizing the shield somewhat. Just as he believed he had defended against the attack, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Chao Kun's mouth as he calmly uttered, "Second stage." His demeanor resembled that of a devil toying with the mind. Roar. Crackle. The flood dragon roared with fury, and Chao Kun's power surged, shattering Tang Hao's protective light shield. The spear then pierced through his body, the fire dragon opening its maw wide to swallow Tang Hao, incinerating him with its interior flames. This was how Yang Qian was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 123. Tang Hao fallen. Yet Chao Kun did not witness this. Nevertheless, Tang Hao still exhibited some resilience. Despite his anguish cries, he was not reduced to ashes by the fire dragon. However, it seemed that even if Chao Kun refrained from delivering a final blow, death was not far off for him. The Ru-Yi spear pierced through his body, shattering the hand that held the Haotian hammer, casting it aside. Meanwhile, the flames of the fire dragon scorched his body, turning it blackened, exuding heat and a scent of singed flesh. Yet he still refused to surrender, struggling to rise. His hatred was overwhelming. He yearned to kill Chao Kun. Chao Kun swiftly pivoted, delivering a backward thrust with the spear that pierced Tang Hao's heart, pinning him to the ground. Cough, cough. Tang Hao spat a mouthful of blood, along with fragments of his internal organs. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Chao Kun sighed in relief upon noticing that Tang Hao was no longer channeling soul power. I never expected the Haotian Douluo would remember a small character like me. What a surprise. Chao Kun mused quietly, glancing at Tang Hao with a soft chuckle. He had anticipated a lengthy wait for vengeance, yet it had come so swiftly. Alas, it was in the context of Tang Hao's grievous injuries, rendering it somewhat unworthy of triumph. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Hao lifted his head, glaring at Chao Kun with a ferocious expression. However, due to his grievous injuries, he involuntarily began to cough again. Puffed. Chao Kun withdrew the Ru-Yi spear, intending to deliver a final strike to Tang Hao. Cough, cough. If you kill me, you will never see that little rabbit again. Suddenly, Tang Hao's voice rang out, his tone imbued with determination. He had not yet surrendered, attempting to bluff Chao Kun. He wanted to gamble, to bet that Chao Kun was unaware of Xiao Wu's situation. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun's heart tightened, and he halted. I captured that rabbit, intending to let Xiao San absorb it once his physical prowess improved. If you kill me, you will never find that rabbit. After a moment, Tang Hao spoke, striving to convince Chao Kun of his words. This left Chao Kun in a state of indecision. If Tang Hao were to kill Xiao Wu, he could avenge her immediately, but given the current situation, he was truly at a loss. Release me, and I will reveal where she is hidden. Seeing this, Tang Hao threatened. Chao Kun, gritting his teeth, finally transformed his Ru-Yi spear back into the Ru-Yi sword, then swung it toward Tang Hao's neck. Ultimately, he resolved to eliminate Tang Hao first. If he let him escape now, his own safety would be compromised. But what about Xiao Wu? With this thought, Chao Kun's sword halted at Tang Hao's throat. He still harbored some reluctance to part with Xiao Wu. Ha! Let me go. Otherwise, Tang Hao's voice abruptly faltered as a water mirror appeared before him, revealing Ain from the Xiaodong Tian. At that moment, she was seated in a chair, cradling the Dukong mouse, her expression laced with concern as she gazed at the spot where Chao Kun had just vanished. Ain was not dead. It was you. Cough, cough. Tang Hao looked at Chao Kun, his eyes gleaming with madness, eager to voice something. Kill him, and I can extract his memories. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Chao Kun's mind. It was Guyuna. She had awakened. Gotcha. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun wielded the Ru-Yi sword, severing Tang Hao's body from his head. Thus, the youngest title record holder on the Douluo continent, one of the Haotian twin stars, met his demise. Tang Hao, Podi. Chapter 123. Tang Hao perished. Chapter 124. The False One. Gotcha. Gulu. Tang Hao's severed head and body rolled on the ground twice. The Rui sword was exceptionally sharp, leaving a look of surprise and a hint of confusion on his face. The surprise was in seeing Ain once more, and the confusion stemmed from why Chao Kun acted so swiftly, unafraid of the rabbit's demise. Observing Tang Hao's body gradually losing vitality, Chao Kun suppressed the discomfort arising from witnessing death, inwardly inquiring of Gu Yuna, Senior Gu Yuna, how do I extract his memories? Gu Yuna would not deceive him about such matters. Earlier, he had shown Tang Hao Ain in the Xiao Dong Tian, intending to leverage Yin's information in exchange for Xiao Wu's whereabouts, while also harboring thoughts of humiliating Tang Hao. He used Xiao Wu to threaten me, so I would use Ain to humiliate him. You see, your beloved is now mine. However, these matters must remain unknown to Ain. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken, not because of Tang Hao's death, but due to the indignity of Chao Kun using her to insult Tang Hao. This, in fact, was a form of insult to Ain. Thus, Chao Kun merely intended to let Tang Hao glimpse Ain, to confirm her survival, and then exchange information. Though seemingly simple, the execution was incredibly challenging, as the Spirit Hall's members would likely pursue them swiftly. They must not learn of Xiao Wu's existence. Fortunately, Gu Yuna awakened at this crucial moment. Otherwise, many more complications would have arisen. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated within Chao Kun's consciousness, and a silver light shot forth from his forehead, illuminating Tang Hao's head. A wretched scream emanated from the head as the silver light transformed into a small dragon, devouring the black smoke that emerged from the head. Subsequently, the silver dragon seemed to express enjoyment as it returned to Chao Kun's consciousness. Observing this, Chao Kun promptly asked, Senior Gu Yuna, where has Xiao Wu been hidden? Gu Yuna did not respond immediately. After a moment, she leisurely spoke. You have been deceived. He never captured that rabbit. After he burned a blue silver grass, his mind lost focus, influenced by the killing god domain, and he became a fallen one, solely fixated on avenging the Spirit Hall, neglecting the rabbit. Burning, overnutrition led to it being overwhelmed and dying. After Gu Yuna explained, she recalled the figure Chao Kun had summoned in the water mirror and the memories extracted from Tang Hao, her tone taking on a peculiar quality. That Ain is inside the small world? This statement caused Chao Kun, who had just sighed in relief upon hearing Xiao Wu was unharmed, to feel his heart race again. He answered, forcing himself, Ain is inside. Gu Yuna chuckled, leaving Chao Kun feeling somewhat awkward. However, after a brief moment, he gazed at Tang Hao's head and the scattered soul bones resulting from Tang Hao's death. Contemplating, Chao Kun picked up the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone extracted from Tang Hao's right leg. After deliberation, he chose not to absorb it with the Rui, but instead placed it into the Rui's treasure pouch. With this, Yin's strength should recover more swiftly. Though he was uncertain how to present it to her, Chao Kun pondered, feeling a headache, and he did not collect the other soul bones. After all, this was not solely his kill. Members of the Spirit Hall would soon arrive, and being left with no soul bones would be somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, if he took this 100,000-year soul bone, the likelihood of others agreeing would be slim, leading to potential disputes. Chao Kun's headache intensified as Gu Yuna's derisive laughter echoed in his mind, interrupting. Senior Gu Yuna, is Tang Hao's soul now scattered? Remembering the earlier scene, Chao Kun emphasized the term scattered. Gu Yuna replied, No, his soul remains with me. I have merely extracted some memories. I do not consume such things, as they would taint my spirit. Chao Kun nodded, contemplating before saying, Then what will happen to his soul? Just as Gu Yuna was about to respond, she suddenly sensed something and warned, The prince from last time is approaching. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun turned to look, spotting a dark figure flying from afar. Gradually becoming clearer, it was Qian Renxue catching up. Oh, she is quite beautiful. It seems you cannot escape my grasp. Gu Yuna teased, her demeanor markedly more animated than before. However, most of her remarks left Chao Kun feeling embarrassed. As Qian Renxue approached, Chao Kun raised his hand in greeting. Ignoring Gu Ipsonue nice yestink. Observing this, Gu Yuna fell silent. Having lived for so long, she had witnessed many types of fated individuals, and Chao Kun's situation was hardly exceptional. However, It now appeared that Chao Kun was unlikely to pluck the Xiangxi Duanchong Hong for her. "Oh man, are you alright? Did Tang Hao escape?" From a distance, she inquired anxiously. "I'm fine. Tang Hao is already dead." Chao Kun replied calmly, lifting his gaze. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, her voice rising in surprise. "What? Tang Hao is dead?" As she spoke, she reached the spot above Chao Kun and beheld Tang Hao's body, emanating an array of vibrant colors. The numerous soul bones, derived from various soul beasts, displayed a multitude of hues. Chao Kun looked up at her, noticing a white skirt, and he truly hadn't meant to. He immediately lowered his head, internally grumbling, "What on earth? Does this other world also have such things?" His actions did not escape the notice of Qian Rinxue, who merely shot a glare at Chao Kun, her cheeks slightly flushed, but said nothing. What could be said about such matters? As she flew beside him, Qian Rinxue retracted the wings on her back and gazed at the lifeless Tang Hao, still somewhat in disbelief. "You killed him?" Gao Kun nodded. "Well, he was already at his end. It was quite easy to take his life." Qian Rinxue looked at Chao Kun as if he were a monster. "You are only at level 38, right? Even a titled Douluo who is exhausted cannot be slain by a soul sovereign. You know my strength. I am not an ordinary soul sovereign." Faced with her astonished gaze, Chao Kun found her reaction rather exaggerated. True, if a man were truly just a soul sovereign, I would not have recruited him. With that thought, Qian Rinxue ceased to be surprised and turned her attention back to Tang Hao's corpse. "I never expected the Haotian Douluo to die like this, especially at the hands of a soul sovereign." She sighed, then approached to inspect, noticing the soul bones emerging from Tang Hao's body, and said to Chao Kun, "Collect these and bring his body back." Chao Kun stepped forward, gathering the soul bones into the wrist guard given to him by Yu Qianheng, then removed the black wrist soul tool from Tang Hao's right hand. Seeing there was nothing else, he waved his arm, causing a gust of wind to blow Tang Hao's head towards him. Subsequently, a chill emanated from his hand, encasing the body in ice. Chapter 125. The first encounter with Bibi Dong. Afterward, Chao Kun waved his hand, and a gentle breeze lifted the block of ice. Once he completed these tasks, he held Tang Hao's storage soul tool and smiled at Qian Rinxue. It was clear that she genuinely regarded him as one of her own, and not just any ordinary ally. "Let us depart." Qian Rinxue smiled back at him. Observing this, Chao Kun chuckled, realizing her intentions, and somewhat helplessly remarked, "There's no rush now. Can't you fly on your own?" Qian Rinxue's gaze indicated she wished to continue playing the night. "No, we must return quickly. Reinforcements from the Wuhun Palace should have arrived by now. Moreover, I've flown for so long that my soul power is nearly depleted." "Huh. If I hadn't seen the rich golden aura within you, I might have believed that," Chao Kun thought to himself, his lips twitching. However, recalling the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor leg bone he had just appropriated, it transformed into the Juefeng bird in a flash. "Thank you, man," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, vaulting onto Chao Kun's back. "Fortunately, I am not a loss," he reassured himself as he felt her soft form against him. With a roar, a fierce wind arose, and Chao Kun soared towards Tiando City, controlling the hurricane that carried the now-encased Tang Hao. "Let's set off." Qian Rinxue adjusted her position on Chao Kun's back, and once again, the slender sword appeared in her hand. After flying for a while, with Tiando City in sight, Chao Kun organized his thoughts and said, "Xiaoshu, I absorbed Tang Hao's 10,000-year soul bone." Upon hearing this, the previously elated Qian Rinxue froze for a moment, then coldly placed the slender sword at the Juefeng bird's neck. "That was a 10,000-year soul bone. You just absorbed it like that. Give me an explanation." Although the sword was pointed at his throat, Chao Kun remained unperturbed. With a thought, the Rui sword appeared beside him. "It was not intentional. My weapon struck Tang Hao's right leg and directly consumed the soul bone." This was Chao Kun's excuse. Otherwise, if he simply claimed the 10,000-year soul bone, he would have to weave an elaborate tale. By saying it was consumed by the sword, it would be difficult to retrieve it afterward, and though many might still harbor thoughts about it, Qian Rinxue would likely protect him. If she did not, he would have to flee. Qian Rinxue gazed at the suddenly appearing Rui sword, reaching out to grasp it. Hiss! Upon contact with the Rui sword, she felt a surge of heat that took her by surprise, causing her to gasp. "Why is this sword so hot?" she exclaimed, retracting the sword pointed at Chao Kuen's neck. "It shouldn't be. When I held it, I only felt a slight warmth. Nothing more." Gao Kun responded, "Putzlet." Qian Rinxue shot him a glare, channeling her soul power into her hand, and once again reached for the Rui sword. Hiss! Although she was prepared this time. The heat radiating from the sword was even more intense, causing her to gasp once more. Observing this, Chao Kuen hurried to explain, "This weapon was obtained in the Sunset Forest. It seems only I can touch it. You should have said so earlier." Qian Rinxue scolded him while delivering a few playful punches. Chao Kuen internally grumbled, "I didn't know it wouldn't let you touch it," then focused his mind, transforming the Rui sword into the Rui spear and finally into the Rui hammer. This was a new form obtained after he had slain Tang Hao. As Rui continued to absorb. While transforming, Chao Kuen explained to Qian Rinxue the wonders of Rui and why it had consumed the 10,000-year soul bone. After listening, Qian Rinxue regarded Rui with glimmering eyes. This weapon could very well be a divine artifact. As a member of the angel clan, and having heard from Qian Dalu that she was a descendant of the angel god, she understood the significance of this. A man had caught the attention of a deity. He was likely on the path to becoming a god himself. "Xiaoxue, what should we do? The soul bone has already been absorbed, and it cannot be regurgitated." This statement brought Qian Rinxue back to reality, and she looked down at Chao Kuen, exclaiming, "What incredible luck!" "What?" This unexpected remark left Chao Kuen bewildered. How had they suddenly shifted to luck? Qian Rinxue replied, "It's nothing. Don't worry. It has been absorbed, and it's fine." Although the 10,000-year soul bone was indeed precious, as long as she explained the circumstances to her grandfather, it should be fine. Even if there were issues with her protection, nothing would happen. After all, the Wuhuan Palace was still connected to her family. That's good. Chao Kuen sighed in relief, his earlier worries dissipating. Qian Rinxue, seated on Chao Kuen's back, glanced sideways. "How will you thank me? The 10,000-year soul bone is so rare. Even I would find it difficult to smooth things over." Since she began disguising herself as Xue Qinghe at 11 or 12, she had suppressed her true self for years, aside from the snake spear and blood stinger. Now, encountering Chao Kuen, she felt liberated. Chao Kuen pondered for a moment, flapping his wings and suddenly accelerating to a higher altitude, then laughed. "What do you wish for?" Qian Rinxue was startled by the sudden speed, immediately clinging to his neck. Embracing Chao Kuen, Qian Rinxue pretended to ponder for a moment before stating, "From now on, you shall always stay by my side, forever accompanying me. No matter what I do, support and assist me." Chao Kuen replied, "Understood. Where is Tang Hao?" At the same time, the tardy Bibi Dong surveyed the scene before her and inquired. "He ran off in that direction." Gue Daw struggled to rise, pointing toward a certain direction. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her tone unfriendly as she remarked, "You allowed him to escape with so many of you present?" Here, she had witnessed 3 titled Duelwos and 6 soul Duelwos, all meditating to heal, seemingly focused on confronting Tang Hao, and yet he had managed to flee. Gue Daw quickly lowered his head, saying, "One of the Holy Maiden's subordinates pursued him. They should be able to catch up." Having witnessed Chao Kuen's prowess in defeating Yang Qian, he was confident in Chao Kuen's capability to eliminate the exhausted Tang Hao. Of course, if Chao Kuen failed to apprehend him, that would be his concern. Surely, the Holy Maiden would protect him from any blame. "Holy Maiden," Bibi Dong whispered, recalling something, and then asked, "What is their strength?" I'm not sure. They should possess the strength of a soul Douluo." Gue Douluo truly did not know, as he hadn't seen how many soul rings Chao Kuen possessed. However, being able to vanquish a soul sage from the clan implied he must wield the power of a soul Douluo. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, Elder Gue." Just then, a voice resonated from nearby, and they turned to see Chao Kuen suddenly appearing above them, with Qian Rinxue and a block of ice containing Tang Hao's corpse descending behind him. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, glancing at Qian Rinxue and the adjacent Chao Kuen, who was scrutinizing her with an air of casual observation. This woman exuded a certain allure. Chapter 126. Aftermath. Bibi Dong, a character in the original narrative, was portrayed as a love-struck, reckless, foolish, and pitiable woman. Yet, one must admit, she possessed a remarkable beauty, one that was imbued with a unique charm. After silently marveling at her beauty, Chao Kun dared not linger in his gaze. Instead, manipulating the wind to push the ice encasing Tang Hao's lifeless body towards Bibi Dong, stepping back a couple of paces. Such a scenario was better left to Qian Rinxue, for at present, his role was merely that of her loyal guardian. With this thought, Chao Kun retrieved the remaining soul bones of Tang Hao from his wrist storage soul guide, and after acquiring Tang Hao's storage soul guide from his waist, he placed the soul bones within it and handed the storage device to Qian Rinxue. With a smile, Qian Rinxue accepted it, tossing the black wristband into the air like a toy, and cheerfully remarked to Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, you have arrived a tad late. My guardian has already slain Tang Hao." Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression dark as she regarded the corpse of Tang Hao that Chao Kun had pushed towards her. After a moment, hearing Qian Rinxue's slightly mocking tone, she raised her head, maintaining a neutral expression as she coldly responded, Following this, she cast a glance at Chao Kun, who was trailing behind Qian Rinxue, her expression unchanged as she turned to the following Duelwith, instructing, later, take Tang Hao's body back to Wuhuan City. Let his remains serve to honor the fallen members of the Wuhuan Temple. At this, Qian Rinxue's countenance darkened, her sarcastic remarks feeling like a punch against cotton, leaving her genuinely unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, she asserted, "Your Holiness, my guardian has eliminated the number 1 criminal of the Wuhuan Temple. Do you not wish to express anything?" Bibi Dong turned to face her, replying with a calm demeanor, "Naturally, I do. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us first resolve the remaining matters." After addressing Qian Rinxue, she then looked at Chao Kun, who stood with his head lowered behind Qian Rinxue, asking, "What are your thoughts on this matter? Is this even my concern?" Chao Kun was taken aback by her words, but quickly regained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is not the moment for such discussions. The largest branch of the Wuhuan Temple has been destroyed, with many members deceased and numerous injured who require attention." Upon finishing, he sensed Qian Rinxue's gaze upon him, and, steeling himself, continued, "As for my reward, it shall be bestowed upon the holy maiden." A slight smirk graced Bibidong's lips as she nodded in approval, before directing Duelwith and Duelwith to manage the situation. Observing this, Chao Kun retreated. He realized that Qian Rinxue was intent on confronting Bibi Dong, indicating a significant rift between them. However, it seemed that Qian Rinxue's plans would be in vain, as Bibi Dong appeared to dismiss her entirely. Wouldn't this only deepen Qian Rinxue's sorrow? Contemplating this, he cast a discreet glance at Qian Rinxue, only to be caught by her discerning eye. She shot a fierce glare at Chao Kun before turning away to approach Xi Mao and Si Shui, who were meditating to recover. After all, they had been her uncles for over a decade, and she was genuinely concerned for their injuries. Just as Chao Kun was about to follow, Meng Xinji approached, clutching his chest. "Cough, cough. Young brother, the crown prince pursued Tang Hao just now. Why did I not see him return with you?" He glanced at Qian Rinxue ahead, but held no suspicion, as the first time, Chao Kun had led her away. And with Tang Hao deceased, it was reasonable for her to return with him. The crown prince indeed followed us, but he wished to prevent me from killing Tang Hao, which I refused. After slaying Tang Hao, I returned with his body to meet the holy maiden. Chao Kun spoke with an air of calmness, sounding quite credible. This caused Qian Rinxue, who had not yet walked far, to glance back at him. What a liar. Just a moment ago, wasn't he helping me confront that woman? Naturally, Chao Kun was unaware of Qian Rinxue's inner thoughts. If he had known, he would have protested, claiming he had only lied to conceal her identity. Furthermore, Bibi Dong had clearly stated that addressing the aftermath was of utmost importance. How could he have assisted her in confronting anyone? After explaining, Meng Xinji nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. Sensing this, Chao Kun exhaled with relief. As he turned to seek out Qian Rinxue, he noticed the Li Ji clan approaching under Tai Nua's leadership. The sight of Bai He, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi following closely behind revealed that they had sustained significant injuries. "Master," Tai Nua approached, supported by Tai Long, calling out to Chao Kun, prompting the others from the Li Ji clan to echo master. The chorus of dozens of strong men declaring their allegiance resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those still able to move towards Chao Kun. While others watched him, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue were also drawn by the commotion, leaving Chao Kun feeling quite embarrassed. For at this moment, his standing in the Wuhun temple was still uncertain. Ultimately, the handling of the four major single attribute families would depend on the decisions of these two formidable women. Upon hearing the members of the Li Ji Izu refer to Chao Kun as their master, Bai He, Niugao, and Yang Wu Di exchanged glances before bowing their heads in unison. Ahem! Tai Nuo coughed twice, clutching his abdomen where blood oozed from a wound, pulling Chao Kun back from an awkward situation. He looked up at them and spoke softly. Rest assured, I shall speak on your behalf. I will not burn bridges. Upon hearing this, hope was visibly etched on their faces. Meanwhile, Ku Kun swiftly approached Qian Renxue. Noticing his arrival, Qian Renxue smiled and inquired, what transpired? Why does the Li Ji Izu call you master? Responding to her smile, Chao Kun leaned closer and recounted the negotiations he had just conducted with the four major elemental families. As he spoke, feeling the warmth of her breath near his ear, Qian Renshue's cheeks flushed slightly, though she said nothing. So, what do you propose we do with them? Chao Kun asked after finishing his explanation. While he had made promises to the four elemental families, the final course of action rested with Qian Renxue. For the Po Zi Yi Zu, Min Zi Yi Zu, and Yu Shi Izu, I will follow your lead. They did not kill anyone from the Spirit Hall during the recent battle, and once they submit to us, all will be well. However, regarding the Li Ji Izu, she paused, smiling at Chao Kun. What do you think? Chao Kun pondered for a moment before responding. We cannot let Titan go unpunished for the lives he has taken. Although he wished to plead on behalf of Talon and the others from the Li Ji Izu, he hesitated, considering his own identity, and ultimately stated, I will defer to your judgment. Qian Renxue laughed, looking at Chao Kun. Since you have already negotiated with them, let us proceed as you suggest. As for that old fellow Titan, a mere soldat, his death bears little value. Someone will take him to atone for his sins. Hearing this, Chao Kun fixed his gaze on Qian Renxue, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you. Qian Renxue turned away, preventing him from continuing to gaze at her. Just understand. Chao Kun chuckled and, after exchanging a few words with Qian Renxue, walked over to Tai Nuo and the others, adopting a serious demeanor. There are no further issues. Await the commands of Her Highness the Saintess. After observing their collective sigh of relief, Chao Kun turned to Tai Nuo. You may proceed to retrieve Titan. The Saintess has assured us he will not be killed, but he must address certain matters afterward. Upon hearing this, Tai Nuo's expression brightened, and he instructed several strong men to dig Titan out. He then respectfully addressed Chao Kun. We understand. Thank you, Master. What do you understand? Chao Kun wondered, but refrained from asking further. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue approached after assessing the injuries of Xi Miao and Si Shui. Her demeanor was cold, markedly different from when she spoke with Chao Kun. Her gaze swept over the four elemental families, compelling them to lower their heads involuntarily. You are not children anymore. You should be aware of the consequences of your actions. Since you harbor thoughts of submitting to our spirit hall, then, listening to her words, Chao Kun instinctively took a step back. Beside them, Bibi Dong, in her capacity as the Pope, expressed gratitude towards the three committees of the Tiando Royal Academy, casting a fleeting glance their way without lingering or changing her expression. Elsewhere, within the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang, San, who had been meditating on his bed, suddenly sensed something amiss and halted his practice. Furrowing his brow, he gazed gravely towards the direction of Tiando City. Of course, he was unaware that this direction was indeed that of Tiando City. He merely felt an ominous sensation emanating from that area, causing him considerable discomfort. What is happening? Why do I feel an unsettling sense of loss? He pondered, standing up to face that direction. Recently, he had experienced his happiest moments. Chao Kun, that fellow, had not returned since venturing into the Stark Do Great Forest. According to his teacher's speculations, it was highly likely that he had perished within that forest, which delighted Tang San, who had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. although he felt a twinge of regret that his iron claw strategy was not utilized, since he had funded most of the medicinal baths required for Chao Kuen's training. He quickly dismissed this thought, buoyed by the changes in Xiao Wu's demeanor towards him. Indeed, without that orphan, Xiao Wu has been much kinder to me. Chao Kuen, you truly deserve your fate. Tang gleefully mused. It must be a mere illusion, he thought to himself after staring at that direction for a while. Perhaps I am experiencing issues with my recent training. I ought to investigate. With that in mind, he returned to his meditative position on the bed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was not far away, quietly observed him, pondering, what trouble is Tang San in now? How bothersome. With a fierce glare at Tang San, she buried her head beneath the covers. Upon returning to the academy, the entrance of Lanba Academy was impeccably tidy. Even the gates were shut. Reflecting on the sensation of forcefully kissing Lu Erlong the previous night, Chao Kuen licked his lips and chuckled softly. He glanced around. The evening had fallen, and distant sounds of battle had recently echoed, leaving the academy in an eerie stillness devoid of any presence. There is a soul saint watching you from behind. Just as Chao Kuen prepared to head to his room, Guyona's voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Chao Kuen initially felt a jolt of apprehension, but quickly recalled something and turned to look in the direction Guyona indicated. Indeed, a graceful figure stood there, silently observing him, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Noticing this, Chao Kuen's lips curled into a smile as he turned to approach her. However, upon sensing his movement, the enchanting figure swiftly turned and vanished without a trace. Still shy, are we? Chao Kuen murmured with a chuckle, not pursuing her. After 2 intense battles, he felt quite fatigued, and having forcefully kissed Lu Erlong the previous day, he knew he would certainly face her wrath if he approached her now. Additionally, with Tang Hao's soul still residing within Guyona, he had several inquiries to make. Thus, he resolved to visit Lu Erlong tomorrow after Qianren Shui concluded her subsequent matters. With this thought, Chao Kuen hurried back to his dormitory room. Meanwhile, having run for a while, Lu Erlong gradually ceased her movement upon sensing no sound behind her. After waiting in the shadows for some time without seeing Chao Kuen approach, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "That brat? I worried for nothing. Just you wait." Upon entering his room, Chao Kuen, blissfully unaware of Lu Erlong's shifting sentiments, closed the door and prepared to inquire with Guyona about Tang Hao's soul when suddenly, a silvery light enveloped his vision and a stunningly beautiful woman materialized. Taking a seat on his bed, taken aback by this sudden occurrence, Chao Kuen instinctively turned to look at the woman. She donned a shimmering silver attire, perfectly hugging her form, revealing not a trace of skin. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, with features akin to a painting, albeit slightly aloof. Cascading down her back like a flowing river was her silvery hair, resting upon the bed. It was Guyona. Could she truly emerge now? Chao Kuen recognized this enchanting woman at a glance, having encountered her several times within his consciousness. Fortunately, he had met many beauties in this life, so Guyona's appearance did not leave him in a daze for long. After a couple of glances, he steadied his mind and inquired, "Senior Guyona, have you now emerged from my sea of consciousness?" Turning her head to regard him, Guyona nodded gently and replied, "More or less, though my main spirit remains within your sea of consciousness." Having explained, she stood barefoot upon Chao Kuen's bed, her silken strands cascading to her waist. Subsequently, she swayed slightly, as if scrutinizing her human form at this moment. It had been ages since she had manifested in such a manner in the mortal realm. After absorbing the mysterious energy emanating from Chao Kuen's martial soul, which was beneficial to her, Guyona's injuries had healed considerably. Now, she could extract a portion of her spirit without attracting the attention of the divine realm. When necessary, I can assist you. After stretching a bit, Guyona reclined once more, crossing her legs, and spoke to Chao Kuen with a calm demeanor. As Chao Kuen listened, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Guyona's delicate feet. Why was it that when spirit beasts transformed, they donned clothing but lacked footwear? Ain was the same. After absorbing a substantial amount of Dragon Ball energy, she manifested in attire, albeit quickly torn by Chao Kuen, yet she would conjure another set afterwards. Yet, neither Ain nor Guyona possessed shoes. Amused by this thought, Chao Kuin's gaze remained fixed, eliciting a couple of cold chuckles from Gu Yuna. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly explained, "I was pondering a question." Uncertain if Gu Yuna would believe him, he noted her skeptical smile. She remained with her legs crossed, her voice serene as she remarked, "Regardless of how you wish to frame your thoughts, should you desire to engage in such matters, remember to fulfill my conditions. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are unlikely to succeed." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuin felt even more embarrassed, as she was aware of what Gu Yuna implied. Did she not realize that he was nurturing a yin within the small cave of heaven? Thankfully, with his thick skin, after a moment of awkwardness, he turned to Gu Yuna and asked, "Senior Gu Yuna, does Tang Hao's soul still possess awareness?" Seeking to shift the topic, Gu Yuna raised an eyebrow, waved her hand, and Tang Hao's figure materialized in the room. He appeared to be in a state of spiritual essence, his physical form ethereal and suspended in midair. Eyes tightly shut, Gu Yuna stated, "Although I have extracted some memories, his soul strength remains considerable as a title Douluo, and he retains a modicum of consciousness. What is it that you wish to do?" Chao Kuin observed Tang Hao's spirit form with curiosity and responded to Gu Yuna's words. "I wish to ask a few questions. Could you perhaps awaken him first?" Without inquiring about the nature of his questions, Gu Yuna's finger emitted a silvery light that penetrated Tang Hao's brow. As the silver light entered, the effect was instantaneous. Tang Hao let out a muffled groan, his eyelids slowly lifting. I'm not dead." Upon opening his eyes, he uttered in confusion before raising his head to see Chao Kuin before him. "It's you. Ain, where are you?" In an instant, his eyes widened, and he extended his hand in an attempt to summon the Haotian hammer, demanding answers from Chao Kuin. In his current spiritual state, he could not summon the hammer, nor could he even move. What is happening? Where am I? Why can I not move? Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. Will this loud voice not be heard by others? There are other students nearby. With this thought, Chao Kuin glanced at Gu Yuna. Before he could speak, she seemed to anticipate his query, calmly stating, "I concealed this place before I emerged. Others cannot hear or see what transpires here." Such understanding of him. Alas, the conditions lingered in Chao Kuin's mind. Turning his attention back to Tang Hao, he said, "Be quiet. You have passed away. If you wish to know about a yin situation, you must answer a few questions for me." His words instantly calmed Tang Hao, who replied with a sneer, "It seems you do not wish for that rabbit to survive." Tang Hao mistakenly believed that Chao Kuin had not discerned his deceit and sought to leverage this as a threat. Chao Kuin met his gaze with an indifferent smile. "In your current state, do you truly believe I cannot see through your lies? Answer my questions, and I may yet reveal a yin's fate to you before your soul dissipates." Who was Tang Hao? Could he be easily intimidated by Chao Kuin? Just as he was about to respond, Gu Yuna shot forth another beam of silver light. "Ask away." Chao Kuin glanced at her before turning back to Tang Hao. Noticing that Tang Hao's once clear eyes had become murky, his expression one of confusion. Such was the benefit of possessing a wise elder at one's side. Gao Kun reflected, then directed his inquiry at Tang Hao. "Why did you attack me at that moment?" It was not that he could not comprehend why Tang Hao would strike against him. Motivations such as Xiao Wu's or Tang San's could have been factors. However, he could not fathom why it occurred at that specific time. Logically, if it were due to Xiao Wu, Tang Hao should have eliminated him long ago, considering the years that had passed. Although Chao Kuin consciously presented himself as a brother to Tang San in public, it was to instill some hesitation in Tang Hao. In previous years, Tang Hao had refrained from any actions, and Chao Kuin had assumed it was due to a yin. Believing Tang Hao regarded Xiao Wu as an ordinary person and refrained from interfering with her choices. He never anticipated that Tang Hao would suddenly attack him, leaving him not only furious but genuinely perplexed. Why had he suddenly chosen to instigate trouble? Was it because Tang San had ceased to feign innocence? Treasure belongs to the virtuous. Tang Hao deeply. In that case, why did you not intervene earlier? Gao Kun Krisidon. Previously, I was unaware that there was a 10,000-year soul beast beside Xiao San. Chao Kuin asked, unaware. He continued to pose several questions. After I entrusted Xiao San to you, Xiao Jiang, I merely checked on him periodically to ensure his safety before departing. When I visited Xiao San, That rabbit was not by his side, so I had no prior knowledge that she was a 10,000-year-soul beast. Tang how et lai. I see now why you chose to attack me. However, it seems San has suffered greatly. Clearly, you do not regard him as your son. Were it not for the awakening of his twin martial souls and innate full soul power, it was likely that Tang Hao would have abandoned him once he was capable of self-sufficiency. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, it was astonishing that Tang Hao, a title Duelwith, could leave San starving day after day. Were it not for old Jack's frequent assistance, he might have perished from hunger. Of course, that was merely a possibility. Had San lacked Xin Tiangong, he might have become a person akin to the master. After posing his questions, Chao Kun fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Have you ever considered exploiting Ain? Possibly due to being under control." Tang Hao spoke without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, from the very first moment I encountered her, my brother and I suspected that she was a soul beast. Subsequently, we sought confirmation from the elders within our sect, and at that moment, both my brother and I were filled with joy. After some contemplation, we resolved to compete fairly. And ultimately, I emerged victorious. Following Ain's conception of Xiao San, I found myself developing feelings for her, yet under the elders' urging, I deliberately led her to the vicinity of the Wuhun Palace. At that time, I firmly believed that a soul beast was merely a soul beast. I never imagined that Ain would unhesitatingly offer herself as a sacrifice. In that moment, I was filled with regret and came to a profound understanding of my own heart. I unleashed my 9 rings, severely wounding Qian Sunji, but I too sustained injuries. At that moment, an elder who had been lurking in the shadows emerged to take me and Xiao San away. Upon discovering the remnants of a yin seed, they sought to exploit her further, prompting me to flee with Ain and Xiao San. Subsequently, I was bewildered by the events that unfolded. The originally injured Qian Sunji suddenly perished. To evade the pursuit of the Wuhun Palace and the sect, I took refuge with Xiao San and Ain in Shenghan village. In the ensuing days, I reflected on every moment I shared with Ain and realized that I had truly fallen in love with her, and my regret only deepened. Chao Kun then inquired further to clarify the situation. "I initially intended to act in the shadows against you," he murmured, piecing together the circumstances. This illuminated the peculiar actions of Tang Hao in the original narrative. Love indeed existed, but so did manipulation. He turned to Gu Yuna, signaling her understanding, and she gracefully waved her hand, restoring clarity to Tang Hao's muddled gaze. Yu. Upon regaining his composure, his eyes widened in shock, staring in terror at Chao Kun and Gu Yuna. Though the influence of Gu Yuna had rendered him disoriented, he was now acutely aware of his previous words. He refrained from threatening Chao Kun, now comprehending that Chao Kun genuinely knew that Xiao Wu was unharmed. Tang Hao lowered his head, prepared to face his demise. Yet a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to look up and ask, "Ain, how is she?" A flame flickered in Chao Kun's hand, infused with the energy of the Fire Dragon King's orb, capable of inflicting harm upon the soul. This revelation was imparted by Gu Yuna, while Tang Hao responded to queries. "She is well, and has learned your true identity." With that, Chao Kun cast the flames, incinerating Tang Hao's soul in an instant. Aside from the Lan Emperor, you had concealed 100,000-year soul beast. After the flames subsided, Gu Yuna chuckled softly from behind. "Haha, Gao Kun longhit avivardly. Gu Yuna, I shall retreat to my small world for cultivation." After a moment, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Chao Kun spoke. Following Gu Yuna's nod, Chao Kun focused his mind and entered the small cave heaven. He referred to it as a small cave to himself, while calling it a small world in the presence of Gu Yuna. Once inside, Gu Yuna smiled and reclined on Chao Kun's bed. Given Chao Kun's present entanglement with soul beasts, including the Lan Emperor and the rabbit named Xiao Wu, it appeared that he was indeed the destined savior of the soul beast clan. If only he were not so fickle-minded otherwise. With that thought, Gu Yuna closed her eyes. After Chao Kun entered the small cave, she could no longer access his consciousness. Though she could still communicate with the power residing in his mind, the presence of the Lan Emperor in the small world deterred her from doing so. A man. Are you all right? Upon entering the small cave, Ain immediately stood up, holding the Du-Hang mouse, and approached Chao Kun with concern. I am fine. That fallen one did not harm me. Chao Kun took the Du-Hang mouse from a Yin's embrace, observing its Pikachu-like appearance, pinching its face lightly before settling into the spot where Ain had been seated. That is good, Ain replied softly, watching the scene unfold as she walked beside Chao Kun, intending to sit in a nearby chair. Noticing this, Chao Kun placed the Du-Hang mouse on the table, took a Yin's hand, and pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to sit on his lap. Ain did not resist. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her head in Chao Kun's chest. Seeing a Yin's exquisite face so close, Chao Kun could not help but let his fingers wander, lifting her chin to kiss her. After the passionate kiss, a Yin's face became rosy, her eyes gazing dreamily at Chao Kun. Her attire, disheveled from Chao Kun's advances, added to the allure of the moment. A man. Her gentle, melodic voice resonated in Chao Kun's embrace, igniting an impulse within him to take her right there. Naturally, Chao Kun acted upon this impulse, adhering to his true desires. He leaned down, whispering sweet nothings into a Yin's ear. Upon hearing his words, her ears flushed even deeper, yet she offered no resistance, bashfully nodding her head. Witnessing this, Chao Kun was elated, swiftly pushing the Du-Hang mouse aside and placing Ain upon the table. Thus unfolded Chapter 128, The Spiritual Cultivation Technique. The next day, at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, Chao Kun, dressed impeccably, opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. After a vigorous bout with Ain the previous day, she had succumbed to exhaustion, while Chao Kun, despite feeling fatigued, resolved to alleviate his weariness through cultivation. Previously, cultivation required meditation on one's martial soul, a process that consumed both spirit and energy. However, circumstances were now different. He merely needed to utilize a fraction of his consciousness to propel the water and fire taiji diagram within his dantian, allowing the remainder of his focus to restore his spirit. Having cultivated through the latter half of the night, possibly due to the battles with Yang Qian and Tang Hao, Chao Kun discovered that the residual powers of the Bajiao, Xian Bing Chao, and Liahua, Xing Jiao Shu had been absorbed a little, and he now sensed an impending breakthrough to level 39. It seemed that within a day or two, he would ascend. This was considerably quicker than he had anticipated, given that he had reached level 38 in less than a week. With a sigh, Chao Kun stood up, his attire transforming into casual wear. Gazing at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye before him and the nearby celestial herbs, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Not lingering too long, he stretched his limbs and returned to the room Ain had crafted with Lan grass. He beheld Ain sleeping peacefully on the bed, pondering briefly before retrieving the right leg bone of the Lan Emperor from his Rui Bao pouch, which he had reclaimed from Tang Hao. He placed the soul bone on the table beside the bed, also crafted from Lan grass. Originally, he had intended to discuss this with Ain yesterday, but circumstances had dictated otherwise. Thus, he chose to present it to her now. After completing this task, Chao Kun contemplated for a moment, conjuring a mist of water to accompany the soul bone. This mist would transform into a water mirror upon contact, replaying the words spoken by Tang Hao the previous day, though Chao Kun had edited it to include only the first half. He wished for Ain to fully let go of Tang Hao. Once finished, Chao Kun sat at the bedside, gently caressing a Yin's face before exiting the room. Upon stepping outside, he noticed, almost unwittingly, a creature resembling Pikachu confined within a cage made of Lan grass. This was the Du-Hang mouse, which had attempted to approach him after being pushed aside the previous night, only to be captured by Ain. It had spotted Chao Kun and called out, hoping for his release. Haha, Chao Kun chuckled softly, shaking his head before focusing his mind and departing the small cave heaven. After his departure, the originally closed eyes of Ain fluttered open. Tilting her head, she gazed at the soul bone that Chao Kun had placed upon the table. Letting out a soft sigh, this soul bone belonged to her and held immense significance. She awakened the moment Chao Kun retrieved it from the Rui Bao pouch. Yet, uncertain of how to confront the situation, she chose to feign sleep. Observing the soul bone, Ain rose from her bed, extending her hand to claim it. During this motion, her wrist inadvertently brushed against the nearby water mist. Before she could express her surprise, the mist transformed into a water mirror, beginning to replay the words spoken by Tang, how the previous day. Naturally, Chao Kun, having left the small cave, was unaware that Ain had already awakened. However, he could well imagine her feelings upon seeing the soul bone and the content within the water mirror. Initially, Chao Kun intended to convey the message personally. But considering Yin's disposition, he ultimately decided it was better for her to discover it on her own, planning to comfort her later that evening. At this moment, Chao Kun's eyes widened as he beheld the scene before him. Gu Yina lay sleeping on his bed, her exquisite features and perfect curves compelling him to gaze a moment longer. Particularly, her previously icy eyes now appeared somewhat endearing. Despite the desire to continue observing her, he refrained, for Gu Yina had awakened. With a light laugh, she looked at Chao Kun, propping herself up with her hands, and after a brief chuckle, transformed into a silvery light, entering Chao Kun's consciousness. Remember the conditions. Her voice resonated from within his mind. Lying on the bed, she had unexpectedly drifted back to sleep. Had it not been for Chao Kun's intense gaze, she might have remained in slumber a while longer. Haha, I was merely pondering a question. Chao Kun responded, slightly awkward. By nature, he was not one to feel embarrassed, but Gu Yuna's straightforwardness caught him off guard. Gu Yuna murmured, the meaning of which was uncertain. Perhaps he should take it as her acceptance. Chao Kun thought to himself, and after tidying up, he exited the dormitory, transforming into the Duelwith bird and soaring into the sky. He was now on his way to seek out Qianrenxue. At that moment, Gu Yuna, having witnessed his use of soul skills, spoke up. There is no rush. Why must you transform completely? What else is there? Gao kun konrid internal kvestsani. My soul skill is the transformation into a soul beast. Haha, seeing you develop so many unique soul skills, I thought you were quite clever. Regardless of the soul skill, it requires the circulation of soul power through the meridians to be executed. With your control over soul power, if you attentively sense the meridians required for each transforming part, you should already be capable of controlling which part you transform. Right now, you merely need to manifest wings. After all, transforming directly into a soul beast like you tends to attract attention. Listening to Gu Yuna's explanation, Chao Kun suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, he had previously fallen into the misconception that only self-created soul skills could be modified, while those within the soul rings could not be altered. Therefore, he had only modified the skill of ambush, allowing it to manifest solely in close combat, forgetting that this transformation skill could also be adjusted. Reflecting on this, Chao Kun transformed back in a narrow space. Subsequently, he once again became the Duelwith bird, wishing to perceive the route of soul power circulation. However, at the very moment he transformed, he felt the soul power swiftly circulate throughout his body, enabling him to transform rapidly. After several attempts, he realized the speed of soul power circulation was too swift for him to perceive. What's wrong? Gu Yuna inquired. Chao Kun had transformed several times and had yet to manifest only wings. He paused and explained the reason. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, it seems your current sensing ability is too weak to perceive the process of soul power circulation. Once your mental fortitude is enhanced, you should be able to sense it. Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully, then asked, Gu Yuna, do you possess any techniques for cultivating mental power? After absorbing the Wangchuan Xiushui Du, my mental power remains insufficient, and its subsequent growth is exceedingly slow. It may take ages before I can sense the flow of soul power. This question rendered Gu Yuna silent for a while. I need to think. There should be some techniques, but it has been so long that my memory is a bit hazy. After some time, Gu Yuna finally spoke, then fell silent, likely recalling the techniques. Chao Kun did not disturb her, transforming once again into the Duelwith bird as he flew toward the prince's manor. Even in her absence, he felt no disappointment, for Gu Yuna could extract memories. Later, when Tang San was eliminated, he could simply ask Gu Yuna to retrieve the cultivation techniques. Among those, the Ziji demon child indeed contained methods for cultivating mental power. He had not forgotten about Tang's San. Setting aside the fact that he had just killed Tang Hao, it was evident from their previous encounters that they were sworn enemies. Chao Kuan could not afford to let go of someone who harbored the intent to kill him, especially one with such potential. Chapter 129. Qian Rinxue's Self-Strategy. As he sped along, Chao Kuan intentionally avoided crowds, quickly arriving at a building in close proximity to the prince's manor. He then leapt down into a small alley below. This process did not go unnoticed by a few onlookers, yet no one approached him due to his identity as a soul master. Upon landing in the alley, Chao Kuan lingered only briefly before making his way to the front of the prince's manor, spotting the two guards clad in the standard armor of the Tiando imperial family. He retrieved the prince's token given by Qian Rinxue from his wrist. Before pulling it out, he examined it closely, wary of mistakenly presenting a token from the Wuhun Palace's angel clan, which would be quite embarrassing. To his surprise, upon seeing Chao Kuan, the guards did not inspect the token. Instead, they lowered their heads respectfully and stated, "His Highness the Prince has instructed that you may enter directly." Afterward, they saluted and returned to their posts. Chao Kuan nodded, proceeding inside, following the same route as before until he reached Qian Rinxue's chamber. "Oh man, you have finally arrived." Qian Rinxue, seated on a stone chair outside her room, smiled at the approaching Chao Kuan. "I thought you would be eager to seek me out. I did not expect you to arrive only after the sun had risen so high." Standing, she regarded Chao Kuan with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Yet, as she spoke with the visage and tone of Xue Qinghe, it struck Chao Kuan as somewhat peculiar. "But it is only a little past 8. I flew over the moment I awoke. Moreover, given the significant events of yesterday, I had anticipated not seeing you today." Chao Kuan explained with a smile as he entered the room alongside Qian Rinxue. "No matter how significant, it is a matter of the Wuhun Palace, which bears no relevance to me as a prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui has advised me to rest for a few days, delegating this matter to Xue Xing. Thus, I find myself with ample leisure." Qian Rinxue closed the door, her demeanor growing bolder. Outside, she would never directly address Shui by name. Naturally, Shui had intended for Qian Rinxue to take charge of this issue, considering her involvement. However, the thought of conversing with that woman made her hesitate. Qian Rinxue feared that during a discussion with Bibi Dan, she might inadvertently provoke her, exposing herself to unnecessary risks. After closing the door, Qian Rinxue approached a chair and sat down. Then, a golden light flashed around Zhou Sheng, transforming her back into her female form. Once the transformation was complete, she propped her chin on her hand and smiled at Chao Kuan, saying, "Although you say that, you didn't come to find me right away, and I am still quite saddened. I went to great lengths to help you conceal the matter of that 10,000-year soul bone. Well, perhaps it wasn't much. I merely wrote a letter to Qian Dalu." Chao Kuan felt a bit embarrassed and immediately apologized, while inwardly lamenting how Qian Rinxue's demeanor seemed somewhat different from the original text. Was she acting coy just now? It must be so, but I hardly flirted with her. Did I? Could it be that, like in the original story, she truly engages in self-pursuit? After Chao Kuan finished apologizing, Qian Rinxue nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to sit down on the chair beside her. "Xiao Xue, what transpired after I left yesterday?" Now that they were alone, Chao Kuan addressed Qian Rinxue as Xiao Xue. "Nothing much. Uncle Shi Mao directed the Li Ji tribe and Yang Wudi to clean up the scene. Then, he reported to the Pope about the 4 major single-attribute families. After I returned in the guise of Xue Qinghe, I explained a few things to Meng Xinji and requested compensation from the Spirit Hall. They seemed even more compliant towards me. Additionally, they have established good relations with the 4 major single-attribute families. Moving forward, we should be able to effectively win over the 3 of them through the 4 major single-attribute sections." Then, after the sounds of battle subsided for a while, Shui and Xue Xing arrived with their people. After that, it was the Pope who conversed with them. They expressed great sorrow over the Spirit Hall branch's plight in Tiando City, concocting excuses for their absence due to financial reasons, stating that the Spirit Hall here in Tiando City must recover on its own. Qianren Shui recounted the events that transpired with great detail. In the end, she spoke somewhat plaintively. You only came after taking a nap, while I stayed awake all night. Initially, Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully at her previous statements, but upon hearing this, he immediately realized she was lamenting his tardiness. Thus, he quickly apologized several more times. After exchanging a few kind words, Qianren Shui nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if a thought struck her, Qianren Shui looked at Chao Kun with a hint of surprise and asked, Amon, are you really only at level 38? After Chao Kun left yesterday, she heard from Uncle Shi Mao that he had actually defeated a fully powered Yang Qian, a soul saint of the family. Given Qianren Shui's current strength, while she could potentially defeat Yang Qian, she would undoubtedly be exhausted afterward and could not replicate Chao Kun's feat of overcoming Tang, how in a state of utter depletion. This meant that this level 38 soul master was likely stronger than her, who possessed a congenital level 20 soul power and a divine weapon soul, the angel. How could this not astonish her? Chao Kun nodded, affirming, yes, I am currently at level 38. Qianren Shui remarked, show me your soul rings. It's curious. When others use their soul skills, their soul rings appear. Yet when you use yours, they don't manifest. Chao Kun stood up and smiled, saying, you still don't believe me? After all those compliments, I hope you might say a few kind words back. He did not answer Qianren Shui's question, as he was equally puzzled. As expected, Qianren Shui immediately offered him a few more flattering remarks, which, due to their overly sweet nature, I shall omit. Listening to her words, laden with affection, and observing her expressions, Chao Kun realized that Qianren Shui seemed genuinely fond of him. This puzzled him as, according to the original text, Qianren Shui only began to exhibit such feelings after being defeated by Tang San. Chao Kun had initially intended to become familiar with Qianren Shui and then seize an opportunity to defeat her in her domain, gradually developing their current relationship. However, it seemed that events had taken an unexpected turn. He had forgotten that, while he had not defeated her in her realm, he had indeed protected her from Yang Qian's attack. Although he was unconcerned, knowing he would not perish, Qianren Shui had been unaware at the time. Indeed, the trope of a hero rescuing a maiden, while old, remains effective. Of course, this also stemmed from Chao Kun's strength, talent, and appearance. Otherwise, he would merely be a knight in a Western fantasy, protecting the princess rather than a prince. One need only observe the martial arts dramas, where only the handsome earn the affections of others. I just want to take a look. Though Qianren Shui did not approach Chao Kun like a young girl to shake his hand, she remained seated. Yet, her tone was undeniably playful. Chao Kun did not assume an aloof demeanor. After hearing a few delightful words, he felt inspired and summoned his soul rings. As he did so, a smile appeared on Qianren Shui's face, which then transformed into astonishment. Black, a 10,000-year third soul ring. Chao Kun stood before Qianren Shui, surrounded by one yellow, one purple, and one black soul ring. The three rings varied in size and emitted different auras. The 10,000-year soul ring radiated an especially terrifying presence. The impact of this revelation was not lost on either of them. Bang! The 10,000-year third soul ring. Qianren Shui's eyes widened as she struck the nearby table with such force that it shattered into pieces. The 10,000-year third soul ring was not comparable to a 1,000-year second soul ring. While no one else possessed such a soul ring aside from Chao Kun, the limit for a second soul ring was merely 800 years, and a 1,000-year second soul ring only provided an additional 200 years. If someone could endure not leveling up, they could achieve this through diligent training over a few years. Of course, no one would squander their precious cultivation time for such a 1,000-year soul skill, which offered limited benefits. After all, one would naturally acquire a 1,000-year soul skill upon reaching level 30. Some with poor talent might wish to attempt it, but if one lacked talent, how could they endure a 1,000-year second soul ring? However, a 10,000-year third soul ring could not merely be attained through effort. The limit for a third soul ring was only 1,000 years, leaving a gap of 8 or 9,000 years to reach 10,000 years. It was no wonder Qianren Shui was so astounded. Even she only possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings. It was worth noting that she was a soul emperor, and as she sensed the aura emanating from Chao Kuen's 10,000-year soul ring, it felt even more potent than her first. This implied that the 10,000-year soul beast Chao Kuen absorbed was not merely newly classified as 10,000 years. Calm down, Chao Kuen said with a smile, seeing that Qianren Shui's reaction matched his expectations. How did you absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? No. How could you dare to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 30? Aren't you afraid of explosion and death? After her shock faded, a hint of worry crossed Qianren Shui's face. Upon noticing this, Chao Kuen felt even more pleased, confidently responding, I was assured before doing so. Moreover, I consulted with Senior Dugu beforehand. He examined my bones and deemed my physical constitution sufficient before granting his consent. Qianren Shui remained unconvinced and redirected her ire towards Dugubo, exclaiming, What does that titled Douluo guardian know? Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring requires not only physical prowess, but also mental fortitude. In the future, if you wish to acquire a soul ring, just come to me. Listening to Qianren Shui's complaints, Chao Kuen could only nod in resignation. After expressing her grievances, Qianren Shui's gaze flickered with curiosity as she observed the soul rings encircling Chao Kuen. Is that soul skill, the transformation into Juefeng bird, derived from your third soul ring? She inquired. Chao Kuen nodded in affirmation as he settled back into his chair. What about the first two soul skills? She pressed. Although she had witnessed Chao Kuen transform into two other soul beasts, she was unaware of which soul ring corresponded to which beast. Chao Kuen, without reservation, disclosed the identities of the other two soul beasts. When he mentioned the second soul skill, Qianren Shui turned, her cheeks flushed with intrigue, and asked, Is that the skill that allowed you to recover after blocking Yang Qian's attack for me? So, you were aware beforehand that you would be unharmed? Gao Kuwen, though not foolish, was reluctant to fabricate his response. How could I have thought I would remain unscathed? When I blocked for you, I was quite anxious. After all, I am merely a soul master, and that skill is only 1,000 years old. I had never faced a full-force strike from a soul sage before. While I was confident I wouldn't die, I certainly expected to be severely injured and would likely need your assistance afterward. I just didn't anticipate my soul skill would be so formidable. Reflecting on that moment still sends shivers down my spine. He furrowed his brow, feigning recollection and fear to lend credibility to his words. Then why did you rush out to shield me? Were you not afraid I might abandon you? She queried. Although she did not receive the ideal answer, Qianren Shui felt a surge of happiness. If Chao Kuen had knowingly put himself in harm's way, she would have found it hard to believe. Observing her expression, Chao Kuen paused before turning his head and saying, Why the need for so many questions? This remark caused Qianren Shui's ears to redden, and after a moment of contemplation, she provided him an excuse. Did you perhaps recognize me as Shueqinghe at that moment? Is that why you wanted to save me? Even she found her own words hard to believe. However, Chao Kuen immediately nodded in affirmation, his expression confirming her suspicions. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Xiao Shui. Qianren Shui huffed, turning away to conceal her reaction from Chao Kuen. At that moment, Gu Yina's voice reached Chao Kuen's ears, laced with a hint of mockery. Is that so? Chao Kuen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet maintained his composure outwardly. After a brief interlude, they both regained their bearings and resumed their seats, seemingly forgetting their previous conversation as they engaged in light chatter. Oh man, are you considering transferring to the Tiando Royal Academy? I could arrange for you to accompany me. Qianren Shui proposed. That was possible before, but not now. Chao Kuen internally rejected the idea, but sought a more diplomatic response. Perhaps it is best to pass for now. I am quite content at Lamba Academy. Besides, my constant presence by your side would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of Shui Bong and Shui Xing, complicating matters. Furthermore, I have encountered Meng Xinji before. Although he did not recognize me last night, if I appear before him a few more times, he is bound to make the connection. A personal guard of the Wuhuan Temple's holy maiden accompanying the prince of the Tiando Empire would inevitably stir up trouble. His argument was both heartfelt and rational. Despite this, Qianren Shui's expression darkened. You promised to stay by my side, she muttered. Chao Kuen promptly apologized, continuing, There is still ample time ahead. This minor delay is inconsequential. It is not that I do not wish to accompany you. The current circumstances simply do not permit it. Qianren Shui appeared to be swayed by his reasoning. Nodding in agreement, then let it be. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun exhaled in relief. They continued their conversation for quite some time, and he even shared a meal with her. Gradually, the day began to wane. Observing the dimming light, Chao Kun prepared to bid farewell to Qianren Shui. At that moment, she retrieved a black wristband from beside her and tossed it to him, saying, "The 6 soul bones have been retrieved. You may take Tang House Storage Soul Guide. There are still many items within." Chao Kun accepted the wristband, examined it briefly, exchanged a few words with Qianren Shui, and then departed. Once he was gone, Qianren Shui transformed back into Shui Qinghe and resumed her seat, picking up a teacup to ponder. She had enjoyed her extensive conversation with Chao Kun, and his viewpoints had provided her with a refreshing perspective. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment at his refusal to join the Tiando Royal Academy. Despite his many reasonable justifications, she was uncertain if his decision stemmed from concerns about exposing her identity. She recognized that she was merely testing the waters regarding Chao Kun's relationship with Duelwith. Though Chao Kun had never disclosed the nature of his relationship with Duelwith, her gathered information suggested they were indeed romantic partners who had met each other's families. With a sudden crack, the teacup shattered in Qianren Shui's grip as she softly uttered, "Bring someone in." Her frustration did not arise from the information she had gathered, but rather from Chao Kun's attitude. Qianren Shui found herself genuinely developing feelings for him. It could only be said that he was still somewhat naive. In the face of such matters, he ought to adopt a more proactive approach. Chapter 131. Regained and lost. The youthful Chao Kun, utterly oblivious to Qianren Shui's current emotions, exited the prince's residence and glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, transforming into the Juefeng bird as he flew towards Lamba Academy. "Gyuyuna, has anyone been watching me from the shadows today?" he suddenly inquired mid-flight. "No, the titled Daw who followed that female disguised as a male saint is absent this time," Gyuyuna replied. Chao Kun nodded in understanding. That is reassuring. He had faith in Gyuyuna's perceptive abilities. As for the absence of a titled Daw near Qianren Shui, it was likely due to Xi Miao and Ci Shui still being seriously injured. Yet, Chao Kun's primary concern was different. He now realized that his identity posed a significant threat. His handsome visage had been exposed before the 3 major factions and numerous soul masters, and he had openly acknowledged being the personal guard of the Wuhun Temple's Holy Maiden. If a malicious observer noted the close ties between him and the Prince of the Tiando Empire, the risk of Qianren Shui's identity being exposed would escalate. After all, a personal guard of the Wuhun Temple's Holy Maiden was far from ordinary. His lack of experience had led him astray. He should have donned a mask upon entering last night. Clearly, he needed to exercise greater caution in the future. He resolved not to seek out Qianren Shui so casually anymore, silently murmuring to himself as he flapped his wings and swiftly headed toward Lamba Academy. As for Gyuyuna, after answering Chao Kun's question, she fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation regarding her mental cultivation techniques. Chao Kun refrained from disturbing her, despite his strong desire to forge a good rapport with Gyuyuna. However, outside of matters of importance, Gyuyuna spoke with remarkable bluntness and occasionally imposed conditions that left Chao Kun feeling quite awkward, making it difficult for him to continue the conversation. Upon passing through the gates of Lamba Academy, Chao Kun noticed that the previously collapsed entrance had been restored to its former glory. Conversely, the indoor battlefield that had been dismantled by Talon and his companions was now being cleared for the construction of a new building. As Chao Kun glanced toward that direction, he observed that work was still ongoing. After hovering in the air for a while without spotting the person he had hoped to see, he returned to the dormitory building. As he approached the dormitory, Chao Kun performed a dive, transforming back into human form just before touching the ground, executing a perfect front flip to land gracefully. A few onlookers, taken aback by his display, stood frozen in place. Ignoring them, Chao Kun swiftly entered his room, secured the doors and windows, and retrieved the storage soul guide given to him by Qianren Shui when they parted ways. It was a black wristband, akin to the blue storage soul guide gifted to him by Yu Qianheng. Though this one was black, and he had already donned it on his right wrist. This black wristband appeared to possess a larger spatial capacity. Indeed, it is larger than the one given to me by Tianheng, Chao Kun mused quietly. Inside, he discovered several gold cards, presumably containing a significant sum of money, but unfortunately, he could not utilize them. Accessing these funds would surely attract the attention of Hao Yin's sect. Thus, he resolved to hand them over to Qian Rinchua later for her to retrieve the money. He was curious about how much he might acquire. Additionally, he found several weapons, a knife, a gun, and a sword, some of which were of good quality. Based on his previous experience at the Tindo auction house, the valuable ones could be worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, while the inferior ones were rather ordinary, comparable to his first weapon. Regrettably, with his current acquisition of Rui, he had no need for these items. However, selling them at the Tindo auction house could prove to be a lucrative endeavor. Apart from these, there were also a few garments, including several gray robes that appeared to be identical to those worn by Tang Hao. Did he really only take out those 6 soul bones for me? Chao Kun remarked with a hint of annoyance as he surveyed the clothing. He promptly removed all the garments and incinerated them, unwilling to keep such items due to their ominous aura. After completing this task, Chao Kun turned his attention to the last item within the wristband, a massive chest. Using his soul power, he summoned the chest and opened it. Wow, so much Bai Chao liquid, he exclaimed, finding it filled to the brim, likely prepared for Ayin, though she could no longer use it. After a brief inspection, he was about to close the chest when a flash of blue light caught his attention. Recalling something, he moved the Bai Chao liquid aside and indeed found his soul bone emanating a blue glow. This soul bone, obtained after defeating the magic snake fish, had been the catalyst for his confrontation with the eccentric duo. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the Water Mother, he might have perished. Later, on his way back to Nodding City, he had been ambushed by Tang Hao, during which this soul bone was lost, only to be reclaimed by him now. Holding the soul bone in his hand, Chao Kun closed the chest and returned it to the black wristband. It was a case of reclaiming what was lost. However, its age was somewhat low, as it originated from the magic snake fish. Contemplating the soul bone, he realized that aside from allowing Rui to absorb it, it held little utility for him. Yet, given its origin, the soul skill it provided would likely be a water-based attack, which did not align with Rui's style. Moreover, he could already conjure water arrows himself. Perhaps I will consider auctioning it off in a few days, he decided. After a moment's thought, he opted to place the soul bone within his blue wristband. Although Tang Hao's black wristband had a larger capacity, he did not dare to use it openly, as it bore the conspicuous character Hao. Having completed these tasks, Chao Kun tossed the black wristband onto his bed and, with a thought, entered his small cave world. Apart from Lu Erlong, no one would dare intrude upon his quarters. Upon returning to the point from which he had exited the cave, he glanced around and noticed that Ayin was not outside. Turning his gaze toward the room, he approached it. Suddenly, a small voice caught his attention. Chao Kun turned to see the Dong mouse anxiously shaking the cage made of blue-silver grass, vocally pleading for him to release it. "You little rascal," Chao Kun chuckled, initially intending to tease it. However, upon realizing that the Dong mouse had not yet emerged, it dawned on him that Ayin had not left her room all day. His smile faded, and he promptly stood up and moved toward the room. Upon entering, the scene he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Ayin sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, rhythmically cultivating. It seemed she was absorbing the soul bone and was nearing completion. Relievid, Chao Kun exhaled softly. Perhaps sensing someone's presence, Ayin's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening to gaze at Chao Kun, who stood in the middle of the room. "A man," she spoke softly, attempting to rise to greet him. Seeing this, Chao Kun hurried over. As he did so, he casually glanced at the table and noticed that the mist of water he had placed there had dissipated. This indicated that Ayin had touched it, meaning she was now aware of Tang Hao's demise and the truth of his exploitation. Chao Kun settled beside Ayin and, with a smile, inquired, "What is the matter?" Ayin did not respond but buried her head in his embrace. Observing this, Chao Kun remained silent, refraining from any playful gestures, simply holding Ayin gently. After a considerable time, Ayin lifted her head to look at Chao Kun and softly uttered, "Thank you." This was not a gratitude for Chao Kuen's act of killing Tang, Hao, or reclaiming the soul bone, as the time since was too brief for her to fully move past it. Rather, she was expressing gratitude for Chao Kuen's unwavering acceptance of her identity as a soul beast and the trust he had shown her by allowing her to care for the precious celestial grass. The reason Ain felt this way again stemmed from Tang Hao's earlier words. His intentions had indeed been for her soul rings and soul bones. Although she had harbored doubts due to Tang Hao's behavior and Chao Kuen's words, she had ultimately confirmed the truth. Of course, the young Chao Kuen was unaware of the deeper meaning behind her words, yet he was not foolish. He remained silent, tightly embracing Yin's slender waist. "Thank you," Yin reiterated, looking up to express her gratitude once more before leaning in to kiss Chao Kuen. This marked the first time she took the initiative. Although she had previously tempted Chao Kuen with words, it was always he who made the first move. Feeling Yin's tenderness, Chao Kuen did not rush in as he had before. Instead, he began to respond with a slightly practiced technique. Afterward, gazing at the languid Yin sprawled on the bed, a faint smile graced Chao Kuen's lips as he approached, gently caressing her face and softly saying, "Yin, I'm going outside to cultivate." Yin nodded weakly, turning over to reveal her long, slender legs adorned with high heels, indicating that she had yet to recover fully. Observing this, Chao Kuen turned and walked to the ice and fire duality eye. Yin's strength had indeed increased significantly after absorbing the soul bone. Previously, she would not have been able to endure this long. Chao Kuen mused, waving his hand to summon a water mirror. While entwined with Yin earlier, he suddenly conceived an excellent method to observe the flow of soul power as he wielded his soul skills. By standing before the mirror and employing his perspective skill, he could visualize his meridians, and by utilizing bullet time during the execution of his soul skills, he should be able to discern the route of his soul power. At that moment, he could achieve a partial transformation. As for how he conceived this method, that is a tale for another time. First soul skill, Dragon Ape Transformation. Summoning the water mirror, Chao Kuen immediately activated his perspective and bullet time, and with a thought, transformed into the dragon ape. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror and observed that as he executed his soul skill, the soul power surged from his dantian into his entire body as meridians, completing its circuit in an instant, allowing him to assume the form of the dragon ape. It was astonishingly swift, yet, with careful observation, he could discern some details, necessitating further observations. After transforming into the Fire Ape King, Chao Kuen's voice took on a slightly coarse quality. Standing over 3 meters tall, he possessed the visage of a majestic gorilla, undoubtedly a handsome figure among his kind. Speaking, Chao Kuen reverted to his human form, intently gazing at the water mirror to once again unleash his soul skill. Dragon Ape Transformation. Dragon Ape Transformation. After executing it dozens of times, Chao Kuen reverted to his human form, grinning as he struck a powerful punch forward. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted from his entire right hand, which then enlarged, sprouting golden fur. Crack! The tremendous force of his punch sliced through the air, producing a crisp sound. With a smile, Chao Kuen retracted his fist, which reverted to its original state in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he performed a set of boxing techniques he had learned at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. As a combatant, a Soul Master would certainly be taught various offensive maneuvers. Each time he was about to strike, he would channel his soul power to enhance the part of his body that would execute the blow, transforming it into the dragon ape state to amplify his attack. Once again, the small cave echoed with the sound of punches. This commotion naturally caught Yin's attention. The surrounding blue-silver grasses perked up momentarily before drooping again. This was Yin using her blue-silver domain to observe the sudden noise, and upon realizing it was Chao Kuen, she chose to ignore it. She was quite fatigued and desired rest. Upon completing a set of punches, Chao Kuen's delight intensified, as each strike could enhance his attack power by at least double. While it fell slightly short of a full transformation, it was still remarkable. Rest, rest, rest. Chao Kuen's gaze sharpened as several ice and fire arrows suddenly appeared before him, swiftly shooting towards him. Then, with a mental command, his Rui Bao Bao, he transformed into a pair of shorts. Huh! He let out a light roar, his skin instantly darkening and hardening, with previously imperceptible fur now visibly sprouting, radiating golden light. Bang! 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 The ice and fire arrows struck his body, producing explosive and crystallizing sounds. Yet these attacks, which could severely harm even a soul sage like Yang Qian, failed to breach Chao Kuen's defenses at that moment. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the Bijie clan focused solely on offense. After being struck by a few arrows, Chao Kuen glanced at the continuing barrage of ice and fire arrows and waved his hand, causing both to vanish. Indeed, his defenses had more than doubled. He brushed off the frost remnants caused by the ice arrows, and his Rui Bao Bao, he transformed back into a set of brown casual attire. Although the primary toxins from the ice and fire arrows posed no threat to him, their inherent sharpness was still considerable, failing to pierce his skin even in the dragon ape state, illustrating the success of this partial transformation. After observing the transformation dozens of times, he had fully grasped the dragon ape transformation of his limbs after only 10 attempts, leaving the remainder to focus on the skin transformation. Achieving a full body transformation without fully changing forms posed certain challenges in control. After successfully experimenting with his first soul skill, Chao Kuen was extremely satisfied, and once again, the water mirror appeared before him. He intended to examine the flow of soul power for his third soul skill, Ju Feng Yao. As for the second soul skill, due to the water dragon pearl, the soul skill had undergone significant changes, and he had long been able to freely control the hydration of various body parts. This had been mentioned earlier. Third soul skill, Ju Feng Yao transformation. With the experience gained from the dragon ape transformation, the number of attempts for this transformation was considerably reduced. Shortly after, a pair of Ju Feng Yao wings sprouted from Chao Kuen's back, and as he moved, he took to the air within the small cave. Unfortunately, due to the cramped space, his flight was somewhat uncomfortable, but after a short while, he was able to experiment with the differences between this state and that of Ju Feng Yao. Perhaps due to his size, his speed in human form was slightly slower than in Ju Feng Yao form, though not by much. After all, the swiftness of Ju Feng Yao was attributed to its ability to control the wind. After soaring for a while, Chao Kuen reached the apex of the small cave, gazing ahead and murmuring, "I wonder how this small cave space can be expanded." Without pondering for too long, he returned to the ground, stretching lazily. It was his first time flying in his natural state, which filled him with excitement, prompting him to soar a little longer. Moreover, due to a yin's increase in strength, the time available for this battle had extended significantly. Given the experiments conducted earlier, it should nearly be dawn outside, and it was time to venture out. He needed to continue enhancing his power. With a smile, Chao Kuen mused, returning to the room. As was customary, he intended to inform Ain before departing. To his surprise, Ain was still lying on the bed, her eyes closed in rest. It appeared that even with the enhancement from absorbing the soul bone, she had still found the previous entanglement somewhat taxing. Ain had yet to recuperate fully. Typically, at this hour, she would be perched on the windowsill, watching Chao Kuen train. Chao Kuen chuckled, settling beside Ain and gently stroking her face, saying, "Ain, I am heading out. I will return tonight." Ain nodded, lifting her head. She was requesting a kiss from Chao Kuen. Naturally, he leaned down to oblige, parting just before their desires could escalate. In his current state, he was undoubtedly ready for another bout, but a yin's condition was uncertain. Chao Kuen was a man who cherished others, ensuring Ain was comfortable. He smiled and stepped out of the room. Though he could have left from inside, he preferred to exit the house before venturing out. Upon reaching the outdoors, Chao Kuen concentrated, departing from the small cave. The nearby Dukong Shu appeared to have resigned itself to despair, gazing vacantly at the spot where Cao Kuen had just departed, emitting a few feeble calls. As Cao Kuen left the small cave paradise, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to tap his forehead. He was not reminiscing about the Dukong Shu, but rather contemplating his next steps. With Ain already consuming a portion of his time, he pondered the implications of having Liu Erlong, Dugiyin, Qianren Shue, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu to consider afterward. He decided to shelve those thoughts for the moment. While washing up, he recalled that it had been nearly a month since his parting with Zhu Zhuqing, and given the distance between Suatao Cheng and Tiando Cheng, she should have arrived by now. He hoped nothing unforeseen had occurred. After finishing his grooming, he felt a twinge of concern. He did not wish for his arrival to disrupt the little cat. He resolved to visit Suatao Cheng tomorrow, then return to Naodingqing to check on Xiaowu. At that time, he would offer her a stalk of celestial herb to conceal the aura of her soul beasts. At this juncture, Cao Kuan paused. His plan had been to bring Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing back to Lambashu. Yet he realized that such actions would inevitably carry consequences. The first to be affected would be Liu Erlong, due to Dugu Yin's presence. He was uncertain how to progress with her. Moreover, when Dugu Yin returned to find herself surrounded by two beautiful women, she would undoubtedly feel anger. Likewise, upon seeing Dugu Yin at his side, Xiao would likely react with frustration, leading Cao Kuan into a veritable battlefield of emotions. Then there was Qian Renxue. Given her temperament, she would not take kindly to having another two individuals join their ranks. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden realization dawned on Cao Kuan. He recalled that Qian Renxue had inquired about his potential visit to Tiando Royal Academy just the day before. With her years of experience in subterfuge, it was inconceivable that she had not grasped the implications of his previous explanations. She must have been testing him. Panic surged within him as he comprehended the gravity of his misstep. With a determined slap to his forehead, he resolved to seek out Qian Renxue. As he reached the door, his demeanor faltered slightly, his movements growing slower. This was to be expected. If he wished to cultivate a harem, he would inevitably face such trials. He had never intended to keep secrets, and thus Qian Renxue had likely gathered sufficient information about him. What would he possibly say to her now? Could he deny his connection with Dugu Yin? That would only serve to diminish his own self-worth. With a decisive motion, he opened the door and slapped his forehead again, feeling the weight of his predicament. He quickly ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory and transformed into the Jufeng Niao, soaring toward the prince's residence. Although he could merely manifest wings, flying in his original form posed a risk of exposure. Thus, he opted for a full transformation. His journey to the prince's abode was not to offer explanations, but rather to deepen his bond with Qian Renxue. Soon, he landed in a small alley beside the prince's residence, his brilliance flickering as he reverted to his original form. His attire transformed back into traditional garb, rendering him more robust, a necessary disguise. Just as he was about to exit the alley, a deep voice resonated nearby. Young man. Shiwei is currently inside speaking with a young lady. Cao Kuan paused in surprise and turned toward the source of the voice. There was no one in sight, yet he remained composed, quietly inquiring, "Is that you, Shimao, elder?" He had heard the voices of Shimao and Shue during the recent battle. The voice he had just heard was undoubtedly that of Shimao. A figure materialized ahead, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well," Cao Kuan replied, pondering for a moment before asking with some confusion, "Shimao, elder, can you easily see through my disguise?" In response, Shimao scrutinized him for a while before stating flatly, "I could not discern it. However, I was beside you while you were disguised." Cao Kuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why hadn't Tigu Yuan alerted him? Was she still preoccupied with her mental training? After a brief moment of awkwardness, he addressed Shimao, saying, "Elder Shimao, please inform the holy maiden that I will be leaving Tiando Cheng tomorrow." Shimao regarded him for a moment, and just as Cao Kuan feared he had misspoken, the elder nodded in agreement. Understood. Cao Kuan returned the gesture and then leapt into the air, heading back to Lambashu. What on earth is happening? He muttered in the air. Unbeknownst to him, Shimao was equally astonished. He had intended to exert pressure on Cao Kuan with his title Dalu aura, yet Cao Kuan had shown no reaction. Truly, one who could defeat a soul sage. Nevertheless, could his soul power truly be only level 38? Shimao pondered, his figure vanishing once more. Upon returning to his chamber, Cao Kuan seated himself at his desk and began composing a letter. Tomorrow, he intended to visit Suatao Cheng, but as per Dugu Yin's previous estimation, she should be returning soon, necessitating a note to inform her. Yinzi, Cao Kuan began, briefly outlining his recent activities. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the details of the battle, as it was inappropriate. Furthermore, He chose not to include anything about Liu or Long or Qianrenshu, as that would be even more unwise. Given his current strength, it would be better to delay any potential emotional upheaval should unforeseen circumstances arise. He would find it difficult to manage. For now, it was best to keep things under wraps. Aside from these matters, he had little else to recount from the past few days, having focused solely on endurance training. However, he understood that when writing to a girl, beyond sharing one's experiences, conveying one's longing was of utmost importance. Thus, he drew inspiration from a romantic poem he had encountered in a past life, Achieving Perfection. After completing the letter, San'sHidden chuckled softly to himself. He then concocted a plausible excuse, stating that he would be departing Tiandocheng for a short while, with plans to return soon. This section was notably brief. As he concluded, he recalled the letter he had previously sent to Xiaowu and added a final line. I shall return shortly. Your Kun Ge. Once the letter was neatly folded, he placed it within his azure wristband, intending to dispatch it to the post office shortly, accompanied by a small sum for expedited delivery. As for why he did not deliver it personally to Tiando Royal Academy, he feared encountering Ming Shunji and others, which would inevitably lead to exposure. Now, time for breakfast before sending this off, he murmured to himself as he rose from his chair and leaped lightly from the balcony. His room was situated on the 4th floor, approximately 20 meters above ground. Yet for him, leaping from such a height posed no challenge, especially since he had utilized his soul skills. As he neared the ground, San'sHidden felt a surge of energy, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared beneath his feet, allowing him to descend silently. With a gentle chuckle, he disregarded the astonished expressions of the nearby students and dashed away. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he observed the throngs of people within and, after a moment's contemplation, decided it prudent to send his letter before returning. Subsequently, he retreated into the small cave realm to continue his cultivation, sensing that today he might achieve a breakthrough to level 39. With this thought in mind, he swiftly departed from Lanba Academy. After dispatching the letter, San'sHidden returned to the cafeteria, intending to indulge in some delectable food. To his surprise, the exclusive door of the dean was now ajar. After a brief consideration, he turned and approached, at which point a chef emerged, casting a glance his way and smiling. Chow boy, back for another free meal, are we? Following a recent bout of weight training, San'sHidden had often returned here for a meal, and the staff had become familiar with him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he was about to enter when he inquired of the chef, Is the dean here alone? Yes. It seems the dean is rather irked today. Did you get on her nerves again? The chef, being Liu Erlong's personal cook, was no ordinary individual and spoke to San'sHidden without hesitation. Not at all. By the way, should everything be ready now? San'sHidden inquired. Well, with you included. It might still not be enough, the chef replied. What would you like to eat? I'll pass. I'm not hungry, San'sHidden responded, exchanging a few words with the chef before stepping inside and gently closing the door behind him. Not hungry? Then why come to the cafeteria? The chef muttered in confusion as he departed. As for San'sHidden's action of closing the door, he thought nothing of it. If San'sHidden wasn't present, he would have closed it anyway, as per Liu Erlong's habits. Once inside, San'sHidden cautiously approached the entrance of Liu Erlong's private booth. Even in a dining establishment, Liu Erlong had arranged several private rooms, including singles, doubles, and larger ones. Quite extravagant indeed. Peeking in, he noticed Liu Erlong with her back to him, idly using chopsticks to pick at the spread before her, seemingly lacking appetite. Seeing this, San'sHidden tiptoed closer. Noticing Liu Erlong's slender waist, he restrained himself. He had initially considered a surprise attack, but such an action would surely provoke her ire, leading to a swift reprimand or even her departure. This would not bode well for their budding relationship. Erlong Jia, San'sHidden exclaimed as he plopped down beside her. What a sumptuous feast you have here. Liu Erlong merely turned her head, casting a cold glance in his direction. With a slight exertion of her legs, she pushed her chair back, revealing her long legs encased in leather pants. Have you forgotten what I said? Every time I see you, I want to hit you. With that, she raised a leg and kicked toward San'sHidden. Observing her extended leg, San'sHidden, with his experience of evading kicks, recognized that she was not using her full strength. Overjoyed, he caught her leg with one hand, feigning an accidental kick that landed on the leg she was standing on. then gently pulled back the leg she had aimed at him. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed. Lu Erlong found herself seated on Chao Kuen's lap. Chao Kuen thought to himself, "This is exquisite." Lu Erlong's eyes widened in surprise, her anger flaring as she glared at him and raised her fist to strike. "I'm sorry. Don't hit me. We can't waste this wonderful meal." Bang! Chao Kuen still received a punch. "You rascal, let go of me." After landing a blow, Lu Erlong surprisingly did not continue, merely shouting in frustration. "Is that all? I expected more." Chao Kuen mused, still holding on to her slender waist. "I'm sorry, Erlong. Please let me go." "This is how you apologize? What if others see us?" Lu Erlong protested, pushing against him while keeping her eyes fixed on his. However, with her seated on his lap, it was difficult for her to exert much force to break free. Chao Kuen refused to release her. Had Lu Erlong previously rejected him with such vigor, he would have let go. Yet tomorrow, he planned to seek out Xiao Miao and Xiao Wu, and it was imperative to bring them along given the dangers they faced. An escaped daughter of the Zhu family and a solitary 10,000-year-old beast were too perilous to leave unguarded. Thus, it was crucial to clarify matters with Lu Erlong now to avoid complications later. "Erlong Jia, have you forgotten that we are in your exclusive booth? No one will enter. Forgive me, and I will let you go." Upon hearing his words, Lu Erlong was incensed, flames flickering in her hand, threatening to scorch Chao Kuen. She was well aware of his recovery abilities. "Let go, or you'll regret it," she warned, pushing against him while brandishing the flames. Chao Kuen held his ground. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Erlong unleashed her fury, her fiery fists raining down on him, each strike more forceful than the last. After several blows, noticing the imprints of her fists on his chest and the beads of sweat forming on his face, Lu Erlong finally paused. "Let go." Her tone turned icy. "No worries. Erlong Jia can strike me a few more times." Chao Kuen feigned enduring the pain. "You're insufferable." Lu Erlong scoffed, halting her assault. "Recover first," she advised. Chao Kuen took a deep breath, pretending to be in agony, shaking his head. "You must forgive me first before I can recover." "Oomph." Lu Erlong let out a cold laugh, realizing that Chao Kuen had no intention of releasing her. Supporting herself on his shoulders, she distanced her upper body from him, but her lower half remained firmly in place, unable to escape his grasp. This position oddly resembled one that Chao Kuen had shared with Yin the previous night. "What do you want me to forgive? For kissing me without consent, or for your outrageous remarks? Do you wish for me to play the role of the mistress?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. "Remarks? Naturally, I meant all that I desire. How could I let Erlong Jia take on such a role?" Lu Erlong's expression remained grim as she looked at him with derision. "So, you would have the one from the Dugu family be the mistress instead? Or would you prefer to cast her aside entirely?" Chao Kuen was at a loss for words. "Humph." Seeing his reaction, Lu Erlong chuckled softly, attempting to leverage the moment to push him away. Yet, she found herself unable to dislodge him. "You rascal, let go. If you don't, you'll be expelled from the academy." Chao Kuen refused to relent. Letting go now would make it difficult to embrace her again later. He pondered and, lowering his head, remarked, "In truth, Erlong Jia harbors feelings for me, does she not? It's merely due to Yin Zi that she's upset, correct?" Slap. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong forcefully struck Chao Kuen's head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Let go of me." Chao Kuen's voice emerged in a deep timbre, the warmth of his breath brushing against Lu Erlong's skin, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "I shall not release you, unless you answer my question. I will not let go today. Moreover, Erlong Jia, your voice is rather loud. While the private room is soundproof, such volume may still be heard by those outside." Lu Erlong cast a helpless glance at Chao Kuen, contemplating that had he been an ordinary student, her temper might have led to his demise. Why had he attempted to kiss her last time? Was that not sufficient? Such a brother-sister bond was quite satisfactory. Why must it be made explicit? Even if it were made clear, he already had one, yet still sought to entice a woman in her 40s. Had there been no one else, perhaps there would have been a chance to approach her. After a moment, noticing Lu Erlong's inclination to continue speaking, Chao Kuen raised his head in confusion to look at her. Lu Erlong ceased her struggles and quietly said to Chao Kun, "Xiao Kun, please let me go. Let's pretend none of that ever occurred." Chao Kun, with unwavering determination, gazed at her without uttering a word. "Even if I harbor some feelings for you, what of it? Do you expect me to willingly become a mistress? Besides, I am already over 40, and you are still so young." Lu Erlong glared at Chao Kun in anger. As a child born out of wedlock, upon discovering Chao Kun's connection to Du Guyan, she had suppressed her emotions, feeling insecure about her future with him. Furthermore, having been abandoned before, she dreaded the thought of Chao Kun leaving Du Guyan for her, as it would evoke painful memories. Yet, after that fateful afternoon, her feelings for Chao Kun had deepened considerably. Thus, she found herself in a state of conflict, yearning for him to seek her, while simultaneously wishing he would not. Chao Kun sensed this tension, which prompted him to rush over upon seeing Lu Erlong in the cafeteria, intent on winning over this tempestuous woman. The key to winning Lu Erlong's heart lay in providing her with a sense of security. Erlong. This address momentarily stunned Lu Erlong, affording Chao Kun the opportunity to draw their already close bodies even nearer. Chao Kun clasped Lu Erlong's hands and implored, "Erlong, trust me. I understand your circumstances." As he spoke the words he had contemplated over the past few days, his voice brimmed with emotion, softening Lu Erlong's resolve, and she ceased to struggle. "Huh." Lu Erlong let out a soft laugh, withdrawing her hands from Chao Kun's grasp. He did not impede her, yet continued to embrace her waist, preventing her from rising. Observing this, Lu Erlong refrained from resisting. Her cheeks flushed as she sarcastically remarked, "Such sweet talk, yet how can you expect me to trust you without proof?" The well-practiced words of love had some effect, causing Lu Erlong to feel a twinge of shyness. "Who says I lack proof?" Chao Kun replied with a smile, removing his hand from her slender waist. Lu Erlong did not seize this opportunity to leave, instead casting a curious glance at Chao Kun's hand. Noticing her gaze, Chao Kun's heart soared with joy. With a swift motion, he retrieved a prized herb from his small pocket dimension. In an instant, a plant resembling a coxcomb emerged, its leaf veins shimmering in golden hues, while the remaining vibrant red leaves of the celestial herb revealed themselves in Chao Kun's hands. This was a rare herb known as coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which, when absorbed, would significantly enhance one's soul power. Furthermore, consuming this herb would augment the fire abilities of one's martial spirit, potentially leading to its evolution, thereby accelerating one's breakthrough to the title Douluo level. Lu Erlong, skeptical, retorted, "This can actually evolve my martial spirit? Is it truly that powerful?" With a playful smile, Chao Kun explained, "Erlong, do you think I would deceive you in this regard? If it were false, you would merely discover my lie upon absorption." Lu Erlong paused, realizing the truth in his words. This young man had no need to fabricate such claims. Is this herb genuinely that remarkable? Chao Kun nodded, placing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower into Lu Erlong's hands and instructing her on how to absorb it. "In that case, you should absorb it yourself. And do not think that this alone will persuade me." Lu Erlong glanced at the herb, then returned it to him, exclaiming in irritation, "I have already absorbed other celestial herbs. This one is reserved for you. Besides, this is merely a token of my sincerity." Naturally, Chao Kun did not accept it. "So, there are pills that can elevate you by several levels. It turns out it's due to this absorption." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong contemplated before responding. "If it's truly that beneficial, then you should continue to absorb it. At my age, it would serve little purpose for me." Chao Kun chuckled at her words, causing Lu Erlong to feel a bit embarrassed. "What do you mean by at my age? You are inciting my anger. Take it," he insisted. "Such herbs are not beneficial in excess." Chao Kun firmly gazed into Lu Erlong's eyes. "Very well, I shall keep it for now." Lu Erlong finally conceded after a moment's reflection. Seeing this, Chao Kun excitedly embraced Lu Erlong, drawing their bodies even closer. "But you," Lu Erlong protested, attempting to maintain some distance from Chao Kun. "I'm merely..." Listening to her words, Chao Kun's delight intensified as he remarked, "Do you remember that inner armor you gifted me last time?" Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by Chao Kun's question. "What is it?" "It was quite fragrant," he replied with a smile. leaning in to kiss Lu Erlong's red lips. Lu Erlong attempted to push him away, but grasping the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. She feared damaging the herb with too much force, and one hand alone could not fend off Chao Kun. She contemplated biting him, yet hesitated, reluctant to part with him. After a moment's kiss, Lu Erlong ceased her struggles, slowly beginning to savor the experience. It's not my fault. It's all this brat's doing. Chapter 135. Departure from Tiando City. Inside the private room, the delectable dishes on the table had grown cold, yet the two preoccupied with each other paid no mind. Their positions had not changed significantly. However, the hand that Chao Kun had previously rested upon Lu Erlong's waist was no longer there. As he no longer feared her sudden escape, his hand had shifted to another location, while Lu Erlong, who had originally been supporting herself on Chao Kun's shoulder, had also altered her grip, tightly embracing his head. Now, it was she who feared that he might suddenly depart. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower lay forgotten on the floor, fortuitously without any restrictions, lest it be ruined. Should any students or teachers outside witness this scene, they would scarcely believe their eyes, convinced they had fallen prey to some illusion. How could that fierce woman transform into this? At this moment, Lu Erlong's eyes were half closed. Her face flushed from Chao Kun's actions, her lips slightly parted, occasionally releasing warm breaths and soft murmurs that stirred the imagination. As I gazed downward, I noticed several crimson marks adorning her fair and elegant neck, likely due to the presence of mosquitoes within the private booth. Further down, I could discern the head of Chao Kun. He was diligently utilizing his second soul skill, manipulating the water element to cleanse the area tightly ensnared here by Lu Erlong. Initially, Chao Kun believed that their interaction would be limited to mere kisses, yet he had forgotten an adage. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger. Not to mention, Lu Erlong was not just any being. She was a dragon, a fire dragon, to be precise. The heat was palpable. But here, it was merely Chao Kun's hand collaborating with him. While the other hand, that remains a mystery. After a brief interlude, Lu Erlong released Chao Kun, her body glistening with fragrant perspiration as she lay in his embrace. "Is this your first time sweating?" Chao Kun inquired with a smile. Lu Erlong shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. "Is it not?" I felt a twinge of jealousy. Keu kun diently shukia. Unable to resist, Lu Erlong glared at him before acquiescing with a nod. This mischievous rascal relished in her discomfort, satisfied with her response. Chao Kun smiled, but soon furrowed his brow and leaned down to whisper in Lu Erlong's ear. Upon hearing his words, Lu Erlong immediately frowned and shook her head, asserting, "No way. If you want it all, you must first inform that little brat from the Dugu family about my circumstances. Currently, only I am aware of her existence, while she remains oblivious to mine. It is quite unfair." Chao Kun felt somewhat helpless and, after a moment of contemplation, leaned down to whisper again. Lu Erlong frowned, prompting Chao Kun to sway slightly, allowing her to sense the presence of his little martial spirit. Truly, afterward, he acted with the grace of a saint. Noticing Lu Erlong's continued silence, Chao Kun resumed his cleansing task. After a while, he paused, lifted his gaze to Lu Erlong, and said, "All right." Lu Erlong nodded in agreement. "Don't blame me. It's all this brat-ass fault." Besides, since they had not reached the final step, it seemed inconsequential at this point. With that, Chao Kun embraced Lu Erlong and stood, a thought summoning a gust of wind within the booth that knocked the cold dishes off the table. A gentle breeze then emerged from the ground, ensuring the utensils landed softly without a sound. Having completed these tasks, he kissed Lu Erlong, gradually pressing her down onto the table. The presence of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower went unnoticed. Thankfully, no one had entered, otherwise it would have been disastrous. This mischievous boy truly lacked sense. As evening approached, Lu Erlong requested Chao Kun to turn around so she could change into a different outfit. As for Chao Kun, with a magical all-purpose garment, he could don and doff it at will. Initially, he turned away but soon pivoted back. "Worry not. I'll lock the door before entering," he assured, moving to assist Lu Erlong in dressing. Despite being a formidable soul saint, she seemed somewhat unsteady on her feet. "Get lost," Don't come near me. Though Lu Erlong protested, she did not deter Chao Kuan-'s assistance. After all, aside from the ultimate step, they had seen and done much already. With Chao Kuan-'s help, half an hour later, Lu Erlong finally donned a new outfit. However, Chao Kuan was soon pushed away by Lu Erlong, unable to indulge in her sweetness further. Are you not tired of this, after a whole day? Lu Erlong remarked with a hint of disdain. I shall never tire of it. Chao Kuan replied, holding her close. You only say sweet nothings. Lu Erlong pushed his wandering hand away, feigning annoyance. Yet her expression betrayed a sense of joy. Afterward, a flame ignited in Lu Erlong's hand, aimed at incinerating the discarded clothing. Chao Kuan observed, understanding her desire to burn it. The top, while tattered, remained somewhat intact, but those leather pants had transformed into a mere shadow of their former self, resembling something a child would wear. Chao Kuan made no objections. They had not yet reached the final step. Regardless of his reassurances, she insisted on withholding her circumstances from Duelwith until he relayed her situation. With no other option, Chao Kuan resigned himself to waiting to thoroughly win over Lu Erlong in due course. As Lu Erlong set her clothing ablaze, Chao Kuan gathered the scattered food from the floor. Let us burn it all together, Lu Erlong suggested. Chao Kuan nodded, directing the wind to send the remnants into the flames. Upon completing these tasks, he caught the coxcomb phoenix sunflower as it soared through the air and approached Lu Erlong's side. Erlong, if someone knowledgeable about celestial herbs were to witness us treating this one so carelessly, they would surely be astounded. Lu Erlong cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Unfazed, Chao Kuan reiterated the method of absorbing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower before handing it to Lu Erlong. Tomorrow, I must make a trip back to Tiando City for some matters. During this time, focus on absorbing this celestial herb. Lu Erlong accepted the herb, recalling Chao Kuan's previous counsel that absorbing one celestial herb at a time was optimal. Attempting to absorb multiple at once could be detrimental. Thus, she did not refuse. Besides, Duelwith had certainly absorbed a celestial herb, and she desired one as well. Most importantly, absorbing the herb would significantly enhance her innate talents, propelling her swiftly to the rank of title Douluo, alleviating her concerns about aging. After all, she was older than Chao Kuan and wished to hide any signs of waning beauty from him. After committing the absorption method of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to memory, Lu Erlong stored it within her spatial soul guide. As for such a straightforward method, she had been briefed earlier in the day. Yet why reinforce it? Because throughout the day, Lu Erlong had experienced too many lapses in memory and had forgotten some details. Having secured the celestial herb, Lu Erlong looked at Chao Kuan and inquired, Where are you headed? Without a change in expression, Chao Kuan replied, I need to return to the village to fetch some items. Would you care to accompany me? Having been tested by Qianren Shua, the youthful Chao Kuan had gained some experience. Never mind, I shall remain at the academy and await your return. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's interest waned instantly. She still had matters to oversee at the academy. Chao Kuan silently exhaled a sigh of relief and casually asked, Erlong, what matters do you have at the academy? Lu Erlong chuckled softly, extinguishing the flames from earlier, and replied, What is this? Do you wish for me to accompany you? Chao Kuan's heart leaped into his throat, internally chastising himself. Thankfully, Lu Erlong did not scrutinize him and continued, I dismantled the indoor battle arena, planning to construct that strength training room you mentioned over the next few days. It will greatly benefit the students' training. What do you think? Listening intently, Chao Kuan embraced her from behind. Lu Erlong naturally leaned back into his hold, lifting her gaze to him and asking, I'll defer to your judgment. Chao Kuan responded, Very well, then you must hurry back. Lu Erlong declared, breaking free from his embrace and signaling him to follow her. With a resounding bang, after locking the booth's door, Lu Erlong led Chao Kuan to another private room. She then pressed a button beside her. Go, open the outer door. This must be summoning the chef. Why not in the original booth? Those in the know would understand. Chao Kuan realized this and swiftly unlocked the door. After a brief wait, the chef arrived. He gazed at Chao Kuan and Liu Erlong and inquired, How was today's breakfast? I have prepared a new dish. Not bad, they responded in unison. After Liu Erlong ordered a few dishes, the chef exited the kitchen. Once the chef was gone, Cao Kun looked at Liu Erlong and remarked with a smile, "I really enjoyed today's breakfast." Upon seeing the puzzled expression on Liu Erlong's face, Cao Kun continued, "The upper portion of the breakfast is sweet, while the lower part is savory." At this, Liu Erlong immediately comprehended, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot a glare at Cao Kun, seemingly oblivious to her reaction. Cao Kun went on, "Alas, I wonder when I will be able to share my breakfast with Erlong. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Liu Erlong retorted, her face still flushed as she playfully pinched Cao Kun. After a bit of playful banter, the chef soon returned with their meal. Seeing the delicious spread, Cao Kun felt his hunger intensify and quickly began to eat. Fortunately, Liu Erlong had ordered enough for both of them to be satisfied. After finishing their meal, they decided it was best to leave the cafeteria, as lingering there was not ideal. As the moon ascended into the night sky, Cao Kun and Liu Erlong wandered around the academy for quite some time. Once they noticed the area was deserted, Cao Kun suddenly embraced Liu Erlong. After sharing a kiss, he looked at her, who was now very close, and suggested, "How about today?" "No way." Liu Erlong instantly interrupted. Although Cao Kun felt a twinge of disappointment, he refrained from pressing the matter further and continued to hold her, gently teasing. After a while, Liu Erlong pushed him away, noticing the numerous red marks on her neck, revealing that the mosquitoes outside were particularly troublesome. Cao Kun felt a sense of despair, but Liu Erlong had already dashed away. With no other option, he recited the first 2 lines of the Bingxin Ju a few times before returning to his dormitory. Today had been remarkably fruitful. While taking a cold shower, he reflected on the day's events. After resting for a while, he then entered the small cave heaven. Upon entering the small cave heaven, a sudden cold snort echoed through the room, sounding distinctly like Gu Yuanna. As Cao Kun arrived in the small cave heaven, he noticed Ain approaching and offered a slight smile. "Amon, it's fortunate that you are strong." The next day, Cao Kun emerged into his room, his eyes brimming with joy. He had no fear of Xiu Xiu or Liu Erlong. After training with Ain, he even had time to cultivate, and he had reached level 39. After a quick wash, he transformed into the Jue Feng Niao and soared towards Suotawa City. Traveling in full transformation was indeed more efficient. The reason for heading to Suotawa City first was simply its proximity. "Little kitty, I have arrived." Suotawa City, located in the southwestern Balaka Kingdom of the Tiando Empire, borders the Fasi Nuwa province and is not far from Noding City. In other words, the Balaka Kingdom lies at the intersection of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, although it is a part of the Tiando Empire, boasting a formidable military presence and serving as a gateway to the empire. However, Cao Kun was indifferent to such matters. After transforming into the Jue Feng Niao, he journeyed tirelessly and finally arrived in Suotawa City on the evening of the second day after departing from Tiando City. Had he chosen to head to Noding City at this moment, it would have taken him just another night of flight to reach there. In the air, Cao Kun exhaled in relief upon seeing the 3 characters spelling out Suotawa City at the city gates. He was well aware of his poor sense of direction. Had the cities along the way not matched the map, he might have opted for a horse-drawn carriage. Initially, he intended to ask Guiyuana for directions at any fork in the road, but for some inexplicable reason, she had not responded to his calls in recent days. Could it be that she is engrossed in her mental cultivation and has become lost in her thoughts? Cao Kun mused to himself after calling out several times without receiving any reply from Guiyuana. Fortunately, he did not get lost this time and successfully arrived in Suotawa City. Flapping his wings, he flew into Suotawa City and then slipped into a narrow alley. Reverting to his human form, observing his casual attire, Cao Kun pondered for a moment before focusing his mind, causing his clothing to transform instantly into the uniform of the Blue Ba Academy, making it evident that he was a soul master, and a rather powerful one at that. This would facilitate his inquiries regarding the location of the Rose Hotel and the Shurlaik Academy. Exiting the alley, Cao Kun surveyed his surroundings. The scale and prosperity of Suotawa City paled in comparison to Tiando City, but were still notably superior to Noding City. As night fell, although the streets did not shine as brightly as those in Tiando City, they were still lively, bustling with pedestrians. The Rose Hotel should be near the city gate. I will search in that area first. San'sHidden thought to himself, glancing toward the direction of the city gate before turning to walk along the main road. Sure enough, after walking for a while, and just as San'sHidden was about to inquire with a passerby, a lavishly decorated hotel that resembled a blooming rose appeared before his eyes. He looked up to see the name of the establishment, the Rose Hotel. Indeed, having found his destination, San'sHidden promptly entered and approached the front desk. Upon seeing him, the receptionist immediately donned a respectful smile. "Sir, would you like to book a room?" After considering for a moment, San'sHidden nodded, retrieving a gold card from his blue wristband and saying, "Yes, please book me a room." The receptionist respectfully accepted the card, quickly processed the transaction, and returned the gold card to San'sHidden. Glancing over San'sHidden's shoulder, he curiously asked, "Are you alone?" His expression hinted at an unspoken understanding. San'sHidden took the gold card and replied earnestly, "No need." After declining, he casually leaned on the counter and inquired, "Has anything unusual occurred in this area this month?" The receptionist paused momentarily, but after assessing San'sHidden's attire, he lowered his head and whispered, "Indeed, there's been one unusual incident." As he spoke, his gaze occasionally darted toward San'sHidden. San'sHidden met his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, encouraging him to continue. "It was probably last week. I was on duty that day. Just in front of our hotel, a soul master was besieged by a group of other soul masters and was ultimately captured." Hearing this, San'sHidden's brow furrowed with concern. Could be Zhu Zhuqing? He wondered, was the captured individual male or female? The receptionist, sensing the pressure from San'sHidden's aura, answered without hesitation, "It was a male." After a brief pause, he added in a hushed tone, "I even know him. He is a distinguished guest of our hotel, referred to by our manager as Dai Xiao." Upon hearing this, San'sHidden's mind raced. Dai Xiao? Could be Dai Mu Bai? How did he get captured? And what about Zhu Zhuqing? San'sHidden pondered for a moment, then turned to the trembling receptionist and asked, "Did you see a female soul master with an impressive figure among that group?" "And no, I did not." The receptionist stammered. "After all, it was a battle of soul masters. I didn't dare to look closely." San'sHidden nodded, his imposing aura dissipating, allowing the receptionist to breathe a sigh of relief. With a decisive motion, San'sHidden placed several gold soul coins on the counter, startling the receptionist almost into a jump. Maintaining his tone, San'sHidden stated, "One last question. Do you know where Sherlock Academy is located?" The front desk staff looked on in astonishment as they nodded vigorously at the Jinhun Bai. After the front desk had repeated itself twice, San'sHidden furrowed his brow and departed from the Rose Hotel. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Once San'sHidden left, the front desk exhaled a breath of relief and slumped into the chair. Following his exit from the Rose Hotel, San'sHidden swiftly entered a narrow alley. In a flash of light, he transformed into a swift bird, soaring towards the direction of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai was not alone. He had a group of teachers with him, and now they had been captured. Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be taking action. Thus, San'sHidden resolved to first head to Shrek Academy to ascertain the situation. Shrek Academy is located on the outskirts of Suatawa City, nestled within a small village. It's still in close proximity to the city. Upon learning the direction, San'sHidden accelerated, and within an hour, he gazed down at the scattered houses below before diving down. "Who are you?" A front flip brought San'sHidden to land steadily behind a man. The man, very alert, quickly turned his head and demanded to know who San'sHidden was. His legs bent, seemingly preparing to flee. However, in an instant, he abandoned that thought as San'sHidden had already placed his Rui sword against the man's neck. The man, upon seeing the blade at his throat, breathed heavily but remained composed. "This is the Shrek Academy established by the Soul Sage, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flender. I am a student here. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding?" San'sHidden chuckled lightly, assessing the speaker. Although the area was dim, with his current eyesight, it was as bright as day. The man had short hair, handsome enough to rival the previous short-haired San'sHidden, though he fell slightly short in comparison. Clad in a coarse gray garment, he seemed to live off the meager support from the spirit hall, much like the former San'sHidden. However, his large, peach blossom-shaped eyes, paired with his facial features, gave him an air of nobility. "This must be Oscar," Chao Kun thought, applying a little more pressure with the sword as he sensed Oscar's movement. Don't move. Oscar instantly raised his hands, nodding vigorously. You have a student named Dai Mubai, correct? Gao Kun included. Yes. But he was captured a few days ago. 2 days ago, our principal received the news and took several Soul Emperor teachers to rescue him. Oscar trembled as he responded, inadvertently revealing Shrek's strength. Chao Kun scrutinized him, contemplating. To Oscar, this might seem like a demonstration of Shrek Academy's might. After a brief moment, Chao Kun asked nonchalantly, Do you know where they went to rescue Dai Mubai? As he spoke, he applied slight pressure, causing Oscar to feel a sting. Oscar, not daring to hesitate, nodded fervently. I know. I was there when they spoke. I know where they went. Chao Kun chuckled softly and retracted his Rui sword, for which a pair of wings sprouted. He grasped Oscar by the collar and soared into the sky. Lead the way. If we fail to catch up with them, you will pay the price. Rest assured. Oscar was startled by the sudden ascent and hurriedly assured him. That way. He had not been lying. He genuinely knew where they were headed to rescue Dai Mubai. A fierce wind rushed past as Chao Kun clutched Oscar and rapidly flew in the direction indicated. Given the circumstances, it seemed that his arrival had altered the course of events. The people of the Xingluo Empire had come looking for them. Hopefully, the little cat was safe. Otherwise, with that thought, Chao Kun quickened his pace. The next afternoon, above the city of Abba, Chao Kun held Oscar by the collar, his wings gently flapping, allowing him to hover in midair. Abba City was not large, comparable in size to Nodding City, and from his high vantage point, Chao Kun could survey the entire city. After observing for a moment, his brow furrowed, for he did not see any traces of soul masters battling here. This meant that when Flinder and the others arrived, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had already been taken from this place. They had now entered the territory of the Xingluo Empire. Moreover, Chao Kun was 2 days behind Flinder and the others. Even though his speed surpassed theirs, there would still be at least a day's journey separating them. This day's distance was calculated based on Flinder's speed. Although Flinder could also fly, he was not the only one coming to rescue Dai Mubai. There was also Long Gun Li Yusong and the immovable king Zhao Wujin. As for Xiao Xian, with his Tang Do spirit, and Lu Qibin, with his Xinglua Qi spirit, they remained at Shrek Academy. Notably, Shrek Academy indeed boasted a commendable faculty, far superior to that of Lamba Academy. As for how Chao Kun was aware of all this, it was, of course, thanks to Oscar in his grasp, to prevent Chao Kun from killing him. Oscar had exaggerated the strength of all the Shrek teachers as being soul sages. Meanwhile, Chao Kun, focused on the journey, did not contest his claims. Flinder and the others only received word when Zhu Zhuqing and the others were brought here. This meant that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had likely already been taken to the Xingluo Empire. Hopefully, Flinder and the others could catch up. Chao Kun's expression darkened as he frowned, murmuring to himself. At the same time, having held Oscar's collar for an extended period, Chao Kun shifted his grip slightly. Seeing this, Oscar feared that Chao Kun had realized there was no one around, thinking he had deceived him, and was about to drop him. He quickly exclaimed, Brother, I wasn't lying. The principal indeed said that Dai Lauda was captured in Abba City. Don't let go. They should not have gone far. They're nearby. Don't kill me. Listening to Oscar's cries, Chao Kun felt a twinge of annoyance and abruptly released his grip, letting Oscar plummet. With a slight smirk, Chao Kun flapped his wings and dove after him. He harbored no ill will towards Oscar. Why would he kill him? Even Tang San, despite his unfavorable perception due to past events, did not target him initially. Their enmity began when Chao Kun refused to apprentice under Yu Shaojiang. That was when he and Tang San parted ways. Quickly catching Oscar again, he yanked him back by his collar and ascended into the air once more, drawing the attention of the residents of Abba City. Back in the sky, Oscar continued to scream. Observing this, Chao Kun admonished sharply, Stop yelling. If you continue, I will truly drop you. Oscar quickly covered his mouth, nodding frantically. All right. Chao Kun paid him no mind and called out to his sea of consciousness. Senor Yuna, I have urgent matters to discuss. Please set aside your mental cultivation for now. After calling several times, the previously silent Guyuna finally spoke. "What is it?" The tone of Guyuna seemed somewhat melancholic. This thought abruptly crossed TheSelf-Wuhun's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Now is not the time for such musings. He inquired, "Senior Guyuna, can you sense the presence of any soul saints nearby? Or perhaps discern if any soul saints have recently traversed the path ahead?" The route from Aba City to the Xingluo Empire comprises 3 distinct paths, and TheSelf-Wuhun found himself at a loss regarding which to take. Meanwhile, Ao knew only that Falun Day and the others had arrived in Aba City, leaving him equally uncertain about the next course of action. Otherwise, TheSelf-Wuhun would have already caught up with them. After a moment of silence, Guyuna replied curtly, "I do not sense the presence of any soul saints nearby. As for discerning which path ahead has been traversed by a soul saint, that is currently beyond my capabilities." With that, she ceased to engage with TheSelf-Wuhun. If it cannot be done, why the irritation? TheSelf-Wuhun pondered, his curiosity piqued, before he lifted Ao and soared towards the city gates of Aba. Upon observing the soldiers stationed at the gates, TheSelf-Wuhun's originally Benjin eyes gleamed with intensity, and an imposing aura suddenly enveloped him. As he approached, one of the gatekeepers hastily advanced, respectfully inquiring, "Soul Master, may I ask what brings you here?" He kept his head bowed, not daring to raise it. Ao, experiencing TheSelf-Wuhun's formidable presence for the first time, widened his eyes in astonishment before quickly lowering his gaze. "Is this pressure?" he thought, recalling Zhao Wuji's similar display, and realizing that this was a capability exclusive to soul saints. The seemingly youthful man before him was indeed a soul saint. One of my previous comments. Ao mused, lowering his head in shock. TheSelf-Wuhun, undistracted by Ao's thoughts, coldly interrogated the soldier. "In recent days, have you witnessed a group of soul masters departing from here? Which path did they take?" The soldier, upon hearing this, promptly gestured toward a small path on the right, stating, "Yes, they took that route. Furthermore, yesterday afternoon, others inquired here as well, also a few soul masters." TheSelf-Wuhun nodded thoughtfully and immediately took flight in the direction indicated, warning the soldier coldly, "I trust you have not deceived me." As TheSelf-Wuhun's voice faded into the distance, the soldier raised his head, watching the figure of TheSelf-Wuhun depart, his expression tinged with envy. Once TheSelf-Wuhun vanished from sight, he returned to his post, where fellow soldiers quickly gathered around him, eager to converse. Unbeknownst to the departing TheSelf-Wuhun, during his flight, a familiar path below suddenly sparked a memory. This was indeed the route he and Zhu Zhuqing had traversed during their previous encounter. He glanced down and flew with haste, silently praying for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. If they had captured Dai Mubai and brought him to Aba City without harming him, then Zhu Zhuqing should be safe as well. Yet, he wondered whether Falun Day and the others had managed to catch up or if they had already been taken back. He hoped they were not too late. As TheSelf-Wuhun contemplated, Ao refrained from introducing Shi like his teacher, having concluded that TheSelf-Wuhun was a soul saint. Thus, they flew with all their might. And with the replenishment from the water and fire dragon pearls in the small cave, TheSelf-Wuhun's soul power seemed inexhaustible, leaving Ao further astonished. Time passed. The sun set and the moon rose, deep into the night, as the sky hinted at dawn's approach. The sounds of combat and flashes of light ahead caught TheSelf-Wuhun's attention. Noticing this, he slowed his speed and scanned the surroundings. This place felt strangely familiar. After some contemplation, he recalled that this was precisely where he had first rescued Zhu Zhuqing. His earlier misreading of the map had led him into the territory of the Xingluo Empire, but thankfully, Zhu Zhuqing had learned to read the map, guiding their escape. Little did he expect to return here once more. What a twist of fate! While he mused on this connection, the sounds of battle ahead urged him to proceed with caution. He lifted Ao, casting him a cold glance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ao nodded vigorously, covering his mouth to suppress any noise. Although he was elated to have caught up with the dean and others, he recognized that if TheSelf-Wuhun intended harm, even standing before the dean, there would be no time for rescue. As TheSelf-Wuhun stealthily approached, the sounds of battle abruptly ceased, catching him off guard. What had transpired? He thought, disregarding any potential danger, and charged forward, confident in his ability to retreat into the small cave at a moment's notice. Arriving above the combat scene, Cao peered down, quickly recognizing the identities of those engaged in battle through their martial souls. The first to catch his eye was Fu Lan Day, enveloped in a massive phantom cat eagle. Surrounding him were 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Fu Lan Day spotted Cao and turned his gaze upward. Directly below him was Zhao Wuji, who had also activated his martial soul, adorned with the same 7 soul rings. Beside Zhao Wuji stood an elder wielding a staff. His soul ring configuration slightly less impressive: 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, totaling 6 rings. This must be Li Yusong, with the staff resembling the dragon pattern staff, adorned with a dragon motif, somewhat akin to Cao Kuen's Rui. Before them stood 4 figures. 2 appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, one of whom, like Fu Lan Day and Zhao Wuji, had activated his martial soul, revealing a tiger, though not a white tiger. His soul ring configuration was impressively standard. The other was a soul emperor with a similarly standard configuration, though Cao Kun could not discern his martial soul, suspecting it to be a beast type, given his lack of weaponry. They were likely members of the Xing Luo royal family. Regardless of their strength, both men clutched their chests, slightly hunched over, blood seeping from their mouths and bodies, indicating severe injuries. Behind the 2 elders stood a wounded man and woman, their injuries appearing even more grievous. The man, presumably less injured, cautiously retreated. His golden hair and regal attire, albeit tattered, suggested he was Dai Mubai's elder brother, Dai Weici. The woman, gravely wounded, sat on the ground, devoid of strength to retreat, gazing at Dai Weici. Her figure was striking, clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her physique, with a face more mature than Zhu Zhuqing's, and a cat tail swaying behind her. She was undoubtedly Zhu Zhiyun, indeed a great feline. Beside them, there were a man and a woman bound together, imprisoned within a wooden cage. They were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, scattered across the ground lay a dozen or so soul masters, their fates uncertain, likely casualties from the recent battle. Despite the extensive description, time had not elapsed much, as Cao Kun merely cast a glance. With Cao Kun's arrival, all eyes on the battlefield turned toward him. Especially Flandra, who was also airborne, immediately recognized the Oscar Cao Kun held aloft, his eyes narrowing. "Are you a member of the Xing Luo Empire?" Flandra inquired. Upon hearing this, Davis and the others were elated, calling out, "Come save us." Responding to their cries, Cao Kun shifted his gaze. In an instant, Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong on the ground unleashed their soul skills, leaping towards Oscar in an attempt to rescue him. Zhao Wuji bellowed, causing Cao Kun to sense an imposing pressure, making his light frame feel slightly heavier. While the dragon pattern staff in Li Yusong's hand emitted a faint glow as it swung towards Cao Kun. However, Cao Kun remained composed, still holding Oscar, positioning him in the line of Li Yusong's attack, thereby forcing Li Yusong to abandon his strike. Simultaneously, he summoned his Ru-E, transforming it into a Ru-E hammer. As his soul power surged, he executed the Hao-Ian 9 absolutes he had learned from Tang Hao. The blow, known as Ling Tian Strike, came crashing down upon Zhao Wuji with a resounding impact. The collision of fist and hammer unleashed a shockwave that caused Oscar to shut his eyes tightly. Ultimately, both Cao Kun and Zhao Wuji staggered back a few paces. Touching down, Zhao Wuji, now looking grave, cast a cautious glance at Cao Kun, extending a slightly reddened and swollen hand while whispering, "Be careful, he's formidable." In contrast, after repelling Zhao Wuji, Cao Kun smiled, unfurling his wings and instantly alighting atop the cage, confining Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. As he noticed them preparing to charge again, Cao Kun raised Oscar high and declared, "Do not move." Seeing this, Flandra and the others halted, regarding Cao Kun with serious expressions. Flandra, fixated on the Rui hammer in Cao Kun's grasp, furrowed his brow. That move, he had seen it somewhere before. Indeed, it was just like that. "Quick, let them go. Otherwise, I shall slay the lad in your hands." At this moment, Davis spoke, disregarding Zhu Zhiyun, and began to approach Cao Kun, mistakenly believing him to be an ally. During this approach, Davis cast a grim look at Flandra and the others. After Chao Kun had rescued Zhu Zhuqing, those injured by him hastily relayed the news to Davis, leading them to assume that Chao Kun had been dispatched by Dai Mu Bai to aid Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Davis promptly gathered his men to seek him out. Lacking experience, Zhu Zhuqing was soon discovered by them, ultimately leading to her capture in Soto City. They initially apprehended Zhu Zhuqing, and, after lying in ambush for several days, they seized Dai Mu Bai when he arrived at the Rose Hotel with the twins. Subsequently, Davis recalled Chao Kun, presuming Dai Mu Bai had established a faction, and sought to lure them out, aiming to annihilate Dai Mu Bai's support and plunge him into despair. However, they had not anticipated that what emerged was 2 soul saints and a soul emperor. This was beyond their expectations. A runaway prince could possess such a formidable entourage. Moreover, Davis and his group had only brought along 1 soul saint and 1 soul emperor, accompanied by several soul kings and soul ancestors. After a fierce battle, only 4 of them remained. Furthermore, due to the soul fusion skill employed by Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, they had been severely injured by Zhao Wuji. Davis steadily approached Chao Kun, while the 2 soul saints and the soul emperor also advanced, seemingly neglecting Zhu Zhuyan entirely. Zhu Zhuyan cast a disappointed glance at Davis, her expression tinged with an indescribable emotion. "Hurry, take me back to the city," Davis shouted at Chao Kun. Observing the confidence and arrogance etched upon his face, Chao Kun chuckled. "Who told you I am from the Xing Luo Empire?" After his laughter subsided, a slight note of derision colored his voice. This statement caused Davis's expression to falter. Chao Kun waved his hand, and a gust of wind arose, sending the already injured Davis tumbling to the ground beside Zhu Zhuyan. This brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Zhu Zhuyan's face, though she concealed it from others. Chao Kun's words caused the Soul Saints and Soul Emperor, accompanying Davis, to exchange wary glances. Meanwhile, Flandra and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. Ignoring them, Chao Kun exerted force with his legs, and the wooden cage exploded, leaving Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing in astonished disbelief. Chao Kun grinned at Zhu Zhuqing, tightening his grip on Oscar before tossing him to the airborne Flandra, who caught him and looked questioningly at Chao Kun. Amid Zhu Zhuqing's bewilderment, the Ru-Yi hammer in Chao Kun's hand morphed into a Ru-Yi sword, which he waved gently. With a swift motion, the ropes binding them snapped. This action initially startled Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to shut her eyes in fear, but soon she gazed at Chao Kun with astonishment and curiosity, struggling to recognize the significant transformation he had undergone. "Who are you?" she inquired, her face reflecting a contemplative expression, as if sensing that this person had come for her. Chao Kun approached with a smile, bending slightly to lift her chin. "Have you forgotten so soon? I was extremely worried about you. The last time I saved you was nearby." His words evoked a look of delight on Zhu Zhuqing's face. However, Dai Mu Bai, who had initially been overjoyed at being rescued, suddenly wore a pained expression upon witnessing Chao Kun's actions. Flandra caught Oscar and gently lowered him to the ground, regarding him with concern. "What happened? How'd you get captured? Who is he?" His voice was low, but those present, endowed with considerable strength, could easily hear him. Upon touching the ground, Oscar savored the feeling of solid ground beneath him before collapsing onto the ground, looking at Flandra with an overwhelming urge to cry. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, Oscar felt utterly despondent. He had merely stepped out for a stroll after dinner, only to be captured by someone of immense strength. He had then been carried through the air by Chao Kun, a fate unbearable for a mere soul master. Throughout the ordeal, he had been consumed by fear, dreading that Chao Kun might drop him. The height was terrifying, and a fall would result in a gruesome demise. Fortunately, that enigmatic figure had no intention of taking his life. Regaining his composure, Oscar, with Flandra's assistance, shakily rose to his feet. "Do not panic, all is well now." Flandra reassured him with a sigh. "Dean, oh Dean." Upon hearing Flandra's comforting words, Oscar could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. An orphan raised by Flandra since childhood, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, and upon seeing Flandra, all his pent-up grievances erupted. Flandra, witnessing this, could only continue to console him, while Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong approached. As for Dai Mubai, in the eyes of the instructors at Shiralai Ku Academy, although there are some emotions involved, he is deemed less significant than Oscar. The pursuit to rescue him was motivated by the current mediocre state of Shiralai Ku Academy, as they believed they could merely relocate and continue their endeavors elsewhere after saving Dai Mubai. Otherwise, they would not have waited 3 days after Dai Mubai's capture to act. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the previous demeanor of Chao Kuan and compared it to the current Chao Kuan before her, her eyes growing brighter. "Is it really you, Brother Chao?" she exclaimed as she struggled to free herself from the ropes binding her and slowly rose to her feet. A glimmer of joy illuminated her eyes as she gazed at Chao Kuan. A month ago, after parting ways with him, she found herself alone in Suatawa City. Following Chao Kuan's words, she had taken a room at the Rose Hotel, waiting for Dai Mubai. To her dismay, the next day, she encountered Dai Mubai accompanied by a pair of twins, which left her feeling disheartened. You escape without a thought of returning to confront them, but only consider this? After observing Dai Mubai for several days, she noted that he had ceased to resist and was living in a state of indulgence. Astonishingly, he had only trained for half a day over the course of more than a week, spending the remainder of his time either pursuing other women or on his way to do so. This revelation filled Zhu Zhuqing with disappointment. Had she not encountered Chao Kuan, she might have sought out Dai Mubai in hopes of reigniting his fighting spirit. Yet, recalling her promise to Chao Kuan, she resolved to seek him out in Tiando City, only to be confronted by her sister, the one who had once treated her with kindness, on the eve of her departure. After a fierce struggle, she was captured. Days later, Dai Mubai was also apprehended by Davis, and they found themselves bound together, destined to face execution in accordance with the rules. As their journey drew them closer to the Xinglua Empire, despair enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. She regretted the time spent trying to comprehend the actions of one who had abandoned her. If only she had acted sooner. No, had she acted sooner, it might have endangered Chao Kuan. Accepting her fate, Zhu Zhuqing was unexpectedly filled with hope upon the arrival of Flandre and his companions, only to feel disillusioned once more with the forceful entrance of Chao Kuan. At that moment, she believed Chao Kuan to be an ally of Davis. To her astonishment, the mysterious figure who appeared suddenly freed her and lifted her chin. The familiarity of his face and his words flooded her heart with joy. It is he, once again. He has come to rescue me. Though she was puzzled by the changes in his appearance and strength, which enabled him to fend off a soul saint, she pushed those thoughts aside as she struggled to regain her footing after days in confinement. Chao Kuan, unable to watch her falter, swiftly caught her in his arms. Zhu Zhuqing naturally fell into his embrace, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at his face, so close to her own, yet she clung tightly to him. A flicker of joy blossomed in Chao Kuan's heart, although a sudden voice in his mind rendered him slightly awkward. What is happening? Gu Yuna would not have spoken in such a situation before. He was filled with confusion, but the softness in his arms quickly dispelled those thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, witnessing their embrace, grew increasingly distressed, clenching his fists behind his back. What is going on? Who is this man? Why is Zhu Qing with him? She is my fiancée. He lowered his head, concealing the ferocity in his eyes. Although he dared not display his feelings before Chao Kuan, having just witnessed Chao Kuan's confrontation with Zhao Wuji, he could still sense Dai Mubai's emotions. It was unnecessary to perceive it. They were all men, after all. However, Chao Kuan chose to focus on comforting Zhu Zhuqing instead. On the other side, Oscar quickly composed himself and explained, in fragmented thoughts, why he had suddenly appeared there. Upon hearing this, Flandre and the others furrowed their brows, casting glances at Chao Kuan. Finally, Flandre spoke, "My apologies, sir. We mistook you for one of the Xinglua Empire's people, acting impulsively in our desire to rescue my student." As he spoke, Dai Mubai hurriedly moved away from Chao Kuan and Zhu Zhuqing, seeking solace by Flandre's side, where he felt a modicum of security. Listening to Flandre's words, Chao Kuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Flandre and his companions would hold him accountable for capturing Oscar. However, their reaction was unexpected. Though confused, he decided to extend a gesture of understanding. "It is of no consequence. I can empathize. After all, I resorted to such measures out of concern for Zhu Qing. Flandre felt his spirits lift at Chao Kuen's words, but Dai Mubai's mood soured further. In that case, let us resolve the remaining matters before discussing anything else. He turned to face Davis and his companions. At that moment, the two Soul Saints and the Soul Emperor were beginning to recover, no longer clutching their chests. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun also regained some composure, trembling as they stood. What do you intend to do? I'm the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire. Should you dare to kill me, prepare for unending retribution from the Xingluo Empire. Davis exclaimed, glaring at Flandre. His words were not mere folly. He truly believed he could intimidate Flandre and the others. Although Davis and his companions had been thoroughly beaten, even if they were not executed, they would still face a bounty from the Xingluo Empire. However, that would merely be a bounty, not a relentless pursuit, as Flandre and his group were formidable in their own right. The thought of this was precisely why they had come to rescue Dai Mubai. Yet, killing Davis would alter the situation entirely, inciting the wrath of the Xingluo Empire and possibly leading to assistance from the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire in their pursuit. Rest assured, we will not kill you, Flandre replied coldly, casting them a disdainful glance. After a moment, he turned to Chao Kuen and inquired, "What do you suggest, sir?" The power Chao Kuen had displayed, particularly the formidable strike he had unleashed, sparked a realization in Flandre, leading him to regard Chao Kuen with newfound respect. Otherwise, the unyielding motto of Shirlai Ku Academy would not permit them to treat Chao Kuen with such deference. Chao Kuen looked down at Zhu Zhuqing nestled in his arms. "What do you wish to do?" His words left Flanders and Davis momentarily stunned, while Zhu Zhiyun cast a curious glance at Chao Kuen. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, glanced at Zhu Zhiyun and Davis, and then buried her face back into Chao Kuen's embrace, her heart swelling with joy. "I'll follow your lead," Chao Kuen said with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Then we shall leave it entirely to Dean Flanders' discretion." With Davis and Zhu Zhiyun in their current state, and unable to eliminate them, Zhu Zhuqing had no objections, and naturally, neither did Chao Kuen. "Very well," Flanders nodded, preparing to address Davis and the others. At that moment, Dai Mubai, observing Zhu Zhuqing and Chao Kuen together, felt a surge of fury and, gritting his teeth, suddenly exclaimed, "Dean!" His voice boomed, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Davis widened his eyes, realizing something, and looked at Dai Mubai in terror. "What is it?" Flanders inquired, turning to him. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and resolutely stated, "Dean, you are aware of the selection process of the Xingluo Empire's royal family, right? Only one of us can survive in the end. Even if you save me this time, I will still perish when the actual selection begins." Flanders frowned, his tone grave as he asked, "What are you trying to say?" Dai Mubai fixed his gaze on Davis and declared firmly, "Dean, I hope to take this opportunity to eliminate Davis. Currently, there are only two princes of the Xingluo royal family, Davis and myself. Once Davis is dead, I will undoubtedly ascend to the throne as the Emperor of Xingluo." Upon hearing this, Davis grew increasingly anxious and fearful. "You're talking nonsense. How could you yet?" Dai Mubai ignored him and continued, observing Flanders' hesitation, "I implore you, Dean, for the sake of the years we've spent together, please assist me. If not, il will surely die. Moreover, we can easily attribute their deaths to the fallen. As long as I'm alive, you save me. At that point, I will be the sole heir to the Xingluo Empire, and they will have no choice but to believe my words. Once I become the emperor, I can elevate Shrek Academy to the finest institution in the Xingluo Empire." As he spoke, Dai Mubai bowed deeply. In truth, he had already resigned himself to a fate of waiting for death in a few years. However, Chao Kuen's presence had ignited a fire within him, especially seeing Chao Kuen embrace Zhu Zhuqing right before his eyes, driving him to madness. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. He, Dai Mubai, was a prince of the Xingluo Empire and the possessor of the supreme beast martial soul, the White Tiger. How could he be so humiliated? Although he had been unfaithful to many others over the years, he could not bear to be betrayed himself. Chao Kuen felt similarly. If Duguyan suddenly paired up with Yu Qianheng, he would also go mad. Therefore, seizing this golden opportunity, Dai Mubai resolved to gamble everything. If he could eliminate Davis, he would become the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. allowing him to teach a lesson to the one who dared to court his fiancée. Furthermore, perhaps he wouldn't even have to wait. He could act now. As Dai Mubai bowed, his mind raced with these thoughts while maintaining an increasingly sincere and pitiable facade. Meanwhile, Davis, witnessing this scene, erupted in frantic curses. Dai Mubai, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to disrupt the rules? You won't succeed. Even if I capture you, I never intended to kill you now. After scolding him, he turned to Flanders and said, Esteemed soul sage, do you believe such a person can rightfully ascend to the throne of the Luo Empire? Do you think someone who defies ancestral teachings will honor their promises? If you kill me, you will truly be left to see whether this scoundrel will uphold his word. If he fails to assist you, you will be pursued to the ends of the earth by the Luo Empire. Davis completely abandoned his identity as a prince. Groveling before Flanders, Dai Mubai immediately interjected, Dean, you know me. Over these years, aside from my romantic entanglements, have I not behaved well in all other matters? I beg you, Dean, grant me my life. If Davis survives, I will surely perish. Flanders furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Initially, he had merely intended to have Davis and the others surrender valuable items and let them go. He was aware of the selection process of the Luo Empire, but had no intention of getting involved. However, Dai Mubai's statements were quite compelling and made him hesitant. As for what Chao Kuan was doing at the moment, he was simply enjoying the spectacle while holding Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun, observing the deranged Davis, felt a sense of disappointment but also understood. Zhu Zhuqing was wholly focused on Chao Kuan and paid no mind to the unfolding drama. At that moment, the frenzied Davis suddenly recalled something. You are incapable, Dai Mubai. To inherit the throne of the Luo Empire, you must be able to perform a martial soul fusion technique with a Zhu family girl. But look at the situation now. Can you execute a martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing? His words struck Dai Mubai's heart like a hammer. Davis' declaration drew the attention of all present to Chao Kuan and Zhu Zhuqing. Brother Chao, I will heed your wishes, Zhu Zhuqing whispered in his ear. This tactic of diverting blame was executed flawlessly. Chao Kuan patted Zhu Zhuqing's back, signaling that all was well, then glanced at Davis before turning his attention back to Dai Mubai and Flanders. Dai Mubai's eyes burned with rage and resentment, while Flanders regarded him with scrutiny. Chao Kuan thought, realizing that Flanders was swayed and was now contemplating the feasibility of the proposition. With a smirk, Chao Kuan pulled Zhu Zhuqing behind him and said, No need to look. Zhuqing is no longer yours. This was directed at you, Dai Mubai. His eyes nearly blazed with fire. Observing the increasingly ferocious glare from Dai Mubai, Chao Kuan chuckled lightly. Let me inform you, I'm only at the 39th level. If you think you can reclaim Zhuqing for me, feel free to try. As he spoke, 3 soul rings manifested around him, although he deliberately controlled their appearance, making the 2nd and 3rd rings emerge slowly. He was fishing for a reaction. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his demeanor, anxiously tugged at Chao Kuan's hand. Chao Kuan grasped it back reassuringly. Seeing that Chao Kuan possessed only 3 soul rings, Dai Mubai was elated and immediately shouted, Dean, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, help me eliminate him. Retrieve Zhuqing. His words trailed off as suddenly a long spear, entirely crimson and engraved with a dragon design, materialized in Chao Kuan's hand. Breaking kill. A fiery red true dragon emerged, and in an instant, Chao Kuan, like a shooting star, pierced through Dai Mubai's body. With a roar, a dragon's cry resounded, and before anyone could react, Dai Mubai was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan returned to his original position, shaking the spear and revealing 3 soul rings. 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, astonishing everyone and momentarily silencing the forest. Did I deceive you? My soul power is indeed only at the 39th level. Holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, Cao Kun swayed lightly. Chapter 140. The matter ends unresolved. Did I deceive you? My soul power is indeed only at level 39. As these words echoed, the forest once again fell into a profound silence. All eyes gradually shifted from Dai Mubai's previous position to Chao Kuan's figure. They stared in disbelief at the 3 soul rings encircling Chao Kuan. Davis's eyes widened the most. Beyond shock, he was engulfed in a wave of exhilaration. Moments ago, he had caught a glimpse of Flinder's expression and realized he was likely facing imminent danger. In that critical moment, he recalled Chao Kuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, and sought to draw him into his scheme. His original plan was to leverage the relationship between Chao Kuan and Zhu Zhuqing to make Chao Kuan his ally, although Chao Kuan had dealt him a blow earlier. An old adage suggests that an enemy's enemy is a friend. If Chao Kuan were to join his ranks, he could devise an escape plan, for Chao Kuan could fly. The city of Xing Luo Empire was not far from here. He could have Chao Kuan transport him back, allowing him to exact revenge on that despicable Dai Mu Bai. However, he did not anticipate that Chao Kuan would be so formidable, swiftly eliminating Dai Mu Bai. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. His life was preserved. While Davis reveled in his unexpected fortune, Zhu Zhuyin, standing beside him, cast a glimmering gaze filled with envy towards Zhu Zhuqing, who stood protectively in front of Chao Kuan. Dean Dai has perished. After a moment of silence, Oscar's trembling voice broke the stillness, drawing all eyes towards him, which caused him to instinctively hide behind Zhao Wuji. Chao Kuan, too, reflexively turned his gaze in that direction. Am I not astonishing with my 1,000-year second soul ring and 10,000-year third soul ring? You speak of a dead man first. Moreover, your reflexes are rather sluggish. He silently criticized before locking eyes with Flinder. As the soul rings rotated, Chao Kuan's pale, golden eyes shone brighter in the darkness, emanating a noble and domineering aura that left the onlookers even more astonished. Flinder, why do you gaze at me so? Do you wish to fulfill the wishes of that worthless prince from Xing Luo Empire? Or are you simply seeking revenge for him? Unfazed by the dangerous glances from Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and Li Yusong, Chao Kuan chuckled softly. During Chao Kuan's speech, Davis exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Zhuyin and the two Soul Saints and Soul Emperor, who then cautiously positioned themselves beside Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan merely glanced at them before redirecting his attention back to Flinder, remaining silent. After a prolonged moment, Flinder took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he spoke. How could that be? It's merely surprising to see someone's second soul ring being 1,000 years old and their third soul ring being 10,000 years old. As for Mu Bai, he brought this upon himself, to incite us to attack you. Why would we seek revenge for such a person? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression changed as he stepped forward, stating, Flinder, you. Flinder turned to silence him, halting his impending words. This is good. Chao Kuan nodded in response. Why unleash a lethal strike to eliminate Dai Mu Bai? Was it not to instill fear in Flinder and the others? Although he was not intimidated by a 1 versus 3 scenario, Zhu Zhuqing was still present. In a 1 versus 3, he might overlook Zhu Zhuqing, and should any misfortune befall her, Chao Kuan would be filled with regret. The current situation was most favorable. Let's depart. With that, Flinder turned, addressing Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong before soaring into the sky. At this moment, he no longer harbored any intentions of extorting Davis and the others. This indicated his dismal mood. Li Yusong followed closely behind, and last were Zhao Wuji and Oscar. Zhao Wuji, pulling Oscar along, gave Chao Kuan a cold snort before pursuing. Once they were a distance away, Zhao Wuji could no longer contain himself and bellowed towards Flinder. Flinder, why do you let them go just like that? He killed Mu Bai right before our eyes. Even if he is strong, we have 2 Soul Saints and a Soul Emperor here. Should we fear him? Flinder replied, this is merely Mu Bai's own doing. He failed to gauge the strength of others before speaking and did not consider why someone would suddenly declare their soul power to be only level 39. Is that not akin to fishing for trouble? Such foolishness. Fuming, Zhao Wuji retorted, Humph. That fellow spoke with the intent to kill Mu Bai. If that is the case, why do we not teach him a lesson? Even if we cannot slay him, we cannot simply let him go. He is a soul master who just exchanged blows with me and then instantaneously killed Mu Bai. I cannot fathom how much soul power he possesses. At that moment, Oscar, perched on Zhao Wuji's back, interjected. That individual must still possess a considerable amount of soul power. He carried me from Soto City to here without pausing. Oscar's assertion momentarily stunned Zhao Wuji, prompting Flinder to speak. Indeed, it was because I saw no signs of him exhausting his energy that I made this decision. Zhao Wuji, unsatisfied, shouted, "Even so, even if we cannot kill him, can we not at least teach him a lesson?" Before Flinder could respond, Li Yusong interjected, "What would teaching him a lesson accomplish? It would only serve to offend him. Given his display of soul saint-level prowess despite being merely at level 39, if he manages to escape, what will we do then? We must remember, he is aware of who we are." Flinder nodded, agreeing with Li Yusong's perspective. Upon hearing this, although Zhao Wuji still felt a tinge of discontent, he refrained from further argument. Flinder soared in the sky, casting a glance backward, pondering to himself. Moreover, the techniques that young man initially employed were likely one of the Haotian sect as Haotian 9 absolutes, the Ling Tian strike, while his martial soul remained elusive. His ability to execute the Haotian 9 absolutes suggests a significant connection to the Haotian sect. Since we cannot kill him, it would be unwise to provoke him. With this thought, Flinder's expression darkened. This journey has proven fruitless. Not only did I fail to save Daimu Bai, but I also offended the Xing Luo Empire. What a loss. What are you planning? Once Flinder and his companions had ventured far, Chao Kuan turned to regard Davis, who was watching him intently from behind. Davis's earlier gaze had left Chao Kuan feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. In nothing, the aura emanating from Chao Kuan remained formidable, compelling Davis to lower his head swiftly, stammering. Alongside him, the two Soul Saints and Soul Emperor, as well as Zhu Zhuyun, similarly bowed their heads. Chao Kuan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to deal with them. Earlier, he had no stake in the matter, thus he had no qualms about how to handle Davis and the others. However, the circumstances had changed. He had just killed Daimu Bai and harbored no fondness for Davis. Moreover, should he allow them to depart freely, he was uncertain of the potential repercussions for Zhu Zhuqing. He needed to devise a careful plan for their disposition. Chapter 141. Zhu Qing, do you wish to become a queen? Time has passed for quite a while. Seeing that Chao Kuan was merely staring at them in silence, Davis raised his head and asked, "Your Excellency, may we leave?" Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan furrowed his brows and gazed at him. Davis quickly continued, "Rest assured, we will certainly not disclose to the royal family that you were the one who killed Daimu Bai. Upon my return, I will attribute Daimu Bai's demise to that group of individuals and inform the Zhu family that Zhu Zhuqing perished alongside Daimu Bai. This way, the Zhu family will no longer send people to capture Zhu Zhuqing." As he spoke, Davis glanced at Zhu Zhuyun beside him. Zhu Zhuyun, upon noticing, nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. As long as we tell our family that Zhuqing and Daimu Bai died together, they will not send anyone to pursue Zhuqing. Davis continued to assure. Moreover, if you listening to Davis' assurances, Chao Kuan's brow tightened as he turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, tightly gripping Chao Kuan's arm, indicating that they should heed his words. With that, Chao Kuan swiftly moved, appearing behind the Soul Saint. His legs suddenly enlarged, resembling a dragoness limbs, and he delivered a powerful kick. Roar! Despite being gravely injured, the Soul Saint was still significantly stronger than Daimu Bai. Sensing Chao Kuan's attack, he immediately activated his martial spirit, shouting as he crossed his arms in defense. Bang! Alas, despite his injuries, he could not withstand Chao Kuan's full-force kick, being sent flying and crashing into a large tree, snapping in half. In the end, he stared wide-eyed at Chao Kuan before losing consciousness. Ding, ding, ding. After knocking out the Soul Saint, Chao Kuan swiftly circulated his soul power, his body emitting a faint golden light as he blocked another Soul Emperor's attack. The Ru Yi Bai Bao Yi already possessed defensive capabilities, and with Chao Kuan's skin transformed and significantly enhanced defense, the Soul Emperor's assault did not harm him in the slightest. Of course, this was also due to the Soul Emperor being severely injured and lacking soul power. After fending off several strikes, Chao Kuan focused his mind, summoning a dozen ice arrows that shot towards the fleeing Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. It was not that he could not summon more, but he feared that an excess would lead to their demise. Please, Your Excellency. Bang, bang, bang. The ice arrows swiftly struck the two, leaving various wounds upon them. The frost slowed their movements, and the icy toxin invaded their bodies, exacerbating their internal injuries, causing both to faint. Simultaneously, Chao Kuan's hands transformed partially into fire apes, the increased attack power rendering the Soul Emperor incapable of countering effectively. After 3 exchanges, with a resounding bang, the Soul Emperor was also sent flying, collapsing against a tree and losing consciousness. This battle, from Chao Kuan's sudden eruption to the 4 individuals falling unconscious, concluded in less than 10 breaths. Before Zhu Zhuqing could gather her thoughts, Chao Kuan returned to her side, prompting her to widen her eyes and, with a hint of melancholy, say, "Brother Chao, you have become so strong." Her tone, however, carried joy at Chao Kuan's remarkable prowess. Her disappointment stemmed from her own weakness, feeling helpless in such a situation, potentially becoming a burden to him. This was disheartening for the proud Zhu Zhuqing. Returning to Zhu Zhuqing's side, Chao Kuan sensed her thoughts. He reached out to pat her head without speaking, intending to comfort her later by presenting her with a celestial herb. After all, she was his woman. He could not afford to be partial. Subsequently, Chao Kuan focused his mind, and a pair of wings appeared behind him. "We must leave this place," he said, lifting Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly. She nestled her head against his chest and nodded in agreement. Observing this, Chao Kuan's lips curled into a slight smile, and a gust of wind surged as Davis, Zhu Zhuyin, and the 2 Soul Saints and Soul Emperor floated into the air, following Chao Kuan as he ascended. Though Zhu Zhuqing felt some confusion, she said nothing. Chao Kuan did not trust Davis's assurances and would not take them at face value. Without any oaths, who could guarantee that Davis and his companions would uphold their promises? Should they fail to do so and report him upon returning to the Luo Empire, he would find himself unable to deal with them at this stage. Moreover, having inquired with Gu Yuna, he learned that she could not control them either. Thus, Chao Kuan decided to first knock them out and remove them from this place. As for how to handle them afterward, it would depend on Zhu Zhuqing's transformation after absorbing the celestial herb. However, regardless of what changes occurred after Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the herb, Chao Kuan was resolute in his desire to eliminate Davis. With Dai Mu by now deceased, Davis would certainly ascend to the throne of the Luo Empire, and he would inevitably bring endless trouble to Chao Kuan. While he might not be able to harm him, he would certainly be a source of great annoyance. Therefore, Chao Kuan planned to take preventive measures by eliminating Davis now. But first he would wait. As for Zhu Zhuyin, that would depend on Zhu Zhuqing's wishes. After flying for a while, Chao Kuan inquired, "Zhuqing, what are the prerequisites for inheriting the throne of the Luo Empire?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Chao Kuan would ask such a question. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "To inherit the throne, it is necessary to..." Listening to Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, Chao Kuan suddenly interjected, "So, as long as one can summon the Yu Ming by Hu and defeat the other heirs, one can inherit the throne?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Chao Kuan continued, "Then if there is someone whose martial spirit is the Yu Ming by Hu, can he directly inherit the throne?" Zhu Zhuqing paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Certainly. Several centuries ago, there was an emperor of Luo whose martial spirit was the Yu Ming by Hu. At that time, both the Zhu and Dai families were part of the royal lineage, but after that emperor's birth within the Dai family, only those from the Dai family were allowed to ascend to the throne. That emperor was extraordinarily powerful. Had the emperor of the Tiando Empire not also been a titled Dalu with the assistance of the Martial Soul Hall, the continent might have been unified. However, Brother Chao, why do you ask this?" Chao Kuan did not respond, but pressed on, "Zhuqing, if your martial spirit were the Yu Ming by Hu, would the Zhu family assist you in becoming the queen of the Luo Empire? Do you wish to become the queen of the Luo Empire?" This was the plan Chao Kuan had devised. If he were to eliminate Davis directly and then take Zhu Zhuqing away to soar into the skies, the Luo Empire would undoubtedly descend into chaos. With all heirs dead, would they not have to relinquish the throne? This was unacceptable to the royal family. They would surely seek frenzied retribution. Even if Chao Kuan did not reveal himself, the Shrek Academy would still emerge, and in a vast empire, Flander and others would not be able to hide for long before being discovered. at which point Chao Kun would also be exposed. However, letting Davis go was equally unpalatable for Chao Kun. Thus, he resolved to have Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit evolve into the Yuming by Hu, allowing her to become the queen of the Xingluo Empire. This would indeed require the celestial herb, and while Zhu Zhuqing might not necessarily evolve after absorbing it, Gu Yinao would be there to assist. Nevertheless, this matter needed to be discussed with Zhu Zhuqing regarding her willingness. In the sky, after Chao Kun's inquiry, a long silence ensued as Zhu Zhuqing remained unresponsive. Lowering her gaze towards her ample figure, which bore a somewhat youthful appearance, she finally spoke again. Her words jolted Zhu Zhuqing from her contemplation, and with a hint of surprise and anxiety, she exclaimed, "Ah? The queen of the Xingluo Empire?" Observing her flustered demeanor, Chao Kun chuckled softly and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the first queen of the Xingluo Empire. Do you wish for this? If your martial soul were the Yuming white tiger, would the Zhu family support you?" Taken aback by Chao Kun's question, Zhu Zhuqing found herself momentarily speechless, as she had never considered such a notion before. Previously, her mind was solely focused on escaping her family and seeking clarity from Dalu Bai. However, upon encountering Chao Kun, his presence had begun to occupy her thoughts, for he was the one who had rescued her from that abyss. Now, once again saved by him, she resolved to follow Chao Kun, vowing unwavering loyalty as long as he did not cast her aside. Her nature was such that, despite her fiery figure and cool demeanor, she possessed an unexpectedly innocent heart. Much like her previous infatuation with Dalu Bai, she had been devoted to him. However, when Chao Kun posed the question about becoming the queen of the Xingluo Empire, her heart rippled like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Contemplating Chao Kun's displayed prowess and recalling her own inability to react during his defeat of Davis and the others, Zhu Zhuqing's fists clenched slightly. With my talent, no amount of effort could ever allow me to catch up to Brother Chao. She mused, looking up at Chao Kun and nodding, "I am willing, primarily to assist Brother Chao. As long as my martial soul is the Yuming white tiger, the Zhu family will certainly support me." Although her personality leaned towards a more traditional femininity, she was determined not to be a mere decorative vase. Realizing her own thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exclaimed, "But my martial soul is just the Yuming spirit cat. Moreover, my talent is lacking, with a mere innate soul power of level 7. Keu kun left haltli ishuling here. Fear not, for since I have made such a claim, there is undoubtedly a method to facilitate the evolution of your martial soul. All you need is the desire." With a swift motion of his wings, Chao Kun dove down, hovering before a desolate cave. The unconscious Davis and his companions were effortlessly levitated behind him by his control over the wind. The cave was situated halfway up a mountain, featuring a flat area akin to a balcony, surrounded by abundant blue-silver grass and withered vines. Were it not for Chao Kun's ability to see in the dark as if it were daylight, he might have overlooked it altogether. After casually depositing Davis and his companions onto the ground before the cave, Chao Kun descended with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him and declared, "In that case, I shall heed Brother Chao's guidance." With a blush, she leaned in, attempting to plant a kiss on Chao Kun's cheek. Chao Kun noted her intention, remaining still until she was nearly upon him, at which point he suddenly turned his head. "Is a mere peck sufficient?" he mused. Although Zhu Zhuqing now stood at a height of over 1.7 meters, she still felt slightly diminutive beside Chao Kun's towering stature of nearly 1.9 meters, requiring her to rise on tiptoe to reach him. However, upon being captured by his lips, Zhu Zhuqing, though not resisting, felt her body weaken, nearly toppling over. Observing her predicament, Chao Kun instinctively wrapped one arm around her slender waist to support her, while his other hand lifted her slightly to prevent any strain on her neck. Though she had only intended to kiss her beloved's cheek, being embraced by him rendered Zhu Zhuqing bashful yet compliant, albeit inexperienced, accepting his advances passively. Under Chao Kun's adept guidance, her body grew increasingly languid. As he noted her softening demeanor, he suppressed his own desires, smiling at her flushed countenance. "Is this merely a kiss?" Zhu Zhuqing gasped, her hands resting on Chao Kuen's shoulders, her legs tightly gripping his waist in fear of losing her balance. Gao Kuen, compelled to support her, navigated into the cave. This was not the soul-hunting forest, situated at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, and naturally, no soul beasts were present. While kissing Zhu Zhuqing, Chao Kuen summoned a gentle breeze to cleanse the cave of stale air. His intention was to allow Zhu Zhuqing to absorb the celestial herb within. As for why he did not return to Aba City, it was because Davis and the others had yet to return to the Xingluo Empire. Before their departure, they would undoubtedly report to their family, and their prolonged absence would arouse suspicion among the people of the Xingluo Empire. Consequently, they would likely search for them, inevitably passing through Aba City, thus necessitating caution to avoid exposure. Moreover, after Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the celestial herb, she would need to return, for traveling too far would not be prudent. As for the possibility of the cave being discovered by the Xingluo Empire, Chao Kuen could only credit Gu Yuna's concealment for its effectiveness. This cave appeared to have been inhabited previously, with remnants of human existence still visible, though it seemed long abandoned. Upon entering the cave, with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, Chao Kuen initially intended to set her down to tidy up. However, seeing her still catching her breath, he smiled helplessly, his mind stirring as flames, and a gentle breeze materialized around them. In no time, the cave was transformed, exuding a warm ambience due to the flames. After placing Zhu Zhuqing on a soft mattress of moss he had prepared, he observed her flushed cheeks and smiled, reaching into the small pocket dimension to summon a celestial herb. This herb, a pristine white flower, resembled a pure lotus, untouched by any blemish. It was the celestial herb known as Shui Xianyuji Gu, which Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed in the original tale. Certainly, this single herb would not suffice to evolve Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, even with Gu Yuna's assistance. However, it could enhance her innate talent, elevating her to the pinnacle of innate soul power. After producing the Shui Xianyuji Gu, and amidst Zhu Zhuqing's puzzled gaze, another celestial herb appeared in Chao Kuen's hand. This herb, an exquisite 8-petal orchid, shone with a snow-white luster, exuding an air of ethereal grace. It was the celestial herb that Oscar had absorbed in the original narrative. Its medicinal properties were gentle and rich, easily absorbed, capable of purifying the body of impurities and facilitating the evolution of martial souls. In the original tale, Oscar's martial soul did not evolve, not only due to his extraordinary talent, but also because of another characteristic of this herb. While it was easy to absorb, the process was slow. Chao Kuen contemplated allowing Zhu Zhuqing to absorb the Shui Xianyuji Gu first to maximize her innate talent, followed by the 8-petal orchid, releasing its medicinal properties instantaneously under Gu Yuna's guidance to ensure the evolution of her martial soul into the Yuming white tiger. Holding the celestial herbs, Chao Kuen explained to the still puzzled Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing this, she looked at the 2 celestial herbs in astonishment and then turned to Chao Kuen, saying, "If they're truly that powerful, perhaps it would be better for you to absorb them." Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's refusal, Chao Kuen felt a surge of joy. Responding with a smile, "I have already absorbed celestial herbs. Otherwise, do you think I possess this level of strength? Moreover, it is not the quantity of celestial herbs absorbed that determines their effectiveness." After explaining a few words, Zhu Zhuqing took the Xianchao and, under the guidance of Chao Kuen, consumed the petals of the Shui Xianyuji Gua, subsequently beginning to channel her soul power to absorb the medicinal properties of the Shui Xianyuji Gua. Shortly thereafter, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's progress, Chao Kuen addressed Gu Yuna in the Sea of Consciousness, expressing his gratitude. This plan, of course, required Gu Yuna's consent to implement. Although Gu Yuna had expressed considerable discontent towards him these past few days, after a few earnest pleas, she ultimately acquiesced. With a cold snort, Gu Yuna manifested a silver light from Chao Kuen's forehead, directing it towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the midst of absorbing the Xian Chao. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled groan. "Steady your mind. Keu kun le mind it here." Previously, he had informed Zhu Zhuqing that he would assist her in rapidly absorbing the Shui Xianyuji Gua. Thus, she was prepared. After her brief groan, She quickly stabilized her focus, and with the aid of the silver light, she diligently absorbed the medicinal potency of the shui San'sHidden. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, filled with delight as she felt the abundant soul power within her. "Brother Chao, I have actually reached level 30, she exclaimed. "Once I absorb another soul ring, I will become a soul master." Chao Kuan smiled and nodded. Thanks to Gu Yuna's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed a significant amount of medicinal power, propelling her directly to level 30. However, most of the medicinal potency remained unabsorbed, hidden within Zhu Zhuqing's body, gradually transforming her physique and enhancing her talent and potential. After offering a few words of encouragement, Chao Kuan urged Zhu Zhuqing to continue absorbing the Ba Ban Xianlan. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Chao Kuan with excitement in her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, she consumed the Ba Ban Xianlan. Observing this, Chao Kuan promptly reminded Gu Yuna for assistance. Without Gu Yuna's help, it would be impossible for Zhu Zhuqing to absorb 2 types of Xianchao without the risk of her body exploding from the overwhelming medicinal power. This time, Gu Yuna did not hesitate to assist. She transformed into her human form and appeared above the stone bed. She observed the silver soul power emanating from Zhu Zhuqing's hand, surging into her body. Absorbing the Ba Ban Xianlan differed from the shui San'sHidden. It required drawing out all the medicinal power from the Ba Ban Xianlan while ensuring that the potency did not overwhelm Zhu Zhuqing, instead facilitating the evolution of her martial soul. Furthermore, the evolution of a Yuming Ling Mao martial soul did not guarantee its transformation into Yuming by Hu. It required Gu Yuna's guidance. Therefore, she did not merely release a beam of silver light as before, but directly assisted Zhu Zhuqing in her martial soul evolution. "Chao Kuan, I leave this to you," he thought inwardly as he communicated with Gu Yuna in the sea of consciousness. Even with Gu Yuna manifesting, Chao Kuan could still converse with her in the sea of consciousness, as her primary power remained there. Gu Yuna focused intently on aiding Zhu Zhuqing in her martial soul evolution, and Chao Kuan felt content with the situation. After observing for a while without incident, he turned to exit the cave. There was still the matter of Davis and the others to address. With the medicinal power of 2 types of Xianchao and Gu Yuna's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly evolve into the Yuming by Hu martial soul. Thus, Davis's existence was no longer necessary. Keeping such a person around made Chao Kuan uneasy. Upon stepping outside the cave, Chao Kuan was taken aback. He saw Zhu Zhuyan, who had inexplicably awakened, holding a resplendent dagger poised against Davis's neck. The 2 soul saints and soul emperors beside her bore gaping wounds in their necks, blood staining the ground beneath them, indicating they had likely perished. As for Davis, he remained unconscious. Upon sensing Chao Kuan's emergence, Zhu Zhuyan turned to him with a beguiling smile, pleading, "Do not kill me. I can assist Zhuqing in becoming the queen of the Xing Luo Empire. You should understand that with Zhuqing's character, even with her family's support, it would be challenging for her to ascend to the throne." As she spoke, she fiercely stabbed at Davis's neck several times. Davis seemed to sense something but twitched a few times before becoming still. Thus, both heirs of the Xing Luo Empire met their demise. "This is my sincerity. I will not betray you. Once the Dai family learns I killed their last heir, they will certainly not spare me." Unlike Davis and the 2 soul saints, who were swiftly dispatched, Davis had been stabbed multiple times, blood spraying forth and staining Zhu Zhuyan in the process. Observing this, Chao Kuan retracted the flames he had summoned in anticipation of resolving Davis and the others. Approaching Zhu Zhuyan, he looked down at her, coolly inquiring, "How is it that you awoke so quickly?" Zhu Zhuyan hastily explained, "I possess a soul bone from an 800-year-old cheetah soul beast. Although its age is somewhat low, its incredible speed is perfectly suited for me, so I absorbed it. To my surprise, the soul skill it granted is a healing type. When you shot us with ice arrows, I utilized the soul skill. And although I fainted for a moment afterward, I quickly regained consciousness." As she spoke, Zhu Zhuyan discarded the dagger and crawled to Chao Kuan's feet, gazing up with watery eyes, pleading, "I implore you, do not kill me. I will help Zhuqing become the queen of the Xing Luo Empire." Chao Kuan crouched down. Lifting her chin with his hand, and said coolly, "So, you overheard my plan?" Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback, nodding in affirmation as she continued her pleas. This made sense. She must have awakened when Chao Kuan mentioned making Zhu Zhuqing the queen of the Xing Luo Empire. Upon realizing Chao Kuan's intentions, she understood that Davis was destined to die. Otherwise, even if Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul was the Yuming by Hu, it would still be impossible for her to ascend to the throne of the Xing Luo Empire. After all, the Dai family currently held power. And no matter how well the Dai and Zhu families got along, the Dai family would never relinquish the throne. Thus, to avoid being silenced, Zhu Zhuyun had preemptively eliminated Davis and the others in a bid to ally with Chao Kuan. Understanding this, Chao Kuan released her chin and frowned at the three corpses surrounding them. You and Davis should be able to perform a martial soul fusion technique, correct? Given that, how could you so readily kill him? It is difficult for me to trust you. Zhu Zhuyun clung to Chao Kuan's legs, her form pressed against him, her chest brushing against his shins due to her tight-fitting attire. Although a martial soul fusion technique requires mutual understanding, it does not necessitate perfect synchronization. Davis and I practiced for a long time before we could barely manage it. Consequently, the strength of the Yuming by who we manifested was not very potent. Otherwise, we would have been able to escape with the interference of other soul masters. I have no affection for Davis. After explaining, Zhu Zhuyun continued to plead. Do not kill me. I can genuinely assist Zhu Qing. I will pledge my loyalty to you, forever submissive to your will. Gazing down at Zhu Zhuyun's tear-filled eyes, Gao Kun stood upright. Just as Zhu Zhuyun despaired, believing that Chao Kuan was still intent on ending her life, a water mirror suddenly appeared beside her. The mirror displayed the scene of her previously stabbing Davis and the others, alongside her words spoken to Chao Kuan. As the voice of Chao Kuan resonated, he proclaimed, "Since that is the case, I shall trust you this once. Should you betray me thereafter, not only will you face my relentless pursuit, but the Xing Luo Empire will also not spare you. However, if you diligently assist Zhu Qing in becoming the queen of the Xing Luo Empire, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy as she declared, "I will certainly not betray you." Embracing him, she playfully rubbed against Chao Kuan's leg, igniting the flames of jealousy that had arisen from his passionate kiss with Zhu Qing. Yet, as he gazed at Zhu Zhiyun, Chao Kuan felt a pang of discomfort. Just as he contemplated breaking free, Zhu Zhiyun seemed to have an epiphany. She bit her lip, suddenly activating her martial spirit, sprouting cat ears atop her head and a tail behind her. In an instant, she launched an attack on Chao Kuan, seizing him by surprise. Chao Kuan inhaled sharply, caught off guard by her unexpected move. Although she had a firm grip on him, Zhu Zhiyun hesitated to act further. With her lips still between her teeth, she adopted a bewitching expression. "Master," the combination of her expression, voice, and the swaying of her cat tail caused Chao Kuan, who had initially intended to push her away, to instead rest his hand atop her head. This gesture allowed Zhu Zhiyun to relax. Having sensed Chao Kuan's earlier irritation, she resorted to this bold action to earn his trust. Thankfully, Chao Kuan did not punish her. Zhu Zhiyun began to move her hand, closing her eyes in feline delight as Chao Kuan affectionately patted her head. After a while, the attire of Ru Yi Bai Bao transformed into a different appearance. Zhu Zhiyun knelt before Chao Kuan, lifting her head to gaze at him with adoration, while the lifeless bodies of Davis and others lay nearby. Chapter 144, Evolution of Martial Spirits, the Nether White Tiger. The round moon hung high in the night sky, accompanied by a myriad of stars that provided a glimmer of light to the darkened night. Yet, neither Zhu Zhiyun nor Chao Kuan required such illumination. Beside them, a bonfire blazed, its glow sufficient to illuminate their forms and cast their shadows upon the mountainside. As time progressed, the fire's light dwindled, indicating that the fuel was nearing exhaustion. With a crackle, the sleeping deity addressed the world. "You operate in such a manner, finding your rightful place, and thus you shall evolve over the course of 100,000 years. For the longest span of a divine slumber, lasting a mere night, the deity allowed the celestial bodies to move autonomously, deeming it good. Will there be issues with the Shinma sect? Will it be overtaken by other forces? Inquired the holy son of the demon palace. Ling Yong lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice, observing Magneto descending gracefully from the sky. A broad smile adorning his face, accompanied by several subordinates who closely followed. What are you daydreaming about? Jessica chided Wang Tian, who appeared lost in thought, her voice laced with confusion. Unworried, he had never anticipated that Chaos's blade was, in fact, a Zanpakuto, and one that maintained its Shirkai state. The capabilities he had previously witnessed allowed for strikes through armor to flesh. Now, the very mention of its Bankai signaled the ability to cleave the soul. In a shrouded area, a colossal black serpent lay coiled like a dragon, its scales tightly packed, each measuring over a meter in length, glimmering with a metallic sheen, exuding immense strength, clearly not a foe to be trifled with. The aura emanating from it suggested it was at least at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Such a battle of this caliber could hardly be approached with ordinary means, and one subordinate, unable to contain his impatience, was prepared to engage. This was not a battle to be fought by others, but by Mu Jia. Upon entering the office, Lin Junjia was seen pacing, while Jin He and Jin Ping wore expressions of concern. Subsequently, the 9 divine dragons formed an ethereal shell, a sphere of radiant light, severing the connection between the dark point and the erroneous. Luo Shan finally grasped the truth. In the end, Lin Yin and Yang Ran's relationship was not genuine affection, but rather a mutual exploitation. Dressed in loose-fitting garments that revealed her fair bosom, or in figure-hugging attire that accentuated her slender waist, she would either approach Yi Qingli brazenly or with a more subtle allure. Moreover, she had mentioned that, despite their injuries, they were far from fatal. Now, as they clamored for Xia Chu to fetch water, one had to wonder how much of their distress was genuine pain and how much was a ruse to acquire some water for themselves. She returned to the Duke of the State's residence, only to find the Duke absent. Instead, he faced ridicule from those around the Duchess, leaving him in a foul mood. He soon discovered that the second young lady's marriage had encountered changes, prompting a swift return to the Wang residence. Since my return, Lu Xianxian had been covertly observing me, particularly after I had mentioned our significant gains, fearing I might flee. Thus, she kept a close watch on my every move. The man departed the Genshin project team, astonished by the ruthlessness exhibited within. On a summer night, they gathered around a feast, indulging in the dual satisfaction brought forth by delicious food and fine wine. It was I reiterated, explaining that I had discovered her while she was choking on water, her body icy cold. I had employed this method to warm her, or she would have perished. After countless brushes with danger, I had nearly succumbed to despair within that dire environment. Upon completing her transformation, Zhu Qing joyfully called out, fluttering her wings as she soared towards Chao Kun, her azure and violet tiger tail playfully swaying. Having encountered Ain, Lu Erlong, and Zhu Jian, Chao Kun's exposure to beauty had increased significantly, enhancing his resistance to charm. As Zhu Qing approached, although he felt a surge of admiration, he was not rendered speechless. He smiled and extended his hand, eager to catch her as she flew towards him. However, just as Zhu Qing made contact, a thought struck her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she released his hand and retreated, covering herself with her other hand. Chao Dage, could you please turn around? She asked in a soft voice, her face aglow with shyness. Her attire had been disassembled within the cocoon of light. Although it appeared rather provocative, it was unexpectedly innocent. In response, Chao Kun offered a gentle smile and, after a moment's thought, turned his back to Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian, however, remained facing him, smiling and silently mouthing a few words, likely the term master. Given Chao Kun's proximity, he could not discern her whispered utterance. Nevertheless, based on their recent interactions, it was probably the word he assumed it to be. Chao Kun regarded her quietly, choosing not to speak. Zhu Jian, understanding his silence, refrained from further teasing and stood earnestly with her head bowed. For reasons unknown, Zhu Jian's demeanor over the past few days had shifted from their initial encounter. While she remained obedient, she appeared considerably more at ease, no longer behaving like a puppet merely seeking to please Chao Kun. Despite this change, Chao Kun felt a sense of joy in her transformation, as his initial intent in recruiting Zhu Zhuyan was to assist Zhu Qing, rather than to indulge in personal matters. Even for such a trivial matter, with Chao Kun's current strength and status, is it truly impossible to find a puppet type? Zhu Zhuyan's current demeanor is bound to provoke Chao Kun even more. That will suffice, Brother Chao, Zhu Qing remarked as the rustling sound of clothing behind her came to an end. Chao Kun turned to behold the transformed Zhu Qing, his eyes brightening. Her attire, evidently pre-prepared, remained a form-fitting leather outfit, though it appeared slightly snug due to her rapid physical development following the evolution of her martial soul. After casting a glance, Chao Kun inquired of the approaching Zhu Qing, "Has your martial soul successfully evolved into the Yuming White Tiger?" While a glimpse was evident, he still sought confirmation. With delight, Zhu Qing nodded. "Indeed, the Yuming spirit cat has successfully evolved into the Yuming White Tiger. Although I have yet to acquire my third spirit ring, and my spirit power remains at level 30. I can feel that my spirit power is now akin to level 40. Following the evolution of my martial soul, my two spirit abilities have also undergone significant enhancements. My first ability, Yuming Thrust, which originally increased my speed by a factor of 2, now, with the addition of wings, has doubled that speed and further augmented my power. When I attack, claws resembling those of the Yuming White Tiger manifest upon my limbs, greatly augmenting my offensive capability. My second ability, Yuming 100 Claws, has transformed into Yuming 100 Strikes, with penetrative capacity, speed, and power all significantly enhanced. Once it pierces an enemy, the blue-purple flames of the Yuming White Tiger invade their body, wreaking havoc within. Moreover, I sense a substantial improvement in my physical condition, far surpassing my previous state. Zhu Qing spoke animatedly, her tone light and joyful, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Previously, she had been rather calm and reticent regardless of the circumstances. Her current excitement was palpable. Once Zhu Qing concluded her account, Chao Kun smiled. "Excellent. Truly deserving of being more powerful than a top-tier beast martial soul. The Yuming White Tiger. Your current strength should be comparable to that of an average Soul King. The only difference lies in those 2 or 3 spirit abilities." Hearing Chao Kun's praises, Zhu Qing smiled modestly and lowered her gaze, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chao." She then lifted her head, gazing at Chao Kun, yearning to express her gratitude with affectionate words, yet her reserved nature hindered her. Ultimately, she merely approached Chao Kun's side. Observing her bashfulness, Chao Kun swept her into his embrace with a grand gesture. "There is no need for such formality between us." Zhu Qing nodded within his embrace and softly stated, "Brother Chao, I will undoubtedly become the queen of the Xinglua Empire, and then I shall be able to assist you." "Indeed," Chao Kun replied, affectionately stroking her head. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuyan, standing behind Chao Kun, remained silent, her expression unchanged. After a moment of warmth, recalling the presence of another, Chao Kun spoke, "Zhu Qing, Davis and Dai Mu Bai are deceased, and there are no suitable heirs from the Dai family to inherit the throne. Upon your return, the Zhu family will undoubtedly harbor ambitions for the throne upon learning of your martial soul's evolution into the Yuming White Tiger. However, they are likely to treat you merely as a pawn in their power struggles, not allowing you to ascend as the queen of the Xinglua Empire. After all, in the current power structure of the continent, there has yet to be a female leader aside from the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Therefore, to become the queen of the Xinglua Empire, you will need to persuade them and engage in some strategizing. It may prove somewhat arduous for you alone, but I leave your sister behind. She can aid you in your quest to become the queen of the Xinglua Empire." Zhu Qing nodded, stepping away from Chao Kun's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister?" "As long as Brother Chao deems it appropriate." With that, she turned towards Zhu Zhuyan, who also raised her gaze to meet hers, smiling as they did in their childhood. In their youth, her sister had been quite protective of her, and she wished for Zhu Zhuyan's safety, not wanting her to meet a tragic fate at Chao Kun's hands. Now, with her sister's support, Zhu Qing felt she could more easily achieve her goal of becoming the queen of the Xinglua Empire. Zhu Zhuyan, now of age, had long since begun her foray into the realm of power. Zhu Zhuyun approached Zhu Zhuqing, smiling sisterly. Observing the conversation between the sisters, Chao Kuan felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if the moment had arrived with impeccable timing. Yet, he refrained from acting on it. Though Zhu Zhuqing's nature might not object to such affections from him, he believed it would be inappropriate to embrace her sister so soon after meeting Zhu Zhuqing again. He decided to await a more opportune moment. As Chao Kuan contemplated these matters, the sisters concluded their conversation, with Zhu Zhuyun leading the dialogue as Zhu Zhuqing responded. As dawn broke, after sharing a meal from Zhu Zhuyun's storage soul guide, Chao Kuan addressed the now harmonious sisters. Shall we venture to the Stardow Forest to assist Zhu Qing in acquiring her third or even fourth spirit ring? Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before responding. Sister and the others have been searching for me in Daimou Bai for half a month now. They must be quite anxious given the lack of communication. It would be best for us to return now. Upon our return, based on the Xingluo Empire's understanding of the Yuming White Tiger, we can secure more suitable spirit rings for me. Although she longed to remain with Chao Kuan a few more days, the thought of his formidable power spurred Zhu Zhuqing's eagerness to enhance her strength and status, so she could assist him more swiftly. Zhu Zhuyun nodded in agreement, her thoughts unspoken. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan nodded in approval of Zhu Zhuqing's decision. Although it was regrettable to part ways with the once timid kitten who had now transformed into a formidable tigress, he understood that there would be ample time in the future. After gathering their belongings, the group departed the cave where they had spent several days. This is it for now. It won't be long before I come to see you again, Chao Kuan stated, gazing ahead at the small city. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing vigorously nodded while soaring alongside Chao Kuan. Zhu Zhuyun was led by Chao Kuan, as Zhu Zhuqing lacked the spirit power to carry anyone. Next time we meet, I will be able to assist you, Brother Chao, Zhu Zhuqing declared. After exchanging a few more words, they landed on the ground. Following a few farewells, Zhu Zhuqing glanced back at Chao Kuan before advancing towards the small city of the Xingluo Empire. Zhu Zhuyun, too, turned back to look at Chao Kuan, biting her lip and casting a bewitching glance before following Zhu Zhuqing. As the two sisters reached the city gates, Chao Kuan smiled, and the wings of the Jufeng bird manifested from his back, summoning a tempest as he soared into the sky. Sister, you and Brother Chao. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly addressed Zhu Zhuyun. I did not lose consciousness during the evolution of my martial soul. In the air, Chao Kuan transformed entirely into the Jufeng bird, skillfully manipulating the winds as he swiftly flew towards Nodding City. Just then, an icy chuckle from Gu Yuna echoed in his mind. This left Chao Kuan somewhat embarrassed. He had inadvertently forgotten about her amidst his distraction. Gu Yuna, I haven't heard from you in days. Did guiding Zhu Qing's martial soul evolution require substantial effort? Are you well rested now? Chao Kuan refrained from explaining further, redirecting the conversation instead. Gu Yuna might have been rendered somewhat speechless by his antics, and after a brief pause, she spoke. I have already recovered. The substance emitted by your martial soul greatly aids my spiritual essence. Olhat, Gaokun Zibli. During their encounter at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he had ventured into a sea of consciousness and glimpsed his martial soul. At that time, Gu Yuna had mentioned that her martial soul could continuously emit a certain substance. This substance not only bolstered the souls of the spirit beasts surrounding her martial soul, but also proved beneficial to Gu Yuna's own spirit. This was also the reason why he could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring without experiencing the backlash of spiritual turbulence. Although Chao Kuan was unaware of the exact nature of this substance, its apparent benefits to one's spirit suggested it was quite precious. However, it was of no use to him at present, since Gu Yuna's absorption had no adverse effects on him. He maintained a calm demeanor and permitted her to absorb it. Moreover, would she refrain from absorbing it even if he objected? It was better to be generous. Once she absorbed it, she would owe him a favor. This was also the reason why Gu Yuna generally agreed to assist him when he asked. After their exchange, the two remained silent. Chao Kuan was keenly interested in the Silver Dragon King, renowned as the most beautiful entity in Douluo Dalu. Yet, he truly struggled to comprehend how to engage with such a forthright woman. After a moment of silence, Gu Yuna spoke again, regarding the mental cultivation technique you inquired about last time, I have pondered over it for a few days and have a faint recollection. However, it has been too long since I practiced it, and I have forgotten much. Furthermore, mental cultivation techniques affect the mind, and a careless mistake could lead to severe mental damage, which is difficult to recover from. Chao Kun grew increasingly perplexed, wondering what she was trying to convey. He queried, "So what does that mean?" This caused Gu Yuna to pause momentarily, yet her tone remained unchanged as she calmly responded. In other words, although I have recalled some aspects, it is not comprehensive. For your safety, I shall refrain from practicing that mental cultivation technique. Do you understand? Gao Kun nodded, appearing to grasp her meaning clearly as he replied, "Understood." It was not the time for idle chatter, lest he provoke the ire of the Silver Dragon King. After all, it was merely a mental cultivation technique, and he would soon obtain it. With Tang Hao now deceased, dealing with Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San at their current strength would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Oh, correction, it would be akin to slaying Tang San, as he held no animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang and had no intention of killing him. As for Tang San, he was certainly destined to perish. Chao Kun was not as foolish as the villains portrayed in dramas. It was evident that he and Tang San had become mortal enemies. And knowing that Tang San was the protagonist, he could potentially become a significant threat in the future. Presently, Tang San was devoid of allies and lacked strength. So if not now, then when? After eliminating him, he could allow Gu Yuna to extract his soul, retrieve the techniques from the Xiantian Dalu, and send Tang San to accompany Tang Hao in the afterlife. After all, he was the protagonist in the original narrative. It would be prudent to ensure his demise thoroughly. As Chao Kun contemplated these matters, he fell silent, while Gu Yuna seemed to be awaiting his response. Thus, the atmosphere once again descended into silence. Currently, Chao Kun had transformed into the absolute wind bird, his speed surpassing that of a mere wingspan. Yet reaching Nodding City would still require a considerable amount of time. It was only morning, and he would likely arrive by evening. After a considerable while, Gu Yuna spoke again, her tone seemingly difficult to articulate. "Have you not considered the conditions I mentioned?" This statement abruptly pulled Chao Kun from his reverie, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was the sudden shift in topic? He believed he had not exhibited any desire towards her in recent days. Chao Kun was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned ignorance and asked, "What conditions?" Oof. Gu Yuna let out a cold snort and ceased further conversation. Observing this, Chao Kun let out a sigh of relief. Although Gu Yuna was undeniably beautiful and he found her intriguing, he understood that typical methods would not work on her, given her extensive lifespan as the Silver Dragon King. Furthermore, she had previously requested his assistance in procuring the Shi-Si Duan Changhong, a task he knew he could not accomplish, which had extinguished any romantic inclinations he might have had. He believed that someone like Gu Yuna, who had lived for so long, would find it challenging to develop feelings, especially if it required him to forsake other women and devote his affection solely to her. Chao Kun acknowledged he could not fulfill such a demand. Thus, while he still harbored some mundane desires for her, his feelings gradually waned with each act of assistance she rendered. It was acceptable. Not every relationship needed to be of that nature. A friendship was also a viable option. He found himself puzzled by Gu Yuna's sudden inquiry about conditions today. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? He shook his head, dismissing such naive thoughts, and focused on his journey. Within the sea of consciousness, Gu Yuna had transformed into human form, seated beside Chao Kun's martial soul, her gaze fixed intently on the substance emanating from him that the spirit beasts were absorbing. At this stage, given Chao Kun's current soul power, the substance he emitted held little value for her, aside from assisting in replenishing her energy when depleted. Hence, Gu Yuna refrained from competing with the spirit beast for it. As she observed the substance, annoyance welled within her. Absorbing this material comes with side effects. She glanced disdainfully at the martial soul that mirrored Chao Kun. The absorption of this substance was gradually cultivating a fondness for this young man. Were it not for this, she would not have broached the subject of conditions. Previously, in her quest for healing, she had absorbed far too much. leading her to feel irked whenever she saw him engaging in intimate acts with other women. Particularly, the previous incident where Chao Kun had spent an entire afternoon with Lu Erlong was especially vexing, despite not having consummated their encounter. The antics they indulged in were enough to make Gu Yuna avert her gaze. Moreover, witnessing Chao Kun's current demeanor only intensified her irritation. How dare he dismiss her? Ugh! The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Gu Yuna spat towards the martial soul of Chao Kun, provoking a wave of confusion in him as he continued on his journey. As evening approached, Chao Kun arrived at Notting City. Upon gazing at the familiar streets below, a smile crept across his face. He flapped his wings and swiftly descended into an unoccupied alley. "I, Chao Kun, have returned," he declared, then quickly made his way towards the location of the Notting City Martial Soul Academy. First, he would seek out Xiao Wu. As for Tang San, he was unaware of Chao Kun's intentions to kill him and would not flee. Moreover, it was highly likely that Tang San was currently near Xiao Wu. At the entrance of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, the gatekeeper glanced at Chao Kun. With years of experience guarding the gates, he discerned that this visitor was undoubtedly a noble, perhaps even a formidable soul master. The aura and presence Chao Kun exuded inspired a sense of reverence in the gatekeeper. Chao Kun regarded him with a sidelong glance and spoke coolly. "Xiao Wang, do you not remember me?" This gatekeeper was the same one who had previously exchanged harsh words with them, having some connection with the principal of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, which is why he was stationed at the gate. After he had spoken disparagingly about Chao Kun and the others, it was not long before he learned that Tang San had become a disciple of the master. At that time, Chao Kun had also revealed considerable strength and potential. The gatekeeper, fearing the loss of his position, sought out Chao Kun and the others to apologize. Chao Kun, not one to hold grudges, accepted 10 gold soul coins from him and moved on, although a portion of that was meant for Tang San. Subsequently, Chao Kun's strength grew even more formidable, earning him the unspoken title of the strongest in Notting City. The gatekeeper frequently sought to curry favor with him, and the two became somewhat familiar. Upon hearing Chao Kun's words, the gatekeeper raised his head and scrutinized him. Chao Kun did not shy away and allowed him to gaze upon him. "You are Kun Xiao." After a prolonged examination, the gatekeeper suddenly exclaimed, "You have changed so much." Recognizing the gatekeeper's acknowledgement, Chao Kun smiled and nodded, interrupting the gatekeeper's incessant chatter to inquire, "Do you know where Xiao Wu is?" The gatekeeper immediately ceased his astonishment and replied, "Sister Xiao Wu should be in Building 7. During your absence, Gao Kuwen once again interrupted him, excusing himself before entering the academy. Xiao Wu typically did not attend classes, and neither did Chao Kun, who only attended a few specific lessons. Tang San, on the other hand, did not attend any classes, preferring to learn from Xiao Jiang. Having spent a few years as a junior soul master in Notting City, Chao Kun's absence was brief. Once he entered the academy, he swiftly made his way to Building 7. Along the way, with Chao Kun's swiftness, no one could clearly see him. In less than half a minute, he arrived at the somewhat dilapidated dormitory building, smiled, and stepped inside. Those leaving class or the dormitory saw Chao Kun and displayed curiosity, wondering why such a person of remarkable presence had appeared in the academy. Chao Kun paid them no mind. Due to the gap in strength and experience, apart from a few individuals like Wang who had mingled well with Chao Kun, the others could not integrate into their circle. Moreover, Wang Hu and his companions had graduated several years prior. Pushing open the door to Building 7, the students inside instantly turned their attention to him. Upon realizing he was an unfamiliar face, most quickly turned back to their own affairs. "Who are you?" several inquired, their demeanor becoming instinctively respectful upon observing Chao Kun. The residents of Building 7 were a group of struggling individuals, and with Chao Kun having absorbed the spirit of the Water and Fire Dragon King, his aura had transformed dramatically. It was no wonder they reacted this way. Chao Kun smiled at them, but offered no reply. He then gazed toward a familiar spot where Xiao Wu sat, who, at that moment, also looked over. Tang San was not in Building 7. He was likely at the blacksmith shop forging iron. "Who are you? What are you doing in Building 7? Xiao Wu exclaimed, descending from her bed to approach Chao Kun. However, the closer she got, the slower her pace became. Oh dear, I am so heartbroken. Sister Xiao Wu did not recognize me. Xiao Kun feigned sorrow as he watched her. Hearing his words and seeing his increasingly familiar face, Xiao Wu paused for a moment before joyfully leaping towards him. Kun, you are back. With her remarkable agility, she jumped directly in front of Xiao Kun. Observing this, he smiled and opened his arms, securely catching Xiao Wu. Kun, how could you return so quickly? Didn't you say upon hearing her? Xiao Kun immediately covered her mouth with his hand. There are too many people here. This is not the place for such discussions. Xiao Wu understood instantly and nodded. Yet she did not release her hold on Xiao Kun's waist. Instead, she tightened her embrace. Her body was incredibly supple, a result of the flexibility training she had undergone. Xiao Kun said nothing, and with a powerful leap, he swiftly left Building 7. Kun, your strength has grown so formidable. On the rooftop, Xiao Wu remained clinging to Xiao Kun, astonished as she recalled how he had jumped from the first floor to the rooftop. Of course. Also call me Kun Ge. Xiao Kun replied with a smile. Xiao Wu did not dwell on this, but rather, with concern she asked, didn't he right to say there was a titled Douluo nearby? He attacked you. Are you safe now that you're back? Plus, the fact that you could write to me indicates you know I am a soul beast. As she spoke, Xiao Wu lowered her head. Noticing this, Xiao Kun applied a gentle pressure with the hand supporting her, lifting her slightly to offer comfort. I do not care what you are. Do you think I would be concerned about that? If I were, I would not have written to you. What I care about is you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she awkwardly replied, who knows if you want something from me like Tang San does? Without hearing the entirety of Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Kun's brow furrowed, and he released his hold on her. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I am acting this way for your spirit ring and spirit bones? Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, immediately tightened her grip around his waist. Anxious as she retorted, No. How could I doubt you? I was wrong. She planted several kisses on Xiao Kun's cheek, and seeing that he remained displeased, she blushed and kissed him on the lips. Kun, I was wrong. Noticing Xiao Kun still unresponsive, she planted another kiss, and, with teary eyes, added, Kun Ge, I was wrong at that moment. Xiao Kun was amused by her alluring words, and he resumed his grip on her. With Xiao Wu nestled in his embrace, Xiao Kun sat at the edge of the rooftop and explained to her. The title Douluo behind Tang San is a wanted person of the Spirit Hall. Recently, I dealt with some matters regarding the Spirit Hall and eliminated him. After resolving that issue, I returned to find you. And you still doubt me? Xiao Wu listened attentively. She had never been this focused in class. Upon hearing Xiao Kun's slightly resentful tone, she immediately smiled and kissed him again. I was wrong. Kun Ge, please forgive me. In the past, Xiao Kun might have let it slide, but after his experiences with Yin, Lu Erlong, and Zhu Zhuqing, he glanced at Xiao Wu's rosy lips before averting his gaze elsewhere. Who would have imagined that just a month ago, the innocent Xiao Kun would now be seasoned by numerous trials? Nonetheless, he did not overstep. His kisses with Xiao Wu were brief, for he remained a pure-hearted individual in her presence. Kun, how have you changed so much? Once assured that no title Douluo was nearby, Xiao Wu relaxed completely and began to question Xiao Kun's transformation. Xiao Kun pondered for a moment before replying, this past month, aside from collaborating with the Spirit Hall to deal with that title Douluo, I also ventured to Tiando City, where I acquired a spirit ring in the Sunset Forest nearby, and I met another title Douluo there. From him, I obtained some celestial herbs, and after absorbing them, I transformed thusly. My strength has also increased significantly. I am now at level 39. Xiao Wu tilted her head, murmuring, another title Douluo? Celestial herbs? Indeed, celestial herbs are. After hearing Xiao Kun's explanation, Xiao Wu was astonished. So impressive. Xiao Kun smiled and replied, Yes, I even prepared herb for you. How about that? Kun Ge treats you well, doesn't he? Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu gazed at Xiao Kun and planted another kiss on his lips. Brother Kun is truly wonderful, she mused, feeling her body and mind relax further. After listening to Xiao Kun's explanation, Xiao Wu became aware of the value of the immortal herb. which rivaled the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. If Kuan had indeed prepared one for her, it would indicate his disinterest in her soul ring and soul bone. Although Xiao Wu had previously spoken without much thought, she was genuinely concerned deep down. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast. What soul master in the Douluo continent could resist the temptation of such treasures? Now that Xiao Kuan had presented her with something equally remarkable, her worries eased significantly. Furthermore, if escape proved impossible, giving it to Kuan was not out of the question. Contemplating this, Xiao Wu nestled her head in Xiao Kuan's embrace. As he was seated, there was no fear of her slipping away, and he no longer needed to support her. Nevertheless, Xiao Kuan's hands were not idle. They traced the contours of Xiao Wu's long, slender legs. Her legs were remarkably elongated, comprising 60% of her height, yet they appeared harmoniously proportioned rather than awkward. However, those strikingly fair legs drew Xiao Kuan's gaze irresistibly. After a moment, blushing, Xiao Wu inquired, Kuan, what shall we do about Tang now? Xiao Kuan paused his actions, looking at Xiao Wu as he asked, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu replied, eliminate him to end future troubles. He has a titled Dalu backing him. His background is certainly formidable. Xiao Kuan stood, gazing at the sunset on the horizon. Sister Xiao Wu, is there something on your mind? That evening, after returning from the blacksmith shop, Tang looked at Xiao Wu, who had summoned him. Just moments earlier, before he had even reached his dormitory, Xiao Wu had beckoned him over. Notably, New Oding City was quite small, and even at the New Oding Academy for Junior Soul Masters, most areas were shrouded in darkness at night, with few students around. The library's rear was even darker, devoid of anyone. However, why was there a puddle of water on the stone platform beside him when it hadn't rained today? Tang briefly pondered this, but quickly dismissed it from his mind, as this was Xiao Wu's initiative to invite him. Surely, she didn't want to discuss something serious. Remembering how Xiao Wu had begun to engage him in conversation over the past few days, Tang felt a rush of warmth within. Indeed, without that orphan around, everything seemed to improve. Xiao Wu glanced back at Tang, remaining silent. What? Without waiting for Tang to finish, a shadow materialized from the puddle on the stone platform, and before he could comprehend, a fiery red spear lunged toward him. Bang! Tang had no time to react. He was pierced through the body, the spear directly penetrating his heart. Gurgling, he coughed up blood as the spear retracted, causing him to collapse to the ground. To his surprise, he was still alive. His Shintian skill allowed him to linger for a while longer. But he could not heal. His fate was sealed. In his despair, Tang gazed at the figure that had suddenly appeared, as well as Xiao Wu, standing behind him. Xiao Wu, why? He gasped, who are you? Coughing, Xiao Kuan did not answer. Instead, he advanced to stab at Tang once more. Just then, blue-silver grass coiled around Tang, pulling him back a few steps. Unfortunately, even without Xiao Kuan's finishing blow, Tang could not survive. Tang eyes widened, his pupils glowing with a purple radiance. It's you, the orphan. How have you grown so powerful? Why do you wish to kill me? Listening to Tang words, Xiao Kuan let out a derisive laugh. I never imagined you would recognize me so quickly. Only you could make Xiao Wu cooperate to this extent. Blood erupted from Tang once again. With a flick of his mind, Xiao Kuan ignited the blue-silver grass that attempted to obstruct him or save Tang. Holding the Rui spear, he coldly remarked, since you have recognized me, why ask such foolish questions? As if you don't wish to kill me. As the words left his lips, without waiting for Tang to respond, Xiao Kuan drove the spear downward. As the spear approached his face, Tang eyes widened, the purple light from his pupils intensifying, and to his astonishment, a glimmer of brilliance emanated from him. Alas, it was of no use. Xiao Kuan did not relent, delivering a fatal strike. After the thrust, Xiao Kuan called out to Guyuna within his sea of consciousness. Now is the time, Senior Guyuna. Extract his memories. Yet, after calling her name several times, nothing changed, which puzzled Xiao Kuan. Senior Guyuna, Senior Guyuna. Meanwhile, from Tang lifeless body, his soul crawled out, filled with resentment and fury as he glared at Xiao Kuan, yet he dared not approach him. His gaze, still radiating with purple energy, glowered at Xiao Kun for a moment before shifting back to Xiao Wu. He could hardly believe that she had allied with this monster. In his heart, Tang Xin cursed both Xiao Kun and Xiao Wu, glancing around desperately. The reason Tang San was now able to manifest in a spiritual form was due to his recent breakthrough in the final moment, achieving the third realm of the purple extreme demon boy, the Jiezi. In the original story, he had not trained at such an accelerated pace. His current advancement to the Jiezi realm was largely thanks to Xiao Kun. The purple mineral stone that he had exchanged for breathing techniques with Xiao Kun at the age of 3 contained an abundance of spiritual energy. It was this stone that allowed his purple extreme demon boy training to progress rapidly. Otherwise, even in a life-and-death situation, it would have been impossible to gain such an increase in spiritual power. Unfortunately, although he could now appear in spiritual form, time was against him, and his soul was slowly dissipating. He needed to possess a body soon, but there was no one else around except for Xiao Kun and Xiao Wu, which heightened his urgency. Xiao Kun, unaware of all this, furrowed his brow when he received no response from Gu Yuna after calling her name multiple times. This shouldn't be happening. I had informed her beforehand. What went wrong? Just as Xiao Kun pondered this, a voice echoed from a distance. Luo Sanpao, stay alert. It was Yu Xiaojiang, who had heard the commotion from the library and was now approaching slowly. Upon catching the scent of blood, he summoned Luo Sanpao. Hearing this, Xiao Kun frowned and, with a worried expression, scooped up Xiao Wu and concealed himself in the shadows. At that moment, Tang San's face lit up with joy as he saw Yu Xiaojiang approaching, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, master. I believe you will agree with me. Although he thought this, the speed at which he shot forward did not slow in the slightest. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, contemplating. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Luo Sanpao barked a few times, leaping in front of Yu Xiaojiang. Sanpao, what is wrong? Yu Xiaojiang asked, puzzled. Luo Sanpao barked anxiously at Yu Xiaojiang, and just as Yu Xiaojiang began to comprehend, Tang San's soul was about to enter his body. Woof! Luo Sanpao leaped up, positioning itself in front of Yu Xiaojiang. No! Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San gasped in horror, for he had no desire to seize control of a mere dog, let alone someone else's martial spirit. He attempted to break, yet his speed was too great, and he plunged directly into Luo Sanpao's body. Woof! After Tang San's soul entered Luo Sanpao, the latter let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Sanpao, Sanpao, what has happened to you? The overwhelming stench of blood filled Yu Xiaojiang's nostrils as he cautiously surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Regrettably, with his current capabilities, he could discern nothing, but through experience, he surmised that the source of the sanguine aroma was human blood. Someone has perished here, a casualty at the Junior Soul Master Academy. As Yu Xiaojiang pondered, he lifted the unconscious Luo Sanpao and began to retreat slowly. Simultaneously, a resplendent and sharp sword appeared in his hand, guarding his front. The assailant had likely not yet departed and had just attacked him. Fortunately, Sanpao had sensed the danger and intervened. Possessing extensive experience, Yu Xiaojiang quickly deduced the nature of the attack from Luo Sanpao's recent reaction. The assailant's strike was bizarre. I could not even see it, and yet Sanpao fell unconscious. At last, upon retreating to a well-lit area, he cast a glance back at the spot where Luo Sanpao had fainted before hastily fleeing. The attacker must have sustained injuries, for they had not pursued him further. On the path of escape, Yu Xiaojiang speculated that the perpetrator was likely a severely wounded fallen one, as only they would employ such peculiar assaults. A fallen one had stealthily infiltrated the academy and had already taken a life. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Xiao Kun remained oblivious to Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts. Though puzzled by Luo Sanpao's sudden collapse, he had more pressing matters at hand. Gil Yuna, Gil Yuna. Xiao Kun called out, seeking guidance from the consciousness of Gu Yuna. What should we do next? Just then, Xiao Wu tugged at his hand, her gaze fixated on Tang San's lifeless form. Her expression unchanged, as if regarding an utterly mundane object. As a soul beast, she had encountered corpses numerous times before. Moreover, this particular body had once scrutinized her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bones. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Chao Kuan grew anxious. What was wrong with Guyuna? Hadn't they just agreed on a plan? Due to Guyuna's previous dismissals, Chao Kuan feared an error in their actions. After devising a plan with Xiao Wu, he had also conferred with Guyuna, instructing her to extract Tang San's memories following his demise and retrieve the techniques from the Xiantian Dalu. However, now, for reasons unknown, Guyuna did not respond to his calls. It seems I must rely on myself, Chao Kuan thought, waving his hand as Tang San's body became encased in ice, much like Tang Hao's, while the blood on the ground spontaneously ignited, erasing all traces of the scene in a matter of moments. Sighing at the sight of Tang San frozen within the ice coffin, Chao Kuan retrieved Tang Hao's storage soul guide from his waist, placing the ice coffin inside. He wondered if this would still allow him to extract Tang San's memories. Xiantian Baolu. Why the sigh? Wasn't everything proceeding smoothly? Xiaowu still decided to. Observing his swift actions before letting out a sigh of her own, her voice tinged with curiosity. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Never mind. It's nothing," Chao Kuan replied, lifting Xiao Wu into the air as they departed from the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Clinging to Chao Kuan, Xiao Wu gazed at his troubled expression, assuming he mourned for Tang San. In her eyes, apart from their earlier conflict, the two had always exhibited a brotherly bond. Additionally, in recent years, most of the earnings Tang San had amassed from forging had been given to Chao Kuan to assist him in acquiring the necessary medicinal materials for cultivating the iron cloth bath. After contemplating this, Xiao Wu comforted him. This world operates this way. If you do not eliminate him, he shall eventually seek to kill you. His background is undoubtedly complex. He must have ulterior motives for approaching us. Xiao Wu's words momentarily startled Chao Kuan, leaving him perplexed. What was she alluding to? Why this sudden discourse? What are you talking about? He inquired. I merely meant that you should not feel sorrow for Tang San. This revelation struck Chao Kuan with surprise. When had he ever expressed sorrow for Tang San? How did you discern that I was upset over him? He chuckled, bemused. Xiao Wu paused, scrutinizing him before stating. You just appeared quite regretful while gazing at Tang San's body. At her words, Chao Kuan chuckled lightly, dismissing thoughts of the Xiantian Baolu, and turned to Xiao Wu, asking, Are you truly 100,000-year soul beast? Xiao Wu was taken aback, unsure why he posed such a question. Suddenly, she recalled something, playfully nudging his chest with her head before responding. What's the matter? Do you think a mere soul beast cannot grasp human emotions? Had I known, I would not have attempted to console you, you foolish Kuan. Hearing this, Chao Kuan laughed, flapping his wings and hovering in the air. He raised her chin, saying, How could that be? I was merely curious as to why you assumed I had a close relationship with Tang San. Are you truly 100,000-year soul beast? His words only served to enrage Xiao Wu further, as she raised her fists and began to strike him playfully. You foolish Kuan, who do you call 100,000-year beast? I am 100,000-year soul beast, not merely 100,000-year creature. Moreover, you and Tang San have always acted as if you were brothers. Who would know your relationship was anything but amicable? Amidst their playful banter, Chao Kuan and Xiao Wu flew to a secluded forest outside Notting City. Onako Kunis guidance. They arrived at a wooden cabin. This was the place Chao Kuan had been brought to by Su Yun Tao after being ambushed and rendered unconscious by Tang Hao. Typically, the cabin was deserted, only frequented by personnel from the Spirit Hall during the annual Martial Spirit Awakening. Now that the Martial Spirit Awakening had passed, it was naturally vacant. Upon entering the cabin, Chao Kuan waved his hand, igniting the stove, while candles in several spots were also lit, illuminating the interior. Subsequently, he retrieved the ice coffin from Tang Hao's storage soul guide. Xiao Wu, what are you planning to do? She inquired, standing beside him. As Chao Kuan gazed at Tang San within the ice coffin, he shook his head, ready to respond when Gu Yuna's voice finally echoed in his consciousness. I apologize, she said, her tone somewhat awkward. Chao Kuan took a deep breath, turning to Xiao Wu, and said, It's nothing, just taking a look. Gu Yuna continued, This Tang San bears immense fortune, although not as much as yours. Being in his presence will also consume some of his luck. Nevertheless, he is still a child of destiny on Douluo Dalu. Furthermore, He bears the mark of a deity. Should I intervene, that deity will undoubtedly take notice. As I am not in a state of full strength, it is unwise to provoke a conflict with the divine realm. Listening intently, Chao Kuan placed the ice coffin near the stove. Why are you able to speak now? Gil Yuna inquired. Because the soul of this body is no longer here, was the response. Chapter 149, Tang Sanpao. As Chao Kuan led Xiao Wu towards the wooden cabin at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Xiao Gang, accompanied by several teachers and the dean, arrived at the back of the library. Lanterns in hand, they meticulously searched for the corpse and the fallen one that Yu Xiao Gang had mentioned had infiltrated the academy. Unfortunately, they had arrived a tad too late. Chao Kuan had eradicated all traces. After several rounds of searching, they found nothing at all. Not a single drop of blood could be found, much less the fallen one. This left the anxious academy teachers, who had rushed out upon hearing Yu Xiao Gang's news, somewhat perturbed. Could it be that the master was toying with them? A few of the teachers cast scrutinizing glances at Yu Xiao Gang, their eyes reflecting suspicion. Yu Xiao Gang, however, paid them no mind, his expression remaining as impassive as ever. After all, he had endured scrutiny and ridicule over the years. Let us continue searching. Xiao Gang wouldn't joke about such matters. At this moment, the dean of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy spoke up to defuse the tension. Alas, after several more searches, still nothing was discovered. Dean, we have searched multiple times and found no trace. I have never heard of a fallen one who could erase traces. It seems the master must have made an error. A male teacher voiced, emphasizing master with a tone that suggested significant discontent towards Yu Xiao Gang. This left the dean somewhat embarrassed, caught between the disgruntled teacher and his friend. With the unconscious Luo Sanpao in his arms, Yu Xiao Gang gazed at the male teacher and calmly replied, "Perhaps I have indeed made an error." This caused the other teachers to regard him with newfound skepticism. Just moments ago, he had been so urgent, and now he was admitting to a mistake. Seeing this, the dean hastily intervened, attempting to soothe the other teachers. As they departed, a few teachers cast Yu Xiao Gang disdainful looks, as if mocking him. Oomph. Once everyone had left, Yu Xiao Gang let out a cold snort. He was certain he had not misheard. The unconscious Luo Sanpao was evidence enough. However, given the current circumstances, there was no need to engage with these fools. Contemplating this, Yu Xiao Gang carried the still unconscious Luo Sanpao back to his residence. Meanwhile, within Luo Sanpao's consciousness, a fierce battle was underway. A clash between a man and a dog, or perhaps a duel between two dogs. This realm of consciousness was resplendent with golden hues, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Within this consciousness, Luo Sanpao also radiated golden light. Yet his form remained that of a dog, albeit an endearing one. Woof woo. At this moment, Luo Sanpao, on all fours, glared at the shadow before him. Shrouded in black mist, Tang San was filled with hatred. Being slain by that orphan Chao Kuan was one thing, but to have a chance at reincarnation only to become a dog was unbearable. This resentment transformed into black mist, enveloping him with a violent and vengeful aura. So be it, if I must be a dog, Tang San thought, as he utilized the ghostly shadow stealth to charge towards Luo Sanpao. If he could consume Luo Sanpao's soul, he would successfully possess him and live on. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Woof woof. Luo Sanpao showed no fear, releasing a fart towards Tang San. This fart was unlike any other, infused with the sacred golden light of his consciousness, enveloping Tang San. This golden light could inflict harm upon Tang San, causing him to scream in pain. At that moment, Luo Sanpao lunged forward, mouth agape, ready to bite Tang San. He remembered that this very entity had attempted to attack Yu Xiao Gang moments ago. Thus ensued the spectacle of a dog biting Tang San. Tang San, gritting his teeth against the pain, kicked Luo Sanpao away and engaged him in a struggle, employing the ghostly shadow stealth and mystic jade hand. He had anticipated swiftly devouring Luo Sanpao, but to his astonishment, the aura of this space began to suppress him, drastically diminishing his power, rendering him incapable of overcoming Luo Sanpao. Tang San, it seemed, could not triumph over a mere dog. After the initial anger came fear. As time passed, the suppression from the consciousness grew stronger, and he gradually found himself unable to contend with Luo Sanpao. He, Tang San, was being outmatched by a dog. After enduring several bites and more than a few farts, Tang San's soul became increasingly ethereal, while Luo Sanpao appeared as vigorous as ever, gazing at Tang San as if he were the most delectable carrot. Woof! Luo Sanpao barked, opening his mouth wide to bite. Tang San stared at him in terror, feeling a wave of embarrassment. He could not believe he was afraid of a dog. This is unacceptable. I cannot be killed by a dog. Tang San's eyes widened as a sudden thought crossed his mind. The black mist enveloping him dissipated, revealing his true form. Woof! Indeed, upon seeing Tang San, Luo Sanpao halted, circling Tang San a few times without launching another attack. Sanpao! Tang San forced a smile, crouching down and extending his hand as he had done before to entice Luo Sanpao. Woof! Luo Sanpao hesitated, circling Tang San with a puzzled bark. He could not comprehend why this adversary had suddenly transformed into Tang San, the disciple of his master. Sanpao, come here. Tang San urged with a smile, stretching out his hand. Woof woo! Luo Sanpao still did not approach, which made Tang San increasingly anxious, for his soul was on the verge of dissipating. Sanpao, come here. I will take you to eat carrots. After some time, Luo Sanpao looked at Tang San, wagging his tail as he approached. Though Luo Sanpao possessed some intelligence, it was not particularly high. Cradling Luo Sanpao, Tang San's smile widened. Sanpao, I am truly sorry. Woof! Once again, a black mist enveloped Tang San, and before Luo Sanpao could react, he was instantaneously engulfed. After a short while, the black mist contracted, leaving only Tang San's silhouette within the consciousness. Ha ha ha! Tang San laughed heartily, a tear escaping his eye. Not for Luo Sanpao, but for himself. To transform into a dog was one thing, but to have to resort to deception to kill a dog was utterly humiliating. After completely consuming Luo Sanpao's soul, Tang San's form instantly transformed, mirroring that of Luo Sanpao, save for a difference in color. Simultaneously, the once resplendent golden consciousness dimmed significantly. Woof woof woof! Laughing, Tang San's voice morphed into barks, prompting him a halt. He gazed at his furry little paws, closing his eyes. At the same moment, Yu Shao Gang returned to his room, staring in astonishment at the now black-purple Luo Sanpao in his arms. What has happened? Has Sanpao been poisoned? Sanpao, Sanpao! Just then, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes, looking at Yu Shao Gang and letting out a bark. Woof! Chapter 150, Imitation. So, that scoundrel Tang San's soul has entered Luo Sanpao's body. He has possessed Luo Sanpao. After listening to Gu Yuna's explanation, even Xiao Cohen, who had witnessed numerous bizarre events in his past life, couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise, his movements slightly exaggerated, causing Xiao Wu beside him to look at him with curiosity. I was just wondering why Luo Sanpao suddenly collapsed. So that was the reason. However, judging by Luo Sanpao's appearance, it seemed to be an accident. Tang San had originally intended to seize control of Yu Shaojiang. It was indeed something he was capable of. Having understood this, Chao Kuan subtly nodded, casting a glance at Tang San, who lay within the ice coffin. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, having surveyed their surroundings, turned to him and inquired, Kuan, where are we headed next? There is a tidal Duelwith behind Tang San, and his background is undoubtedly formidable. If we kill him, it will surely attract attention. We cannot remain in New Oding City. The voice of Gu Yuna in his sea of consciousness ceased, and Chao Cohen looked at Xiao Wu with a smile. I didn't expect Xiao Wu Jia to think of these matters. Dede Cohen, I'm not foolish. Xia ovu tlesolu kunnet gao Cohen. He allowed her to strike him lightly, responding, Xiao Wu, after your transformation. You should cultivate in populous places to absorb human energy and fully become human, right? This explains why her level continues to rise, even amidst daily revelry. Xiao Wu nodded, but then shook her head. What human energy can I absorb? I need to emulate. After transforming, we spirit beasts must imitate a human and interact with one. The more contact we have, the stronger we become. Of course, we don't fully become another person. It's merely imitation and learning. Chao Kun paused, asking, "So, who have you been imitating these past few years?" Although he had an answer in mind, he preferred to hear it from Xiao Wu herself. Her cheeks flushed slightly from the fire's glow as she gazed at him with wide eyes. Huh. At this moment, silence speaks volumes. Chao Kun chuckled softly, pondering why Xiao Wu's behavior over the years felt somewhat familiar, and their coordination was quite effective, differing from the original character's portrayal. While she loved to play and detested cultivation, she had not exhibited any traits of a rogue rabbit. It turned out she had been imitating him all these years. But wait, didn't that mean she had learned a bit of my rogue nature? No, in the years we spent together, I hadn't behaved like a rogue at all, aside from daily training. I had simply been with her, exuding a particularly innocent demeanor. However, that might not hold true in the future. I must not let Xiao Wu emulate that. Chao Kun mused, gently patting Xiao Wu's head, which she lowered shyly, saying, "Then let us head to Tiando City, for I shall remain there this month, having joined a prestigious Soul Master Academy." He then shared selectively about his activities in Tiando City, noticing Xiao Wu staring down, hesitating to speak. Chao Kun, puzzled, sat back in his chair and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not wish to go to Tiando City? Or do you prefer to return to Xingdou Great Forest?" Xiao Wu raised her head, expressing her desire. "I want to be with a Kun to go to Tiando City together. But Tiando City is the capital of the Tiando Empire, filled with powerful beings. We might encounter a titled Douluo. Moreover, a Kun knows another titled Douluo there. If he comes to see you and notices me, although a Kun has no intentions regarding my spirit rings and bones, others might not feel the same." As she spoke, her expression fell. Observing this, Chao Kun pulled her closer, caressing her face. "Do not worry, since I said I would take you to Tiando City and am aware of your identity. How could I not make preparations? I too worry about what would happen if my Xiao Wu Jia were to be captured." Xiao Wu looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. "Really? Who is your Xiao Wu?" She blushed, attempting to leap away, but Chao Kun held her hand. Seeing her flustered demeanor, he smiled, suddenly struck by a thought. This must be the reason for her imitation, continuously emulating someone and learning from them. As their similarities grow, their synergy improves. If they were of the same gender, they might become sworn brothers. If of the opposite gender, it might evolve into something like this. But Ain is a different story. She bears no resemblance to Tang Hao. Gao Kun Gonidith. His hands continuing their motion as he retrieved a celestial herb prepared for Xiao Wu from his small realm. It was a pale purple celestial herb, its tip resembling a cap, entirely purple, with emerald-like stalks and 9 leaves. This was the herb from the original story that Yu Xiaojiang had absorbed. The 9th grade purple bamboo. The description in the original text suggested it was not even classified as a celestial herb. Compared to others, its efficacy was considerably diminished. Nonetheless, it was still a genuine celestial herb. Although it lacked ostentatious effects, its medicinal power was substantial, aiding in breakthroughs. In Chao Kun's eyes, this was a perfect celestial herb for Xiao Wu. She did not require extensive cultivation, as a 100,000-year spirit beast corresponded to a powerful title Douluo in humanity. As for how powerful she would become, that depended on the spirit beast. This meant that once Xiao Wu matured, she would possess the strength of a title Douluo, and the immense medicinal power of the 9th grade purple bamboo could facilitate this. Furthermore, after absorbing the 9th grade purple bamboo, a significant portion of its medicinal power would reside within Xiao Wu, which, with Gu Yuna's assistance, could help conceal her identity as a spirit beast. The red flower of longing also possesses this effect, and even better, but this is the 9th grade purple bamboo, the celestial herb I prepared for you. After absorbing it, not only will your strength greatly increase, but others will also remain unaware of your true identity. After detailing its effects and absorption method, Chao Kun handed the 9th grade purple bamboo to Xiao Wu. She accepted it, gazing at the herb in astonishment. Although she had heard of various miraculous herbs, she had never seen one before. After a moment, she returned the 9th grade purple bamboo, saying, "If it can quickly enhance strength, then a Kun should absorb it yourself. That way, your power increases and you can protect me. Until now, Chao Kun had gifted a total of 5 celestial herbs. 1 to Ayin, 1 to Lu Erlong, 2 to Zhu Zhuqing, and 1 to Xiao Wu. Their reactions upon receiving the celestial herbs had been consistently the same, all insisting that Chao Kun absorb them himself. He did not take it back, smiling as he explained that it wasn't the case that the more celestial herbs one absorbed, the better. After he had absorbed one, Xiao Wu walked into the room, sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed he had prepared, consuming the 9th-grade purple bamboo. Once Xiao Wu was on the right path, Chao Kun left the room, casting a glance at the soulless Tang San. With a wave of his hand, the corpse ignited spontaneously, soon turning to ash. After completing all of this, Chao Kun returned to the room, taking a seat with the piece 24 Bridges on a moonlit night, quietly watching Xiao Wu absorb the 9th-grade purple bamboo, at which point Gu Yuna's voice resonated once more. Chapter 151. Yu Xiaojiang single-handedly suppressed Tang San. Wang. Luo Sanpao, are you alright? In Yu Xiaojiang's room in New Oding City, Luo Sanpao, now transformed into Tang Sanpao, opened his eyes and called out upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, who was within arm's reach. In truth, it was a reflexive response, as he instinctively wanted to call him master. The sound of the barking dog deepened the gloom within Tang San's heart, completely disregarding the excited calls of Yu Xiaojiang. Sanpao, Sanpao, Yu Xiaojiang called several times. Yet Tang San remained silent, unwilling to respond. He had no desire to emit any more barks. Observing Tang San's behavior, Yu Xiaojiang assumed he had sustained an injury and began to examine him. During the examination, he inevitably touched some sensitive areas. In the past, Luo Sanpao would have shown no reaction, but now, transformed into Tang Sanpao, he opened his mouth to bark, nearly biting Yu Xiaojiang in the process. Woof, 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 what are you doing? Yu Xiaojiang, utilizing his usual methods, attempted to soothe him while continuing his examination, only to discover that aside from the change in color to a dark purple hue, there was nothing amiss. Woof, woof, woof. Anger. Tang San continued to bark, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort from Yu Xiaojiang's touch, nearly pushing him towards the brink of darkness. Tang San, I'm not a dog. What is happening? There are no injuries, so why has Sanpao changed color? It doesn't appear to be poisoning. Moreover, why does Sanpao seem much fiercer? He is completely different from before. Could it be the attack from that fallen one? Yu Xiaojiang muttered with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Tang San, subdued by Yu Xiaojiang, had somewhat recovered from his canine predicament. He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, who was petting his head, and a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he silently bit Yu Xiaojiang's hand. Yu Xiaojiang cried out in pain, releasing Tang San and staring at Luo Sanpao in shock. His martial spirit had actually attacked him? Sanpao, what has happened to you? Tang San offered no reply. After a fleeting glance at Yu Xiaojiang, he leaped onto a nearby table, then turned towards the window, contemplating an escape. Despite being Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit, he had no intention of remaining with him. He was determined to find a way to revert to his original form. Sanpao, where are you going? Hearing this, Tang San, now perched on the windowsill, looked at Yu Xiaojiang. Remembering how Yu Xiaojiang had overstepped earlier, his gaze turned cold, his rear slightly twitching as he prepared to attack Yu Xiaojiang. After this ordeal, Tang San's previously balanced persona had tilted entirely towards the dark side. This was undoubtedly linked to the black mist enveloping his soul. Yu Xiaojiang, having coexisted with his martial spirit for decades, recognized Tang San's intent to attack. This was the prelude to Luo Sanpao's fury. How could he withstand it? There was no time to ponder why Sanpao had transformed. Yu Xiaojiang immediately channeled his soul power and shouted, Luo Sanpao, return. Upon the command, Tang San's previously agitated form stilled, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Woof. No. Regrettably, Tang San's body was Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit, and he could not resist the summoning. In an instant, he transformed into a stream of light and melded into Yu Xiaojiang's body. Unbeknownst to them, as Tang San merged, a fragment of the black mist enveloping his soul also slipped into Yu Xiaojiang's body. It was minimal and did not cause any noticeable changes. How could this be? Yu Xiaojiang pondered in horror while supporting himself against the table. After a brief moment, he hastily tidied the room and rushed outside. Upon arriving at the dormitory building of the academy, Yu Xiaojiang approached the dormitory supervisor and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, are there any students absent from their dormitories today?" The person addressed as Teacher Zhao paused for a moment before responding. "Oh, there are two from dormitory 7. One is your student, and the other is Xiao Wu. Did you call him away?" Hearing that someone from dormitory 7 was missing, Yu Xiaojiang's heart sank. Upon confirming that Tang San had not returned, his complexion turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps. Master, what is wrong?" Teacher Zhao quickly stepped forward, attempting to support Yu Xiaojiang. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaojiang pushed him away, saying, "It's nothing, I just remembered something." He offered a brief explanation and then disregarded Teacher Zhao, bolting away. Unbeknownst to him, Teacher Zhao muttered, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Could it be that his disciple went to find Xiao Wu? What a lovesick fool. What a pity that prodigy has returned. Yu Xiaojiang anxiously left the academy and hurried to the place where Tang San usually forged, only to learn that he had left long ago, intensifying his anxiety. What should I do? The person who died in the academy must be Xiao San, but why? Why Xiao San? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, his voice low as he shouted. Tang San's death meant the loss of his opportunity to make a name for himself across the continent. But more significantly, Tang Hao would not let this slide. Tang Hao entrusted Tang San to him. Now that Tang San was gone, even if it was not directly his fault, he would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Because Yu Xiaojiang was often subjected to ridicule whenever he visited the spirit hall, he avoided it unless absolutely necessary. And without visiting the spirit hall, in a small town like Notting, no one discussed Tang Hao, the fallen one. So Yu Xiaojiang remained unaware of what Tang Hao had been up to during this time, nor of his demise. After lingering outside the blacksmith shop for a while, he picked up his belongings and headed to the way station in Notting City, boarding a carriage bound for Soto City. He intended to seek out his good brother for advice. Within a wooden house outside Notting City, "I apologize." Gu Yuna's cold voice resonated within Chao Kuan's consciousness. Under normal circumstances, she would not apologize for failing to assist Chao Kuan. However, this was not a typical situation. Previously, Chao Kuan had offended her, and to persuade Gu Yuna to help him with this favor, he had pleaded extensively and offered many flattering words. Now, having failed to assist him, Gu Yuna felt somewhat awkward, fearing it would tarnish her image in Chao Kuan's eyes. Chao Kuan, who was toying with the piece 24 Bridge Moonlit Night, paused and chuckled. "It's all right. None of us knew that Tang San had the attention of the gods, so this is not your fault. By the way, am I being watched by the gods?" Guiyu inariplaij. No. Logically, given how closely he was associated with Tang San and his superior fortune, he should have been noticed. This suggests that Tang San must have attracted the attention of the god for some specific reason, rather than merely due to his fortune and talent being observed by the divine beings. Chao Kuan nodded, "I see." After a brief silence, Gu Yuna asked, "Do you wish to attract the attention of the gods?" Chao Kuan was no fool. He understood Gu Yuna's implication and was aware of her relationship with the divine realm. After pondering for a moment, he smiled. "Isn't Senior Gu Yuna a goddess? My divine being." This last statement, uttered without knowing why, rendered the room silent. Chao Kuan ceased to play with 24 Bridge Moonlit Night. Just as he thought the conversation had reached an impasse, a silver light emanated from his forehead. Gu Yuna emerged. Chapter 152, Prelude, Do Not Overthink. This is merely compensation. Also, remember the conditions. Gu Yuna's voice lingered in his mind, accompanied by a delightful fragrance enveloping the surroundings. Chao Kuan grasped the air shizi, Xiao Mingwei, his expression unchanging as he observed the petite Xiao Wu seated cross-legged on the bed, absorbing the essence of the Jiupin Ziji. He felt the fleeting moisture that had just graced his face. When did my allure become so potent? Or could this be the reward for aligning with the right faction? Quite splendid. After a considerable pause, Chao Kuan exhaled deeply and began to inspect the contents of the Ershizi Qiao Mingwei Yi. The Ershizi Qiao Mingwei Yi was a belt adorned with 24 jade stones, each possessing a cubic storage space. Within these compartments lay various items, clothing, hidden weapons, poisons, and materials for forging, none of great value, and the monetary worth was scant. Moreover, that rascal Tang San didn't even bother to transcribe the Xintian Baolu, Doesn't he fear forgetting it? After concluding his inspection, Chao Kun casually tossed the air shizi Xiao Mingyue Yi aside, lamenting its worth. The most valuable items within were the hidden weapons, known or unknown to him. Yet his current prowess was akin to that of a formidable soul sage. What utility could these concealed weapons possibly hold? Although the air shizi Xiao Mingyue Yi was visually appealing and practical, Chao Kun had no intention of donning it, as it had been removed from a corpse, which felt somewhat unsettling. Most importantly, he mused, he did not lack for storage soul tools. Was it that the Zaidongshan was insufficiently spacious, or that the wrist guards lacked flair? Xiao Wu, however, did not possess such an item yet, but he could prepare one for her upon reaching Tiando City. As he pondered, Chao Kun began to tidy up his belongings and subsequently closed his eyes to meditate. It was still the same sentiment. His cultivation had become exceedingly effortless. Before long, sensing the fluctuations of energy ahead, Chao Kun opened his eyes. At this moment, it had only been 2 hours since Xiao Wu commenced absorbing the Jiupen Ziji, but it appeared she was nearing completion. This was to be expected, as Dugi Yin and Zhu Zhuqing required a longer duration due to their need to evolve their martial souls, while Xiao Wu was merely absorbing the medicinal potency. Chao Kun noted the pink glow emanating from Xiao Wu, obscuring his view. With a shift in his focus, he directed his soul power to his eyes, peering through the radiance. At that moment, Xiao Wu had activated her martial soul, and a pair of adorable, fluffy rabbit ears emerged atop her head. Moreover, her appearance had undergone a transformation. She seemed much more mature, both in visage and physique. She bore a resemblance to the Xiao Wu of 5 or 6 years hence. It seemed the Jiupen Ziji was indeed well suited for her. Chao Kun thought with delight. With a soft murmur, Xiao Wu emitted a sound, and 2 yellow soul rings materialized around her. The pink glow enveloping her swiftly found its path, forming a 3rd soul ring upon the 2nd yellow one, completing a circle of purple soul rings. Subsequently, the remaining pink glow surged into Xiao Wu's body, indicating she had not yet reached level 40. Oh Kun, I did it. After a few breaths, Xiao Wu opened her eyes and leaped from the wooden bed. Before she could revel in her success, her now mature figure strained against her ill-fitting clothes, emitting a mournful sound. Upon noticing this, Xiao Wu instinctively crossed her arms to prevent her garments from slipping entirely. Yet the exposed skin was more than enough for Chao Kun's eyes to feast upon. Xiao Wu appeared significantly more mature, reminiscent of the transformation scene in animated characters after 5 years. This miraculous herb had truly yielded the desired results. Chao Kun observed Xiao Wu with a smile, retrieving a piece of his former clothing from his wrist guard and approaching her. Although he typically donned the Rui Bai Bao, he still kept spare garments in his storage soul tool due to past battles that had resulted in torn attire. It was no trouble at all. Xiao Wu, what level are you at now? Draping the clothing over her shoulders, Chao Kun inquired cheerfully. 35. I was only at level 26 before absorbing. Now I've surged up by 9 levels without feeling any instability. This miraculous herb is truly remarkable, Xiao Wu replied, turning her back to adjust the garment. In the process, her pink attire slipped off, and Chao Kun instinctively caught it. Kun, what are you doing? Xiao Wu exclaimed shyly, hastily donning the clothing Chao Kun provided and snatching her previous outfit back. Haha, it was instinct. He chuckled. In the Qibao glazed sect, within a room imbued with feminine charm, a youthful maiden sat before a copper mirror. Dressed in loose attire, her flaxen hair slightly damp, beads of water adorned her exposed skin, suggesting she had just bathed. She hummed a popular song of the Tiando Empire while channeling her soul power to dry her hair. Gazing at her reflection, which, though slightly immature, remained breathtakingly beautiful, she patted her face and muttered, "How could he not come to find me?" However, she had already learned from her father where he was these past few days, daring to bully me. With that, the maiden changed into a greenish-blue long dress, projecting an air of delicate elegance. She then adjusted her hair and retrieved a headband from a box in her cabinet, placing it atop her head. Though the headband was not particularly attractive and appeared somewhat cheap on her, the girl seemed quite fond of it. Once prepared, She checked her bracelet's contents and stealthily slipped out of her room, navigating through the Qibao glazed sect. Upon exiting, she glanced back with a sense of pride, believing she had successfully eluded notice. Little did she know, 3 figures stood among the trees, observing her. At a gesture from the gentleman in the center, several shadows emerged from the trees, pursuing the maiden. Fengji, are you truly allowing Rong Rong to seek that lad? The gentleman inquired with a smile. It was not I who sent Rong Rong to find Xiao Kuan. It was she who inquired about his whereabouts and set off on her own, Fengji responded. Sword Douluo appeared somewhat perplexed, remarking, didn't they only meet once? Moreover, last time, Rong Rong seemed quite averse to that lad. Why is she now actively seeking him? Fengji merely smiled in response. In the city of Hanya, near the Great Soul Arena, a gathering of individuals clad in the attire of the Tiando Royal Academy encircled one another, seemingly celebrating a recent triumph. Everyone has performed admirably these past few days. Especially you, Yinzi. Your strength has surged significantly, Qi Ming exclaimed, addressing the now more mature, beautiful, and alluring Duge Yin. When Duge Yin returned last time, her transformation had startled everyone. Subsequently, she explained that these changes were due to her grandfather's influence, which, while not fully comprehended by the others, seemed reasonable enough, considering Dugabo was a title Douluo. However, no one anticipated that not only would Duge Yin's appearance change dramatically, but her strength would also increase considerably. Her martial soul had even evolved. This left everyone astonished, especially given her ability to single-handedly tackle opponents in recent competitions. After the celebration concluded, the group dispersed. Yu Qianheng cast a melancholic glance at Duge Yin, who returned to her room with Yi Lingling, before grabbing a bottle of wine from the front desk and retreating to his own quarters. In the room, Duge Yin and Yi Lung were engaged in conversation, yet their thoughts had unconsciously drifted back to Tiando City. The following day at noon, Xiao Kuan brought Xiao Wu to the station, preparing to take a carriage to Tiando City. In truth, Xiao Kuan could have flown there more swiftly, but Xiao Wu preferred to travel by carriage, and he thought it was of no consequence, so he acquiesced. Earlier that morning, Xiao Kuan had made a brief return to Nuoding City, intending to locate Yu Xiaojiang and eliminate the threat entirely. He was unsettled by the idea of Tang roaming freely. However, upon his arrival, he found that Yu Xiaojiang had already vanished, presumably having fled under the influence of the deity who was keeping an eye on Tang San. Although it left him feeling somewhat uneasy that Tang San had escaped, he found solace in his current capabilities. If Tang San could pursue him, it would be better to meet his demise. Thus, Xiao Kuan returned to the wooden cabin, brought Xiao Wu along, and they set off in the carriage toward Tiando City. Unbeknownst to him, upon returning to Tiando City, unforeseen circumstances awaited him. Chapter 153. Tang Hao. We, the Fallen Ones, have come to rescue you. Wuhuan City, the sacred ground of soul masters on Douluo continent. The inhabitants of this city were all soul masters and staunch supporters of the Wuhuan Temple. At this moment, at the city gate of Wuhuan City, a dozen fully armed soul masters stood vigilant, observing their surroundings. Above, several soul masters soared through the sky, also on high alert, scanning for any suspicious individuals. All of this was due to the corpse hanging at the city gate. Tang Hao, his body, now somewhat desiccated, was impaled on the gate by a sword symbolizing the angelic lineage of the Wuhuan Temple. Beside him hung a sign detailing his alleged crimes. Additionally, on the wall adjacent to him, several imposing characters were engraved. Fallen Ones kill. These words exuded an overwhelming murderous intent, sending chills down the spines of the surrounding soul masters. Despite this, a throng of soul masters encircled the city gate, discussing Tang Hao's lifeless form. Who would have thought that the Hao-Ian sect would produce a fallen one, and one of the Hao-Ian twin stars at that? An elder, seasoned soul master uttered these words. The majority of others shouted in unison, "Well done. The fallen ones must be exterminated." The Wuhuan Temple, established by the angelic lineage, had the primary responsibility of hunting down and capturing the fallen ones, bringing light to the continent, and aiding the angel god in gathering faith. Therefore, Aside from awakening the martial souls of children across the continent, the Wuhuan Temple devoted the rest of its time to pursuing the Fallen Ones. However, the Fallen Ones evolved rapidly and employed cunning tactics, making them formidable adversaries. Each year, many from the Wuhuan Temple fell victim to their hands. Given that Wuhuan City housed the families and companions of these individuals, their animosity toward the Fallen Ones was palpable. Among the crowd of accusers stood a few who remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Tang Hao's body, eyes closed in solemnity. Among them was an elegant woman, tears streaming down her cheeks, quietly sobbing. Yet, this unusual display went unnoticed by the soul masters beside her. In the realm of the god of killing, Bai Dong, the man standing at the forefront gazed at the engraved characters nearby and spoke in a deep voice. Elder brother, second brother. The weeping woman looked at the corpse and collapsed onto the man's shoulder. Their titles implied they were indeed from the Haotian sect. Apart from Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua, there were two other individuals who appeared somewhat aged. One of them emanated a faint glow, serving as the reason they remained undetected despite their behavior. Sect Master, should we not retrieve the body? The other elder queried after observing for a moment. Turning to Tang Xiao. Upon hearing this, the sobbing Tang Yuehua lifted her head, her gaze also directed at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, filled with sorrow, lowered his head, unable to continue gazing at Tang Hao's body hanging on the wall. It was not that he wished to refrain. It was simply not permissible. If he attempted such an act, even with 3 titled Douluo present, they would not escape. Dalu resided in Wuhuan City. Recalling his confrontation with his grandfather, Tang Xiao dared not make a rash move. One could only imagine that if Dalu disregarded his grandfather's pact, the Haotian sect would be annihilated. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by sounds of conflict. Tang Xiao and the others immediately became alert, fearing they had been compromised. However, they were taken aback to see 4 soul masters, shrouded in dark and bloodthirsty energy, activating their martial souls and charging toward Tang Hao's corpse. They were all soul saints. Meanwhile, several soul saints and soul emperors on the ground rushed towards the vigilant soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple. They had come to seize Tang Hao's body. Who were these individuals? Friends of a Hao? The elder Haotian sect soul master, cloaked in light, inquired in astonishment. Tang Xiao shook his head and replied, from their soul power, they are likely all fallen ones. The elder Haotian sect master scoffed, seeking death. Suddenly, a colossal hand of golden light manifested in the sky, followed by a cold snort. The hand struck down, obliterating the fallen ones attempting to seize Tang Hao's body, while the surrounding soul masters remained unharmed. Simultaneously, several fallen ones who had refrained from attacking also met their end. It is the Great Offering. The Great Offering has intervened. The fallen ones must perish. Unaware of their own folly, this group of fallen ones dares to tread upon Wuhuan City. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Dalu, it is Dalu. Let's depart. The moment Tang Xiao recalled the cold gaze that had passed over a moment ago, he felt a chill deep within. They could no longer remain here. He lifted Tang Yuehua in his arms, signaling to the 2 elders beside him, and they promptly departed. An elusive gaze continued to follow them until they were gone. A week later, gazing at the gates of Duelwith City before him, Xiao Kun clasped Xiao Wu's hand as they disembarked from the carriage and entered the city. By this time, Xiao Wu had already donned a suitable outfit, one that Xiao Kun had selected based on her attire from 5 years in the future as depicted in an animated series. While not identical, it was quite similar. Notably, the pair of crystal high heels was an exact replica. Within the city, Xiao Wu held Xiao Kun's hand. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the stalls lining the streets and the surrounding shops. Naturally, Xiao Wu's playful nature prompted her to explore further. Accompanying her as they enjoyed their time in the city. During this time, despite his outward demeanor of laughter and conversation, Xiao Kun felt a sense of urgency within. Xiao Wu's arrival in Duelwith City, coupled with her following him to Lanba Academy, meant that Lu Erlong would soon discover that he had another woman in his life. The progress they had painstakingly made could potentially face setbacks. Following this was Duga Yin, who should have returned by now. Given Xiao Wu's nature, she would undoubtedly cling to him, especially after their affectionate journey together in the past few days. Thus, it would not be long before Yin realized his unfaithfulness, and Xiao Wu would come to know as well. It was a headache, truly a headache. The mere thought of such a scenario caused Xiao Kuan distress. However, the path he had chosen must be traversed to its conclusion. Thankfully, with his current strength and the affection they held for him, it was unlikely to collapse entirely. Douluo continent was not like his previous life, and there would be opportunities. Yet, it was certain that he would endure a prolonged period of distress. In truth, Xiao Kuan had overlooked someone, and if matters were not handled properly, it could lead to bloodshed, not the kind one might expect. After wandering for a while, Xiao Kuan led Xiao Wu to Lanba Academy. Ultimately, it was his intention to enroll Xiao Wu in the academy. Fortunately, with his current strength and status, he could arrange for someone to enter the institution without needing to go through Lu Erlong. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. As for the potential fallout from Lu Erlong discovering this, Xiao Kuan was not without preparations. Was he? There was no need to be forthright with Xiao Wu just yet. For now, it would suffice to keep things under wraps and devise a strategy. Is this what you call Lanba Academy? It's magnificent, Xiao Wu exclaimed, tugging at Xiao Kuan's hand as she excitedly dashed into the academy. The guards nearby, upon recognizing Xiao Kuan, did not impede their entry. Holding Xiao Wu back, Xiao Kuan said, "Let us first report to the teacher, and afterward, I will take you to the dormitory." "Aren't we going to stay together?" Xiao Wu asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Xiao Kuan reassured her, "Yes, every student has their own private room. However, we can certainly visit each other. It will not be an inconvenience." Satisfied, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Xiao Kuan was quite familiar with Lanba Academy and swiftly completed Xiao Wu's registration. Just as he was about to take her to the dormitory to organize her room, a robust man came running toward them. It was Tai Long. He had returned to Lanba Academy. Before Xiao Kuan could express his confusion, Tai Long called out to him, Boss. What is it?" Xiao Kuan inquired, with Xiao Wu looking on in curiosity. Tai Long glanced at Xiao Wu and, after a moment's thought, said, "Boss, there is something I need to discuss with you. Is it convenient?" He began to gesture subtly. Xiao Kuan assumed it was about Qianrenshua, so after exchanging a few words with Xiao Wu, he stepped aside with Tai Long leaning in. Tai Long whispered, "Boss, the big sister is currently in the dormitory building." "What big sister? You mean Du Guyan?" Chapter 154. The Power Room at noon, outside the teaching building of Lanba Academy. Xiao Wu gazed with keen interest at the opulent architecture and the students clad in the academy's uniforms. Unfortunately, her fascination waned, and she began to curiously observe the interaction between Xiao Kuan and Tai Long. "You say Yin Zi is in the dormitory building?" Hearing Tai Long's news, Xiao Kuan was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired softly. Tai Long nodded, "Yes. It seems that Big Sister returned to Tiando City 3 days ago and has been coming to the academy daily to find you. Earlier, while I was in the power room, I overheard a student mention that you brought back a remarkably beautiful girl." So Xiao Kuan's eyes narrowed, and upon noticing, Tai Long continued, "I have already told that student not to speak carelessly." "Well done." Xiao Kuan patted Tai Long on the shoulder. "For now, Yin Zi should be unaware of my return. However, I cannot conceal it for long, and considering she has waited for me for 3 days, I should not delay in seeing her. I suppose I will visit her tonight, but I cannot let them meet just yet." Pondering deeply, Xiao Kuan then asked Tai Long, "Has Yin Zi been waiting for me at the dormitory building these past few days? Has she gone anywhere else?" After a moment of recollection, Tai Long replied, "On the first day, Big Sister wandered around the academy, visiting the power room because she heard it was set up by you." "Yes, that was indeed my doing." "Please continue." "Oh, and for the past 2 days, she has come to the academy and gone directly to your room." After relaying this information, Tai Long, recalling the power room, looked at Xiao Kuan with excitement and admiration. "Boss, the power room you created is genuinely effective. I've trained for over a week, and after each session, I use my soul power to alleviate the soreness the dean mentioned, and now I feel my physical condition has improved significantly. Presently, our academy's instructors have mandated that every student must train in the power room for a specified duration each month. It's always bustling with activity. If I weren't the second strongest student in the academy, I might struggle to secure a spot. Furthermore, a few days ago, someone from the spirit hall came to inquire about us assisting in establishing one there as well. The dean said we would discuss it upon your return. At this point, Tai Long lowered his voice significantly. Chao Kuan furrowed his brow as he listened, hardly paying attention to what was being said. However, upon hearing Tai Long mention Lu Erlong, he suddenly asked, "By the way, has the dean sought out Yanzi these past few days?" Tai Long paused, swallowing the words he had intended to share about the title Douluo from the last visit of the Saintess, and shook his head in confusion. No way. Is that ferocious dean also going to become Big Sister? Seeing this, Chao Kuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that no major issues had arisen. After contemplating for a moment, he instructed Tai Long, "Wait downstairs at our dormitory. If Yanzi comes out, come tell me immediately. For now, I will take Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory and then to the power room. Of course, no problem. I will ensure the task is completed. That responsibility is on you." After giving Tai Long a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Chao Kuan turned back to Xiao Wu. "Have you finished talking? What was it about?" Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes at Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan smiled and nodded, offering an excuse as he explained briefly before leading Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory. Before departing, he cast a knowing glance at Tai Long. Tai Long understood and made an okay gesture in response. This big sister must be referring to Xiao Wu, and indeed, she is lovely. The dean, one can only say that he truly lives up to his reputation. Observing the two depart, Tai Long sighed, then made his way to the dormitory below. He had to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Chao Kuan, which was also the reason for his return to the academy. Speaking of returning to the academy, oh no, I forgot to tell the boss that Shimi and Douluo said he wants the boss to seek out the Saintess immediately upon his return. Tai Long glanced back at the already distant figures of Chao Kuan and Xiao Wu, ultimately deciding to convey that message to Chao Kuan later. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan swiftly escorted Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory, helping her organize her room. He then cheerfully informed her that he had established a training facility for enhancing physical capabilities and invited her to take a look. Intrigued by Chao Kuan's description, Xiao Wu followed him to what was once the indoor battle arena, now transformed into the power room. This location was far from the boys' dormitory, making an ideal place to avoid Du Guyan. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed a teacher accompanied by several soul masters forming a line at the door. The leading teacher instructed the students to remain outside while he entered the power room alone. Chao Kuan, however, took Xiao Wu's hand and walked in from the side. "What are they doing?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "I'm not sure. Let us go inside first." Noticing Chao Kuan and Xiao Wu entering without hesitation, a student nearby was about to say something but was immediately pulled back by his companion. "Why are you holding me back? Why are they allowed to enter directly while we have to wait in line? Don't you recognize them? They are the top of our academy. I heard from the dean that this power room was all set up by him. How impressive. Why haven't I seen him before?" Naturally, both Chao Kuan and Xiao Wu overheard their discussion. Chao Kuan felt a tightening in his chest, apprehensive that his acquaintances among the students might mention Du Guyan. He immediately pulled Xiao Wu into the strength training room. Upon entering, Chao Kuan was momentarily taken aback by the sweltering atmosphere within. According to the instructions on the walls, the strength training room was divided into 3 sections. The central section was designated for the Great Soul Masters. Fully equipped with the apparatus outlined in the Soul Master Physical Training Manual that Chao Kuan had provided to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong had ensured all the necessary equipment was crafted. Currently, several Great Soul Masters were sweating it out, while an instructor guided their movements. At that moment, the instructor who had just entered spoke with the teacher who was overseeing the students' training. Chao Kuan listened intently, realizing that this class had concluded, yet the students remained, preventing the next class, which was waiting outside, from commencing. The 2 instructors were now engaged in a dispute. To the left of the strength training room was a section exclusively for male students and teachers who were Soul Zuns and above, equipped similarly to the central area, but with sturdier materials. The right section, naturally, was for female students and teachers of the same rank. Chao Kuan lingered a moment longer on the right side, noticing that, perhaps due to their soul power, the girls were quite lovely. Although he averted his gaze shortly after, Xiao Wu noticed his interest. She positioned herself in front of him, hands on her hips, showcasing her matured figure after absorbing the Jupin Ziji. "Oh, Kun, what are you looking at? Look at me." Chao Kun laughed, then, taking the blushing Xiao Wu by the hand, led her to a room that had previously served as a storage area. After a rather absurd afternoon spent with Lu Erlong, although Chao Kun did not require rest, Lu Erlong did. During her downtime, Lu Erlong had mentioned that a special room would be reserved for the principal when constructing the strength training room. This was indeed the principal's exclusive training chamber. There was no one inside, as the door was not locked. Chao Kun confidently led Xiao Wu in, and the surrounding instructors merely glanced at him without interference. In the academy, few dared to provoke Lu Erlong. "What is your relationship with the principal that we can just walk in?" "Of course, my relationship with the principal is exceptionally good." After locking the door, Chao Kun observed the array of peculiar training equipment, and naturally, Xiao Wu was filled with curiosity. For the sake of his plans, Chao Kun spent the entire afternoon training with Xiao Wu. By evening, he took her to the dining hall for a sumptuous meal, then escorted her back to her room. "Kun, I'm sleepy then. I shall come to find you tomorrow." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Muah, the evening breeze brushed past as night fell, now around 7 o'clock. After completing all of this, he took a deep breath and headed towards the boys' dormitory not far away. Chapter 155 had already been discovered. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Chao Kun approach alone, Tai Long hurried over. Chao Kun nodded. Yanzi isn't he left yet?" "Not yet. Usually the Dasaw leaves around 10 o'clock. Chao Kun contemplated this, his sense of guilt towards Dugu Yin intensifying. This simply could not continue. He needed to find an opportunity to clarify things with her. The tolerance for such matters in the Douluo continent is quite high. It should be fine. "All right, thank you. I'm heading up now." After exchanging a few words with Tai Long, Chao Kun eagerly entered the dormitory. Tai Long quickly stopped him. "Hey, boss, wait a moment. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you." He lowered his voice and leaned in closer to Chao Kun's ear. "A few days ago, Shi Miao Douluo came looking for you, saying you should visit Saintis after your return." Chao Kun halted, pondering for a moment before nodding. He had almost forgotten about Xianren Xue. He needed to handle this matter carefully. However, with so much happening these days, he would go see her the day after tomorrow. If she were in a hurry, she would likely send Shi Miao or Ci Shui to find him. Otherwise, he would visit her the day after tomorrow. With this resolution in mind, Chao Kun quickened his pace back to his room. Using his key to unlock the door, he found that the anticipated scene of Dugu Yin leaping towards him did not materialize. Instead, she was lying on Chao Kun's bed, eyes closed, deep in slumber. "She's sleeping," Chao Kun muttered, observing the purple-haired beauty sprawled on his bed, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it was because she was in his room, but Dugu Yin had removed her outer garment, leaving her in a simple green undergarment and a somewhat short skirt. The exposed collarbone caught Chao Kun's eye. Yet what he found most appealing were her long legs intertwined together. After sizing her up, he quietly crawled beside Dugu Yin, gazing at her so close. He chuckled softly and gently placed his hand on her smooth back, blowing softly. "Yinzi, Yinzi," he called a few times, and Dugu Yin began to stir. Her eyelids fluttering, her delicate nose twitching slightly, and a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. She remained silent, burying her head into Chao Kun's embrace. Observing this, Chao Kun ceased to make any more sounds, lifting Dugu Yin into his arms, allowing her to rest atop him. Dugu Yin playfully punched Chao Kun lightly, but made no further move, permitting him to adjust her position. After a while, Dugu Yin appeared to awaken fully, leaning closer to Chao Kun's ear and whispering, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Chao Kun froze, halting his actions. "Ha!" Dugu Yin laughed a few times, lifting her head from Chao Kun's chest and then straddling him. "I came to Lanba Academy to find you on the very day I returned. And then I encountered your principal. After seeing me, she told me about you and her." Now, Dugu Yin was perched on him, looking down, her slightly long hair obscuring her face, making it difficult for Chao Kun to discern her expression. Tai Long's information was indeed erroneous. Chao Kun thought for a moment, reaching out to brush her hair aside. However, Dugu Yin resisted, swatting his hand away. Feeling a bit awkward, Chao Kun placed his hand on Dugu Yin's thigh. "I'm speaking very seriously about this. What are you doing?" Chao Kun caressed her smooth leg without responding. "Oomph." She pushed his hand away, but he swiftly seized Du Guyan's hand, their fingers interlocking. You really are something. Du Guyan chuckled wryly, her resolve to reprimand Chao Kun diminishing significantly. After all, they were in the Douluo continent. Yet, her tone shifted to one of sadness. I did consider the possibility that you might seek other women. A genius like you, handsome and charming, would undoubtedly attract other girls. You seem like someone who cannot resist temptation. But this is too fast. I've only been gone for a week or two, and you're already involved with your principal. I remember you two had only known each other for less than a month. Listening to Du Guyan's words, Chao Kun brushed her hair aside. Tell me, have you ever loved me? Du Guyan paid no heed to Chao Kun's actions, staring intently into his eyes. Chao Kun embraced Du Guyan's waist, then reversed their positions. Finding himself atop her, he leaned closer to her face, proclaiming, Love, always love. It has not changed. From the moment I first beheld you, I even envisioned names for our children. Drawing near to her lips, Chao Kun exhaled warm breath. And what of your Dean? Chao Kun paused, pulling back slightly, and whispered, I love her too. With a swift motion, Du Guyan slapped his arm, exclaiming, Scoundrel. Chao Kun did not deny it, and leaned in once more towards Du Guyan's lips. Stay away from me. She pushed him back, though her efforts were in vain. Soldreo, Sobi. Keu kun kistia. Initially, Du Guyan struggled fiercely, but her resistance gradually softened. Nevertheless, the strength of her initial struggle was significantly less than during their first kiss, which was precisely why Chao Kun felt emboldened to kiss her forcefully. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. You truly are a rogue. Du Guyan gazed at Chao Kun, spitting disdainfully, her cheeks flushed from their passionate kiss. Huh. Now it was Chao Kun's turn to laugh, and he leaned down to kiss her again, this time eliciting more cooperation from her. Will you love me forever? As they separated once more, Du Guyan's eyes glistened with emotion. Yes, I will love you always. Chao Kun affirmed, leaning down again. This time not merely kissing her lips, but venturing further, albeit not too far. Then what shall we name our child? After a long moment, their eyes met again, and Du Guyan, now fully engaged, maintained her defenses enough to pose this question, recalling how Chao Kun had mentioned naming their child upon first seeing her. Gao Zing, do you wish for our child to be a girl? Regardless of gender, the name shall be Chao Ying. How unappealing. This time, Du Guyan relinquished her defenses, allowing Chao Kun to reveal her entire form. In that moment, thoughts of Lu ere long faded away. Perhaps Du Guyan understood that someone like Chao Kun would never relinquish Lu ere long, as long as he could love her. Chao Kun whispered to his consciousness, and shortly thereafter, accompanied by a cold snort from his mind, a silvery light enveloped the room, silencing all sound. Without hesitation, Chao Kun launched his advance. After a time, Du Guyan's body suddenly tensed. Yanzi, besides the dean, I have another woman. How truly despicable. Chapter 156. Confession the following day, in the early hours. Chao Kun opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling for a moment before turning to look at Du Guyan, who was curled up in his embrace. At that moment, a thin blanket covered her, revealing only a hint of her snow-white skin. Glancing upward, he noticed a jade-green horn sprouting from her forehead, a request he had made, enhancing her exotic charm with a few remaining scales on her body. Suddenly, Du Guyan shifted slightly, nestling closer to Chao Kun, although they were already quite close. She rested her weight on his arm, murmuring unintelligibly. Seeing this, Chao Kun smiled and turned his gaze to the window. The sun had yet to rise, and the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. However, with his sense of time, he estimated it to be around 4 in the morning. Given the weather, dawn would arrive in just over an hour. As he contemplated this, Du Guyan unexpectedly stretched her arms and embraced Chao Kun. No more, she murmured. Chao Kun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yesterday, he had attempted to confess about Xiao Wu, fearing her anger, which had led to his eagerness. Moreover, it was Du Guyan's first time, naturally leaving her fatigued. He was not one to disregard tenderness, but he could not control his own desires. One could merely say that Chao Kun was indeed robust and vigorous. Regarding the matter of Xiao Wu, although Du Guyan had initially been angered, she seemed to have exhausted her strength and accepted the situation. Reflecting on this, Chao Kun shifted slightly, creating some distance between them. TSK, 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 scoundrel. Suddenly, Gu Yuna's voice echoed in his mind. Chao Kun had grown indifferent to her taunts, yet he still replied in his thoughts, Gu Yuna, did you see me with Zhu Yun and Yanzi? I want to watch you. So you did see. Am I not at a disadvantage then? Not only was I seen, but Yanzi and Zhu Yun were as well. What a loss. Thankfully, Gu Yuna was female. Had she been male, he would never have engaged in such acts without preparation. What did you just say? Lost in his thoughts, Chao Kun missed the latter part of Gu Yuna's comment, catching only the word condition. Did she still expect me to obtain the red flower of longing? He himself found that hard to believe. It was not that he could not love Gu Yuna, but that he could not love her exclusively, not only in the future, at present. His affections were already divided among Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, Yin, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuyan. While some received more than others, it was impossible for any to receive nothing. If he truly acquired the red flower of longing, he would no longer be himself. Nothing. Gu Yuna fell silent for a moment before dismissing him. Chao Kun paid her no mind, holding Du Guyan as he pondered various matters. Now, Du Guyan was aware of both Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, while Lu Erlong knew of Du Guyan but was unaware of Xiao Wu, though she would soon learn. Xiao Wu was someone he had brought to the academy, even if she had not been introduced by him. The teachers would certainly inform Lu Erlong. Thus, the only one left in the dark was Xiao Wu. Contemplating the little rabbit who had been by his side for years, Chao Kun felt a headache coming on. In his mind, Gu Yuna observed Chao Kun, who lay with closed eyes, emanating a mysterious aura, surrounded by symbols of fire, water, and wind, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Had she known, she would not have absorbed such substances. Having consumed only a minuscule portion, she now found herself on the verge of developing feelings for this boy. Otherwise, what conditions could there be? It would have been impossible. To her surprise, this boy still rejected her, and he had yet to come to a conclusion. After awakening, Chao Kun did not return to sleep. He lay in bed with Du Guyan for an hour, watching as the light gradually brightened outside. When the sun finally rose, accompanied by the sounds of students outside, he felt the arm that Du Guyan had been pressing down on him begin to move. It was not that his arm had grown sore. Although compressed for several hours, given his current strength, he could endure being pressed for days without issue. As Chao Kun shifted, Du Guyan's eyelids fluttered before finally opening. Wu Chao Kun leaned in to kiss her, and a few minutes of fervent kissing roused Du Guyan from her slumber. What a bull-headed fellow. After the kiss, Du Guyan playfully tapped Chao Kun's chest with her head, causing the blanket to shift. Chao Kun's lips twitched slightly. Woman, you're playing with fire. Du Guyan released her grip, nonchalantly proclaiming, if you truly care, then come. Chao Kun understood her implication and, in a bid to divert Du Guyan's energy from anger, exerted a modicum of effort. The outcome of his actions was that Du Guyan, sensing his guilt, settled quietly into his embrace. After a moment of tenderness, Chao Kun leaned closer to Du Guyan's ear, taking a gentle bite before inquiring, Yanzi, shall we pay a visit to Xiao Wu today? Du Guyan's expression hardened. Chao Kun, seemingly oblivious, continued to nuzzle her. As Du Guyan's face flushed with a mix of coldness and warmth, she forcefully pushed Chao Kun away. You may seek her out yourself. I have no desire to move. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun remained seated, inching closer to Du Guyan once more. After a short while, when a muffled sound escaped Du Guyan's lips, he finally rose and exited the room. The door closed softly behind him, leaving Du Guyan once radiant, with a tinge of melancholy. Despite her prior preparations, a sense of sorrow lingered within her heart. Once outside, Chao Kun took a deep breath, tidied himself briefly, and proceeded to Xiao Wu's dormitory. What a fool I am, he chided himself, slapping his own face. Though the sun was already high in the sky, he knew that, based on his familiarity with Xiao Wu, she would likely still be asleep. Consequently, he retrieved the extra key he had taken the day before and unlocked her door. As expected, he found her lying in bed, clad in light attire. With a smile, he closed the door behind him and entered, drawing the curtains to shield her from the penetrating sunlight. He then settled on the edge of her bed, watching her slumbering form, before playfully moving his finger before her nose. After a moment, Xiao Wu stirred, partially opening her eyes. Upon recognizing Chao Kun, she promptly shut them again and extended her arms in a gesture of request for an embrace. Chao Kun, naturally, did not decline, and soon Xiao Wu was draped over him. Suddenly, her nose twitched, reminiscent of a rabbit, and her drowsiness vanished as she opened her eyes wide. "Oh Kun, why do you smell of another woman? It's quite strong. Where were you last night? You didn't go to that kind of place, did you? Even if I hadn't forbidden you, you shouldn't have gone there, especially since I helped you." Xiao Wu exclaimed, disbelief and anger lacing her words. She had detected Dugu Yan's fragrance on him, omnipresent and unmistakable, leaving no room for doubt. Chao Kun, fully aware of his deliberate actions, denied her accusation. "What are you saying? How could I possibly go to such a place? Then what explains the scent on you?" She retorted. "Don't deceive me with claims of accidental contact. I can tell." Xiao Wu no longer clung to him like before, her gaze now filled with skepticism. Seeing her reaction, Chao Kun swiftly grasped her hands, fearing she might flee. "Listen to me. When I ventured into the Xingdou Great Forest to obtain my second soul ring," he briefly recounted his encounter with Dugu Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression shifted from anger to a different kind of ire. "How could you do such a thing?" she exclaimed, her large, round eyes wide with incredulity. Yet, despite her indignation, she did not struggle against his grip. "I'm sorry." Chao Kun's heart skipped a beat as he discreetly dispersed Dugu Yan's scent from his body. "Do you have feelings for that woman?" Xiao Wu inquired, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Chao Kun nodded solemnly. "And what about me? I love you." Xiao Wu lowered her gaze, her long, dark hair obscuring her face, preventing Chao Kun from discerning her expression. Before he could brush aside her hair, she queried, "If one day many powerful individuals sought to harm me, what would you do?" This was a question Xiao Wu had posed years ago, to which Chao Kun had previously responded with uncertainty. After that moment, she had not broached the subject again. "I will not allow such a scenario to arise. I am asking what you would do in that event." Xiao Wu emphasized loudly, her eyes fixed on him as they had years ago. "Let them first step over my corpse," he declared, a statement he had anticipated would invoke shame, yet felt no embarrassment in uttering. Perhaps it was merely an emotional release. In truth, if faced with such circumstances, the adversaries would not merely be titled Douluos but gods that transcended them. While he could lead Xiao Wu into the little heaven for safety against titled Douluos, gods posed a different threat. Should a god wish to harm Xiao Wu, he could not simply stand by. He would certainly confront them. Afterward, he would not expect mercy from a deity simply because he begged for it. Thus, when he spoke those words, they were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Wu lifted her head, revealing a look of hurt as she gently bumped her forehead against Chao Kun's chest. "You passed this time. Let go of my hand. It hurts." Chao Kun, momentarily puzzled, released her hand but tightened his embrace around her waist. Xiao Wu, naturally adept in Rosu, had a soft waist. Noticing that the scent of Dugu Yan had dissipated from Chao Kun, she ceased her resistance and nestled into his embrace, albeit with a hint of grievance. Gazing at her, Chao Kun pondered before asking, "Can you sense whether I am being truthful?" "Yes, because my model of imitation is you. I can feel the sincerity in your words." "Consider yourself fortunate this time," she replied, still slightly aggrieved, before playfully biting the area just beneath his neck, leaving a crimson mark. Afterward, she felt a pang of remorse and kissed him gently. Chao Kun, not minding the bite nor utilizing any restorative abilities, held Xiao Wu close without further movement. He had anticipated Xiao Wu would remain angry for a long time, perhaps even leave, yet to his surprise, she was easier to appease than Dugu Yan. This deepened his sense of guilt, and he murmured softly, "Xiao Wu, I apologize." Pausing mid-lick at his wound, Xiao Wu responded in a low voice, "You must never abandon me. You must always love me. You are all I have." Chao Kun exhaled a sigh of relief and lifted her chin. "I will love you forever." With that, he leaned in for a kiss. Sensing the depth of his affection, Xiao Wu understood he spoke truthfully and felt resolute. Lost in the moment, they shared a passionate kiss. "You still carry a scent. Do not touch me," Xiao Wu declared after a while, holding on to Chao Kun's hand. "What scent?" The fragrance of Dugu Yan should have been dispelled. Chao Kun replied, an awkward smile crossing his face. Noticing her frown, Xiao Wu extended her long leg and kicked him away. I need to change my clothes. She had merely intended to tease him, not realizing their actions had gone further than she anticipated, leaving her feeling displeased. Aware of his guilt, Xiao Kun obediently turned away and did not look back. After a moment, Xiao Wu dressed and then asked Xiao Kun to accompany her to find Du Yin. She wished to confront the woman who had captured her man. Xiao Kun pondered for a moment, nodded, and departed the female dormitory with Xiao Wu, subsequently leading her to his room. Upon seeing Xiao Kun open the door, Xiao Wu remarked with a hint of annoyance, "I told you yesterday why you were so adamant about not letting me into your room." Xiao Kun felt a touch of embarrassment, but maintained a composed demeanor as he swung the door open. The moment they entered the room, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed tightly as she caught a familiar scent. It was the same aroma she had encountered while assisting Xiao Kun. She then turned her gaze toward Du Yin, who was seated on the bed devoid of sheets, and her expression softened into a smile. "Sister, you must be Du Yin, as mentioned by Kun, right?" Du Yin shot a glare at Xiao Kun, but then, mirroring Xiao Wu's smile, replied, "Indeed. And you must be Xiao Wu." Caught off guard, Xiao Wu's eyes twitched, and she sharply pinched Xiao Kun behind her back before calmly taking a seat beside Du Yin. Although neither harbored favorable impressions of the other, they refrained from conflict out of respect for Xiao Kun, instead appearing relatively amicable. Xiao Kun, who had just been pinched, sat down on a nearby chair, observing the scene. The bed sheets were likely put away by Yin Zi, and the red roses adorning the now bare bed were quite exquisite. As he watched the two young women engage in light conversation, he chose not to intervene, aware from his past experiences with anime that speaking up might invite a barrage of inquiries from both. To his surprise, the initially casual dialogue between the two blossomed into a lively exchange, leaving him to wonder if it was all an act. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 157. The young lady arrives, boss. Are you in there? The newcomer was Tai Long, whose voice faltered upon noticing Du Yin and Xiao Wu seated behind Xiao Kun. Recognizing the intent behind Tai Long's visit, Xiao Kun attempted to exit the room. "Wait, is there something you can't say in front of us?" Xiao Wu discerned the underlying tension, recalling that it was this imposing figure who had previously dissuaded Xiao Kun from allowing her into his room. This implied that he was there to relay confidential information. She was keen to uncover any secrets Xiao Kun might be harboring. Du Yin, catching on, echoed, "Yes. What could possibly be so secretive that it can't be discussed in our presence? Does a Kun have another dean?" Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. "Dean? What dean?" Sensing the rising tension, Xiao Kun quickly interjected, "It's nothing at all. I'll explain later." Undeterred, Xiao Wu turned to Du Yin and inquired, "Sister, what was that about a dean?" Xiao Kun felt a headache coming on, while Tai Long sensed his presence was no longer appropriate, but was unable to leave, opting instead to feign immobility. Du Yin was thrilled by Xiao Wu's calling her sister. Clearly, the younger girl was unaware of certain dynamics. Xiao Kun's reaction was swift. He ushered Tai Long out of the room, shutting the door behind them. The room's soundproofing was effective, as the women's voices were muffled, sparing Xiao Kun further embarrassment. Although Tai Long was aware of his connection with Long, it was not the moment to address it openly. "What's going on?" Once they reached the far end of the corridor, Xiao Kun whispered. Tai Long scratched the back of his head, seemingly flustered. However, Xiao Kun was not concerned about his unease and urged him to speak quickly. Clearing his throat, Tai Long began, "Earlier, over by the teaching building, a girl arrived. She was quite stunning." He paused, struggling to find the right words. In truth, he knew how to describe her, but the thought of her potential connection to Xiao Kun made him hesitant. Xiao Kun chuckled. "Very beautiful, I assume?" "Yes, exactly." Tai Long nodded, continuing. "The moment she arrived at the teaching building, she asked the teachers if they knew you and insisted they summon you to meet her. I was right there and thought I should notify you first." As he spoke, Tai Long kept a vigilant watch on the door, wary of it suddenly swinging open. Xiao Kun found his cautious demeanor amusing, yet he was perplexed. Logically, no beautiful women should be seeking him out at this time. Xiao Wu and Yin Zi were in his room. Long was aware of his situation. Qianren Xue was out of the question. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun were in the Xing Luo Empire. Yin was in Xiaodong Tian, and Guyana was in his Sea of Consciousness. With these considerations, It seemed unlikely that any other women would be looking for him. Could it be Yin Hong? Had she encountered an issue at the great fighting soul arena that required his assistance? Yet, judging by Tai Long's tone, this woman sounded rather audacious, making it implausible for it to be Yin Hong. Chao Kuan contemplated further, but still could not deduce who might be seeking him out. The descriptor of a beautiful woman was far too vague. Aside from her beauty, what other characteristics did she possess? Tai Long mused. Well, she looked quite radiant. And apart from a delicate bracelet-shaped storage soul guide on her wrist, she wore a platinum-colored headband. It seemed a bit cheap and did not suit her at all. Although she was quite attractive, her sense of aesthetics was lacking. Tai Long's enthusiasm led him to divulge more than intended. Though he was right, the headband was indeed unattractive. At that moment, a name sprang to Chao Kuan's mind. He had seen her not long ago. Ning Rongrong. But why would she come looking for him? How curious. Chao Kuan furrowed his brows in contemplation, dismissing Tai Long's critique of the headband as inconsequential. His primary aim had been to quickly appease the young lady, not to meticulously select an accessory. Had he chosen thoughtfully, it would not have been unattractive. After all, look at how stylish Ain appeared in her heels. Oh, I know who it is. Gao Kun exclaimeth. Tai Long nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent. Chao Kuan smiled at him. It's Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have no particular connection with her, but I will visit her shortly. Since she is the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, surely the teachers will come looking for you. Should I go inform her? After a moment of reflection, Chao Kuan agreed, instructing Tai Long to relay the message at the teaching building while he prepared to join them. Meanwhile, he had two women to placate and needed to explain why he was acquainted with Ning Rongrong. To this, Chao Kuan felt indifferent, as his relationship with her was hardly significant. Kuan, what else are you hiding from us? The moment he re-entered the room, Xiao Wu's voice rang out with suspicion. At that moment, the two statuesque beauties stood in front of Chao Kuan, one behind the other, both wearing mischievous smiles. They had aligned on a common front. Their previous ignorance was no longer an excuse. Now that they were aware of Chao Kuan's less than commendable reputation, they had reached a consensus. While they could overlook the sisters he had introduced them to previously, they were resolute in their determination to prevent him from seeking other women in the future. Thus, it was imperative to clarify exactly which women, apart from themselves and the dean, were in Chao Kuan's life. Chao Kuan raised his hands in mock surrender. That's all there is, I swear. It was not the right time to disclose Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun, nor Ain. Qian Rengshu, in Chao Kuan's opinion, should not be counted, and even if she were, it would be inappropriate to inform them. Du Guiyan, with a smile, inquired, "Oh, what did Tai Long discuss with you just now?" Chao Kuan replied, "The little princess of the Qibao, Liu Sec, came to our academy to see me." Observing the changes in their expressions, Chao Kuan hastily added, "There's nothing between us. We have only met once. The last time, the crown prince summoned me to the Tiando auction house." After Chao Kuan finished explaining, Xiao Wu and Du Guiyan exchanged glances, and from their expressions, Chao Kuan discerned their skepticism. What could it possibly mean? Why would anyone seek you out? They questioned. Indeed, why would they come looking for you? You weren't acting like this earlier. Chao Kuan silently complained and offered a few more explanations. However, Xiao Wu and Du Guiyan remained unconvinced. So Chao Kuan suggested taking them to meet Ning Rongrong. Only then did they reluctantly agree. After a brief refreshment, the group followed Chao Kuan to the location where he had registered Xiao Wu the previous day. This place appeared slightly different, with several more students present. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Big Gorilla, didn't you say she would be here soon? Go look for her. Upon arrival, Chao Kuan heard Ning Rongrong's voice, which was melodious and refreshing, yet her tone was less than pleasant. Nevertheless, Tai Long and the nearby teacher paid it no mind. Chapter 158. It matters now. The teacher responsible for registering students at Lamba Academy was a soul master in his 60s, who had traveled extensively in his youth and was well aware of the power of the Qibao Liuli sect. When Ning Rongrong summoned the Qibao Liuli Pagoda during her registration, he recognized that a significant figure had arrived at the academy, leading him to treat Ning Rongrong with a degree of respect. Notably, Ning Rongrong had not yet attained any noble title. Although Ning Fengji was Qian Rengshu's master, Ning Rongrong was undeniably a true noble. Yet she had not received a title from either of the two great empires. This was likely related to the Qibao Liuli sect status. If Ning Rongrong were to obtain a title from the Tiando Empire, their family would overtly oppose the Tiando Empire, which would be detrimental to the sect's development. Thus, Ning Rongrong was permitted to enter Lamba Academy. Of course, this required Lu Erlong's approval. However, based on the teacher's understanding of Lu Erlong, she wouldn't be concerned about one's background. As long as one lacked a title and genuinely wished to enter Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong would welcome them. The reason for the teacher's respect towards Ning Rongrong was that she was both an esteemed figure and someone who could gain entrance to the academy. Nonetheless, despite his respect, he was still a soul master in his 60s and could not extend his courtesy further. Thus, when Ning Rongrong began to demand impatiently, "You all hurry and bring him here. My time is incredibly precious," he replied, "Miss, you know where that fellow is. Why don't you go find him yourself? What are you waiting for?" Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by his words. Did she not realize that seeking Chao Kuan directly would be quicker? Did she fear he would look down on her? Although it was indeed her intention to seek out Chao Kuan, she could not openly admit to it. She shot a glare at the teacher. "You, Ning miss, what brings you here?" Before she could finish, Chao Kuan interjected. Normally, he would not address her so formally. But given that Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin were with him, he felt compelled to maintain a certain distance so as not to alienate them. Upon hearing the voice, Ning Rongrong looked over, and Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin also turned their attention, assessing the little princess of the Qibao Liuli sect. Initially quite pleased, Ning Rongrong's expression soured upon seeing Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin beside Chao Kuan. Who are they? Why are they following this fool? Upon noticing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin exchanged glances. The little princess was undoubtedly beautiful, with a youthful glow. However, her figure was rather ordinary and somewhat juvenile compared to Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin, being the elder sister, required no further mention. Xiao Wu, having matured significantly after absorbing the divine herbs, no longer bore the youthful innocence of her past. Who are they? Ning Rongrong inquired, frowning. Just as Chao Kuan was about to introduce them, Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin exchanged smiles, and each took one of Chao Kuan's arms. Seeing this, Chao Kuan's face lit up with delight as he declared, "They're both my girlfriends." You. Ning Rongrong was momentarily flabbergasted, stammering as she pointed at Chao Kuan, unable to form a coherent response. Meanwhile, the onlooking students, captivated by the sight of Chao Kuan flanked by two stunning beauties, began to murmur among themselves. Tai Long, witnessing the commotion, exerted his former authority as the leader and shooed away the curious onlookers. "Since you are here, take her away quickly. The key to her room is beside the girl on the right, room 307. The teacher seized the opportunity to speak to Chao Kuan, tossing him 2 keys, one being a spare. "Who is he to take me away? I refuse to attend this academy. I will leave shortly." Ning Rongrong, already agitated, immediately directed her frustration toward the teacher. With Chao Kuan's hands occupied by Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin, he failed to catch the keys as they fell. Although he could have used the wind element to retrieve them, he momentarily forgot. The sound of the keys hitting the ground ignited Ning Rongrong's fury. She ceased her verbal sparring, glared at Chao Kuan, and stormed off. "I recall that we should have nothing going on, right? The last time, I even made her cry. Kao kun kondered in contosion. Kuan, is this what you call having nothing going on?" "It certainly does not appear so," Dugu Yin remarked, pinching the flesh at Chao Kuan's waist. Xiao Wu, too, regarded him with distrustful eyes. "If she truly is our sister, there would be no need for you to hide this from us. We all know your character." Chao Kuan, feeling helpless, attempted to explain, but faltered at the sight of Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin's skeptical gazes. His earlier behavior certainly did not align with someone who had nothing to do with Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Dugu Yin spoke up. "Do you wish to abandon her?" This statement silenced Chao Kuan, who glanced at the keys on the ground and recalled the hairband adorning Ning Rongrong's head. He hesitated and then said, "This is what you requested. You're making me sound like a scoundrel." As he spoke, Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin released their hold on Chao Kuan's arms. Sighing, he kissed each of them on the forehead and then took off in the direction Ning Rongrong had fled. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the fallen keys back into his grasp. Looks like a Kuan truly has nothing going on with her. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never conceal it. Xiao Wu remarked, "Does this mean we have inadvertently betrayed ourselves?" She added, looking at Xiao Kuan's retreating figure. Du Yin, momentarily taken aback by her words, quickly regained her composure. "No worries. Judging by that girl's demeanor, it's only a matter of time. Moreover, this will surely instill a sense of guilt in a Kuan, making him cherish us even more." Xiao Wu's eyes darted around as she whispered, "Sister, you truly know so much." Although Xiao Kuan, who was pursuing them, could not hear their conversation, he felt an even deeper sense of guilt towards them. In his previous life, Xiao Kuan had assumed that they would have to battle for quite some time, even though the Douluo continent was different. He believed that he would have to navigate through many complications before enjoying the blessings of companionship. To his astonishment, it all unfolded so swiftly. Ningrongrong, an auxiliary soul master with average physical capabilities, had only wanted to leave the area quickly and thus did not manage to escape the academy, allowing Xiao Kuan to catch up with her easily. This place was near the back mountain of the academy, where there were few people around. By the time Xiao Kuan reached her, Ning Rongrong had already removed her hair band and held it in her hand, letting her flaxen hair cascade down. After holding it for a brief moment, Ning Rongrong tossed the hairband away. Just as it was about to land on a rock, Xiao Kuan's mind stirred, and a gust of wind swept it into his hand. "What are you here for? Why aren't you with your two girlfriends?" he inquired. "And how could you pick it up now, when you let the key fall earlier?" Ning Rongrong turned to look at Xiao Kuan, her irritation evident. Observing this, Xiao Kuan smiled and raised the hairband, saying, "Since Miss Ning no longer wants it, I shall take it back. It cost me 5 gold soul coins." Watching the change in Ning Rongrong's expression, Xiao Kuan suddenly felt that a relationship between him and her was indeed blossoming. Chapter 159. Coaxing. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted several times, her mouth opening as if to speak. But she could only glare at Xiao Kuan before turning her back to him. Seeing this, Xiao Kuan carefully held the hairband and slowly approached her. "What about your two girlfriends?" he asked. With her back turned, Ning Rongrong's expression was obscured, yet her tone betrayed her annoyance. After pondering for a moment in silence, Xiao Kuan stepped closer to her side. Ning Rongrong glanced sideways, crossed her arms, shifted a few steps away, and made a face as if Xiao Kuan emanated an unpleasant odor. Her expression appeared genuine, leading Xiao Kuan to question whether he truly had an odor. Raising his hand to check, only to find there was none, Xiao Kuan lowered his hand, the hairband in one hand and the key in his pocket, at a loss for words as he gazed at Ning Rongrong beside him. Previously, he had harbored no romantic intentions toward her. His earlier gift of the hairband was merely an attempt to apologize for unintentionally using his influence to intimidate her. Moreover, judging by their last encounter, he did not believe that Ning Rongrong had developed feelings for him. He was not so naive. Following the typical narrative scene in anime from his previous life, he expected that Ning Rongrong would become interested in him due to his indifference and would seek him out. Was it not supposed to unfold in such a manner? Neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. After a while, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself. "What are you doing standing here?" Xiao Kuan replied. "I'm watching you." Ning Rongrong's flawless face flushed slightly as she turned away, exclaiming, "Why aren't you with your two girlfriends instead of coming here to see me?" Unabashed, Xiao Kuan responded, "Xiao Wu and Yanzi think you're also my girlfriend, so they asked me to come take a look." "Pfft. Who is your girlfriend?" "I'm certainly not," Ning Rongrong retorted. Xiao Kuan chuckled, "Of course, I know that, but they don't believe me, so I can only come see you." This time, Ning Rongrong immediately responded, but she first stared at Xiao Kuan for a while before saying, "So you didn't want to come here at all? You only came because they told you to?" Xiao Kuan nodded, acknowledging her growing annoyance, and then shook his head. "How could that be? Even if we're not in a romantic relationship, we are still friends. If you come to find me, I must treat you well. But you ran away the moment you saw me. I had to chase you down, and my girlfriends must approve." After hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's expression softened slightly, yet remained displeased. "Are your girlfriends more important than I am?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuan was taken aback. "Are you foolish? Isn't that obvious? They're my girlfriends." "You." "Oomph." After asking, Ning Rongrong realized her question was rather silly, Yet Chao Kuen's response infuriated her, prompting her to raise her fist and strike at him. Chao Kuen did not evade. The force behind it was insufficient even to serve as a massage. Have Uncle Ning and the others arrived? After receiving a few punches from Ning Rongrong, Chao Kuen grasped her wrist. Originally intending to break free, Ning Rongrong hesitated upon hearing his question. They must have arrived. Just wait, I will call Grandpa Jian to come teach you a lesson. Gao Kung Diaklet. Setting aside the fact that Ning Rongrong clearly seemed to have snuck out. It was also true that she was the one hitting him. What justification did Grandpa Jian have for reprimanding him? Chao Kuen released Ning Rongrong's hand and retorted, Look closely. I didn't do anything to you. Why should Grandpa Jian teach me a lesson? Ning Rongrong twisted her wrist, questioning, Do you think that matters? Chao Kuen paused, realizing it might indeed be inconsequential. As long as Ning Rongrong complained, Grandpa Jian would certainly intervene regardless of whether he had done anything. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong revealed a smug smile. Are you scared? Chao Kuen snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, Not at all, because Grandpa Jian is simply not here. He stepped closer and noticed Ning Rongrong's expression falter. Am I right? Oomph. Ning Rongrong attempted to argue, but could only turn her head away from Chao Kuen's teasing smile. I still don't believe you dare to bully me. This was indeed true. It was not a matter of daring, but rather one of necessity. Your little mouth is so adorable. Why would I want to bully you? Although I might frighten you a little. Gao Kun miusit, leaning closer to Topstai Ning Rongrong. Her heart raced at his proximity, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Suddenly, Kao Kun seized his shoulders. What are you doing? With a glimmer in his golden eyes, Chao Kuen rendered Ning Rongrong speechless. Releasing his grip on her shoulders, she instinctively stumbled backward, only to find herself tripping over something and landing on the ground. You are bullying me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed from her seated position, pointing at Chao Kuen with a teary gaze. In truth, Chao Kuen had not exerted any pressure. He had merely brightened his eyes momentarily. However, due to past experiences, her reflexes had caused her to be startled. Moreover, despite being an auxiliary soul master, she was still a soul master, and falling to the ground did not truly hurt. It was merely an expression of her grievance. You're still laughing. Just you wait. I will go back and summon Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to come for you. Observing Chao Kuen's continued smile, the moisture in Ning Rongrong's eyes evaporated as she attempted to rise. Noticing this, Chao Kuen hurried over, profusely apologizing. My fault. Sorry. He extended his hand to help Ning Rongrong up, and she shot him a glare before ultimately grasping his hand. Why don't you say it's all right? Seeing Ning Rongrong still fuming, Chao Kuen feigned ignorance, recalling what she had said after their previous mutual grievances. As long as one utters an apology and the other responds with it's fine, the matter is deemed resolved. Yet I have not forgiven you. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuen abruptly released his grip on Ning Rongrong's hand, causing her to stumble as she had yet to regain her balance. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in alarm, and noticing her distress, Chao Kuen swiftly conjured a gust of wind that lifted her into the air, only for it to be rather forceful, sending her crashing into his embrace. So what now? Have you forgiven me? Ning Rongrong's ears flushed crimson as she forcefully pushed him away. You scoundrel! Ha! Observing her furious demeanor, Chao Kuen couldn't help but laugh. Scoundrel! His laughter ignited her anger further, and she rushed towards him, raising her fist to strike. After receiving a few blows, Chao Kuen ceased his mirth, grasping her hand and saying, I was joking. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Truly, enduring her punches and kicks. He uttered a few kind words, and finally, Ning Rongrong relented, though she continued to glare at him. Chapter 160 Introduction. Do not be angry. How about I present you with another gift? Ning Rongrong was captivated by Chao Kuen's words and turned her gaze towards him. Sensing her interest, Chao Kuen reached behind and retrieved the hairband he had previously stowed away. Ning Rongrong's mood, which had begun to wane, surged anew, her breath quickening as she pointed at the hairband. Is this a gift for me? This hairband isn't hers, is it? Although she had intended to discard it earlier, it was not right for Chao Kuen to present it to her. She was so incensed that words escaped her. Gao Kuen, feigning ignorance, continued, Yes, you said you didn't want it, so I took it back. Now it belongs to me. What is wrong with me giving it back to you? Ning Rongrong was momentarily speechless, staring at Chao Kun before snatching the hairband. Who said I didn't want it? This is mine. Thus, you cannot present it to me as a gift. Chao Kun allowed her to seize the hairband, grinning as he observed her. Realizing her folly, Ning Rongrong glared at him once more. Bad guy. Chao Kun did not retort, stepping closer to her and taking hold of the hand that clutched the hairband. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong attempted to shake him off, but as long as Chao Kun was determined, her strength was insufficient to break free. You truly are a scoundrel. Seeing this, tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling. Do not cry. I merely wish to help you put it on. Chao Kun hastily smiled, taking the hairband and placing it upon her head. After arranging her hair, he remarked, You look splendid with the hairband. That is because my hair was rather messy earlier. Chao Kun's lips twitched. Indeed, the first time he had encountered Ning Rongrong, she had not adorned herself with any accessories, yet he believed that her hairstyle was far more appealing than it was now. Furthermore, as Ning Rongrong adjusted her hair, the hairband became glaringly out of place. I meant that you looked better than before. Kao kunstu borniitsistif. Ning Rongrong shot him a scornful glance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chao Kun acknowledged that it did appear mismatched. Very well, I shall buy you an even better one next time. As he spoke, Chao Kun prepared to remove the hairband. What are you doing? That is mine, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, forcefully pushing his hand away but not removing the hairband. Chao Kun chuckled, refraining from further action. Ning Rongrong's mood had significantly improved, and she no longer seemed as angry as before. Where's my gift? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong extended her hand and inquired. Hearing this, Chao Kun, who believed the matter had concluded, paused, glancing at the hairband adorning Ning Rongrong's head, then at her mischievous expression. Can I give it to you in a few days? Ning Rongrong did not relent, her eyes wide with anticipation. What do you think? Chao Kun felt somewhat helpless. He had merely said that to appease her, and he genuinely had nothing prepared. Oh, a mysterious smile graced Chao Kun's face. Rongrong, you truly want it now, don't you? Yes, but if I give it to you now, it will only be something similar to the hairband, which seems rather unworthy, does it not? Observing Ning Rongrong beginning to ponder, Chao Kun seized the opportunity to press on. If you choose not to accept this gift now, then next time I can present you with something even better. This is what we call accumulation. After speaking, Chao Kun smiled at her. So, do you want this gift now or not? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows. No one had ever presented her with such a proposition regarding gifts before. Accumulation? Who knows if you will remember next time? Am I a mere child? Though Ning Rongrong thought this, she ultimately acquiesced to Chao Kun's reasoning. She suddenly approached him, and Chao Kun realized he had not prepared anything for him. Requesting a gift now would yield something rather casual. Therefore, it was better to save it for next time. And if Chao Kun forgot, she could remind him and leverage it. Fine, next time you must give me something truly special. Of course, the plan is set. Chao Kun exhaled in relief, for regardless of Ning Rongrong's current thoughts, he no longer needed to prepare a gift. As for next time, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Chao Kun suggested, Shall we return now? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before nodding. She had sneaked out, and if she returned like this, she would surely be ridiculed. Moreover, despite Chao Kun having two girlfriends, they were merely girlfriends. Ning Fengji had plenty of various ladies outside. As they made their way back to the teaching building, Ning Rongrong walked alongside Chao Kun and suddenly inquired, Are they truly your girlfriends? Yes. Both Xiao Wu and Yin Zi are. Gao Kun Ritlit, some of what Putslit. Could you break up with them? Ning Rongrong's words were shocking. Why do you say that? They sent me to find you. The smile on Chao Kun's face faded as he replied coolly, Why do you care? It is impossible. I will not part with them. His tone turned icy. What about me? Ning Rongrong's audacity took Chao Kun by surprise, transforming his previously cool demeanor. What do you mean? You're my friend. Sensing that Ning Rongrong was about to continue, Chao Kun interjected, We can discuss the rest when you are older. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth but said nothing more. Though the academy was vast, it was still established in the heart of Tiando City, a place of great prosperity, with only 1/3 of the land occupied by the Tiando Royal Academy. Hence, they quickly returned to the teaching building. Approaching noon, most teachers and students were in the cafeteria, and outside the teaching building, aside from Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin, there were hardly any others. That teacher had already left. Observing the two, Chao Kuan quickened his pace, leaving Ning Rongrong behind. Noticing this, she refrained from commenting and merely cast him a cold gaze. "Isn't it fine? It certainly has been retrieved," Xiao Wu remarked, glancing at the approaching Chao Kuan and his companion Ning Rongrong. This comment was evidently directed at Chao Kuan, causing a momentary awkwardness for him. Dugu Yin, however, remained silent as she stepped forward to link her arm with Chao Kuan's. Observing this, Xiao Wu mirrored the action with the other arm, allowing Chao Kuan a brief moment of delight. In this scene, only Ning Rongrong stood aside like an outsider. She quickly noticed this and let out a cold snort. Chao Kuan, sensing the tension, hastily introduced. "Xiao Wu, Yin Zi, this is Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and my friend." "Friend?" Dugu Yin asked, puzzled. "Indeed, friend," Chao Kuan reiterated before turning to Ning Rongrong to clarify. "Rongrong, this is Dugu Yin, Yin Zi, my girlfriend. And this is Xiao Wu, also my girlfriend." Chapter 161. For his company, Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin. Her delicate features betraying no words, but her nostrils flaring slightly. To her, these two seemed to have ensnared Chao Kuan merely by their mature figures. And she believed that once Chao Kuan grew tired of them, or they matured further, they would inevitably depart. This realization made Xiao Wu, who had initially wanted to befriend Ning Rongrong, feel a twinge of embarrassment as she cast a forlorn look at Chao Kuan. "What did you start to fancy such a spoiled princess?" Chao Kuan noticed her expression and glanced at Ning Rongrong, asserting, "They're truly just friends. There is no other relationship, at least not at this moment." Both Dugu Yin and Xiao Wu eyed him curiously, then turned to Ning Rongrong. Despite glaring at Chao Kuan, refrained from countering his statement. "I assure you," Chao Kuan insisted once more. It was at this juncture that the two began to trust that there was no deeper connection between him and Ning Rongrong. Previously, whatever Chao Kuan said was readily accepted by Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin, but now it seemed that trust, once fractured, is difficult to restore. Seeing them nod slightly, Chao Kuan internally berated himself. However, he acknowledged that he had brought this upon himself. His roguish behavior was to blame. Fortunately, their distrust was limited to his romantic endeavors. In all other matters, they still believed in him wholeheartedly. At that moment, Dugu Yin sighed, drawing everyone's attention. Without uttering a word, she gazed mournfully at Chao Kuan before resting her head on his shoulder. If indeed there was no relationship between him and this young girl, then had she not just inadvertently greenlit her own heartache? Though she had feigned ease earlier, the thought of Chao Kuan acquiring another woman due to her own insecurities caused her heart to ache. The more women Chao Kuan had, the less time he could spend with her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu cast a curious glance at Dugu Yin, baffled by her contemplative demeanor. Choosing not to dwell on it, she released her hold on Chao Kuan's arm and, with her long legs clad in the white stockings he had purchased for her, walked over to Ning Rongrong. "You're Ning Rongrong, right? Why did you run away when you saw us earlier? I almost thought you were another of Chao Kuan's women. Turns out you're just a friend. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were something else." Xiao Wu's tone dripped with sarcasm, a skill she had picked up from Chao Kuan. She disliked Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor. "You," Ning Rongrong, taken aback, felt her temper flare as she pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. However, to prevent escalating the conflict, Chao Kuan quickly interjected. "Ahem, what time is it? It must be mealtime. I'm quite hungry. Let us head to the cafeteria. The food at Lanba Academy is quite decent." He pulled Xiao Wu closer and then turned to Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, since you arrived early, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come along." With that, he unceremoniously led Xiao Wu away, with Dugu Yin naturally following suit. Ning Rongrong, momentarily stunned, watched the trio before stamping her foot and following them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the sight of the bustling crowd made Chao Kuan frown. He guided them to the dean's exclusive room, assuming Lu Erlong wouldn't mind. After securing a 4-person booth and ordering several dishes, the chef cast a lingering glance at Chao Kuan before departing. Once the chef exited, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan turned their attention to Chao Kun. I was wondering why you dared to bring me into the dean's exclusive power room yesterday. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Chuckling in response to their reproachful gazes, Chao Kun effortlessly deflected the commentary. Only Ning Rongrong, observing them with curiosity, felt like an outsider, unable to comprehend their banter. Yet her pride prevented her from voicing her thoughts, leaving her to silently observe the trio. Soon enough, the dishes were served, and Xiao Wu and Du Guyan discovered their favorite foods among the offerings, bringing a slight smile to their faces. Chao Kun, try this. It's delectable. And this one too. It's equally delicious. This one as well. Xiao Wu had previously dined at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, where the food, while satisfactory, could not compare to this feast. Suddenly realizing how much she enjoyed these dishes, Xiao Wu frequently picked out the best morsels for Chao Kun. He, of course, welcomed every offering, finding the food delightful. Du Guyan, noticing this, also served Chao Kun, albeit with less frequency than Xiao Wu. Country bumpkin, Ning Rongrong, feeling increasingly displeased, slammed her bowl down and glared at Xiao Wu. She had come to realize that this girl named Xiao Wu not only had a mundane name, but also displayed a lack of refinement even at the dining table. Was the food not merely average? Did it warrant such enthusiasm? If she were beautiful and had an alluring figure, surely that fool would not even glance her way. Moreover, she had audaciously spoken to her with such sarcasm. Ning Rongrong, ignoring Xiao Wu's response, folded her arms and continued, seeing you like this. How about I? Before she could finish, Chao Kun, feeling a surge of mischief, shot a stream of water with his fingertip, hitting Ning Rongrong squarely on the forehead. This playful attack was designed to be just painful enough to get her attention without causing a scene. Let us not spoil the harmony with unnecessary words, Chao Kun said coolly. Although he was uncertain of what Ning Rongrong intended to say, it was evident that it was not a compliment. Seeing Chao Kun defend her, Xiao Wu swallowed her initial retort and instead pointed at Ning Rongrong, laughing. The water struck Ning Rongrong, causing her to involuntarily tilt her head back. The force of the water was minimal, and after hitting her forehead, it merely trickled down. You naughty villain. What do you think you're doing? Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, slamming them on the table before leaping from her seat, ready to confront Chao Kun. Xiao Wu, unwilling to let her defender be attacked, quickly set her bowl down and sprang forward. Step aside. I want to let you. With that, after a brief exchange, Ning Rongrong swung her fist toward Xiao Wu. Despite being a level 30 assault-type soul master, Xiao Wu easily caught Ning Rongrong's fist and twisted it lightly. Xiao Wu was careful not to exert too much force, only causing Ning Rongrong enough discomfort to shake her hand free. You'll regret this. What's the matter? Are you going to tell your parents? Aren't you weaned yet? This was a phrase Chao Kun had once used when fighting with some self-funded students in Notting City, and Xiao Wu had adopted it here. Who said that? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, and she summoned her soul power, conjuring a small 7-layered tower. The tower, composed of a glazed material, emitted a gentle glow. The brilliance of the first and second layers particularly pronounced. Upon witnessing her summon her martial spirit, Xiao Wu paused momentarily and cast a glance at Chao Kun. Rongrong, an auxiliary soul master, was currently only at level 24, and her martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tile, could merely enhance strength and speed by 20. Oof. Ning Rongrong shot a glare at Chao Kun, reproaching him for disclosing her information. Xiao Wu understood that Chao Kun was subtly indicating that Ning Rongrong's combat prowess was quite feeble. Even with her martial spirit summoned, she remained weak, allowing Xiao Wu to teach her a lesson, albeit with caution. At such a low level of 24, how weak? Xiao Wu chuckled. Oof. Ning Rongrong refrained from retorting, and the 7 treasures glazed tile in her hand emitted a radiant glow. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, and the second is speed. 2 beams of light enveloped her, and Ning Rongrong dashed forward. Her speed indeed noticeably increased, yet to Xiao Wu, it still appeared remarkably slow. In no time, Ning Rongrong was subdued once more. Let go. Come again. I was careless. Ning Rongrong protested defiantly. Xiao Wu smiled, finding amusement in the situation, and released her. As the two continued their playful banter, Du Guyan, having satisfied her hunger, rested her head on Chao Kun's shoulder, observing the two. Chao Kun had also nearly finished his meal, but occasionally took another bite, finding the sight of the girls playfully sparring far more appetizing than the food itself. He need not worry about their antics spilling onto the dining table, as Xiao Wu held an undeniable advantage. Chapter 162. Do you yield? After a while, this time Xiao Wu did not immediately overpower Ning Rongrong. Instead, she dodged Ning Rongrong's attacks, waiting until she had exhausted her strength before pinning her to the chair. Stop dodging, Ning Rongrong insisted stubbornly. If you insist, Xiao Wu replied, letting her go once more. However, this time Ning Rongrong had completely spent her energy. Xiao Wu hardly exerted any force, and she fell, requiring Xiao Wu to catch her to prevent her from toppling to the ground. Do you yield? Xiao Wu inquired with a cheerful smile. Oomph. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, remaining silent and avoiding Xiao Wu's gaze. You're merely a few years older than me. After a moment, Ning Rongrong begrudgingly remarked under Xiao Wu's scrutinizing gaze. You are indeed younger. Xiao Wu did not contest this, releasing Ning Rongrong while casting a disdainful glance at her scarcely noticeable chest. That is not what I meant, Ning Rongrong retorted furiously, her frustration palpable. All right. Xiao Wu is now at level 35 and still a powerful assault-type soul master. It's only natural that you cannot compete with her. What auxiliary soul master could possibly rival an assault-type soul master? Cao Kun interjected diplomatically. Akun, I haven't even summoned my martial spirit. Xiao Wu disregarded Ning Rongrong and ran over to Chao Kun, acting coyly. Chao Kun, at a loss for words, patted Xiao Wu's head and approached Ning Rongrong to comfort her, although Xiao Wu would occasionally interject comments to keep Ning Rongrong riled up. Eventually, Ning Rongrong calmed down and began to spar with Xiao Wu in earnest. By this point, Chao Kun ceased to intervene and led the group out of the dining hall. However, before leaving, he approached the chef to inquire about Lu Erlong, learning that she had not been to the dining hall for 3 days. 3 days? This coincided with the last time Yanzi had seen her. He couldn't help but worry that something might have happened. While Chao Kun was still pondering this, the chef reassured him that it was quite normal, noting that Lu Erlong often only came to the dining hall every few days. His words alleviated Chao Kun's anxiety somewhat, yet he resolved to check on her in a few days if she still did not appear. Leaving the dining hall, Chao Kun contemplated taking them all to the strength room. It wasn't as if he was unaware of other locations, but surrounded by 3 women. He was uncertain where to take them. In the strength room, within the exclusive enclosure of the dean, Chao Kun closed the door, leaving only the 4 of them inside. Ning Rongrong, seeing these facilities for the first time, was quite astonished and momentarily set aside her quarrel with Xiao Wu. What are these, you big idiot? Chao Kun smiled slightly, explained the equipment, and then asked, would you like to give it a try? The effects of this soul power, aside from certain specific groups, generally do not result in muscle-bound men or women, but it effectively sculpts the body and enhances flexibility. All right, Ning Rongrong nodded and stepped forward. Just as Chao Kun was about to assist and explain further, Xiao Wu had already jumped in. Having spent the entire previous afternoon discussing the usage of all the equipment with Chao Kun and practicing, Xiao Wu was exceedingly familiar with it. You grab this. Ning Rongrong glared at her in frustration, but Xiao Wu pretended not to notice and pointed to a rod on the apparatus. Ning Rongrong glanced at it a couple of times, saw that Chao Kun wasn't coming over, and after shooting Xiao Wu an annoyed look, she grasped the rod. All right, pull hard. Ha. Naturally, Ning Rongrong could not move it, as Xiao Wu had adjusted it during their training the day before. Ugh, you're so annoying. Hearing Xiao Wu's laughter, Ning Rongrong resignedly let go. Xiao Wu, let her give it a try. Chao Kun chuckled from the side. Oh, all right. While Xiao Wu assisted Ning Rongrong, Chao Kun guided Duelwith nearby. Although she had come to observe previously, she had not interacted with the equipment. Chao Kun instructed Duelwith for a while, and while she was amazed by the efficacy of the equipment, she did not practice much, instead seeking Chao Kun's guidance. Having just lost her virginity the night before, she felt an overwhelming reliance on Chao Kun, but since he had brought Xiao Wu along so early, she could not show any sign of her feelings. Relishing the brief moments of solitude with Chao Kun, she was undeniably happy. Chao Kun noticed this and led Duelwith to a very simple piece of equipment, adjusting the strength to the lowest setting, beginning a gentle teaching session. Xiao Wu watched with a tinge of envy. Yet remembering the scent of Shernan flowers and traces of blood she had encountered upon entering Chao Kuen's room that morning, she refrained from interrupting. Moreover, she feared that Ning Rongrong might interrupt, so she engaged in a contest with her, compelling Ning Rongrong, who had already exhausted herself after a brief practice, to continue until evening. As dusk approached, the group exited the strength room and returned to the dining hall. This time, Ning Rongrong did not engage in any playful tussles with Xiao Wu. After hastily finishing a couple of bites, she lay exhausted on the table. Once the group finished dining, Chao Kuen carried her and Xiao Wu back to the girl's dormitory, depositing her in her room, which was adjacent to Xiao Wu's, as he possessed her key. Du Guiyan, however, remained downstairs and did not accompany them. After leaving Ning Rongrong's room, Xiao Wu suddenly leaped onto Chao Kuen, clinging to him like a koala. Gao Kung Diaklet. Supporting Xiao Wu's bottom with one hand, while retrieving the key with the other to open the door and enter the room. With a soft thud, they did not turn on the lights. Once the door was closed, Chao Kuen and Xiao Wu tumbled onto the bed together. Their faces were nearly touching, allowing them to feel each other's breath and the warmth emanating from one another. No longer suppressing themselves, Chao Kuen leaned in to kiss Xiao Wu's red lips, their tongues entwining like playful serpents. Meanwhile, Chao Kuen's hand slowly descended, tracing the contours of Xiao Wu's delicate legs. After a considerable time, their lips parted, and Xiao Wu gasped, "All right, go find Yanzi. You were just with her yesterday." Chao Kuen gazed at her, smiled, and replied, "Wait a moment. I must first attend to my Xiao Wu." With that, he kissed her again, this time not limiting himself to her lips. After a prolonged interval, accompanied by a muffled moan from Xiao Wu, Chao Kuen finally rose from atop her. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Rest well." After a gentle kiss on Xiao Wu's forehead, he rose and departed from the room. Xiao Wu remained silent. Chao Kuen tidied himself, dispersing the lingering fragrance, and then made his way downstairs to join Du Guiyan. Du Guiyan smiled at him, refraining from questioning his prolonged absence, and linked her arm with his as they exited the academy. They chose not to stay at the academy that evening, opting instead for Du Guiyan's residence outside. It was not yet 8 in the evening, so they leisurely strolled through the streets. Throughout the walk, Chao Kuen followed closely beside Du Guiyan, ever responsive to her needs. As time passed, Du Guiyan's gaze became increasingly enamored. "Let us return," she murmured, leaning into his embrace. "All right, I shall heed your wishes," he replied. Under Du Guiyan's guidance, they swiftly arrived at her abode in Tiando City, conveniently located near Lanba Academy, situated on one of the most bustling streets. The place was expansive yet eerily empty, shrouded in darkness. However, they paid little heed to this as they entered. Once inside, they engaged in passionate kisses until they reached Du Guiyan's room, where they reclined on her bed. "A Kuen is here. I love you," she whispered. "I love you too," he responded, their breaths mingling as they expressed their affection. "Wait a moment," Du Guiyan interrupted after a while, halting Chao Kuen's advances. With a puzzled look from him, she activated her martial spirit. "You like this?" Chapter 163. Qianren Xue is angry a week later, on a bright morning. Du Guiyan embraced Chao Kuen's shoulders, playfully climbing onto his back. "Today I belong to you," she exclaimed. "Indeed, I am yours today," Chao Kuen replied with a smile, lifting her by her calves and carrying her on his back. It had been a week since Ning Rongrong arrived at Lanba Academy, and during this time, the four of them had spent nearly every moment together, leaving Chao Kuen with mixed feelings. He cherished the opportunity to experience the joys of companionship with both Xiao Wu and Du Guiyan simultaneously. Yet, he resented the presence of Ning Rongrong, as it hindered their ability to express their affection freely, even limiting their kisses. During the week, apart from the first 2 days, when Chao Kuen brought them to the strength room, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were reluctant to return for the next 4 or 5 days. Xiao Wu, having transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, did not gain her strength through conventional training. Even if training could enhance her power, it was not meant to be conducted in the strength room. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong, a support soul master from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was now a great soul master, rapidly advancing her cultivation. Her focus was on quickly increasing her soul power, and physical training was merely supplementary. What was the point of spending excessive time in the strength room? Additionally, both were playful by nature. After 2 tedious days of training, the initially discordant duo united on the 3rd day to confront Chao Kuan about their grievances. Chao Kuan felt somewhat embarrassed by their complaints, as he had not found the training monotonous at all. He typically enjoyed playful moments with Du Guyan in the strength room. Upon hearing their protests, Chao Kuan emerged from the warmth of Du Guyan's embrace and agreed to their suggestion, deciding to devote just one morning to training at the academy. Of course, that morning was not solely dedicated to enhancing physical fitness. It represented only a small fraction of their activities. The remainder was spent boosting soul power and combat skills. Ning Rongrong's role was to assist Du Guyan and Xiao Wu in challenging Chao Kuan. Proudly, he asserted that he could easily contend against all 3. In this setting, Ning Rongrong truly grasped the formidable strength of Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, and Chao Kuan. They were exceptionally powerful, particularly Chao Kuan, who effortlessly subdued them each time. Upon learning Xiao Wu's age, Ning Rongrong fell into a contemplative silence, and when she faced him again, her previously arrogant demeanor faded. It seemed she gradually began to integrate into their circle, albeit still maintaining her proud disposition and rivalry with Xiao Wu. After all, every time Ning Rongrong acted haughty, Xiao Wu would tease her. For example, "A Kuan can just buy 2, she would say, while Ning Rongrong would retort that only children like such things. "I don't like this," Ning Rongrong would declare, to which Xiao Wu would respond, "I'll eat 2. Ning Rongrong would insist she wasn't tired, asserting that Xiao Wu could carry her. After their morning training, the rest of the day was spent exploring Tiando City under the guidance of Du Guyan and Ning Rongrong. With their leadership, Chao Kuan and Xiao Wu encountered sights and delicacies they had never seen before, which was a delightful surprise for them. That evening, upon returning to the academy, Chao Kuan would encourage Ning Rongrong to train, with Xiao Wu spurring her on. Whenever this occurred, Xiao Wu would lend a hand, which irked Ning Rongrong, motivating her to avoid slacking off and to train until her efficiency waned. The underlying reason for her diligence was her awareness that if her strength remained inadequate, she might eventually be sidelined from their circle. Although she had not experienced it firsthand, she had witnessed it in other noble circles previously. Following this, Chao Kuan typically spent some tender moments with Xiao Wu before heading to Du Guyan's home. However, there were occasions when he would sleep beside Xiao Wu, though it was not an intimate arrangement. This was primarily because Du Guyan would not remain in Tiando City for long. After nearly half a month of rest, she would soon accompany the Imperial fighting team to challenge the Grand Soul Arena in other cities. This was also why Xiao Wu felt less jealousy, and why today Chao Kuan could only spend one day with Du Guyan, as she was set to depart Tiando City the following day. "Where shall we go?" Chao Kuan asked, aimlessly wandering down the most vibrant street in Tiando City while carrying Du Guyan on his back. "As long as I am with you, I am content to go anywhere," she replied, her face nestled against his shoulder, relishing their exclusive moments together. Hearing this, Chao Kuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he tightened his grip, elevating her slightly. Such days were indeed blissful, yet Chao Kuan remained grounded. Each time he had worn out Xiao Wu or Du Guyan to the point of slumber, he would retreat into his small realm to cultivate and would rise early the next day. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Xiao Wu or the others discovering this. He would eventually reveal it to them in due course. While he still had to contend with the Een within the small realm, Chao Kuan felt no trepidation, as he typically managed to prevail within 1 or 2 hours, slightly longer than with Du Guyan. During the remaining time, he could focus on his cultivation. His current method not only expedited his training, but also allowed for a restoration of energy, unlike others who wasted mental resources on meditation. Thus, the week passed in this manner. Despite the plan to visit Qianrenxue every few days, he had not done so. Instead, he had sent Tai Long back to convey that he was currently indisposed and would visit in a few days. Consequently, Qianrenxue had not sent anyone to find him, indicating that she was not in a hurry. As for Lu Erlong, he had indeed sought her out and discovered her at the small wooden cabin on the back mountain. A new, splendid structure had been erected there, perfectly aligning with Lu Erlong's aesthetic preferences, glimmering with golden brilliance. When Chao Kun arrived, he found her absorbing a celestial herb, the coveted Ji Guan phoenix flower. This endeavor likely commenced after she encountered Du Guyan. She had presumably been occupied with establishing the strength room prior. Until yesterday, when Chao Kun visited her, she had not finished absorbing it. Logically, this should not have been the case. Typically, barring the need for martial spirit evolution, one could complete absorption in half a day's time. This raised Chao Kun's concerns, prompting him to inquire with Gu Yuna. After confirming that everything was normal, he finally relaxed. Lu Erlong was a soul sage. Although the herb possessed immense potency, it generally only affected soul sages. During the period of Soul Master, akin to the legendary Shirlai, Kuchiguai, they absorbed only a fraction of the medicinal essence from the celestial herbs. The majority remained within their bodies, fully absorbed only upon reaching Soul Sage. In contrast, Lu Erlong, now a soul sage herself, could assimilate most of the medicinal power, albeit requiring a longer duration. However, Gu Yuna remained inexplicably inattentive, seemingly lost in her own thoughts within the sea of consciousness. Wasn't she supposed to guide him in his cultivation? Sighing, Du Guyan suddenly tightened her grip around Chao Kun's neck. Startled, Chao Kun snapped back to reality, halting just before colliding with a wall. How could you be so distracted when it's just the two of us? Du Guyan chided, shaking him gently. My fault, my fault. I promise to stay focused and accompany you properly. Chao Kun quickly apologized, aware of his transgression. Turning to carry Du Guyan on his back, he found the surroundings unfamiliar, having never been here before. If you get distracted again, I will be very displeased, Du Guyan warned. Making promises that would likely be scrutinized, causing a slight flush to rise on Du Guyan's cheeks. As they surveyed their surroundings, Du Guyan intended to guide Chao Kun out, knowing he was unfamiliar with the area. Yet, Chao Kun interrupted her, suggesting, "Why don't we just wander about today, enjoying wherever we end up? I will escort you back to the Tiando Royal Academy tonight." Du Guyan paused, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. "All right, I shall leave it to you. Let us set forth." Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes fixated on their every move, devoid of any emotion. Gu Yuna sensed this presence, but chose not to alert Chao Kun, her reasons unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, time slipped away, and soon the moon ascended into the night sky. At the Rose Hotel in Tiando City, a strikingly handsome couple emerged, Chao Kun and Du Guyan, eager for spontaneous adventures. Although they had planned to explore, upon passing the Rose Hotel in the early afternoon, they exchanged glances and entered together, knowing their parting was imminent and feeling the urge to share their innermost thoughts. In the following hours, their revelry intensified, and Chao Kun fulfilled his promises made earlier. After a whirlwind of excitement, Du Guyan felt utterly exhausted and required 3 hours of rest to recover before they finally emerged from the Rose Hotel after dining together. "Kun, I am so tired," she exclaimed, collapsing into his embrace after only a few steps, prompting a chuckle from him. "You brought this upon yourself. Enough. I won't say another word. Let us go. I shall carry you back to the Tiando Royal Academy." With playful banter, Chao Kun sprouted wings and swept Du Guyan into a princess carry, soaring into the sky towards their destination. Meanwhile, within a private booth of the restaurant opposite the Rose Hotel, a strikingly handsome man, appearing to be in his late 20s, dressed in a crisp robe, gripped a teacup tightly. With a sudden crash, the cup shattered in his hand, yet he bore no injuries. He glared at Chao Kun and Du Guyan as they exited, his teeth clenched in frustration. "A man, you're truly despicable. The only one who dares to call Chao Kun in such a manner is Qian Renxue. Is this what you call inconvenient? After returning for a week, you spend all your time with those women and do not come to see me." With a loud bang, Qian Renxue slammed the remnants of the teacup onto the table, splattering tea onto several papers, yet she paid it no mind. In recent days, the deaths of 2 heirs from the Xing Luo Empire within the Tiando Empire had kept her exceptionally busy as the crown princess. She had to manage the emissaries from the Xing Luo Empire, assist in the search for the culprits, issue arrest warrants, and ensure cooperation from various cities in the investigation. The deaths of the 2 princes had incited the wrath of the Xing Luo Empire, placing immense pressure on the borders of the Tiando Empire, compelling Qian Renxue to cooperate. Though she was aware of Chao Kuen's return, she refrained from seeking him out, initially contemplating sending Shi Miao to bring him to her. However, after Chao Kuen requested Tai Long to return due to urgent matters, she relinquished the idea. This morning, finally finding a moment of respite, she decided to take a stroll, only to discover Chao Kuen joyfully carrying Du Guyan and laughing together. She had been tempted to storm in at that moment. Is this how you treat my personal guard? Is this how you dare to call me Xiao Shui? You expect me to arrange a wife for you while you behave like this? Go to hell. Afterward, she ordered an investigation into Chao Kuen's recent activities. Upon receiving the information, her fury dissipated, replaced by a chilling demeanor. She remained seated in the opposite restaurant, contemplating until Chao Kuen and Du Guyan emerged from the Rose Hotel. Rising from her chair, Qianren watched as Chao Kuen ascended into the night sky with Du Guyan and coldly commanded, "Kill her. Bring a man back. He shall serve as my personal guard." Initially intending to gently persuade Chao Kuen to forsake Du Guyan, she now recognized the need for a more forceful approach. Yes, the figure of Shi Miao materialized and swiftly vanished, pursuing Chao Kuen. Exiting the booth, Shi Miao's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. Kill? Will he survive after eliminating Du Guyan? With that boy's talent, it won't be long before he can easily defeat me. When that moment comes, will he seek revenge? And what then for my life? Will the young lady assist him? Perhaps she would even help him subdue me. Yet, if he refrained from killing her, not only could he owe that boy a favor, but the young lady might not hold it against him. Even if she did, it wouldn't lead to any serious repercussions. That boy would safeguard him. Thus, his intention was simply to warn the boy, but still bring him back to face the consequences of his actions. What a disgrace. To have gone an entire week without seeking out the young lady. She is truly a beauty. With these thoughts, he merged with his martial spirit, the eight-forked serpent spear, and hastened towards Chao Kuen. In a brief moment, he caught up to Chao Kuen, aided by his full exertion and the fact that Chao Kuen, while carrying Du Guyan, could not fly as swiftly. Concealing his presence and form, he approached Chao Kuen. Before Shi Miao could speak, Chao Kuen suddenly glanced in his direction. Discovered? Impossible. This is my eighth soul skill. Guyana, is there someone spying nearby? As the relaxed expression on Chao Kuen's face turned grave, he instinctively quickened his flight, altering his trajectory. Ever since earlier, he had felt a sense of being watched, which intensified, and had it not been for the absence of malice, his reaction would have been far more pronounced. Kuen, what is wrong? Du Guyan asked, puzzled by his sudden movement. Yes, it's the titled Douluo beside that saintess, just next to you, Guyana replied. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuen regained his composure, relaxing his posture as he explained to Du Guyan, just now, I seem to have sensed something, but it has vanished. It must have been an illusion. No worries. Let us proceed swiftly. With that, Chao Kuen smiled and flapped his wings, accelerating his speed. Observing this, Du Guyan also relaxed, tightening her embrace around him. Young man, hurry and take Du Guo's granddaughter back. Just as Chao Kuen pondered why Shi Miao or Shui sought him, Shi Miao's voice rang in his ears. Startled, he glanced at Du Guyan, who remained indifferent, as if she had heard nothing. Stop looking, others cannot hear me. Quickly return, this little girl. The young lady is aware of what you have been up to this week, and she is quite upset. Shi Miao seemed to sense his confusion and reiterated with an intensified tone. Chao Kuen was taken aback. How could Qianren know of his actions this week, only now? Shouldn't she have known sooner? Seeing his lack of reaction, Shi Miao assumed he was unaware of the situation's gravity and emphasized, this time, it was the young lady who summoned me. She ordered me to eliminate this little girl. How is that possible? If a blade is needed, it is I who should wield it. Furthermore, have I truly done anything wrong with Qianren? Chao Kuen was shocked once more, his previously relaxed demeanor stiffening, his pupils contracting slightly in surprise. Chapter 164. Despite his astonishment, Chao Kuen's expression remained largely unchanged, his face briefly stiffening before returning to normal. Du Guyan, nestled in his arms, gazed curiously at the surrounding scenery, oblivious to the fleeting tension on Chao Kuen's face. Chao Kuen exhaled deeply, flapping his wings and unknowingly increasing his speed. Just as Shi Miao had advised, he must first escort Yin back. It was not appropriate for her to be involved in matters concerning Qian Renxue. After safely delivering Yin, he would need to meet with Xi Mao to address Qian Renxue seriously, unlike before. This time, with Xi Mao present and himself nearby. Even if Xi Mao intended to carry out Qian Renxue's command, Chao Kuan could protect Duge Yin. But what if Qian Renxue later sought to harm Xiao Wu? What if Lu Erlong were not by her side? What if she succeeded? With the power Qian Renxue possessed, it was entirely possible. As he considered this, Chao Kuan began to reflect on his recent relationship with Qian Renxue. From the memories of his past life, he perceived Qian Renxue as a beauty, and with his nature, he had decided to harbor intentions toward her even before arriving in Tiando City, planning to curry favor and enjoy the benefits of her status. He had acted accordingly, eagerly presenting himself from their first encounter. And although Qian Renxue displayed little interest, he remained content, having received her token that granted him opportunities to showcase his prowess. He was confident in his talents and abilities. Subsequently, although he was unaware of how Qian Renxue learned of his skills, as he anticipated, the talent-appreciating Qian Renxue began to show interest in him, and he reciprocated, leading to significant advancements in their relationship. Following that was the incident involving Tang Hao, where he deliberately shielded Qian Renxue from an attack in the most tragic manner, evoking sympathy and engaging in some flirtation, clearly expressing his intentions toward her. After all, it was hard to resist someone so beautiful. If Chao Kuan merely wished to be with Qian Renxue, there would be no fault in that. However, his mistake lay in desiring more than one woman, and he did not wish to be limited to just one. Although Duelwith continent was relatively open-minded regarding such matters, not all women could accept it. Evidently, Qian Renxue and Guyuna could not. Chao Kuan understood that if Douluo continent advocated for polyandry, he would certainly struggle to accept it, double standards indeed. Therefore, upon learning of Guyuna's conditions, he gradually extinguished his feelings for her, seeing himself clearly. Now that Qian Renxue had signaled her own inability to accept this situation, Chao Kuan realized he must alter his position. He could no longer maintain ambiguity with her and needed to clarify matters. Yet, he pondered whether Qian Renxue would be amenable to this change. As he contemplated, he feigned nonchalance while delivering Duge Yin to the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, opting not to accompany her inside for fear of being spotted by the three major academies. Kuan, are you pondering something? Duge Yin asked, stepping away from his embrace. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Although they had shared laughter moments ago, she sensed a distraction in him. I am savoring the moment, Chao Kuan whispered as he leaned closer to her neck. Stop that. Duge Yin's face flushed instantly as she playfully shoved him, then playfully hit him a few times. After a moment, they concluded their playful exchange with a kiss. After offering Duge Yin a few words of caution, Chao Kuan transformed into the form of a gale bird and soared toward Tiando City, this shape allowing for swifter flight. Strive to grow stronger. Watching Chao Kuan's silhouette as the gale bird fade into the night sky, Duge Yin encouraged herself, taking a deep breath before stepping into the academy. She could discern whether her man was contemplating joyful or serious matters. With Chao Kuan's accelerated pace, he and Xi Mao swiftly returned to Tiando City. Gazing at the colossal city below, Chao Kuan inquired calmly, Senior Xi Mao, where is the Holy Maiden? Xi Mao's figure materialized beside Chao Kuan, gesturing before darting off in a particular direction. Noticing this, Chao Kuan hurriedly followed. To his surprise, it led him to the Rose Hotel, which radiated a playful pink light, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. Shortly thereafter, Xi Mao grasped his shoulder, discreetly transporting them into a private room across from the Rose Hotel. Inside, Qian Renxue maintained her Snow Qinghe guise, propping her head on one hand, her eyes half closed in contemplation, exuding an air of elegance. However, the shattered teacups and teapots on the floor contrasted sharply with the serene scene. Is she dead? Just after entering the room, before Chao Kuan could fully observe his surroundings, Qian Renxue's eyes snapped open, her tone icy and flat. Upon hearing this, Xi Mao glanced at Chao Kuan before vanishing once more, leaving no trace of his presence. However, before his disappearance, the look he cast at Chao Kuan was unmistakable. It is your turn to assist me. Though he only knew her title at present, he vowed to remember the kindness of Xi Mao, nodding subtly. Turning to face Qian Rinshu, who sat with a calm demeanor and fixed her gaze upon him, he exhaled. Holy maiden, Yin is safe now and will remain so. After a deep breath, Chao Kun spoke earnestly. Huh. Qian Rinshu lowered her hand from her head, allowing it to rest casually before leaning back in her chair, emitting a cold laugh. I grant you a chance. Repeat that. In response, Chao Kun, who had initially stiffened to being caught, relaxed entirely, maintaining his composure as he repeated, Yin is safe now. Chao Kun, do you realize who you are speaking to right now? Qian Rinshu interrupted before he could finish. Indeed, holy maiden, Gao Kun nodded. Do you truly believe I cannot accomplish this task? With regard to Duelwith, the titled Duelwith gatekeeper, my desire to eliminate Duelwith Yin is overwhelming. Do you truly believe he can thwart my intentions? And you, Chao Kun, you must comprehend that talent is ultimately just talent, not true strength. At this moment, I possess countless means to extinguish your life. You cannot even safeguard your own existence, so how can you be so certain she will remain unscathed? Without the gifts I bestowed upon you, you would not even be alive to stand here. Now, I shall grant you another opportunity. Repeat it once more. Listening intently, Qian Rinshui lowered her voice and articulated her words slowly, yet Chao Kun's expression remained unchanged. He refrained from repeating the phrase again, instead gazing into Qian Rinshui's eyes and asking, Your Highness, do you truly know me? Regardless of how many times I say it, my answer remains the same. Yanzi will undoubtedly be safe, both now and in the future. Furthermore, what have you given me that allows me to stand here alive? With a sudden crash, Qian Rinshui's countenance transformed into one of terror as she forcefully slammed her hand onto the table, shattering it into pieces. The fragments flew towards Chao Kun, who did not flinch, allowing them to graze his exposed skin, particularly his face, which was struck multiple times without leaving a mark or even a flush. Qian Rinshui approached him, her fury palpable as she locked her gaze onto his eyes. Although Chao Kun's expression was calm, he refused to be intimidated. He feared the consequences of Qian Rinshui's current orders, dreading that Duelwith Yin might truly perish. Favoritism. This term slipped from Qian Rinshui's lips, eliciting a flicker of confusion in Chao Kun's otherwise placid gaze. The gifts I have given you, my favoritism. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun opened his mouth as if to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he blinked and lowered his gaze. In this scenario, the one who erred the most was indeed him. Observing Chao Kun bow his head, Qian Rinshui let out a cold laugh and returned to her chair. Even if I do not know you well, even if I cannot kill you, what of your women? Duelwith Yin, Xiao Wu Lu, Erlong. Perhaps I might add Ning Rongrong to the list. Can you guarantee you will always be by their side? Can you assure me that I cannot eliminate them? Unless you escort them into a small pocket realm and ensure they never appear publicly before you ascend to divinity, you cannot guarantee their safety. However, confining them to a pocket realm is something Chao Kun would never do. How does that differ from turning them into caged birds? Chao Kun kept his head bowed, opening his mouth to speak, yet ultimately refraining. Because of Qian Rinshui's favoritism, he no longer retained the resoluteness he had when entering the box. A prolonged silence enveloped the room. You cannot guarantee their safety, Qian Rinshui asserted. Chao Kun remained silent, head lowered. After a while, Qian Rinshui appeared to relax. So now you understand whom you are speaking to? I do, Your Highness, he replied, his tone slightly subdued. In truth, he could easily join forces with Gu Yuna to eliminate everyone present and fabricate it as the work of the Haotian sect, with Gu Yuna as assistants. It would likely be a near certainty. Chao Kun could indeed fabricate such a scheme, as he possessed the secret of the Haotian 9 absolutes. However, he was unwilling, ensnared by Qian Rinshui's favoritism. Yet, he could not allow Qian Rinshui to issue commands to pursue Xiao Wu and Yanzi. Therefore, when responding to her inquiry, he mentally inquired of Gu Yuna. Senior Gu Yuna, is it possible for you to erase her memories? After witnessing the myriad of schemes Tang San executed in the Qiankun Wenqing Valley, it seemed plausible that a deity could easily erase a person's memories. Yes, but she must cooperate willingly, Gu Yuna replied after a moment, her tone tinged with exasperation. Cooperate willingly? Do you hear what you are saying? Or, simply incapacitate her to render her unconscious. Without allowing Chao Kun to voice his frustrations, Gu Yuna continued, "That is manageable, relatively speaking, especially since the serpent spear is nearby. Senior Gu Yuna, could you assist?" At the same time, he affirmed his understanding of Qianren Shui's statement. He posed a question to Gu Yuna. Simultaneously, he subtly channeled his spiritual energy, planning to launch an attack on Qianren Shui the moment Gu Yuna agreed. "Make your move." Before Gu Yuna could finish her sentence, a radiant golden light suddenly emanated from Qianren Shui, drawing Chao Kun's attention. He witnessed her figure swiftly transform, becoming more statuesque. Her originally short, golden hair instantly lengthened and cascaded down her back, while her snug-fitting robe morphed into a golden palace gown. Qianren Shui reverted to her original form, having cancelled her soul skill. "Now, can you hear my commands?" The once subdued male voice had transformed into a melodious, magnetic tone. "What does your highness wish to convey?" Chao Kun inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, momentarily halting his impending attack. Rising from her chair, Qianren Shui approached him, her high-heeled boots echoing on the wooden floor with a rhythmic click. She grasped Chao Kun's hand with one hand while retrieving a mask from her storage soul guide with the other. "I can spare their lives, but from this day forth, you shall remain by my side as my personal guard, just as you promised, never leaving my side, supporting me in all endeavors. Is that acceptable? This is merely a temporary arrangement." With that, she extended the mask to him. Chao Kun examined the mask, silver and striking, perfectly complementing the white attire he had worn previously. After a moment, he accepted the mask, scrutinizing it under Qianren Shui's expectant gaze. Indeed, it was impressive. It seemed she had meticulously chosen it. "Your Highness truly favors me," he remarked, not donning the mask. Ah, man, Qianren Shui's voice trembled slightly, realizing Chao Kun's rejection stemmed not solely from his failure to wear the mask, but also from his continued reference to her as Your Highness. Another failure. Her plans to claim man for herself had faltered. This thought coursed through Qianren Shui's mind. Since Chao Kun departed from Tiando City until now, she had been devising ways to keep him by her side. She was aware of his other romantic interests. The information was readily available from both the Tiando Empire and the Wuhun Temple. Nevertheless, she continued to strategize on how to retain him. This mask had been prepared long in advance. It was not purchased, but rather designed and crafted by her. Today, after witnessing the closeness between Chao Kun and Duelwith, she felt furious and recognized an opportunity. She intended to seize this moment to compel Chao Kun to submit, ensuring he remained by her side, distancing him from the others. And once she had made him forget about them, she would reveal her true intentions. Regrettably, even that plan had failed. "I'm sorry." Chao Kun returned the mask. But Qianren Shui did not accept it. With a sigh, he placed the mask on her hand that was still gripping him and then released her grasp. "I apologize, but I fear I cannot endure Your Highness's favoritism." He temporarily lost the desire to act against Qianren Shui, lowering his head. He realized that Qianren Shui genuinely favored him. He truly is a scoundrel. Chapter 165. Qianren Shui. Very well. The private room was enveloped in an eerie silence, and Chao Kun could discern the increasingly labored breaths of Qianren Shui. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew heavier, mirroring the intensity of her breathing. Sighing inwardly, Chao Kun felt his dissipated soul power begin to circulate once more. He cast a glance towards the window and subtly shifted his stance. Earlier, Gu Yuna had informed him of the position of Shi Mao, instructing him to incapacitate Shi Mao first to prevent any disturbances that might arise from knocking out Qianren Shui. Although Chao Kun's movements were almost imperceptible, Qianren Shui noticed them. However, she did not suspect that he intended to render her unconscious and erase her memories, believing instead that he merely sought to leave. Alarmed, she spoke softly just before Chao Kun launched his attack. "You are the one who provoked me. You intruded into my world unexpectedly. Initially, I merely wished to recruit you, as I did with Uncle Shi Mao and the others. You approached me with ulterior motives. You saved me in my moment of despair, and after rescuing me, you deliberately drew close to me, exhibiting your intentions. You were the first, apart from my father and grandfather, to call me Xiao Xue. Am I in this state now because of you?" Her words rendered Chao Kun momentarily speechless, his actions halting, though his soul power remained unwavering. Are you going to knock them out or not? Gu Yuna's voice echoed in his mind, exasperated. Strangely, Gu Yuna seemed quite invested in his desire to make Qian Rinxue forget him, despite having ignored him for the past few days. Ignoring her, Chao Kun lifted his gaze to meet Qian Rinxue's stunning yet sorrowful visage. It is my fault. I have treated this matter too lightly, failing to consider your feelings and the consequences of your potential rejection of Yinzi and the others. All of this is my error. I apologize. Moreover, he had not contemplated the feelings of Dugi Yin and the others. Perhaps he had thought of it, but did not anticipate such a situation arising. Qian Rinxue's plan had served to awaken a sense of caution within Chao Kun. He would need to be vigilant in the future, clarifying his circumstances with other women before any romantic inclinations developed. If they took issue with it, so be it. So, do you wish to leave me now? Are you not afraid I will send someone to kill those women? With that thought, Qian Rinxue suddenly grasped Chao Kun's hand tightly, as if fearing his escape. I fear, yet I cannot abandon them. That is my promise. Gao Kun lead softly. And what of your promise to me? You vowed never to leave me, to always support me. Qian Rinxue's grip on Chao Kun's hand tightened, as if she were venting something pent up. Chao Kun fell silent, at a loss for words. Hurry. I recall you are not a hesitant person. In this situation, erasing her memories would be the better option. Otherwise, it becomes a tangled mess. Gu Yuna advised from within his mind. Her tone suggested considerable experience, despite her being a long-time maiden herself. Oh, she is beautiful. I shall let it go. After a long pause, Chao Kun took a deep breath, unleashing his soul power in an instant, breaking free from Qian Rinxue's grasp. Concurrently, Gu Yuna waved her hand within his consciousness, sending a silver light shooting towards Shimao's head. The silver light was swift, and the three of them barely perceived it before Shimao felt a wave of disorientation and subsequently descended into darkness, his form collapsing toward the ground. Hurry, 10 seconds, Gu Yuna urged. 10 seconds was ample time for Chao Kun to strike Shimao multiple times. Understanding, Chao Kun's expression hardened with resolve as he swiftly appeared behind Shimao, delivering a decisive blow to the back of his neck without holding back. This technique had been taught by a teacher at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. Forgive me, Brother Shimao. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stared blankly at her hands, flushed from the sudden force with which Chao Kun had broken free. She was only aware that he had departed, unaware of his intention to attack Shimao, as any reasonable person would not suspect such a move. Okay, Qian Rinxue suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, Chao Kun, with remarkable control over his body, halted his strike, instead catching the plummeting Shimao Duelwith in a princess carry. What are you doing? Gu Yuna exclaimed, exasperated. Chao Kun ignored her, turning to meet Qian Rinxue's gaze. All right, I can forget you. What is happening with Uncle Shimao? Qian Rinxue's expression shifted from despair to confusion as she observed Chao Kun cradling Shimao Duelwith. She recalled having been held in such a manner by him. As Chao Kun carried Shimao back into the private room, he glanced at the astonished Qian Rinxue and then at Shimao in his arms, feigning ignorance as he shook his head. I do not know. Shimao Duelwith suddenly appeared and then fell. Just then, before Qian Rinxue could ponder further, Shimao opened his eyes in a daze within Chao Kun's embrace. The time controlled by Gu Yuna had come to an end. As Shimao blinked twice, clarity returned to his gaze, and he sprang from Chao Kun's arms, summoning his martial spirit, the Zhangba Shimao, into his hand, emanating a formidable aura as he fixated intently on the window. The sound of teacups and fragments of the teapot and table were sent flying by the pressure radiating from Shimao, crashing against the walls. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue immediately became alert, mirroring Shimao's intense focus on the window. To avoid appearing out of place, Chao Kun joined them in watching the window, his expression one of vigilance. Heh, Gu Yuna scoffed, her frustrations with Chao Kun mounting. What is it? After a moment, Qian Rinxue inquired. Shimao, still vigilant, remained focused on the window and succinctly stated, someone just attacked me, plunging me into darkness, and for a moment I lost consciousness. This was no trivial matter. Who could possibly assault him? And what strength did they possess? It was well known that he was a title Douluo, yet he had been rendered unconscious in an instant. Furthermore, how did the assailant know he was here? Was it possible that the lady had been exposed? That they had discovered her identity and recognized he was by her side? Such thoughts sent a chill through Shimao. Hearing this, Qian Rinchue's wariness intensified. After a long while, gazing out at the still calm outside, Shimao gradually relaxed a fraction. It seemed such a powerful soul skill must come at a price. And fortunately, Chao Kun was present today. Miss, we should return. This place remains unsafe. Once we are back, at least we will have the assistance of the blood-stabbing gang if anything arises. After contemplating for a moment, Qian Rinchue nodded and turned to Chao Kun. Come with me. We must resolve our matters as well, do we not? Chao Kun nodded, having paused earlier because Qian Rinchue had agreed to forget him, though there must be conditions attached. This way, they could resolve their issues normally. He preferred not to resort to erasing memories, as it was distasteful, and he would only consider it if absolutely necessary. Seeing him agree, Qian Rinchue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then returned to her demeanor as Shui Qinghe. She, the serpent spear, warily glanced out the window before slowly moving beside Chao Kun and Qian Rinchue. Activating her soul skill, she concealed their figures and then guided them away from the private room. Along the way, Chao Kun and Qian Rinchue's gazes remained pensive, while Qian Rinchue's expression turned tranquil, lost in her thoughts. As for Chao Kun, he was in the midst of apologizing. I am truly sorry, Senior Guyuna. Yet Guyuna remained unresponsive, seemingly weary of his repeated apologies. Chapter 166. Serpent Spear. The city of Tiando was vast, yet to soul masters, it was not overly expansive, particularly for those capable of flight. At full speed, Serpent Spear carried Chao Kun, who, after uttering a few more apologies to Guyuna in his mind, silently arrived at an estate not far from the prince's residence. The group maintained their silence as they followed Serpent Spear into a room within the estate, subsequently navigating through a mechanism that led them to an underground chamber. This chamber was approximately the size of a standard football field, with a passageway at its edge that likely led to the prince's palace. The lighting here was ample, devoid of the typical dimness associated with underground spaces, and the ventilation was excellent. Chao Kun felt no difference in the air compared to the outside. Surprisingly, no one had followed them. As Chao Kun surveyed the underground chamber, Serpent Spear spoke up, her tone filled with perplexity. What brings you here? What has transpired? At that moment, a voice echoed from the passageway, Bloodpiercer, with a grave expression. Serpent Spear recounted the recent events to Bloodpiercer, whose previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You lost consciousness without sensing anything? Serpent Spear nodded. Upon hearing this, Bloodpiercer turned to Qian Rinchue and remarked, Miss, an opponent capable of rendering Serpent Spear unconscious in an instant is likely beyond our means to confront. Before Bloodpiercer could finish, Serpent Spear interjected. However, they did not attack afterward, and I felt no one watching us as we approached. You know, after I became a title Dalu, my sensitivity to such matters has greatly heightened. Unless it were an enemy of the grand offering level, it would be impossible for me to remain unaware. Yet, if it were indeed such an adversary, there would be no need for such covert actions. This is exceedingly strange. As if deep in thought, Qian Rinchue furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, Chao Kun quietly interjected, Elder Serpent Spear, is it possible that it was merely an illusion on your part, or perhaps a flaw in your training? I was right beside you and felt nothing. You know I possess a domain. Earlier, he had fervently apologized within his consciousness while redirecting his spirit towards the soul in his sea of consciousness. The smaller version of Chao Kun appeared endearing as he opened his eyes, blinked at Guyuna, and approached her, tugging at her garments. Senior Guyuna, em sore. With a sigh, Guyuna, who had initially shut her eyes to ignore him, was roused. She gazed at the petite Chao Kun, sighed, and then pinched his cheek firmly. Very well. Upon hearing this response, Chao Kun smiled and withdrew from his sea of consciousness, expressing his sentiments to Serpent Spear. It is impossible, absolutely impossible, Serpent Spear exclaimed. This cannot be an illusion. My training has not faltered. I apologize, Brother Serpent Spear, Chao Koen thought, issuing a command to Gu Yuna, causing a beam of silver light to strike Serpent Spear invisibly. Once again, Serpent Spear succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground, where Bloodpiercer caught her. This development left everyone perplexed, and Qian Rinxue cast a questioning glance toward Bloodpiercer. I sense no enemies. Bloodpiercer shook his head. Serpent Spear soon regained consciousness, rising from Bloodpiercer's arms, the gravity of the situation replaced by confusion. It seemed this latest loss of consciousness had originated from her own martial soul. Could it be that her training had genuinely encountered an issue? Serpent Spear gazed at the three with uncertainty, murmuring, "This cannot be true. It simply cannot be. I am sorry, Brother Serpent Spear. I will make amends next time," Chao Koen said, feeling somewhat remorseful at Serpent Spear's state. The reactions of Serpent Spear made Bloodpiercer and Qian Rinxue realize that the earlier occurrence was likely due to her own issues, which relieved them, yet left them speechless. Serpent Spear, have you not recovered from the injuries inflicted by Tang Hao, or are you haunted by them? Perhaps I should guard the young lady during this time, Bloodpiercer suggested, patting Serpent Spear on the shoulder. Serpent Spear opened her mouth to refute, but as a titled Douluo, the notion of being haunted was absurd. Yet, recalling her earlier behavior, she found no words of rebuttal. Uncle Serpent Spear, you should rest for a while, Qian Rinxue advised. I. Serpent Spear stammered, wanting to voice something. Senior Gu Yuna, please give him another chance. Once more, Serpent Spear lost consciousness, swaying as she rose from Bloodpiercer's grasp, calmly addressing the three. It seems I have encountered some issues. Bloodpiercer, you shall remain by the young lady's side for now. I need to recuperate. This time, she clearly sensed that something was amiss with her martial soul, but she believed recovery was possible after a period of rest. This was what Chao Koen requested, for he feared Serpent Spear would become obstinate. Moreover, the illusion conveyed by Gu Yuna was not unfounded. There were indeed areas for improvement, and with those enhancements, Serpent Spear's strength would likely see an increase. Qian Rinxue and Bloodpiercer nodded in agreement, relieved that the matter remained concealed. Having resolved this, Qian Rinxue seemed to recall Chao Koen, turning to him with a calm expression, her face betraying her contemplation. Bloodpiercer cast a puzzled glance at her, then at Serpent Spear, seeking understanding. Uncle Serpent Spear, Uncle Bloodpiercer, you may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Chao Koen, she stated, no longer referring to him as a man. Serpent Spear halted Bloodpiercer's attempt to speak, guiding him into the passageway. Once they departed, Qian Rinxue faced Chao Koen, her voice low and serious. Do you wish to leave me, to erase my memories of you, to treat all of this as if it never occurred? Chao Koen remained silent for a long moment before nodding. That is acceptable, he replied. But what are the promises you made to me? Qian Rinxue questioned. Chao Koen fell silent again. Perhaps he should simply erase her memories. Why complicate matters? Gu Yuna interjected, appearing quite eager, suggesting that her intentions extended beyond merely erasing Qian Rinxue's memories. You and I shall engage in a duel. Should you win, you may depart, and I shall not trouble the other women. Should you lose, you will forget them. Qian Rinxue paused, seemingly expecting Chao Koen to add something, but he remained mute. After a while, he nodded. Very well. With a flash of golden light, Qian Rinxue shed her snow Qinghe eyes, revealing 3 pairs of pure white wings sprouting from her back, and a resplendent sword adorned with the emblem of a 6-winged angel materialized in her hand. Gradually, 6 standard soul rings emerged around her. With a thunderous surge, a divine and powerful aura radiated from Qian Rinxue, prompting Chao Koen to instinctively activate his ice and fire domain, surrounding him with a circle depicting the Taiji symbol. Qian Rinxue had unleashed her angel domain. Qian Rinxue gazed at Chao Koen, uttering no further words. With her slender sword raised, she flapped her wings and swiftly lunged towards him. The holy sword, angelic assault. Taking a day off today, as I'm not quite sure why my head is throbbing intermittently. I will make up for the 2 chapters 10 later. I did not wish to take leave, as my grades are already poor, and missing a day will undoubtedly lead to a drop in subscriptions. However, the pain in my head is quite unbearable, and after writing a few hundred words, I find myself unable to continue. My apologies. Chapter 167. Battle the Holy Sword, Angelic Assault. Two soul rings circled around Qian Rinxue, glowing simultaneously. The slender sword she wielded became enveloped in golden flames as she thrust it towards Chao Kun, the tip shimmering with a faint luminescence that significantly enhanced its offensive power. With a powerful flap of her 3 pairs of wings, her figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Chao Kun with an unstoppable momentum, accompanied by gusts of wind. The enhanced sword darted towards Chao Kun's chest. In what seemed like a blur, Chao Kun appeared to be caught off guard, allowing the sword's tip to make contact with his chest and pierce through. Just as Qian Rinxue was momentarily stunned, the sensation from the sword abruptly transformed from rigid to yielding, akin to piercing through water. The clang reverberated as if she had struck water. As Qian Rinxue's sword made contact with Chao Kun, inflicting a mild discomfort, he instantly transformed into a stream of water and sidestepped to the side. At the same time, with a flicker of thought, the insignia of the Rui sword on his right hand shimmered, and a sword of pure crimson materialized in his grasp. He swiftly raised it to block the assault, colliding with Qian Rinxue's renewed attack. "Ah, I thought you were caught off guard." Qian Rinxue, soaring in the air, pressed down with her sword enveloped in golden flames. As she flapped her wings, her strength surged, closing the distance between them. "Huh!" With a sudden roar, Chao Kun remained silent, his arms thickening and enlarging, nearly doubling his strength. He forcefully swung the Rui sword, sending Qian Rinxue soaring backwards. The tremendous force, coupled with inertia, caused her to retreat several meters before stabilizing herself in the air. "Not bad," she muttered, her eyes ablaze with fury as she charged at Chao Kun once more. How else could one strive to win the favor of her highness? Chao Kun thought to himself, refraining from voicing his sentiments. If he did, the atmosphere would undoubtedly shift. Chao Kun's hands returned to their normal state as he unfurled his wings, ascending into the sky to engage Qian Rinxue in battle. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing weapons. Unlike his encounters with others, Chao Kun did not summon ice arrows or fire arrows to disrupt or attack, nor did he alter the state of the Rui sword. As he relied solely on fundamental sword techniques, he began to find himself at a disadvantage. However, Chao Kun sustained no significant injuries. Qian Rinxue could not land a blow on him. Whenever she attempted to strike, he effortlessly transformed into water and evaded her. Thus, even with the enhancement of the angelic domain, Qian Rinxue found herself unable to gain the upper hand against the water-formed Chao Kun. The ice and fire domains countered each other, failing to impact Qian Rinxue. Whenever she employed her soul techniques to augment her attack, Chao Kun's hands would ignite with the essence of the fire ape, amplifying his strength as he continued to grapple with her. This proved to be a source of great frustration for Qian Rinxue. Although it appeared she was dominating the fight, she was in truth gaining no advantage. Moreover, why did his attacks feel increasingly familiar as they continued to clash? Clang! Another series of weapon clashes echoed as the two figures momentarily separated. In that instant, Qian Rinxue lifted her gaze towards the Rui sword in Chao Kun's hand, noticing a flicker of luminescence at its tip. "Are you imitating my soul techniques?" Qian Rinxue did not immediately launch an attack, instead staring at Chao Kun in astonishment. This is why his attacks have become so recognizable. But how could he replicate my soul techniques? Upon hearing this, Chao Kun was taken aback, not expecting to be discovered. He sheepishly nodded, having initially intended to learn from her swordsmanship due to his own inadequacies. To his surprise, he found he could utilize her soul techniques as well and decided to experiment. "Do not mimic me." Qian Rinxue's exquisitely beautiful visage turned icy, her tone devoid of warmth. She realized that after Chao Kun had learned her swordsmanship, she found it increasingly difficult to suppress him. If she were to be defeated by him using her own techniques, it would be profoundly embarrassing. Chao Kun remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as the Rui sword in his hand transformed into the Rui hammer. This caused Qian Rinxue's eyes to narrow, regarding him intently before flapping her wings and charging once more. This time, Chao Kun began with the Haotian 9 absolutes. His formidable physical control and the enhanced bullet time ability gained from absorbing the autumn waters of Wangchuan allowed him to effectively counter the majority of Qian Rinchue's attacks. As he grew increasingly adept, he utilized the techniques one after another, with the exception of the ninth absolute, Sumaru Ascend, which he refrained from using. In no time, the tides of battle shifted, and he began to press Qian Rinchue back, prompting her to furrow her brow in frustration, glaring at him. This battle somewhat resembled that between the Grand Offering and Tang Chun. On the edge of the corridor, Si Shui observed the clash between the two. Remarking to the nearby, Shi Miao cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Wasn't this a reference to the Grand Offering being overwhelmed by Tang Chun? In the arena, Qian Rinchue's delicate brows knitted together as her breathing grew labored, and her movements began to falter slightly. After such an extended engagement, she had maintained the Holy Sword and Angelic Assault to bolster her slender sword, interspersing her attacks with soul techniques. However, her soul power began to dwindle, and her stamina was waning. In stark contrast, Chao Kuan employed the Haotian 9 absolutes one after another with remarkable ease, showing no signs of fatigue, which left Qian Rinchue feeling increasingly anxious. Was her last resort also destined to fail? Qian Rinchue's pupils constricted, and after being pushed back by Chao Kuan's next strike, the golden flames enveloping her slender sword extinguished. This left Chao Kuan momentarily puzzled, causing him a halt. Qian Rinchue lifted her head, retracting her slender sword. She extended her hand towards Chao Kuan, and her sixth soul ring illuminated. Angelic roar. Through Chao Kuan's perspective, he discerned that all of Qian Rinchue's remaining soul power began to coalesce in her palm, while simultaneously an indistinct angelic silhouette emerged behind her. As Qian Rinchue's soul power gathered, a golden light emanated from the forehead of the angelic silhouette. Boom! The golden light burst forth as the soul power in Qian Rinchue's palm vanished, transferring to the forehead of the angelic silhouette behind her, unleashing a colossal beam of light directed straight at Chao Kuan. Seeing this, Chao Kuan's eyes flickered. The dragon pearl of the Fire Dragon King within his small cave released a tremendous surge of energy, flooding into his dantian. Chao Kuan deftly controlled the rotation of the Taiji diagram within his dantian, murmuring, "Great Sumaru Hammer." The immense energy expelled by the Fire Dragon King's dragon pearl flowed through the designated meridians and surged into the crimson Rui hammer in his hand. Boom! The Rui hammer instantly enlarged, its body engulfed in bright, searing flames. As Chao Kuan swung it, a dragon's head manifested, roaring in collision with the beam of light emitted by Qian Rinchue. This was Chao Kuan's modified Great Sumaru Hammer, capable of being utilized without the need for detonating rings and adjustable in power according to his will. Huh! Roar! The deep, crisp voice of a woman intertwined with the roar of the fire dragon as the red and golden beams began to converge. Chapter 168. Level 40. The formidable Dasumi Hammer, with overwhelming might, propelled the radiant beam emitted by the angel's roar towards Qian Rinchue. Hurry, block it! At the edge of the passage, Si Shui, witnessing this, was about to assist, but Shima promptly restrained him, saying, "Don't worry. That boy isn't foolish." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the once ferocious fire dragon vanished, along with the hammer in Chao Kuan's hand. At this moment, the beam of light from the angelic phantom behind Qian Rinchue had yet to dissipate. Lacking any resistance, the beam struck Chao Kuan directly, piercing through him. Simultaneously, the powers of purification and light carried within the beam surged into Chao Kuan's sea of consciousness. The angel's roar was inherently a mental attack, though it was not lacking in other aspects. Seeing this, Gu Yuna was about to take action, but in the center of the sea of consciousness, the martial soul, Chao Kuan, opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully, instantly absorbing the power that surged into his sea of consciousness. Concurrently, the mysterious substance emanating from him increased, flowing into the symbols of fire, water, and wind as if it were free. This piqued Gu Yuna's curiosity. She approached, seized some of the substance, and scrutinized it closely, then absorbed a portion herself to discern any differences from before. Ultimately, she discovered that aside from a slight enhancement in efficacy, there was little change. However, this increase in efficacy simultaneously heightened her fondness for Chaokun. I cannot absorb any more of this, Gu Yunam murmured, tossing the remaining mysterious substance back. If I continue, it will become problematic. In the outside world, having exhausted her soul power using the angel's roar, Qian Rinxue fell from the sky, caught by the hastily arriving Shima. Meanwhile, Chao Kun also descended slowly, his brow furrowed and teeth clenched, as if enduring excruciating pain. His right chest was completely pierced, and he was struggling to recover through water transformation. The purification and light powers from the angel's roar inhibited the recovery speed of his water transformation. Upon reaching the ground, Qian Rinxue had regained her strength and no longer required Shima support. She gazed at the gaping wound in Chao Kun's chest, her expression complex. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask why he had not dodged, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. After a long pause, she lowered her head, seemingly sighing. You have won. Gao Kun, clutching his chest, cast her a complex glance but remained silent. You may leave, Qian Rinxue added. Chao Kun stared at her for a moment before departing the underground chamber in the direction he had entered. Once Chao Kun left, Qian Rinxue grasped her abdomen, and with a flash of light, transformed back into Xue Qinghe. I shall return to the prince's mansion. You all handle today's traces, she instructed, disregarding Shima and C.I. Xue as she entered the passage that connected to the prince's mansion. Miss C.I. Xue attempted to say something, but was halted by Shima. This provoked C.I. Xue to glare at him, yet Shima seemed experienced, shaking his head in response. Consequently, C.I. Xue was unimpressed by his demeanor and, as soon as Qian Rinxue entered the passage, lowered her voice. You seem quite knowledgeable, yet you are still a bachelor like me. After exiting the underground chamber, Chao Kun lowered his hand from his chest. The wound had healed. He glanced back and then, bending his legs, leaped into the air, transforming into the Jufeng bird, soaring towards Lanba Academy. Afterward, he thought that once he no longer encountered her, he should be able to let go. He lamented, Gaokun of Gaokun. Lost in thought, he soon returned to Lanba Academy. At the entrance, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were engaged in a lively banter. Behind them, on a nearby building, stood the graceful figure of Lu Erlong, who had already absorbed the celestial herb. She was intently watching Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, her thoughts unknown. Observing them, Chao Kun smiled, reverting to human form, and fluttered his wings, intending to approach Lu Erlong, but she vanished as soon as she noticed him. Akun, you have returned, Xiao Wu exclaimed, spotting him and running towards him. Unable to evade, Chao Kun glanced in the direction Lu Erlong had departed and landed on the ground. Before he could settle, Xiao Wu dashed into his embrace, while Ning Rongrong stood behind, arms crossed, regarding the scene with disdain. More than a week later, just as dawn broke, with few people at the entrance of Lanba Academy, Chao Kun stood there, looking around expectantly. It had been nearly a month since he broke through to level 39, and just 2 days prior, he had reached level 40, qualifying to obtain his 4th soul ring. Had he not quarreled with Qian Rinxue, he would have sought her assistance. With the help of Shima and C.I. Xue, hunting a soul beast aged 30 to 40,000 years would have been rather effortless. Now, however, he had initially planned to wait for Du Guyan's return to seek help from Du Gubo, but after Lu Erlong learned of his level 40 achievement, she insisted on accompanying him to obtain the 4th soul ring immediately. She boldly claimed that as an 80-level soul Dalu, she could certainly aid a soul sect member in obtaining their 4th soul ring. Indeed, Lu Erlong had surged from level 77 to level 80 after absorbing the celestial herb. Had it not been for the absence of a soul ring, she could have ascended even further. Nonetheless, upon reaching level 80, she had not sought her 8th soul ring, as her current strength would allow her to absorb a soul ring of at least 70,000 years, possibly even 80,000. Venturing alone would be perilous, and since there were no suitable soul beasts in the Sunset Forest for her, she planned to wait and consult with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect later, seeking their help to venture into the Stardow Great Forest for an appropriate soul beast. While it was not impossible to inform the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect now, There's a risk of exposing her absorption of the celestial herb, and the 8th soul ring did not provide the same explosive power as the 7th one. So Lu Erlong decided to bide her time. Chao Kun pondered the equivalence between Lu Erlong's strength and his own, estimating that they resembled two formidable soul saints. With Gu Na present in his sea of consciousness to address any unforeseen circumstances, he agreed to her proposal. Not every time could he rely on tidal Douluo for assistance. He had to take some risks. Lu Erlong was overjoyed at his consent. She had been holding back for days. On the day she completed her absorption of the celestial herb, she had discovered that Chao Kun had suddenly acquired 2 more women, which infuriated her and was the reason she had fled upon seeing him that night. Early the next morning, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were still asleep, Chao Kun sought her out to explain. Ultimately, he exerted all his efforts to clarify that he had not concealed her existence from Xiao Wu, which helped restore Lu Erlong's composure. Even so, in the following days, she and Chao Kun had not spent much time together. As the principal, how could she afford to be seen being intimate with him in front of several young girls? Hence, when she learned that Chao Kun was about to obtain his 4th soul ring, she hastily offered her assistance. As Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong would not be able to help with the soul beast he intended to hunt, indicating that it would be her and Chao Kun going out together. Chao Kun perceived her intentions clearly. After a brief wait, a woman nearly 180 centimeters tall, clad in azure attire and leather pants, with a voluptuous and mature figure, approached leisurely. Chao Kun looked at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Sister Erlong. Chapter 169. The Earth Armor Bear with a soft patter. Lu Erlong approached, arms crossed, her demeanor casual yet graceful. She cast a glance at Chao Kun, her lips curling in a manner that suggested disdain, yet the slight arc betrayed her true feelings. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Chao Kun offered a faint smile and hurriedly approached her side, extending his hand to embrace her waist. However, before he could touch the softness at her midsection, Lu Erlong swiftly slapped his hand away, exclaiming with irritation, "Now you wish to hold me? Why didn't you think to do so these past few days?" Although she was aware that Xiao Wu had discovered her true identity, her reluctance to face Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had rendered her somewhat resentful, as she had spent little time with Chao Kun. "Were you afraid of my shyness?" Chao Kun brazenly attempted to explain, reaching out once more to encircle her waist. Lu Erlong glanced around, noting the absence of onlookers, and did not resist, allowing him to wrap his arms around her slender figure. "Afraid of your shyness? Have you forgotten the things you've done?" As Chao Kun drew her closer, Lu Erlong playfully punched his chest and shyly remarked. Despite their limited time together, Chao Kun sought opportunities daily to meet her, ensuring that their interactions were warm and affectionate. With a chuckle, he lifted Lu Erlong into his arms, unfurled his wings, and soared into the air, creating a sudden gust of wind. The abruptness startled Lu Erlong, prompting her to instinctively wrap her arms around Chao Kun's neck. "I could fly myself. Why did you have to take me so suddenly?" After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Erlong playfully hit Chao Kun a few times in annoyance. Chao Kun flapped his wings, controlling the winds as he swiftly headed toward the sunset forest, all while holding Lu Erlong close and smiling down at her. "I simply wanted to embrace you, Erlong. Is that too much to ask?" Finding his words somewhat cheesy, Chao Kun internally chuckled. Nevertheless, Lu Erlong seemed quite pleased, her smile widening as her delicate arms naturally draped over his shoulders. "Why didn't you ask me first before holding me?" she retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned her face away, not wanting him to see her reaction. Yet it didn't seem as bad as she had initially imagined. Previously, she had scoffed at the way young girls at the academy would act coy, believing she could never utter such contrived words or gestures. Although she had once dated Yu Xiaojiang, his personality had never allowed her to indulge in such behavior. She had always presented a fiery demeanor in their interactions. Listening to the mature, alluring woman in his arms express her coyness sent a shiver through Chao Kun's heart. He steadied himself and chuckled. Then, "My dear Long, I hold you now?" The way he addressed her made Lu Erlong freeze momentarily, and after a while, she relaxed, her face resembling a ripe apple, as she buried herself in Chao Kuan's embrace, conveying her consent through action. Seeing this, Chao Kuan smiled and refrained from further teasing, soaring higher into the sky, ensuring that they remained unseen from the ground below. After a while, they had flown beyond Tiando City, and Lu Erlong regained her composure, the flush on her cheeks fading slightly. After all, she was the one from the original story whom he wished to pursue. Though it was her first time hearing sweet nothings, she quickly acclimated. Our objective has appeared in the Sunset Forest before, albeit rarely. If we don't find anything after staying here for half a month, shall we head to the Qingdao Great Forest instead? Lu Erlong suggested, comfortably nestled in Chao Kuan's embrace. Certainly, I will follow your lead, Chao Kuan replied without hesitation, agreeing that if they could not find anything in the Sunset Forest, they would indeed venture to the Qingdao Great Forest. After all, the goal was to find what they sought. Lu Erlong was quite satisfied with his response, secretly hoping they would find nothing so they could spend more time together. However, recalling Chao Kuan's quest for a soul beast, she curiously inquired, "Why did you choose the Jiaxiong for your fourth soul ring? It seems more of a defensive soul beast, which doesn't quite match your style." She noticed that regardless of combat or any other matter, Chao Kuan preferred to take the offensive approach. "Ah, you know me well longer," Chao Kuan exclaimed, playfully tapping her on the rear to showcase his assertive nature. Then continued, "My first soul skill allows me to control fire, my second controls water, and my third controls wind. Therefore, I plan to choose an earth attribute for my fourth. Does that mean your fifth, sixth, eighth, and ninth soul skills will also involve different elements?" Lu Erlong asked, noting the absence of seventh, since the seventh soul skill would invariably be his martial spirit's true form. "No, I will not choose any more elemental skills after these. I only intend to focus on earth, fire, water, and wind," Chao Kuan clarified, stating that subsequent soul skills would involve non-elemental options. "Oh, it's good that you have a plan," Lu Erlong nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Chao Kuan smiled and, observing Lu Erlong's contemplation, casually initiated a conversation. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, beginning with what Lu Erlong had done during Chao Kuan's absence and transitioning to his activities after leaving Tiando City, eventually meandering into the topic of whether women were made of water. Throughout their enjoyable conversation, Chao Kuan's words and actions elicited several playful punches from Lu Erlong. Yet the happiness in her eyes never faded. As they continued their cheerful exchange, afternoon arrived, and Chao Kuan, surveying the lush wilderness below, flapped his wings and descended. This time, they were in search of soul beasts that were several decades old, heading directly to the core of the Sunset Forest. However, they intentionally distanced themselves from the ice and fire Yin-Yang-I, where Duelwith resided, not out of fear of being spotted, but because the soul beasts surrounding that area were typically toxic and the Jiaxiong would not venture there. This location was one Chao Kuan had learned about from Tai Long during his previous inquiries about soul beasts. After returning to Tiando City, Chao Kuan had reassured Xiao Wu and Du Yin, then inquired with Tai Long about any soul beast that met his criteria. Although he had intended to ask Lu Erlong and the others as well, Tai Long soon returned with good news. He had received information from the Yu clan, who specialized in defense, making their knowledge of the Jiaxiong, a soul beast renowned for its defensive capabilities, unsurprising. However, after his fallout with Qian Rinxue, Tai Long, although still at the academy, no longer accompanied Chao Kuan as before, but kept an eye on him from a distance. Chao Kuan felt somewhat helpless about this situation, but said nothing. After all, the four major single-attribute families had joined the Spear Hall and were now under Qian Rinxue's influence. Upon landing, Lu Erlong stepped down from Chao Kuan's embrace and promptly punched him for his earlier remark about her being too alluring. Chapter 170, Dense Forest. After engaging in playful antics for a while, the two shared a light meal. Once finished, they proceeded in a specific direction, soon entering a grove filled with tall, sturdy trees. This was the area where Tai Long had indicated the Jiaxiong frequently resided. The ground here was significantly harder than before, with many boulders jutting out, making it an ideal habitat for the Jiaxiong. Although there were other soul beasts present, they were far fewer compared to the previous dense forest. The Jiaxiong resembled bears in both size and appearance, but were covered in a shell akin to that of a pangolin, providing them with remarkable hardness, which was the reason for their reputation for defensive prowess. Additionally, the Di Jiaxiong possessed forelimbs with tough, sharp exoskeletons, and they had a penchant for burrowing, typically residing in the caves they excavated. However, there are specific requirements regarding the locations where they dig. They do not excavate in soft ground. The more formidable the Di Jiaxiong, the harder the ground it chooses to burrow into. This is naturally due to the fact that the more powerful Di Jiaxiong possess sharper and sturdier claws. Beyond the customary practices of the species, this behavior likely serves to guard against external threats. As for discerning the age of a Di Jiaxiong, one must examine its carapace and claws. A 10-year-old Di Jiaxiong has a white shell, a 100-year-old one is yellow, a 1,000-year-old is purple, a 10,000-year-old is black, and a 100,000-year-old is golden. Apart from the 100,000-year-old, the others resemble the soul rings. The carapace provides a rough estimate of age, while the claws offer precise details, indicating whether the creature is a few 100,000 or 10,000 years old. For instance, Chao Kuan and his companions sought a Di Jiaxiong aged between 30 to 40,000 years, indicating they were in search of one with a black shell and 3 to 4 golden claws. This was quite easy to identify. As they walked, Lu Erlong noticed the fruits on a giant tree. Her eyes darted, and suddenly she struck a nearby giant tree with her fist, producing a sound akin to metal being struck. With a loud bang, several fruits fell from the tree, and Lu Erlong caught one while the others hit the ground, creating a metallic clattering noise. Looking back at the giant tree, the fist imprint left by Lu Erlong began to slowly heal, a truly peculiar sight. The fruit was entirely black iron in color, and Lu Erlong easily squashed it as if it were metal. She peeled the flattened fruit open, revealing something resembling black grapes within. Iron fruit tastes quite good and can replenish blood, Lu Erlong said with a smile as she handed the fruit to Chao Kuan. He accepted it, gently squeezed it to test its firmness, and then tossed it into his mouth, biting down with force. His paw. A strong metallic taste flooded Chao Kuan's mouth, and he opened wide, spitting out the crushed iron fruit. Bright red liquid, reminiscent of blood, spilled forth as he exclaimed, "What is this? It tastes just like blood." Ha! At that moment, Lu Erlong could no longer contain her laughter. Chao Kuan looked at her, somewhat helplessly conjuring some water to rinse his mouth and rid himself of the metallic taste. By the way, currently, the best reading material is just like blood, with a rusty flavor. Yet indeed it can replenish blood, Lu Erlong remarked playfully. All right then. Chao Kuan recalled the iron tree from his previous life, shrugged it off, and feigned a grimace, waving his hand to summon a gust of wind that knocked another iron fruit down. He then took out the fruit with a mischievous grin and approached Lu Erlong. "Lu, you should try this too. It replenishes blood." Time passed, the sun set, and the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow. Within the ironwoods, a colossal tree had been hollowed out, forming a tree hollow where Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong sat at its entrance, pausing their journey. They had discovered this hollow before sunset, and upon observing the signs of excavation, it was evident that a Di Jiaxiong had been responsible. Filled with excitement and caution, they approached, only to find nothing inside, and it appeared that no creatures had inhabited it for several years. Not entirely devoid of life, however, when they entered, they found a 5 to 6 meter long golden python lying in the center of the hollow, which Lu Erlong promptly incinerated to ashes. It seems the Di Jiaxiong that created this hollow has long since departed, Lu Erlong stated, as the darkness enveloped them. They decided to rest for the night, and after cleaning up the hollow, Chao Kuan scattered some beast-repelling powder around the tree, commenting, "This tree is not particularly sturdy. Even if the Di Jiaxiong were still here, its age would likely be low." Prior to their arrival, Chao Kuan had prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Lu Erlong nodded thoughtfully. She mentioned this casually, as finding a more suitable creature would mean spending more time together with Chao Kuan. After all, returning would mean facing the other girls, and she was already in her 40s. Once they finished, Chao Kuan retrieved some provisions from his storage soul guide, and they shared a simple meal. After a while, They both climbed onto the tree trunk, with Lu Erlong leaning against Chao Kuan, comfortably gazing at the night sky. At this moment, Chao Kuan remained relatively modest, his hand resting steadily on Lu Erlong's slender waist, occasionally caressing her. After some time, he grew restless and slipped his hand beneath her clothing, gently stroking her flat stomach, justifying it as aiding her digestion. Feeling the warmth on her abdomen, Lu Erlong shot Chao Kuan a glance, but made no move. This kind of life felt utterly invincible to Chao Kuan, who thought contentedly. After a while, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, not due to Chao Kuan's increasing boldness, but rather his excessive restraint, as he left his hand resting on her stomach, the heat causing her discomfort. Unable to contain herself, Lu Erlong let out a cold huff. This puzzled Chao Kuan, who thought, I should not have done anything wrong. What is the matter? Hesitating, he withdrew his hand, but Lu Erlong seized it, preventing any further movement, and then kissed him forcefully. I was unexpectedly kissed forcefully. Chao Kuan's eyes widened, and he soon pried open Lu Erlong's lips. Douluo, my martial soul is myself. Chapter 172, a peculiar discovery method. A week later, at the edge of the iron woods in the sunset forest. Chao Kuan, it seems there are no suitable aged jiaxiongs in the sunset forest. Let us head to the Xingdou Great Forest, Lu Erlong said, standing atop an iron tree and surveying the surroundings. On the ground, Chao Kuan stomped his foot, feeling the increasingly soft ground beneath him, his brow furrowing. He turned to the path they had just traversed and nodded, saying, All right, let us take a look around today. If we still find nothing, we shall proceed to the Xingdou Great Forest. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Lu Erlong's face as she jumped down from the tree. During the past week, they had circled the ironwoods, encountering numerous jiaxiongs, but their ages were far from what Chao Kuan required. The highest age they encountered was merely over 10,000 years, and judging by its claws, it seemed to be only newly entering that age. This fell short of the 30 to 40,000 years that Chao Kuan sought. And since the fourth soul ring could not be enhanced using the powers of the Water and Fire Dragon King as the first and second rings could, Chao Kuan was unwilling to compromise and chose to forego it. In fact, even if Chao Kuan were willing to settle, Lu Erlong would have intervened. A 10,000-year soul ring greatly amplifies a soul master's power and should not be taken lightly. Let us move quickly. We only have that area left. By the time we finish searching there, it should be getting late, and we can rest nearby before heading to the Xingdou Great Forest tomorrow, Lu Erlong encouraged. Leaping to the ground and pointing in a direction, glancing back at Chao Kuan. She then strode forward with her long legs clad in high boots. Chao Kuan found it curious how agile she was, considering she was wearing high-heeled shoes. As he pondered this, he gestured, and an ice arrow shot forth, striking the head of a black spider seemingly blended into the iron tree, causing it to explode. After releasing the ice arrow, Chao Kuan paid it no further mind and followed Lu Erlong. The spider, swaying gently, tumbled down from the tree, and soon, a yellow soul ring manifested upon its lifeless form. Only those soul beasts with insufficient age and little intelligence would contemplate attacking them. This week, unless they encountered a soul beast that actively sought them out, they generally refrained from killing others, as it was unnecessary. The Sunset Forest, unlike the Stardou Great Forest, housed soul beasts of relatively low age, with the strongest not exceeding 70 to 80,000 years, and even those were predominantly poison attribute soul beasts, which were rarely encountered here. Even if they did, with the current strength of Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong, they could likely defeat them, albeit with injuries sustained in the process. They had no desire to seek such trouble. As for other creatures, they were not targets, and they were not inclined to slaughter without purpose, wasting their soul power. It seemed they would not find what they sought in the Sunset Forest. Chao Kuan gazed at the stone wall ahead and sighed helplessly. No worries. We shall venture to the Stardou Great Forest tomorrow, Lu Erlong replied with a smile, relishing the prospect of spending more time with Chao Kuan. Her words elicited a resentful glance from Chao Kuan, who then swiftly approached her and playfully pinched her. Through these days of intimacy, he had discovered that Lu Erlong was quite carnivorous and favored taking the initiative. Had they not been in the sunset forest and facing potential battles the next day, she might have already turned the tables on him. Chao Kuen's sudden advance surprised Lu Erlong, causing her to exclaim involuntarily, "Ha ha, little rogue, just you wait." They frolicked for a while, and then, leaning against the stone wall behind them, they retrieved a small tent from their storage soul guide and quickly set it up. Naturally, it was Lu Erlong who constructed the tent, while Chao Kuen circled around, ensuring there were no lurking dangers among the soul beasts. After scattering some beast-repellent powder around the tent, he settled himself in front of it. Observing Lu Erlong as she arranged soft mats inside the tent, he smiled. Had they not been diligently searching for the Earth Armor Bear during the day, they might have seemed like tourists rather than seekers of soul rings. Now that night had fallen, they could continue their search, yet neither felt inclined to do so. As he gazed at Lu Erlong's curvaceous form, currently turned away from him, he contemplated and then, with a sudden smile, stood up quietly, approaching her from behind and wrapping his arms around her waist. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Lu Erlong exclaimed, her irritation dissipating momentarily. Chao Kuen leaned his face close to her shoulder, nibbled on her earlobe, and whispered, "I have ample reason to believe you are tempting me." Lu Erlong's face flushed crimson. Her earlobe was a sensitive spot for her. "How am I tempting you?" she retorted. Yet Chao Kuen remained silent, allowing her to feel the heat of the moment. "You can't blame me. Isn't it your lack of self-control?" She shot back. "It's just that long is too beautiful." Chao Kuen playfully nibbled her earlobe again, softly murmuring, while his hands skillfully slipped beneath her clothing, caressing her abdomen. Suddenly, he halted his advances, as if he had heard something. "What's wrong?" Lu Erlong furrowed her brows, nudging him with her back. The smile vanished from Chao Kuen's face as he disengaged from her and entered the tent, pressing his ear against the stone wall in the direction of the sound. He then gestured towards the increasingly agitated Lu Erlong with a shushing motion. Smack! Lu Erlong slapped him forcefully, glaring at him in annoyance. Chao Kuen's expression turned serious as he continued to listen, indeed detecting a sound akin to something scraping against metal from within the stone wall. "It seems there is something inside, and it's alive," he whispered to Lu Erlong. Although she still bore an unsatisfied expression, she pressed her ear against the wall as well. "Guyuna, can you sense what lies within?" As Lu Erlong strained to listen, Chao Kuen inquired of Guyuna. "You can actually control it?" Guyuna, surprised, did not answer his question directly. Kao Kun Kyaklid Avivardly, the strange sound unsettling him in the current atmosphere, leading him to ponder the possibility of an unexpected encounter. After Guyuna took a moment to feel the presence within, she clicked her tongue and remarked, "Surprisingly, your luck is quite favorable. There's an Earth Armor Bear inside, and its age is considerable. Not exactly a fortuitous encounter, but close enough," Chao Kuen replied with a slight grimace. Suddenly realizing the implications, his eyes widening in astonishment. An Earth Armor Bear. Chapter 172. The Fourth Soul Ring. Lu Erlong, having listened intently against the stone wall, also discerned the metallic sounds emanating from within. She lifted her head, her expression softening slightly, though she still regarded Chao Kuen with irritation. "So there's something there. It's stuck inside the wall and cannot escape, so why bother fretting over it?" The earlier antics of Chao Kuen had stirred her emotions, further validating his earlier remarks about her allure. "Inside, there's actually an Earth Armor Bear. How fortuitous for me. What a coincidence." Upon hearing Guyuna's revelation, Chao Kuen was taken aback. The soul beast they had sought for several days was suddenly before them. Could there be some hidden agenda? Reflecting on the tales and animations he had encountered in his past life, he frowned, while Lu Erlong, observing his expression, swallowed her initial retorts. "Guyuna, could this be a bit too fortuitous?" Gao Kun Kvith. "What? Are you afraid of some conspiracy?" Guyuna teased. Hesitantly, Chao Kuen nodded in agreement. "Hee. Have you forgotten how you acquired the items from those two? Wasn't that even more coincidental?" "That was no coincidence. I already knew they were there," Chao Kuen retorted. Noting Chao Kuen's serious demeanor, Guyuna explained, "It is indeed quite coincidental. Yet for you, it is to be expected. After all, you are the destined child of this generation. Otherwise, how would those two offer you sacrifices?" "I believe they did not wish to offer sacrifices to me. Chao Kun recalled his previous deception towards Gu Yuna, coming to an understanding. Reassured by her words, he relaxed his expression. Since Gu Yuna asserted there was no issue, he chose to trust her wisdom. Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully, only to notice that Lu Erlong had leaned closer. Her eyes filled with concern. Seeing this, he smiled and pecked her lips gently. What was that about earlier? His gesture eased Lu Erlong's tension as she inquired, puzzled. I was surprised to learn that the source of the noise was an earth armor bear, and its age is quite suitable for me, he disclosed without reservation. You actually discerned it was an earth armor bear? How did you know? Lu Erlong asked. Her curiosity piqued, for she, a soul Duelwith, could not sense it. In response, Chao Kun's golden eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness as he smiled slightly. I simply saw it. He had not revealed Gu Yuna's insights, opting for this simpler explanation instead. Upon gaining an understanding of the situation, Lu Erlong thoughtfully nodded her head, believing that it was a soul skill of Chao Kun. After all, Chao Kun possessed numerous soul skills, and she did not delve into the matter further. Soon, her expression turned fierce as she bit into Chao Kun's neck, leaving behind a red mark. Aware of his fault, Chao Kun did not resist. He knew he was not at a disadvantage. Once Lu Erlong finished marking him, he remarked that they would have ample time later and suggested they focus on preparing his fourth soul ring. At this point, he leaned close to Lu Erlong's ear and softly promised her certain things. That was more like it, Lu Erlong replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, before they both exited the tent. Stepping outside, Lu Erlong gazed at the stone wall, her fist clenched, flames flickering to life as she prepared to strike the wall. Observing this, Chao Kun immediately intervened, asking what she intended to do. We need to break through. Otherwise, how we get inside? Lu Erlong replied. It was evident that the name she used was her own, devoid of any alias, leaving Chao Kun feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickly responded, no need to break through. The Dijiaxiong cannot remain inside forever. There must be a passageway to enter. That sounds tedious, and who knows where that passage might be. How long would it take to find it? Lu Erlong frowned. Do not worry. I noticed a passage leading inside earlier, Chao Kun explained, attributing his insight to Gu Yuna. Then let us proceed, Lu Erlong declared, dispersing the flames in her hand. Guided bigu ypsilonuena. Chao Kun and Lu Erlong swiftly located a large hole. Upon leaping into the opening, under Gu Yuna's direction, Chao Kun circled around a specific area, and suddenly, the earth there collapsed, revealing a passage. So this is where it was, Lu Erlong remarked. They had passed by this spot during the day and had searched for it, but had not discovered the hidden path. As they entered the dark tunnel, the relaxed expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by caution. After walking for a while, Chao Kun noticed that the surrounding earth gradually diminished, giving way to an increasing number of stones, until they found themselves walking entirely on stone. Further ahead, they discovered that some black substances were interspersed among the stones, rendering them exceedingly hard. Is iron, or perhaps black iron? No wonder the Dijiaxiong chose this location, Lu Erlong observed after touching it. Black iron could yield black iron products. The heavy iron block she had given him was made of black iron, weighing over 500 pounds. The facilities in the strength room were also made of black iron. Otherwise, they would be too light for a soul master. Chao Kun nodded and continued walking with Lu Erlong. Although black iron was valuable, this black iron mine was essentially a gold mine. It was difficult to mine. This was the core of the Sunset Forest, where not all soul masters could enter. And at least a soul sage would need to lead the expedition to guard against unexpected situations. It was simply not worth it. Currently, the number of soul masters on the Douluo continent had not yet reached 100,000, with 6 or 7 out of 10 of them merely at levels 20 to 30. Moreover, these soul masters could receive basic support from the Spirit Hall. Those who were not wanted by the Spirit Hall would not venture here to mine. Thus, the two chose to remain oblivious to this gold mine. After walking a bit further, they once again heard the sound of claws scraping against the ore, much clearer than before and growing louder. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel, where Lu Erlong halted, glanced back at Chao Kun, and made a few hand gestures. Quick and decisive. Chao Kun understood immediately. He recalled having learned this in the Junior Soul Master Academy. He nodded, and with a flash of the Rui emblem on his right hand, A crimson long spear materialized in his grasp. He intended to unleash his ultimate move right away to ensure a swift resolution. Go! Red Dragon True Form. With Lu Erlong's powerful command, the previously dark environment was instantly illuminated, revealing a fire-red western dragon encircling Lu Erlong. The fire dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames under Lu Erlong's command, and with a thunderous crash, it sped towards the Jiaxiong. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the tip of Chao Kuan's Rui spear. Break and kill. With a surge of focus, the previously faint flames at the spear tip erupted into brilliance, summoning a fire-red divine dragon that coiled around the Rui spear. As Chao Kuan raised the long spear, he and Lu Erlong charged toward the Jiaxiong at the cave's edge. The fire-red divine dragon opening its eyes to let out a furious roar as it soared upward. Their combined assaults ignited the once pitch-black cavern with vibrant light. Meanwhile, the Jiaxiong, initially sharpening its claws at the cave's edge, sensed the impending danger. Without turning to investigate the source of the sudden attack, it let out a roar, causing the ground around it to tremble slightly as several stone pillars, enveloped in black material, shot up from the earth, encasing the Jiaxiong securely. The Jiaxiong then sat down abruptly, hugging its legs and curling into a ball, leaving only its back shell exposed, which glimmered with a yellow-orange radiance. Such swift reflexes, albeit a tad sluggish. We had already launched our attack by the time it reacted, Chao Kuan thought, observing the fluid movements of the Jiaxiong. In an instant, after the Jiaxiong completed its actions, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong had already surrounded it. Upon entering the vicinity, Chao Kuan felt an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him. The gravity domain, a soul skill that even a 10,000-year-old Jiaxiong possesses. Fortunately, both Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong were prepared and maintained their composure, continuing their assault on the Jiaxiong. They had to severely injure it with a single blow. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. With a powerful strike, Lu Erlong was the first to attack the stone pillars encircling the Jiaxiong. In an instant, her formidable strength shattered all the pillars, revealing the Jiaxiong within. At this point, it had transformed into a ball-like form. Its shell darkened from its advancement to 10,000 years, resembling a steel sphere. Having absorbed the essence of the Guohuang Feng Kuei, Lu Erlong not only elevated her soul power to level 80, but also significantly enhanced her abilities, intensifying her flames. With a fierce roar, Lu Erlong's assault did not falter. As the fire dragon's true form emanated a resounding roar, the flames enveloping her fists intensified, almost appearing white-hot. As her fist struck the Jiaxiong, encountering the yellow-orange glow surrounding the iron sphere, it faced some resistance, slightly slowing her speed, yet only marginally. With a resounding crash, Lu Erlong's red dragon true form unleashed its might, merging with her fist, producing a thunderous sound as flames engulfed the iron sphere, scorching it and diminishing its defenses. A distinct imprint from Lu Erlong's punch sank deep into the flesh of the Jiaxiong. However, even such a formidable attack failed to budge the Jiaxiong. As the yellow-orange glow re-emerged, shimmering briefly before sending Lu Erlong flying. Fortunately, her red dragon true form manifested once more, allowing her to hover in midair. Observing this, Chao Kuan positioned his spear in front of him, aiming for the wound Lu Erlong had just inflicted. During their week-long journey here, they had not merely been indulging in affection. They had long devised strategies for confronting the Jiaxiong. Lu Erlong initiated the offensive, akin to a hammer breaching the defenses of the Jiaxiong, while Chao Kuan sought the opportune moment to strike like a spear, aiming to inflict a grievous wound upon the beast, avoiding any prolonged engagement. The dragon roared and bellowed, merging with the tip of the Rui gun, thrusting into the very wound Lu Erlong had previously inflicted upon the Jiaxiong. Simultaneously, Chao Kuan's spirit surged, channeling countless flames and ice toxins into the creature's body through the wound. The Jiaxiong let out a heart-wrenching cry, its body opening up as it swung its massive paw backward. "Be careful," Lu Erlong warned, her concern evident as she observed the glinting claws aimed at Chao Kun. Chao Kun, unfazed, tightened his grip on the Rui gun. Second stage, he declared, and the fire dragon entwined around the Rui gun roared once more, releasing an even greater force that pierced through the Di Jiaxiong's body. The beast howled in agony, shaking the cavern as if it might collapse. Yet it did not cease its assault, its claws relentlessly aimed at Chao Kun, intent on tearing him apart. Chao Kun gripped the Rui gun, feeling the approaching claws ripple through his body as if he were water. The claws swept past him, appearing to slice him into several pieces. However, as the Taiji diagram within his dantian spun, his soul force surged towards the wound, allowing the fragmented Chao Kun to swiftly reassemble. With a thud, Lu Erlong arrived, delivering a powerful punch to the Di Jiaxiong, sending it crashing against the stone wall, the Rui gun piercing through its body and producing a resounding noise. After incapacitating the Di Jiaxiong, Lu Erlong turned to Chao Kun, her eyes betraying worry and urgency. She recalled that Chao Kun needed water to recover, and she had nearly frightened herself to death when she had inadvertently harmed him before. Don't let it escape. Before she could articulate her concerns, Chao Kun's voice rang out as he surged past her, continuing his assault on the Di Jiaxiong. Lu Erlong's words died on her lips, her mouth opening in vain, still trying to escape. With a thought, Chao Kun transformed the Rui gun into a Rui hammer, infusing it with soul force, causing the hammer to enlarge slightly before he struck the ground with great force. As for why he did not strike the Di Jiaxiong, the soul beast he required for his fourth soul, ring, must not only embody earth elements, but also possess the ability to manipulate gravitational fields and burrow underground. This indicated that the Di Jiaxiong was capable of tunneling. During the brief moment, it was sent flying by Lu Erlong. The creature had no time to ponder its failure to injure Chao Kun. It swiftly swung its claws and began to excavate a hole, burrowing into the earth. This was precisely why Chao Kun and Lu Erlong had devised a plan to seriously injure the Di Jiaxiong. If it managed to escape underground, they would be unable to pursue it. Thankfully, Chao Kun's earlier strike had pierced its body and injected it with ice and fire toxins, leaving it severely wounded, or it would have tunneled away even faster. Sky-piercing strike. The Rui hammer struck the ground with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that jolted the fleeing Di Jiaxiong from its escape, causing debris to scatter and the cavern to tremble once more. At that moment, Lu Erlong regained her focus, enveloped in her true dragon form, and delivered a powerful kick to the airborne Di Jiaxiong, preventing it from touching the ground. Roaring in fury, the ancient beast, despite being kicked into the air, did not panic. It recognized that it was ensnared. Without defeating Chao Kun and Lu Erlong, escape was impossible. Thus, it crossed its arms and let out a deafening roar. Suddenly, the ground erupted with countless spikes, filling the cavern and causing it to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. Chao Kun flapped his wings, dodging the spikes, while the Rui hammer reverted to its form as the Rui gun, which then ignited in flames, the tip sparkling with ethereal light. Holy Sword, Angelic Assault. Rui gun version. This technique, which Chao Kun had stealthily learned and perfected over time, had now become his own. After enhancing the Rui gun with 2 layers of buffs, he observed the quaking cavern, frowning as he and Lu Erlong simultaneously declared, "Let us resolve this swiftly." Unbeknownst to them, the Di Jiaxiong possessed the ability to affect the cavern's stability. Had this cavern not been situated within a great mountain, it would have already collapsed. Hearing their synchronized words, Chao Kun and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After some time, with one hand grasping Lu Erlong and the other dragging the Di Jiaxiong's lifeless body, countless ice arrows shot towards the ceiling of the tunnel, encasing it in frost and slowing its collapse. Ultimately, in the final moments before the tunnel caved in, Chao Kun cradled Lu Erlong and pulled the Di Jiaxiong's body as they flew out of the large opening through which they had entered. With a thud, he discarded the Di Jiaxiong's body onto the ground, revealing the myriad of wounds it bore, particularly a gunshot wound on its forehead, which had penetrated its skull. Accompanied by scorch marks, this was undoubtedly its fatal injury. As Chao Kun descended with Lu Erlong, He gazed at the creature's body, noticing the dark black soul ring hovering above it. This Jiaxiong is over 60,000 years old. Absorbing it might be risky. Should we find another? Lu Erlong remarked, noting the 3 golden claws on its left and right hands. After all, her own 7th soul ring was of a similar age. Do not worry. I am confident. Chao Kuan reassured her with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Seeing Lu Erlong still troubled, he affectionately ruffled her hair and caressed her cheek, simultaneously summoning his own soul ring and stating, "Rest assured, I truly have confidence." During battle, Chao Kuan's soul ring had remained hidden, making this Lu Erlong's first glimpse of his 10,000-year 3rd soul ring. Observing the black ring encircling Chao Kuan, Lu Erlong was taken aback and after a moment's contemplation, softly replied, "Very well, as long as you are confident." Chao Kuan smiled slightly and planted a kiss on her lips before settling cross-legged beside the soul ring. After vanquishing the soul beast, the soul ring would only linger for a short while before dissipating. Calming his mind, Chao Kuan closed his eyes and channeled his soul force, gently guiding the soul ring towards him. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong watched him for a moment. Recalling her past experiences, she surmised that he would need time to absorb the essence, given the need to contend with the Jiaxiong spirit. Casting a glance around the inky darkness, she decided to retrieve a few torches from her storage soul guide, lighting them one by one and placing them around to illuminate the surroundings. Subsequently, she took out a pouch of beast-repelling powder and sprinkled some nearby, primarily as a precaution against lower-tier soul beasts that might wander in. Any formidable soul beast would sense the presence of the Jiaxiong's corpse and would not dare approach. After all, this creature had existed for over 60,000 years, and even in the Sunset Forest, it was nearly among the strongest. Other intelligent soul beasts, upon sensing its death, would likely flee far away rather than approach. As Lu Erlong finished scattering the beast-repellent powder and was about to return, she suddenly sensed something. Looking up at a nearby tree, a fireball ignited in her hand, ready to be thrown. There perched a spider the size of a football, its body of vibrant pink adorned with red spots at the tip of its abdomen. Upon seeing the spider, a thought struck Lu Erlong. Her cheeks flushed, and the flame in her hand vanished. She bent her knees slightly and leaped onto the tree, producing a burlap sack to ensnare the spider. Once on the ground, she shook the bag, smiling as she made her way back. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan, deeply engrossed in absorbing the soul ring, remained oblivious to Lu Erlong's actions. As he drew the soul ring from the earth-armored bear into himself, his consciousness shifted to the martial soul within his sea of consciousness. With his eyes still tightly shut, he continued his absorption. Suddenly, amidst the fire, water, and wind symbols surrounding his martial soul, a new earth attribute symbol emerged, gradually solidifying from a mere illusion. As it rotated alongside the other 3 symbols, it struck them with a forceful punch, causing a tremor in the earth symbol and sending a surge of heavy energy into Chao Kuan's body. After absorbing the energy, a faint shattering sound echoed twice within his sea of consciousness. A smile crept onto Chao Kuan's lips. He realized he had successfully absorbed the soul ring, which had aged over 60,000 years and had now reached level 42. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Guyu Na, who offered a cool yet approving compliment. Grateful for her assistance, he smiled and departed from his sea of consciousness. Once he exited, Guyu Na gazed at the now closed eyes of the smaller Chao Kuan, her expression complex, upon witnessing Chao Kuan's successful absorption of the soul ring. She noticed that the mysterious substance emanating from his martial soul had increased and undergone a qualitative change. If she were to absorb it, it might aid in her recovery. However, continuing to absorb this mysterious substance would undoubtedly elevate her fondness for Chao Kuan. What a troublesome situation, she muttered softly. As consciousness returned to his body, Chao Kuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although he had anticipated success, joy flickered on his face. He opened his eyes, preparing to rise from the ground. Did you succeed? How did it happen so quickly? Lu Erlong asked in surprise, her hand subtly reaching into the burlap sack. Yes, Chao Kuan began to explain when suddenly Lu Erlong gasped in alarm. What happened? Chao Kun immediately turned to her, only to see Lu Erlong clutching her left hand. The burlap sack having fallen to the ground, for which a pink spider crawled out. Panic surged through Chao Kun. He instinctively summoned a spike of earth to pierce the spider and rushed to Lu Erlong's side to support her. "Are you all right? How could you be so careless? And why did you catch a spider?" As he spoke, he prepared to cut his palm to offer her his blood, knowing that his blood was immune to toxins. Observing the spider's appearance, he surmised it was highly venomous. As the spider was pierced by the earth spike, a white soul ring materialized. Chao Kun breathed a sigh of relief. Its age was not high, and the toxin should be manageable with his blood. Suddenly, Lu Erlong grasped his hand and collapsed into his embrace. Could it be that the venom is this potent? Chao Kun exclaimed in shock, turning to Lu Erlong. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed, and she was breathing heavily. "What kind of toxin is this?" Chao Kun pondered. Help me detoxify." Lu Erlong managed to stammer, then grasped Chao Kun's hand, guiding him to where they needed to go. Understanding her urgency, Chao Kun swept Lu Erlong into his arms, pressing on a pressure point to alleviate the toxin, and swiftly made his way to the tent Lu Erlong had set up earlier. After securing the tent, as Lu Erlong pulled him back, Chao Kun thought to himself, "She truly is a carnivorous spirit." Chapter 174. The same bright moon at the edge of the Star Doe forest, Shirlai Ku and his companions, including Yu Xiaojing, were preparing to rest for the night. Zhao Wujia, along with several teachers and Oscar, were setting up tents, while Flinder and Yu Xiaojing scattered beast repellent powder nearby, observing their surroundings and contemplating their next destination. "Xiao Gang, be careful." Suddenly, a spider, entirely pink with red spots on its abdomen, leaped from a nearby tree. Flinder noticed just in time, swatting the spider away, which crashed into the tree before falling to the ground, revealing a white soul ring. Yu Xiaojing jumped aside in alarm, and, after confirming the spider had produced a soul ring, he sighed in relief. Flinder rushed over, placing a reassuring hand on Yu Xiaojing's shoulder. "Are you all right, Xiaogang? What were you thinking just now?" Snapped back to reality, Yu Xiaojing smiled weakly at Flinder, shaking his head. He approached the spider's remains, inspecting it closely before explaining. "This is a lust spider, approximately 30 to 40 years old. Its venom significantly increases the chances of pregnancy for those afflicted, making it quite favored by some elderly nobles. After a century, it will stop right there. I really don't care about that," Flinder interjected, swiftly knocking the lust spider away from Yu Xiaojing. "Xiao Gong, you can't keep moping like this. Your current demeanor is quite concerning," Flinder urged, shaking Yu Xiaojing gently. With his head bowed, Yu Xiaojing's hair hung like a disheveled nest, obscuring his eyes, presenting a picture of despair. Hearing Flinder's words, he slightly raised his head, forcing a smile that ultimately faltered as he lowered it again. "Sigh. Once we settle in, I'm sure we'll find a way to help you with your martial soul. You must pull yourself together, Xiaogang. Even without your martial soul, you are still a master, a renowned master in the soul master community." Flinder encouraged, his tone shifting from concern to motivation. Over 2 weeks prior, when Yu Xiaojing unexpectedly sought him out, Flinder had felt a mix of surprise, joy, and disappointment. He had initially thought Yu Xiaojing had come to seek his counsel about Lu Erlong, leading him to feel happiness for their potential relationship, yet a tinge of sadness for his own feelings. Ultimately, he was glad that his brother was doing well with the woman he admired. However, Yu Xiaojing had only mentioned getting into trouble without divulging any further details. Flinder, perplexed but still pleased to welcome Yu Xiaojing, thought it odd that a 39-year-old soul master could find himself in a predicament beyond the capabilities of several soul saints. Flinder comforted Yu Xiaojing, yet the latter remained anxious and reluctant to explain his troubles. Fortunately, when Flinder accompanied Yu Xiaojing outside to clear his mind, passing by the spirit hall, something caught Yu Xiaojing's attention, and he seemed to relax at last. Afterwards, it was initially thought that Yu Xiaojing would regain his spirits. However, unexpectedly, his martial soul underwent a transformation, showing a blatant disregard for his commands and exhibiting a decidedly malevolent demeanor. The deterioration of his martial soul only deepened the despondency of Yu Xiaojing, who had already possessed limited capabilities. Listening to Flinder's encouragement, Yu Xiaojing forced a bitter smile. reflecting, "Isn't this merely a display of my knowledge regarding martial souls? Besides this, what use am I?" Flander was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, unsure of how to console him. Finally, he sighed and patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder, saying, "In any case, you must muster your strength, for there are still ere long and others awaiting you." After speaking, noticing that Yu Xiaojiang remained downcast, Flander turned to provide comfort to Zhao Wujie. Currently, they found themselves in the Xingdou Great Forest, not to collect soul rings, but rather to seek refuge. In the days following Yu Xiaojiang's arrival, the Xingluo Empire and the Tiandou Empire suddenly issued a wanted notice for them, a notice of the highest severity. Upon receiving this information, they understood the gravity of the situation. Although they were not responsible for Dai Mubai's death, it was still indirectly linked to them, prompting their immediate departure from the Shrek Academy, with Yu Xiaojiang continuing to follow them. What puzzled Flander was that Davis had inexplicably perished, and astonishingly, the wanted notice did not even include a sketch of the individual who had killed Dai Mubai. What infuriated him further was the fact that it appeared the one suspected of being connected to the Haoyan sect had indeed committed the murders of both Dai Mubai and Davis. Yet no wanted portrait was drawn for him. Instead, the blame had fallen upon themselves. Thus, it had transformed into a narrative where the Shrek group had allegedly slain the only two heirs of the Xingluo Empire, resulting in relentless pursuit that forced them into hiding within the Xingdou Great Forest. Had he known it would come to this, he would have confronted that individual. This was Zhao Wujie's remark upon hearing the news. Although Flander shared the same sentiment, he lamented the absence of foresight. Once Flander had distanced himself, Yu Xiaojiang sighed deeply and lifted his gaze to the round moon hanging in the sky. "Uelong, Allah. Boom. Longer. Your movements are too vigorous." Chao Kuan exclaimed as he emerged from the tent, cradling Lu Erlong in his arms. The tent, after having been shaken repeatedly throughout the night, had suddenly collapsed moments ago. Many things had fallen apart that night, and with a thought, Chao Kuan donned his all-encompassing treasure garment, enveloping himself entirely before assisting Lu Erlong. He retrieved a blanket from his storage soul guide, wrapping it around Lu Erlong, holding Lu Erlong in one arm. He allowed her to recline against him for rest, while his other hand busied itself to kindle a campfire nearby. After a while, Lu Erlong regained her composure and playfully slapped Chao Kuan, retorting, "You still dare to say my movements are too vigorous? If it weren't for you, would the tent have collapsed?" Her reaction was somewhat delayed, as she only now chose to respond to Chao Kuan. With a chuckle, Chao Kuan decided not to dwell on the topic further. Holding Lu Erlong, he felt her lingering warmth gradually dissipate. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired with a smile, "Longer, has your poison been resolved, or do you need—" "Don't move. It's already been resolved." Lu Erlong quickly grasped Chao Kuan's hand, hastily answering. Although she had instigated the conflict, she had never intended for it to drag on this long. Moreover, the poison from the Yufeng spider had not yet reached 100 years. It had long since been neutralized. Observing hier flüsterte de mine, Chao Kuan circled softly, retracting his hand and holding Lu Erlong gently, as it was merely a jest. He was not the type to lack tenderness for delicate women. After resting a little longer, Lu Erlong opened her eyes, her jade arms draping over Chao Kuan's shoulders as she softly asked, "Did you put away that handkerchief?" Understanding her inquiry, Chao Kuan nodded affirmatively. Upon seeing this, Lu Erlong flicked her right hand, sending a fireball towards the remnants of the collapsed tent, setting it ablaze. "What are you doing?" Chao Kuan questioned, puzzled as to why Lu Erlong would incinerate the tent. Lu Erlong shot him an exasperated glance, offering no explanation. "It's all wet inside. Are we supposed to clean it up?" After the tent was reduced to ashes, Lu Erlong resumed her repose in Chao Kuan's embrace. At this moment, Chao Kuan still brimmed with energy. He gazed at her for a while before closing his eyes to communicate with Guyuna in his mind. "Guyuna, Guyuna," he called several times, but Guyuna did not respond. Unperturbed, he continued to call out, "What is it?" Guyuna's voice was icy, concealing an undercurrent of resentment. Unfazed by her tone, Chao Kuan recalled the earlier transformation and, with a hint of worry and curiosity, asked, Guyuna, what was that energy released by the Fire Dragon King's Dragon Pearl earlier, just before the tent collapsed? The Fire Dragon King's Dragon Pearl had unexpectedly expelled a peculiar energy that surged into Lu Erlong's body. This had startled him, causing him to inadvertently bring down the tent. Had he not noticed Lu Erlong showing no signs of discomfort afterward, he would have inquired sooner. After a moment of silence, Guyuna finally replied, "A valuable item. It contains some essence of the Fire Dragon King, akin to a blessing from the fire element." The essence of the Fire Dragon King. A blessing from the fire element? But I see no changes in longer, Chao Kuan remarked. Guyuna remained silent for a while before speaking softly. It is not a blessing directed at her, but it does confer some benefits. Not directed at her. Chao Kuan was about to retort when he suddenly froze. The essence was with Lu Erlong, yet it was not a blessing for her. It was all too clear to whom it was directed. You mean? I hit the jackpot. Indeed, Guyuna's voice did not conceal the hint of resentment. Yet, at that moment, Chao Kuan was too exhilarated to notice. Upon receiving Guyuna's affirmative response, Chao Kuan's mind momentarily went blank. Just like that, I hit the jackpot. Today of all days? How could it be so mystical? Ain has long desired one. Yet there has been no sign, and now longer has struck gold. As he pondered, he reached beneath the blanket, feeling Lu Erlong's abdomen, still somewhat incredulous. This is winning the jackpot. Suddenly, Chao Kuan's demeanor grew serious. Shifting his consciousness into his mind, he fixed his gaze intently on Guyuna. In the realm of his consciousness, Guyuna was taken aback by Chao Kuan's sudden arrival, startled to the point of annoyance as she questioned, "What now?" Chao Kuan's unwavering gaze prompted Guyuna to wonder if he had lost his wits in excitement. "Senior, does the energy released by the Fire Dragon King's Dragon Pearl possess any consciousness?" Chao Kuan asked gravely. If it did have consciousness, then his child would be akin to having its essence usurped. "You ask this? Just look at that flame symbol beside you," Guyuna replied after a brief pause. Chao Kuan, though confused, turned his attention to the flame symbol encircling him. Within it, he saw a golden-eyed dragon ape with its eyes closed, alongside a fiery red dragon shadow swimming within. There were minimal changes from before, the dragon shadow appearing notably dimmer, while the dragon ape seemed even more majestic. Though the Dragon Pearl could certainly safeguard their souls were not located there. They resided within the flame and water droplet symbols surrounding him. That energy was merely a deep-seated essence of fire. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan's heart was at ease. This was a relief. He then turned to regard the water droplet symbol nearby. Its contents mirrored the flame symbols, but the water-blue dragon shadow appeared considerably dimmer. "Who knew they would be so smitten with you, even sacrificing their souls?" Guyuna commented with a hint of sarcasm. Chao Kuan reminisced about the moment he absorbed the soul of the Water Fire Dragon King, chuckling awkwardly as he exited the sea of consciousness. Upon returning to the external world, his hand remained resting on Lu Erlong's abdomen. Although he felt nothing particularly significant, a sense of joy prompted him to gently rub it. Despite the unexpectedness of the situation, Chao Kuan was genuinely pleased. After all, he had lived over 30 years in this life and the last, and having an offspring was certainly a delightful prospect. What a sturdy bull he was. Lu Erlong, stirred by his touch, opened her eyes and pushed him away, standing up to retrieve her clothes from her storage soul guide and dressing herself. Chao Kuan sensed her misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify immediately, instead lying on the ground and grinning foolishly. After Lu Erlong dressed, noticing Chao Kuan still chuckling, she approached him with an exasperated expression and lightly kicked him. "What is so funny?" Chao Kuan supported himself on the ground, sitting up and smiling at Lu Erlong. "I'm just overjoyed." Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile at his words, and with a hint of shyness, she playfully kicked him again while scolding him. Being liked by someone she adored made her heart swell with happiness. Chao Kuan, looking at her, sprang to his feet, resting his head on Lu Erlong's shoulder and wrapping his arms around her waist as he softly declared, "You are one of my two greatest joys today." Lu Erlong's lips curled into a smile, her eyes forming crescent shapes as she added, "And the other is acquiring a fourth soul ring?" The fourth soul ring? This was something he had anticipated. Chao Kuan chuckled and shook his head, gently stroking Lu Erlong's belly. And the third joy is her. Her? Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, glancing down at her abdomen. Yes, her. I just felt it. We are having a child. Lu Erlong froze, placing her hand atop his, disbelief evident in her voice. Her? A child. We are having a child. I am pregnant. Chao Kuan nodded, planting a kiss on Lu Erlong's cheek. Yes, we are having a child. This. No way. Lu Erlong stammered in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you unhappy? Chao Kuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong took a deep breath, her initial surprise fading into a flurry of nerves. It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that I wasn't prepared at all. And to think it's only the first day. Chao Kuan tightened his embrace around her waist, reassuringly stating, Don't worry. Trust me, I won't let you down. Remember my promise? As he spoke, Lu Erlong gradually relaxed, her expression softening. The earlier panic stemmed from her lack of preparation and fear that their child might face similar hardships as she had. After some time, Lu Erlong turned to embrace Chao Kuan, resting her head against his chest as she gently whispered, Please don't let me down. Chao Kuan lowered his gaze, solemnly nodding, then leaned in to kiss Lu Erlong's crimson lips. Lu Erlong lifted her head in response, their hands entwined tightly, sharing a kiss filled with love, devoid of desire. At least for that moment, Chao Kuan's affection for Lu Erlong surpassed all else. The round moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the two beneath it. A single moon shared by different people, events, and emotions. Chapter 175. 1 year, 100-day, feast time flies, and in the blink of an eye. A year has passed since Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong ventured to the Sunset Forest to acquire the fourth soul ring. Cough, cough, cough. In the evening, within the confines of Lan Ba Academy, Xiao Wu knelt on her bed, her white stockings accentuating her alluringly long legs, her attire slightly disheveled. Suddenly, as if choking, she coughed a couple of times, lifting her head to glare at Chao Kuan with irritation. Haha, I didn't notice, Chao Kuan replied with an awkward smile, then took out a towel to help Xiao Wu wipe her face. I want to help you next time. Once Chao Kuan finished, Xiao Wu playfully punched him, scolding him further. Chao Kuan chuckled sheepishly, pulling Xiao Wu to lie beside him on the bed. It's my fault, I couldn't hold back. Although Xiao Wu had expressed this sentiment before, he still felt it necessary to apologize. You bad guy. Xiao Wu leaned against Chao Kuan's embrace, casting a glance downwards before falling silent, closing her eyes to savor the lingering sensations of their earlier moments. After a while of rest, Xiao Wu propped herself up with her hands on Chao Kuan's chest, gazing at him with concern. Why were you out for so long this time? Did you run into trouble? Qing'er is less than 3 months old. Couldn't you have waited until she was a bit older? These past few days, I've seen Sister Erlong worrying about you. Chao Kuan pulled Xiao Wu back into his embrace, replying, I did run into a bit of trouble, but it's all resolved now. For the foreseeable future, aside from acquiring soul rings, I won't be going out. I plan to stay here and keep you company. 3 months ago, Lu Erlong had given birth to their daughter, whom Chao Kuan named Chao Qing. Now that they had a daughter and no imminent threats loomed, he intended to settle in Tiando City for a few years to train and provide Lu Erlong with a sense of security. He noticed that Lu Erlong lacked confidence after giving birth to their daughter, likely due to her past experiences. Thus, he dedicated most of his time in Tiando City to her, and during their time together, Xiao Wu often stayed close by, fostering a strong bond between them. As for Duge Yin, she occasionally trained with the royal battle team, spending less time with Chao Kuan. However, he would usually accompany her whenever she returned. Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu understood this arrangement, but Duge Bo, who had just resolved his poison issues, did not. More than half a year prior, upon emerging from seclusion and finding Chao Kuan with both women, he confronted him publicly in the hall. Regardless of whether Chao Kuan could defeat him, his guilt prevented him from retaliating, so he simply fled to a secluded area, where Duge Bo chastised him. Later, Duge Yin interceded on his behalf, and Chao Kuan sincerely admitted his faults, promising not to disappoint her. Although Duge Bo remained displeased, he eventually accepted the situation after his granddaughter acknowledged Chao Kuan. After that, No significant issues arose until a month after Qing was born, during which Chao Kun led a blissful life, spending his days with Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Duguyan, and Ning Rongrong, and at night, retreating to his little heaven to practice with Ayin. Occasionally, he would disguise himself to check on the situation in Xinghua Empire. But Zhu Zhuqing was closely monitored by the royal family and Zhu family, with Zhu Zhuyan usually receiving him and conveying information and updates. During this period, the Xinghua Empire underwent significant changes. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the Zhu and Dai families were no longer as close, leading to frequent conflicts. Over a month ago, following a series of maneuvers by the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing was elevated to the status of crown prince, with an invitation extended to major forces across the continent to witness the event half a month prior. Upon receiving this news, Chao Kun deliberated carefully and decided to attend to prevent any unforeseen incidents. His visit lasted 2 months, during which Qing was merely a month old. Fortunately, he was able to secure a position as Zhu Zhuqing's guardian, shielding her from several attacks orchestrated by the Dai family. In the final assassination, Chao Kun, with the assistance of Gu Yuna, successfully captured an elder from the Dai clan and handed him over to the Zhu family. After that, Chao Kun was somewhat unclear about the ensuing events. However, Zhu Zhuqing had not faced any further attacks since then, and Zhu Zhuyan had reaped significant benefits. She mentioned that in a few years, she would ascend to the position of the Zhu family's head. During that period, he was well attended to by the two sisters, almost rendering him oblivious to the outside world. The two feline figures clad in snug leather attire swayed their tails playfully. Nevertheless, Chao Kun, a man of great resolve, returned after Zhu Zhuqing was appointed as the crown prince. Embracing Xiao Wu, he closed his eyes in contemplation. After a while, he noticed her breathing had grown more tranquil, prompting him to gently set her down and exit the room. Upon opening the door, a delicate young girl stood at the threshold, inadvertently eliciting a smile from Chao Kun. It was Ning Rongrong, who had also spent a year at Lanba Academy. In fact, Ning Fengji had previously sought to take her back, accompanied by Jian Duo and Gu Duo, who had inexplicably fixed their gazes upon Chao Kun. Ning Rongrong was taken back at that time, but returned within a month, and thereafter, Ning Fengji along with Jian Duo and others would often visit her. Eavesdropping, were we? He quipped as he shut the door, grinning at her. Ning Rongrong's already rosy cheeks flushed even deeper upon hearing his words. She shot him a glare, huffed, and retreated into the adjacent room, slamming the door behind her. Chao Kun, wishing to follow, realized he possessed the key, which Ning Rongrong had yet to reclaim. However, glancing at the sky, he ultimately chose to depart. Inside the room, a visibly anxious Ning Rongrong fixated on the door, but after a while, her tension dissipated. She opened the door to find the corridor empty, her expression turning to one of disappointment. What a rascal! She shut the door once more and flopped onto the bed. With Qing now born and nothing pressing on the horizon, it was time to address Rongrong's situation, he mused as he walked along. He was no naive youth. He was fully aware of Ning Rongrong's affections for him. However, given that Lu Erlong was pregnant and experiencing emotional turbulence, he had devoted his attention to her, while also dividing his time among Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, Yin, and others, making it exceedingly difficult to manage everything. Sitting Lanba Academy. Chao Kun walked for a while until he arrived outside a small courtyard. The courtyard, modest in size, was adorned with various flowers and plants, and, at its center, a small house radiated a warm yellow light, creating an atmosphere of coziness. This was purchased by Lu Erlong, who preferred not to linger at the academy during her pregnancy. Naturally, Xiao Wu frequently stayed here, though at times she returned to the academy, as was the case today. Upon entering the courtyard, Chao Kun caught sight of his shadow on the window and chuckled, dispersing the fragrance that clung to him. Longa, Kinga, you have its own, he announced joyfully as he pushed open the door. Since he used the key, Lu Erlong had been prepared. She shot him a warning look, signaling him to lower his voice. Understanding her cue, Chao Kun offered an awkward smile and tiptoed over. Lu Erlong sat beside a crib, gazing tenderly at the sleeping Qing. At that moment, Qing donned an outfit that seemed somewhat mismatched, her small hands clasped against her chest, eyes gently closed, breathing steadily. This ensemble was knitted by Lu Erlong, of which she had produced countless pieces. Keo Kun sits beside her, his gaze equally soft as he admired the delicate features of Qing. After a while, he embraced Lu Erlong and whispered I'm back. MHM, she replied, not sparing him a glance, merely nodding. A sign of displeasure, he noted. Having matured through the trials of the past year, Chao Kun chose silence, holding Lu Erlong quietly. Gradually, her body relaxed, leaning into his embrace. Suddenly, the infant in the crib stirred, her tiny palm reaching out, unleashing a burst of flame from her hand. Concurrently, a protective barrier emerged from within the crib, shielding the flames and absorbing their energy to minimize the commotion. Though the barrier dulled the noise, it still roused Qing, who blinked awake and began to cry. Observing this, Lu Erlong extricated herself from Chao Kun's hold and swiftly lifted Qing into her arms. Good girl. Perhaps due to the blessings of the Dragon Pearl, Qing was born with the ability to summon flames, her fiery essence possessing considerable heat. Initially unable to control this power, she inadvertently ignited countless objects. Yet, within a month, she astonishingly learned to consciously manage the flames and could articulate simple words like daddy and mommy, albeit still exhibiting the playful nature of a child, occasionally conjuring fireballs to burn things. To prevent Qing from unintentionally igniting her surroundings while sleeping, they had constructed a special crib for her. After a few cries, she settled down. Grasping Lu Erlong's collar, she sleepily murmured, Mama. Seeing her adorable expression, Chao Kun chuckled from the side, gently poking her chubby little face. What about Daddy? Daddy? Confused from just waking, Qing rubbed her eyes and turned to face Chao Kun. Daddy, hug. Upon recognizing him, her bewilderment vanished, replaced by a radiant smile as she opened her arms for an embrace. All right, Daddy will hug you, Chao Kun acquiesced, grinning as he lifted her into his arms. Oh, once you have Daddy, you don't need Mama, Lu Erlong feigned sorrow. Ha. Qing seemed oblivious to her mother's jest, happily laughing while clinging to Chao Kun's neck. After awakening, Qing was in high spirits. Chao Kun and Lu Erlong played with her until the deep hours of the night, only for her to drift off to sleep once more. Ich ging sleep. Lu Erlong emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, glancing at Chao Kun. Having spent the night caring for the child, her earlier irritation had subsided. Chao Kun nodded, his gaze brightening as he beheld Lu Erlong clad only in a towel, and he approached to embrace her. Longer, I missed you so much. As he spoke, he leaned in for a kiss. Since Lu Erlong was still drying her hair, she managed to evade him after a brief peck. Let me help you, he offered, and with a thought, he extracted the water droplets from her hair. Throughout the year, he and T solely resided in the realm of tenderness. Guyana had imparted several practical abilities to him, significantly enhancing his strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong's hair was dry, and Chao Kun leaned in for another kiss. This time, Lu Erlong did not shy away, reciprocating his soft kiss. After a passionate exchange, they found themselves seated on the bed, with Qing's crib positioned nearby. Where have you been these past 2 months? Why were you gone for so long? Lu Erlong inquired. I first ventured to the Star Do Great Forest to acquire my 5th spirit ring, and then I made a trip to the Xing Luo Empire. Chao Kun explaineth. You are already a spirit king, and I was completely unaware. Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. That's because Qing had just been born. So I didn't mention it, he elucidated. Did you go alone? Are you aware of the potential peril? If Lu Erlong were to become unexpectedly enraged and raise her voice, it is fortunate that the customized crib possesses soundproofing qualities. Otherwise, Qing would have been disturbed from her slumber. Rest assured, I accompanied Senior Dugu. Chao Kun swiftly reassured her. In truth, Chao Kun had ventured alone, albeit with some assistance from Gu Yuna, which facilitated his return. As he elaborated on the situation, Lu Erlong's countenance softened slightly, though she remained visibly irate. She inquired of Chao Kun, why then, did you proceed to the Xingluo Empire? Chao Kuan had already formulated his response. The soul beast corresponding to my fifth soul ring was discovered in the Xingluo Empire. Upon my departure, I fortuitously encountered their announcement regarding a prince. Hence my curiosity led me to investigate. A portion of the Star Doe Forest lies within the territories of the Tiando Empire, while another segment belongs to the Xingluo Empire. Well, I have returned now, and I shall not be departing for an extended period henceforth. I intend to spend quality time with you, he concluded, embracing Lu Erlong. That is more like it, Lu Erlong muttered, but before she could finish her sentence, Chao Kuan silenced her with a kiss and unfastened her bathrobe. Though taken by surprise, Lu Erlong, being inherently carnivorous, quickly reciprocated with fervor after a prolonged absence of intimacy with Chao Kuan. After their passionate encounter, they embraced, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Moments later, Gao Kun inquired. Longer, you have yet to acquire your eighth soul ring, have you? Due to her pregnancy, Lu Erlong had not sought the assistance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Thus she had not yet obtained her eighth soul ring, and the sect remained oblivious to her condition. Indeed, Lu Erlong replied thoughtfully, as if coming to a realization. I shall wait for a while longer and then communicate with the sect for assistance. We shall embark on an adventure together. Why the delay? Chao Kuan asked. Lu Erlong lifted her gaze and, after a moment of silence, replied, I wish to wait until Qing'er is a bit older. Chao Kuan regarded her with understanding and smiled. Qing'er has been born for nearly 3 months now. Shall we host a 100-day banquet? We could invite members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as well. No, let us invite more than just the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Let us make it grand and invite many guests. Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Chao Kuan and gently nodded. Very well, I shall follow your lead. With that, she nestled into the blankets. Chapter 176. Shrek arrives half a month later at the gates of Tiando City. A group clad in voluminous attire and donning hats entered the city. Among them, 2 shorter individuals visibly exhaled in relief upon crossing the threshold. Relax, we should be safe now, one robust figure whispered with a chuckle to a portly companion beside him. Understood, Teacher Zhao, replied a strong figure at the front, who glanced back upon hearing their voices, subsequently removing his hat to reveal a countenance imbued with scholarly charm. Indeed, he possesses a sturdy physique, yet exudes an intellectual air, he mused, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, a tall and slender figure beside him also removed his hat, revealing a somewhat cunning face, and remarked with a raised brow, What is it? You seem rather tense. Xiao Gong. Yu Shao Gang returned his gaze, but remained silent, taking another deep breath instead. They were none other than the members of Shrek Academy, who had been evading pursuit from the Xingluo Empire for over a year. Just over a month ago, for reasons unknown, the intensity of the Xingluo Empire's pursuit diminished significantly, allowing them to reach the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, without encountering major mishaps. This plan had been conceived by Yu Shao Gang more than 6 months prior. But at that time, the Xingluo Empire relentlessly pursued them, thwarting their journey. Throughout the year, even with 2 soul saints and several soul emperors among their ranks, they found it challenging to withstand the relentless pursuit of the Xingluo Empire. Each member bore various injuries, and 2 students had lost their lives. In response, Flinder had remarked, They are not true monsters. I wonder how Erlong is faring, and what of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? I hope they can safeguard us, Yishao Gang said, furrowing his brow as he took several deep breaths. Flinder raised his gaze and remarked with a smile, Fear not. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect does not accept us, we still have Erlong. She has established a prestigious Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. Once the royal princess ascends to power, the situation should improve significantly. That is reassuring. It is indeed Erlong, Yu Shao Gang nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he added slowly, I hope she is well. Do not worry. Erlong is surely awaiting your return. Before we were relentlessly pursued by the Xingluo Empire last year, she frequently wrote to me inquiring about your well-being. Rest assured. Flinder, perceiving his concerns, patted him on the shoulder and gestured in a certain direction. Let us proceed to find Erlong. Yu Xiaogang managed a wry smile, yet the corners of his mouth lifted as he followed Flender, with the remaining members quickly trailing behind. As they made their way, they remained exceedingly cautious, despite the adage that those who do not provoke trouble are mere fools. After a year of evasion, they were reluctant to incite any disturbances. Arriving near the spirit hall, they observed a long queue of individuals. Yu Xiaogang quietly remarked, "I have heard that Master Chao, the author of the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual, resides in Tiando City. After we find Erlong, I would like to pay him a visit, should the opportunity arise. Without his guidance, I might never have broken through to level 30, let alone nearing level 40. Moreover, I have several ideas regarding muscle development that I wish to discuss with him. The world focuses solely on exercise facilities and postures, oblivious to the greatness of Master Chao's research on the human body." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with admiration, envy, and a touch of jealousy. Such a revered reputation was something he could only dream of attaining. Over the past year, through negotiations with the Spirit Hall, Chao Kuan had rewritten the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual for them to manage, receiving a share of the profits while allowing the Spirit Hall to establish power rooms in numerous cities for Soul Masters' use, albeit at a modest fee. Despite the cost, countless individuals queued outside the Spirit Hall daily, eager to utilize the power rooms, often leading to situations where individuals waited all day without being able to enter. Many ordinary Soul Masters were exceedingly competitive. This situation compelled the Spirit Hall to implement regulations controlling the usage time of power rooms based on the Soul Master's level. This indirectly illustrated how primitive the methods for Soul Masters to refine their bodies had been previously. As many Soul Masters experienced noticeable improvements in their physical capabilities after training for a while, the power rooms gained increasing fame, attracting more users. Concurrently, Gaoken, the author of the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual, also gained notoriety, albeit under a pseudonym, Chao Chao. With the proliferation of power rooms established by the Spirit Hall, even the frequently fleeing members of Shrek Academy had availed themselves of the facilities. Although Yu Xiaogang had little interest in such sweat-inducing endeavors, he curiously participated in a session, and to his astonishment, after years of stagnation, his soul power broke through to level 30, elevating him to the rank of Soul Master. This revelation left him astounded, prompting him to procure a copy of the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual for study, which he found extraordinary, leading him to become an ardent admirer. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would hasten to the training room to immerse himself in its invigorating atmosphere. This, indeed, is a significant factor contributing to his robust physique. While physical training does bear some influence, its effect on him is not as pronounced. The true catalyst for his breakthroughs lies in the fact that Tang devoted over 6 months to subtly refine the initial layers of Xian Tiangong, tailoring it to suit Luo Sanpao's unique physique. Yu Xiaogang's ascension to level 30 and his subsequent advancement to level 37 is primarily attributed to Tang San's efforts and previous accumulations. The training room's benefits exist, yet they are modest in comparison for him. Flandre nodded, expressing disinterest in such matters. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of Lanba Academy, he gazed at the resplendent gates, exchanged a knowing smile with Yu Xiaogang, and whispered a few words before attempting to enter directly. At that moment, the vigilant gatekeeper, noticing their suspicious attire, promptly intervened. "Today, our academy is closed for a holiday. Might I suggest you return in a couple of days?" His demeanor was humble, as he had encountered many eccentric yet formidable soul masters in his role as a gatekeeper for a prestigious institution. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Isn't today Wednesday? It is not a holiday, so why is the academy closed?" Without waiting for a response, Flandre interjected with a smile, "We are friends of your principal. Please inform her that the Golden Iron Triangle's Fei Xiang Ji Jiao has come to visit." He refrained from mentioning their names, wary of attracting attention from the Xing Luo Empire, and did not disclose Yu Xiaogang's presence, wishing to surprise Lu Erlong. The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile, "Ah, you are friends of the principal. You must have traveled from another city at her invitation. However, the principal is not currently at the academy. If you wish to see her, You may find her at the Tiando Grand Hotel. She has reserved the venue today and invited many guests. I must remain here for a while longer until the current guests have left and I can change shifts. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's expression darkened, clearly linking the academy's closure to Lu Erlong's banquet. Oh, the Tiando Grand Hotel? What is the occasion? What kind of banquet is this? Flandre inquired with curiosity. The gatekeeper, puzzled by their apparent ignorance of such a significant event, candidly replied, "It is the 100-day celebration of the principal's daughter." What? Lu Erlong has a daughter? Upon hearing this revelation, Yu Xiaogang stiffened, his face draining of color, adorned with a pallor of despair. Flandre, equally incredulous, gripped the gatekeeper's shoulder tightly, exclaiming, Wait, are you certain? It is indeed the 100-day celebration of your principal's daughter? The gatekeeper, sweating profusely under Flandre's intense gaze, nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed, it is the 100-day celebration of our principal's daughter. Flandre's brows knitted together in confusion as he released the gatekeeper, his mouth agape, at a loss for words as he turned to Yu Xiaogang. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang seemed to grasp something, seizing the gatekeeper's shoulders and asking, "Is your principal Lu Erlong?" Yes. Is your principal Lu Erlong? Flandre anxiously reiterated. He could hardly fathom that Lu Erlong had married someone else and had a daughter. Had she truly moved on from Xiaogang? Why didn't you tell me? Had I known, I would have approached her myself. Yes, the principal has always been her, unchanged. Even though the gatekeeper possessed the strength to extricate himself from Yu Xiaogang's grasp, he remained steadfast in his honesty. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's complexion paled once more, and he released the gatekeeper, retreating a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Flandre, too, was in shock and sorrow. If the goddess's partner was merely a brother, it would be bearable, but a stranger with a daughter was entirely unacceptable. Observing their distress, the gatekeeper took a step back. Initially considering fleeing, but remembering Flandre's display of strength, he decided against it, sensing he was unlikely to be harmed. Flandre, are you all right? Zhao Wuji approached, supporting Flandre's body. Flandre glanced at him before bowing his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Erlong. After a moment, Flandre took a deep breath, looking at Yu Xiaogang, who remained seated on the ground, his face ashen, murmuring Erlong. He freed himself from Zhao Wuji's support and pulled Yu Xiaogang to his feet, saying, "Xiaogang, we must go see her, regardless of the circumstances. We must know who this person is. If he is weak, we shall not hold it against him. At most, we can assist in raising the child. After all, Erlong has already let go of Xiaogang. Perhaps we still have a chance. To say that one should avoid trouble is to be mediocre, and those who have taught the original characters have never been simple folk. All right, let's go." Yu Xiaogang rose from the ground, murmuring, "Old Zhao Yusong. Let's see." Supporting Yu Xiaogang, Flandre exchanged a glance with Zhao Wuji and the others. Zhao Wuji smiled and instructed Xiao Xian, the soul saint with the martial soul of a sugar bean, to lead Oscar and Ma Hong Junaway while he, along with Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, followed closely behind Flandre. What kind of people are they? The gatekeeper watched the departing group, relieved, then suddenly exclaimed, "No, I must inform the principal." With that, he dashed in the opposite direction, recalling many shortcuts from his childhood in Tiando City, hoping to reach the Tiando Grand Hotel before them to find the principal. If their presence caused any trouble due to his words, it would be prudent to alert her in advance. At that moment, within the Tiando Grand Hotel, known as the largest hotel in the Tiando Empire, opulence and luxury were its hallmarks, with its presence felt in many major cities. The hotel also partnered with the Grand Seoul Arena, being one of its largest shareholders. The main branch in Tiando City was particularly extravagant, exuding an aura of luxury at every turn. The hotel boasted 9 floors. While the first 3 floors were lavish, they resembled other hotels, with a true splendor found above. Although it was a private event, Lu Erlong's desire for grandeur led to many guests being invited, including students from Lanba Academy. Thus, only the first 3 floors and the 9th floor were utilized, as the latter contained a banquet hall. The expenses for this exclusive venue were covered by Chao Cohen, who, due to the Soul Master Physique Cultivation Manual, received substantial distributions from the Spirit Hall every 3 months, making him quite affluent. This banquet was grand, and nearly everyone in Tiando City was aware of it. Originally, Chao Kun intended to invite family to celebrate Qing Heir's milestone, while also inviting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to clarify that Lu Erlong was now under his protection, providing her with a sense of security. However, he did not anticipate Lu Erlong's fervent involvement. In response to this, Chao Kun gritted his teeth, deciding that since a grand event was inevitable, it would be prudent to make it even more splendid, thus resulting in the current situation. Naturally, this grandiosity did evoke some minor discontent from Xiao Wu and Du Guyan. Sensing their unease, Chao Kun promptly assured them that they would be treated equally, and that the scale of the event would undoubtedly be on the rise rather than decline. He then devoted several days to appeasing their sentiments until they felt content again. As for Lu Erlong, she was indifferent to Chao Kun's absence during those few days, having already known about his other relationships. She busily prepared for the banquet with enthusiasm. By the time Chao Kun had placated Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, Lu Erlong had nearly completed all the arrangements and bestowed a generous reward upon him, allowing him to revel in bliss. Inevitably, Du Gubo became aware of the situation and was quite displeased. However, he still attended, wanting to support Chao Kun. The purpose of today's banquet was to officially announce to the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long Zong that Lu Erlong was his woman. Despite his inner turmoil, Du Gubo showed up to prevent any potential disadvantage to Chao Kun. Have your father and the others not arrived yet? Chao Kun inquired, observing the guests arriving at the 9th floor of the Tiando Grand Hotel. They should be here shortly, Lu Erlong replied nonchalantly. Regarding the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long Zong, she felt little sense of belonging. Her perspective was clear. Whom I marry and bear children for is none of your concern. This encapsulated Lu Erlong's mindset. Her delight at Chao Kun's public acknowledgement of her as his woman stemmed from his recognition of her and Qing Heir before the multitude. Content with this validation, she felt indifferent to any disapproval from the Lan Dianba Wang Long Zong as long as she cherished her relationship with Chao Kun. With these thoughts, Lu Erlong smiled, embraced Chao Kun, and kissed him. Due to the presence of many onlookers, including Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, and Du Gubo, their kiss was brief. Daddy, give me a kiss too. Qing Heir rushed over, tugging at Chao Kun's leg, her voice sweet and innocent. At merely 3 months old, she was already capable of running, a testament to the remarkable blessing of the fire element. Chao Kun, beaming with joy, knelt down to lift his daughter, planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. And Mommy, kiss me here, Qing Heir said, pointing to the other side of her face. Lu Erlong smiled, her happiness evident as she obliged. After the kiss, Qing Heir scampered away to find Xiao Wu and Du Guyan for more affectionate exchanges. Both Xiao Wu and Du Guyan equally adored the little one. Young master, your daughter is quite extraordinary, Du Gubo remarked, watching the exuberant Qing Heir, still incredulous that she was only 3 months old, appearing more like a 3 or 4-year-old. His astonishment grew when he witnessed her inadvertently conjuring flames. Indeed, she is my daughter, Chao Kun replied with a touch of pride. Lu Erlong simply gazed at Qing Heir with tenderness. Having learned about the dragon pearl from Chao Kun, suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. This momentarily dimmed Chao Kun's smile as he turned to see who had come. His Highness, Xueqing, the Crown Prince of Tiando City. What brings her here? Lu Erlong wouldn't have sent her an invitation, would she? Chao Kun's expression twitched as he hurried to the entrance, feigning respect to greet her. He was determined to prevent anyone from disrupting the day's festivities. Your Highness, what brings you here? Chao Kun asked the elegantly attired young man before him. Taking over the formalities, he approached and accepted the gift that Qian Renshua offered, giving her a subtle wink before casually placing it on a table behind him. I am here by invitation, Qian Renshua replied with a smile, revealing an invitation card that she waved before him, her smile enigmatic. Seeing the card in her hand, Chao Kun furrowed his brow, realizing that Lu Erlong had indeed sent her one. It was his oversight for not informing Lu Erlong about his strained relationship with the Crown Prince. Your invitation is quite unexpected, Qian Renshua remarked. Observing the slight discomfort on Chao Kun's face, and then whispered in a voice only they could hear, "I thought you had invited me." At this, Chao Kun took a deep breath, a smile resurfacing on his face as he utilized the ability of his newly acquired fifth spirit ring to communicate with Qian Rinxue mentally. "Your Highness, I hope you will keep your word." The fifth spirit ring was derived from a spirit beast of over 70,000 years with mental attributes, which he and Guyu Na had sought for over a month in the Star Do Great Forest. Mental attribute spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. Initially, he had considered seeking the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, a potent asset, but after consulting Guyu Na, he abandoned the idea. The mental energy of Tianmeng was overwhelmingly vast, and absorbing it would undoubtedly be detrimental. Moreover, he would have to invoke the illusion crafted by Guyu Na to summon Tianmeng, which could attract unwanted attention. It was widely believed that the Life Lake, inhabited by the Tianqing Yomeng and Titan Giant Ape, was the core of the Star Do Great Forest. Even if he were to release Tianmeng, it would only be sealed, awaiting a time when Chao Kun was strong enough to gradually unseal it, which would mean adding a creature to his consciousness, one that might be reluctant to cooperate. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue paused momentarily before responding in his mind, "I did not realize your strength had grown so significantly." Noticing Chao Kun's impassive demeanor, Qian Rinxue seemed to sigh lightly, saying, "Rest assured, I have not troubled them over the past year. Had it not been for the invitation, I might not have come at all." Chao Kun responded quietly, "Thank you." At this, Qian Rinxue turned away, walking past him. As she did, she smiled and remarked, "Oh man, you certainly have a number of women, haven't you? Even extending to the crown prince of the Duelwith Empire." Chao Kun felt a twinge of embarrassment as he severed their mental connection, fully aware that her comment referred to Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun, whom he had encountered while serving as Zhu Zhuqing's bodyguard in the Duelwith Empire last month. Despite their few meetings, Qian Rinxue had recognized him. As the mental connection faded, Qian Rinxue sighed internally, yet her courteous smile remained unchanged as she approached. "Dugu Bo Senior Dugu, you are here as well. Is that your granddaughter?" she inquired, glancing at Dugu Yin and Xiao Wu, who were playing with Qing Er. Dugu Bo nodded dismissively, not paying Qian Rinxue much mind, sharing her displeasure at Chao Kun's harem. Qian Rinxue, undeterred, engaged in polite conversation with Dugu Bo before moving to Lu Erlong's side, initiating a conversation as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. In response, Lu Erlong merely uttered a few casual remarks before rushing off to embrace Qing Er. For a formidable soul master, the royal family was rather inconsequential. Qian Rinxue's behavior was entirely typical, akin to attending an ordinary banquet, which relieved Chao Kun, who then approached Lu Erlong's side. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue engaged in brief conversation with several arriving nobles before taking a seat, smiling as she gazed at Chao Kun, who stood alongside Lu Erlong. At that moment, Qing Er had climbed back onto Chao Kun's head, excitedly tugging at his hair and calling out, while Lu Erlong watched them tenderly from the side. As she observed, the smile on Qian Rinxue's face abruptly vanished. She fixated on Chao Kun and the adorable Qing, perched atop his head, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. She had once believed that a brief separation from Chao Kun would allow her to forget him, yet her feelings had only deepened, especially after witnessing his care for Zhu Zhuqing during their last encounter in the Duelwith Empire, which stirred her jealousy. Upon returning, she had contemplated issuing orders for Shi Mao and Xishue to capture him and confine him, but she feared that Chao Kun might harbor resentment towards her. After summoning Shi Mao and others a few times, she ultimately refrained from following through. 2 weeks prior, when Lu Erlong sent an invitation, she had tore it up at once, only to later reconsider and request another. Today, she had spent a considerable time outside before finally entering. Once inside, she noticed Chao Kun's wary demeanor towards her, which elicited a mix of amusement and sadness within her. Was this truly how she appeared in his eyes? Lost in thought, Qian Rinxue's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin, who also bore expressions of envy, alongside Ning Rongrong, who had also arrived today. Observing them, a smirk reappeared on her lips, tinged with a touch of mockery. However, her smile quickly faded as she realized that Chao Kun seemed to be conversing with them using the same ability he had employed in their earlier exchange. and not in a one-on-one manner, but rather connecting with several individuals simultaneously. She truly felt like an outsider now. Akuin, what is your relationship with that prince? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled, within the chat channel established by Chao Cohen. Ah, just a friend. Why do you ask? Chao Cohen replied, somewhat surprised. If it weren't for the fact that the prince is male, I would almost suspect you had an affair with him. His gaze towards us is rather peculiar. Xiao Wu remarked. How could you think that? Chao Cohen exclaimed, astounded. Is this the sixth sense of women? I concur. If it weren't for you, I might have thought you preferred men. Du Guyan suddenly interjected. The princess gaze does indeed seem odd, Ning Rongrong added. Child's father. You wouldn't really be involved with Lu Erlong, would you? Chao Cohen was left in utter dismay, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What are you all thinking? Should I showcase my prowess to you tonight? After several bursts of laughter, the group ceased discussing Qianrenxue, although they were somewhat perplexed by her gaze. They were well acquainted with Chao Cohen in various aspects. Only Ning Rongrong's cheeks bore a hint of blush, revealing her shyness. For Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu Duguyan, and Lu Erlong had long been prepared, having lived together for a year. The banquet continued, with Chao Cohen vigilantly observing the entrance, for according to the schedule, the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect was expected to arrive soon. Chapter 179. The first meeting with the father-in-law and engaging in a brawl crackling. Boom! After a while, the sound of electricity crackled, and suddenly, the doors of the banquet hall burst open, revealing a man enveloped in electric light charging inside. Fortunately, Chao Cohen had been vigilant at the entrance. As soon as the sound of electricity erupted, he swiftly covered Cher's ears and shielded her behind him. Who dares to disturb me? Lu Erlong initially glanced at Qing'er with concern, but upon realizing she was unperturbed, she turned her furious gaze towards the intruder. As the electric light dissipated, the face of a newcomer, resembling Lu Erlong's to some extent, came into view. Yu Luomian, it's you again. Lu Erlong clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she shouted. Before Yu Mian could utter a word, a large hand unexpectedly pressed down on his shoulder, sending him flying out. It was Dugubo, who had originally come to assist Chao Cohen's team. Dugubo, I didn't expect you to be here. Another voice boomed, exuding far more authority than Yu Luomian's. Oh, do I need to inform you of my presence? Dugubo replied. I thought only Yu Luomian would attend such an event. I never imagined that the Thunder Douluo would also be concerned about such matters. Ha! Erlong is ultimately a member of my Lan Dianbao Wang Long family. As the patriarch, I must come and witness my grandchild as 100-day banquet, Yu Yuanjin declared as he strode forward, with Yu Luomian following closely behind. Accompanying them were several members of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, including Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng. As they entered, they immediately turned their gazes towards Chao Cohen and Lu Erlong, particularly Yu Tianheng, who widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Duguyan. Just days prior, Lu Erlong had sent an invitation to the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, which had left them astounded and bewildered. Lu Erlong, hasn't she yet moved on from Yu Xiaojiang? How could she suddenly have a child? Did Yu Xiaojiang return? When Yu Luomian received this news, he was furious, intending to confront Yu Xiaojiang. You, a good-for-nothing, are you worthy of her? Erlong could become a title Douluo. However, upon further inquiry, they discovered that the child was not Yu Xiaojiang's, which relieved them. Yet, subsequent revelations reignited Yu Luomian's anger. Despite his own shortcomings, it did not prevent him from feeling anger towards the man involved with his wayward daughter. He had considered confronting Chao Cohen, but ultimately, he deemed this young man quite talented and capable. Consequently, Yu Yuanjin restrained him, stating that since others had sent invitations, they would come later. Yu Yuanjin held absolute authority within the family, leaving Yu Luomian with no choice but to acquiesce. However, upon receiving the news, Yu Tianheng felt utterly overwhelmed. Chao Gu isn't Duguyan's boyfriend, is he? How could he become my uncle? This is unacceptable. An aunt. How could you compete with Duguyan for a man? At this moment, Yu Tianheng stood behind Yu Yuanjin, his eyes wide open, staring at Chao Cohen, speechless, then glanced at Duguyan, feeling even more sorrowful, as Duguyan seemed completely oblivious to him. While they conversed, Chao Cohen handed Qing'er over to Lu Erlong and stepped forward. He wasn't lacking in strength and had no need to hide behind Lu Erlong. After all, inviting the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect had been his idea, and it was best for him to resolve such matters himself. "Uncle, you've arrived," Chao Kuan greeted as he approached. "No need to be overly courteous. I won't bother with them," Lu Erlong remarked in the chat channel. "You must be Chao Kuan." "Indeed, quite impressive," Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, admiring Chao Kuan. Prior to their arrival, they had gathered some information about him and were aware that he had already reached the Soul Sect at such a young age, significantly surpassing Tianheng. Chao Kuan smiled faintly, and just as he was about to modestly respond, Yu Yuanjin continued, suggesting, "Have you considered marrying into our family? With your and Lu Erlong's exceptional talents, you will undoubtedly both attain the title of Douluo. Our Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family will not before you." Xiaojiang could finish. Dugabo interjected with a scolding remark. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, who had maintained a graceful smile, found amusement in the exchange. "Even if a man were to marry into your Lan Dianba Wang Long family, wouldn't the Wuhuan Palace be superior? Am I not more appealing than that old woman, Lu Erlong?" Chao Kuan interrupted. "There's no need to discuss that. I will not marry into your family." "Oh, then let it be," Yu Yuanjin remarked, initially expecting some entanglement. His focus was now on Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, hoping they would both surpass the 95th level and become titled Douluo. Although Chao Kuan's talents were indeed superior, he was ultimately not a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. Had Lu Erlong not possessed the potential to become a titled Douluo, he might not have even shown up today. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Lumian suddenly advanced, unleashing a surge of lightning aimed at Chao Kuan. Lu Erlong's temperament is somewhat influenced by him. "Yu Lumian, what are you doing?" Lu Erlong and Dugu Bo exclaimed in unison. At the same time, Dugu Bo emanated a powerful aura and extended his hand, intending to shield Chao Kuan from the assault. In that moment, Yu Yuanjin deftly intervened, blocking Dugu Bo's action. Prior to this, Yu Yuanjin had instructed Yu Lumian that if Chao Kuan declined the proposal, he could act as he pleased. "It's fine. Just help me block Thunder Douluo," Chao Kuan said casually, employing his fifth spirit skill alongside Dugubo. His hand had grown larger, resembling an iron claw as it grasped Yu Lumian's incoming strike. After a year of training, his mastery of spirit skills had significantly improved. I nearly forgot your strength is no longer insignificant," Dugubo chuckled. "Rest assured, Yunjin isn't so shameless as to attack a junior." A smile crept across Chao Kuan's lips as his grip on Yu Lumian turned frigid, causing the lightning in his grasp to dissipate instantly. "Excellent." Yu Lumian, being a soul daw, regarded Chao Kuan with a flicker of admiration before bellowing, releasing the lightning once more, breaking free from Chao Kuan's hold. Kun, don't hold back. I've long wanted to teach him a lesson," Lu Erlong remarked in the chat channel. Hearing this, Chao Kuan nodded slightly, vanishing from his spot and reappearing abruptly behind Yu Lumian, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Crackle. Lightning enveloped Yu Lumian's body, and bolts shot from him toward Chao Kuan. Although Chao Kuan could have easily sent him flying, he refrained, respecting the elder's status. With a flicker of thought, a phantom red-blue shield manifested around him, deflecting Yu Lumian's attack. As Yu Lumian bent his legs to evade Chao Kuan's grip, he transformed his hands into dragon forms, turning to face Chao Kuan for another strike. Observing the surrounding guests, Chao Kuan closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. Golden irises shimmering as the shield around him dispersed, forming a Taiji diagram within a meter's radius. Two divine dragons, one red and one blue, emerged from the diagram, coiling around Chao Kuan, their heads fixated on Yu Lumian. Roar! Simultaneously, two dragon roars resonated within Yu Lumian's mind, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The dragon transformation fading from his hands, and the lightning dissipating, leaving him momentarily stunned. This could be considered Chao Kuan's mental attack. Noticing this, Chao Kuan broke into a sweat, taking a deep breath before retracting the water and fire domain. A mental attack potent enough to subdue a soul Douluo was still somewhat taxing for him. Had Yu Lumian been prepared, success would have been uncertain. What power domain? The chilling suppression of lightning and formidable mental attack. Are you truly merely a soul zone? Yu Yuanjin observed in astonishment. I just recently acquired my 5th spirit ring. Chao Kuan replied nonchalantly. Good. Yu Yuanjin repeated thrice, fixating on him. That S settled then. Let us no longer discuss the matter of marrying in. Duelwith. This caused a twitch in Yu Yuanjin's mouth as he attempted to speak, just as Yulian, regaining his composure, summoned lightning once more, evidently unwilling to back down. You rascal. Suddenly, Qing nestled in Lu Erlong's embrace, piped up, conjuring several fiery orbs, dark red at their core, and directed them at Yulian. Fepter satakliksankamenta iu yuansen, kunbom. Bang, bang, bang. The searing fireballs ignited the air with a loud crackle, striking Yulian and reacting violently with his lightning, resulting in a deafening explosion. The crowd stood in stunned silence, all eyes fixated on Qing in Lu Erlong's arms, particularly Yulian, who stared dumbfounded at the embers on his arm, shaking his hand to reveal the red marks left by the fireball, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could actually feel a sting. The banquet hall fell into silence, everyone's gaze blankly fixed on Qing Wow, mama. Ultimately, being a child, Qing after a moment's attention, pouted and buried her face in Lu Erlong's embrace, bursting into tears. What are you staring at? What is so fascinating? Lu Erlong glared angrily at them. At that moment, Chao Kuan swiftly positioned himself in front of them, blocking their view. It's all right. King Ia. They've never seen such things before. Lu Erlong comforted her. This Chao lad, your daughter is really only 3 months old? After a while, as Qing's cries subsided, Duelwith was the first to speak. Since Qing became aware, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong had instructed her not to unleash flames in front of outsiders. Previously, Duelwith had disapproved of Chao Kuan's polygamous pursuits and had not been present at Qing's birth, making this his first encounter with her displaying her powers. Although Qing had previously acted like any other child of 2 or 3 years, the continent was a fantastical realm, and in Duelwith's understanding, Chao Kuan was destined for divinity. So his initial meeting with Qing had not elicited the same astonishment as now. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's previously subdued emotions erupted once more as he stared at Duelwith, incredulously asking, What? You mean this is Lu Erlong's daughter who is merely 3 months old? He had thought this little girl was another daughter of Lu Erlong and Chao Kuan, contemplating how to reprimand those collecting family intelligence. Now, Duelwith claimed she was the main character of the day. If you remember correctly, today was the 100-day feast, not a 100-month celebration. This meant that a child barely over 3 months old could not only speak and run, but also unleash flames. Had she awakened her martial soul? As he pondered, the floor beneath Yu Yuanjin suddenly erupted, and before he knew it, he had appeared beside Lu Erlong. Simultaneously, Duelwith, who had been watching him closely, hurriedly followed, wondering what he intended to do. Chao Kuan, witnessing this, felt a tinge of helplessness. He had anticipated this outcome. But neither Yu Yuanjin nor Duelwith could be stopped now, and he could only prevent others who wished to intervene. Qing, who had previously ceased her tears, now found herself on the verge of weeping once more as she beheld the sudden appearance of 2 unfamiliar elderly men. Mama, old man, what are you doing? Lu Erlong cradled Qing and turned away to evade the reaching hand of Yu Yuanjin. Ha! Erlong, is this little one really just over 3 months old? Yu Yuanjin chuckled, retracting his hand as he observed the scene with curiosity. Burn him, Qing, burn him! Lu Erlong commanded fiercely, ignoring him. Hearing her mother's voice, Qing lifted her tear-filled eyes from Lu Erlong's embrace and gazed at Yu Yuanjin. Upon noticing her gaze, Yu Yuanjin immediately donned a benevolent smile. Qing sniffed, recalling her mother's words, and raised her hand, producing a small fireball to hurl at Yu Yuanjin. However, the fireball appeared notably cooler than the one she had thrown at Yulian. I am, after all, the father of Erlong. You should let me pass. Yulian protested from the other side, having been obstructed by Chao Kuan. It's Erlong who won't let you through, Chao Kuan replied with a hint of frustration. Earlier, Lu Erlong had instructed him not to allow Yulian to pass, presumably angered by Yulian's earlier outburst. Furthermore, why did you suddenly stand up just now? Chao Kuan muttered, casting a curious glance at Qian Rinxue, who had already resumed her seat. Yu Lumian attempted to speak, but was abruptly halted by Yu Yuanjin. You stay there for now, my second brother. Yu Yuanjin allowed the fireball that Qing'er had thrown to land on his shoulder without flinching. As the electric sparks flickered, the fireball erupted, transforming into countless sparks that soared into the air like fireworks, capturing Qing'er's attention. Wow, Mama, look! The child's emotions shifted swiftly, her eyes widening as she reached out to grasp the falling sparks. Hey! Yu Yuanjin exclaimed in surprise, swiftly blocking Qing'er's hand. Erlong, why are you just standing there? Where she gets burned? He admonished Lu Erlong. If I know your little schemes, Lu Erlong retorted, stepping back and pushing Yu Yuanjin's hand away. Besides, Qing'er isn't afraid of these. At that moment, while Yu Yuanjin was blocking Qing, he utilized his soul power to assess her bone age. Although her physique was robust, resembling that of a child around 3 to 4 years old, a deeper probe revealed that she truly was only over 3 months old. Yu Yuanjin smiled as if nothing had happened. Is she really only 3 months old? Du Gubo had noticed his subtle actions. Yu Yuanjin's smile faded as he cast a sidelong glance at him. What business is it of yours? Du Gubo was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. He thought he could directly inquire with Chao Kuan later. Observing Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, he indeed appeared to be that age. Contemplating this, he cast a complex glance at Du Guyan, who blushed and pulled him closer, having been playing with Qing'er beside Lu Erlong. After confirming Qing'er's age, Yu Yuanjin pondered for a moment before waving goodbye to her and moving next to Chao Kuan. Kuan, have you truly given no thought to marrying into our family? You must realize that our Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan is among the top 3 sects, and with your talent, succeeding me as the clan leader is not beyond possibility, Yu Yuanjin said gently, resting a hand on Chao Kuan's shoulder. In fact, he envisioned having Chao Kuan marry in, changing Qing'er's name and nurturing her intensely. With his title as Douluo, he was confident he would live long enough to see Qing'er grow, at which point he could directly pass on the clan's leadership to her. A father would never compete with his daughter. Even if he did not marry into the family, he would spare no effort to ensure Qing'er bore his surname. It could not be deemed as too despicable. Rather, it was a testament to Qing'er's astonishing talent. At merely 3 months, she could speak and summon flames. He could hardly fathom her future prowess. She might even ascend to divinity like the one from Sea God Island. Meanwhile, Yu Luomian remained silent. Although his temperament mirrored Lu Erlong's, fiery yet astute, he was not oblivious to his elder brother's intentions. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, however, looked on in astonishment at Yu Yuanjin, not shocked by his words, but rather by his current demeanor. In their eyes, their grandfather had always been a commanding and fearsome figure. So how could he now appear so much like a schemer? Uncle, there is no need to discuss this further. I will not marry into the family. Gao Kun firmly rejected. Yu Yuanjin's expression remained unchanged. He had not anticipated Chao Kuan's immediate acquiescence. From the information he had gathered, this young man's talent was equally remarkable. He took a more circuitous approach, sighing softly. Kuan, consider this Dean. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. But it ceased abruptly as someone rushed in. Chapter 181. Yu Yuanjin, Unfilial Child. Dean. The newcomer seemed to exhale a sigh of relief upon entering the banquet hall. Calling out again, it was the gatekeeper of Lanba Academy. Chao Kuan recognized him at a glance. Having interacted with him frequently during his nightly outings with Lu Erlong or Du Guyan, returning at dawn. However, Chao Kuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the man's urgency. As the gatekeeper entered, Yu Yuanjin fell silent, his brows furrowed as he turned to look. Dean, what is it? Seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Yu Yuanjin, Chao Kuan stepped forward to inquire. Beside him, Yu Yuanjin, Yu Lumian, and Qian Rinxue exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Erlong, with her fiery temperament and upbringing as an illegitimate daughter, had a long-standing discord with the nobility of Tiando City. Thus, aside from a few friends, the only other attendees on the 9th floor of the Tiando Hotel were Qian Rinxue and Xiao Wu. Moreover, The members of the Lan Dianba Wang Long clan had only just arrived. Consequently, the banquet hall was not crowded. The gatekeeper paused before Chao Kuan, bending over to catch his breath before raising his head. Chao Gu, just now a few strange individuals came looking for the dean, right? Behind us. Strange individuals? A wave of confusion washed over Chao Kuan. Before he could inquire further, the gatekeeper added, one of them claimed to be Fei Xing from the Golden Iron Triangle and a friend of the dean, but they seemed quite odd, so I rushed to report. Fei Xing? It must be Flander. Understanding dawned on Chao Kuan as he nodded. It's fine. They are indeed Erlong's friends. Where are they now? Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper sighed in relief, fearing he had stirred up trouble. He replied, oh, that's good. They are currently downstairs, but since they do not have invitations, the reception staff is preventing them from coming up. Chao Kuan nodded and turned to Lu Erlong. Although lacking an invitation, they could still dine downstairs. Otherwise, Lanba Academy would need countless invitations for its numerous students. However, to ascend to the 9th floor, an invitation was indeed necessary. Previously mentioned, Chao Kuan was somewhat familiar with the gatekeeper, having casually given him a card during a past encounter. It was Fulanda, the one I previously spoke of. How did he arrive here? Lu Erlong, cradling Qing Air, communicated with Chao Kuan in the chat channel. Should we bring him up? Gao Kun Inkarit. Over the course of Lu Erlong's pregnancy, she frequently shared past events with Chao Kuan, although he was already aware. Her anxiety back then prompted him to feign heightened interest. As Lu Erlong pondered her response, several individuals entered from outside once more. The door had been blasted open by Yu Luo Mian, allowing them to stride in unabated. Chao Kuan glanced over and immediately recognized Falanda, Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and an unfamiliar figure whose name escaped him. Wait, how did Yu Shao Gang also arrive? Overlooking the stranger, Chao Kuan continued to observe as Yu Shao Gang approached with a pallid expression, trailing behind the others. To Lu Erlong's surprise, Falanda's gaze immediately turned to her, noticing Qing Air in her arms, and he offered a wry smile. It's you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wuji pointed at Chao Kuan, exclaiming, it's you. You've caused us to be hunted for an entire year, leading to the demise of San and Ahu. His eyes widened in fury as he recalled the past year's tribulations, channeling his spirit to attack Chao Kuan. Concurrently, his words drew Falanda's attention away from Lu Erlong, fixing it upon Chao Kuan. Falanda, shocked, narrowed his eyes in hatred towards Chao Kuan, yet retained some composure, urging, Wuji, do not act rashly. Regrettably, Zhao Wuji was beyond restraint, advancing towards Chao Kuan, his spirit rings glowing as his hand grew larger, preparing to strike. With a resounding crash, Chao Kuan made no attempt to defend himself. Instead, Yu Yuanjun casually raised his arm and effortlessly sent Zhao Wuji crashing against the wall. Coughing and sputtering, Yu Yuanjun, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Wuji's bleeding, swiftly moved to confront Yu Shao Gang. With a sharp slap, he knocked Yu Shao Gang to the ground, bellowing, unfilial son. Fortunately, Yu Yuanjun believed Yu Shao Gang to still be at level 29 and tempered his strength considerably. After a year of training and a breakthrough in spirit power, Yu Shao Gang had grown significantly stronger and did not bleed like Zhao Wuji. Covering his face, Yu Shao Gang, with a defeated expression, ignored Yu Yuanjun and instead turned to Lu Erlong. Erlong, before he could finish, Yu Yuanjun struck him again, this time delivering a properly measured blow that sent him flying and rendered him unconscious. What a shame. That is your cousin. Upon witnessing Yu Shao Gang's unconscious state, Yu Yuanjun murmured, previously, I did not grant you an opportunity. I certainly shall not do so now. Chao Kuan observed with furrowed brows, his lips twitching. He initially intended to inquire about the changes in Luo San Pao, but reconsidered, recalling that Tang San had now become a dog. Yet, observing Yu Yuanjun's current demeanor, he resolved to postpone his questions. Turning to Fulanda, Chao Kuan inquired, how did you gain entry? Without an invitation. Your boldness in intruding is quite audacious, especially knowing this is a 100-day celebration for Lu Erlong and her child. Fulanda furrowed his brow. casting a glance at Yu Yuanzhen, who had just knocked out Xiao Gang and recalled the term unfilial son, which he recognized as the Thunder Doll previously mentioned by Xiao Gang. He then turned to see a formidable figure approaching, emanating an unwelcoming aura. Somewhat less intimidating than Yu Yuanzhen, but equally impressive, indicating yet another title Douluo. With the toxin deeply embedded in Dugu bone now absent, and his hair transitioning from green back to black, Falanda struggled to identify this title Douluo. Realizing this, he broke into a cold sweat. He had intended to discern who had taken Erlong, but now found himself entangled with two title Douluo. Moreover, why would the person who had caused them to flee for over a year be present? Chao Kuan continued in a calm tone. How did you manage to enter? He stepped forward, activating the fifth spirit ring and channeling his mental pressure alongside Dragon Might, each step resonating deeply with Falanda's psyche. Simultaneously, Dugu Bo's icy gaze bored down upon them, akin to a venomous serpent. The combined pressure from both individuals weighed heavily upon Falanda, causing him to tremble and break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, Liu Song summoned his spirit, the dragon pattern rod, and shouted. The aura exerted by Chao Kuan and Dugu Bo primarily targeted Falanda. Although Liu Song felt it, he was not as affected as Falanda. Shaken from his reverie by Liu Song's outburst, Falanda turned to Lu Erlong with a rueful smile, apologizing. Erlong, I'm sorry. Upon hearing that Xiao Gang was overjoyed about your childbirth, he insisted that we assist him in gaining entry to understand the situation better. You know me, Xiao Gang has always been persistent with me, and in a moment of impulse, we entered. Under the scrutiny of two titled law, Falanda was drenched in sweat, hastily justifying their actions. Of course, there was a slight discrepancy in his account. They had traveled from Lanba Academy to this location, and throughout the journey, Xiao Gang had remained silent, lost in his sorrowful thoughts, let alone insisted on forcing their way in. Yet, with Xiao Gang now unconscious and unable to refute their claims, it seemed prudent to let him bear the brunt of the injustice for the moment. Indeed, if Chao Kuan were not present, Falanda might not have resorted to such deception, but given Chao Kuan's cold demeanor and his previous overwhelming defeat of Dai Mubai, his heart quaked slightly. Lu Erlong, cradling Qing air, furrowed her brow and ceased listening to his explanation. After a sigh, she addressed Falanda. Old brother Falan, why do you say such things? Given our relationship, it brings me joy that you are here. I need not explain further. I fear your husband may incite the wrath of the titled Douluo upon me. Maintenant à peine smile, foulant de watch that you l'on approached Kaokun. Taking his hand and pleading in the chat channel. Akuan, let it go. During my travels across the continent, old brother Falan has aided me greatly, even shielding me from attacks on several occasions. While they have indeed erred today, it is not yet time to sever ties. Chao Kuan nodded in response. From the original text, it was evident that although Lu Erlong harbored no romantic feelings for Falanda, their bond was strong. Having traversed the continent together for several years, even executing spirit fusion techniques. Yet, he pondered whether their spirit fusion technique could still be performed now that Tang San had seized Luo San Pao. With these thoughts, he calmly spoke. Since you are friends of Erlong, and one among you has already faced consequences, I shall let it slide. By the way, did anyone sustain injuries upon your arrival? Falanda breathed a sigh of relief, quickly responding, No, this is a 100-day celebration for Erlong's daughter. How could we possibly harm anyone here? Moreover, the reception staff below lacked significant strength, allowing us to enter with ease. Indeed, it was quite effortless. Zhao Wuji effortlessly pushed aside those who sought to obstruct their entrance, and remarkably, he did not even employ his soul skills. Given the recovery capabilities of a soul master, he would be well again in just a few days. That is well, thought Chao Kuan as he nodded, his brow furrowed as he gazed at them, his face clearly expressing an unwelcome demeanor, urging them to leave. Although aware that Erlong held no interest in them, as a man, he was certainly not inclined to welcome other men who fancied his woman. Flander instantly grasped the situation. As a cunning merchant, he was adept at reading the atmosphere. He remarked, since we have delivered Xiao Gang and met Erlong, we shall take our leave for now. We will visit again once we are settled. With that, he turned to Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, signaling them to assist the fallen Zhao Wuji and exchange smiles with Yu Yuanjin and Dugubo before swiftly departing. Throughout the entire episode, not a single word was spoken by those around them. They merely observed quietly. Even Lu Erlong remained silent, despite Flanders' previous attentiveness towards her. However, the current atmosphere, dictated by Chao Kuen's disapproval, made it clear that they had erred today. Flander recognized this too, and his posture appeared considerably hunched as he exited. What wrongdoing had they committed? During their travels across the continent, they had engaged in far more outrageous behavior, and Lu Erlong had never voiced her discontent. She would even extend her assistance. Ultimately, it was simply because Chao Kuen did not welcome them. After Flander and his group departed, Yu Yuanjin, carrying the unconscious Yu Xiaojing, announced, "Xiao Kuen, we shall conclude our affairs for today. I will take this rebellious child back and return to find you. Do consider the matter thoroughly." With that, he swiftly departed, bearing Yu Xiaojing. No need to think. He will not acquiesce. Duelwith shouted. Following Yu Yuanjin's exit, Yu Tianxin also concocted an excuse to lead Yu Tianheng away, despite Yu Tianheng's reluctance to leave. At this moment, the banquet hall was left with only Chao Kuen, Lu Erlong, Qing Er, Xiao Wu, Duguyin, Ning Rongrong, Dugabo, Qianren Xue, and Yu Lumian. Yu Yuanjin had not invited Yu Luomian to depart with him. At this juncture, Yu Lumian approached Lu Erlong, gazing amiably at Qing Er in her arms. You're a naughty one," Qing Er exclaimed, extending her hand and speaking in a babyish tone. He, I am not a naughty one. I am your grandfather," Yu Lumian responded, having lost the earlier desire to confront Chao Kuen, now appearing somewhat benevolent as he regarded Qing Er. This may have been the reason Yu Yuanjin had not taken him along, considering Yu Lumian's status could foster a good relationship with Qing Er. Grandfather? Qing Er's round eyes brimmed with confusion, as she had never encountered this term before and did not comprehend its meaning. "Do not listen to him. He is not your grandfather," Lu Erlong retorted. Though her tone was not particularly kind, she did not prevent Yu Luomian from seeing Qing Er. Although Yu Luomian had previously treated her poorly, after Yu Xiaojing's elopement, he had shown her considerable concern. It was also with his assistance that Lanba Academy was able to establish itself in the precious land of Tiando City. "Why are you still here?" At the same time, Chao Kuen reconnected with Qianren Xue through the chat channel. Are you urging me to leave?" Qianren Xue did not respond immediately, seemingly lost in thought, before eventually replying with a cold smile. "How could that be? I am merely curious as to why a prince has lingered here for so long without any reason." Chao Kuen explained. "What does it matter to you?" Qianren Xue countered. Chao Kuen fell silent, severing the connection, and took Qing Er from Lu Erlong's embrace, as it appeared that Yu Lumian and Lu Erlong were on the verge of an argument. All right, it is getting late, and most of the guests have departed. We should return," Chao Kuen suggested. Simultaneously, he instructed Dugabo through the chat channel to escort Yu Lumian away, lest a quarrel truly ensue. Let us go. Look at you now, trying to frighten your granddaughter," he said, pulling Yu Luomian along. That old fool wishes to be called Qing Er's grandfather. He ought to consider whether he is worthy," Lu Erlong remarked. The contention arose because Yu Luomian desired Qing Er to address him as grandfather, but Lu Erlong would not allow it. Yu Luomian believed that as Lu Erlong's father, it was only natural for Qing Er to call him grandfather, while Lu Erlong firmly asserted that he was unworthy of such a title. "Daddy, what does grandfather mean?" Qing Er inquired of Chao Kuen, her confusion evident, as she had previously asked Lu Erlong, who had not responded. "Grandfather is, well, he is the elder." Chao Kuen initially intended to explain that a grandfather is a mother's father, but upon receiving a glare from Lu Erlong, he quickly altered his response. "Oh, so that naughty one is a grandfather, right?" King pondet, nodding in understanding. "No, he's just a naughty one," Lu Erlong replied. Chapter 183, Confession. My martial soul is myself subsequently. Chao Kuen tidied up the banquet and sought the manager of the Tiando Grand Hotel to assess the value of the damaged items. After settling the expenses, he approached the receptionist who had assisted in obstructing Flander and the others, ensuring their injuries were treated before taking his leave with several individuals. Over the course of more than a year, Chao Kun had acquired various useful soul powers through his observation abilities, including healing soul skills. He had observed these techniques while training in practical combat at the Great Soul Arena, primarily utilizing water elements, which he could wield, achieving even greater efficacy than the original healing methods. Upon departing the Tiando Grand Hotel, Xiao Wu, Dugi Yin, and Ning Rongrong left first, leaving only Chao Kun, Lu Erlong, and Qing Er. The day was far from over, and Chao Kun remained by Lu Erlong's side. Director Lu, I need to find a man for a matter. May I borrow him for a moment? Oh, Qian Renxue has not yet departed. She follows behind Chao Kun and the others. A man? Lu Erlong halted, a look of confusion crossing her face as she regarded Qian Renxue. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of joy passed through Qian Renxue's heart as she feigned nonchalance and remarked, Indeed, a man, the nickname of Brother Chao. Did you not know? Beside her, Seokun, Kreidlinkingar, Offerdan Avekovot Smila. He had not truly possessed a nickname. He had whimsically shared it with Qian Renxue and Yin, so only those two were aware of this fabricated moniker. I certainly know. However, I usually refer to him as the child's father, and did not react in time, Lu Erlong replied, though she too felt puzzled as to why she would feel jealousy towards a man. The term the child's father was learned from Chao Kun after he referred to her as the child's mother. Am I being overly sensitive? It is all Chao Kun's fault for being so flirtatious. Lu Erlong dismissed her inner turmoil, coldly teasing Chao Kun through the chat channel. A man? Oh, a man. What did you acquire a nickname? Chao Kun had numerous chat channels enabled through his fifth spirit ring, including both one-on-one and group formats akin to QQ, which encompassed himself and the women currently in Tiando City, as well as more advanced channels, albeit more complex to create. Having only returned half a month prior and preoccupied with matters concerning Qing'er, he had yet to establish them. Lu Erlong's comment was made in this group chat, and immediately, Xiao Wu, Dugi Yin, and Ning Rongrong noticed. Before Chao Kun could clarify, they bombarded him with questions. Xiao Wu, a man? What is this a man? Is it Brother Cohen's nickname? How come I didn't know? Dugi Yin? I'm unaware as well. Ning Rongrong. Among this group of women, only Ning Rongrong had yet to establish a relationship with Chao Kun. Thus, although her heart was somewhat stirred, she merely emitted 3 question marks. Upon noticing this, Chao Kun promptly clarified, Ahem, I merely intended to get closer to the Crown Prince and casually mentioned it, but then I forgot. This was indeed an explanation. Ning Rongrong responded with a simple O. Xiao Wu echoed, Oh, while Du Guyin also uttered an O, without continuing the conversation. Lu Erlong refrained from joining the chorus, opting instead to directly exclaim, Oh, in front of Chao Kun. Qing'er followed suit, saying Oh. Initially, Chao Kun felt indifferent, but upon hearing Qing'er mimic Lu Erlong, he grew slightly embarrassed. What are you NG about? Keu kon final indignation, play friskreting Qing'er. Haha, imimitating mama. Haha, I'm just teasing Qing'er. Lu Erlong interjected, lifting Qing'er into her arms. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue observed their antics, and the flicker of joy that had briefly graced her heart vanished. As Lu Yuan Zhang spoke, the playful banter between them instantaneously halted. Liu Erlong glanced at Keu Kun, who pondered for a moment before nodding. Although he was uncertain why Qian Renxue sought him, it was imperative that he go, otherwise she might send Shi Mao and the others to bind him. Even if he could potentially win in a confrontation, what would that achieve? All right, return soon, Lu Erlong declared. Chao Kun nodded and approached Qian Renxue. Papa, come back. Soon Qing'er waved at him. Chao Kun turned around, smiling at her. All right, I'll return shortly to sleep with you. Oof. Lu Erlong scoffed, evidently displeased with the differing treatment Chao Kun afforded her and Qing'er. However, she chose not to voice her grievances, merely commenting in their chat, You can sleep with Qing'er tonight. Chao Kun chuckled, opting not to respond. Lu Erlong is rather carnivorous, Lu Erlong remarked. Take me back to the Crown Prince's residence. After Lu Erlong returned home with Qing'er, Qian Renxue turned to him. Chao Kun nodded, refraining from inquiring about her motives, and walked alongside her. Aren't you going to ask why I summoned you? After a short while, Qian Renxue inquired. Chao Kun initially intended to tease her, but recalled their current relationship, responding earnestly, Your Highness, the saintess, surely has her own considerations. Hearing this, Qianren fell silent for a moment before halting her steps. She gazed at Chao Kun and asked, "Do you know what level my innate soul power is?" "Level 20. Why do you ask? Trying to show off?" Chao Kun shook his head. "I do not know." "Level 20. My innate soul power is level 20. Chao Kun feigned surprise. "Level 20? Isn't the highest innate soul power level 10? Qianren affirmed. "Yes, ordinarily that is the case. However, my martial spirit is an angel, a six-winged angel, a divine-level martial spirit. Under the influence of the angelic deity, my innate soul power reaches level 20. Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully, pretending to be astonished before perplexedly asking, "Why are you suddenly sharing this with me?" Qianren took a deep breath. "I possess innate soul power at level 20, and I have only just reached level 64. You are 10 years my junior, yet you have already attained the 5th soul ring and become a soul king. What exactly is your martial spirit? And is it true that your daughter with Lu Erlong is merely 3 months old? Even I, under the deity's influence, could not speak at that age." Gao Kun silently criticised. She must be more than 10 years younger, and was about to explain when Qianren cut him off. "Please do not lie to me. All right, a man." After a moment of silence, Chao Kun replied, "My martial spirit is indeed not my right hand, but it is indeed my true martial spirit." "Where is it?" "In my brain. It is me. My martial spirit is myself," Chao Kun declared. Given that he had already developed adequately, Qianren would not harm him. So there was no harm in revealing this. "Yourself?" Qianren furrowed her brow. Chao Kun affirmed, "Indeed, my entire body constitutes my martial spirit." Qianren regarded him thoughtfully before saying, "No wonder. A typical true martial spirit does not resemble yours. How extraordinary. But why is your martial spirit, being yourself, so powerful, surpassing even my divine martial spirit?" Chao Kun was uncertain himself. Shaking his head, "I do not know." After contemplating for a while, Qianren continued, "What about your daughter? Is she truly only 3 months old?" "She's indeed 3 months old. However, I am unclear about her changes." "Perhaps it relates to this," Chao Kun replied, somewhat bewildered. As he produced the Rui sword, Qianren observed the Rui sword, extending her hand to touch it, finding it as scorching as the first time. "A divine gift?" Qianren murmured. "Perhaps," Chao Kun replied, returning the sword to its sheath, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Is there anything else, Your Highness?" At this point, they had arrived at the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence. Chapter 184. Face to face at this moment, the crescent moon hung high, and the cold night breeze brushed against them. Hearing Chao Kun's inquiry, Qianren paused momentarily, then a smile graced her lips, revealing her characteristic expression. "Shall we go inside to chat?" They stood before the Crown Prince's residence, flanked by 2 guards holding long spears, standing like wooden posts. Chao Kun raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her suggestion, but after a moment's thought, he was about to nod in agreement. It was merely entering, given Qianren character. She would likely not pose any threat. It was merely a chance to engage in conversation. Furthermore, if Qianren truly intended to do something to him, he would not be able to escape. However, just as he resolved this within himself and was about to agree, Qianren, noticing his hesitance, assumed he was feeling awkward, and with a gentle smile, declared, "Just kidding, I have finished my inquiries for today. You may return." As she spoke, Chao Kun happened to nod, leading Qianren to believe he had no desire to linger. Her smile gradually faded, and her tone unintentionally intensified. "Ah, well, if that's the case, I'll take my leave." Upon hearing this, Chao Kun realized she had misunderstood. He intended to clarify, but then thought, what was there to explain? That he wished to chat with her? So, he swiftly shifted his words, "Get lost." Qianren shot him a cold glance. "If you're leaving, then leave. Why tell me to get lost? I never intended to chat with you. Isn't it better to return and indulge in a warm, gentle embrace?" Chao Kun silently criticized as he turned and departed in silence. Watching his retreating figure, Qianren felt inexplicably uncomfortable, especially upon recalling that Chao Kun was returning to sleep with Lu Erlong. She nearly lost control of herself, wishing to send Shi Mao and the others to capture Chao Kun and confine him for a few days. By the way, Your Highness, thank you for keeping your promise. Suddenly, Chao Kuan turned around and gently smiled at Qian Renshue. Earlier, he had anticipated that Qian Renshue might orchestrate some scheme. So he had prepared with Gu Yuna and Du Gu Bo, but to his surprise, Qian Renshue had done nothing. At most, she had merely assigned Talon to watch over him. Truly, while watching the animation in his previous life, he had pondered, this is no villain, compared to the original protagonist. She's far more upright. I somewhat regret that now, Qian Renshue remarked, her smile re-emerging as her eyes narrowed slightly at him. Had she not been in the guise of Xue Qinghe, Chao Kuan might have been captivated. Chao Kuan gazed at her intently for a moment before falling silent, taking a deep breath before turning to leave. Having been enamored, it was regrettable that he could not let go of his feelings for her beauty. Departing from the Taizi mansion, he walked along the street leading to his residence. The hour was late, and the surrounding area, being a wealthy residential district, was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of Chao Kuan's footsteps breaking the stillness. Observing his surroundings, he felt a surge of mental energy enveloping him, rendering him indistinguishable from how he had appeared moments before. This skill, acquired after obtaining his fifth soul ring, was something he had learned from Gu Yuna, who had previously used it to help him discreetly enter the small cave heaven. Of course, Chao Kuan's proficiency was nowhere near hers, capable only of deceiving ordinary individuals and low-ranking soul masters, but it sufficed for his needs. Chao Kuan summoned an image of a circular cat, which began to tremble. Meanwhile, on the other side of Dalu, in the imperial capital of Luo Empire, within a room close to the center of the Zhu family, two women, resembling each other yet exuding entirely different auras, engaged in conversation. One, clearly the elder sister, lay comfortably on a soft bed, emitting soft sounds akin to a seductive black cat rolling playfully. She had recently returned from the outside, clad in a snug leather outfit, though the zipper at her chest had been lowered, enhancing her allure. The younger sister, seated beside her, maintained a cool demeanor, dressed in equally cool attire, nay, rather revealing. Her figure rivaled that of her sister, undeniably striking. Perhaps due to impending rest, she donned a black silk nightgown, her brow furrowed as she listened quietly to her sister's complaints. It's somewhat better now, but you have no idea how uncooperative those people were before. Refusing to heed anything we said, Zhu Zhuqing lamented to Zhu Zhuyun as she reclined on the bed. Upon her return, Zhu Zhuqing had swiftly gained the attention of the elders of the Zhu family due to her martial soul's evolution from the nether white tiger. Upon learning of the demise of both crown princes, they had, as anticipated, begun to harbor certain ambitions. The Zhu family's influence in the Luo Empire was significant, as they had long been allied with the royal family. Initially, their collaboration with the Dai family had been harmonious, with no intentions of usurping the throne, as their martial souls were notably inferior to that of the White Tiger. Being the second most powerful family in the empire was already a source of satisfaction for them. However, Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected evolution and the subsequent deaths of the two crown princes ignited newfound aspirations within them. Human desires, once ignited, are akin to boulders rolling down a mountainside. Once they begin, they can never be halted. Thus, after deliberation, the Zhu family resolved to assist Zhu Zhuqing in her quest for the throne. Yet, despite Zhu Zhuqing's matured appearance and physique post-evolution, her youth still necessitated the presence of a capable aide. The elders had initially wished to take on the role themselves, nearly coming to blows over it. For success would mean reigning just below the emperor, above all others. Alas, Zhu Zhuqing insisted that only Zhu Zhuyun would suffice. Thus the plan could not proceed without her. The elders, after reflection, ultimately acquiesced. Zhu Zhuyun had spent the past few years learning the intricacies of being a queen. For the emperor and empress of the Luo Empire were considered a united front, required to manage state affairs together, though typically under the emperor's guidance. With Zhu Zhuyun's abilities and the Zhu family's backing, they quickly solidified Zhu Zhuqing's position. During this process, Zhu Zhuqing, disinterested in governance, delegated most matters to Zhu Zhuyun. Eventually, after a series of strategic maneuvers, Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the position of crown prince, while Zhu Zhuyun's influence significantly increased, earning her the elder's approval as the successor to the Zhu family head, poised to assume leadership once she reached Soul Saint status. However, this period proved to be both arduous and delightful for Zhu Zhuyun, overwhelmed by the multitude of responsibilities. "You've worked hard," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, as her interest in power was minimal. Aside from necessary public appearances, she devoted her time to cultivation and had reached level 42, while Zhu Zhuyun had yet to attain Soul Master rank. The sister who once easily bested her could now scarcely endure 3 of her moves. It's all good," Zhu Zhuyun said, springing from the bed and stretching, oblivious to her unconfined chest exposed to the air. Suddenly, the cat-shaped pendant at Zhu Zhuqing's chest began to quiver, drawing their attention. Taken by surprise, a smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's cool countenance as she removed the pendant. "Has the master sent word?" Zhu Zhuyun inquired, securing the doors and windows before leaning closer. Having experienced the previous incident, Zhu Zhuqing had grown accustomed to her sister referring to Chao Kun as master, having encountered far more extraordinary occurrences. She nodded and gently pressed the cat-shaped pendant, which summoned countless white light points that coalesced into the figure of Chao Kun. He sat with closed eyes on a stone chair. Yet the image allowed him to perceive Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing from a first-person perspective. This was the advanced communication method previously mentioned, requiring Chao Kun to create a receiver. It not only enabled him to receive messages, but also to send them, albeit with considerable complexity in its construction. Nevertheless, Chao Kun crafted one for both Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, though he typically communicated with Zhu Zhuqing due to her busier schedule. "Master A. Kun the Sweet." Melodious voices resonated in Chao Kun's mind, eliciting a wave of comfort. "Master, it's been several days since you reached out to us." Zhu Zhuyun took Chao Kun's hand, guiding him to sit on the bed beside her, while Zhu Zhuqing rose from her chair to occupy the opposite side. In the city of Tiando, with his eyes closed, a smirk played upon Chao Kun's lips as he softly replied, "Didn't I just do so? I spoke with you the day before yesterday." Due to the convenience of their communication, Chao Kun often reached out to them in this manner. "I was present the day before yesterday," Zhu Zhuyun said, intertwining her arm with Chao Kun's, seeking to shield her exposed chest from the cool air. Her tone somewhat theatrical, though Chao Kun found it endearing. Indeed, he was absent during that time, as Zhu Zhuyun had been occupied with various matters. Chao Kun teased her, wrapping his other arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, caressing the soft fabric of her black nightgown, reveling in this enviable situation. Though enticing, Chao Kun remained focused on the matter at hand. After sharing light-hearted banter for a while, he inquired, "Do you recall those teachers of Daimu Bai? What about them?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, "Those formidable soul masters? Did you encounter them? It seems their pursuit has slackened considerably since you captured a Dai family elder," Zhu Zhuyun added. Chao Kun nodded. "Indeed, I spotted them in Tiando City. Now that Zhu Qing has just become the crown prince, should we not apprehend them to achieve something significant?" Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, exchanging glances with Zhu Zhuyun. The latter, still holding Chao Kun's hand, smiled. "Zhu Qing does not need to establish any merits at present, but capturing those individuals would indeed pacify certain members of the Dai family." Chao Kun remarked, "Very well, they should all be in Tiando City for the time being. It is best to act swiftly." Zhu Zhuyun responded, "I can reveal this information to the Dai family and unite with the Tiando Empire and the Wuhun Temple to ensure they cannot escape." Gao Kun nodded, agreeing with her plan. Once the urgent matters were settled, Chao Kun began to play with his 2 cats, one large and one small. After a while, Zhu Zhuyun took her leave, as she had her own room and could not stay too long in Zhu Zhuqing's quarters. At that moment, only Chao Kun and Zhu Zhuqing remained in the room, holding the small cat in his lap. Chao Kun looked down at her and softly asked, "Have there been any incidents in the past few days?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and after some thought replied, "Since arriving at the Soul Sect, my cultivation speed has slowed considerably." Chao Kun explained, "This is quite normal. Without the divine herbs, the cultivation speed would indeed diminish greatly at the Soul Sovereign level." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in Chao Kun's embrace, remaining silent as she breathed softly, wishing to feel his presence. Unfortunately, This figure was merely a manifestation of energy, devoid of any tangible essence. After some light conversation, Chao Kun gently laid Zhu Zhuqing down on the bed and whispered close to her face, "Focus on your cultivation. I will return to the Xingluo Empire to find you in due time." Saying this, he kissed the small cat on the lips, subsequently dispelling his soul technique and vanishing into a flurry of light within the room. In Tiando City, Chao Kun rose from the stone chair, licked his lips, and strode towards his home. Although that figure was merely a conglomeration of energy, it still transmitted sensations to Chao Kun's mind. Not long after, he returned to the courtyard, where Lu Erlong was waiting at the door. He smiled faintly and appeared before her, lifting her into his arms. "Why'd you take so long? Qing'er has already fallen asleep." Lu Erlong chided him, slightly annoyed. "Asleep?" Chao Kun echoed, carrying Lu Erlong into the house, where he gazed at the sleeping Qing'er in her crib. Though Qing'er resembled a child of 2 or 3 years, when she slept, she occasionally emitted flames unconsciously, necessitating her remaining in the crib. "You didn't lull her to sleep, did you?" Chao Kun teased, his eyes glinting as he glanced back at Lu Erlong. Although the crib could muffle external sounds, Chao Kun instinctively lowered his voice to avoid waking Qing'er. Of course, the crib only obstructed outside noise. If Qing'er cried, it could still reach their ears. "What are you implying?" Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted him. "It's late. I played all day. Although I wanted to wait for you, I was too tired and dozed off in the chair." Chao Kun chuckled and gently brushed his fingers against Qing'er's cherubic face. "Some matters delayed me," he explained. "You could discuss it with our daughter tomorrow," Lu Erlong replied. "That is certainly the case. However, I must first clarify things with her mother," Chao Kun said, drawing closer to her. "Who wants to hear your explanation?" Lu Erlong averted her gaze, muttering, Yes. I shall refrain from explanations and simply offer my apologies to Longa," Chao Kun said, gazing at her before leaning in for a kiss. After a moment, Lu Erlong's cheeks blossomed even more vividly, and she clung to Chao Kun, her eyes dreamy as she gazed at him. "Let us go over there," Chao Kun suggested, supporting her as they moved to another room, kissing as they went. "I must sincerely apologize to you." As the night deepened, dawn would soon break from the east. Following Chao Kun's heartfelt apologies, Lu Erlong no longer held a grudge about his late return. Meanwhile, Chao Kun energetically carried her back to their original room for her to rest. After tidying up, he made his way to the living room, sitting down in a chair as his mind shifted into the small cave world. There was still someone there. Over the year, Chao Kun had occasionally brought items to decorate the space with Yin. At this moment, the room in the small cave was no longer just adorned with blue-silver grass. It resembled something out of a fairy tale. Outside, a garden had been cultivated, flourishing beautifully under a Yin's care in the environment of the small cave. Suddenly, a Pikachu appeared before Chao Kun, circling him. He smiled and reached out to embrace it. This was the first gift he had given to Yin, whom he affectionately named Pikachu due to its resemblance. Holding Pikachu, Chao Kun reflected on its recent antics, pondering whether his six-spirit ring might possess spatial attributes. If so, perhaps he could develop a portal, making travel to the Xingluo Empire even more convenient. With this thought, Chao Kun entered the room, which was warmly decorated by Yin. Initially, he had not intended to embellish the space, as he never envisioned Yin staying there permanently. However, when he had previously suggested they go out, Yin expressed her desire to remain, leading him to bring items in and decorate the room together. In the center of the room, Yin sat with her back to Chao Kun, busily weaving garments at the table. Approaching her, he tossed Pikachu aside and embraced Yin from behind, resting his head on her shoulder as he watched her craft the small clothing. "Yin, you're here," she exclaimed, perhaps too engrossed in her work, only realizing his presence when he held her. "I came to see you and the baby," Chao Kun replied, settling beside her, one arm around Yin while his other hand gently caressed her slightly rounded belly. Yin was now with child. The next morning, Chao Kun stood beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the small cave, sensing his soul power still at level 52. After taking a deep breath, he turned to Yin, who was weaving clothes nearby. "I'm heading out now. Your belly has grown for over 3 months. Do you want to come with me? Chao Kun gently inquired as he sat beside her. Ain paused her work, contemplating before responding, No, I believe it is better to stay here. Very well, but we should plan to go out soon. It will be beneficial to have someone care for you. Chao Kun nodded, wrapping his arms around her waist. Ain set aside her tools, leaning against Chao Kun as she nodded. In truth, she was somewhat reluctant to leave. Here, apart from Chao Kun, no one could intrude, granting her an inexplicable sense of security. Moreover, with her current strength and recovery capabilities, she felt she would not require assistance after giving birth. Yet, who wouldn't he appreciate the concern of another? After sharing a tender moment, Chao Kun placed a kiss on Yin's forehead before vanishing from the small cave. Observing this, Yin sighed, picking up Pikachu beside her to pet it. If only a Kun could always stay with me. Yin was aware of Chao Kun's other women. He had never attempted to conceal this from her. Though she felt a twinge of jealousy, she had braced herself for this since their first encounter. Amon has been quite considerate towards her, frequently accompanying her, especially after her pregnancy. Regardless of the circumstances, Amon dedicates time each day to alleviate her emotional fluctuations caused by her condition. After playing with the Pikachu for a while, Ain set it aside and resumed knitting. Although she had already made some progress, her desire to continue remained strong. Upon returning to the living room, Cao Kun dispersed the unique fragrance of Ain from himself and entered the room. At that moment, was still asleep due to the exhaustion from the previous night. Inchina was also deep in slumber, her cherubic face exuding cuteness. Cao Kun observed them for a moment before heading to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. He wondered where the group from Shudong was currently residing, hoping they would sense the danger and leave Dindicheng on their own. As he pondered, he poured some oil into the pan. Given the previous events, coupled with the existing discord he had with Falundua and his companions, Cao Kun contemplated that they either needed to be eliminated or removed from his sight, especially since they were characters from the original narrative. However, explaining this to Lung was complicated, as she shared a deep bond with Linda, who had not committed any egregious acts recently. Thus, he decided to seek assistance from Joju Qing and her companions. If they chose to leave Tevin during this time, he would not hinder them. If not, he would await Tivik's arrival to deal with them decisively. Once the oil was sufficiently heated, Cao Kun cracked a few eggs into the pan. As he fried the eggs, he mused about Tang San, thinking he would need to concoct a reason to visit the Landan Baolong Jiazhu to find Yer Xiaogong. It was imperative to resolve the issue of Kang San transforming into Rua San Pao. As he was a protagonist from the original storyline, Enna had mentioned that he still possessed some luck that could not be underestimated. However, he believed that if he could find Yer Xiaogong and have him summon Rua San Pao, the situation could be managed. Utilizing the mental attacks he learned from Girna should suffice. Although he remained cautious, lost in thought, a sudden, unexpected scent wafted into his nostrils, causing Tsukun some embarrassment. He discarded the contents of the pan and started anew. Where have you been? Why are you up so early? Lung inquired, tilting her head from the sofa as Tsukun entered. With a smile, Cao Kun raised the breakfast he had brought from Lamba Xian, saying, I went out to get food for you all. The previous attempt at frying eggs had been successful. Yet they remained undisturbed in their sleep, which was unusual. Indeed, should have been awake by that time. Clearly, she had overexerted herself the night before. With no other option, Cao Kun resolved to manage things himself, returning to Lamba Xian to awaken Xiao and Dun. They shared a meal at the cafeteria, only returning home as noon approached. I see you didn't tea, just go to get food for me, Le Warlong remarked, implying that Cao Kun had also sought out Xiao and the others. Of course, and what about Qing? Is she still asleep? Cao Kun asked, holding up another bag of food with a smile. Lung, with a hint of exasperation, responded, You know how it is, usually sleeps until the afternoon. Nodding, Cao Kun opened the food he had brought from the cafeteria. Here, eat up, it's still warm. Feeling somewhat hungry, Lung shot a glare at Cao Kun before accepting the chopsticks he offered and began to eat. Meanwhile, Cao Kun ventured into the room, gazing at Qing in her crib, a smile gracing his lips at the sight of her serene expression. After a while, Cao Kun emerged from the room and addressed her. I intend to visit the Landian Baolong Jiazhu shortly. Why are you going there? Do you really wish to be initiated? Le Warlong teased. Your 8th spirit ring requires the assistance of the Landan Bonlong family, so I plan to assess their capabilities. Cao Kun casually fabricated an excuse. Rest assured, once a family member reaches level 70, the clan leader typically accompanies them to obtain a spirit ring. With his strength, there should be no issues, and besides him, there are several elders at the soul Douluo level. As long as a spirit beast is found, the rest will be straightforward, Wuhun replied. However, you can go now. We can head there together. I should inform them that I have reached level 80 and am preparing to venture into the Xingdadasanlin for my 8th spirit ring. Luong added before Cao Kun could think of another excuse. All right. At that moment, within a modest dwelling of the Landan family, Vishung lay pale upon his bed, his eyes tightly shut, clearly still unconscious. Meanwhile, his martial soul, Luo's San Pao, which once radiated golden brilliance and an air of majesty, had transformed into a different visage. The realm of his consciousness was now shrouded in black mist, the sky a blood-red hue, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At the periphery of his consciousness, countless tendrils of black mist relentlessly surged forth, attempting to wash away the last remnants of the faint golden light. The golden glow, though increasingly dim, stubbornly held its ground, resisting the encroaching darkness. Alas, despite its tenacity, it was ultimately a source without sustenance, gradually being consumed by the black mist. With a thunderous sound, the final vestiges of golden light dissipated, causing the entire consciousness realm to tremble. The small black and purple dog, seated cross-legged in the center, opened its eyes. Sensing the information flooding into its mind, a smile reminiscent of human expression gracing its features. Evil God, S9 Trials. First trial complete. Trial 1. Create a cultivation method suitable for this form. Then invade the consciousness realm of the Holy Light Dragon. Reward: 10 affinity with the Evil God. The second trial can be viewed after completing the first. As the last glimmer of light faded, the consciousness realm quaked and split open, allowing an influx of black mist to pour through the fissures, transforming the very essence of the realm. Tang-san opened his eyes, positioning himself on all fours, surveying the scene before him, a wicked smile illuminating his countenance. Suddenly, he seated himself once more, channeling the modified Shitengong to absorb the black mist streaming in through the cracks. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. The prior efforts to cultivate took considerable time, and now that so much was available, he had to thoroughly absorb it. In the external world, a surge of black light erupted from Yu Xiaogong's body, with wisps of black mist entering his mind. Suddenly, Xiaogong, who had previously kept his eyes shut, opened them wide, the scare bloodshot and terrifying. He raised his hand, observing the swirling black mist coiling around his fingers, murmuring in confusion, "What is this?" Before he could ponder further, the remaining black mist surged into his mind, causing him to clutch his head, his mouth agape in silent screams. Moments later, he released his grip and sat up from the bed, his once bloodshot eyes now entirely black, resembling those of a blind man. Ha 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 ha! He leaped from the bed, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through him, laughing uproariously. Who would have thought that Yu Xiaogong, would encounter such fortune? Just moments ago, a message had echoed in his mind, revealing that the black mist was the power of the evil god, capable of granting him extraordinary abilities. Just wait, those who have looked down upon me, who have insulted me. Yet, despite acquiring this power, it seemed he had lost something in the process, such as his intellect. After laughing for a while, Yu Xiaogong glanced around, suddenly struck by a thought, and promptly covered his mouth. How could he have returned? This is not the right time. He should leave. After a moment, Yu Xiaojiang lowered his hand and murmured softly. The Lan Dianba Wang Long family, he would undoubtedly return, but not now. He would only reclaim what belonged to him when he became renowned across the continent. The time is not yet ripe. With this thought, he enveloped himself in the absorbed black mist and swiftly departed from the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. Although the clan's territory was vast, he had grown up there, and aided by the power of the evil god, he did not disturb anyone. Yet, how could he acquire this evil god's power? Feeling the diminishing power within him, Yu Xiaojiang murmured again, "Forget it. I shall seek out Flanders and the others. At that moment, within Luo Sanpao's consciousness, black mist gradually enveloped the entire realm, and the fissures began to close. In the center of this realm, Tang San sat cross-legged, his eyes closed as he absorbed the black mist. A bead, adorned with mysterious patterns, flickered at his forehead. However, when Tang San opened his eyes, the bead vanished, leaving only a trace upon his brow. Excellent. I must have reached level 40 now, Tang San exclaimed excitedly, adding, the first trial of the evil god should be complete. Gaokun, Ohat, Gaokun. You never expected I would still be alive and have obtained the inheritance of the evil god. I must thank you. Who would have thought that the stone contained the power of the evil god, allowing it to perceive me? Just wait, Chao Kun. When I manifest the power of the evil god before you, what expression will grace your face? His tone was somewhat frenzied, his expression wild and deranged. It seems he and Luo Sanpao had become one. When he tainted Luo Sanpao as consciousness, he was also tainting his own. After a bout of madness, Tang San finally paused, for the realm had returned to silence, signifying the completion of his first trial. Evil God, S9 trials. First trial complete. A surge of immense, malevolent power erupted from the mark on his forehead, transforming his body. Crackle. As the power of the evil god altered him, his bones emitted sharp cracks, causing him to furrow his brow and grit his teeth tightly. Woof, woof, woof. Alas, he could not contain himself and barked. I will kill you, woof. I will kill you, woof. Ah, Chao Kun woof. With each bark, Tang San's hatred for Chao Kun deepened. Crackle. Alongside Tang San's curses, the transformation swiftly concluded. Now, the once adorable Luo Sanpao had become exceedingly ferocious, his size comparable to an ordinary wolf, filled with sharp fangs and claws that appeared alarmingly lethal. Particularly, grotesque flesh wings sprouted from his back. He could no longer be referred to as a mere dog. Woof. Yet, his instincts remained unchanged. The Master's martial soul is indeed problematic, Tang San mused, not dwelling on his earlier barks, perhaps subconsciously choosing to forget them. He surveyed his current form, murmuring, first trial complete. Second trial. Uncover the true potential of the dark, evil dragon within. Reward. Evil God Affinity 15. Third trial. Available for viewing after completing the second trial. Evil God Affinity 10. Dark Evil Dragon. Tang San pondered, whispering to himself, this must be the body I possess now. Quite impressive. But how do I truly unlock its potential? Clan leader, something is amiss. Yu Xiaojiang is missing. In the afternoon, Chao Kun arrived at the Lan Dianba Wang Long family with Lu Erlong and Qing Er. The arrival of the trio brought great joy to Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luo Mian, especially upon seeing Qing Er, which thrilled them immensely. Had it not been for Chao Kun's immediate declaration that he would not consider any matters of marrying into the family, they would have likely troubled him for quite some time. Later, upon hearing Lu Erlong and the others mention reaching level 80 to obtain the 8th spirit ring, Chao Kun casually sought an excuse to find Yu Xiaojiang and eliminate Tang San. Of course, this was communicated discreetly to Yu Yuanzhen, as he feared Lu Erlong might misunderstand and become upset. Yu Yuanzhen also misinterpreted the situation, thinking that Chao Kun was concerned about the previous matters between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, prompting him to clap his hands and summon Yu Xiaojiang. This was done only after Lu Erlong had been discreetly led away. Now, news arrived that Yu Xiaojiang was missing. This ungrateful child, where has he gone? Yu Yuanzhen frowned upon hearing the news. Perhaps he's gone to seek out his friends, Chao Kun suggested. Beyond that, he could not fathom where Yu Xiaojiang might have returned. That makes sense. I will send someone to search for the group that went out yesterday. Yu Yuanzhen nodded. Chao Kun, you are now with Erlong and should understand her well. If she had not let go of Xiaojiang, she would not be with you. And besides, she and Xiaojiang are cousins. There is nothing to it, Yu Yuanzhen explained. I truly do not harbor any doubts. Chao Kun replied with a wry smile. You doubt what? Lu Erlong entered from outside. Qing Er was playing with Yu Luo Mian outside, and they had returned. Chao Kun turned to see her eyes glistening. Tears. Chapter 188. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao's skin version. So you came to see Yu Xiaojiang because of his disciple? Lu Erlong's eyes were still slightly moist. Yet her tone had returned to normal, laced with a hint of confusion. Upon witnessing Lu Erlong's tears and her sorrowful expression, Chao Kuan was at a loss. To avoid escalating the conflict, he briefly explained to Lu Erlong after discreetly sending Yu Yuanjin away. Indeed, how could I ever doubt you? Do you not remember that day when I held you for an entire afternoon? Chao Kuan stepped forward, reaching out to embrace Lu Erlong. This time, Lu Erlong did not shy away as she had before, allowing him to wrap his arms around her waist. Who knows what you were thinking? Liu Duelwith mumbled softly. Chao Kuan planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, chuckling softly. What other thoughts could I have? I hold not only faith in you, but also great confidence in myself. Oomph. Lu Erlong shot him a glare, remaining silent. Yet Chao Kuan could sense her mood had improved. After a moment, Lu Erlong wriggled free from Chao Kuan's embrace. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she likely recalled the earlier incident of shedding tears in front of Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luo Mian. It's all your fault. She playfully smacked Chao Kuan, feigning annoyance. Chao Kuan licked his lips and smiled. Still smiling, you didn't even give me a heads up, making me embarrass myself in front of those two old fogies. Never mind you. I'm taking Qing Er home. Lu Erlong nudged Chao Kuan aside and swiftly left, lowering her head as she approached Qing Er and scooped her up. Are we going home, Mommy? Qing Er asked, bewildered, as she nestled in Lu Erlong's embrace. Yes. It's getting late. We'll come again next time, Lu Erlong replied. It seemed that Yu Luo Mian and Qing Er enjoyed each other's company quite well. Such is the bond of generations. Oh, goodbye, Grandpa. Although reluctant, Qing Er obediently waved goodbye to Yu Luo Mian while nestled in Lu Erlong's arms. Ha! Your grandpa will come to see you again in a few days, Yu Luo Mian laughed. Chao Kuan stood by the window, watching her retreating figure, silent. Upon realizing his intentions, Lu Erlong felt it was time to leave. At present, Yu Xiaojiang is most likely seeking out Flander and his companions. Consequently, due to Tang San's involvement, Chao Kuan will undoubtedly pursue them as well. Should Lu Erlong decide to accompany him, it may lead to a conflict between the two groups, in which she would find herself unable to intervene. In truth, opting to depart now aligns her with Chao Kuan, given Lu Erlong's understanding of both party strengths. It is evident that Chao Kuan should be capable of handling Flander and his group, especially with the assistance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, which would allow him to easily manage the situation. By refraining from joining them, Lu Erlong not only wishes to avoid facing Flander, her lifelong friend, but also aims to spare Chao Kuan any unnecessary difficulty, allowing him to act as he sees fit. They located them at a hotel in the western district of Tiando City, where they had registered the previous afternoon. Shortly after Lu Erlong departed, Yu Yuanjin emerged from an unknown location, addressing Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan responded, "Very well. Shall we go take a look? I happen to have some unresolved issues with that group." He had not divulged any information regarding Tang San to Yu Yuanjin. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuanjin nodded, saying, "All right, I shall accompany you. That ungrateful child is likely there. He needs to be brought back." Although unaware that Chao Kuan's true target was Yu Xiaojiang, Yu Yuanjin resolved to retrieve him for the sake of reassuring Chao Kuan, as Yu Xiaojiang had been estranged from home for many years. "Let us depart," Chao Kuan declared, leaping into the air, his wings unfurling to suspend him mid-flight. Yu Yuanjin had only mentioned the general location, not the precise details. "Huh, keep up." With those words, lightning flickered behind Yu Yuanjin, forming a pair of immense, thunderous wings. With a gentle flap, he transformed into a flowing blue-violet light, racing past Chao Kuan. Observing this, Chao Kuan promptly flapped his wings to follow, matching his speed. "Wait, I shall join as well." Nearby, Yu Luomian, crackling with electric energy, came along. It was imperative to clarify matters with Xiaojiang. After all, he and Erlong were cousins, and such a connection was inconceivable. In a modest double room, Flander exchanged glances with the pale Zhao Wujia. "Cough, Dean, I'm still injured," Zhao Wujia protested, clutching his chest. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for your sudden intervention last night, we wouldn't have been in such a precarious position." Flander shot him a glare while heading toward the door. "Who is it? We should not have any visitors at this hour." "It is I, Xiaojiang," came a deep voice from outside, halting the knocking. Upon hearing this, Flander quickened his pace and swung the door open. "Xiaojiang, what brings you here?" Suddenly, Flander's previously cheerful tone faltered as he beheld Yu Xiaojiang, cloaked in a black robe. His unkempt face shadowed by stubble, surrounded by a faint aura of darkness that instilled a sense of dread in him. "Xiaojiang, what on earth are you wearing?" After scrutinizing him closely, Flander was astonished to confirm it was indeed Yu Xiaojiang. Without responding, Yu Xiaojiang approached Zhao Wujie, fixing his gaze upon the bandaged wound on his chest. It had been hastily treated by Xiao Xin after Flander and the others had brought him back the previous day, significantly improving his condition, at least to the point where he was no longer vomiting blood. Unfortunately, Xiao Xin, being a food-type soul master, was unable to fully heal Zhao Wujie. "And master, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujie recoiled slightly. Throughout the past year, they had spent most of their time hiding in the Stardow forest, frequently encountering venomous creatures and occasionally losing their way, during which Yu Xiaojiang had been invaluable. Despite some of his theories being questionable, his knowledge was well regarded among Zhao Wujie and the others. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, raising his hand to conjure a sphere of dark mist, causing Flander and Zhao Wujie to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Xiaojiang," before Flander could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojiang pressed the dark mist against Zhao Wujie's chest. Instantly, Zhao Wujie's eyes bulged as he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. "What is wrong with you today? Are you trying to kill old Zhao?" Flander exclaimed in shock, pulling Yu Xiaojiang away to examine Zhao Wujie's condition. Yu Xiaojiang, pushed aside by Flander, remained silent, instead smiling faintly. "Cough, cough, Flander, I'm fine." Zhao Wujie managed through his coughing fit, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, though his complexion improved considerably. Unbeknownst to anyone, a wisp of black mist had quietly entered Zhao Wujie's forehead, unnoticed even by him, though he realized his injuries had completely healed. "Are you truly all right?" Flander, possessing a discerning eye, was surprised yet puzzled by the black blood Zhao Wujie had expelled. "Yes, I feel much better now," Zhao Wujie declared, springing from the bed and thumping his chest. "No, I am completely healed." Flander widened his eyes, reaching out to touch Zhao Wujie's chest. "You're truly healed." He turned to Yu Xiaojiang, who appeared cryptic in his black robe, hands clasped behind his back, and inquired, "Xiaojiang, what is the meaning of this? What treasure did your father bestow upon you?" This question nearly caused Yu Xiaojiang, who had been maintaining his facade, to falter. He coughed lightly, lowering his voice. "It is merely a few tricks, nothing more." Suddenly, Flander grasped Yu Xiaojiang's shoulders, astonished. "Is it truly you, Xiaojiang? Why do you speak in such a manner?" "You would not understand," Yu Xiaojiang replied, slightly raising his head, his eyes narrowing. After obtaining the power of the evil god, he felt significantly transformed. Yet he did not resist this change. Rather, he felt it was the essence of his true self, previously suppressed. Now armed with newfound strength, he resolved to embrace his authentic identity. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yu Xiaojiang concocted a convenient excuse to explain to Flander, claiming that his martial soul had evolved recently, granting him these abilities, and he had no intention of summoning Luo's Sanpao again. He used several technical terms that Flander did not comprehend, thus allowing the matter to pass without further inquiry. After a brief conversation, Yu Xiaojiang's expression suddenly tightened. "This is not good. There is danger. We must leave immediately." Meanwhile, in a blood-colored sea of consciousness, Tang sat cross-legged, contemplating how to tap into the potential of his dark, evil dragon. At that moment, a black orb's ethereal form flickered upon his forehead, transmitting a message to the outside world, reaching Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 189. They have escaped, they have all departed, and they did so stealthily, without the front desk noticing. In the hotel room, Chao Kuan and Yu Yuanjin stood by the bed and window, respectively, one scrutinizing the surroundings while the other furrowed his brow in thought. Just as Chao Kuan reached out to touch the bed, Yu Luomian pushed open the door and entered. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan paused for a moment before continuing to feel the bed, noting it still retained a slight warmth. He pondered briefly before moving toward the window. "Elder brother, What occupies your thoughts? On the other side, Yulomian inquired, observing Yu Yuanjin's furrowed brow in silence. Yu Yuanjin replied, I am considering whether our information might be erroneous. Among that group, there are 2 soul saints and 3 soul emperors. How could they possibly be staying in a place like this? Look, apart from these few teachers and those 2 students, there are only 7 people in total, yet they have rented only 3 rooms? Chao Kuan remarked as he pushed open the window, channeling his soul power while chuckling. It seems they are indeed quite miserly. Their dean is just that kind of person. The dean is stingy, but why would those teachers deprive themselves? Who knows? Perhaps they truly lack funds. Chao Kuan casually replied, and he was right. The funding for Shirlai Ku Academy relied on Flanders selling goods, and on the teachers and the academy fighting in the Great Soul Arena for prize money. After over a year of being hunted, they had remained in the wilderness, unable to earn money, and with various expenses, their finances had dwindled. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to share rooms. As he spoke, Chao Kuan's eyes suddenly widened, a golden light flickering within. Psychic detection. A powerful mental wave radiated outward from Chao Kuan, while a silver light shot forth and then dispersed, seemingly assisting in concealing this psychic wave. This kid, Yu Yuanjin paused, looking at Chao Kuan with some confusion. Upon seeing him with his eyes half closed, as if observing something, he realized he had not misperceived earlier. What happened? Yu Luomian asked, bewildered. Yu Yuanjin admired Chao Kuan for a moment, murmuring in astonishment, such a formidable mental wave, rivaling that of a titled Duelwith well-versed in this domain. However, what is even more impressive is the method used to mask the mental wave. Had I not been right beside him at the moment it was emitted, even I, a level 96 titled Douluo, would not have detected it. Yu Luomian nodded thoughtfully, seemingly impressed. Quite perceptive. In Chao Kuan's sea of consciousness, Guyana spoke softly, but those who had spent time with her could clearly sense a hint of excitement in her tone. After acquiring the 5th spirit ring, instead of forming a mark around his martial soul as before, it seemed he had completely absorbed it, significantly enhancing his mental strength. Although his mental force had previously been considerably stronger than that of other soul masters of his rank, it had now increased even further. Moreover, after obtaining the 5th spirit ring, his mind felt much clearer, allowing him to control mental power as effortlessly as soul power, which enabled him to easily learn various applications of mental energy. This included mental attacks, psychic detection, mental connections, and even intimidating others with combinations like the water and fire dragon pearl, as he had done with Yulomian. I owe it all to Senior Guyana. Gao Kun Diaklit. Indeed, Guyana nodded. With Guyana's assistance, Chao Kuan's psychic detection quietly spread outward, soon enveloping the entirety of Tiando City. I found them. Huh. Suddenly, Chao Kuan's expression sharpened as he leaped out the window, azure wings unfurling as he swiftly flew toward the location he had sensed. He had indeed located Flander and the others. They had not been gone long and had yet to leave Tiando City. However, an unsettling black mist surrounded them, with a figure enveloped in a mist beside them. It was Yu Xiaojiang. He could not possibly have undergone such a transformation on his own in the original story. He had only managed to break through the 30th level with the help of Tang San's 9-grade purple ginseng, and there had been no such transformation afterward. This implied that his current state was likely due to Tang San. Moreover, Tang San's transformation into a dog must have been influenced by the god Guyuna had previously mentioned. Why the rush, you brat? Yu Yuanjin, still lingering in thought, immediately followed, but he soon discovered he could not keep up. Old man, Chao Kuan disregarded him, hastening onward while asking in his sea of consciousness. Senior Guyuna, what kind of divine power is that? I feel a bit horrified. For some reason, Guyana fell silent for a moment before responding. Evil God. As Chao Kuan used his psychic detection to sense Yu Xiaojiang and the others, a black orb re-emerged on Tang San's forehead, emitting a beam of black light. Strangely, Tang San appeared oblivious, continuing to keep his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the external world, Yu Xiaojiang, who was carrying Flander and the others, suddenly halted. Xiaojiang, what's wrong? Are they chasing us? Flander asked as he descended from the air, patting Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Yu Xiaojiang's face twisted in agony. His teeth clenched tightly, revealing his intense pain. Xiao Oheng, Xiao Bom. Suddenly, black light erupted, enveloping those around them, while a wisp of black mist, much like before with Zhao Wuji, penetrated their foreheads. The black light shrouded the area, as if consuming everything around it. In the blink of an eye, the group that had been standing there vanished. About 10 seconds later, a strong wind swept through the area, and Chao Kun landed where Yu Xiaojiang had just stood. He furrowed his brow and used his psychic detection again, but this time he found nothing. What happened? Did they escape again? At that moment, Yu Yuanjin landed nearby with a thunderous voice that shattered the bricks beneath him. It seems that way, Chao Kun sighed, nodding reluctantly after several attempts. Don't worry, they won't get far. I'll have the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family assist in searching for them. Given the circumstances, Chao Kun could only agree. By the way, what conflict do you have with them? Yu Yuanjin inquired, somewhat puzzled. Judging by this kid's demeanor, it seemed to be quite significant. A minor disagreement, Chao Kun replied. Seeing Chao Kun's response, Yu Yuanjin assumed there was something he preferred not to divulge, so he did not press further. Let's leave it at that. It's getting late. We should head back. Chao Kun sighed, glancing at the sky. He was still unable to resolve the matter, feeling somewhat vexed. Senior Guyuna, what kind of god is that evil god? Chao Kun asked on the way back. The evil god, one might say. Meanwhile, as the darkness lifted, the Shirlai Ku group hurriedly surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? This doesn't seem like Tiando City, Zhao Wuji remarked with a grimace. Holy Spirit Village. Holy Spirit Village. How do you know? Zhao Wuji asked, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Lu Qibin pointed to a nearby wooden sign. It's written right here. Zhao Wuji looked over to see a wooden signpost with an arrow pointing towards the words Holy Spirit Village. While the two conversed, Flander, still shaken, approached Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression remained contorted in pain. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Flander anxiously called. Xiao Exin, quickly make a healing jelly bean. And Oscar, you make a recovery sausage too. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Exin handed over a green jelly bean, which Flander quickly took and administered to the pained Yu Xiaojiang. How about a sausage? Simultaneously, Oscar swiftly prepared several recovery sausages, handing 2 to Flander and tossing the rest to the others. Yu Xiaojiang appeared anguished, yet still retained some consciousness. With the assistance of Flaund, he managed to consume the healing jelly beans and the restorative sausage. Feeling better? After distributing the restorative sausages among several teachers, Usika divided 2 for himself, 1 for his own consumption and the other tossed to Ma Hongjuan. I recall when I first had this, I would feel a bit nauseous. Ma Hongjuan remarked, taking a substantial bite and chewing vigorously. Hee, Usika chuckled, opting for silence. Their year of evasion had subtly altered their personalities. By the way, why did you shudder earlier? Afraid of the dark? Ma Hongjuan casually inquired while munching on the sausage, when the ominous black light emanated from Yu Xiaojiang enveloped them. He had noticed Usika tremble, startling him. You are the one afraid of the dark. Usika laughed, evading the question about his earlier tremor. Ma Hongjuan merely asked out of curiosity and did not press further. Cough, much better now, after consuming the healing jelly beans and the restorative sausage. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion improved slightly. He took a moment to regulate his breathing, leaning on Flaund as he rose. Observing this, Flaund exhaled in relief, supporting Yu Xiaojiang as they made their way to sit beneath a large tree. What on earth happened? How do we suddenly arrive here? After a brief pause, Flaund directed his question toward Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of confusion on his face, yet soon, that perplexity vanished as if he had suddenly recalled something. Gasping for breath, he spoke to Flaund. Just now I sensed someone was pursuing us, so I utilized the newly acquired ability after the San Pao's evolution. This technique demands tremendous energy and is difficult to control, hence we ended up here. The evolution of San Pao was a term Yu Xiaojiang and Flaund had previously used to explain their powers. Once he finished speaking, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted the wooden signpost mentioned earlier by Lu Qibin. Xinghuan Suan. They had inexplicably transported from Tiando City directly to the border of Tiando Empire. Such a vast distance. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils constricted in astonishment. Earlier, Tang San had invited him to return home, mentioning that he resided in San'sHidden. Thus Yu Xiaojiang had some familiarity with the quaint village. He raised his hand, enveloped in dark energy, a disquieting force that thrilled him immensely. This was the power of Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, his eyes brimmed with madness. Xiaojiang, Xiaojiang, is there something else? Falande's call roused Yu Xiaojiang from his reverie, lifting his gaze. A flush still lingered on his face, momentarily bewildering Faland. Cough, what's the matter? Yu Xiaojiang, now aware of his transformation, adjusted himself to regain his usual demeanor. Faland glanced at him, confirming it was indeed Yu Xiaojiang, and then relaxed. Plopping down beside him, Xiaojiang, who is it that seeks to kill us? Faland inquired. After a moment, Yu Xiaojiang responded as if just realizing. It must be that man who was with her alone. He was still unaware of TheSelf-Wuhun's name, and with his heavily altered appearance, he barely resembled the same individual, thus failing to recognize him. That man, indeed, Faland appeared unfazed by Yu Xiaojiang's reaction. Yu Xiaojiang, puzzled, inquired, by the way, for what I saw of teacher Zhao last time, did you have a conflict with that man? Faland nodded. There were some disagreements. Do you remember when we mentioned the person who killed Daimú Bai? That was him. Moreover, considering the situation in Xingluo Empire, he must have made some arrangement with the current prince, having also murdered Dai Weizi and framed us for it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang pondered. It seems he intends to eliminate witnesses to solidify the narrative that you were responsible for the deaths of those two imperial heirs from Xingluo Empire. Perhaps, Faland replied despondently. Yu Xiaojiang reassured him. No worries. We have now reached the borders of Tiando Empire, far from Tiando City. He won't locate us anytime soon. Furthermore, I will familiarize myself with my powers and assist you in turning the tide. Faland chuckled faintly. I am not afraid of him. A year ago, he was merely at level 30, and now, even if he has improved, I, along with Lao Zhao and the others, could still contend with him. What concerns me is that he has two titled Duelwith assisting him, one of whom is your father, while the other remains unknown, likely affiliated with Hao Tianzong. Last time, when he killed Daimú Bai, he engaged Lao Zhao in combat, presumably using Hao Tianzong's Ling Tianji. As Yu Xiaojiang listened, he sensed something amiss. Are you suggesting that he could potentially be associated with Hao Tianzong? My father even assisted him last time? Faland regarded him with curiosity and nodded. Impossible. If he were truly of Hao Tianzong, my father would never have aided him. Yu Xiaojiang countered. As two of the three supreme sects, one wielded the mightiest weapon spirit in the continent, while the other possessed the strongest beast spirit. Both sought to eliminate the other's prominence, leading to frequent rivalries. However, previously, Hao Tianzong had Tang and the Hao Tian twins, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan lacked any significant power, always remaining at a disadvantage. Furthermore, before Hao Tianzong sealed their sect, they had aggressively expanded, resulting in numerous conflicts with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which they could not overcome, inciting considerable ire in Yu Yuanjin at the time, who consistently bore a grudge against Hao Tianzong. He would never assist someone from Hao Tianzong. Faland hesitated. Then what about his Ling Tianji? Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened as he raised his head, exclaiming, is it possible that he is not from Hao Tianzong at all and merely learned the Ling Tianji through theft? He continued, Hao Tianzong has currently closed its gates, making it impossible for direct disciples to descend the mountain. Moreover, Tang Hao was killed by Wu Wending a year ago. If he were of Hao Tianzong, he would never have made such a grand affair for the 100-day banquet. He is not from Hao Tianzong. Chapter 191. The evil god, if he is not from Hao Tianzong, then what about his Hao Tianjiu? Faland attempted to argue, asserting that he could not have been mistaken, but as he spoke, his tone diminished. He opened his mouth, falling silent as he recalled the first encounter with Cao. As he reminisced, he recalled Cao transforming the fiery red hammer in his hand into a long spear, instantly slaying Daimú Bai. So that is how it is. Faland finally grasped the situation. Have you come to a realization? Yu Xiaojiang smiled. Faland nodded. It appears that lad is indeed not from Hao Tianzong. He likely acquired the Hao Tianjiu from some source. He then sighed. However, even if that is the case, we cannot contend with him now. He has a titled Dalu by his side, and your father will assist him. Xiaojing chuckled, propping himself on his knees to rise from the ground. While he may be unable to confront him, there are certainly others who can. Falan stood up alongside him. Are you suggesting? Before he could finish, Xiaojing emphatically nodded. Indeed, we can enlist Hao Tianzong to deal with him. Land, do you recall how Hao Tianzong ascended to the three sects? What enabled them to become the foremost sect in the land? It is through the Hao Tianjiujue. Without the Hao Tianjiuju, how could they possibly contend with my Lan Dianba, Wang Long family? If they were to discover that something they hold dear has been surreptitiously learned by outsiders and is at risk of being disseminated, how do you think they would react? Before Tang Chun, although the Hao Tian sect enjoyed a certain reputation and possessed considerable strength, it was still somewhat challenging for them to ascend to the ranks of the top three sections. At that time, the Hao Tian hammer was not yet a premier martial spirit. It is widely acknowledged that with each soul ring acquired, a martial spirit grows stronger. Most soul masters experience a significant evolution of their martial spirit upon reaching the rank of titled Dalu based on the soul rings they had previously absorbed, thereby achieving the status of a top-tier martial spirit. Therefore, it is not solely top-tier martial spirits that can become titled Dalu, but rather that the martial spirits of titled Dalu must invariably be of the highest caliber. Even if they were not so before, they will be afterward. The current Hao Tian hammer has become the world's foremost offensive martial spirit through generations of enhancement. During Tang Chen's era, the Hao Tian sect lagged behind other advanced martial spirits. Yet through extraordinary talent and relentless honing of his hammer techniques, he created the Hao Tian Jiuju, elevating the Hao Tian sect to the pinnacle of all sects. Had it not been for the interference of the Rakshasa god, he might have even become the Shura god, decisively overshadowing the angel guardian Qian Dalu. Flander observed Yu Xiaojing's expression, opened his mouth as if to speak, then thought better of it and remained silent. Previously, he had been addressed as Flada, yet now he was referred to as Londa. Londa, let us set forth to the Hao Tian sect at once and report that rascal. Yu Xiaojing declared. Very well. Flander nodded, turning his attention to Zhao Wujia and the others. Lao Zhao, come here, we're back. Chao Kuan pushed open the door, his face devoid of expression as he made his way to the sofa. At this moment, Lu Erlong emerged from the room, inquiring about the noise. Where's Qing? Chao Kuan asked. In there, Lu Erlong replied, turning to glance at the room behind her, just as a small figure darted out. Daddy, I'm here. Qing exclaimed, her hair disheveled, suggesting she had just bathed, and she leapt into Chao Kuan's arms, smelling delightful. Upon seeing this, Chao Kuan stood up from the sofa, caught his daughter, and lifted her onto his head. Ha ha ha, why are you still awake? Chao Kuan teased, smiling at his daughter. I wanted to wait for Daddy. You haven't told me a story in days. Qing complained, sitting atop Chao Kuan's head and tugging at his hair. All right, it's Daddy's fault. I will continue the story for you today. Chao Kuan gently lifted his daughter from his head to his chest. By the way, where did we leave off last time? We were at... Qing poked her cheek, seemingly at a loss. Daddy, I think I forgot. Her little mouth pouted, as if on the verge of tears. Noticing this, Chao Kuan quickly reassured her. It's all right. We can tell another story today. And whenever you remember the previous one, we can pick it up then, okay? All right, but Daddy has to remember quickly. Yes, Daddy will think of it next time. Chao Kuan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong watched their interaction, her previously distracted expression easing considerably. Mommy, come over. Daddy is going to tell a new story. Qing called from Chao Kuan's arms, waving at her. After playing with Qing for a while and telling her the tale of the ugly duckling, she finally fell asleep in her crib. Observing his adorable daughter nestled in the crib, Chao Kuan smiled tenderly and exited the room, taking a seat on the sofa in the living room beside Lu Erlong. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. They have left, and we did not encounter any conflict. Lu Erlong looked up. Did that Tang San also escape? Indeed, his fortune has yet to wane, and he has gained a significant opportunity. Gao Kun please. Recalling the conversation he had with Guyu Na about the evil god, he turned to Lu Erlong and cautioned, by the way, if you see Flander and his group or Yu Xiaojing again, do not engage with them. They may have been corrupted. Chao Kuan's demeanor was serious, devoid of any trace of jest, leaving Lu Erlong perplexed as she murmured, "Corrupted? Yes. They have been tainted by a malevolent deity." "A malevolent god?" Lu Erlong exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment as she sat up from Chao Kuan's embrace. Although this was somewhat exaggerated, being merely the remnant of a shattered soul, Chao Kuan refrained from clarifying further to ensure Lu Erlong would take it to heart. The vivid description by Gu Yuna had even astonished Chao Kuan. The evil god, a deity closest to the dragon god, had taken a divergent path. While the dragon god absorbed all aspects of cultivation, elements, spirit, strength, and more, the evil god primarily cultivated sinister abilities and some wickedness, albeit limited, as most of the power of malevolence was under the dominion of the evil god king. At his peak, aside from the evil god king, he was the sole figure in the divine realm cultivating evil attributes. Their duo had exhausted the principles of malevolence, rendering it impossible for other gods to compete. Unfortunately, when they attempted to devour the evil god king, they were discovered and summarily obliterated by a coalition of good and evil. That individual was none other than the current Shura god king, who subsequently inherited the majority of the evil god's powers. However, back then, the power exhibited by the evil god was astounding. Even the dragon god was taken aback, questioning whether he had strayed from his path, believing he should have focused solely on one. At that time, he was still youthful. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojing led Flander and others to the Haotian sect, exaggerating the matters concerning Chao Kuan. Naturally, the Haotian sect preferred to believe in the possibility of their secrets being stolen, dispatching individuals to investigate. They discovered that Chao Kuan indeed possessed the Haotian Jiuju and had been recognized by Tang Yuehua as the one who had ordered the assassination of Tang Hao. Upon receiving this information, the Haotian sect promptly dispatched 5 titled Dalu, including Tang Xiao, to attack Chao Kuan with the intent to eliminate him. As they initiated their assault, Chao Kuan happened to be with Qian Rinxue, and thus, Chao Kuan and Qian Rinxue engaged in battle with the 5 titled Dalu of the Haotian sect. During the fray, Chao Kuan faced 3 opponents simultaneously and, with Gu Yuna's assistance, swiftly dispatched one while grievously wounding 2 others. However, Qian Rinxue, the weakest among them, found herself overwhelmed by one adversary, prompting Chao Kuan to intervene just in time to rescue her. Subsequently, they collaborated to capture Tang Xiao alive and eliminate the remaining 2 titled Dalu. Having undergone such an ordeal, the rift between Qian Rinxue and Chao Kuan diminished somewhat. Later, Gu Yuna accessed memories and discerned that this was all the machinations of Yu Xiaojing and his cohorts. To prevent further complications, Chao Kuan seized Tang Xiao and headed directly to the Haotian sect, accompanied by Qian Dalu, who had sought to ensure Chao Kuan's safety. The two created quite a stir at the Haotian sect, successfully apprehending Yu Xiaojing and the others who attempted to flee. Regrettably, the evil god, sensing the precarious situation, fled with Tang San. Although Chao Kuan initially contemplated annihilating Yu Xiaojing and his companions, he ultimately restrained himself. Considering the implications for the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family and Lu Erlong, choosing instead to cripple them in Douluo continent, rendering them incapable was often more torturous than death. Following this, learning that his granddaughter held feelings for Chao Kuan, Qian Dalu attempted to exert pressure to compel Chao Kuan to depart for the Spirit Hall. Naturally, Chao Kuan was displeased, and at a critical moment, Qian Rinxue intervened to defuse the situation, feigning indifference and driving Qian Dalu away. Chao Kuan felt overwhelming shame, yet the two reconciled. Following this, Chao Kuan gained notoriety for slaying 3 titled Duelwos and causing chaos at Haotian sect, and his power continued to amplify, earning him fame across the continent. After this, reflecting on his previous defeat at the hands of Qian Dalu, despite his already formidable strength, Chao Kuan resolved to hasten his training. 3 months after Ayin gave birth to their child, he prepared to journey to Sea God Island. During the journey, with only Chao Kuan and Gu Yuna present, their relationship improved significantly. Upon arriving at Sea God Island, although the sea god sensed Gu Yuna in Chao Kuan's sea of consciousness, he harbored a fondness for soul beasts and, Having ascended due to the faith of sea soul beasts, he proceeded to administer the sea god 9 trials, despite not having experienced the era of the dragon god. Thus, under the guidance of the grand priest Poseidon, Chao Kun successfully completed the sea god 9 trials, quickly reaching level 60 and receiving a divine soul ring. Upon its use, he acquired spatial attributes, enabling him to appear at will in places he had previously visited. In time, Chao Kun swiftly completed the earlier trials and returned to the continent, where his strength had significantly surged after resolving matters with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Now, possessing considerable power, he entered the Spirit Hall to commence his plans. He first befriended Lu Gao of Gongxin City through the Li family and, utilizing memories from his past life, crafted several firearms with him. Subsequently, Chao Kun returned to the Spirit Hall and showcased these firearms during a meeting, greatly enhancing his reputation within the hall. With the assistance of Qian Rinxue and Qian Dalu, Chao Kun's status in the Spirit Hall rapidly ascended. At this juncture, Bibi Dong, having inherited the position of the Rakshasa god and displaying signs of madness, caused disturbances. Chao Kun purified her with a ray of sea god light, and, using his 5th soul skill, delved into her inner being, aiding her through a harrowing nightmare. Following this, Bibi Dong regained her composure, and Qian Rinxue learned of past events. After an emotional exchange, they reconciled. With Bibi Dong's support, Chao Kun gained greater influence within the Spirit Hall, just as he intended to further his plans. Hulina expressed a desire to venture into the City of Slaughter for training, prompting Bibi Dong to request Chao Kun's assistance. After some consideration, Chao Kun agreed. Upon arriving in the City of Slaughter, after a period of time in that atmosphere, Chao Kun and Hulina faced the hellish trials together. With Chao Kun's overwhelming strength, they navigated through with ease. However, during this time, he caught the attention of the Shura god, who sensed the aura of the sea god emanating from him, yet failed to detect Guyuna. Prior to their arrival, they had made preparations. Even upon detecting the sea god's aura on Chao Kun, the Shura god's interest remained undiminished, and he bestowed upon him a divine soul ring. Although Chao Kun felt perplexed, he absorbed it without further thought. However, the moment the soul ring entered his body, the Shura god immediately discovered Guyuna's presence. Before either Guyuna or Chao Kun could react, he attempted to erase her existence, while simultaneously commanding the King of Slaughter to attack. Guyuna, no longer at her peak, fell victim to the Shura god, a true deity who effortlessly erased her from Chao Kun's sea of consciousness. Yet he only acted once, as the 2 divine kings of good and evil still resided in the divine realm, and his previous action had a justified cause. At this point, the King of Slaughter engaged Chao Kun in battle. Initially, Chao Kun struggled due to the loss of Guyuna, but fueled by this emotional turmoil, his martial soul awakened. The small version of Chao Kun in his sea of consciousness suddenly opened his eyes and merged with him, while the 4 elemental symbols of water, fire, wind, and earth appeared around him. As the 4 symbols emerged, they emitted a powerful gravitational force, drawing in the elemental laws of water, fire, wind, and earth from the surrounding environment, causing Chao Kun's strength to soar dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly defeat the King of Slaughter. Witnessing this, the Shura god quickly contacted the current elemental gods to restrain Chao Kun from absorbing the elemental laws. However, with the assistance of the water and fire dragon kings, Chao Kun successfully absorbed the complete essence of these 2 elements, attaining the power of a secondary deity in the realms of water and fire. Though he did not ascend to a primary deity due to the current occupancy of that divine seat, the wind and earth elements, however, were hindered and could not be fully realized. Seeing Chao Kun's transformation, the Shura god sought to eliminate potential threats but was thwarted by the divine kings of good and evil. Despite ascending to divinity, the loss of Guyuna left Chao Kun in a state of silent contemplation before departing the City of Slaughter. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he attempted to unify the 4 elements within him, aiming to recreate the balance of earth, wind, water, and fire and ascend as a world deity, intending to challenge the divine realm. Unfortunately, due to the imbalance of the 4 elements, he could not succeed. He sought to cultivate the attributes of wind and earth, yet was obstructed by the wind god and earth god, unable to progress. Nevertheless, he sensed the two elemental forces yearning to converge upon him, likely due to a previous mysterious substance. Contemplating this, he also thought of Gu Yuna, succumbing to despondence for a time. Eventually, he was roused by Qian Rinxue and Xiao Wu, reigniting his fighting spirit. He then recalled the potential for success with the water and fire elements and resolved to seek the remains of the Wind Dragon King and Earth Dragon King. He departed the spirit hall, concealing his presence, for he was now a deity, vanishing from the view of the divine realm. Qian Rinxue hastened her actions, enlisting the poison Douluo to eliminate Shui Yi and rapidly ascending to the throne, subsequently establishing the Spirit Empire and declaring war on the Tiandou and Xingluo empires. In this situation, the three major factions were essentially one family. The outcome would be the same regardless of who unified them. Although the Tiandou and Xingluo empires were rife with nobility, the result was predictable. Both emperors of the Tiandou and Xingluo empires were allies, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were also on the same side, leaving little room for resistance from others. However, to attract the attention of the divine realm and to rationally eliminate those old nobles reluctant to unify, a semblance of war ensued. As time passed, having ascended to godhood, Chao Kuan located the remains of the Wind and Earth Dragon Kings. Just as the Spirit Empire was on the brink of unifying the continent, the long-absent Tang San emerged, leading a multitude of evil soul masters, declaring themselves as evil soul masters rather than fallen beings. Tang San had indeed become the progenitor of the evil soul masters. Recognizing the situation, Chao Kuan contemplated and personally confronted Tang San, only to discover that he had been possessed and was now the evil god. This revelation stirred a mix of emotions within Chao Kuan. As a transmigrator, he bore a heavy burden of sin, having transformed the original Tang San into a mere pawn. And now he had succumbed to possession. Chao Kuan engaged in a fierce battle with the evil god, drawing the attention of the entire divine realm. While he vanquished the evil god, his main body swiftly absorbed the essence of the wind elemental law from the remains of the Wind Dragon King. Upon completion, his mastery over the wind elemental law reached perfection. Without pausing, he instantly teleported to the depths of the Stardow Forest, where the remains of the Earth Dragon King lay. Sensing Chao Kuan's ascension to divinity through the wind element, the Shura god's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the dragon god, fearing that Chao Kuan might aspire to ascend similarly. He quickly rallied his subordinates and sought the assistance of the god of destruction, unwilling to allow another figure like the dragon god to arise in the divine realm. And together with the gods of good and evil, they aimed to descend and eliminate Chao Kuan. Upon reaching the remains of the Earth Dragon King, Chao Kuan immediately began his absorption, striving to achieve the perfection of the four elements. However, it was still slightly slow. The beings of Luo, destruction, goodness, and evil descended upon the mortal realm, aiming to vanquish Chao Kuan. At that moment, a magnificent silver dragon, stretching 1,000 feet in length, emerged to shield Chao Kuan. It was Gu Yuna. Although she had transferred most of her soul into Chao Kuan's consciousness, she retained a portion within her own being, unbeknownst to Chao Kuan. Gu Yuna, risking her very essence, momentarily defended Chao Kuan, allowing him to attain mastery over the four elemental forces. In an instant, he rescued Gu Yuna, and at that moment his power ascended to that of a god king. Yet, contending against four god kings remained a daunting challenge. He was unable to successfully establish a world within himself. Disheartened, Chao Kuan placed Gu Yuna in a small heavenly realm and engaged in combat with the four god kings. Even in the face of death, he vowed to take a few down with him. Chao Kuan glared at the god of Luo and charged recklessly towards him. Thus, the five god kings clashed fiercely, with Chao Kuan directing all his attacks solely at the god of Luo. Though wounded, the god of Luo was likewise injured, likely aided by the leniency of the other three. Just as Chao Kuan was about to strike down the god of Luo, the god of life descended, intercepting Chao Kuan's attack and rescuing the god of Luo. At this juncture, Chao Kun was gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. He surveyed the 5 god kings encircling him, remaining silent while exhibiting a derisive smile. The forces of goodness, evil, and destruction refrained from further assault, observing him with indifference from above. Meanwhile, the god of life was busy healing the wounded god of Duelwith. "How I long to end you all," Chao Kun spoke, his voice devoid of vigor. At that moment, Guyuna emerged from the small heavenly realm, holding a vibrant red flower, nestled in Chao Kun's embrace. "Is this from you?" Guyuna asked softly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Chao Kun glanced at the flower, known as Xiang Si Duan Changhong. Although he had not bled his heart's essence upon it, he still held Guyuna tightly, lowering his head as he replied with difficulty, "Yes, do you like it?" "Yes." Guyuna struggled to lift her head and pressed her lips against Chao Kun's. Subsequently, a surge of life-affirming energy flowed from Guyuna into Chao Kun. He realized something and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Under the influence of this life force, the 4 elements within Chao Kun began to merge slowly, while the aura of Guyuna began to dissipate. "Hold on, there is still hope," Chao Kun uttered with great effort. Guyuna, however, could no longer respond to him in her weakened state. "Why is it taking so long?" Chao Kun gritted his teeth, feeling the sluggish pace of the elemental fusion within him. Meanwhile, the god of Duelwith, revived by the god of life, seized the god of Duelwith's sword and charged at Chao Kun. "This is so infuriating." Suddenly, time itself came to a standstill as an entity composed entirely of light appeared between them. Upon glancing at it, Chao Kun instantly recognized its identity as the consciousness of the Douluo world. "Hurry, I cannot maintain the stasis for long," a voice of indeterminate gender echoed. Chao Kun regained his focus and looked down at Guyuna in his arms. Her time was also halted. "Thank you." Chao Kun expressed his gratitude and assumed a meditative posture to guide the fusion of the 4 elements within him. In the end, a gust of wind swept through, causing Chao Kun's form to vanish with a breeze. Boom! The heavens and earth began to tremble as the 4 elemental forces converged, causing the 4 deities of the divine realm to plummet from their celestial thrones. Simultaneously, a mysterious gas began to emanate from Chao Kun's original position, as if the very laws of heaven and earth were contained within it. As the gas increased, Chao Kun's figure gradually materialized. Gotcha! At that moment, the consciousness of the Douluo continent reached its limit, and the 5 god kings returned to their normal state from the suspended time. The god of Duelwith remained poised, seeking to strike Chao Kun in that instant. Chao Kun made no immediate move. He blinked a few times and opened his eyes. Then with a focused gaze, the god of Duelwith seemed to vanish as if he had never existed. Following this, Chao Kun dispatched the 4 god kings and rescued Guyuna. Time passed, and the profession of soul master faded from the Douluo continent, replaced by a vocation known as trainer, while the soul beasts of the Douluo continent became increasingly endearing. Synopsis: My name is Chao Kun, and I currently reside in the Holy Soul Village, adjacent to the city of Nuoding in the Fast Nuo province of the Tiando Empire on the Douluo continent. My father, Chao Lei, possesses the martial soul of a sword. My mother, Li Li, also wields a sword as her martial soul, although they lack soul power, according to a certain master's theory. My martial soul is likely to be a sword as well.